I finally understood why my great-grandfather, whom I had resented for over 20 years, wouldn't let me study medicine or join the military. He would rather argue fiercely with me, even threatening to take his own life, than allow me to walk that path. It wasn't until I returned home and saw him trembling as he took out a military uniform and shining medals from a wooden chest. He calmly told me that he had lost a son and a grandson, and he didn't want me to follow the same path. My name is Chen Huaifang. I'm a 24-year-old girl who hasn't spoken a word to my great-grandfather for 5 years. 5 years ago, my great-grandfather arbitrarily changed my college entrance exam preferences, then threatened suicide in front of the train taking recruits to boot camp. In a fit of anger, I ran away from home. Now, I've returned to the old house with my boyfriend of 5 years, Su Nua, hoping to persuade him to agree to our marriage. Pushing open the door of the old house, everything seems frozen in time from 5 years ago, except for great-grandfather sitting in the chair, his temples now streaked with white, his face deeply lined. His tone was stiff, still clinging to a lifetime of stubbornness. So you finally remember to come back? Neither the old nor the young was willing to back down first, so Su Nua had to step forward, explain our purpose, and apologize on my behalf. Great-grandfather pulled out his dry tobacco and cut him off. I was anxious and asked directly, "Is it okay or not? Give me a straight answer." He sneered, "Getting a bit too big for your britches? Anyway, I don't have many years left. Once I kick the bucket, all this will be yours, nobody's going to fight you for it." I retorted sarcastically. But what if some random woman or some scumbag shows up out of nowhere then, claiming they're the parents I haven't seen in 24 years? Shut up! Great-grandfather flew into a rage and raised his hand to strike. Su Nua reacted swiftly, grabbing his wrist. "Calm down, old man." Great-grandfather glared at me furiously. "Apologize. Apologize to your parents. Why should I apologize?" I retorted with equal anger. "Do they even deserve to be called my parents? They brought me into this world only to abandon me and disappear. Why should I apologize to them?" I calmly vented 24 years of anger and grievances, every word like a blade chipped with notches. Stabbing towards the great-grandfather. His upraised hands slowly lowered powerlessly, his chest heaving violently. "You wretched fiend," he gasped for breath. "Yes, I am a sinful wretch." I nodded, my eyes filled with pleading, born to a mother but raised without one, not even knowing what my own father looked like. "Now the scoundrel wants to be removed from your household registration, is that okay?" "Maisie, stop talking." Su Nua hurriedly cut me off, afraid that great-grandpa would be angered to death. He soothed the old man. "Sir, please don't take it to heart, she's just been holding it in for too long." Great-grandpa calmed his breathing, glanced at Su Nua, and suddenly asked, "A soldier?" Su Nua was taken aback and nodded in agreement. "Born by a mother, raised by none." Great-grandfather looked at me, shouted good, with delight, and continued, "Since your wings have hardened, I'll tell you exactly where your parents have gone." He broke free from Su Nua's grasp, walked outside, and led us to the storage room behind the old house. At first, I scoffed, thinking it might be some old trinket, but when the door opened, I froze. Inside the storage room was an altar table with a plaque on it, and 2 youthful photos hanging on the wall, my parents. It felt like something pierced through my head. Great-grandfather handed me a wooden box. When I opened it, there were 3 yellowed documents inside. Comrade Chen Kangmei is awarded the title of Special Class Combat Hero and posthumously granted the title of Hero against Vietnam. Comrade Chen Shangyang is awarded the First Class Merit Honor. Posthumously awarded the title of Martyr for defending the country and guarding the borders, forever remembering Comrade Lin Lihua who sacrificed her life in the 2003 SARS battle. I feel like I'm drowning. My great-grandfather's voice seems to come from a vast distance away. "They don't want you to join the military or study medicine because they don't want you to follow in their footsteps. I lost a son and a grandson, I can't let you die there too." My throat was choked by the flood of emotions, unable to utter a sound. Su Nua spoke up. "You should also tell my Z. Her parents were heroes, not that they abandoned her." "Heroes?" Great-grandfather's voice cut through like a knife through the flood. "Nonsense about heroes." I clutched the document in my hand tightly, the yellowed paper digging into my palm. Choking back sobs, I demanded, "Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me earlier? So you could go die like the 2 of them?" Great-grandfather retorted, his rough fingers pounding on the altar table until it thumped. He had lived over 100 years and suffered enough. "Heroes? Heroes my ass. I'd rather they were cowards who came back alive instead of leaving you with me. You shouldn't have kept it from me all this time." I finally caught my breath, the 20-year web of lies shattered to pieces by the truth. Misunderstandings will be misunderstandings. Great-grandpa is as stubborn as a mule, he wouldn't even raise his own children, yet expects me to call them heroes? Fucking heroes, they're all bastards. Su Nua was somewhat dazed. He himself was a border guard soldier and had heard of the name Chen Shangyang. How could heroes and martyrs become scoundrels in great-grandpa's words? Great-grandfather noticed his confusion and calmly began to tell his own story. In 1920, during China's time of crisis, he was born, never having seen his father. His mother raised him alone, enduring immense hardship. It wasn't until 1937, when he witnessed the yellow-skinned devils behead his mother with his own eyes, that he understood why his father had abandoned his wife and child. Without a nation, where would home be? That year, at the age of 17, he resolutely joined the army. He carried a gun and charged ahead, all to protect the people from harm. He raised the red flag, declaring a city liberated from then on. He crawled through the freezing snow, just to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Countless moments later, he finally understood his father. After retiring from the military and returning home, he sent his son to join the army. But the cruel reality came so swiftly. In 1984, his son Chen Kangmei sacrificed his life in the Battle of Laoshan. In 2001, his grandson Chen Xiangyang sacrificed his life on the motherland's frontier. In 2003, his granddaughter-in-law Lin Lihua sacrificed her life in the fight against SARS. For generations of the Chen family, only one male heir in each, yet two martyrs. Losing his father in childhood, his mother in youth, his son in middle age, and his grandson in old age. They died with the title of heroic martyrs. Great-grandfather's eyes turned red, his voice trembling, but those who stayed behind? He looked at me, already choked with sobs. The wheat is ripe, but the one who sowed it can no longer see it. The nation has prospered, but those who protected it can no longer see it. The 9 million miles of magnificent rivers and mountains are beyond their sight. They are heroes, but to those still living, they are all bastards. He spoke of his sorrow, even recounting his futile search for me over the years and his occasional visits to the martyrs' cemetery. The departed lie peacefully in the quiet cemetery, while the living are left in this desolate world to suffer the pangs of longing. I'd rather he hadn't been this hero. As if mustering all his strength to utter these words, tears streamed down his face. I'm truly afraid that my old bones won't be able to bear it if you, my Z, follow them and go too, leaving only my old bones to suffer in this world alone. Gasping, I hugged my great-grandfather, all my misunderstandings and resentment shattered, leaving only the bond thicker than water. Great-grandfather gently patted my back. All right, I've told you everything now. Xiangyang and Lihua both died for you, for us. Don't blame them. But I still resent them. How could they just leave like that, without any hesitation? Sunua couldn't help but ask, Great-grandpa, you were actually an anti-Japanese war veteran? A living anti-Japanese war veteran? He looked at the Centenarian, whose breathing was steady and spirit vigorous, nothing like someone over 100 years old. Great-grandpa laughed dryly. So you knew about Xiangyang and Kangmei then? He patted Sunua on the shoulder, pulling him toward the house as he began to recount the long-buried story. In 1937, at 17, he joined a force that passionately hailed "Long live the people." Back then, they had no guns. The squad leader handed him a spear. The squad leader asked him if he was afraid of death. He shook his head, his mind filled with thoughts of revitalizing China. In 1940, he participated in a massive battle. The company commander gathered the remaining 17 soldiers and asked if they knew why they were dying. The company commander said, "Our sacrifices today are so that the children of the future won't have to sacrifice. It's for the people of our Huaxia land, so that in the future, we won't have to speak that gibberish of the Japanese language. We might die here today, but after we die, tens of thousands of comrades with the same aspirations will rise up. Our iron will shall not perish. Huaxia shall not perish." As soon as the company commander finished speaking, artillery shells came raining down. Great-grandfather could never forget the scene of shrapnel tearing the company commander's head apart, nor the scene of only 3 men left defending the position to the death. At this point, he looked toward the distant hillside. This year's wheat for grain and ear had just sprouted, but the wheat he had sown throughout his life had finally ripened today. Sunua's Adam's apple bobbed, and for a long time, he couldn't speak. He extended an invitation to his great-grandfather. "I'd like to invite you to visit our military unit. Let you see what kind of army our Huaxia has now." The great-grandfather gripped his hand tightly. "Good, very good." He looked at me, then at Sunua, and asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to be him?" I nodded decisively. Great-grandfather laughed heartily. "The Chen family's destiny has always been intertwined with the military. For generations, and yet we never truly left that deep green uniform behind." He nodded and said, "In that case, I'll go and see for myself. I'll apply to the regiment right away. As an anti-Japanese war veteran like you, not to mention visiting, I bet you'll also have to give a speech and promote the spirit," Sunua said excitedly. "No." Great-grandfather shook his head. He returned to the room and from the wooden chest at the deepest part of the wardrobe, he carefully took out a perfectly preserved Type 55 military uniform. He put on this military uniform again, as if he could still smell the scent that permeated the barracks that year. He straightened his collar and asked seriously, "How about it, rookie?" Sunua clicked his heels together, tightened his abdomen, puffed out his chest, stood at attention, and saluted. Sunua, platoon leader of the 1st Platoon, 9th Company, 118th Regiment of the Chinese People's Liberation Army Border Defense Force, reporting to Comrade Chen Huaifang, veteran of the War of Resistance against Japan. Salute. Great-grandfather smiled, but quickly composed himself. "Don't get too cocky just yet, kid. I haven't given my approval to this matter between you and Maizi yet. I want to go see for myself," he said. "But didn't you just say you weren't going?" Sunu was puzzled. "When I said I wasn't going, I meant I wouldn't be going with the two of you." Adjusting his collar, he retrieved the Special Class Combat Hero medal from the depths of the wooden chest and carefully pinned it over his heart. After Shang Yang and Lihua sacrificed themselves, I haven't left this old house for over 20 years in order to raise Maizi. I don't want to be dragged along by you two like taking care of a child. The dead have their own blessings, the living have their own sufferings, but they also have regrets, and so do I. I haven't properly seen the motherland I bled and sacrificed for. They haven't seen it either. I want to carry their wishes southward with me to see the vast 9 million miles of our motherland's mountains and rivers. He pulled out a few yellowed old photos from the bottom of the wooden box. Wang Yoji, whose greatest wish was just a piece of candy. Gong Jun's lifelong regret was never having seen the azure sea and sky. Wu Shangli, before his sacrifice, was still murmuring about the cured meat back home. Their blood soaked into this land, and I must fulfill these wishes on their behalf. A pang of sorrow struck my heart, yet I couldn't help worrying. Great-grandpa, you're already over 100 years old. This journey south spans over 3,000 kilometers, we're both concerned. What if something untoward were to happen? Who says I'm walking there? Don't I have a tricycle for hauling wheat? I walk, stop, and look along the way. When I get tired, I find a place to rest. How is that being stubborn? He stubbornly shook his head. We simply couldn't persuade him. But after all, he's over 100 years old, and I can't keep following him forever. How about installing an internet-connected camera on the tricycle to keep an eye on things? Su Nua suddenly suggested. I rolled my eyes at him. Cameras need to be plugged in, and that tricycle doesn't have that capability. Might as well use a phone to livestream, it'd even give us an extra IP. I suddenly stopped. Live streaming. Not only would we be able to check on great-grandpa anytime, anywhere, but we could also track his location via IP. And if there were any kind-hearted netizens, maybe it can even help keep an eye on things. That might actually work. 04, this is a livestream where a veteran fulfills his final wish. The plan was set, and they got to work immediately. The next morning, Maizi and Su Nua had already set up everything for the livestream. An old phone connected to a power bank was secured to the handlebars of the tricycle. They registered a Douyin account, completed real name verification, and started the stream. The frame perfectly captured the great-grandfather riding the tricycle. After checking the live stream settings, Maizi verified the viewer feed was working properly using her own account. She waved to her great-grandfather, all set. Take a look. Chen Huaifang finished organizing the items he planned to take and placed them on the rear seat of the tricycle. He then climbed onto the driver's seat, watching the mirrored livestream on the screen with considerable curiosity. He'd never encountered this novelty of online streaming before. He barely even watched TV. Scanning up and down, Chen Huaifang spotted a line of text on the screen and couldn't help but feel curious. Pointing at the screen, he asked, "What's this user 12138 livestream room mean?" Su Nua glanced at it and replied, "Nothing much. It's just a title for the viewers. Don't worry about it." Chen Huaifang pursed his lips. Watching the busy Maizi and Su Nua, he felt like he was being left behind by modern society. Online live streams, viewer-facing titles. He knew nothing about these modern novelties. His slightly cloudy eyes lifted involuntarily, gazing toward the distant sunrise beginning to rise. The wheels of progress rolled relentlessly forward, yet he felt like a flickering candle in the wind, old and decrepit. A profound sense of being cast aside by the times welled up within him. His comrades in arms remained forever frozen in the past, 40 years ago. And he himself had been left behind 24 years ago, when the wheat was still in its infancy. He shook his head, unwilling to become a senile old man who knew nothing. He patted Su Nua's shoulder. "Tell me about it." "Tell me what?" Su Nua asked instinctively. Chen Huaifang tapped the screen. "Just tell me about this thing? Live streaming?" Su Nua pondered, scratching his head, unsure where to begin. It was Maizi who finally explained, "Just think of it like acting in a movie or a big production, only one that anyone can watch anytime, anywhere." Chen Huaifang hummed thoughtfully. Filming movies, putting on big productions. He knew what that meant. Who'd have thought an old geezer like him would live to see this day? Just then, several comments floated into the livestream chat. "What kind of livestream is this? Looks like the old man's over 70, right? Probably another scam preying on seniors for gifts. Companies like this deserve to be shut down." Maizi let out a puzzled huh. She couldn't believe actual viewers had clicked into this stream. Moments later, she appeared on the live stream feed. She explained, "Hey everyone, you've got the wrong idea. This is just for convenience to keep an eye on my elderly family member. No need for gifts or tips. Watch if you like, or just leave if you're not interested." With that, Maizi casually disabled the gift-giving feature. The handful of viewers in the room, who had been about to leave, stayed instead. "The operations girl, is this pretty?" "Suggest the operations girl go solo. She's got the looks for it, better than exploiting the elderly." "Why do I feel like the operations girl and the streamer look kinda similar?" Reading the comments flooding the chat, Maizi was utterly speechless. She pressed her hand to her forehead and explained with a wry smile, "I'm not the operations manager. He's my great-grandfather, and I'm his great-granddaughter. I've already explained this, and I've disabled gift donations. Please be kind with your words and don't upset the elderly." Listening to his granddaughter's repeated explanations, Chen Huaifang felt puzzled. But out of respect for appearances, he didn't want to ask about everything. He wanted to figure out this new era of filming movies and producing big productions for himself. He shifted slightly to read the scrolling text on the screen. Grandma and granddaughter go live streaming. Time to start selling tea tomorrow? Little can tea, crafted by masters. Cyber grandpa roasts 5 tons of tea daily, ha. These long circulating internet memes meant nothing to him. In Chen Huaifang's understanding, movies and grand operas were artistic works that glorified the nation, the party, and the revolutionary spirit. Or they were meant to pass down traditional culture, like classic opera arias such as Locking the 5 Dragons or Beheading the Prince Consort. With his aging eyes, he could only strain to read the scrolling comments. But gotta say, they actually shut down gift donations. Just hyping things up. Who knows, maybe it'll open again someday. Exploiting the elderly is shameful. These people deserve to have their entire families wiped out. Chen Huaifang couldn't make heads or tails of gift donations or high tactics. But he understood what whole family should die meant. He instantly bristled. Who should have their whole family die? Whoa. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mai Zi quickly covered her great-grandfather's mouth. Su Nua, quick as a flash, rushed over and shut down the livestream the very second he appeared on camera. Current viewers, 7 new followers, 0. Chen Huaifang, still seething, yanked his granddaughter's hand away. Why did you stop me? That hardware wholesaler? He's the one who should have his whole family die. Calm down. He'll die with his whole family. Mai Zi soothed her great-grandfather, feeling a headache coming on. Live streaming might be convenient, but Grandpa, though elderly, had attended school and could read. The internet was full of all kinds of people, and it was inevitable that some foul-mouthed individuals would provoke him. If his temper flared during a live stream, the moderators would ban the channel in minutes. Then the two of them would be thousands of miles away, with nowhere to turn. She understood exactly why great-grandfather was so furious. May your entire family die. To curse the father of a veteran of the War of Resistance, a combat hero, and a martyr of the Sino-Vietnamese War. May your entire family die? No wonder great-grandpa blew his top on the spot. Even Mai Zi herself wanted to message him and curse him to hell. But the pressing matter now was sorting out the live stream situation. She could only patiently explain to her great-grandfather why those foul-mouthed people were spouting nonsense. In today's online environment, to ride the wave of popularity, grab attention, and make money, 10,000 media companies could come up with a million flashy methods. And targeting the elderly is the easiest and most effective tactic. Compared to methods like staging a female top male bottom romance or arranging a blind date with an ex-girlfriend's best friend, which require acting skills and scripted scenarios. Exploiting public sympathy and pity for vulnerable groups like the elderly is both time-saving and effortless. Throw in a video of an elderly person wiping tears while standing in a melon patch or vegetable field during a fruit glut. Paired with a caption like "We're all just trying to survive." The account's follower count would skyrocket in minutes. The same pitiful elderly person seen in the video will be sitting in a live stream the next moment, shouting, 3, 2, 1, hop on. It's precisely because such exploitation of the elderly is becoming increasingly common and persistent that netizens now instinctively lash out whenever they see an elderly person live streaming. So, to clarify that his great-grandfather's account isn't for exploiting the elderly. Mai Zi specifically took a photo of his great-grandfather in military uniform wearing medals and set it as the profile picture. And even edited his personal bio to read, "This is a veteran's livestream fulfilling his final wish. Streams are for family viewing only. Donations disabled. Kindly refrain from verbal abuse and harassment of the elderly." After reviewing the edited profile, Mai Zi pursed her lips and nodded. That should do it. From now on, she only needed to keep the livestream active daily and monitor her great-grandfather's every move. She gave the account information one last satisfied glance, confirmed everything was correct, and secured her phone back in place. All done? Chen Huaifang asked his granddaughter. All done. This time, it should be fine. Mai Zi nodded. Chen Huaifang said nothing, only looked back at his reflection on the screen. Gone was the spirited youth of days past. Now, his hair was entirely white, his skin dark and weathered, his face deeply lined, truly old. He couldn't help but recall his comrades from the past, those youthful faces. Envy. Envy for how they lived forever young within their memories. Forever vibrant and passionate, full of vigor and spirit. Only he remained an old man cast aside by the times riding his tricycle alone, seeing this land stretching for 10,000 miles on their behalf. Just then, Su Nua suddenly asked, "By the way, great-grandpa, you can't just wander aimlessly, can you?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. He pulled a notebook from his coat pocket and opened it. On its yellowed pages were written one name after another, each accompanied by a family address. It was one of the few things he'd taken from his company when he left the military. Though he had long since lost track of whether these places still existed. But the road lies beneath one's feet. If you never set out, you'll never know. The closest address to the old house was Jinwanhu, Dawa Village, Jinzhou City. The first stop was set there. After reading it, Mai Zi couldn't help but ask, "Dawa Village, do you know where that is?" Chen Huaifang shook his head, unsure. He then pulled out a national map. He actually intended to find this tiny village with just this map. Su Nuwa and Mai Zi exchanged a look, both helpless and saddened. They both realized clearly that this elderly man, who had once shed blood and made sacrifices, seemed truly stuck in the past, 40 years ago. How about this? I'll teach you how to use the navigation first, then you can set off, okay? This damn navigation, tap to open it, then. 05, who wants to watch an old man ride a bike? We want to see the beautiful operations manager. After the grain-in-ear solar term, on a crisp morning when the wheat ripened, Chen Huaifang hopped onto his tricycle and smoothly launched the livestream under the worried gazes of Mai Zi and Su Nuwa. Mai Zi had hoped her great-grandfather would forget how to start the livestream after a night's sleep, so she could naturally put an end to his idea of traveling solo across the country in place of his comrades. But it wasn't until years later that she learned to embark on his journey. Grandpa had silently rehearsed the livestream process over 100 times in his mind that night, much like that sleepless night of excitement before his first shooting lesson. This trip spans 40 kilometers. The planned route includes several unavoidable narrow paths. Please drive carefully. Listening to the navigation voice from his phone, he felt technology truly transformed life. If only such devices had existed during the war against the Japanese invaders, they likely wouldn't have had to take such circuitous routes, endure so much suffering, and lose so many lives. He pedaled his tricycle westward, following the route mapped out by the navigation. Meanwhile, a few scattered comments drifted through his livestream. All trivial matters. 111. 666. What kind of livestream is this? An old man riding a bike? Where's that pretty female operator from last time? Why hasn't she shown up yet? No clue. I've been waiting for the hot female operator to show up for 10 minutes already. The entire livestream had only 8 viewers. All here just to catch a glimpse of Mai Zi. Instead of the skinny, old guy, they wanted to see the young and beautiful Mai Zi. But Mai Zi never appeared, and the livestream remained sparsely populated. 8 people, 5 people, 9 people, the numbers kept fluctuating. Until a comment floated by. 0.8 kilometers away? That close? The livestream suddenly came alive. Real? 0.8 kilometers? I'll send you 50 V-coins, go check if the hot female operator is there. +1, tell the old guy to stop writing and have that operator take over. Several comments from viewers egged on the user with the ID Gold 6. Gene 6 himself was currently seated on a Ghostfire motorcycle, parked right at the entrance of Dawawa village. This was the destination of Chen Huaifang's journey. Watching the increasingly familiar scenery in the livestream. And the bullet comments from V50 and V100 demanding a glimpse of the beautiful operations staff. This 16-year-old dropout, a spirited young man, found himself tempted. 50 or 100 enough to live it up in the village for days. He swiftly typed his response. This is right outside my house. Whoever VNI50 gets the real deal offline. Honestly, even though Gene 6 wasn't the brightest bulb, he knew people online were all talk. He didn't really think anyone would actually VIP him 50. He was just messing with netizens to kill time and pass the boredom. But moments later, a big spender actually DM'd him a red packet code. Half believing it, Gene 6 quickly copied the code and actually got $50. The sender, seeing the code redeemed, immediately flooded the live chat with comments. At Gene 6, hurry up and get that female operator from yesterday to go live. Gene 6 rubbed his nose, staring at the 50 yuan in his account balance. For young dropouts like them, dreaming of the big leagues, loyalty still meant a lot. You take someone's money, you do their bidding. Just then, Gene 6 heard the distant sound of a tricycle overlapping with the livestream. He looked up and sure enough, a blue tricycle was slowly making its way toward him. A comment floated across the screen. Hold on, real-life action coming. Gene 6 stood up from his Ghostfire motorcycle and strode purposefully toward it. Chen Huaifang, focused on writing and watching the road, had no idea what was happening in the livestream. He only suddenly noticed a young guy approaching him, waving his hand. Hey, old man, stop. Stop. Chen Huaifang thought he must have taken a wrong turn, so he stopped and turned off the engine. Gene 6, phone in hand, ignored Chen Huaifang as he got out, scanning left and right. On the tricycle, besides 2 suitcases and some odds and ends, there was only Chen Huaifang. Where was this beautiful female operator? Old man, you're alone? Gene 6 asked. Chen Huaifang pursed his lips, sizing up Gene 6, a slick-looking guy with dyed yellow hair, before nodding. He felt a vague sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. Gene 6 tilted his head and scratched his jet-black neck. He raised his phone and bellowed, hey old man, isn't there supposed to be a pretty female operations manager too? Gene 6's voice quickly filled the livestream chat. Immediately followed by Chen Huaifang's distinctly displeased voice, who the hell are you calling old man? He eyed Gene 6 up and down. Barely 15 or 16 years old, young enough to be his grandson. Calling him old man all the time, no respect whatsoever. Gene 6 shot Chen Huaifang a glance. You, of course. Aren't you an old man? Chen Huaifang's expression darkened. He admitted he was old, and he admitted he couldn't keep up with the times. But it infuriated him that this young upstart dared to address him so disrespectfully. His face hardened as he demanded, "You brat. Didn't your parents teach you manners?" Jin 6 let out a surprised "oh," and turned to look at Chen Huaifang. By instinct, given his usual temper, he would have already hurled insults and curses by now. But for some reason, this gray-haired old man before him gave him an inexplicable sense of pressure. It was as if he were being stared down by a tiger. He who feared nothing, who dared defy teachers in 4th grade and smashed a classmate's head open in 6th, had suddenly backed down. He merely curled his lip, as if afraid the unfamiliar old man would press him further, and spat out a single sentence. "What business is it of yours?" Then he turned and fled, practically running away. Even as he fled, he didn't forget to explain in the livestream. "This old guy's got issues. And I never saw any pretty girl operator. Are you guys just messing with me?" As Jin 6 turned and fled, he didn't notice Chen Huaifang standing frozen in place. He suddenly recalled Jin 1's appearance when he first arrived that year. Just like this insolent little bastard before him now. The same rowdy, disrespectful attitude, not a shred of soldierly bearing. The first time they met, the moment he opened his mouth, he sounded like a little thug. "Bro, I'll be counting on you to look out for me from now on." Chen Huaifang was already a squad leader back then and had naturally studied the relevant discipline and regulations. He snapped back at Jin 1. "Who are you calling brother? Keep your attitude in check around here. Address me as squad leader or comrade." Newcomer Jin 1 didn't react much at the time, just chuckling as he pulled a tobacco pouch from his pocket. "Calm down, squad leader. Have a smoke and cool off." Chen Huaifang felt like his head was about to explode. Though smoking wasn't banned in the military at the time, it certainly wasn't permitted casually. Especially since Jin 1 was new and knew nothing about the unit's spirit or fundamentals. This kind of rowdy, unprofessional, streetwise attitude had to be nipped in the bud. Stamped out. "Smoke? What the hell are you smoking? You rookie. Get back to your training." Then, the newly arrived Jin 1 was grabbed by the collar by Chen Huaifang and forced to run laps around the barren courtyard. Lap after lap. At first, Jin 1 ran without much concern, thinking, running? What's the big deal? But as time dragged on, his feet began to ache and his lungs felt like they were about to burst. His throat felt like it was about to bleed. His body swayed uncontrollably. "Keep running. Sweat now, bleed later if you slow down." He couldn't help but retort, "What does that have to do with you?" That cowardly yet stubborn attitude mirrored the young punk standing before him now. He quickly pulled out the long yellowed company photo. He found Jin 1, his expression resolute. The resemblance between his eyes and brows and that little bastard was uncanny. Chen Huaifang couldn't hold back, bellowing at Jin 6, "You little bastard, stand over there." Jin 6 kept walking, unable to resist continuing to type his comments in the livestream chat. "Did you hear that? That old man's still hounding me. How do I avoid getting scammed by old men? Waiting online, kinda urgent." The chat room, which had been silent as everyone waited for my Z to appear, erupted into discussion. 6. Damn, this old guy's got some nerve. Live streaming scams? That's a first for me. Meanwhile, Chen Huaifang caught up with Jin 6. Grabbing his arm, he demanded, "You little bastard, tell me, do you know Jin 1? Who's Jin 1? Never heard of him." Jin 6 frowned slightly and shook his head. "If he doesn't know him, it's all good as long as he's not here to scam me." "Doubt you ever would," Chen Huaifang mused for a moment. "Where's your parents? What's up? You wanna find my dad too?" "My dad's not here, and my mom's not here either." "Then surely your grandparents or maternal grandparents are here?" "Hey, old man, will you ever shut up? I didn't do anything to you. What's wrong with you?" In the livestream chat, listeners found the bickering suddenly entertaining. This boring broadcast was finally getting interesting. Livestreamed scams, livestreamed fights. Interesting. At this very moment, the livestream surpassed 100 viewers. 06, Jin 1. A hero and martyr reduced to a lonely grave. People love a good spectacle. Catching mistresses, exposing affairs, shrewish women brawling, old women cursing in the streets. It's been this way since ancient times. Even beheadings and executions draw crowds. As long as there's a spectacle, spectators never fail to appear. So when Chen Huaifang and Jin 6 started bickering, the livestream's popularity inexplicably soared. Some had been boredly lurking in the chat since morning. Funny didn't get the hottie, but got a staged incident instead. This old man knows how to create drama following him now. Feels scripted. How bold is this staged incident? Others had just clicked in. Question, what beautiful woman? Where is she? Heard there was a beautiful female operator in this livestream yesterday, but today it's just old men. Honestly, the old man scam is way more entertaining for the stream. +1. But most remained silent. Everyone was listening to the commotion coming from the livestream. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know any damn Jin 1. Let go of me. Let go. Don't think I won't fight back just because you're old. Let go. You old bastard. Get your hands off me. You're tearing my clothes. Despite being 104 years old with declining physical abilities, he had seen combat on the battlefield, and decades of military service had forged his martial prowess. Even after retirement, he kept farming day in and day out. His strength was ingrained deep in his bones. Besides, though Chen Siu was rebellious, he knew the consequences of truly provoking trouble. He dared not actually fight the old man before him. He could only spew threats with his mouth, but his hands were utterly powerless against Chen Huaifang. Chen Huaifang had no intention of harming the boy. He simply pressed urgently, "I know you don't recognize me. I need to see your parents." No matter what Chen Siu said, Chen Huaifang repeated only this one phrase. His stubbornness piqued the curiosity of the livestream audience. This old man doesn't seem to be scamming us? If he were scamming, he'd be lying on the ground already. Why all the yelling? Everyone was wondering what this old man was up to. Without seeing the video feed, they could only speculate. Until someone accidentally clicked into Chen Huaifang's account page. Only then did they realize something was off. But instead of rushing to post a comment, that person first searched for the name Chen Huaifang kept repeating. Jin Wanhu. Half a minute later. Just as some viewers in the livestream were urging others to call the police and help Chen Siu escape Chen Huaifang's harassment, a long comment appeared. "Everyone, check this account's profile. He's an old anti-Japanese war veteran. Over 100 years old. I just googled the name. He kept mentioning that Jin Wanhu guy. Though I couldn't find it, anyone who could be with this old hero must be an anti-Japanese veteran too." The livestream's bullet comments froze instantly. An anti-Japanese war veteran? Over 100 years old? Only then did over 100 viewers notice the account's profile picture. Over 100 years old, Chen Huaifang had snow-white hair and a face deeply etched with wrinkles. Yet he stood tall and alert, his gaze unwavering. Most importantly, the medals on his chest. Special Class Combat Hero. What does that mean? There's a saying. Third-class merit is received standing, second-class merit is received lying down, and first-class merit is received by the family. The progression is almost directly tied to mission difficulty. Soldiers who earn a first-class merit have rolled through the blades and bullets, fought their way through hails of gunfire. Put simply, it means everyone thought you were dead, but you came back alive and were awarded the first-class merit. So what about the Special Merit Award, or the Special Class Combat Hero? That's when everyone thought you were dead, but you came back alive and slapped the King of Hell in the face while you were at it. The live chat's comments flipped in an instant. Salute to veterans. Salute to the veteran. Forget veteran, this is an old hero. A top-tier combat hero from the War of Resistance? This isn't just an old hero, this is an old war god. As the comments kept piling up, the live stream saw longer retention times and higher user engagement, prompting Douyin to boost its distribution. Viewer numbers naturally surged. Within just 5 minutes, it surpassed 500 viewers. During those 5 minutes, Chen Siu and Chen Huaifang's shouts grew louder and louder. Chen Siu, who had originally planned to earn just $50 to buy a pack of good cigarettes and hit the pool hall, finally lost his temper. His face flushed red as he pointed at Chen Huaifang. "I'll say it one more time. My parents are out working, my grandparents are out in the fields. If you keep holding onto me, I'll really lose it. Let go." Chen Huaifang studied Chen Siu, completely ignoring his warning. Like it. Back when Jin Wanhu first wanted to fight the Japanese devils, he cursed like this too. "Damn Japs. Platoon leader. Let me shoot. I swear I'll kill them." In those days, any Chinese person with a conscience hated those devils with a passion, gnashing their teeth in fury. They longed to drink their blood, devour their flesh, and sleep on their skins. But Chen Huaifang refused. Bullets were too precious. And how many times had Jin Wanhu even touched a gun? He'd fired fewer than 10 rounds in total. And the Japanese were still a full 30 meters away from the position. To conserve ammunition, to ensure every bullet eliminated an enemy. He had no choice but to order everyone to hold their fire, just waiting for the Japanese to advance further. Chen Huaifang looked at Chen Siu before him, just as he had once looked at Jin Wanhu. He spoke earnestly, "Then tell me, where are your grandparents?" Chen Siu, unable to endure any longer, strained with all his might to wrench his wrist free from Chen Huaifang's grip. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. "Let go of me, damn it." But the next second, viewers in the livestream heard a dull thud. Holy? What just happened? Did that kid just take down the veteran player? Wait, why isn't the stream switching to that angle? Could this be scripted? Even if it is scripted, who'd dare use a veteran hero like that for a stunt? Just as over 600 viewers in the livestream worried whether Chen Huaifang might be injured. At the village entrance of Dawawa village, Chen Siu lay upside down, staring in astonishment at the world before him. He'd only felt his feet slip. And just like that, he collapsed? Though Chen Huaifang was advanced in years, the skills ingrained in his bones remained. He certainly couldn't match her strength. But with a deft twist of skill, knocking Chen Siu to the ground was effortless. He even had the presence of mind to smile and scold Chen Siu, "You little bastard, picking a fight with me? You know how I taught little tiger a lesson back in the day? The little tiger he referred to was Chen Huaifang. That goes back to that counter-encirclement breakout. Chen Huaifang's unit had been surrounded by the Japanese. His platoon was chosen as the suicide squad tasked with breaking through the encirclement. As platoon leader, Chen Huaifang had long prepared to risk his life for that breach. But he never imagined the Japanese would deploy iron turtles to annihilate his unit. Tanks. With their inherently inferior weaponry, Chen Huaifang and his men stood utterly defenseless against the tanks. The only way to break the stalemate was to sacrifice their lives to take it down. He vaguely recalled someone telling him that the Japanese iron turtles had weak underbellies, vulnerable to grenade attacks. But to hit its underbelly, one had to get extremely close. And getting close meant certain death. Chen Huaifang didn't hesitate for a second. He was going to charge forward and trade his life for that tank. Just then, 2 old men carrying hose came running from afar, shouting, "You little brat! Causing trouble again, are you? Brother, I'm truly sorry. Did my little monster steal something from you?" The 2 elderly men who jogged over were slightly younger than Chen Huaifang. Barely 60 years old. Judging by their titles, they were Chen Siu's grandparents. Judging by their tone, Chen Siu must have caused them no end of trouble. Chen Huaifang merely shook his head at Chen Siu's grandfather. "It's nothing, nothing. I'm the one who's been bothering the child." Chen Siu, sitting on the ground, finally snapped out of it. Humiliated and enraged, he sprang to his feet, pointing at Chen Huaifang. "You're finished. I'll kill you." Chen Siu's grandfather roared angrily, "You little bastard. Get your ass home." "I won't." Chen Siu twisted around, cursing. Grandpa Chen Siu's palm smacked hard against Chen Siu's face. The sharp crack echoed as Chen Siu wilted. "This kid really only looks tough." Chen Huaifang smiled, a touch of melancholy in his voice. "If only little tiger had been as tough on the outside as you are now back then." "Back then? Little tiger?" The 2 elders froze, then hurriedly asked, "Brother, what did you just say?" Chen Huaifang exhaled deeply. "Back when I was in the army, there was an old soldier named Chen Huaifang. To help our unit break through the enemy encirclement, he rammed his tank into an enemy tank and went down with it. I could have talked him out of it, but I couldn't." The 2 elders exchanged a glance. Chen Huaifang. Such a familiar name. Chen Siu's grandfather suddenly widened his eyes. "Oh my, it can't be that desolate grave, can it? 07, little tiger, we've won. We've truly won." Chen Huaifang furrowed his brow and asked, "Desolate graves? What desolate graves?" Chen Siu's grandfather hesitated, unsure how to explain. He was over 60 himself, but if this old brother before him was truly an anti-Japanese veteran, he'd have to be at least 100 years old. He feared that if he mentioned it, the old man might get anxious, lose his temper, and something terrible might happen. He couldn't bear the responsibility. Chen Huaifang noticed his hesitation and waved him off. "Go ahead. I can handle it. Desolate graves, desolate graves. Over 80 years have passed, it's only natural they'd be desolate." Chen Siu's grandfather swallowed hard. "I'll tell you about it as we walk over there." As he spoke, he gave Chen Siu a kick. "You little brat, head that way." This desolate grave seemed known to many. Almost everyone in Dawa village knew about this abandoned grave. It was an abandoned grave located on the very edge of Dawa village. And these stories were passed down to Chen Siu's grandfather by his own grandfather. They say that grave is actually an empty one. There were no remains inside. Chen Siu's grandfather, who was still young at the time, couldn't understand why a tomb would be built without even a body. And these words, along with the phone clutched in Chen Huaifang's hand, were transmitted into the livestream. A symbolic grave? Definitely a symbolic grave. Like the viewers in the livestream, Chen Huaifang also believed it was a symbolic grave. He interrupted Chen Siu's grandfather and asked, "Is this a symbolic grave for Xiao Huzi?" Chen Siu's grandfather nodded, and he continued his story. "That's right. This is the symbolic grave for Chen Huaifang." It said that Chen Huaifang had just left Dawa village when this symbolic grave was erected. As Grandpa Chen Siu finished speaking, the live chat was filled with baffled reactions. A memorial tomb right after he left? What kind of parents are these? Cursing their son to death? Even with high casualties back then, building a grave immediately after departure seems extreme. The viewers watching the livestream couldn't fathom Chen Huaifang's parents' actions. But Chen Huaifang understood it perfectly. Because in that era, no one who enlisted to fight in the war believed they would return alive. Chen Siu's grandfather sighed and continued, "My grandfather told me that back then, Uncle Manhwa's parents didn't know if he'd ever come back. And Uncle Manhwa was their only child. With their only son enlisted to fight the Japanese invaders, Uncle Manhwa's parents had nothing left to worry about. They prepared a grave for their son long before he was gone." He looked at Chen Huaifang. "Brother, no, uncle, you tell me back then. Back then, who dared say anyone sent to fight the Japanese invaders would come back alive? I was too young then, hadn't lived through it. Tell me who could have known back then that we would win? Back then, who could have known we'd win?" facing Japanese invaders whose weapons and equipment vastly outnumbered ours. Across the vast land of China, millions of sons fought with their blood, holding fast to the belief that victory would come. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang took a deep breath, choking back emotion. His thoughts drifted back over 80 years. Back to that winter of 1939. Back to the winter when Jin Wanhu made the ultimate sacrifice. Back then, facing the Japanese invaders who stormed in with fierce momentum, boasting they would destroy China in 3 months. The entire nation was retreating step by step, yet everyone fought on, clenching their teeth in defiance. Back then, 3 men shared a single rifle, and that rifle held only 7 or 8 bullets. How did they fight? We hid, waiting for the Japanese to creep closer and closer, until they were practically nose to nose. Then we'd fire off a couple of shots, take down 2 of them, and while they were reeling, we'd charge in and fight like madmen. Yes, it was a desperate fight. It wasn't like those modern anti-Japanese dramas where bullets fly like they're free. Back then, the Japanese soldiers were well-fed, well-equipped, and well-dressed. They had it good in every way. And us? We were poor and suffering, our food devoid of any oil or fat. Sometimes we didn't even have the strength to fight the devils. To kill one of those devils, you had to trade a human life. 1 for 1? Even 1 for 1 was a pipe dream. Do you really think the little devils are as dumb, stupid, and weak as they portray them in today's TV dramas? If they were truly that stupid, foolish, weak, how could they possibly boast about destroying China in 3 months? Those little devils may be small, but they're well-fed and strong. Their guns have a long range, and sometimes a single one of them, even as they die, can take out one of our soldiers. Chen Huaifang spoke as the group reached the outskirts of Dawawa village. They stopped on a barren hillside. Far across the overgrown, weed-choked slope, a solitary mound of earth could be seen. A grave. Very small. It didn't even have a headstone. Only a few plastic bags, blown there from who knows where, hung on it. Like a nail hammered into the earth. Chen Huaifang stood there, staring blankly at the grave. And the story he had just told was heard clearly by the viewers in the livestream. At anti-Japanese drama screenwriters, get over here and learn properly. Stop making up nonsense. This is the true hardship of the war of resistance. Not tearing Japanese soldiers apart with bare hands or puffing cigars while slicking back their hair. To overcome such a massive gap, how much suffering must our forebears have endured? Hardships beyond anyone's imagination, and I mean anyone. Yes, the suffering back then was unimaginable to anyone. Chen Huaifang's feet dug into the barren hillside as he trudged forward, his voice slow and measured. Back then, due to inferior equipment, there were battles we couldn't even engage in. Take that counter-encirclement campaign, for instance. It was a Japanese battalion over 1,000 men, and they even had a tank. Their objective was to annihilate every last soldier in the region where Chen Huaifang and his comrades were stationed. A force of nearly 7,000 men. Over 7,000 men, a force 7 times larger than the enemy's. But what about weapons and equipment? Not only did every soldier in that Japanese battalion have a rifle, but they were all high-quality weapons. They were even equipped with light machine guns, grenade launchers, and even field artillery. We had none of that. Forget light machine guns or field guns back then, we couldn't even get one outdated Hanyang-type rifle or a captured Type 38 Arisaka per man. Most of the time, we won by fighting with bayonets. At that critical moment, to breach the enemy's encirclement. The suicide squad led by Chen Huaifang unexpectedly had every man armed with a rifle. And precisely because of this, when they encountered the Japanese troops, Jin Wanhu was so excited he wanted to shoot them dead on the spot. But Chen Huaifang ordered him to wait longer. He wanted to wait until the enemy got closer before firing. What arrived instead was a tank, a massive iron beast that struck fear into everyone who saw it. Bullets couldn't pierce it, grenades couldn't destroy it. But they weren't without options. There was. That was to trade their lives for it. To arm the suicide squad, their superiors had specially provided them with 10 grenades. And as if anticipating this, the higher-ups also taught them a method to deal with the Japanese iron turtles. The plan was to find a way to stuff the grenades under the belly of the iron turtle. But how? The superiors hadn't said. But Chen Huaifang knew. He also knew that detonating the grenade had to happen simultaneously with the attack on the Japanese soldiers. Otherwise, once the tank opened fire, not a single member of their suicide squad would survive. As both squad leader and platoon commander, Chen Huaifang resolved to blow up the iron turtle himself. He smiled as he suggested drawing lots, grabbing a handful of grass and declaring whoever drew the longest blade would blow up the iron turtle. Those who survived would, after victory, honor the parents of whoever drew the long straw. But he hadn't prepared any long straws at all, they were all short. He planned to wait until the others realized their sticks were all equally short, then declare his own was the longest. But Jin Wanhu saw right through him. That kid pulled a blade himself, grabbed it, and immediately claimed it was the longest one. As they spoke, Chen Huaifang and his group had already reached the desolate grave. He crouched down and noticed the grave did indeed have a headstone. It was a rotten wooden board, barely wider than a palm. Nearly a century old. It was completely rotten and weathered to splinters. Yet the characters carved upon it remained faintly discernible. Tomb of Zi Wanhu. This truly was Jin Wanhu's symbolic grave. Chen Huaifang suddenly smiled. He reached out and straightened the tombstone that had been leaning against the grave. He suddenly asked. He questioned heaven and earth, questioned himself, and questioned Jin Wanhu, who could no longer be questioned. Little tiger, do you think you can see this? Can you see that we've truly won? We've truly won. Not just dreaming of victory, but truly won. 08, I miss my mom. Little tiger has fallen. The entire internet is in tears. How far is victory from us? For people today, victory is history. Because we truly did win. The Japanese invaders were defeated. They surrendered. Before the entire world, they admitted defeat. But for Jin Wanhu back then, how far away was victory? Very, very far. Infinitely distant. Chen Huaifang still remembers the day Jin Wanhu made the ultimate sacrifice. It was November 9, 1939. At that time, the Japanese invaders were brazenly proclaiming their cage policy. To carve the Chinese land they controlled into separate cages, isolating and encircling all forces resisting them, then annihilating them. Back then, we were retreating step by step, utterly powerless against the Japanese attacks. Our troops had no decent rifles, no quality ammunition, and certainly no aircraft or artillery. Our army possessed only an iron will. Only the conviction that victory was certain. To this day, Chen Huaifang still remembers the words Jin Wanhu once shared with him. Back then, Jin Wanhu didn't think much. At first, he had joined simply to get a full meal. He would mutter to himself from time to time and ask questions. He wanted to know why these Japanese devils, instead of living good lives, chose to wage war. He wanted to know what white steamed buns tasted like. What about lard? He'd heard that young girls' hands were as soft as white steamed buns. Had he ever touched one? Was it true? He said back then, his father sent him off to join the army, telling him not to come home no matter whether they won or lost. The day he could return home would be when he marched back over the footprints the Japanese invaders left on that small island. Only when the Japanese invaders are utterly vanquished will my son return home. Jin Wanhu's experiences were a microcosm of the countless sacrifices made by people of that era. Back then, no one knew we would truly emerge victorious in the end. Back then, everyone believed we would ultimately prevail. And for this conviction buried deep within their hearts, they poured out their passionate lives and blood, one after another. It was precisely this resolve that sustained countless souls in their march forward. 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 At this very moment, the livestream's viewership had already surpassed 5,000. At this very moment, every soul in the livestream room was already weeping uncontrollably. They had not lived through that era themselves. They could only imagine that era through the stories told by Chen Huaifang. My goodness, sacrificing their lives without hesitation when victory was uncertain. The resolve of our forebears, oh my. It was precisely because of our forebears' sacrifices and relentless struggle that victory was ultimately won. Exactly. Back then, our forebears believed we would win. And it was precisely because they believed in victory and shed blood for it that we truly won. Though the vast majority of those who sacrificed themselves never got to see it, sniffle sniffle. Chen Huaifang couldn't see the bullet comments in the livestream. What he said next, however, resonated perfectly with the comments in the live chat. Standing before Jin Wanhu's grave, he took a deep breath. After taking on the mission to blow up the tank, Xiao Huzi had only left behind one sentence. Captain, we'll win someday, right? With that, he clutched the grenade and scrambled out from behind cover. Having grown up malnourished, his frame was small. With the enemy's attention elsewhere, he quickly made his way to the side. He knew they'd all wait until he charged out and exposed himself before firing. Only then would he have a chance to reach the tank's underbelly. If they fired prematurely and alerted the enemy, his sacrifice would be in vain. Everyone waited. At that moment, Jin Wanhu suddenly leaned against a tree. From a distance, he watched Chen Huaifang and smiled. Captain, we'll win someday, won't we? In a daze, Chen Huaifang seemed to hear Jin Wanhu's voice again. He paused his narration and looked toward the direction the voice had come from. It came from the direction of the wind. After twisting and turning in the sky, it slipped into Chen Huaifang's ear. Captain, did we win? That's right, we won. Chen Huaifang bent down, resting the fingers of his right hand on the top of the wooden monument. Bang! A deafening crack echoed from somewhere. Perhaps it was firecrackers set off by a child in some household in Dawawa village. Or perhaps it was that bullet fired from 1939. After exchanging a knowing smile with Jin Wanhu, this young man who was always muttering about when victory would come, when he could return home to marry a wife, rolled over, peered out from behind the low grass and bushes, and bellowed at the Japanese soldiers. Hey, you bastard! Watch this! The startled Japanese soldier spun around, and Chen Huaifang ordered his men to open fire in support. Bullets whistled through the air, tearing through flesh and embedding themselves in bone. Jin Wanhu's laps around the small courtyard hadn't been in vain. He ran fast, so fast the bullets seemed unable to catch him. Right up until he pulled the pin on the grenade, he was still thinking about the day he first met Chen Huaifang. It was yet another dark night after fleeing his hometown in northeast China. Just when he thought he'd have to sleep hungry in the mountain ravine, Chen Huaifang invited him to that small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large. The house was dilapidated. But sleeping there was truly comfortable. The only thing that was a bit of a drag was having to get up early every day for a run. But the squad leader and that sour-faced bookworm both insisted it was to drive out the little devils. The devils aren't human, so we mustn't treat ourselves as humans either. We must train relentlessly and fight with all our might. But Captain, when will we ever win? Why do these little devils just keep multiplying the more we fight them? And Captain, didn't you say getting hit by a bullet feels like a needle prick? Why does this needle prick hurt so much? Captain, I actually hid half a cornbread in the woodpile. I was planning to eat it when I got back. Captain, those damn Japs guns are so powerful one shot shattered the bark I was using as padding. Captain, this iron bastard's barking is louder than the Japs any day. Captain, I think I saw my mom. I miss her so much. Captain, we'll win in the end, you said so. You can't lie to me. I won't live to see the day of victory. But we will win. Boom. Then came a deafening roar. The belly of those Japanese iron bastards really is their weak spot. Blow it up, and they're finished. The Japanese, who had never encountered such reckless fighting tactics, were thrown into panic. They feared more Chinese soldiers would charge forward with grenades in hand, willing to sacrifice their lives. But there were none. It wasn't that there were no second or third men. It was that there weren't enough grenades left. Chen Huaifang and his men could only use the guns in their hands to annihilate the enemy. Surrender was out of the question. Even if the last enemy soldier had his legs shattered and raised his hands in surrender, it wouldn't have been accepted. You just drop your gun and surrender? That. Xiaohuzi, we've won. In a daze, Chen Huaifang felt as though decades had passed, yet he touched Xiaohuzi's hand. He bent over, his rough palms rubbing against the even rougher wooden plank. The platoon leader didn't lie to you. Our unit finally broke through the enemy's encirclement. Not only did we break out, but we chased the devils all the way back to our homeland. From the White Mountains and Black Waters, we liberated every corner of the land. You must see all this. Chen Huaifang's voice was soft, even muffled by choking sobs. Yet it rang clear in the ears of Jin 6, his grandparents, and the tens of thousands watching the livestream. It thundered like a deafening roar. I came to watch this stream for fun, not to cry. Wah! I can't watch this anymore. I can't watch this anymore. Grandpa, please stop talking. I don't want to cry anymore. Sacrificed in 1939, those were the toughest days of our war of resistance. May the old hero spirit in heaven open its eyes and see the peace and prosperity of our China today. Thousands upon thousands of comments flooded the screen, all echoing this sentiment. But Chen Huaifang was unaware. He remained lost in his emotions, gazing at the desolate grave before him. His hand reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. He pulled out a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills the money Mai had pressed into his hands before he left. Not much, just 5,000 yuan. But he intended to use this 5,000 yuan to erect a new tombstone for Xiaohuzi. It was far too little for a proper grave restoration. But for a new headstone, it would suffice. He just didn't know where to find a stonemason. He blinked, forcing himself to pull back from his emotions. He asked Jin 6's grandfather, "Do you know where I can find a stonemason around here? I want to erect a new tombstone for Xiaohuzi." Jin 6's grandfather clenched his jaw, still reeling from the story, unable to respond. But in the livestream at that very moment, countless viewers who heard those words rushed forward one after another. "Grandpa, please accept the livestream donations. You shed blood and made sacrifices back then, now it's our turn to handle these small matters. Not just a monument, we need to build a tomb. I'll donate 5,000 yuan. As the flood of comments surged, the livestream's popularity soared, prompting Douyin to boost its promotion. In the office of the Anping district government, where Dawawa village was located. Upon hearing the news, the district chief leapt to his feet. 09. Constructing a memorial hall. Verifying Chen Huaifang's true identity. The Anping district chief was nearly dumbfounded upon hearing the news. An anti-Japanese veteran, live streaming, tens of thousands watching. Any one of these alone could cause a huge stir. Are you kidding me? An anti-Japanese war veteran. What does that even mean? They are genuine heroes. It was their blood and sacrifice that secured the prosperous lives of 1.4 billion people today. This nation's history is split into two parts because of their deeds. Now imagine telling the district chief of Anping that one of them is still alive? Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. If we fail to host him properly and it sparks online backlash, the entire leadership of Anping district would be packing their bags and rolling out the door. Quick! Prepare the car. The district chief watched the livestream comments and waved his hand decisively. Call in the best craftsmen. The monument must be erected today. Clutching his phone, he stared intently at the lonely grave and the boiling over audience comments before heading downstairs. This matter must be handled personally. And it must be handled flawlessly. Given the gravity of the situation, most of the Anping District Party Committee leadership set out for Daughter Village. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, nearly 20,000 viewers were flooding Chen Huaifang with private messages. But Chen Huaifang didn't understand this. His phone buzzed incessantly and he thought it was broken. Fortunately, the young man Jean 6 was nearby. He took the phone and stared in disbelief. Over half of the 99+ private messages were donation notifications. The rest were all urging Chen Huaifang to open the gift donation channel. People simply couldn't accept that the grave of an anti-Japanese hero lay so lonely in this desolate land. Donations came in all amounts, and some even inquired about the address, wanting to relocate Jean Wanhu's grave to a proper cemetery. Chen Huaifang heard this and merely smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand. He declined. The reason was simple. The concept of returning to one's roots was the most significant matter for Chinese people in life and death. Dawawa village was Jean Wanhu's home where he was born and raised, and where his spirit should return. Moreover, he had once left his homeland precisely to spare it from the ravages of war. In life, he never witnessed the peaceful era that now prevails. After death, let him rest here and observe this place properly. Moving the grave is absolutely out of the question. Chen Huaifang murmured as she turned, her gaze drifting toward the fields stretching beyond the distant wasteland. Last year's straw, used for compost, rotted in the soil, releasing mold. It was early spring, and this year's newly planted corn had just sprouted fresh leaves. The aged stalks would eventually decay. But they would drift to the ground, becoming nourishment for new life. The peak intensity of its life's burning coincided precisely with the moment the fresh green shoots emerged. This is the passing of the torch, the cycle of life. As Chen Huaifang stood lost in thought, several hurried figures appeared on the distant hillside. They were several leaders from the Anping District Committee. They drove the fastest cars and took the shortest routes. In less than half an hour, they had raced from the district committee to this barren land outside Dawawa village. Their white shirts were drenched in sweat, their pants torn and snagged by weeds and dry branches. They had finally found it. The district chief took 3 steps at a time, while the party secretary broke into a light jog. He hurried to Chen Huaifang's side and seized his hand. "You must be Chen Huaifang?" On the way here, hadn't the party secretary pored over Chen Huaifang's account details at least 10 times? He tried to read between the lines to determine if Chen Huaifang was truly an anti-Japanese hero. But at this moment, the truth mattered little. Over 20,000 people were watching the livestream. Truth and falsehood had to be put aside for now. Chen Huaifang looked at the party secretary, then at the district chief and the others who had rushed over, and nodded. He asked with some confusion, "Who are you?" "My surname is Sunday. I'm the party secretary of Anping District. You can just call me Xiao Sunday." The others introduced themselves in turn. The party secretary, district chief, heads of various district party departments, and office directors were almost all present. Additionally, a group of clerks accompanied several invited funeral masters had already begun on-site inspections regarding the relocation of graves. Chen Huaifang saw this and quickly reached out to stop them. If Xiao Huzi's grave were moved, he wouldn't be able to find his way home. The soul returns to its homeland, the soul returns to its homeland. If the grave isn't in his hometown, where else could it be? The grave must not be moved. Hearing this, Secretary Sun fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke, "Old hero, to be honest. I've served as party secretary of Anping District for 7 years, yet I've never heard the story of martyr Jean Wanhu. I understand your wish for your old comrade in arms to return to his roots, for his spirit to return home. But martyr Jean Wanhu sacrificed himself for the nation and its people. His spirit, his story, and his name should be remembered and celebrated by us. You see, in this desolate land, it's inconvenient for people today to come and pay their respects, isn't it? The spirit of heroes is worthy and should be emulated. But this wasteland is simply too remote. So remote that even Secretary Sun and others had to search for a while to find it. How long would it take outsiders to find it?" Chen Huaifang took a deep breath and nodded. Seeing this, Secretary Sun continued, "Leaves return to their roots. The symbolic grave of martyr Jean Wanhu truly cannot be moved. So, as you suggested, our district government will fund the restoration of martyr Jean Wanhu's symbolic grave. We'll erect a new monument, level the surrounding wasteland, and construct a memorial hall on all sides. This way, we can protect martyr Jean Wanhu's final resting place from wind and rain while providing a dedicated space for those who come to pay their respects. What do you think of this plan?" Chen Huaifang hummed in agreement. Not relocating the grave but restoring it was precisely what he wanted. "That's excellent." Pausing at this thought, he added, "Not only should we build a memorial hall, but we must also have something tangible to preserve his memory." As he spoke, Chen Huaifang fumbled for his pocket. He'd forgotten to bring it. So he led his large entourage back to the tricycle. He rummaged through the large wooden crate and pulled out the notebook. Tucked inside was a yellowed, aged, and even tattered piece of rough paper. Secretary Sun paused slightly, as if realizing something. Chen Huaifang held the scrap of paper in one hand while tapping his fingers with the other. This is the commendation the regiment gave our suicide squad back then. Let's keep it here forever and frame it for Xiao Huzi. Secretary Sun took it with both hands, his fingers trembling slightly. The characters on the paper had blurred with age, becoming nearly illegible. Only with the help of the district chief and clerk who had followed closely behind could they barely decipher it. To the soldiers who bravely sacrificed themselves in the breakout battle. Immediately following were the names of all the members of the suicide squad who had perished, including Jin Wanhu. A total of 135. It was these 135 men who tore open a breach in the enemy's encirclement. Kim Man-ho was already fortunate. For among these 135 names were even those without surnames like Big Brother and Second Brother and others identified only by numbers. In that impoverished and backward era, they didn't even have names. And no one remembered their deeds. Nearly a century had passed and they were nearly lost to the winds along with this yellowed, decaying scrap of paper. Holding the straw paper that spanned nearly a century, Secretary Sun nodded. He promptly instructed others to prepare for the restoration of the graves and the pruning of the memorial hall. He also arranged for Chen Huaifang to find a place to rest in Anping district. She was 104 years old. She rode her tricycle all the way to Jinzhou, to Anping district, to Dawawa village. Never mind how far or how long the journey had been. With a body over 100 years old, how could he possibly manage without proper rest? Having fulfilled one of her heart's desires, Chen Huaifang accepted without much hesitation and checked into the arranged hotel. The space wasn't large, but it was fully equipped with everything needed. To facilitate better care for the elderly man, Secretary Sun even hired a caregiver out of his own pocket. Though Chen Huaifang repeatedly protested that she was perfectly healthy and needed no attendant, she ultimately couldn't dissuade Secretary Sun. Meanwhile, after settling Chen Huaifang's accommodations, Secretary Sun convened an emergency meeting that very night. The online backlash has temporarily subsided, but the question of elderly Chen Huaifang's identity remains unresolved. What are your thoughts? In the conference room, Secretary Sun looked at each attendee with equal attention. I propose we report to the municipal committee to verify the true identity of the elderly Mr. Chen Huaifang. I agree. This gentleman is a native of our province, so logically, provincial records should exist. Secretary Sun nodded in agreement, uttering a low hum. As an anti-Japanese hero, this matter is of great importance and should be reported for identity verification. Very well. I'll report this to the city authorities immediately. 010, identity shrouded in mystery? The out-of-town car following the tricycle. What? Nothing found? Nothing. There's simply no related information. What about his household registration? That one we have. Take a look. Late at night, Secretary Sun, working overtime, took the file handed to him by his secretary and began reviewing it. This had just been borrowed from the municipal committee. Chen Huaifang, male, born 1920, place of origin unknown, currently residing at Chenjiubeozi, Tongha District, Linhai City, Jinzhou. Information prior to the founding of the People's Republic was completely untraceable. And the information after the founding of the People's Republic was all hazy and unclear. Apart from knowing that he settled in Chenjiubeozi in 1958 to farm. Nothing else is known. What about his family? Secretary Sun asked, setting down the thin file. The secretary handed over 3 additional files. Secretary Sun glanced at them, his eyes flickering. Grandson Chen Xiangyang, martyr in border defense, granddaughter-in-law Lin Lihua, martyr in the fight against SARS, great-granddaughter Chen Huaifang, currently teaching history at a middle school in a province along the southwestern border as a volunteer educator. Secretary Sun frowned, puzzled. Why only descendants? What about his children? The secretary shook his head. Couldn't find them. Can't find them? How could they be untraceable? Secretary Sun leaned back, twirling 3 files between his fingers, his brows knitting together. This old man, Chen Huaifang, wasn't he a bit too mysterious? His personal records seemed deliberately erased. Secretary Sun understood that pre-liberation records might be untraceable. Perhaps he'd been just an ordinary platoon or company commander during the War of Resistance, making his absence from the archives unsurprising. But how could records from after the founding of the nation be missing too? No, it wasn't that they couldn't be found. Rather, the records that can be found are either deliberately left behind by others or omitted. Even his children's records were untraceable. Someone deliberately sought to erase this old man's existence. You mean, could it be? Shut up. Secretary Sun slammed the file down and shot his secretary a glare. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, better safe than sorry. Even if he was just a foot soldier, he was an anti-fascist fighter who survived the bullets and bombs, a warrior who built our nation. Such revolutionary veterans must be treated with utmost respect. At the very least, within Jinzhou City and Anping District, there must be absolutely no mishaps. Is that clear? The secretary nodded. Should I arrange for someone to escort him back? Secretary Sun shook his head. He picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and tapped on Chen Huaifang's account homepage. The purpose of Chen Huaifang's account and his personal intentions were clearly stated in the profile. He wanted to witness the prosperity and strength of modern China on behalf of his fallen comrades. Send him back? The old man wouldn't agree. But after all, he was over 100 years old. Even with his robust health, the rigors of travel could take a toll. Therefore, we must exercise caution. With this in mind, Secretary Sun solemnly instructed, first, find out his next destination. Then assign someone to accompany him closely. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to the old man while he's here. The secretary nodded in agreement and turned to leave. The long night slipped by unnoticed. With the support of the district and municipal governments, the restoration of Jin Wanhu's neglected grave commenced swiftly. Within just 3 days, a tombstone, specially carved by artisans hired by the Jinzhou Municipal People's Government, stood erected there. Tomb of anti-Japanese hero Jin Wanhu. Attached to it was the commendation certificate provided by Chen Huaifang. After 85 long years, this long-awaited tribute had finally arrived. In recent days, a steady stream of visitors had come to pay their respects, mostly viewers who had heard the story through live streams. Among them was one person who brought a photograph. It was the photograph of Japan's unconditional surrender announcement on August 15, 1945. As if fearing Jin Wanhu might not understand the text on the photograph. The visitor had also placed a small speaker nearby, endlessly repeating a single phrase. Neither loud nor soft, the sound rode the gentle breeze sweeping across this land, soaring straight up to the heavens. August 15, 1945, Japan surrenders unconditionally. The spirits of those who sacrificed in this war would eventually hear it. After resting for a few days, Chen Huaifang would continue his journey. Bidding farewell to the hotel arranged by Anping District, he filled his tricycle with gasoline. Taking a detour to pay his last respects at Xiaohuzi's memorial, Chen Huaifang reopened his livestream. After several days off, not only had my Z called several times to check on him, but many followers of his account were also filled with curiosity. So, barely moments after Chen Huaifang went live, thousands of viewers flooded into the stream. Grandpa, why haven't you streamed these past few days? Is something wrong with your health? He doesn't look unwell. Could he be busy with that grave repair project he mentioned? Probably not. I went there the day before yesterday and didn't see the old man. Most of the comments in the chat stream were asking why he hadn't streamed in the past few days. Why? Isn't it obvious? No need to stream, that's why. Chen Huaifang doesn't want to collect Cullinan fragments. His only reason for going live was to keep me from worrying about him. For the past few days, he'd been staying at a hotel arranged by the district government, with someone checking in on his needs daily. Of course he didn't need to go live. But how could he have known? After several days of buzz building, clips from his livestream were now everywhere online. The story of Xiaohuzi's heroic sacrifice had moved countless people online. In just a few short days, Chen Huaifang's account gained 300,000 followers, and these weren't bot fake accounts or bots, but genuine, real people. Everyone was waiting for Chen Huaifang to go live again. Not for any other reason, just to hear him recount stories from that era once more. Let me be blunt. Some people today have lived too comfortably. They've never endured hardship, nor even heard what hard times are like. They take all the comforts of modern life for granted. They've even been brainwashed by anti-Japanese propaganda dramas, believing those hardships were just like what they see on TV. Smoking cigars, sipping coffee, living in villas. People need a veteran to tell the truth. Instead of continuing to be brainwashed by those dramas that poison minds and souls. At this very moment, on the highway from Jinzhou to Fengshe, a van closely trails behind. Inside the van sat Secretary's son. Through the window, he watched the slow-moving tricycle inside. Good thing we arranged for someone ahead of time. Otherwise, that old man would have slipped away without a word. The district chief sitting beside him sighed as well, over 100 years old, and still so full of energy. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and handed it to the secretary, continuing, Secretary's son, it's hard to believe, but... in just 5 days, this old man's online account gained 300,000 followers. And he just started streaming less than an hour ago. Already over 20,000 people are watching his live feed. Secretary's son glanced at the phone and nodded. Content the people love to see. Far superior to those pandering, attention-seeking live streams. Exactly, the district chief agreed. I just hope no one comes to disturb the old man. Secretary's son murmured in puzzlement, what do you mean? The district chief replied, lately, there are many so-called media companies online that buy up amateur accounts with a decent following to achieve rapid fame. I'm concerned they might see value in the old man's account and try to force a takeover, or spread rumors and smear campaigns to disrupt his daily life. Secretary's son nodded thoughtfully. Slander? Rumors? The district chief nodded. Exactly. In internet terms, the old man has no competitors in this field right now. And the profits involved are enormous. For profit, they'd stop at nothing. Like what? For instance, smearing the old man as a social media influencer manufactured by another media company solely to scam traffic, or spreading rumors that he's actually a fraud. Then they'd pay online trolls to manipulate public opinion. Before long, a deluge of negative coverage would make the old man lose sleep and appetite. The district chief clearly spent considerable time surfing the web, as his analysis covered every angle meticulously. Upon hearing this, Secretary Sun silently returned the phone to the district chief. Through the window, he gazed at the small tricycle. Regardless of why Chen Huaifang's information couldn't be found. But if it was really just for money, for attention, a publicity stunt, that was simply impossible. A person over 100 years old enduring such hardship for a little money? Absolutely not. But just then, a pitch-black van parked by the roadside caught Secretary Sun's attention. The vehicle, bearing an out-of-town license plate, had closely followed Chen Huaifang's tricycle after it passed by, clearly targeting Chen Huaifang. 011, a founding shareholder who fought in both the anti-Japanese and anti-Eagle campaigns? Li Feng was the general manager of Mountain Peak Media. He managed at least 80, if not 100, internet celebrities. They've dipped their toes into every niche imaginable: rural life, bizarre comedy, couple vlogs, you name it. Sitting back and collecting profits from his influencers' accounts alone brings in hundreds of millions annually. Yet even so, he remains unsatisfied. He continues to explore new niches relentlessly. Months ago, the online sensation of an elderly melon farmer exploiting vulnerable seniors for attention? That was his doing. Unfortunately, before he could even start selling, netizens exposed the scam. The account's popularity plummeted, and all the initial investments went down the drain. But it seemed heaven wouldn't let him down completely. Just as he was agonizing over his next IP, Chen Huaifang appeared. An anti-Japanese war veteran, representing his fallen comrades, witnessed the nation's prosperity and the splendor of its landscapes. A pure amateur account amassed hundreds of thousands of followers in just 1 week. And not a single penny was spent on marketing. If we could recruit this person, they could be turned into a top-tier internet celebrity in no time. Arrange some scenarios where veterans are disrespected, and reaching 10 million followers would be just around the corner. Then capitalize on the momentum to sell products. Monthly profits would easily surpass millions. Tens of millions would be a breeze. And his identity as an anti-Japanese veteran? There's no way to verify it. Why? Because Li Feng himself pulled strings to investigate for 3 days and found absolutely no records of this Chen Huaifang. This is most likely just another internet celebrity manufactured by some media company. What a genius design! Why didn't I think of that? Seated in the passenger seat of the black van, Li Feng couldn't help but marvel as he watched the tricycle. Such a genius marketing tactic, and he hadn't thought of it. What a shame. The chubby driver chuckled. Brother Feng, why don't we just find an old guy to replicate it? Li Feng shot the fat guy a withering look. You think this is some couple's account? Just copycat away whenever you feel like it? This old man's public image is too solid, and his momentum is too strong. Last time he even dared to hire someone to impersonate an official representative during his livestream. If we try to replicate him, we'll get torn apart by those netizens in no time. So we have to take him down. The fat guy hummed in acknowledgement, steering as he asked, so what do you suggest? Li Feng stared at the tricycle, his right hand stroking his chin, his expression amused yet utterly emotionless. His face twisted into a grimace as he declared, of course, it's a shady contract. What could a stinking old man possibly understand? Once he signs, forget getting a penny in commission. He'll be working for me until he drops dead. And once the account takes off, even if he dies, we can use the excuse of building his tomb to rake in one last big payday. We can't let a cash cow like this slip away. Out of the corner of the fat man's eye, Li Feng held 2 contracts in his hands, like a predator ready to devour its prey. 2 contracts, 1 yin, 1 yang. The positive one was for Chen Huaifang, a luxurious annual commission of 2 million yuan. 2 million yuan. Most people couldn't save that much in a lifetime. But with just a light signature, it would be deposited instantly. Forget Chen Huaifang, a greenhorn from the sticks. Even an average middle-class family would sign with a smile. But once the signature was made, this official contract becomes null and void. The shadow contract is the real deal. The terms inside could be described as predatory without exaggeration. While the listed benefits and wages were indeed high, even absurdly so, the conditions required to actually receive them are so draconian they make you want to curse. Fatso had seen that contract. He'd rather rob a bank than meet those conditions. The odds of robbing a bank and not getting caught were higher than meeting those conditions. And if he failed to meet them, not only would he get paid nothing working for Li Feng for free, he'd even be saddled with millions in performance liabilities. Want to quit? Fine. But the penalty? 50 million. Even if Chen Huaifang's bones were sold piece by piece, they wouldn't fetch that much. And all he needs to do is sign his name. He'd be damned for all eternity. No. Irretrievable ruin doesn't even begin to describe Li Feng's ruthlessness. But Li Feng wasn't stupid either. Chen Huaifang was still live streaming. Regardless of whether he had a media company backing him, they couldn't approach him to sign this contract just yet. He couldn't let the viewers in the livestream find out. At this very moment, Chen Huaifang, pedaling his tricycle, remained utterly unaware of the danger approaching. A gentle breeze blew, and the sunlight was just right. Bidding farewell to Dawa village in Jinzhou City, his next destination was Feng City, the provincial capital of Liaoning. The place itself held no particular significance. But in terms of the route, it ran counter to Chen Huaifang's purpose of heading south. Having gradually learned to read the comments, he patiently answered the questions in the stream. Why take the detour to Feng City? The reason was simple. Because there, his comrades in arms lay buried. Actually, Chen Huaifang had only learned about this yesterday from an official at the Anting district government. He hadn't even known about this matter before. Moreover, he heard that in a couple of days, Fengshe would welcome back another batch of martyrs' remains. They were being transported back from South Korea. South Pole? Was that the war against the Eagles? Our martyrs who sacrificed in South Bang must have been from the war against the Eagles. Did Grandpa actually fight in the anti-Eagle war too? That's why he mentioned comrades in arms? Holy cow, he fought in both the anti-Japanese war and the anti-Eagle war? Grandpa, you're not some kind of founding member, are you? Having entered the city, Chen Huaifang parked his tricycle by the roadside, exhausted from pedaling, intending to rest for a while. While he was at it, he answered some questions from the live chat. He found these little kids on the other side of the screen pretty adorable. He didn't quite grasp what live streaming was, but he sensed that behind these screens, a whole crowd of curious kids were waiting for him to tell stories and answer questions. It was quite interesting. Yeah, I've fought them. How could I not have? Chen Huaifang strained to read the comments scrolling across his phone screen and nodded. The anti-Eagle War. The first brutal and hard-fought battle after the founding of New China. With its land in ruins and its people suffering, the newly established Republic of China had barely found its footing when it found itself locked in combat with the so-called world's strongest nation, the Eagle, and a coalition of 17 nations. Resisting the Eagle and aiding the Dragon, defending the homeland. The battle raged from north to south. Countless brothers made the ultimate sacrifice. All these years have passed and I never found the time to visit them. Now that he finally had the time and the chance, even if it meant taking a detour, Chen Huaifang had to come. Sitting by the roadside, Chen Huaifang engaged in a stream of consciousness chat with the live comments. But he was simply too old. In a live stream with tens of thousands of viewers, dozens of comments fluttered by every second, overwhelming him. One topic barely began before being interrupted by another. Over 10 minutes passed, yet the viewers in the live stream couldn't catch a single complete thought. Yet from Chen Huaifang's scattered remarks, everyone gradually sensed something was amiss. If last week everyone still thought Chen Huaifang was just an ordinary veteran of the war of resistance against Japan, then now, after over 10 minutes of his vague responses, his identity had sparked heated discussions in the chat. Hold on, did Grandpa just say he attended the Red Army University? Red University, fought the Japanese, even took on the Yanks. Grandpa, you're not actually an original shareholder, are you? Drop the probably that resume screams original stockholder. Probably not, otherwise why can't we find it online? Who says original shareholders are always traceable? Maybe Grandpa just retired from the world without seeking fame or fortune. Agreed. Besides, I'm here for the stories, not to nitpick this. As the comments gradually shifted from questions to casual chatter, Chen Huaifang, now sufficiently rested, remounted his tricycle and continued pedaling toward Feng City's urban center. Meanwhile, Secretary Sun and the others who had been escorting him stopped their vehicles. Secretary Sun, who had kept a close watch on the black van carrying Li Feng, now fixed his gaze on the van that had resumed tailing the tricycle, his eyes narrowing slightly. He turned to his secretary beside him and asked, "When did this out-of-town plate vehicle start following us?" The secretary glanced up and shook his head. "I really don't know. But it was now certain that this vehicle was tracking Chen Huaifang." Secretary Sun clicked his tongue, recalling the district chief's earlier remarks, and felt a pang of worry. Even if Chen Huaifang wasn't an anti-Japanese hero, but just an ordinary old man, it was unacceptable for unscrupulous merchants to disrupt his daily life. Moreover, if the district chief's claims were true that unscrupulous merchants were plotting to frame Chen Huaifang, the situation would become far more serious. This wasn't about political achievements, it was entirely about conscience. Secretary Sun paused briefly before dialing a number. Moments later, the call connected. "Old Lu, it's me, Old Sunday. Nothing urgent. I heard your Feng City is preparing to repatriate the remains of some anti-Eagle martyrs?" "That's right. And I've met this elderly gentleman. Having such a living hero share his first-hand account would make the experience far more immersive and educational. 012, get lost. You stubborn old fool, refusing the wine of respect only to drink the wine of punishment." As the sun set, Li Feng finally waited for Chen Huaifang to end her livestream. He watched the peak viewer count freeze as the livestream ended, a grim smile spreading across his face. This was only his second broadcast as an amateur, yet his peak viewership hit nearly 40,000. How many influencers under his meticulously managed accounts couldn't achieve this? Over 90%. The old man probably didn't even realize his own worth. Thankfully, he'd acted fast. If another media company had snatched him up first, Li Feng wouldn't have slept a wink this year. Brother Feng, room 206. Just him. The fat guy emerged from the hotel, room number already secured. Li Feng hummed in acknowledgement, unlocked the car door, and stepped out. Just as he'd expected. The old man really was traveling alone. Heaven had eyes. Conning a 100-year-old man was far easier than conning young people. After all, even a fresh college graduate knows to carefully review a contract for any hidden traps. But this old man over 100, deaf and blind, wouldn't he just take whatever he was told? As long as he unleashed his silver tongue, he'd get the old man to sign without a fight. With these thoughts swirling, Li Feng walked into the inn with the contract in hand. It must be said, Chen Huaifang truly embodied the traditional virtue of diligence and endurance to the fullest. This dim, cramped little shack of a hotel under normal circumstances, Li Feng wouldn't have given it a second glance. At just 48 yuan a night, it wasn't even enough for Li Feng to order takeout once. But this also indirectly revealed Chen Huaifang's dire straits. With a 2 million yuan signing fee on the table, Li Feng couldn't believe he wasn't tempted. After one final review of the dual contract, Li Feng knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal Chen Huaifang, who had just taken off his coat. He looked at Li Feng with confusion. "Who are you looking for?" Li Feng smiled gently, his tone friendly. "I'm here to see you." Chen Huaifang furrowed his brow slightly. "Me?" "That's correct." Li Feng nodded. Chen Huaifang looked even more puzzled. He didn't recognize the young man before him. And he hadn't done anything illegal or disorderly along the way. What could this young man possibly want with him? Noticing Chen's confusion, Li Feng smiled and explained, "You see, you have a live streaming account on the Douyin platform, right? I'm from Shanfeng Media. My surname is Li, just call me Xiao Li. I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Li Feng continued speaking as he walked into the room, ignoring Chen Huaifang's attempt to stop him. He continued talking as he walked, subtly confirming whether Chen Huaifang was truly alone. Once he confirmed she was alone, he laid his cards on the table. He sat down on a chair in the room and continued, "Our company believes that your experiences and stories hold great educational value for today's youth. Therefore, we wish to collaborate with you for mutual growth." One must admit, Li Feng was a smooth talker. He knew how to tailor his words to his audience. He didn't bring up money directly with Chen Huaifang. Because honestly, at his age, money was just a string of numbers to him. So he needed to appeal to reason and emotion. But just as he thought the scene would unfold as he'd anticipated, Chen Huaifang didn't utter a single word. She simply walked over to the bedside, sat down, and took a sip from her water bottle. He understood perfectly well what cooperation meant. But when it came to live streaming, to that platform or whatever it was, he was clueless. When confronted with something he didn't understand, Chen Huaifang had only two strategies. First, ignore it, let it be, let it live or die on its own. Second, refuse decisively. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, reject it if it doesn't affect her current life. Besides, in a century of life, what storms hasn't he weathered? It might sound unbelievable, but Chen Huaifang knew instantly that Li Feng was no good. A century of experience had honed her ability to read people. The young man before her, who called himself Little Li, wore a broad smile, yet the corners of his eyes and mouth betrayed deep contempt and a manipulative glint. So Chen Huaifang shook her head. Li Feng, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, his expression darkened, yet he forced a smile. "I think you might have misunderstood. Let me explain it to you. Specifically, it's..." Chen Huaifang cut him off. "No need, young man." Li Feng's expression shifted slightly. Why is this old man so stubborn? His patience was wearing thin, and his speech quickened. "I haven't finished yet. How can you say you don't need it? As long as you cooperate with us, you can live your life as usual and continue your live streaming. All you'd need to do is occasionally say a few words for us, and you'd get at least 2 million yuan a year. You don't want that either? Even if you don't need it, your son and daughter-in-law, your grandchildren, and their spouses, they must need it, right? You may be buried up to your neck in yellow earth, but what about them? They need to survive and thrive in this society. What do they need? 2 million isn't a small sum. It could absolutely improve your son and grandchildren's lives. You can't just stand by and watch your son and grandchildren suffer in poverty, can you?" Li Feng, who had rattled off a long speech like a machine gun, didn't even notice. Chen Huaifang's expression shifted the moment Li Feng began mentioning his son and daughter-in-law, his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. The sacrifice of his son, the death of his daughter-in-law from illness, the sacrifice of his grandson, and the sacrifice of his granddaughter-in-law, these were the agonies of his entire life. He would gladly trade his own life to bring them back. In that instant, Li Feng's thoughtless words enraged Chen Huaifang. He sprang to his feet, over 100 years old yet sharp as attack, his eyes blazing like a fierce tiger awakening. "Get out." Li Feng frowned. "What did you say?" "I said get out." Chen Huaifang bellowed with full force. "Too little? How about 3 million? Li Feng remained utterly oblivious to the crux of the matter. "Get out!" Chen Huaifang bellowed. Seeing this, Li Feng said nothing more, only glaring at Chen Huaifang with pure venom. "Fine. Very well. You refuse the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine, huh? You really think this job is only for Scorpion? Then I'll show you what the hell the power of public opinion looks like. Li Feng stormed out, crumpling the shady contract in his hand into a ball and tossing it aside. Gritting his teeth, he began weaving his revenge plan. The internet is like water. It can float a boat, but it can also capsize it. He's just some old fart. I've got plenty of ways to make him pay. Slandering and spreading rumors were the most basic tactics. Li Feng had long since grown too arrogant for such tactics. If he's going to use tactics, they'd better be sophisticated. He intends to ensure Chen Huaifang never rises again, not just that, but that he meets a miserable end. If he can't have it, he'll destroy it instead. I won't get a piece of this anti-Japanese veteran hype, and neither will any of you. Li Feng, his emotions written plainly on his face, stormed out of the inn, completely oblivious to the path ahead. In the narrow corridor, he nearly collided with a sharp-eyed young woman. Fortunately, she wore flat shoes and didn't fall. But Li Feng couldn't care less. Instead of apologizing, he turned the tables, walking without looking where you're going. Are your eyes just for breathing? Seems like you bumped into me, though. The girl frowned, her delicate brows knitting together in displeasure. Li Feng didn't want to get into it. He muttered, "You're nuts," and turned to leave. His mind was consumed with schemes to eliminate Chen Huaifang. He had neither the mood nor the time to waste here. Seeing this, the girl merely shot Li Feng a dismissive glance before turning and walking down the hallway. It wasn't until Li Feng got into his car after heading downstairs that he realized something was off. That girl was dressed smartly, wearing light makeup. She didn't look like someone who'd stay in a dump like this. Could it be a secret rendezvous? Impossible. A man worthy of such a woman's secret rendezvous would never choose a dump like this. That left only one possibility. This girl, like him, was part of the media company. Trying to sign Chen Huaifang? Li Feng let out a cold laugh. Just then, the fat man spoke up. "Bro, what's going on?" "Nothing much. Just some stubborn old fool who refused a polite offer and now has to face the consequences." Li Feng's cold smile turned into a savage grin as he continued, "Since he won't give me face, I won't spare him either. Fatso, you know what to do next, right?" Hearing this, the fat man's pupils dilated in shock as he swallowed hard. To make Brother Feng this angry. This old man was no ordinary figure. But using such methods on a man over 100 years old, it was a bit cruel. But the fat man was just a hired gun doing a job. He had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated inn, Chen Huaifang, hearing the knocking again, impatiently pulled open the door. "You young man, don't you understand human speech?" "I said no." Mid-sentence, Chen Huaifang realized the visitor wasn't Li Feng. It was the young woman who had nearly been knocked over by Li Feng. The girl smiled slightly. "Hello, Grandpa. I'm Xiao Lu, a clerk from the Fengshe Municipal Government Office. Would you be available later today? If you're available, our director would like to meet with you and have a simple meal together." 013, collaborating with the authorities to recount those tumultuous years. Xiao Lu didn't seem like a bad person. Her eyes were clear, perhaps a bit naive, and her demeanor was reserved and polite. After a moment's thought, Chen Huaifang accepted Xiao Lu's invitation. After nightfall, Xiao Lu led her to a modest local eatery serving home-style dishes. Government officials were prohibited from extravagant feasting. For 5 people, the table held 4 dishes and a bottle of baijiu. The host seat was occupied by Mr. Zhang, director of the Municipal Government Office. Before meeting Chen Huaifang, Director Zhang had considered numerous excuses. Whether it was praising the veterans of the War of Resistance or showing concern for the elderly man's health, he had a request to make of this senior figure. To make a good first impression, Director Zhang had even changed into a different outfit. But the moment Chen Huaifang entered the private room, led by little Lu, all his preparations vanished. He even wondered if Xiao Lu had brought the wrong person. Chen Huaifang looked far younger than he had imagined. No stoop, no hunched back, she was sturdy and robust, with eyes that sparkled with vitality. He didn't look like a man over 100 at all. He looked more like he was 70. He even forgot to greet her first, leaving Xiao Lu to make the introductions. Chen Huaifang extended his hand to Director Zhang with a slight smile. "Director Zhang, hello." Hello. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You really are in remarkable health," Director Zhang finally responded, grasping both hands. Chen Huaifang chuckled self-deprecatingly. "After a lifetime of farm work, it's hard not to stay strong." Director Zhang nodded in agreement and helped Chen Huaifang to a seat. Once seated, Chen Huaifang asked directly, "What brings you here?" Director Zhang sat down as well and began to explain. In 1 week, Feng City would witness a momentous event. At that time, the remains of 37 martyrs who fought against the Eagles and aided the Bangs would be transported by special aircraft from South Bang to Feng City. Upon landing, a pre-positioned honor guard would escort the remains from the transport aircraft and arrange the national flags draped over the coffins. The procession will then proceed with police escorts leading the way and military vehicles providing security. Finally, they would arrive at the Feng City Martyrs Cemetery for the anti-Eagle Aid Korea campaign for burial. As the director overseeing the repatriation mission, Director Zhang hoped to invite Chen Huaifang to personally recount the story of defending the homeland that year. The tales of heroes have been heard by countless people. But heroes are human too, flesh and blood people, not merely glorious symbols or icons. Just like Jin Wanhu. He wasn't just a martyr willing to sacrifice himself for his country. He was also a rowdy greenhorn recruit. Stories with flesh and blood resonate more deeply with people. And when told by those who lived it, the past feels more heartfelt than cold, written words. More importantly, on that day, if the martyrs who had been separated from their homeland for over 70 years could see the tremendous changes in China today alongside their old comrades in arms who fought shoulder to shoulder with them back then, I believe their spirits in heaven would find greater joy and comfort. Director Zhang finished speaking and looked at Chen Huaifang with hopeful anticipation, appealing to both emotion and reason. He had said all he could. But observing Chen Huaifang's silence, Director Zhang couldn't help but feel his heart sink. Surely the old man wouldn't refuse? Refusal would be quite normal. After all, he was advanced in years, and his health probably wasn't as robust as he appeared. Just as he imagined Chen Huaifang's stern refusal, the long-silent Chen Huaifang asked only one question. What time? 9 o'clock in the morning, 5 days from now. What exactly do you need me to do? Just share your stories of defending the homeland back in the day. Chen Huaifang looked at Director Zhang and nodded. Suddenly, he recalled his final days in the military. It had been a period of modest accomplishment, a rugged and memorable time. He suddenly asked again, how many people are buried in the current martyrs' cemetery? Director Zhang replied without hesitation, from 2014 to this year, a total of 946 martyrs' remains have been repatriated to the motherland. Counting the 37 to arrive in 5 days, that makes 983 in total. 983. Chen Huaifang sat motionless in his seat. Silence. Like a statue, he let the memories crash violently against him. He vaguely recalled that over 70 years ago, they had gone with more than 1 million people. Over 1 million. A veritable million-strong army. Marching in mighty waves, they crossed that icy, bone-chilling river, shouting slogans of resisting the eagle and aiding the bamboo, defending their homeland. From north to south, they overcame countless formidable foes and won countless brutal battles. They made every invading enemy, every U.S. soldier who boasted of returning home for Christmas taste the bitterness of defeat. Of course, over 100,000 of them were forever lost in that frozen wasteland. Over 100,000 souls. Sacrificed in a foreign land. To this day, only 983 sets of remains have been repatriated to their homeland. Less than 1%. The journey home is still long and arduous. But they are on their way. One day, they will all return. After a long silence, Chen Huaifang finally stirred. He slowly raised his head to look at Director Zhang, his tone tinged with hesitation. Are we telling a lot of people? Director Zhang nodded. Chen Huaifang looked troubled. I don't know any grand principles. How am I supposed to explain this? He was just a soldier and farmer who had fought in wars, carried a rifle, and knew a few words. In his mind, the kind of person who could stand on a stage and tell stories or explain principles to a large crowd should be a teacher. But he wasn't a teacher. What right or ability did he have? Playing the old-timer card wasn't going to cut it. He had no desire to do it. Director Zhang, having come to his senses, smiled and reassured him, you can rest assured about this. We're not asking you to lecture or teach a class. We simply want you to recount those tumultuous years, your first-hand experiences resisting foreign aggression, aiding our allies, and defending our homeland. As for your concern that many people might come to see you. At this point, Director Zhang glanced at the accompanying Lu, beckoned him over, and whispered a few words in his ear. He then turned back to Chen Huaifang and continued, just treat it like your usual livestream. Tell some stories, share your memories. The whole thing will only take an hour or two. What do you think? Just like a regular livestream? Chen Huaifang pondered briefly before asking, like telling stories to those children later today? Director Zhang nodded. Exactly. All right. Chen Huaifang finally relaxed. Since he wasn't being asked to teach. Just sharing stories from the past. Then he could manage that. But this story was too complicated to tell. He needed to prepare thoroughly. This isn't like when he first arrived in Feng City, answering whatever questions came up in the livestream. Nor like recounting Xiao Huzi's past rambling wherever his thoughts wandered. This time, he needed to prepare thoroughly. After dinner, Chen Huaifang returned to his lodgings to draft the narrative for the story he would share a week later. Where should this story begin? Let it begin with the ice and snow of that bitter winter. Meanwhile, as Chen Huaifang made his preparations, in the presidential suite of a luxury hotel in Feng City, Li Feng, now dressed in a high-end velvet pajama set, sat before his computer, plotting something with his longtime partner. How to eliminate Chen Huaifang completely and divert that massive traffic to Shanfeng media? That's simple enough, the bespectacled man on the screen blurted out. Just like we did with that traditional culture influencer leak fake scandals, hire some paid commenters. Flood the internet with it. Netizens just want the drama. Then package up a similar type of influencer, and we're done. Li Feng nodded upon hearing this, then shook his head and said, I've discussed this with Fatty. But the old man is too advanced in years, and he doesn't have any dark past to dig up. It's incredibly difficult to fabricate gossip or scandals about him. The bespectacled man on the screen chuckled. Brother Feng, that's where you're missing the point. You have to tailor your approach to these people. What's wrong with an old man? If you can't dig up gossip or scandals, then smear him. Criticize him. As he spoke, the bespectacled man picked up his phone from off-screen, fiddled with it for a moment, then turned the display toward the camera. He pointed at the search interface on the screen and asked, "See what I found?" Li Feng frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The bespectacled man explained, "All this old man's so-called honors and experiences are just his one-sided claims. There's not a single piece of information about him anywhere on the entire internet. Isn't that enough for us to make a big deal out of?" Li Feng's expression shifted slightly, a hint of a smile curling his lips. He, of all people, had been swayed by online rumors. How careless of him. Seeing this, the bespectacled man pressed on, "Just because he claims to be an old soldier who fought against Japan, does that automatically make him one? Then why can't we find any records about him? Regardless of the reason, since no one has come forward to verify his story, we can label him a fraud." With that, the bespectacled man composed a message and sent it over. It was a copywriting piece. "Hey everyone, anyone know what's up? The internet sensation Chen Huaifang, the veteran storyteller, was actually packaged by some media outlet that can't be named to fleece people. What on earth is real online these days? 014, rain sweeps away the dust, welcoming heroes home." 1 week later, Feng City. A light rain had just washed over the gray skies. The heavens gave the city a cleansing bath, leaving it refreshed and renewed, preparing to receive the remains of 37 fallen heroes. At this very moment, Chen Huaifang stood at the main gate of Feng City's anti-Eagle Aid Bamboo Martyrs Cemetery. For today's live broadcast, he had specially donned the Type 55 military uniform he'd kept since his retirement. Nearly 70 years had passed, yet it remained as pristine as ever. It had been nearly 70 years since he last wore this uniform. Facing the camera, Chen Huaifang adjusted his collar and smiled wryly. Xiao Lu, standing nearby, asked with some confusion, "You seem in a particularly good mood today?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. He couldn't say he was in a good mood. Today was the day his fallen comrades returned home. He should have been happy. Yet he couldn't muster a single ounce of joy. These past few days, he kept reliving those years spent in a foreign land. Each memory felt like peeling back one scabbed over wound after another. Scars are a veteran's honor. They tell their stories with blood and tears. Yet, as Chen Huaifang himself had said, only the dead deserve to be called heroes, while the living must endure the agony of separation and longing. Standing here now, he gazed back at the 900 gravestones on the hillside, his mind drifting. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to see the past once more. He saw 900 young soldiers, fully equipped and ready for battle, brimming with youthful vigor. He was deeply moved. They were all so young. Yes, they were all so young. Hearing this, Xiao Lu also turned to look at the martyrs' cemetery behind them. 946 martyrs who had returned to their homeland. Their average age at sacrifice was under 24. The youngest was only 17. 17, still just a student today. Yet 70 years ago, they were already clad in military uniforms. Their young and passionate lives were forever frozen in that land of ice and snow. Their youthful and passionate lives have transformed into the city's present prosperity. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu couldn't help but be moved. Their average age was under 24. When our predecessors made the ultimate sacrifice, they were all in the prime of their lives. And now they rest forever in a foreign land. The youngest was only 17, still a schoolchild by today's standards, yet he went to war to defend his homeland. The rain had stopped in Feng City. It was as if heaven had given the city a cleansing bath to welcome the heroes home. Taking a deep breath, she handed Chen Huaifang a prepared list. She explained, "Mr. Chen, this contains partial information about the remains of the martyrs returning home today. Due to the passage of time, many remains could not be positively identified and were only roughly assigned unit numbers based on the area of sacrifice. However, we've managed to identify a few through certain channels. You may wish to review it first. Perhaps you'll recognize comrades from your own era." Chen Huaifang took the list and began to examine it. Among the 37 martyrs' remains returned today, 4 have been positively identified. The remaining 33 could not be identified due to unavoidable factors such as the passage of time and irreparable damage. Among the 4 confirmed, one name caught Chen Huaifang's attention. He pointed his finger at the name and asked Xiao Lu, this Yang Siyu, where was he repatriated from? Was it from North Korea or South Korea? South Korea. They all came back from South Korea. Nan Bang. Chen Huaifang murmured, memories flooding back. Yang Siyu. Once a communications soldier. A cowardly communications soldier. Once, for refusing to train, he was publicly berated by him in front of countless people. Even shunned by those around him. He couldn't find a single friend in the entire army. But later, when the joint forces led by the eagle-eyed commander clashed with the Chinese army in tactical counterattacks along the 38th parallel, In that battle dubbed one of the bloodiest in human history, Yang Siyu fell in battle. And it was not because he feared death. He gave his life for the victory of the battle. He was only 25 years old when he fell. A spirited young man in the prime of his life. If we're talking just now, just a moment ago, Chen Huaifang was still rehearsing his speech in his mind, afraid he might misrepresent the story. Now, he had found complete calm. All the rehearsed lines he'd spent a week preparing were swept aside, forgotten and discarded. Only 3 words remained etched in his heart: Yang Siyu. He knew exactly how to begin. He glanced at Xiao Lu and suddenly asked, how much longer until they start? Xiao Lu raised his wrist to glance at the time. They'll be here in 10 minutes. Then she turned to the staff member adjusting the livestream settings and asked, are you ready? The technician gave her an okay sign. Everything was in place. All that remained was for the hero to arrive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lifeng, who had also been preparing for a week, was quietly waiting for Chen Huaifang to go live. Just as he had no idea why Chen Huaifang had gone off the air for a whole week. Chen Huaifang had no idea that in just 1 week, his online reputation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. To pull this veteran anti-Japanese hero down from his pedestal and utterly destroy him, Lifeng spent 1.2 million yuan to flood the internet with paid commenters. He even hired an elderly man of similar age to meticulously craft a persona, determined to devour this massive wave of traffic. The internet was now flooded with videos and articles condemning Chen Huaifang as a fake anti-Japanese hero exploiting the public. Of course, over 80% of these were paid trolls hired by Lifeng. The remaining 20% are mostly bandwagoners. Yet among those who actually watched Chen Huaifang's livestreams, few wavered in their support. Why? Because people aren't fools. Those who jump to conclusions at the slightest hint are still in the minority. But their numbers were too small, so small they were crushed without a fight by the paid trolls hired by Lifeng. At this moment, Lifeng kept a close watch on Chen Huai's account, waiting for him to go live so he could deliver the final blow. While simultaneously monitoring online sentiment, ready to ramp up the paid trolls' damage control efforts at any moment. Those unscrupulous companies exploiting public sentiment deserve to be damned. Wonder how much they paid? The old man's reputation is ruined. Ruined reputation? I'd say it's more likely this old man cooked up the scheme himself. It's not that the old man turned bad, it's that the bad guy just got old. To make money, they'd even dare impersonate an anti-Japanese hero. How dare they exploit him? When he goes live, I'm going to flood his chat with hate. Can't you guys think for yourselves? Just parroting whatever others say? Hope all you haters don't get called out later. I bet he's too scared to go live right now. If he really was an anti-Japanese hero, why not just go live and explain? Seriously, there are people defending him? If he's not faking it, let him go live. It's clear that most online opinions are now siding with Lifeng. Victory is within reach. If Chen Huaifang dares to go live now, Lifeng will immediately hire trolls to storm into the livestream and cause chaos. Within half an hour, Douyin's official team would ban his channel. Whether it's for a week, a month, or a year. Even if it's just 1 day. Lifeng would instantly seize this wave of public opinion, allowing his meticulously crafted heroic elder persona to gobble up all the traffic in the blink of an eye. Just then, the chubby guy sitting at his own computer shouted in excitement, "Brother phone! He's live!" Lifeng jumped at the sound and rushed to his computer. Chen Huaifang's livestream, dormant for a full week, had finally gone live. And the previously simple setup was completely transformed. Not only had scrolling headlines been added, but there was even a split-screen video call. The fat guy pointed at the split-screen feed and chuckled, "Brother phone, this setup gives us plenty of room to work with. I suggest we start with how could a Centenarian possibly figure out split-screen live streaming? There must be a media company guiding them behind the scenes. Unless his media company has connections reaching to the heavens, this will be a knockout blow." After hearing Fatso's suggestion, Lifeng nodded in satisfaction. Let's do it. A Centenarian figuring out split-screen live streaming? Absolutely impossible. The next second, the fat man immediately began organizing his troll army, preparing to launch an assault on Chen Huaifang's livestream. Meanwhile, countless viewers, some drawn by reputation, others lurking with accounts ready, had already flooded the livestream, waiting for Chen Huaifang to prove herself. In just 3 minutes, the viewership broke 30,000. 015, Yang Siyu, afraid of pain, actually refused pre-battle training? In the livestream, Chen Huaifang had just appeared on camera. The chat exploded instantly. She actually has the nerve to go live? A Centenarian can figure out split-screen video calls? You believe that? I don't. There must be some mastermind pulling the strings. Trash exploiting national sentiment. You lot, don't come crying for forgiveness later. Stop defending him, upstairs. How much did he pay you? Exactly. A veteran's own livestream? A Centenarian pulling off split-screen calls? Only fools would buy it. Just you paid trolls still defending him. The live chat unfolded exactly as Lifeng had anticipated. Now all he needed was for Douyin's admins to ban the channel. Then Lifeng could immediately have his own streamers go live. At that moment. Ha 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 ha. Watching the shifting tide of public opinion in the livestream, Lihua didn't even care about that massive traffic surge anymore. All he wanted now was to see Chen Huaifang die. A death beyond redemption. That stubborn old fool who refused the wine of respect and chose the wine of punishment. You want to mess with me? Tell me to get lost? Then I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Lihua grinned savagely, his eyes burning with malice as he stared at the screen. Inside the live stream room, unaware of the chat comments, Chen Huaifang spoke slowly. No pleasantries, no opening remarks, he cut straight to the point. It was the autumn of 1951 when I led my troops into North Korea. That year, young Yang. That's Yang Siyu, one of the 37 martyrs returning this time. His position back then was communications officer, primarily responsible for liaising between headquarters and combat units at all levels. Our nation had just been founded, and most of our communication equipment was captured from the Japanese or the Kuomintang back then. And he, as a communications officer, was specially selected for the role. How should I put it? Young Yang, he was afraid of pain. Right after enlisting, he asked if there were any positions that didn't require frontline duty. So he became a communications officer, handling telegrams, delivering messages, and connecting telephone lines. Chen Huaifang spoke slowly, telling the story as she always did. Stories are just stories, after all, and their quality varies little. But the reason Chen Huaifang's stories drew such a large, eager audience wasn't just the immersive experience of a first-hand account or the raw, genuine emotion. His style never resorting to platitudes or empty slogans. Truly captivating. It even made many of the paid trolls hired by Lihua to smear him forget to type. Old man, stop blowing smoke. Who wrote this unreliable copy? Can the troll accounts stop spamming the feed? Can't we just listen to the story in peace? Exactly. Even if Grandpa is fake, the stories he tells are real. What's the point of you guys spamming the feed? Seriously, everyone, report these spamming clowns. And did you catch this detail? The old man just mentioned a command center. As far as I know, back when we were fighting the Eagles and aiding the Sticks, having an independent communications command center meant you were at least brigade level or higher. That means this old man's rank back then was at least colonel or above. I noticed that too. In 51 he was a colonel, so when ranks were conferred in 55, this old man was likely a general. Which means this old man is a founding general? Amidst the flood of comments, several speculating on Chen Huaifang's identity stood out. 1951. Chen Huaifang led troops into North Korea for combat. What rank did he hold back then? By then, having endured 8 years of the War of Resistance and fought alongside the Marshal from the snowy mountains and black waters all the way to the ends of the earth, Chen Huaifang was still only a deputy commander of an army group. That is, the rank of Major General. Brigadier General. What does that mean? In the war years, when the average soldier didn't survive beyond 5 engagements. Chen Huaifang's journey from an ordinary soldier to a major general was paved with bloodshed and sacrifice beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Not only must one have distinguished military achievements, but also possess strategic acumen. Such a man must have poured countless sweat and blood into serving his nation. The moment Chen Huaifang uttered those words, Xiao Lu, who was standing guard nearby, instantly lost his composure. Like many ordinary netizens, she had always regarded Chen Huaifang as just another ordinary veteran of the War of Resistance. Sometimes, she even let Lihufang's fabricated rumors sway her perspective. She had even doubted whether Chen Huaifang truly had any connection to a media company. It wasn't until today, when she was assigned to assist with the livestream, that these doubts were finally dispelled. But at this very moment, she was struck by the realization that the old man before her might be far more unfathomable than she had ever imagined. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolu stepped aside, pulled out her phone, and dialed Director Zhang. Once the call connected, Xiaolu blurted out, "Director, are you watching the livestream?" On the other end, Director Zhang immediately countered, "Are you asking me about the old man's true identity?" Xiaolu hummed in acknowledgement. Glancing at the livestream's comment wall, she continued, "Director, if the old gentleman really is a founding general, then the comments flooding the chat right now aren't exactly flattering. It seems someone deliberately hired a bunch of trolls specifically to smear the old man's livestream." Director Zhang hummed in acknowledgement. "I'm aware of all this. But I can tell you this much about the old man's specific background. I can't find it. At least, not with my current access level. One thing I can confirm, though, the medals of honor he carries with him are genuine. So we absolutely must ensure the smooth running of his livestream." "Yes, sir." Xiaolu nodded vigorously, then added, "Oh, Director, about yesterday, the favor the old man asked us for yesterday. We still haven't heard anything. And the livestream has already started. Should we put that matter on hold for now?" "No, the person has been found, and soon they'll arrive at the martyrs' cemetery alongside the returning heroes." Director Zhang first answered Xiaolu's question, then instructed, "You don't need to worry about these matters anymore. Your sole task now is to ensure the live broadcast runs smoothly and that the old man isn't disturbed by any other factors." As Director Zhang's orders were issued, the large number of illegal accounts that Li Feng had been agonizing over began to be swiftly banned. Accounts with default avatars, random usernames, and minimal activity were mass banned. The quality of the bullet comments gradually returned to normal. A soldier afraid of pain. This is speechless. Being afraid of pain isn't a big deal. I used to be afraid of pain too, but when I competed in the military district tournament, I pushed through the pain in my knee for that championship and came back with a silver medal. Yeah, being afraid of pain is one thing, but being this afraid? Besides, in the military, shouldn't positions be decided by leaders like Grandpa? I can't shake the feeling that Yang Siyu's background isn't simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to. As the gradually returning normal bullet comments suggested. Yang Siyu's identity was indeed no ordinary affair. But Chen Huaifang didn't know that at the time. So when he learned this young man became a communications soldier just because he was afraid of pain, he couldn't help but grumble. Damn, I knew this guy had connections. And it's probably not a small one. The comments section immediately lit up with reactions. Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement. Yang Siyu's connections were indeed substantial. But that was beside the point. He didn't want to discuss that now. He continued, but we couldn't violate the arrangements either. And so, Yang Siyu became a communications officer. How should I put it? Before departing for North Korea, all units underwent temporary training. For instance, foreign language instruction, because on the battlefield back then, there weren't just enemy forces, but also allied ones. The North Korean forces were our allies, but since we didn't share a common language, we had to urgently learn a few phrases to verify our identities. Later, when we launched our full-scale counteroffensive, they even taught us English. I can still say those phrases to this day. At this point, Chen Huaifang paused for a few seconds, clearing his throat. In his voice, thick with Chinese accent and intonation, he uttered a few English phrases. Give me a moment, no aham. Come ot. Dong temfu. Hands up. These phrases respectively meant, surrender your weapons and you won't be harmed, come out, don't move, and raise your hands. In the livestream chat, many viewers burst out laughing. But Chen Huaifang immediately shifted gears. At the time, not only did frontline soldiers undergo this training, but Yang Siyu and his comrades, as signalmen, also had to be trained. But Yang Siyu, who was afraid of pain, chose to refuse. Why? Because this training was too painful. He dared not, nor did he want to try. 016, a phone call worth its weight in gold. Will you look after Yang Siyu? What? Refusing training? Seriously? Someone this afraid of pain? Why even join the military if he's this scared? Might as well just go home. The live chat erupted with confusion. If Yang Siyu was so afraid of pain, why did he enlist in the military? At the time, our country was impoverished and still recovering from the scars of war. It certainly hadn't reached the point where every able-bodied man was conscripted. Wouldn't it be better for such a coward to just stay home and farm? Oh, no. As mentioned earlier, Yang Siyu's family had considerable connections. So why not just let him stay home and live the life of a playboy? Why subject himself to the hardships of military service? At this very moment, it wasn't just the viewers in the livestream who were thinking this, even Chen Huaifang herself felt the same way back then. Chen Huaifang spoke up. When I first heard that news, I was beyond furious. A soldier. He was a soldier, after all. If he's afraid of pain, fine, I can agree to that. I can even let him serve as a communications soldier. No front lines, no combat, no killing, hardly any risk of injury. But it's still fighting for the party, for the nation, for the people. But he actually didn't even want to participate in pre-battle training? How many years have passed since then? Even now, thinking back, Chen Huaifang still couldn't help but feel furious. When was that? The autumn of 1951, just before the troops were to depart. Because of this incident, Chen Huaifang personally went to the training ground. At the training ground, all the signalmen were training diligently. As everyone knows, North Korea's communications infrastructure at the time lagged even behind that of mainland China. The training regimen wasn't limited to long-distance running and cross-country exercises, it also included tasks like scaling wooden poles without equipment. And speed was paramount. Speed meant using any means necessary. Some soldiers, striving to scale the poles at breakneck speed, developed blisters all over their inner thighs, calves, and palms. If blisters formed, they'd pierce them open with needles. If wounds appeared, they'd bandage them with gauze. This was the training ground before deployment. If you fell, you simply climbed back up. But in a few months, on the battlefield in North Korea, if you can't climb up and fail to connect the telephone lines, and if that delays the opportunity to strike, that won't be a matter of a few blisters or wounds. At best, the enemy might break out of the encirclement. At worst, thousands upon thousands will pay with their lives. Then it wouldn't just be a matter of firing squads. Even if they had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough. Remember what happened back then? A commander failed to report losing a position, thinking he'd report after retaking it. What was the outcome of that mere half-day delay? The entire corps wasted half a day for nothing. The entire corps suffered nearly 1,500 additional casualties. 1,500 lives. All because of a single, minor delay in reporting. The communications soldier's task may seem minor, but it is extraordinarily crucial. That's why this training is equally vital. You're absolutely right. In large-scale military operations, discipline must be strict. Any information must be reported immediately. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity to act, it could cost thousands of lives. My brother was a communications soldier back in the day. As he put it, in peacetime, if they were slow connecting lines or messed up a message, they'd get yelled at by the squad leader or maybe even get promoted. But in combat? If they missed a chance to strike, the signalman would be shot on the spot, no questions asked. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Cruel? Do you have any idea how critical intelligence and information are in wartime? A single piece of intelligence doesn't just affect 10 or 100 people, it affects tens of thousands. To put it dramatically, a missed opportunity could lead to the downfall of an entire nation. Even if it costs your life, you must deliver that message back. Just as the comments said. At that time, everyone except Yang Siyu adhered to this principle, using it to drive their actions. Chen Huaifang remembered it clearly. At the time, there was a young soldier who was only 19 years old. He could scale a 30-meter-high utility pole in just 8 seconds. His inner thighs were rubbed raw and bleeding, with flesh torn back to reveal bone. Yet he still took on the mission time and time again. Why? So that every order, every report, could cross the battlefield in the shortest time possible amid the raging war, reaching the ears of commanders at every level of the fighting forces. For this cause, even if he dies, he will die on the road. This sight made Chen Huaifang's blood boil. But when he turned his head again, he saw Yang Siyu standing nearby, looking like a wimp afraid of pain. He was furious beyond words. I ordered them to tie Yang Siyu to a wooden stake right then and there. I told him, starting today, you either train alongside the other soldiers, or else, get your report written and your papers signed. I, Chen Huaifang, have no use for a soldier who acts like a sissy. Chen Huaifang clenched his fists, his words landing with thunderous force. 2 soldiers who had long disliked Yang Siyu immediately seized him and bound him to the wooden stake. At that moment, Yang Siyu uttered not a single word of complaint. He didn't utter a single word. But the next morning, Chen Huaifang had just woken up and was about to head to the training ground to check if Yang Siyu was training diligently when a phone call unexpectedly came through from the capital. Keep in mind that at that time, Chen Huaifang's troops had already been deployed to the border. They were poised to cross the Yalu River at any moment and formally enter North Korea to participate in combat missions. Every single day, he received dozens, sometimes even hundreds, of calls and operational updates regarding deployment adjustments. It was safe to say that his phone calls were worth their weight in gold at that moment. Yet, right then, Yang Siyu's family had the audacity to ring his forward command post. What? Holy crap! Now I finally understand why Yang Siyu got transferred to the communications unit. Oh, now I get why he enlisted. His goal wasn't military service at all, he just wanted to ride the army's coattails. As long as he could piggyback off the unit's military achievements, he'd shoot straight to the top in no time. With a thunderous roar, the live stream exploded with over 100,000 viewers. No wonder Yang Siyu was so confident. No wonder Yang Siyu could influence the unit's deployment decisions. No wonder he could stand by watching without participating in training, completely justified. So that's why he had such high-level connections. Chen Huaifang, who had received that call, had fallen silent several times during the conversation with the senior figure on the other end. He had clenched his fists repeatedly, even wanting to slam them on the table. But in the end, he held back. He didn't explode over the phone. But at the end of the call, the senior figure did grant him some face, offering a conciliatory remark. This is what he said. Huaifang, I didn't want to do this to see you either. But you know I only have this one daughter. She's been through hell and back, I can't just leave her a widow, can I? But he insisted on enlisting, and I couldn't stop him. So I had him transferred to the communications unit. You have to understand my position. Just as I suspected. No wonder he's so confident, turns out he's climbed the social ladder. So what happened next? Grandpa, you didn't just let it slide, did you? As the chat flooded with impatient prompts, Chen Huaifang lifted his chin slightly and let out a bitter chuckle. Allow? What right did he have to agree? He called the other man elder brother because he was genuinely older. But when it came to battle achievements, Chen Huaifang had fought through 8 years of the War of Resistance, from 1937 to 1949, 12 years of war and turmoil. He wasn't some upstart like Yang Siyu who climbed the ladder by currying favor with the higher-ups. He was a man of iron will, forged in 12 years of war. A true tough guy. Permission? Bull. Chen Huaifang stated bluntly, he is indeed my senior brother, and he does have quite a reputation. So what? Oh, his son-in-law is his son-in-law, but aren't the soldiers under my command soldiers? Aren't they someone's sons, someone's fathers, someone's husbands? Damn it, I won't just hang Yang Siyu from a lamppost. I'll expose this whole damn thing in public. Is Yang Siyu's life the only life that matters? Are the lives of the other soldiers not lives? Is Yang Siyu the only one who feels pain? When bullets tore through other soldiers' bodies, shredding their thighs to bloody pulp, did they feel nothing? Did they not weep? Did they not cry out in agony? You playboy. And you call yourself a signalman? Damn it, I'll make you the first one to strap on the explosives and blow that bunker to hell. 017, welcome home, heroes of the Republic. Good. Well said. That's exactly how we should deal with this cowardly playboy. Grandpa is just too badass. Since he's such a coward yet still wants to join the army for prestige, he should be the first one to blow up the bunker. Awesome. Pre-battle mobilization should be done exactly like this. At this moment, the live chat was flooded with genuine comments. Genuine tributes and heartfelt emotions from real viewers flooded the screen, overwhelming the paid commenters. Furious and humiliated, Li Feng raged in his hotel room, "Fatso. What the hell are you doing? Why is that old geezer's stream getting hotter instead of cooling down? And what the hell are the paid commenters doing? Are they completely useless?" Fatso, already drenched in sweat, had 7 or 8 phones spread out before him. The 100 or so paid commenter leaders in the group fell completely silent. This doesn't make sense. This is way too unreasonable. Could an old man's personal charm really be that powerful? Could he really sway paid commenters whose eyes are only on money? Switching sides at the last minute? This, how could this possibly be? There must be some underhanded scheme by this old man's company. That's it, that must be it. Fatso immediately called out to the room, "Brother phone, this old guy's company has some tricks up its sleeve. Maybe they're using some method we didn't think of to control the comments. I doubt we can take down the live stream this time. Should we try again later?" A moment of silence fell inside the room. Then came Li Feng's angry voice, "Investigate. Find out exactly which company is backing this old man. They're openly taking on my Mountain Peak media. They're asking for it. Asking for death." Hearing this, the fat man spammed the troll army group chat with a string of obscene messages. But the troll army bosses off screen were already engrossed in the livestream, paying no heed. They knew money could be made anytime. But some mistakes, once made, could never be undone. Just like Yang Siyu back then. At this very moment, on the other side of the split-screen live broadcast. Today was not merely a day when Chen Huaifang, as a veteran, was specially invited to recount the stories of that era. Today also marks the day when the remains of 37 martyrs return home from foreign lands. At this very moment, Fengshe City, Taohua Airport. The airport has cleared a dedicated time slot, suspending all civilian flight departures and clearing every runway ready to welcome the heroes home. At this very moment, on the airport grounds, countless citizens who had spontaneously gathered to welcome the heroes home stood within designated areas, holding bouquets of flowers. Among the crowd sat an elderly grandmother in a wheelchair. Beside her stood 2 people's armed police soldiers, their posture rigidly upright. In her hands, a flower long withered yet still radiant rested. Her head tilted slightly upward, gazing toward the sky. As the camera pans across, her eyes brim with longing for the departed. She was waiting. Waiting for the return of a departed loved one. She could hear the voices in the livestream as well. She murmured, whispering in a voice only she could hear. "Commander, you're still alive." She closed her eyes slightly, a single clear tear sliding down her cheek. She listened as Chen Huaifang continued speaking. That day, after he had publicly lambasted Yang Siyu in front of everyone. Surprisingly, Chen Huaifang had expected him to receive another call from that senior comrade, but none came. Unexpectedly, Chen Huaifang had assumed Yang Siyu would seek him out privately, leveraging his father-in-law's connections to demand his reassignment to the rear. Why? Because Yang Siyu, who had been publicly humiliated by the deputy commander in front of officers and soldiers at all levels, had no place to survive. What kind of place was this? The military. Who were the people around him? Optimistically speaking, they were heroes about to return victorious, having defended their homeland. But to be realistic, among them, perhaps only 1 or 2 out of 10 would return. But are they afraid? No. Have they ever considered being reassigned to the rear? Again, no. Because they know that if they don't go, it will be their sons and grandsons who must go. This war, from the Japanese invaders to the Red Guards, from the Red Guards to the American imperialists, they've been fighting it for over 20 years. They are determined to end this war of bloodshed and sacrifice within their generation. They fight to uphold national prestige and forge military spirit. They will ensure that no foreign land dares covet our Chinese soil, nor harbor any wolfish ambitions to shatter the hard-won peace of our nation. Behind us lies our motherland. We have nowhere to retreat. In such an environment, a thoroughly notorious coward like Yang Siyu would find no room to survive. Perhaps no one would actually strike him, nor commit such an error. But the countless scornful glances and whispers would shatter the dignity and confidence of this spoiled young master. Shattered. That's why Chen Huaifang kept waiting. Waiting for this spoiled brat to come begging him to transfer him away. If that happened, he would send him packing back to the country without a second thought. Then, once the war was won, he would personally go to the capital, to the General Staff headquarters. to explain this matter down to the last detail to that senior comrade. But the way things unfolded was far beyond his expectations. Yang Siyu never wrote a single word or letter to his influential father-in-law. He certainly didn't come to Chen Huaifang's command post to say anything to him. He simply returned silently to his quarters, awaiting the war's arrival. In early 1952, Chen Huaifang's unit entered North Korea. The Chinese People's Liberation Army engaged in fierce combat against the multinational forces led by the eagle-eyed American within the frigid territory of North Korea. Back then, we lacked advanced weaponry, let alone the vast numbers of aircraft, artillery, and tanks the Eagle Sage possessed. Yet our forebears forged the might of our nation with their boiling blood and fiery lives. A steel-like spirit forged a steel-like military soul. Before the war, the American imperialists arrogantly boasted they would end the conflict in 30 days. They wanted to show us what an ironclad force truly meant. But once the fighting began, our forebears proved to the eagles, if you are an ironclad army, then we are the army forged to temper iron. Through battle after battle, our forebears demonstrated to the world what it means to be a Chinese soldier. What it means to embody the Chinese military spirit. What it means to be the world's strongest light infantry. But war is never a smooth voyage. Behind every victory lay the blood and sacrifice of countless souls. 10 full months had passed, and the unit led by Chen Huaifang had suffered multiple waves of heavy casualties. Some of them weren't even killed by the Eagle Squadron. Some froze to death while carrying out ambushes against enemy forces in bitter cold. Others perished from starvation during mobile warfare, driven by hunger and cold due to insufficient logistical support. Or were literally worked to death on the march during grueling forced marches to complete combat missions. They never gave up. Through their actions, they proved their resolve to defend their homeland. Sigh. Back then, the gap in equipment between us and the Eagle was simply too vast. Yeah, back then the Eagles were far superior to us in both land and air combat. Their saturation bombing and artillery barrages cost the lives of countless veterans for nothing. Why? Honestly, what hurt me most wasn't the equipment gap, but the difference in logistics and overall support. You see, back then, Eagle Squad soldiers lived in warm tents, ate fresh canned meat and fruit, and even had the heart to celebrate their Christmas. But our forebears were huddled in the freezing snow, gnawing on rock-hard potatoes and inedible fried flour. They couldn't even cry, because their tears would freeze instantly. Inside the livestream, tens of thousands of viewers were swept up in the emotion. Outside the livestream, Chen Huaifang sighed deeply. He spoke slowly. Back then, I thought Yang Siyu, who couldn't even bring himself to join training, would have fled long ago, afraid of pain, hardship, and exhaustion, perhaps slipping away without me noticing. But then the Battle of Shanganling erupted. The eagle-eyed enemy, desperate for victory, unleashed relentless bombardment that severed our supply lines and communications. Soldiers could endure hunger and thirst, holding on and fighting on. But opportunities couldn't be missed. If the phone lines were blown in the morning, they had to be reconnected by noon. With what? What would we use? With our lives. With the lives of the signalmen. Amidst the Eagle Squadron's targeted bombing, the telephone lines were blown out over a dozen times daily, 7 or 8 times a day. And to reconnect those severed lines, an average of over a dozen, sometimes dozens of signalmen were sacrificed daily. They used their lives to connect the command center with the front lines. They used their lives to send out messages priceless beyond measure, worth more than any fortune. They were true heroes. And at this very moment, above the heavens, the Y-20 Confronting transport aircraft, laden with the remains of 37 martyrs, had already transitioned from international airspace into Chinese airspace. No sooner had it crossed the border than 4 fighter jets appeared behind it. Confronting, welcome to Chinese airspace. Our formation consists of 4 J-20 fighter jets providing escort duties for your mission. Confronting, received. Our unit is tasked with repatriating the remains of 37 martyrs who fought against the Eagles and supported the Sticks. Flight path has been made public. Wei Long acknowledges. Airspace along the route is clear. Proceed toward China. Our unit pays the highest tribute to the 37 martyrs who fought against the Eagles and aided the Bamboo. Welcome home, heroes of the Republic. 018, fearless of pain. Yang Siyu connects the phone line with his body. They're back. They're back. They're back. The plane is back. What plane? It's the heroes returning. Our martyrs are back. The live stream room, which had fallen silent alongside Chen Huaifang, suddenly erupted with excitement. A tiny black dot appeared on Feng City's horizon. Then it began to grow larger. Like a single drop of ink. After falling into the water, it spread rapidly. Just like the sorrow that suddenly spread among the citizens who had spontaneously gathered at Feng City's Taohua airport to welcome the heroes home. They lifted their heads, gazing at the Y-20 transport aircraft steadily taking shape on the distant horizon. In that moment, it felt as though they could still see the young martyrs themselves. The elderly woman who had been seated in her wheelchair could no longer hold back the tears welling in her eyes the moment she saw the aircraft. 72 years. 72 long years. She had transformed from a vibrant young woman into a frail old lady. But what about him? Her beloved. He remains as young as 72 years ago, as passionate as ever, as, in the prime of his life. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. The wind rustled by her ears, carrying the moonlight from that fateful night 72 years ago, a pain that still throbbed faintly to this day. Siyu, must you go? This is a fight against the eagle. You'll die. I know it's fighting the eagle, that's exactly why I'm going. Perhaps my life or death alone won't sway the course of the battle. But if everyone thinks like me, who will stand to defend China? This battle, if not us, then our children will fight it. My father fought invaders in bloody battles, my elder brother clashed with separatist hardliners bayonet to bayonet. Now, I too am ready to lay down my life for my motherland. Dad! I beg you, I plead with you, please transfer him to a safe assignment. No, I don't want him to desert. I just want him to come back alive. Even if he's disabled, I'll care for him for the rest of my life. Nonsense! This is utter nonsense! Gong Ping! Let me tell you this, not only will I not beg for him to be transferred to the rear, but I'll make sure he understands. If Yang Siyu wants to be a son-in-law of the Gong family, he'd better charge into the thick of it for me. You child. Put down those scissors. I said put them down. Fine, I agree. I'll call Chen Huaifang right now. Just put down those scissors first. The memory abruptly ended. Amid the roar of the Y-20 transport plane, the wind that had blown for over 70 years finally ceased. Gong Ping, seated in her wheelchair, slowly raised her head. The young woman beside her gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She asked softly, "Grandma, what's wrong?" She replied softly, "My husband has returned." At that very moment, in the live streaming room, on a split-screen feed, Chen Huaifang, also waiting for the Y-20's landing, watched as 37 coffins containing the remains of fallen soldiers were carried from the aircraft by 37 honor guards. They placed the coffins on a table and draped them with national flags. His emotions, just like those of Gong Ping at the airport, shattered completely. Tears streamed down his face. His voice trembled as he spoke. "I always thought Yang Siyu was just a cowardly playboy. But later, after the war ended, when I finally met that older brother and saw Yang Siyu's fiancée, I learned the truth. It turned out that year, Yang Siyu had originally been assigned to the rear echelon. He never had to go to the front lines. He was, in fact, a highly educated intellectual who had returned from studying abroad. Both his father and eldest brother had made the ultimate sacrifice during the War of Resistance. As the sole surviving heir of the Yang family and descendant of martyrs, the military had specifically assigned him to a technical position. But driven by his patriotic fervor, he pleaded with his fiancée Gong Ping's father to transfer him to the front lines, placing him under Chen Huaifang's command. But Gong Ping, already carrying Yang Siyu's child and planning to marry him that summer, feared he would die on the battlefield. She threatened to take her own life. She urged her father to have Yang Siyu reassigned to the rear or some other relatively safer position. What was wrong with that? She didn't want her child to be born fatherless. Nor did she want to spend the rest of her life alone and desolate. Yet she knew that if this war was lost, without a nation there could be no home. But who could ever truly explain such things? But when Yang Siyu learned of this and was inexplicably reassigned from his original frontline unit to become a communication soldier, he understood it was Gong Ping who had orchestrated it behind the scenes. He understood his lover. But he couldn't forgive himself. He couldn't bear to remain behind while enemies trampled his nation's dignity with impunity. He couldn't bear to remain safe and sound while his brothers in arms fought for their lives on the front lines. So he refused training, feigning cowardice. He intended to use this tactic to force that notoriously tough, hot-tempered military man to push him, the playboy, to the front lines. And so, on that day, when Chen Huaifang publicly berated him before countless witnesses, deep down, he was laughing. Laughing through his tears. He knew. This way, he would finally have the chance to go to the front lines. But he also knew that this way, he might never return. He would never again see his beloved, never again feel the warmth of her fingertips or the tremor of her soul. But he believed it was worth it. There was not just one Yang Siyu in this world, nor just one Gong Ping. His sacrifice was for countless others like them so they could live together happily and joyfully, rather than in constant fear and dread. This battle must be fought either by us or by our descendants. Therefore, I will ensure this battle, this war, ends at our feet, never to burn my children for all eternity. Ping. Forgive me for leaving without a word. If I do not return, look up to the sky. The brightest star there will be my heart for you. No, wait, wasn't he that cowardly playboy? Yes, wasn't he a cowardly playboy? How could this happen? Why? No, I won't believe it. I won't believe it. The ending of this love story. Why? Why such a tragedy? Why? I admit their love story is truly moving, but you have to think about this. If our martyrs back then had been consumed by love instead of putting the greater good before their own lives, like Yang Siyu did, then today, you and I wouldn't have the privilege of sitting here listening to their stories. perhaps the eagle would have extended its claws directly toward us. So the ending of this love story isn't a tragedy. It is our present day. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream instantly broke down emotionally, countless people bursting into tears on the spot. Outside the livestream, Chen Huaifang was equally overcome, letting tears cascade down her cheeks. He murmured, "The last time I saw Yang Siyu, I couldn't even recognize him anymore." When was the last time he saw Yang Siyu? It was after the Battle of Shanganling. To continue subsequent organizational and logistical work, Chen Huaifang personally led the newly arrived communications unit to inspect the telephone lines. That telephone line had been blown apart a total of 137 times. Cut and reconnected, reconnected and cut. Cut and reconnected, reconnected and cut again. Severed 137 times. Who knows how many signalmen sacrificed their lives trying to restore it. Yet Yang Siyu alone met his end in a manner beyond Chen Huaifang's imagination. It was one of the bloodiest days of the Battle of Shanganling. When Yang Siyu received the order to repair the telephone line, he charged out without a moment's hesitation. Using the skills he had learned, he searched along the route where the telephone lines were laid, section by section. Finally, he found it. He skillfully began the connection work, but as he progressed, the telephone line he had brought was gradually consumed. By the time he had used up every last bit of the line he carried, there was still one final section left unconnected. What to do? Go back for more? Returning would take at least 2 hours round trip. But the front lines were under intense pressure now. Combat orders came one after another. The slightest misstep could lead to a complete collapse across the entire front. Therefore, he couldn't go back. But the telephone line couldn't just stay cut like this. At that moment, he stood on the ground, staring at the telephone line severed into 2 pieces. He knew. This moment had arrived. He looked at his own hands, long since mangled and bloody from the work of connecting calls, and suddenly broke into a smile. He murmured, "Commander, I'm not afraid of pain." He reached out, murmuring, "But this really does hurt." Then, using his own body as a conductor, he connected the final breakpoint. Electricity surged through his body, piercing his flesh, causing him to convulse, twitch, foam at the mouth, and even lose control of his bladder and bowels. Yet he didn't let go for even half a second. Until victory was secured. Until the war ended. Until his body was reduced to a charred husk. Until his soul rose with the wind, drifting 10,000 miles back to his homeland. 019, Yang Siyu's letter. He never intended to flee. "Commander, I will die with dignity." These were Yang Siyu's final words to Chen Huaifang. And perhaps the last words he ever spoke in his entire life. No one knew how he endured those months. Under the scornful glances of countless people, amidst their constant belittlement. How did he endure it? I don't know, and neither does anyone else. Chen Huaifang gave a blunt answer. The live stream audience was equally baffled. What does he mean he never wanted to desert? Was that letter fake? I think he was just saving face. After being criticized for so long, everyone needs some dignity. I'm not so sure. You're all jumping to conclusions. From the start, I suspected this might be a misunderstanding. Let's see what Grandpa has to say. Outside the livestream, Xiao Lu watched the comments scroll by, his own curiosity piqued. "Mr. Chen, didn't you just say Yang Siyu originally wanted to be transferred back to China? Now you're saying he never intended to desert? And that he promised you he'd die with honor?" Hearing the question, Chen Huaifang looked up. His gaze met Xiao Lu's, then swept over the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream. He nodded. Yes, he did consider deserting at first, but that was my interpretation. Chen Huaifang sighed. A knot of regret had been buried deep within his heart for years. 70 years later, it resurfaced. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly. After the 151-man transport unit was formed, they began their mission. During that time, I visited them many times. As I had anticipated, the casualty rate was terrifyingly high. In the winter of 1952, across the Yalu River, on the front lines between North and South Korea, while the eagle-badged soldiers ate canned food, gnawed on turkey, and even had time and spirit to celebrate Christmas, our soldiers huddled in tunnels barely tall enough to stand in, eating unpalatable fried flour, enduring the stifling heat within. While the eagle-winged soldiers lived in tents, warmed by cozy fires, and enjoyed ample logistical support that even delivered coffee and beer to them, our soldiers carefully shared a single apple, each taking a small bite and savoring its hard-won sweetness. To prevent that single apple from being divided among several or even dozens of comrades, the 151-man transport convoy had no choice but to risk their lives. On the first day, 24 were lost. On the second day, 35 fell. On the third day, 18 fell. On the fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. By the seventh day, only 13 men remained of the original 151. And all 13 of these survivors were severely wounded. Yang Siyu was among them. He joined the transport unit not to secure food for himself. It was simply because, under the military's current organizational structure, he, a disgraced guard who'd been stripped of his duties, had nowhere else to go. Want to go to the front lines? Impossible. Want to assist logistics? Not possible either. He was like a rootless duckweed, unwanted wherever he went. What are you staring at? Think I look like your wife? If you miss your wife so much, get the hell back home, you coward. Bro, no offense, but you just don't cut it as a real man. If you're really scared of dying, why did you join the army in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to stay home with your wife and kids? Bro, if you really wanted to desert, just do it. Why bother writing a letter? Faced with these words, what could Yang Siyu possibly say? What could he do? He had nothing to say, and even less he could do. He could only silently accept it all. Until this opportunity arrived. On the 7th day, at the critical moment of the battle, only 13 men remained in the transport convoy. Among them, Yang Siyu was the least severely wounded. Yet even so, he could no longer lift one arm. Shrapnel from an artillery shell had cleanly severed his tendons. Though the wound was small, it had cost him that arm. Through his actions these past few days, he had finally managed to dispel some of the perceptions people held about him. That day, before departure, Chen Huaifang came here once more. That day, when I saw young Yang, I was genuinely moved. It's true he was once my bodyguard, someone very close to me. A strapping young man over 6 feet tall, quite handsome too, yet in just 7 short days he'd become a shadow of his former self. Looking at him, I felt a surge of frustration like watching iron that just won't temper. I asked him, you clearly have the drive to charge ahead recklessly and get things done, so why did you write that letter back then? He looked at me, hesitated for a long time, but still didn't answer. He only said, Commander, I should get back to delivering supplies. Then they turned and left. On the 7th day, out of 13 men, only 1 returned. Yang Siyu was killed. According to the one who returned, he was blown to pieces by an artillery shell. At this point, Chen Huaifang paused. He found it difficult to continue. Because what followed was the knot in his heart. Yet in the livestream chat, viewers still didn't grasp it. But that only proves Yang Siyu didn't truly desert. In the end, it doesn't change the fact he intended to flee. Exactly. I feel like this is at best a case of turning back from the wrong path. Yeah, turning back from the wrong path. But have you ever heard the saying? A reformed rogue is worth his weight in gold. No matter what Yang Siyu initially thought or how he acted in the middle, he ultimately sacrificed himself on the battlefield. He died a martyr for his country. Amidst the livestream's bullet comments, Chen Huaifang suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He said. Later, after the war ended, he encountered someone he never dreamed he'd see again. Gong Ping. The Ping mentioned in Yang Siyu's letter. The girl with the mother who possessed extraordinary abilities. Her appearance differed from Chen Huaifang's expectations. This girl wore her hair in a thick ponytail, showing none of the pampered demeanor one might expect of a young lady from a distinguished family. A scar even ran across her face, from her forehead to the corner of her mouth. She confronted Chen Huaifang, demanding to know why he had publicly accused Yang Siyu of desertion. Chen Huaifang didn't evade the question at all. He stated plainly, because of that letter. That letter? Which letter? Dongping pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and pressed it onto Chen Huaifang's desk. That letter was the one Yang Siyu had written to Gongping before their unit's departure. The contents were brief. Chen Huaifang had expected it to be Yang Siyu's request for Gongping's mother to have him transferred back to China. But when he picked it up, he was taken completely by surprise. Because the letter was actually in 2 parts. The first part was addressed to Gongping. Ping, this letter is as if we were meeting. I imagine you've already heard the news. My unit is about to deploy to the front lines. As a bodyguard, I might not fall on the battlefield. But equally, as a bodyguard, I may never get the chance to fight enemies on the front lines. I refuse to accept this fate. My father once fought against the Japanese devils. My mother once carried our soldiers across rivers on her shoulders. I yearn to fight on the front lines, but a soldier's duty is to obey orders. I must remain as a guard beside the commander. By the time you read this letter, I should still be in the country. Perhaps you could ask your mother to request my transfer to the front lines? When Chen Huaifang finished reading the letter, he was rendered speechless. He recalled Gong Ping's reply to him. Then you should return to the rear first before arranging the transfer. Transfer to where? The deep rear? No. To the front lines. Just then, Gong Ping's mother appeared before Chen Huaifang. She uttered only one sentence. You've cost me a good son-in-law. Chen Huaifang felt a lump in his throat. He looked back at the lower part of the letter. It was a suicide note. Father, mother, little sister, this letter is as if we were meeting face to face. Tomorrow, with Gong Ping's help, I may succeed in reaching the front lines. This is dangerous, but it is my only wish. The Eagle and the other nations have bullied us for far too long. I can no longer bear this humiliation. I will make them understand that China is not some weak, insignificant country they can trample underfoot at will. I will prove it with my blood. I may fall on the battlefield, or I may return alive. But please consider me already fallen. I've left behind 2 cotton jackets. Inside one, I've sewn in 50 yuan as a dowry for my little sister. A new pair of leather shoes is a gift for my future brother-in-law, whom I've never met. Don't grieve for me, I die for my country, and it is an honorable death. After my death, the army will provide our family with a subsidy of 500 yuan. Of this, 200 yuan is for household expenses, 200 yuan is for my younger sister's future, and the remaining 100 yuan I hope my younger sister can deliver it to you, Sister Gongping, on my behalf. Father, I still remember you telling me how you fought bravely against the Japanese invaders in your youth. Now, your son must go to fight the Japanese imperialists. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. With our motherland behind us, your son has no retreat and will never retreat. Mother, I lay awake last night, recalling how you used to lull me to sleep when I was young. Those moments are truly cherished. Father, Mother, I now stand on this bank of the river and prostrate myself 25 times toward our homeland. I am 25 years old, one prostration for each year to repay your nurturing kindness. I cannot write more. Your son kneels and bows again. 020, the hero spirit returns home. Dongping, who waited 70 long years. Goodness gracious, using your own body to connect the phone line? How excruciatingly painful must that have been? Did anyone play with those prank toys as kids? The ones that look like gum but give you a shock when you pull them? Even those cheap gimmicks make you instinctively let go. How much more so with a phone line? Heavens! Only now do I understand why, during my time as a communications soldier, we trained in pulling telephone wires by hand. Back then I thought the squad leader was just messing with us, looking for trouble. Now I realize, for victory, our predecessors built bridges with their very lives. Many people probably can't grasp that feeling. Let me put it this way. Every living creature has an instinct to seek pleasure and avoid pain. When hurt, you instinctively pull away from whatever caused the pain. Yet Yang Siyu clung to that wire through excruciating agony. Don't tell me it's because electric shock creates a magnetic pull. I know you have a more scientific explanation. But right now, I choose to believe it was the will of our predecessors, their yearning for victory and peace, that allowed them to defy their instincts. Why? I won't watch. I've been crying since the moment they welcomed the heroes home, and now my eyes are all puffy. The moment the truth was revealed. Over 200,000 viewers in the livestream room burst into tears. Even the hired comment spammers, brought in to flood the chat, were weeping before their screens. Even Wang Yajun, sitting before his screen, felt tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps as Li Feng's friend, rooted in self-interest, he could continue scheming against Chen Huaifang for Li Feng's benefit. But at this very moment, at this very instant, his eyes welled up with tears for the predecessors who had sacrificed themselves years ago. Kids, my story is finished. See you, and all those children who left their lives forever in foreign lands, they've all come home. Chen Huaifang stood at the entrance of the martyrs' cemetery, delivering the final words of the live broadcast. At that very moment, at Taohua Airport. When they left, snow and wind raged, clad only in thin garments. That year, we set out to rebuild our ancient land, amidst foreign threats and deep-rooted poverty and weakness. They strode across rivers with pride and vigor, defending their homeland. Upon their return, the sky was clear and the sea vast, with boundless blue skies stretching endlessly. 70 years have passed since that year, and now our motherland's landscapes are splendid, our nation prosperous and strong. They remain young and passionate, laid to rest beneath the national flag, their spirits returning to their homeland. Wow, did you see that? Those planes flying overhead when we just got back? They're all our own aircraft now. So big, so beautiful. I still remember back then, those damn eagle-winged planes flying round and round. All I could do was fire my machine gun at them, but I couldn't hit a thing. You tell me the thing we just saw, that J-20 could take down one of those eagle-ass planes? Hell yeah, they could. Back in the day, I could take down those damn eagle wings planes with my cannon. Why couldn't these kids flying them do the same now? Exactly, absolutely. In a live stream watched by over 200,000 viewers. Led by armored vehicles and escorted by police cars, the convoy carrying the remains of 37 fallen heroes drove north along Fumin Road, entering Fengshui Youth Avenue amid the piercing wail of sirens. This was the city's main north-south thoroughfare. On both sides of the road lay Feng City's urban district, a witness to the Republic's 70-year journey through storms and trials. Hey! Look at all the cars lining the road. Wow, after all these years away, our country has so many cars now. Back when I went down with that old wreck, it was the first time I'd ever seen a car. Forget the cars for now. Look at that huge library. Are libraries built this big nowadays? Who would have thought? When I was learning to read, a little teacher taught us one character at a time from a worn-out book. Now kids have so many books, how wonderful. That building is so tall. How many people could live in there? If our village had a building like that back then, folks wouldn't have frozen to death. Amid the honking horns, crowds of citizens began gathering spontaneously along both sides of Youth Avenue. Standing along the roadside, they deliberately avoided wearing bright colors. As the motorcade approached, they stood at attention. Among them were teenagers barely 16 or 17, children as young as 6 or 7, and elderly folks in their 70s and 80s. Standing there, they seemed to glimpse the people of the past. Oh my, the clothes these youngsters wear nowadays are so nice, clean and neat. Not like back in our day, when one cotton coat would be passed from big brother to second brother, then to sister, before it finally came to me. Yeah. Hey, look over there, isn't that old man little Lou? Looks like it. I remember he was only 17 back then? The youngest in our company. He really did survive. I knew he'd make it. As long as he's still here, our ninth company will never truly be gone. The convoy advanced to welcome the heroes home. Feng City had already cleared all roads. All city overpasses were closed to traffic during this period. Our martyrs sacrificed their lives to shield us beneath a clear blue sky. Today, as their spirits return home, no one shall pass overhead. Along both sides of Youth Avenue, students from several universities in Feng City spontaneously appeared waving national flags, saluting the convoy. This is the red flag raised by the martyrs with their lives. 70 years ago, it fluttered in the wind, waving with soaring ambition. And 70 years later, it remains as vibrant as ever, illuminating the new journey of a new generation of youth. 70 years flowed by like a river. On the other side of the river, storms rage. On this side of the river, the nation enjoys peace and prosperity. 2 generations of youth, in the prime of their lives. Yeah, it was worth it. Seeing how prosperous and powerful our motherland is today, my life was worth it. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Skyscrapers, planes, tanks, all the things we lacked back then, we have now. I can finally let go of my regrets. Just wonder when we'll finally wipe out those devils. Ha! Don't forget to give me a heads up when it happens. Gradually, the skyscrapers lining both sides of the road faded from view. Gradually, the crowds faded from view. The motorcade exited the main urban area, traveling along Fumin Road, then Youth Avenue, finally taking Shanhua Road and Jinqiu Road before turning right into Beishan Martyrs Cemetery. Here, a military honor guard from all 3 branches of the armed forces had already lined the road in formation, waiting. Hey, this place is pretty nice, quiet and beautiful, with mountains and water. Yeah. Man, this is way better than that dump over in South Korea. Alright, stop crying. I'm back now, aren't I? Those who came here weren't just official personnel. Also present were the families and descendants of those who had volunteered to fight against the Eagles and aid the Koreans back then. Their eyes were already brimming with tears. Chen Huaifang stood there, equally unable to contain his emotions. He took a deep breath, welcoming everyone back. As he stood there, he suddenly spotted a familiar face among the crowd. In the live stream footage, he suddenly grew agitated, his steps trembling slightly. What's wrong with Grandpa? Is something bad about to happen? No. The heroes have finally returned. Grandpa, please don't have another accident. Is there no one nearby? Someone come help him immediately. Viewers who witnessed this scene immediately grew anxious. Fortunately, Xiao Lu soon appeared on the live stream. She hurriedly helped Chen Huaifang to her feet. As for Chen Huaifang, he took 3 steps at a time, his age of 104 not slowing him down. He quickly approached the figure before him. To be precise, he approached the wheelchair. It was Gong Ping. Seated in the wheelchair, she looked at Chen Huaifang. Both elderly figures were brimming with tears. The young woman pushing the wheelchair couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, who is this?" Gong Ping merely smiled. Chen Huaifang remained silent as well. It was Xiao Lu who acted swiftly, pulling the young woman aside to explain the situation. Only the figures of the 2 elderly women remained on the live stream. "Commander, it's been so many years." After a long silence, Gong Ping finally spoke. "Yes, it's been so many years." Chen Huaifang fought back his emotions, glancing at Gong Ping's legs. He asked with difficulty, "What happened to you?" Gong Ping gave a faint smile. "When news of Siyu's sacrifice came back, I'll be honest, I resented you deeply. But I also knew it was his choice. So, as his partner, I couldn't disgrace him either. That year during the Vietnam War, I went to the front lines with the cultural troupe to perform for the troops. We were ambushed by the enemy, and I was disabled. Honestly, at that moment, I thought it would have been better if they had just killed me outright. That way I could have seen Siyu sooner. Instead of suffering through all these years of waiting." As she spoke, she pulled a long yellowed letter from her bosom. It was the farewell letter Yang Siyu had left her all those years ago. "My dearest love, this letter is as if we were meeting face to face. As I write this, I am still a living soul in this world. But by the time you read these words, I will already be a ghost in the underworld. Please forgive me for not fulfilling your wish in the end, for I simply could not allow myself to remain behind as a deserter. When the nation is in peril, every man bears responsibility. My parents gave me this 7-foot frame of a man. I go forth to serve my country. If I do not return, I do not return. Only to you do I owe a great debt. Each time I think of it, I toss and turn, unable to sleep through the night. Alas, life offers no perfect solutions. This life is for my country, and the next, I shall seek you out to renew our bond." As I write these words, I realize how short the paper is and how deep the feelings run. There are still a few more things I wish I could write, but they are too difficult to put into words. May you soon find solace from your grief and discover new happiness. Yang Siyu's final words. 021, what? A Japanese soldier buried in the martyrs' cemetery? Wah, look at the handwriting in Yang Siyu's suicide note. It started out as big as a fingernail, but got smaller and smaller as he wrote. Because there was so much to say, yet the space to write kept shrinking. Today I finally understand what it means to have too little paper to express all one's feelings. When Yang Siyu's suicide note was revealed by Gong Ping, everyone present broke down in tears. He had nothing to be ashamed of before anyone. He was worthy of his father, who had long since made the ultimate sacrifice, and of his mother, who now rested in peace. He was worthy of the 400 million compatriots on this side of the border, and worthy of the red flag he carried on his shoulders. Yet there was one person he could never make amends to. Only to Gong Ping. Chen Huaifang stared at Gong Ping, a lump rising in his throat that he couldn't force out. He could only stare at Gong Ping, at this child who had grown old long ago. If Yang Siyu were still alive, he would be just as frail and aged as she was now. Gong Ping looked at him. She had imagined their reunion countless times. She had hated her father. She had hated him for not simply transferring Yang Siyu back to the mainland. She had hated Chen Huaifang. She hated Chen Huaifang for humiliating her lover in front of so many people. She had even considered rushing up to Chen Huaifang and unleashing her fury with the most vicious words she could muster. But she didn't. Because she knew that what truly took Yang Siyu's precious life were the aggressors across the vast ocean. The two elders looked at each other in silence for a long time. Finally, Gong Ping slowly asked, "Old commander, when Siyu sacrificed himself, was he brave?" Chen Huaifang's eyes welled up with tears. Brave. How could he not be brave? Brave beyond compare. Wah, I'm gonna cry so hard. I can't watch anymore. I can't watch anymore. My eyes will swell up if I keep watching. Wah. And so, the livestream concluded amidst the tears of over 100,000 viewers. Yet the butterfly effect unleashed by this livestream was far from over. On the contrary, under Li Feng's persistent efforts, since the entire livestream failed to provide any solid evidence confirming Chen Huaifang's identity, within days, countless skeptical voices erupted online. Shocking. Is the viral heroic elder actually a carefully orchestrated scam? Which unscrupulous company exploited patriotic sentiments? Am I the only one who knew? That veteran of the war of resistance who moved millions of netizens was actually fake? Hey everyone, get this. Not long ago I was moved to tears, but when I looked into it, I realized my tears were all tricked out of me. And so on, videos and posts like these sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Whether riding the trend or genuinely exposing fraud, Chen Huaifang became a target of public scrutiny almost overnight. Some influential figures with extensive connections even reached out to official sources for verification. But the influencer's official contacts gave a very vague response to the issue. I can't say much about this. I hope everyone will respect the elderly man's privacy and not disturb his daily life. Such vagueness stemmed from orders issued by Old Ma himself, passed down through every level of the system. Chen Huaifang's military rank and background were both sensitive and unique. Until Old Ma devised an appropriate solution, all details were to be withheld and prohibited from public disclosure. Yet for a founding general, the authorities felt compelled to provide some special consideration. This response, for instance, indirectly signaled the authorities' desire to halt online speculation. Yet to netizens, this response carried an entirely opposite tone. The authorities are far too kind, even protecting imposters posing as war heroes. I'd bet 80% it's because officials see the old man is too frail and don't want the hassle, so they resorted to this half measure. The elderly man is understandable, but the media company exploiting him shouldn't be let off lightly. Agreed. I recall this livestream initially had a female operator. As the news continued to spread, people gradually traced back to the very first day of the livestream. They vented their frustration on Maizi, who was just debugging the stream. Fortunately, Maizi only briefly appeared that day, and with few viewers in the room, no real trouble arose for now. But who could guarantee that Maizi's life would remain peaceful? Especially with Li Feng clinging to this juicy piece of meat, refusing to let go. Sometimes, even the slightest disturbance during Chen Huaifang's cycling sessions gets blown out of proportion. Holy! Did you guys hear that? There was clearly someone else there just now. Need to hear it? I clicked in early. The stream started with a woman in a business suit. Looks like she's in her 20s. That woman must be the original operations manager. I'm a longtime follower of this account. I was there on his first livestream day. There was a female operations person on camera back then, plus a male voice. I bet these two are the same ones from the beginning. Man, I actually thought this old guy was a real World War II hero. Who knew? This media company is incredibly powerful and even bolder than their power. They actually dared to hire someone to impersonate a World War II veteran for a script. Put. Damn them. But none of these doubts reached Chen Huaifang's ears. He was riding his bike and couldn't check the comments. Yet he continued interacting with the live stream audience as if oblivious. The old man remained completely unaware that the audience in the livestream had transformed from quietly listening little kids into a cyber army launching frenzied verbal attacks against him. Yet he continued narrating his journey without pause. After bidding farewell to Jin Wanhu and Yang Siyu, his next destination was to meet a comrade in arms from the past. A comrade in arms he had never fought alongside. In a sense, this comrade had once been an enemy. An enemy who bore a blood feud against Huaxia. Much of what I know about him came later. Some details are hazy, others I simply don't know, so if my story isn't perfect, little ones, don't blame me too harshly. Chen Huaifang continued speaking to himself in his usual tone and manner of address. But the live chat's comments were a completely different story. Grandpa really got played hard. Honestly, from his face, old Chen seemed pretty upright. Too bad he got used by scoundrels and ruined his reputation in the end. He can't even see your comments now. True enough, but I'm still curious what kind of story this media company has concocted this time? I'm curious too, but what baffles me more is how this old man remembers all these fabricated stories. Time rewinds to 1938. Less than a year had passed since the full-scale war of resistance against Japan began. At that time, Chen Huaifang was still serving as a platoon leader in the old revolutionary base area, which was tightly encircled and besieged by the Japanese invaders. To swiftly and completely eliminate all military forces within the blockade zone, the Japanese had sealed off every possible route into the base areas and dismantled all railways. This meant a significant amount of supplies simply couldn't be transported into the base areas. Consequently, everyone in Chen Huaifang's region lived hand to mouth, never knowing if their next meal would come. But it didn't stop there. The Japanese forces would periodically launch sweeping operations, plundering whatever scarce supplies remained and burning whatever they couldn't carry away. Adding to our hardships, our troops had only recently crossed the snow-capped mountains and grasslands, leaving us severely short on supplies and equipment. After several enemy sweeps, not even a single piece of bark could be found in the compound where I was stationed. As for guns and bullets, forget it, several men shared a single rifle, and even that held only a handful of rounds. Facing the Japanese encirclement, we mostly relied on machetes and spears to fight them tooth and nail. As the story unfolded, viewers in the livestream began to grow dissatisfied. Seriously, did the media company's writer drop out of elementary school? Is this all they've got? My verdict, utter crap. Couldn't they make the story a bit more dramatic? Where's the emotional punch? Might as well read some trashy web novels. It's not that he's wrong, but as an influencer, he's gotta do something different, right? At this moment, viewers in the livestream who saw Chen Huaifang as an influencer grew even more dissatisfied. Exploiting the elderly, exploiting heroes, and exploiting national sentiment, that's one thing. But now he can't even be bothered to make up a decent story? Just then, Chen Huaifang, who had been livestreaming his bike ride for over 10 consecutive days, suddenly stopped his bike. He had arrived at his destination. He took his phone out and pointed it forward. It was a martyr's cemetery. However, it was quite small, much smaller than the resting places of martyrs like Yang Siyu. Yet from this sacred place came the sounds of playful laughter and roughhousing. No, not playful sounds. It was the sound of indignation. Holy, this is ridiculous. Wait, isn't this our martyr's cemetery? Why is there a Japanese soldier's grave here? You guys must be seeing things. Wait. It really is a Japanese soldier's grave, and it says from Tokyo? 022, total internet ban. The authorities finally step in? What? A Japanese? Did I hear that right? It's actually a Japanese soldier? Great, just great. This crappy company really has the nerve to make stuff up. They're whitewashing Japanese soldiers? Chen Huaifang's words landed like a thunderclap in the livestream. Openly whitewashing the Japanese? No Chinese person could possibly accept this. The ethnic enemies who invaded our land, plundered our rivers and mountains, and slaughtered our compatriots, and now they dare whitewash them? This company isn't just unusual, it's rare. Rare. Put. Anti-Japanese heroes? What anti-Japanese hero would ever be comrades in arms with the Japanese? International fighters? This traitor company made up that lie to whitewash the Japanese. The enraged audience instantly flooded the report buttons, leaving the stream moderator's head spinning. He never imagined this viral old man would publicly whitewash the Japanese. Requests to ban the stream flooded the screen almost instantly. Between China and Japan lies a blood feud. In China, you can praise Hanskat's cars, gush about Eagle Chan's sweet air, or even say Footbasin's anime is good. But one thing is certain, anyone who dares whitewash the Japanese of the past, that person stands against all of China. They slaughtered 1 million of our compatriots. China and Japan have a score to settle. And if we settle it, it's not just a matter of settling, it's a matter of national survival and the survival of our race. Now, a streamer who's trending across the entire internet, claiming to be a veteran of the war of resistance and an anti-Japanese hero, actually dares to whitewash an invader in front of tens of thousands of viewers? And portraying him as a comrade in arms? Even viewers who initially tuned in just for the drama couldn't stomach it. More and more people started reporting the stream, and the moderators monitoring the chat were nearly blinded by the constant pop-up alerts. 3 minutes later, just as Chen Huaifang caught her breath and remounted her tricycle. Under the pressure of tens of thousands of reports from viewers, the moderators finally banned the stream. Within 1 minute, the headline Chen Huaifang whitewashes invaders. Admins remained silent before finally banning account. Shot straight to the top of Douyin's trending list. Total views across platforms surpassed 50 million within 3 minutes. Countless users flooded the comments with reports, vowing to force the platform to ban Chen Huaifang across all platforms. With the livestream banned, they flooded official accounts with collective condemnation of this traitor. Meanwhile, news of the ban swiftly reached Douyin executives. The young executive stormed into the super admin's office, furious. If not for a shred of restraint, he would have slapped the admin across the face. Didn't I tell you to carefully monitor the whitelist for the livestream? Why did you ban it? The enraged executive yanked the super admin by the collar and demanded an explanation. Startled, the super admin hastily explained, Joe, I didn't want to ban it. Just look at our trending topics right now. That old man is whitewashing the Japanese in front of hundreds of thousands of people. We're getting thousands upon thousands of reports flooding in. If we don't ban him now, they'll be targeting us next. The executive, retaining a shred of reason, slowly released the super admin's collar and frowned. Chen Huaifang was whitewashing the Japanese in a livestream? How could that be possible? Could the information he received be false? Wasn't this old man a genuine hero of the War of Resistance, a founding general? But rather a genuine internet celebrity packaged by some media company to rake in traffic and profits? The executive quickly dismissed this thought himself. Impossible. This strictly confidential information couldn't possibly be fake. But the topic of whitewashing Japanese invaders and justifying aggressors is indeed beyond Douyin's capacity to handle. If netizens branded them as inaction, their market value would evaporate by tens of billions tonight, and tomorrow, their competitor would launch a rival short video platform. At this thought, the executive pointed forcefully at the moderator and ordered, whitelist his account immediately, then wipe his private message history. Got it? I don't care how the online backlash escalates, this old man's account must not get into trouble. Got it? Got it. The super admin nodded immediately, returning to his workstation to begin the process. Just as the executive turned to leave, his phone rang. He frowned slightly, somewhat surprised, and answered, Hello, this is Zhou Dong. The voice on the other end was full of vigor. Little Zhou, how have you been lately? Zhou Dong smiled and flattered, thanks to your reminder the other day, things are manageable for now. His tone shifted abruptly as he sucked in a sharp breath, it's just, well, our old hero has been a bit. The voice on the other end also sounded hesitant, pausing before continuing. Talking without restraint? Zhou Dong hesitated. Blunt as hell is bull, the voice snapped back. Zhou, you need to get this straight. The fact that you and I can sit here safely now, free from the ravages of war, is all thanks to the blood and sacrifice of veterans like old Chen back then. Even if some unrelated mistakes prevent us from publicly acknowledging his identity right now. But we absolutely cannot let certain scheming individuals disturb old Chen. Especially today's incident, we can't let those with ulterior motives exploit it. Our teacher taught us, the Chinese people and the Japanese are united against a single enemy, Japanese imperialism and the scum of the Chinese nation. Do what must be done, and don't even think about what shouldn't be done. You must control online discourse effectively. I've assigned personnel to handle offline matters. As for those with ulterior motives, they won't escape either. Understood? After listening to the reprimand on the other end of the line, Zhou Dong nodded grimly. Understood. He glanced at his wristwatch, then turned to the moderator, restore the livestream within 30 minutes. Understood. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation, Chen Huaifang was riding her bike, about to reach her destination. He had no idea the online community was already in an uproar, nor that his livestream had been banned. But he also knew that telling today's youth that a Japanese soldier would be his comrade in arms, an international soldier who fought alongside the Chinese against invaders, it was indeed hard to accept. After all, even Chen Huaifang himself couldn't believe that among the Japanese soldiers who committed every atrocity imaginable, from burning and looting to murder, such a person could exist. It was an old village in the revolutionary base area, heavily blockaded by the Japanese. It was a time of such hardship that even boiling tree bark required 3 people to share a single bowl. Compounded by the Japanese forces' relentless, plow-like sweeps through the land, the villagers could only endure hunger while using their meager weapons to repel the invaders. With repeated raids plowing through the land, people endured hunger while fighting with whatever weapons they had. Some bodies began to break down. Hunger is hard to endure. Some people were so starved they even grabbed handfuls of dirt and shoved it into their mouths. Others tore strips from their clothes to chew on for sustenance. Though everyone knew that if they could just endure until next year, until the next wheat harvest ripened, they would have enough to eat. But how many would live to see that wheat harvest? Starvation didn't just mean dying of hunger. Others would be shot by the Japanese soldiers while dizzy and disoriented, or captured alive. Chen Huaifang witnessed those deranged Japanese soldiers take a comrade in arms. stripped naked, chained to trucks, and paraded through the streets, all to show others the fate awaiting those who defied them. Gritting his teeth, Chen Huaifang wanted to charge straight at those devils and fight them to the death. But his platoon leader pulled him back. He couldn't let grief and rage cloud his judgment. With just a few rifles in our hands, and men so starved they could barely walk straight, to confront well-fed Japanese soldiers, each armed with a fine rifle, in such a brazen showdown? It would be like hitting a stone with an egg. So we could only watch helplessly. Watch our compatriots, stripped naked and bound to the truck, being viciously humiliated. Our eyes bulged with rage, our teeth gnashed in fury, yet we could only wait for that chance to avenge them. The memory remains vivid. Kongping County. Chen Huaifang still remembers that sign to this day. Because on that day, after flaunting their power to their heart's content, those Japanese devils beheaded our dying compatriot right beneath that very sign. Beneath the towering archway. A man may be killed, but they cannot be dishonored. That very night, Chen Huaifang and his men prepared their ammunition, vowing to retrieve their comrade's head and give him a proper burial. But with only 11 rifles and 80 rounds of ammunition in their hands, it was utterly insufficient. Thus, they set out with a near certain resolve to die. But just as they were about to reach the outskirts of Kongping County, they unexpectedly discovered a flatbed cart. A bundle of coarse burlap lay upon it. Out of caution, Chen Huaifang carefully lifted the bundle of coarse linen. Inside, to their shock, lay the severed head, along with a crate full of Japanese canned goods and a note scrawled in garbled Chinese characters. 023, Li Feng goes live. The manufactured internet celebrity scammer. A meticulously wrapped head of a fallen comrade. A truck loaded to the brim with canned meat. Honestly, Chen Huaifang rubbed his eyes twice, still unable to believe this was real. And it wasn't just him. The 10 men carefully selected to retrieve their comrade's head for burial couldn't believe it either. Anping County. That was a heavily fortified stronghold guarded by Japanese troops in layer upon layer of defense. Who on earth? Not only did they bring back their comrade's head, but they even returned with a crate of Japanese canned meat? If it were just the head, perhaps they could attribute it to some extraordinary individual who'd stolen it out. But how could they explain that box of canned meat? Who could sneak into the Japanese barracks and emerge unscathed with an entire crate of canned goods? Unless it was a ghost. Only a ghost could pull off something so stealthy. Just as everyone was puzzled, the platoon leader, the only literate man among the 10, finally deciphered the writing on the note. It read, "Hello, this is all yours. Don't be picky." Though written in Chinese characters, the words felt awkward to read. Moreover, the handwriting was clumsy and unnatural, hardly resembling that of someone literate. We should have guessed back then that note wasn't written by a Chinese person. But who could have imagined it back then? Who could have imagined that among those Japanese devils who committed every conceivable atrocity and were worse than beasts there could actually be a single decent person? So we just hauled the truckload of canned meat back and found a spot to bury the severed head that had been returned. Chen Huaifang continued telling the story, oblivious that the livestream had been shut down. But at that very moment, another streamer went live. It was Li Feng. As the chairman of Mountain Peak Media, this marked his first public appearance via livestream. Though not among China's top media conglomerates, Mountain Peak Media rode the wave of trends, boasting numerous super influencers with over 10 million followers. Naturally, these influencers actively directed traffic to their boss's broadcast. Combined with the general public's curiosity about what a CEO worth tens or even hundreds of billions would broadcast within less than 10 minutes. The number of viewers in Li Feng's livestream had already surpassed 100,000. The fundamental reason behind his livestream was surprisingly straightforward. Ever since Chen Huaifang's last livestream, where even the most basic smear tactics failed and backfired, that incident had stuck like a thorn in his flesh, robbing him of sleep and appetite. He dreamed of bringing Chen Huaifang crashing down from her pedestal, shattering her completely. But his carefully prepared plan required time, forcing him to endure in silence. Until today. Li Feng never imagined Chen Huaifang's media company would dare whitewash the little Japanese bastard. With public opinion shifting overnight, this was his golden opportunity to capitalize on the wave of attention. So he opened his livestream. All the fabricated narratives took shape almost instantly. But he couldn't let the viewers in the livestream see through his intentions. He feigned complete ignorance, casually interacting with the company's internet celebrities who had come to drop gifts and make a cameo appearance. Until a few comments appeared in the chat. "Mr. Li, what are your thoughts on that veteran Chen Huaifang trending online lately? War veteran, my foot. That old man is whitewashing the Japanese invaders today." What? Whitewashing the Japanese? Isn't he an anti-Japanese war veteran? Almost instantly, the chat stream transformed from casual greetings and self-promotion into a barrage of sharp criticism and insults directed at Chen Huaifang. But Li Feng continued to pretend he hadn't noticed. He wanted to make the over 200,000 viewers in the livestream anxious. The more anxious they became, the more intense their emotions would grow. The more intense the emotions, the worse their judgment becomes. And the worse their judgment, the better the outcome would be. Sure enough, within just 5 minutes, a wealthy big brother couldn't take it anymore. He splurged 500,000 yuan to flood the chat with 50 grand carnival gifts, setting the livestream ablaze, each gift accompanied by a scathing comment. Seriously, are you media folks all in cahoots? The other channels whitewashing the Japanese, and you're pretending not to see? Are you even Chinese? A 500,000 yuan barrage of comments. It would be a bit much for Li Feng to keep pretending he didn't see it. He chuckled inwardly, feigning confusion as he replied, "What exactly do you mean, my friend? What do you mean the other side is whitewashing the Japanese invaders? Who would whitewash invaders? Shouldn't all Chinese people share a common hatred for the Japanese?" This deliberately provocative remark ignited the audience's emotions once more. Exactly. United in hatred. The Chinese and those Japanese bastards are natural enemies. Only because we live in peaceful times, otherwise, they'd have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. Those Japanese bastards never gave up on destroying our nation. Now they're spending money to buy traitors and whitewash their crimes. The flood of passionate comments in the bullet chat made Li Feng's heart burst with glee. Hiring paid commenters and using bot accounts to flood the chat was a cheap trick that wouldn't work. But today, Chen Huaifang, you've truly asked for death and gotten it. Seeing the audience's emotions running high, Li Feng decided to drop the act altogether. He pretended to think for a moment before posing a question. "Oh my, I just checked the earlier comments. You guys aren't talking about that old man who was telling stories the other day, are you? What was his name again?" The chubby assistant off-screen immediately replied, "Chen Huaifang." "Oh, right." Li Feng nodded, glancing at the comments as he spoke. "Actually, I've met this person before. To be honest with you all, even though I'm relatively young, just in my 30s, I was deeply influenced by my family growing up and have always been a very principled person. So when I first learned there was a Centenarian, a veteran hero of the War of Resistance, still alive, I had my assistant reach out to him. Considering the elderly gentleman's poor health, as a younger generation member and simply an ordinary citizen living in the prosperous era this hero fought so hard to create, I wanted to provide him with some financial or material support, so he wouldn't have to ride that tricycle alone. It's too dangerous, right?" This heartfelt introduction, which didn't rush straight to the point, immediately resonated with the audience. Supporting a war hero is absolutely the right thing to do, except this old man isn't one. Guess Mr. Li's kindness was misplaced. So what happened after that? Yeah, what happened next? I really want to know. After that. Li Feng paused dramatically before continuing. "After we got in touch, we found out he didn't need our measly little contribution at all. Of course, everyone, I'm live streaming here. We have to follow Douyin's platform rules, so I can't say everything. You'll just have to make do with what I can share. My assistant first tried messaging the account privately, but never got a response. So we figured maybe the old man wasn't familiar with these things. That's why I flew straight from Shanghai to Jinzhou with my assistant and some staff to meet him in person. I remember bringing some cash, snacks, drinks, and other things. All meant as gifts for the elderly man. But when our group finally arrived at the location, guess what we saw?" At this point, Li Feng paused again. He was waiting for the live chat comments. Fake? Definitely fake. Probably just some rigged mobile platform? Person sits on it to stream while a car pulls it from the front? Seeing the comments match his expectations, Li Feng simply smiled and nodded on screen. Anyway, some things aren't convenient to say during a live stream. You all get the gist. Li Feng chuckled, took a sip of water, and added, "After all, I'm in this line of work too. We cross paths all the time. If we can't be friends, we shouldn't be enemies either." Damn it. I knew it. It's fake. I knew it. How could someone over 100 years old still be streaming? This is all just hype? And I actually got emotional over the stories he told on stream. People who exploit national sentiment like this deserve to be damned. In an instant, the over 200,000 viewers in Li Feng's livestream all believed the answer he had never personally confirmed. Chen Huaifang is nothing but a media-hyped internet celebrity. A fraud. But that wasn't enough. He needed to add more fuel to the fire. He wanted the flames to burn even fiercer. Everyone, please don't get so worked up. All I can say is that this is just the way he chose to work. And I just heard his livestream got shut down, right? Sigh, this whole thing. How should I put it? It's like trying to stop a train with your bare hands. But some things can't be said outright. Anyway, just watch and see. He'll probably be back in action in no time. Li Feng appeared to be advising the livestream audience not to invite trouble. But in reality, he was only stoking the flames of their anger. 024, Chen Huaifang returns to streaming. A captured Japanese soldier? What? He can go back on stream? Aren't accounts like this permanently banned? How can they let him stream again? Even after Mr. Li said that, it can't be real, right? In an instant, tens of thousands of viewers plunged into a whirlwind of fury and bewilderment. Even Li Feng himself wasn't sure if Chen Huaifang, who'd been abruptly banned, could resume streaming. But to truly uproot the problem, he wanted viewers to mentally banish Chen Huaifang forever. Even if he could stream again later, so what? In this era where traffic reigns supreme, an influencer without an audience is no different from a stray dog on the street. Wait. A stray dog could still film, oh my gosh. Who would have thought I'd find another puppy video and become a pet blogger? But Chen Huaifang, stripped of her core audience, was dead as a doornail. Seeing the audience's emotions reach their peak, Li Feng formally played his final move. He pretended to receive an urgent call and left the livestream. 3 minutes later, he reappeared, feigning embarrassment. Sorry. Just got a call from a colleague. Before he could finish, Li Feng clapped his hand over his mouth, pretending to have accidentally said something he shouldn't. 3 seconds later, he ended the stream, leaving over 100,000 viewers in the livestream room with nothing but a huge question mark. After signing off, Li Feng smiled nonchalantly. I just don't believe this old man can get away unscathed this time. Unless that old man really has official backing, the fat man added. Li Feng shot the fat guy a sidelong glance, suddenly amused. Care to make a bet? The fat guy froze, then hurriedly replied, Brother Feng, how could I dare bet against you? Li Feng shrugged indifferently, just for fun. Let's bet on how powerful Chen Huaifang's backing really is. If he manages to relaunch within a month, you win, I'll multiply your year-end bonus by 10. If he can't get back on stream within a month, I win and you work for free this year. The fat guy immediately frowned and waved his hands in refusal. This wasn't a bet at all. This was clearly Li Feng trying to avoid paying him. Not to mention that whitewashing the Japanese would practically nail Chen Huaifang's account to the pillar of shame. But Li Feng's flawless kill streak and last hitting alone would be enough to get Chen Huaifang's account reported tens of thousands of times by furious netizens. Streaming within a month? If he ever streams again in his lifetime, it'll be nothing short of a miracle. Seeing this, Li Feng merely smiled. But his smile vanished instantly. The computer screen that had been monitoring Chen Huaifang's livestream suddenly lit up. The stream, banned for less than 30 minutes, had somehow gone live again. The same visuals, the same content. Li Feng immediately lost his composure. What the hell? Rushing to the computer, his eyes widened in disbelief. He'd never seen anyone restart a stream this quickly in his entire life. Even when Shanfeng Media's top influencers were mistakenly banned, they had to wait 24 hours before going live again. Who the hell is this old man? And he was actually rebroadcasting the content from just now? If it happened once or twice, we wouldn't think much of it. But in less than a month, we've received a full 8 boxes of all kinds of supplies. Small items like canned goods, meat, vegetables plus white rice and flour. To larger items like bullets, grenades, and even penicillin, which was worth its weight in gold back then. In the livestream, Chen Huaifang's voice betrayed not a hint of relief at having survived the ordeal. He remained as calm and composed as during his previous livestreams. Like an old man at the village entrance, he recounted the past with the same air of casual detachment. Ever since receiving that first shipment of canned meat and the severed heads of his fallen comrades. Around their platoon's base in the old revolutionary area, several units had inexplicably discovered supplies. Whether it was food or weapons, these were all standard Japanese military supplies. These weren't things wealthy patriots could buy with money. So where did these things come from? At the time, few in our unit could read, let alone had received higher education. So, over time, some wildly outlandish rumors began to circulate. Some claimed a mysterious figure capable of scaling walls, traversing roofs, and disappearing through walls had secretly hauled box after box of supplies from the enemy barracks through underground passages. Others claimed it was stolen or looted by the underworld boss of Anping County, who paid people to take it from the Japanese but was too embarrassed to claim it, so he secretly stashed it there. Some even claimed it was the deity Guan Yu manifesting his divine power to punish evildoers. As the rumors multiplied, more and more people began to speculate wildly. Some new comrades who had just joined the ranks and lacked firm resolve even began to believe them. They all believed it was divine intervention, that with God's aiding us against the invaders, there'd be no more bloodshed or sacrifice. But how could that possibly be? Truthfully, Chen Huaifang himself wished for divine intervention. Then so many people wouldn't have to shed blood and make sacrifices. But having joined the party and begun receiving modern education, he understood clearly. There were no gods in this world. All these mythical creatures were paper tigers, mere facades. Only we ourselves can save us. Only we Chinese people can save China. But people like us remain a minority. New comrades in the ranks, or those unwilling to believe in the absence of divine beings, began appearing in large numbers, even threatening the unity of our forces. Unable to tolerate this, the regiment commander ordered additional mobile sentries to be deployed near the old base areas. We must find this person transporting supplies. As Chen Huaifang spoke, the tricycle's speed gradually slowed. In the newly relaunched livestream, the viewer count surpassed 100,000 within 3 minutes of going live. The chat was flooded with condemnation. Li Zong was actually right. This guy got his channel back up so fast? What gives? He gets to stream again after whitewashing the Japanese? Douyin is really going down the drain. What did I tell you? This isn't just a common platform, it's rare. Rare. Everyone, use your money-making fingers to report him. It's a disgrace that such a traitor can stream. But I think we should all cool down a bit. If he can still stream, it probably means things aren't as bad as we thought. It must be said. Some viewers in the livestream remained relatively level-headed. They weren't swept away by emotion or swayed by public opinion, but were calmly considering the situation. What if there's a twist? Though that possibility is slim. But, what if? Yes, what if? Back then, Chen Huaifang never believed there could be a decent Japanese soldier in this world. Even with a gun pressed to his temple, he wouldn't have believed it. But that dusk, as he led a three-man squad back to base after patrol, passing through a grove, they suddenly spotted a man in Japanese military uniform, furtively busy with something. The three men beside him immediately raised their guns, ready to shoot the Japanese soldier. Killing him would certainly be the easier option. But the value of capturing a Japanese soldier alive far outweighed that of a dead one. Sooner or later, the unit would attack Anping County. If they could extract information from this enemy soldier, now details about the Japanese defenses and troop deployments within the city. How many casualties could be spared on the day of the assault? Chen Huaifang made an instant decision: capture him alive. He flipped his rifle grip to hold it upside down, creeping cautiously up from behind. But just as he was about to raise his hand to strike, the Japanese soldier suddenly spun around. In that instant, Chen Huaifang braced himself for the worst. Without a moment's hesitation, only one thought filled his mind. Before the Japanese soldier could draw his gun, he had to take him down. In the nick of time, Chen Huaifang kicked the Japanese soldier's knee, then lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. The three men behind him immediately drew their swords, ready to execute the enemy on the spot. But just then, the enemy soldier actually spoke human words. Back then, people called Japanese demon talk and Chinese human talk. Chen Huaifang and the others never expected this devil soldier to speak human language. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I never harmed you." Though his accent was stiff, his meaning was crystal clear. "Bull. There's no such thing as a good Japanese. You're right. Squad leader, step aside. You let me chop off his head." But the three men behind them, whose families had been harmed by the Japanese, weren't about to listen to reason. The Japanese, they deserved to die. Chen Huaifang felt the same way. Yet he still held the same conviction: a living enemy was more valuable than a dead one. "Don't kill him. We must capture him alive. Bring him back to the regiment commander. Only then can we storm Anping County and rescue the people more smoothly." 025. They actually want to spare a Japanese soldier's life? Why are they capturing Japanese soldiers again? Are they whitewashing the enemy? Looks like the writers changed the script on the fly? Doesn't stop me from reporting this. Exactly. Old habits die hard. Brothers, let's report this. Still curious how the writer will wrap this up? They can't seriously tell us the Japanese soldier was actually Chinese, right? If they dare write that, I'll pay out of pocket to hunt him down. How deep is the Chinese people's hatred for the Japanese? This is probably it. Even though the tens of thousands watching this livestream never lived through that era. Just thinking about the atrocities those Japanese perpetrated on Chinese soil. Those heinous crimes too numerous to record. It makes their teeth itch with rage. And this is how the younger generation feels today. What about those like Chen Huaifang who lived through the shattered landscape of their homeland? Back then, I barely managed to talk down the three people beside me. I told them not to kill him just yet. The Japanese truly deserve to die, but since this little Japanese soldier could speak our language, we should capture him. What if he could reveal crucial intelligence? So the four of us bound him tightly, blindfolded him, and brought him back to our base. Besides the enemy soldier, Chen Huaifang and his comrades naturally brought back whatever the Japanese soldier had been tinkering with. What was it? 2 sacks of flour. Not much, but together they weighed over 10 pounds. 20 pounds of flour might not sound like much today, but in an era when over 60% of the population couldn't get enough to eat, and 80% had never even tasted flour. 20 pounds of white flour. It was worth its weight in gold. So when Chen Huaifang and his 3 companions delivered those 2 sacks of flour and a bound Japanese soldier to the base, presenting them before the regiment commander, the very first question the regiment commander asked was about the flour. Where did it come from? Of course, it was brought out by this little devil. The little devil brought it? The regiment commander looked at Chen Huaifang with suspicion, then shifted his gaze to the bound Japanese soldier. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why would a Japanese soldier appear in the woods, over 10 miles from Anping County, carrying 2 sacks of white powder? Didn't he realize that in this uniform, he was nothing but a rat everyone wanted to beat? Doesn't he know that any Chinese person who sees him would want to skin him alive? Of course he knew. He replied in his most awkward Chinese, "These are all gifts for you." For you? For us? A little Japanese devil actually giving gifts to Chinese people? No one would believe it. Not a single soul. Chen Huaifang shook his head in disbelief as he spoke. Forget us, even our battalion commander doesn't buy it. A Japanese devil who's done so much evil giving us 2 sacks of flour? What's there to think about? It's definitely a trap. They call it flour, but it's probably laced with poison. Small country, petty people, petty schemes they can't even imitate crossing the river in white robes properly. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were reporting the stream while bombarding the screen with comments. Meanwhile, Chen Huaifang, who had stopped to rest, finally glanced at the comments. He chuckled and nodded, exactly. We all figured that white flour was laced with poison. So we hurriedly fetched some water, kneaded some dough, and steamed 4 or 5 palm-sized buns. While the buns were steaming, many comrades who'd heard we'd captured a Japanese soldier rushed over, all intent on grinding the bastard into dust. But since the regiment commander was still present, everyone held back their anger and waited. Once the buns were steamed, the regiment commander picked one up and handed it to the Japanese soldier. He uttered just one word. Eat? Yes, he was testing it for poison. After all, these were 2 large sacks of flour. My old battalion commander was gambling betting that these sacks contained no poison. And that Japanese soldier, Itakatsu, without a second thought, took a big bite. He chewed with a loud smacking sound, barely swallowing one bite before taking another. Why did Itakatsu eat so fast? Because he believed this was the last meal the Chinese had given him. He knew the atrocities his country had committed, and he knew the sins his own identity carried. The Chinese people always repay kindness and settle grudges. He didn't want to explain anything. He just wanted to eat his fill before dying. His mother had told him that if one didn't eat their fill before death, their spirit would be too hungry to walk after dying and would never find its way home. But after he wolfed down 2 steamed buns, the regiment commander stopped him. Instead, over a dozen people gathered around him in the courtyard, watching and waiting for the poison to take effect. Yet an entire hour passed, and Yidasho still did not die. Seeing this, someone asked a question. Commander, is there really no poison in this white flour? Otherwise, how come this damn Japanese hasn't kicked the bucket yet? Hearing the question, Itakatsu hurriedly declared, no poison. No poison. The white powder was clean white powder. Not only the flour was clean. The bullets, grenades, canned goods, and even that box of penicillin everyone had found earlier, all of it was clean. All delivered by Itakatsu. Honestly, after the regiment commander asked and Itakatsu answered, not a single one of us nearly 20 people in the entire courtyard believed him. Everyone would rather believe Guan Yu had manifested his divine power than accept that Itakatsu had delivered them. He was a Japanese soldier. A Japanese soldier everyone wanted to beat to death. Many had rushed over specifically to get their hands on this Japanese devil. But after the regiment commander verified everything one by one, it was finally confirmed. Those 8 boxes of canned meat, 300 rounds of ammunition, 15 grenades, 6 vials of penicillin, and today's 2 sacks of flour all had been stolen by Itakatsu from the Japanese warehouse in Anping County. For this, he'd been beaten countless times by the Japanese officers. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang took a sip of water. Truth be told, he didn't feel much for Itakatsu. After all, they weren't fellow countrymen. Yet this man had been a thorn in his side for years. Like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. That was why he wanted to get it off his chest today. Meanwhile, the live chat was flooded with bewildered comments. Wait, what? The Japs are actually sending us supplies? You gotta be kidding me. At least make up a believable story. I'd buy it if you said it was the Russians or Han's people, but the Japs? The Japs doing something good? You'll stop at nothing to cover your tracks. I'm just going to keep hitting the report button. At that moment, Chen Huaifang, his regiment commander, and all the Chinese present felt exactly the same as the current chat users. None of them understood Itakatsu's actions. Many even suspected it was some Japanese ploy. Was he trying to win their trust? Or was it a lie Itakatsu concocted to save his own skin? After much deliberation, the regiment commander ultimately concluded it was a Japanese ploy to gain the Chinese's trust. Remember, when the Japanese first invaded China, they concocted that so-called Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, a lie so transparent it wouldn't fool a ghost to mask their ugly intentions. Now, resorting to the same old tricks with canned goods, flour, and weapons was only too predictable. But what kind of people are the Chinese? Over 5,000 years, this nation has created countless miracles throughout its long history. Amidst this historical river shine countless luminous pearls, among them the 36 stratagems. And within those stratagems lies one called turn their own stratagem against them. The Japanese's goodwill is a sham. But the rice and flour are real. Since the enemy intends to play such a cheap trick before us, why not turn their own tricks against them and secure more supplies? Let him go? Let him go. When the battalion commander uttered those 3 words, everyone lost their composure. Let a Japanese soldier go? Commander, have you forgotten how those Japanese treated our comrades? Commander, he's a Japanese soldier. You're actually letting one of them go? Commander, I refuse. I won't stand for it. Japs should be shot on sight. Everyone shouted to kill Itakatsu, but Chen Huaifang remained silent. Because he understood the commander's reasoning. What good does killing one Japanese soldier do? What we must do is defeat them, crush them, so they dare never covet the Chinese land again. We must eradicate them from the roots. Since they enjoy gifting us supplies to win our trust? Fine, let's turn their own tactics against them. Looking back now, the regiment commander took quite a risky gamble. Had it been any other Japanese commander instead of Itaikatsu, we would have suffered a major setback. But as luck would have it, we encountered that very Itaikatsu. After we let him go, he actually kept sending supplies every few days. Until that day, when he brought back a truck full. 026, turn the tables. Demanding the enemy's deployment map. Making up nonsense like letting the enemy go. What's the difference between this and releasing a tiger back to the mountain? It's like trying to skin a tiger. Can't even make up a believable story. The Japanese are called devils precisely because they're untrustworthy. After about 10 minutes, the stream's report-filled comments gradually faded, replaced instead by evaluations of the story Chen Huaifang had told. The Japanese simply aren't trustworthy. This remains true no matter how you look at it. Even today, the devil's ambition to destroy our Chinese nation still burns fiercely. They're just scared. Not because they've realized their mistakes. After glancing at the comments, Chen Huaifang smiled and nodded. Truthfully, I share your skepticism. But I understand the battalion commander's reasoning. As long as Itaikatsu doesn't demand anything in return, and as long as he keeps sending supplies out, we could turn a blind eye for now and settle accounts when we attack Anping County. Alas, we never saw that day. Nor did Itaikatsu. Chen Huaifang exhaled deeply, the decades buried knot in his heart slowly unraveling. The delicate balance between a unit dedicated to eliminating Japanese invaders and a Japanese soldier himself lasted roughly 3 months. Moreover, Itaikatsu's attitude toward the base area truly astonished everyone. Contrary to the regiment commander's expectations, he didn't start cozying up after delivering supplies a few times. Instead, each time he delivered supplies, he would hide them away and vanish without a trace. And on several occasions when he encountered patrol squads, he immediately turned and fled. Nor did he poison the grain shipments as those calling for his execution had speculated. Instead, his deliveries grew larger each time. The most substantial shipment included 5 sacks of flour, 10 pounds of pork, and 2 full boxes of canned goods. Sometimes everyone would even feel a bit dazed. They began to wonder, is this damn kid actually one of the Japanese? If he was one, why would he do such things? Yet how could he not be one? He'd even delivered Japanese uniforms and boots to the base. And he knew the Chinese disliked that color, but he had no choice. He could only slip in a note that read, "Sorry. I couldn't change the color. I hope you won't mind." His Chinese was visibly improving. His handwriting, too, was growing increasingly neat. In moments of distraction, people scarcely even noticed he was a Japanese soldier. A Japanese soldier who committed every conceivable atrocity, burning, killing, and pillaging across the Chinese land. How could this be? It's a made-up story. What's possible or impossible? Trying to whitewash the Japanese with this weak attempt? This story is poorly crafted. The viewers in the livestream still believed it was a fabricated tale. Indeed, not only them, but even Chen Huaifang didn't believe it was true. Even after more than 80 years had passed, he still didn't believe it was true. He still believed it was fake. He climbed back onto his tricycle, took a deep breath, and continued telling the story slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side, less than 30 kilometers away, at the Rongtong County Party Committee office, the county party secretary, who had just hung up the phone, hadn't even risen from his seat when someone knocked on the door and walked straight in. It was a woman in her 30s. Dressed in a sharp business suit with her hair pulled back into a bun, she said, secretarially, "Hello. My name is Chu Tong." Secretary Li promptly stood up, treating her like an honored guest. "Hello. I presume you are Miss Chu, sent by old comrade Ma?" Chu Tong smiled and nodded. "Yes. Someone should have already contacted you, correct?" Secretary Li nodded. The call he'd just hung up was from the municipal committee. Siu Tong continued, "The primary purpose of our visit is to seek your support in handling a matter." Secretary Li murmured in acknowledgement. Chu Tong promptly pulled out a file and handed it over. "This is the documentation we've compiled. You may keep it for your records. This matter requires Rongtong County to officially intervene and protect the online reputation of a war of resistance hero. You can review the details after we finish, but right now I need the county committee to send a car to take me there." Secretary Li took the file and, without a moment's hesitation, signaled for someone to escort him out of the office. "Are you kidding me? Was there any need to read this file?" He had long heard the story of that online anti-Japanese hero. Even if old Ma hadn't sent someone personally, as the county party secretary, he should have kept an eye out for whether this elder might pass through Rongtong County. But, earlier today, he'd heard some rather troubling news. Thinking of this, Secretary Li, sitting in the car, couldn't help but pull out his phone and open Chen Huaifang's livestream. Leaning closer to Chu Tong, he remarked deliberately, "Miss Chu, I hear old Chen's online reputation isn't exactly stellar these days." Siu Tong glanced at the screen and smiled indifferently, "Just the dirty tricks of those with ulterior motives. And to be perfectly honest, the purpose of my trip is to help verify old Chen's identity. While we can't publicly reveal his status as a founding hero, at the very least, we can ensure those petty individuals online no longer dare to slander him so casually." Secretary Li took a deep breath and murmured, "Oh," then fell silent. Founding hero. Holy moly. I thought being an old soldier from the War of Resistance was impressive enough. But a founding hero? Meritorious. What rank would even be worthy of those two words? At the very least, a general. And a brilliant general with distinguished military achievements, a commander whose courage was unmatched by 10,000 men. A renowned general. No wonder it took someone of such stature to warrant old Ma's personal intervention. At this very moment, in the live stream opened by Secretary Li, Chen Huaifang's voice was calmly recounting the final story of Ida Shang. It was Ida Katsu's final visit to the base to meet with the regiment commander. Adhering to the principle of turning the tables, the regiment commander made a request of Ida Katsu. Since this little Japanese devil kept insisting he was willing to sacrifice everything for justice and help the Chinese people resist the invaders. Very well. Our forces plan to attack Anping County in 1 month to reclaim the lost territory. We urgently need a defense map of Anping County. Could you possibly steal it out? Upon hearing this news, Ida Katsu was utterly dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. Everyone else present sensed that Ida Katsu could no longer maintain his composure. After all, he had been summoned today specifically to be executed. But the next second, what Ida Katsu said shocked everyone. He actually asked, "So, do you guys need weapons? I can get some more bullets and such. Do you need any?" Chen Huaifang, who had already drawn his sword halfway, sheathed it again. Who would have thought? Could this kid, Ida Katsu, really be this patient? Or had he sensed something all along and was just pretending? Or was he genuinely here to help us? No, impossible. He must be pretending. So the captain decided to play along. Shortages? Of course we have shortages, not just bullets, but guns too. If we could get cannons, that'd be even better. The question is, can you actually get them? Hearing this, Ida Katsu lowered his eyes and fell silent. Chen Huaifang sensed he was about to reveal his true intentions. So he drew his blade halfway. Ida Katsu spoke, "All right." At that moment, the live chat exploded with comments. What? Revealing the attack plan to the enemy? This scriptwriter is seriously retarded? I can't even watch this anymore. The plot is so stupid. Please, I'm not an idiot. Can we skip this story that's as tight? The live stream audience jeered and sneered. Chen Huaifang, riding his bike, calmly continued his narration. After leaving, he asked the battalion commander the same question as the live stream viewers: why reveal the offensive plan to Ida Show? The commander replied, "How could I possibly tell him the real offensive plan? Our forces never intended to attack Anping County at all. Instead, we're luring the enemy away from their stronghold. We want those little devils to pull all their nearby defenses into Anping County. Only then can our forces seize the opportunity to break out from elsewhere. Otherwise, if we kept getting surrounded like this, sooner or later the Japanese would wear us down completely." It must be said, the commander's tactics were highly sophisticated. But it must also be said that the regiment commander, shrewd his entire life, had finally met his match in Ida Katsu. For just 1 week later, Chen Huaifang arrived at the rendezvous point to meet with Ida Katsu as agreed. And had already brought a contingent of troops, fully prepared to annihilate the Japanese squad Itoda brought to the meeting spot in one fell swoop. An utterly unexpected turn of events unfolded. A knot that had choked Chen Huaifang for 80 years, one he could never swallow. An event occurred that, to this day, leaves Chen Huaifang unable to judge whether Ida Katsu was truly good or evil. 027, Chen Huaifang's unresolved anger, Ida Katsu's final fate. It was a night over 80 years ago. Chen Huaifang led a 10-man squad, poised to capture Ida Katsu as he walked straight into their trap. For no one at that time truly regarded Ida Katsu as a human being, a good person, or a comrade in arms. Everyone believed Ida Katsu's goodwill was merely a despicable ploy by the Japanese to deceive China. We'd had enough of their underhanded schemes. We'd seen enough of Ida Katsu's clumsy act. Now, our unit must break through the enemy's encirclement and escape the clutches of their iron cage policy. Now, Ida Katsu has already relayed the false intelligence back to his command. Now, Ida Katsu is about to lead the Japanese task force straight into our trap. But it is also now. Right now. Ida Katsu himself drove an open-top Japanese truck to the scene. Not a single Japanese soldier followed behind him. He stepped out alone, standing awkwardly beside the vehicle as he waited for the person he trusted and depended on. But after waiting a long time, no one appeared. He even began to doubt whether he had remembered the location correctly. When we saw that Katsu Ida dared to come alone. Honestly, it was unexpected and quite shocking. That little bastard actually came alone. Chen Huaifang drew a deep breath. The tangled emotions that had knotted in his heart for 80 years, indescribable and as complex as a huge ball of tangled thread, surged to the surface. He was forced to pull the tricycle over to the side of the road. He grabbed his phone and strained to read the comments. Stop making stuff up. A Japanese soldier is a Japanese soldier. I can't take it anymore. If you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. The Japs should be shot dead on sight. Don't tell me you actually spared Ida Katsukazu's life. This was the first time Chen Huaifang truly witnessed the viewers' incomprehension, mockery, and even insults in the livestream chat. Yet he felt no anger, no irritation, no shame. Instead, he felt a deep sense of inevitability. He spoke calmly, "You think I'm making this up? Yes, it does sound like a made-up story. Because even I can't believe it. I can't believe a Japanese soldier could pull off something like this. But it is the truth." As for Katsu Ida, ironically, the opposite of what you'd expect. He didn't survive that night. He died, his skull shattered by a bullet. As Chen Huaifang spoke, an inexplicable sense of oppression surged within him. His heart pounded wildly, just as it had that night long ago when he rose from behind the hillside and walked toward Ida Katsu. Signaling the others not to act rashly, Chen Huaifang rose that night and called out Ida Katsu's name. He approached Ida Katsu, first demanding, "Why did you come alone?" Then came the confusion, "What's in this car?" Finally, complete incomprehension, "Are you really a Japanese soldier?" Caught off guard by the barrage of questions, Ida Katsu answered the one Chen Huaifang cared least about first. He told Chen Huaifang that the truck contained 50 gin of flour, 10 boxes of canned goods, a full 30 boxes, 30,000 rounds of ammunition and 20 Type 38 rifles manufactured in Zheban. The entire truck was packed with exactly what the Huaxia army needed most right now: food and weapons. But Chen Huaifang couldn't care less about that now. He grabbed Ida Katsu by the collar, furious. "I asked you, are you a Japanese soldier or not? Why did you come alone?" Ida Katsu jumped in fright and quickly replied, "Of course I came alone. Otherwise, you'd be exposed. I am Japanese, but I don't want to be like them. They're villains, invaders, but I refuse to be like them. I just want you to defeat the invaders quickly and end this war. Only then can I return to my hometown and see my mother." After hearing Yi Dasheng's answer, Chen Huaifang fell silent. His anger withered in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he drew a deep breath. His mind flashed back to the supplies Katsu had once delivered. The cautious, timid yet curious gaze in Ida Katsu's eyes during his rare visits to the base. And the lengthy speech he had just delivered. Only then did it suddenly dawn on him. Ida Katsu wasn't a damn enemy after all, he was a human being too. He didn't want war either. He didn't want to kill people either. He had a family too, parents and loved ones, things he cherished. But in Chen Huaifang's mind, what dominated his thoughts was this land ravaged by war and invasion. It was comrades slain by the Japanese invaders. The hometowns of comrades invaded and occupied by the Japanese. It was that pregnant woman impaled by the Japanese bayonets. It was the countless compatriots and beloved brothers slaughtered by the Japanese. An irreconcilable enmity. An irreconcilable enmity. What the hell gives them the right to say it won't be avenged? For these worthless supplies? You think the conscience of one damn Ida Katsu alone can make 400 million Chinese people forget their grievances? If this vengeance goes unavenged, what the hell are we 7-foot-tall Chinese men even worth? Chen Huaifang's eyes snapped open in fury. His hands clutched Yi Dasheng's collar so tightly the veins stood out. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, You still have a home? You still have a mother? Then do you know about my family? My mother? Let me tell you. If it weren't for you little devils coming all the way here to invade our country, I should be sleeping on a vast expanse of black soil, tending to corn nearing harvest, waiting for my mother to bring me rations tomorrow morning. Instead of this, in a foreign land, always ready for my brothers and friends to be killed by you Japanese devils. You damned beasts. Fury boiling over, Chen Huaifang slammed a fist squarely into Ida Katsu's face. Ida Katsu, who knew nothing of fighting, was stunned by the blow, a tooth knocked loose. He was a man too. He had his own dignity. But when he thought of the crimes his compatriots had committed on this land, he chose silence. He fidgeted like a child who had done something wrong and didn't know what to say. But Chen Huaifang had no time to waste here, and he didn't know how to deal with Yi Dasheng. Kill him? Yet his crimes did not seem deserving of death. Spare him? But he was a Japanese invader, a criminal who had trespassed upon this land. After a few seconds of deliberation, Chen Huaifang decided to blindfold him once more and escort him back to the base, leaving the fate of this Ida Katsu to the regiment commander. At this point, Chen Huaifang paused briefly. He was exhausted from speaking. The emotions he hadn't felt in over 80 years were overwhelming his frail, aged body, leaving him breathless. He glanced at the phone in his hand, at the comments flooding the screen. Don't tell me you really took him back to the base. This is clearly the Japanese using a counter-strategy. Exactly. The main Japanese force must be right behind them. They're planning to wipe out the entire base. Reading the comments, Chen Huaifang laughed. He laughed out loud, as if he'd finally found the answer to a question that had haunted him for over 80 years. The question that had puzzled him for over 80 years seemed to have been solved by the viewers in the livestream. He rubbed his forehead, preparing to finish the story of Katsu Ida. But he still couldn't convince himself with that viewer's answer. Calmly, he said, if only it were as you say. If only a large Japanese force had truly followed Ida Katsu. At least then we could have fought the Japanese with real swords and guns. At least then I wouldn't have had to remember the name of that Japanese devil, Ida for over 80 years. There was no large Japanese force behind him. Behind Ida was not a large Japanese force. Instead, he was driven by his homeland and his mother, whom he longed for day and night. But Chen Huaifang's impassioned outburst had deeply shaken him. Truthfully, he didn't know what crimes his compatriots had committed. He only vaguely understood that the Japanese had committed unforgivable crimes on this land. Yet they showed no remorse whatsoever. But Ida had. He drew a deep breath. In Chen Huaifang's silence, he arrived at an answer. He straightened his clothes and looked at Chen Huaifang, his voice trembling as he spoke. I don't know your name, nor do I know the names of others. But I've heard you call others comrades. So, comrade. You love your country, and so do I. But my country has committed crimes against yours. I want to join you, to become one of you. But I'm surrounded by them now, surrounded by the fascist beasts. I've nowhere left to turn. Please make good use of these bullets and firearms I brought. Aim at the fascist armies and fire. May the sacred cause of communism triumph soon. As he spoke, Ida suddenly grew agitated. He took 2 steps back before abruptly drawing his pistol. Chen Huaifang startled, instinctively reaching for his gun to return fire. But in the next instant, Ida shouted, "Mother, I'm back." Then he shoved the muzzle into his own mouth. Bang. 028 Doubts in the livestream. Li Feng takes the stage with a secondary account. Ida Shang ultimately chose suicide. The bullet traveled diagonally upward through his mouth, shattering his brain. It was the first time Chen Huaifang had ever faced death so directly, at such close range. A living person speaking just a second ago. The next moment lay lifeless on the ground, all breath gone. The 9 men who had come with him, hiding behind the hillside, rushed over en masse upon hearing the gunshot. They assumed Chen Huaifang had killed Ida, celebrating that they would finally no longer have to tolerate a Japanese soldier appearing in their base area. At that moment, Chen Huaifang said not a single word. Like the others, he rejoiced that the world was rid of one more Japanese devil. The truckload of supplies was quickly transported back to the base in batches. Grain, weapons, everything was accounted for except that defensive map. The regiment commander suggested it might be the enemy's delaying tactic, but the main force's breakout was imminent. A defensive map was just a map. If it was gone, so be it. There were no immediate plans to attack Anping County anyway. Chen Huaifang said no more, returning to his quarters on his own. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The image of Ida placing the muzzle in his mouth kept replaying before his eyes. The words Ida had spoken before taking his own life echoed in his ears again and again. Comrades, I wish to join you. The fascist beasts have surrounded me. I have nowhere left to turn. Use these bullets wisely, aim them at the fascist troops. May the great cause of communism triumph soon. Mother, I'm home. Ida Shang's last words lingered in Chen Huaifang's mind like a nightmare, refusing to fade. 3 days before the main force prepared to break through the encirclement, Chen Huaifang could bear it no longer. He sought out the regiment commander and recounted every word and deed of Ida in his final moments. The regiment commander had studied at the anti-Japanese military and political university. He had not only encountered communism but also studied and understood it. He suddenly realized something: this Ida might have been an internationalist fighter. Back then, I didn't know what communism was, let alone internationalism. All I knew was that the words Ida spoke before dying haunted me like a nightmare. After I told the regiment commander about it, he asked me where Katsu's body was. His body was right there in the mountain ravine where he took his own life. Chen Huaifang's emotions gradually calmed, and he let out a heavy sigh. Later, the regiment commander personally accompanied him, along with several other comrades, to that mountain ravine. More than half a month had passed. His flesh and blood had long been devoured by wild beasts roaming the mountains, leaving only half a set of bare, brittle bones and torn clothing fused into the soil. The regiment commander crouched down, meticulously searching through the remains of Ida Shang. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was Ida deliberate act. After a moment of searching, the regiment commander actually found what he was looking for. 2 items in total. One was the defense map of Anping County sewn into his clothes. The other was his Communist Party membership card. Understanding the significance of these 2 items, the regiment commander stood silently before Ida body and rendered a military salute. The entire group that had followed him erupted in astonishment. Had the regiment commander lost his mind? Saluting a long-dead enemy soldier? But the regiment commander shook his head. He said that although Ida was a Japanese soldier, he was not a devil. He, like me, like you, like the countless Chinese brothers and sisters who fought against the Japanese army, was a warrior who opposed war and cherished peace. We cannot condemn every member of a nation based on the sins of its people. But equally, we cannot overlook the evil of other Japanese soldiers simply because of Katsu Watada's awakening. Comrades, internationalist fighters like Katsu Watada deserve our respect. Yet we must never forget that we must show no mercy toward the other Japanese who invaded us during the war. We are not only avenging our persecuted relatives and compatriots. We are also avenging the sacrifice of internationalist fighters like Katsuhida. I have no words. This twist has me completely. Ugh. For a moment, over 100,000 viewers in the livestream were all left speechless, like a fishbone stuck in their throats. Should I keep ranting? No problem. With national righteousness before us, with the bloody history before us, every Chinese person should retain their fighting spirit. But to keep hurling abuse at a warrior who truly sacrificed his life for China's resistance, who genuinely supported and fought for the cause. It felt a bit wrong. I don't know why. It's like Chen Huaifang. Why, after more than 80 years, could he still not forget Ida Masaru? He was a Japanese soldier, one of the invaders who had trampled this very land. He was dead and gone, if not exactly a cause for celebration, he should have been long forgotten. But Chen Huaifang couldn't. Not only that, but Ida Katsu's death weighed on his heart like a stone. This was a complex and difficult question to answer. No matter how you looked at it, it was both right and wrong. That's why Chen Huaifang decided to bring it up to let the young viewers in the livestream, who'd been raised on new era ideas, tackle this question. But compared to answering this question, the viewers in the livestream were clearly more concerned with another issue. Regardless of whether Ida Katsu was good or bad, who can prove this story is true? Oh yeah, I got sidetracked. The truth of this whole thing is still up in the air. I've actually wanted to say this for a while, but your comments were flying by too fast. Before coming here, I just met with Mr. Li from Shanfeng Media and learned this account isn't even a personal one, it's signed to a company. This old man isn't a World War II veteran at all, he's an actor. This livestream is just cashing in on nostalgia to build a following. They'll start selling products any day now. As the skepticism grew louder, no one paid attention to Chen Huaifang's decades-old issue anymore. Now everyone was fixated on one question: was this story even true? Similarly, Li Feng, who had noticed Chen Huaifang's sudden return to streaming early on, wasted no time launching his counterattack. Caught in a scandal for whitewashing an aggressor, if not now, when? Li Feng had all his tactics prepared from the start, waiting for the slightest opening to launch his assault. On one front, he ordered Fatty to hire paid commenters to steer the chat flow in the livestream, shifting the audience's focus from debating whether Yida Shang was good or bad to questioning whether the story itself was true or false. Meanwhile, he restarted his livestream, feigning that he had just received an unexpected phone call. He didn't elaborate on the details. But both overtly and covertly, he conveyed one message. He had spoken too freely and received a warning from the media company backing Chen Huaifang. They were telling him to mind his own business and not meddle in matters that didn't concern him. Within 3 minutes, the volume of skeptical comments in Chen Huaifang's livestream skyrocketed, though most were automated bots. Even if only 3 or 4 out of 10 were genuine user comments, it was more than enough. What is the foundation of a livestream? The audience. As long as real viewers came to genuinely reject this account, no matter how the situation might later reverse, Li Feng was confident he could nail it shut for good. And now, Chen Huaifang's foundation was about to crumble. Not only is this story fake, but this old man's identity is fake too. Fake? That can't be right. The account avatar shows him wearing medals, doesn't it? Perhaps driven by desperation, Li Feng even created a secondary account to post comments himself. Seriously, what era are we in? How much does it cost to fake a medal? Even if it's not fake, photoshopping one takes seconds. And haven't you noticed? Just listen to his own story about martyr Yang Siyu, plus him joining the army in the old revolutionary base area today that proves he fought in 3 major wars: the War of Resistance against Japan, the Liberation War, and the War against the Eagles in aid to the bamboo. Would a veteran with such a resume be completely unknown? Unfindable online? Even if he was just coasting along, he'd have at least made it to major, right? There were many founding majors, but how many are still alive today? Aren't they all verified under their real names? And yet people are defending this media-manufactured internet clown? He's just an old man. All this fuss was starting to annoy Li Feng. It's just a small account unless the authorities investigate the back end. Who could possibly trace it? Besides, who says Li Feng can't comment on streamers? Faced with the flood of skeptical comments in the livestream chat, Chen Huaifang had no idea how to respond. He only knew that the stories he told were true. But how could he prove it was true after over 80 years had passed? It can be proven. Mr. Chen, we finally waited for you. At that moment, 2 unfamiliar voices suddenly rang out in the livestream chat. It was Chu Tong and Secretary Li of Rongtong County. 029, Official Critical Documentation. Yida Shang's Diary. The unexpected visitors left Chen Huaifang somewhat bewildered. Both were dressed in uniforms and holding cameras. Could they be from the government? Seeing Chen Huaifang's dazed expression, Secretary Li quickly introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm the party secretary of Rongtong County. You can call me Xiao Li. I'm here specifically to welcome you. County Party Secretary? The County Party Secretary. When those 4 words appeared in the livestream, everyone froze in shock. Rongtong County, a county directly under the jurisdiction of Liaoning's provincial capital. Its county party secretary was a bona fide deputy department-level official. For an ordinary person, reaching the rank of full section chief after passing the civil service exam is already a huge achievement. Deputy department level. How many people wouldn't even dare dream of that? Wait, did I hear that right? The county party secretary actually came? Nope, we heard it loud and clear. 7 or 8 of us caught that. Wait, didn't you catch the key point? A deputy department level leader actually addressed the host as Old Chen? Similarly, Secretary Li's use of Old Chen instantly changed the tone of the livestream's chat. For a moment, whether Chen Huaifang's identity was real or fake, or whether the story of Yida Shang was true or false, was completely forgotten by the tens of thousands watching the livestream. Just calling him Old Chen could be explained away as showing respect for elders. But having Chen Huaifang address him as Little Li? That went far beyond mere respect for elders. This was Secretary Li's profound respect and humility toward Chen Huaifang's status. Over 100,000 viewers instantly lost their composure. No way. Could the streamer really be a war hero? I could have told you with certainty just moments ago, but now I'm not so sure. The county party secretary personally received him and remained so humble. Even if Grandpa Chen isn't a founding general, he must be a genuine hero of the war of resistance. The chat comments flipped almost instantly. Li Feng, who had been lurking under a secondary account to steer the discussion, was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined this could happen. An official leader personally intervening? How could this be? Stunned, Li Feng quickly grabbed another phone, opened his browser, and began searching for information on Rongtong County's leadership team, hoping to find some evidence to prove this wasn't real. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Chen Huaifang had already stepped off the tricycle. He looked at the dusty and weary Secretary Li and Xu Tong, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Secretary Li, and, young lady, what brings you here? Xu Tong smiled and replied, Mr. Chen, you can just call me Little Q. The purpose of our visit is to see you on behalf of an old friend of yours. An old friend? Chen Huaifang furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. He was already 104 years old. What old friends could he possibly have left? The brothers who had shared life and death with him back then had mostly passed away 40 or 50 years ago. The few who lived longer also passed away around the turn of the millennium. But back then, Mai Zi was still young, and with no one at home to care for him, Chen Huaifang could only bury that grief deep within his heart. By now, there was no one left who could be called an old friend of Chen Huaifang. Not a single one. They've all gone to enjoy their rewards on the other side. Seeing Chen Huaifang frown, Xu Tong quickly interjected, don't dwell on that for now. Actually, there's another purpose to this visit, to tell you something you don't know. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang murmured a puzzled oh. Xu Tong smiled faintly. It concerns Yida Shang. Yida Shang? In the livestream, tens of thousands of viewers heard that name again. Li Feng heard it too. He hadn't even finished investigating who exactly was on the leadership team of Rongtong County when Xu Tong's words caught his attention. He furrowed his brow, his confusion mirroring the flood of comments in the chat. Ha? Related to Tian Shang? That's a bit too coincidental, isn't it? Guys, this can't be fake, right? Just after its authenticity was questioned, an official comes out to confirm it? Yeah, this is a bit too coincidental, right? Less than 3 minutes ago, tens of thousands in the livestream were still questioning the authenticity of the Idakatsu story. Many had even reported Chen Huaifang's account for whitewashing Japanese imperialists. And then an official representative steps forward to validate it? To Li Feng, this couldn't be explained as mere coincidence. This was a premeditated operation. Sitting on the sofa, Li Feng had it figured out. This move was quite clever. First, use whitewashing Japanese collaborators as a gimmick to stir up buzz, then craft an unexpected plot twist to shake public opinion. Then, when the core audience crumbles and swings back and forth, step in as the official authority to validate it. Finally, not only whitewashing the account, but also precisely filtering users reaping both fame and profit. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. No wonder they could concoct a scheme using elderly people posing as war heroes to exploit national sentiment for profit. Turns out there's such a mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. But, your nerve is just a bit too much, isn't it? Impersonating some clerk or department staffer, that might be forgivable. But impersonating the county party secretary? They're risking their lives for money. But the current public opinion is beyond Li Feng's ability to sway. And since the other side could pull off such a bizarre move, the forces backing them were likely far beyond what Li Feng, the head of a second-rate media company, could possibly contend with. But as the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that you fear, but the thief keeping you in mind. This juicy morsel would be devoured by Li Feng sooner or later. With that thought, Li Feng on the sofa grabbed his phone and shut down the livestream. He looked at the fat man, closed his eyes, then opened them again. Let's go home. First, we need to stabilize those female streamers' accounts. The fat guy let out a sigh of disappointment. Brother Feng, so that's it then? Li Feng shook his head. Of course not. Many have rejected me in this world, but only this old man not only turned me down but also kicked me while I was down. If I don't crush him to smithereens, I'll write my surname backwards. With that, Li Feng stood up and left. The fat guy stood frozen in place, swallowing hard as the livestream continued playing through his phone. Off camera in the livestream, Chu Tong narrated the officially verified and documented records from China's authorities. Ida Katsu. In 1937, he was deceived into joining the military by the Japanese under the pretext of revitalizing the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere and protecting the Chinese people from banditry. Though he joined the military, his passion for art led Ida Katsu to become a propaganda soldier. In early 1938, he followed the Japanese army into China. Initially, he genuinely believed his country was helping China. He naively painted numerous propaganda posters advocating peace and opposing war, even studying communism and formally joining the party. But then came that day, the day he witnessed with his own eyes his fellow countrymen parading naked Chinese men tied to tanks through the streets. That day, as a propaganda soldier, Katsuhito watched helplessly as his compatriots, for their own amusement, cut off the genitals of Chinese men and toyed with them. Until that day, when everyone had left, Ida Katsu stared at that lifeless head, its eyes wide open in death. His spirit shattered. He never imagined his own country, his own people, could commit such heinous crimes. The slaughter of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of innocent civilians, a terrifying purge that spared neither the elderly, women, nor children. Time and again, he tried to convince himself it wasn't real. He penned letter after letter to international organizations, pleading for them to halt Japan's invasion of China. Yet all his efforts proved futile. Finally, he came to a realization. He clearly recognized that a nation that had transformed into imperialism from within, a pack of fascist beasts who had become wolves in sheep's clothing, could only be subdued by steel and fire. No other means would suffice. But as a footbasin man, Ida Katsuya simply couldn't bring himself to harm those who shared his daily life. He simply couldn't do it. He admitted it, he was a coward. He couldn't bring himself to sacrifice his own kin for the sake of justice. Yet he could not tolerate such atrocities continuing any longer. Thus, leveraging his position as a propaganda soldier, he began frequenting various parts of the barracks under the pretext of gathering propaganda materials, collecting all sorts of supplies. Then, under the guise of taking photographs, he hid the collected supplies in various locations, waiting for the Huaxia army to discover them. Until that day. Until the day he was first captured and brought back to the old base area. At this point, Chu Tong retrieved a plastic sealed bag from his briefcase. Inside lay a notebook, yellowed and partially decayed. Under the pretext of flattening it out, she deliberately exposed the official red seal stamped on its cover to the live stream audience. At that moment, all doubt vanished from the live chat. If impersonation were possible, then this red seal was absolutely genuine. Even if someone dared to forge it, they would never dare to display it so openly. This notebook, marked as important historical material, was later donated by a Japanese internationalist who was close to Katsuhito after Japan's surrender. Within its pages lay a meticulous chronicle of Ida Katsu's inner journey. 030. The audience's silence. Was Katsuhito good or evil? January 1938. Yesterday, I bid farewell to my hometown and my mother. But I believe it was all worthwhile, for I am about to embark on a glorious mission to aid a people suffering in another land, my fellow human beings. April 1938. I finally reached the final destination of this journey. This is a county town in Huaxia. For some reason, the Huaxia people we encountered along the way all looked at us with eyes full of resentment and fear. I cannot understand it. Weren't we here to help them? May 1938. Mother, life in the barracks is truly monotonous and tedious. There are no paints for me to draw with here, they only gave me the most basic paper and pen. Yet I remain convinced that I can help the Chinese people understand our nation's aspirations to build a prosperous and powerful East Asian alliance. July 1938. Today I finally came into contact with a Chinese person. He was warm yet reserved, and I sensed a certain fear in him toward me. My superiors explained this as a virtue of modesty and reserve in Chinese culture, and it's perfectly normal given our cultural differences. September 1938. Mother, is what I'm doing truly right? September 1938. I cannot accept this. October 1938. What are they doing? Are they truly aiding this nation? Mother, I'm about to break. Now even in my dreams, I see the Chinese man's bloodshot eyes and the blood spurting from his severed head. I'm so scared. I want to go home. October 1938. My superiors told me the executed Chinese man was a bandit resisting our aid efforts. But something feels off. I wanted to talk to that Chinese man again, the one I met for the first time. Yet my superior told me he'd been killed by bandits not long ago. But I clearly saw him in the superior's office. I saw the ring on that Chinese man's finger. October 1938. Mother, I finally saw a real Huaxia person again. I communicated with them using the Chinese I taught myself. They called themselves communists from China. November 1938. Mother, please forgive my mistake. I should have heeded your words and stayed in our hometown to continue as a farmer or painter. Today, I unexpectedly discovered a propaganda pamphlet they had printed. It turns out we committed such crimes in China. Do you know? November 1938. I should engage in more physical exercise. They finally accepted my goodwill. Though some distrust remains, I can finally contribute my strength to the great cause of communism. November 1938. Mother, I may not return. My theft of camp supplies was discovered. They beat my back with wooden sticks and said they would send me to a military tribunal. But I won't stop. I must atone for their sins against the Chinese people. December 1938. Finally. They're about to attack this county town. The hundreds of thousands of Chinese people we've ruled here will finally be free from our domination. December 1938. Damned fascists. How could you treat human life so carelessly? You slaughtered all 800 innocent civilians. December 1938. Mother, these may be the last words I can leave for you. I am utterly despairing. I can never return to our homeland to farm the fields with you. For I am now surrounded by the savage, brutal beasts of fascism. I am resolved to resist fascism with my life. I am determined to join the Chinese army. Even if I cannot fire upon my fellow countrymen who have become fascists, I will contribute my strength from the rear. Mother, please do not grieve for me. Your son is fighting for peace. At this point, Idakatsu's notebook ends abruptly. The rest of the story, Chen Huaifang had already recounted in full. Idakatsu, who had longed to join the Huaxia army, never imagined that the Huaxia people's fury toward the Japanese invaders had reached a point where vengeance was inevitable. They could never tolerate a Japanese devil sharing their food and lodging. The fire of rage in Chen Huaifang's eyes nearly consumed his very soul. The already fragile Katsuhida lost all courage to propose joining. But to make him return to that cold, barren barracks? To make him live alongside a pack of fascist beasts? He would surely be driven mad, or worse, discovered stealing supplies and beaten to death. Just as he had written in his diary. He had long since succumbed to profound despair. Surrounded by savage beasts. He was meant to be a farmer, or an artist. But war destroyed it all. And in the face of the war's torrent, Katsuhida was so insignificant. His only courage, born of cowardice, was to escape this despair through death. So he shoved the muzzle into his own mouth and pulled the trigger. This was the first and last time in his life he ever pulled the trigger on another person. No one knows what state of mind Katsuhida was in at the moment of death. Was it relief? Or fear? Or perhaps longing for his mother, who had repeatedly appeared in his diary, waiting for him to return home and pick up his paintbrush once more? No one knows. This is all the material left behind by Mr. Katsuhida. Sutone carefully closed the diary, tucking it away in front of over 200,000 viewers in the livestream. Chen Huaifang stood rooted to the spot, unable to snap out of it for a long while. His eyes, now slightly vacant, seemed to stare into nothingness. He stood in silence, facing this storm that had swept in from 85 years ago. The crushing guilt threatened to shatter him. He suddenly realized if he hadn't vented all his rage against the Japanese invaders onto Idakatsu back then. If he had remained calm enough to bring Idakatsu to the base, to the regiment commander. Perhaps Idakatsu could have fulfilled his wish to join the Huaxia army, even becoming a soldier fighting alongside Huaxia against the invaders. But now it was too late for regrets. Time had long since smoothed over everything, leaving the questions for those still alive today. In the livestream, over 200,000 viewers found themselves unable to answer the question echoing in their own hearts, just like Chen Huaifang. The Foot Basin man, or rather, was Idakatsu truly a good man or a bad man? It was a question with no easy answer. I won't comment. It really is all about timing and fate. Had Idakatsu been born a few centuries earlier, he might have become a cultural bridge between China and Japan, much like the monk Ganjin. It can only be said that a gentleman being born in a small country is not the gentleman's fault. Agreed, but with national grievances and personal vendettas weighing heavily, I still can't bring myself to sympathize with him. Exactly. No sympathy here. At most, I won't call Idakatsu a beast from now on. With no one stirring the pot, the hostility in the live chat's comments noticeably subsided. Of course, this doesn't mean the accounts between China and Japan have been settled. The reckoning would come someday. Chen Huaifang, who had been silent for a long time, finally snapped out of it. He looked at Chu Tong. Little Chu, I still don't understand. Why would a communist from the Foot Basin do something like this? Sutong was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly replied, because he shares our cause. Chen Huaifang murmured a doubtful "oh." Chu Tong continued, our teacher once said that the Chinese people and the Japanese are united against a common enemy, Japanese imperialism and the scum of the Chinese nation P1. Mr. Yida is indeed a Japanese person, but he does not believe in imperialism. He cherishes peace and possesses a conscience, qualities shared by most of us Chinese people. After all, even today, among China's 1.4 billion citizens, there are many traitors and those who hate their country. Such people are equally despised and scorned by us. Just like the enemies who once invaded us. They must all be eradicated. We must love our country, but patriotism is dialectical and rational, not blind or resentful. Shu Tong's words lacked dramatic inflection, yet each was a pearl of wisdom, slicing through the knot that had constricted Chen Huaifang's heart for over 80 years like a series of knives. He nodded. Yes, you're right. After all, back then, our country also produced its share of traitors, didn't it? A faint smile finally touched Chen Huaifang's face. He suddenly looked at Chu Tong, remembering a question he had almost forgotten. By the way, little Chu. You said you were visiting me on behalf of an old friend of mine? Who is it? Is he still alive? Hearing this, Chu Tong paused slightly and glanced at the phone still broadcasting live. Secretary Li understood immediately and promptly ended the broadcast. Only then did Chu Tong continue. I apologize, old Chen. I couldn't say certain things during the live stream. I'm not here on behalf of your old friend, but as the child of your old friend. Ma Yushu. Do you remember him? Ma Yushu. Chen Huaifang repeated the name, seeming to recall something. You mean Little Ma's child? 031, Chen Huaifang is actually a major general. Where did this mysterious crown prince come from? You mean that kid, Little Ma, wants to see me? After a moment of recollection, Chen Huaifang quickly matched the name to the person. Ma Yushu. That little boy who secretly cut off one star from his epaulette in 55. Yes, he wishes to meet with you, sir, Chu Tong nodded with a smile. In this world, the only person who could still call old Ma Little Ma. Apart from the elderly gentleman before her, there was no one else. 70 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The mischievous little boy of yesteryear now bore the deep lines of time etched across his face, his hair entirely white. Chu Tong added, the reason old Ma couldn't come in person is mainly because he can't leave the capital right now, so. Chen Huaifang raised his hand to interrupt. Nodding, he said, you needn't explain that. I can guess. Although old Ma was ranked one level below me when we were commissioned, he was a civilian cadre after all. He suffered fewer injuries than I did and retired as early as 1958. I heard he stayed with the military until he was quite old, retiring sometime in the 80s. And he was ambitious. Even when I was still around, he'd make Little Ma study every single day. So it's no surprise that father and son have achieved so much. At this point, he shook his head and continued, but I really don't want to make a detour to the capital. Chu Tong couldn't help asking, sir, why is that? Secretary Li was equally puzzled. Old Chen, it's only a few hours from here to the capital. It wouldn't take much of your time. Chen Huaifang stubbornly shook his head. He spoke slowly, I won't take a plane, nor will I take a train. I'm a man who's about to die. I just want to ride this tricycle from north to south, to see the landscapes of China today for my brothers who sacrificed themselves long ago. And to visit their resting places along the way. I don't even know if I'll complete this journey. Detouring to the capital would take too long. At least half a month, maybe a month or two. I can't afford to waste that much time. If it were something major, fine, just a meeting. Chen Huaifang looked at Chu Tong as he spoke. Go back and tell him this, if my old bones still hold together and his young bones can still walk, then he should come see me. I'm not going. Xiu Tong looked utterly torn. On one side was old Master Ma's order, on the other was Chen Huaifang's refusal. She couldn't afford to offend either of them. After much deliberation, she could only temporarily placate Chen Huaifang. Stepping away, she made a phone call. Meanwhile, Chen Huaifang, left behind, didn't linger. He hopped straight onto the tricycle. He hadn't reached his destination for the day yet. He certainly didn't want to sleep in the tricycle tonight. Seeing this, Secretary Li hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Chen, please don't rush. Once Miss Chu finishes her call, we'll head straight to the county hotel on our way. We must have you give us a proper lecture. We need to learn from your spirit. Forget it, Chen Huaifang shook his head in refusal. What lesson could I possibly teach? Secretary Li waved his hand. How could that be? You are a living textbook. The spirit of the war of resistance, the spirit of construction, these are all worthy of our learning. If it really doesn't work out, just tell us stories like you did earlier. Hearing about the past is enough. Faced with such warmth, Chen Huaifang could only nod in agreement. Just then, Chu Tong returned after hanging up the phone. After a brief pause, she said, Mr. Chen, I just spoke with Mr. Ma. He said that since you're so busy, he'll wait until he finishes his current work and come see you in person. He also asked me to trouble you with a small favor. Chen Huaifang murmured, what is it? Well, Mr. Ma hopes you'll take better care of your health. After all, you're over 100 years old. Your constitution isn't what it used to be, so you can't rush to the rescue like you did in your youth. When necessary, he hopes you might step back and avoid trouble. If there's truly a matter requiring justice. Xiu Tong took a card from her pocket and handed it to Chen Huaifang. This has our contact information. You can reach out to us anytime for assistance. In short, old Master Ma wants you to protect yourself. Take care of your health before he comes to meet you. Don't take any risks. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but laugh. That little rascal. Now he actually has the nerve to ask him not to act heroically and come to the rescue. Back then, if he hadn't risked being crippled for life by throwing away his crutch to stop old Ma, this young Ma probably wouldn't have made it to today. Old Ma's fiery temper was legendary. If Chen Huaifang hadn't intervened back then, combined with Little Ma's outrageous act of cutting off the general's star, things could have gone terribly wrong. But regardless, Chen Huaifang was indeed getting old. The words Chu Tong relayed were genuinely out of concern for his safety. Besides, Chen Huaifang still had to ride all the way to the far south, to the nation's border, to meet my Z and her fiancé there. Shedding his smile and tucking away the card, Chen Huaifang nodded to Chu Tong. Alright, rest assured. If anyone actually dares to complain directly to me, I'll contact you immediately. Chu Tong smiled. Alright then, I'll be going now. Old Master Ma still has matters needing my attention. After a brief farewell, Chu Tong departed. Chen Huaifang restarted her tricycle and followed Secretary Li's vehicle toward Rongtong County. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Feng, en route to the airport in a business van, received a call. It was from one of his female streamers, nicknamed Little One, whose account boasted nearly 8 million followers, making her one of Shanfeng Media's top-tier internet celebrities. Had it been just any ordinary influencer, the irritable Li Feng would likely have hung up immediately. But Xiaowen's massive following and her status as a top-tier beauty streamer made her a cash cow for Li Feng. Plus, she was calling him directly. This issue was likely no small matter. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng pressed the answer button. What is it? All that came through the line was intermittent sobbing. Already irritable, Li Feng grew even more annoyed and tossed the phone to the fat guy. Xiaowen needs something. The fat guy, who caught the phone, quickly turned sideways, covered his mouth, and whispered, Hey, Xiaowen, if you have something to say, get it out fast. Brother Feng is really annoyed right now. Realizing someone else was on the line, Xiaowen, her voice choked with tears, finally managed to sob out, I think I'm in trouble. Get to the point, the fat guy said, his patience wearing thin. Strictly speaking, he was only half an employee of Li Feng. He held fewer shares and occupied a slightly lower position, yet he wasn't on the same level as those influencer employees. That's because Xiaowen's follower count speaks for itself, and he's got plenty of big spenders willing to shell out cash. Otherwise, well. Yes, that's right. Xiaowen forced down his emotions, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. A month ago, Xiaowen unexpectedly met a peculiar big brother. I.D. Prince. At first, Xiaowen assumed this prince was just like other wealthy big brothers attracted by her looks, lavishing her with thousands of dollars and adding her on SuperChat. But after adding him as a friend, Prince never once messaged Xiaowen. Instead, Xiaowen grew increasingly curious, posting creative updates in her social feed daily to catch Prince Tai's attention. Until today. Li Feng went live, and while Xiaowen was following instructions to promote Li Feng by sharing his content, the Crown Prince finally spoke up. He asked Xiaowen what she thought about the Chen Huaifang incident. Having finally gotten the Crown Prince to speak, Xiaowen naturally didn't want to miss this chance to build rapport. At that moment, the entire internet was filled with contempt, ridicule, and even insults directed at Chen Huaifang. But Xiaowen, mindful of the Crown Prince's eccentric temperament and his potential for unconventional thinking, deliberately put on an act of supporting Chen Huaifang. But this support wasn't harmless. Once she voiced it, she plunged straight into the abyss. The Crown Prince was no maverick at all. Like everyone else online, he saw Chen Huaifang as nothing more than a manufactured internet celebrity. Feeling disrespected, the Crown Prince immediately exited the livestream and blocked Xiaowen. Moreover, he apparently leveraged some connections to get Douyin's official team to restrict Xiaowen's reach. In less than half a day, Xiaowen's account lost nearly 1 million followers. At this terrifying rate of loss, she'd vanish from the internet within a week. Hearing this, the fat guy erupted in frustration. Are you stupid? Have you wiped your brain clean with all that borderline content? Didn't I teach you? If you can't answer a question, just pretend you didn't hear it, or say it's inconvenient to answer. Do you have any idea how much money it cost to build this account? Listen to me, either you fix this mess yourself, or 8 million in breach of contract fees, not a single penny less. 032, was the initial motivation for joining the revolution merely to fill your stomach? Hanging up the phone, the fat man turned to Li Feng. Just as he was about to speak, Li Feng signaled that he was also on a call. The person on the other end was none other than the Crown Prince. And Li Feng clearly couldn't afford to offend him. Have I done something to upset you? No. Then why are you going after my people? Li Feng demanded. Is that so? But I spent over 1 million on her. At least 40,000 of that went into your pocket, right? Giving you hundreds of thousands for no reason, you call that messing with your people? Li Feng paused briefly. Then what was your motive? Chen Huaifang. Are you his boss? Li Feng pressed. No. Li Feng fell silent. The Crown Prince continued, I've set my sights on his traffic, but right now, you, Boss Li, are the one riding the wave. I need to make some noise to get your attention, Boss Li, right? Li Feng's expression darkened further. Then you could have just come to me directly. Forget it. The Crown Prince roared with laughter. Who doesn't know you're a money pit, Mr. Li? His tone turned icy as he continued, if I don't make you feel the pain, how can I expect you to cooperate with me willingly? Li Feng's face turned as sour as if he'd eaten. Fine. But I'll tell you this, the old man's backer is no ordinary figure. We're all in the same business. How big could he really be? Prince Tai-zi said casually. Fine. Li Feng nodded, exhaling deeply. Fine. I agree. But how are you going to compensate me for this influencer account I've been running for over half a year? Don't rush into agreeing. We haven't even discussed the split yet. 50-50, Li Feng stated. Not enough sincerity. 60-40. Li Feng's eyebrow twitched. Seems a little when still hasn't made you feel the pinch. 3/7. Li Feng gritted out. That's more like it. The crown prince finally smiled. He continued, as for that little one? With your connections, Mr. Li, squeezing every last penny of that 80 million yuan penalty out of her shouldn't be too hard, right? A vein throbbed on Li Feng's temple. Are you trying to drive her to her death? The crown prince burst out laughing. Since when did you become so full of conscience? The remark left Li Feng speechless for a long moment. After a long pause, Li Feng, whose call had been abruptly ended, closed his eyes and opened them again. He turned to the fat man and ordered, find an excuse to shut down Xiao Wen's account. Do it cleanly. Stir up some public opinion, pin a label on her for breach of contract, collect the 80 million yuan penalty, and then get rid of her immediately. The fat man, who had witnessed Li Feng's complete shift in attitude, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Demanding Xiao Wen pay the penalty was meant to scare her into finding a solution herself. But now, with Li Feng's words, if Xiao Wen couldn't pay the penalty, she'd die, no, suffer worse than death. At that very moment, Xiao Wen, realizing she'd been discarded, curled up on the sofa, her face etched with despair. She couldn't fathom why a single extra word had plunged her into this abyss. She just wanted to earn a little more money to cure her family's illness. What was wrong with that? Everyone assumed big influencers like her made easy money and lived effortlessly. But only Xiao Wen knew the truth. That blood-sucking contract loomed over her, siphoning over 90% of her monthly livestream earnings straight into Li Feng's pocket. Of the remaining 10%, nearly half was spent on maintaining her persona and the livestream studio. Only the leftover 100,000 or so made it into her own pocket. Gray area influencers rake in money at a pace most people can't even imagine. Yet despite this, Xiao Wen herself used a 3-year-old phone model, lived in a 1,200 yuan a month rental, and couldn't even bring herself to hail a cab when going out. She walks within 3 kilometers and bikes within 10. Because every month, she must transfer 149,000 yuan to the hospital account. Her only younger brother lies in that hospital, relying on this money to stay alive. Were it not for this, Xiao Wen, a graduate of a prestigious university, would never have chosen to become a borderline streamer. She certainly wouldn't have been trapped by Li Feng's shady contract. And she certainly wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation. Xiao Wen stared at her account homepage, feeling utterly hopeless. Seeing her follower count dwindle to under 4 million, she couldn't even muster a bitter smile. In less than a day, nearly half her followers had vanished. The streaming revenue stipulated in the contract was an amount she couldn't even hope to earn by selling herself. And failing to meet that target meant paying a staggering 80 million yuan in breach of contract penalties. Then she really would have no choice but to sell herself. Just then, a message from Fatty popped up. No need to even open it. Just reading the opening, she could guess the content. You're in deep trouble. For the safety of others, the company must distance itself from you. Poof. Partially broken, Xiao Wen absent-mindedly tapped her phone, opening and closing app after app to distract herself. She even pinched her thigh hard, but the piercing pain confirmed this wasn't a nightmare. This was reality. The next second, a text from the bank arrived. The last few thousand yuan in her bank account were also completely drained by Shanfeng Media. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Wen collapsed, too drained to even cry out. She sank deep into the sofa, her trembling and silent agony echoing through the quiet, dark room. Her phone slid to the floor and opened Douyin on its own, landing right on a clip from her livestream. Honestly, I don't think this old man is fake. Look at the photos on his profile. No one would impersonate such a respected elder, right? That very sentence dragged her into this abyss. Yes. It was because of that very line. That's why she ended up like this. Yes. If it weren't for that viral internet sensation suddenly exploding with traffic, she would never have ended up like this. It's all because of him. Her mind completely shattered. In a frenzy bordering on madness, Xiao Wen scrambled to pick up her phone. Her trembling hands couldn't even hold the phone steady. After several attempts, she finally found Chen Huaifang's account homepage. She stared at the profile picture, a photo taken by Mai Zi that served as the account's avatar. An elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with deep wrinkles. It was him. This old man named Chen Huaifang had driven her to utter despair. Her fingers turned white from gripping too tightly, and tears of anger and fear streamed from her already reddened eyes. Why? Why should a dying old man have millions of followers? Why must I bear an unpayable debt just for saying one wrong thing? Why? The boundless fear and despair instantly transformed into rage the moment Xiao Wen found an outlet. Knowing full well it was a waste of time, she still clicked on the account's private messages without hesitation. Scraping the bottom of her soul, she poured every ounce of her learned fury into the message. Years later, as a lawyer, Xiaowen found her past self both laughable and fortunate. Ridiculous because, from her current perspective, sending those private messages to Chen Huaifang had been utterly meaningless. Lucky because without those messages, she would never have had the chance to escape her debts and rewrite her life. At that very moment, in the conference room of the Rongtong County Party Committee. After a simple dinner, Chen Huaifang was invited here. Calling it a lecture wasn't quite accurate, it was more about sharing stories and boosting morale. As Chen Huaifang entered, Secretary Li rose first and clapped. "Come, everyone, let's welcome our revolutionary veteran, the esteemed Chen Huaifang." The others gathered around the conference table quickly rose to their feet and applauded. The name Chen Huaifang was not entirely unfamiliar to them. They had also heard that Chu Tan was here today representing old comrade Ma in person. A brief inquiry revealed Chen Huaifang's identity. But some things were best kept buried deep within one's heart. They must never be shared with others. No one knew the reason, or rather, no reason was needed. A founding lieutenant general who served in the revolutionary base areas for 37 years and spent half his life in battle. There could be 10,000 reasons to publicize his story, but only one reason to keep it confidential. With this in mind, only after watching Chen Huaifang take his seat did Secretary Li wave his hand, signaling everyone else to sit down. He then turned to Chen Huaifang with thoughtful concern. "Old comrade Chen, I wonder if you're prepared?" "Prepare for what?" Chen Huaifang countered. He looked at Secretary Li, then swept his gaze across the entire room, posing a question first. "Guess why I joined the revolution back then?" Secretary Li paused, then answered first. "To save China?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. "To stop the Japanese from bullying us?" Chen Huaifang still shook his head. "To realize your ideals?" Chen Huaifang shook her head and smiled. "Ideals? What ideals?" "Before I went to the anti-Japanese military academy, I didn't even know what the character 4-1 looked like when my bamboo pole fell over. What ideals could I possibly have? Back then, I joined the revolution simply because someone told me we provide meals here. For a full belly, I joined the revolution. 033, soldiers everywhere are the same, it's man devouring man. A full stomach. That was Chen Huaifang's original motivation for joining the revolution. Born into a tenant farmer's family, he never received any schooling as a child. His greatest dream was to eat his fill at every meal. But the Qing dynasty collapsed, warlords divided the land, and foreign invaders descended upon this chaotic world. Forget eating his fill every meal. Sleeping soundly tonight, whether you'd open your eyes tomorrow morning was another matter entirely. Such was the world back then. A full meal? Was a human life worth the price of a single meal back then? Before joining the revolution, I saw with my own eyes a father sell his daughter to a slave trader just to get 2 pounds of rice mixed with sand. I've also heard stories of cannibalism, families too starved to bear it, yet too heartbroken to harm their own children, so they traded them with neighbors. Chen Huaifang sat in her chair, recounting these stories unthinkable to modern ears as if they were the most ordinary things in the world. A young, unmarried girl was worth just 2 pounds of rice. A child traded back and forth meant a few more meals. Secretary Li, sitting beside him, felt a chill run down his spine. Someone below couldn't help but curse under their breath. Damn Japanese devils. Chen Huaifang nodded upon hearing this, then shook his head. He continued speaking. Back then, battles raged almost everywhere across China. Today, this group fought that group tomorrow, clashes erupted between hilltops in the west and east. War meant bloodshed, bloodshed meant death, and death meant those skin-clad warlords would start rounding up conscripts everywhere anyone strong enough to carry a gun was taken. Who cares how old you are? Did it matter how many family members you had? As long as you stood up to be about the height of a Hanyang-made rifle, you were taken. They weren't counting on you to achieve anything great, just to charge into battle and die. But of course, conscripts weren't simply snatched away. They needed a grand, noble excuse. The so-called revival of China. The young Chen Huaifang had heard this slogan shouted by countless recruiters, but he didn't care about it then. All he cared about was who could feed him. After his parents passed away from illness, the 15-year-old Chen Huaifang just wanted to eat his fill. He didn't care if they paid him a few silver dollars a month, as long as he could eat his fill at every meal, he'd be satisfied. But the recruitment promises were all sweet talk, the reality was quite different. They promised 12 men would share a large room, with space for everyone to sleep. But in reality, 20 or 30 men were crammed onto a single long bunk. If you stepped out to relieve yourself at night, you might return to find no spot left to sleep. They promised unlimited white flour buns at every meal, with meat served every few days. But once he got there, forget white steamed buns just to get a couple extra mouthfuls of cold water to wash down those rock-hard corn cakes, he had to beg. Why? Because without cold water, you couldn't even swallow those black, crumbly corn cakes. It wasn't just the Japanese who bullied us back then. To this day, Chen Huaifang can still recall the sensation of gnawing on those corn cakes. Those dark, rock-hard corn cakes had to be soaked in cold water for a while first. Only after they softened could you swallow them whole. Otherwise, the pebbles inside would surely chip your teeth. The meager food and poor living conditions were one thing after all. A miserable life was better than no life at all. Even black cornbread was better than starvation. What truly terrified Chen Huaifang and what drove her resolve to leave? It was the people who ate other people. Chen Huaifang clearly remembered a young man who enlisted with him, nicknamed Stone. Shirzir was a stubborn man. If Chen Huaifang joined the army to fill his belly, then Shirzir joined the army because he truly believed in the words "revive China." Shirzir said he had fled from the northeast, having witnessed firsthand the atrocities committed by the Japanese invaders. Back then, the Japanese were truly committing every conceivable atrocity in the northeast. They burned, killed, and plundered. Nothing was beyond their depravity. Shirzir watched his own mother get stabbed to death by the Japanese bayonets. The rage made him grind his teeth to dust. From that day on, he'd been obsessed with avenging his mother. He joined the battlefield to kill the Japanese. After a long and arduous journey, fleeing all the way from the northeast to this place, Shitsi finally enlisted in the army. He would often ask Chen Huaifang, "When will we finally get to the front lines to kill the Japanese?" How could Chen Huaifang know the answer? Forget killing the Japanese back then, Chen Huaifang didn't even know what they looked like. All he'd heard from Shitsi was that the Japanese looked much like them, clad in filthy yellow and green uniforms, shouting incomprehensible Japanese. They burned, killed, and plundered, committing every conceivable atrocity. They were all a bunch of damned bastards. But Chen Huaifang didn't understand. In other words, compared to those heinous invaders he'd never even seen, what Chen Huaifang hated more at that time were the warlords, his fellow Chinese. They too burned, killed, and plundered, committing every conceivable atrocity. They fed on human flesh, finding pleasure in devouring it. Wait a moment. You mean to say you never actually saw any Japanese soldiers back then? At this point, Secretary Li, who had been listening in, couldn't help but voice his confusion. Chen Huaifang nodded. No, I hadn't. When I met Shitsi, it was late 1935, early 1936. At that time, the Japanese occupation zones were mainly in northeast China. Several neighboring provinces were also occupied, but the areas weren't large. Back then, the main enemies in the old revolutionary base areas were remnants of warlords and the Bald Heads gang. Those were ruthless bastards. Brutal bastards. There wasn't a shred of exaggeration in that phrase. It's just that their methods of devouring people were far more sophisticated. The kind that didn't spill a drop of blood. Shirzir was one of those devoured by them. Back then, Shirzir, seething with hatred for the Japanese invaders, thought almost every day about fighting them to the death. But back then, how many of those with guns truly dedicated themselves to resisting the Japanese? Seizing territory, plundering gold, only the gleaming silver dollars were their true pursuit. Shirzir, whose sole focus was resisting the Japanese and saving the nation, was undoubtedly an anomaly among them. In a place where most people just wanted to scrape by and fill their bellies, he dreamed night after night of the day he could finally fight the Japanese to the death on the battlefield. Yet that day never came. Either they claimed the equipment was insufficient for battle, or the enemy was too far away to reach. Fuming, Shirzir repeatedly sought out his superior to lodge complaints, only to receive the same response every time. What's the rush? When the day comes to fight the devils, you'll get your chance. Then they'd turn around and plunder the people, sometimes even more ruthless than the damn Japanese themselves. The Japanese weren't Chinese, after all. They were brutal, yes, but they didn't understand the Chinese people. But these bastards? They were born and bred Chinese. They knew exactly how to prey on their own kind. Sometimes, when your own people turn on each other, it's far more brutal than what the damn Japanese do, Chen Huaifang said, his teeth itching with rage. In that hellish place where man preyed upon man, Chen Huaifang remained for 2 long years. From 1935 to 1937, 2 full years. Yet even then, Chen Huaifang clung to the hope that a single satisfying meal would keep him there. Until the day Shitsi died. Until the Japanese troops arrived, and just as Shitsi, brimming with confidence, sought out the squad leader thinking he'd finally get to fight the devils. Those bastards, having plundered enough wealth, actually had the nerve to talk about retreating southwest. Thousands of men, thousands of rifles, silver dollars piled higher than people in the warehouse. The brainwashing slogans plastered on the barracks, proclaiming "Revive China," hadn't even been torn down yet. And they were just turning around to run away. Bunch of useless bastards. Shirzir, who'd already endured one instance of non-resistance, flew into a rage. He punched the squad leader to the ground and turned to seek out the Japanese soldiers to fight to the death. But the sergeant didn't give him the chance to fight the Japs. To save face, the bastard ordered others to tie Shirzir up. No beating, no cursing, not even punishment. Instead, 2 days later, he stepped forward and declared before everyone that Shirzir, this refugee from another province, was a traitor. With a string of high-sounding excuses, he pinned the label of traitor on Shirzir. The others might not have known whether Shirzir was truly a traitor. But could Chen Huaifang, who had lived side by side with Shitsi for 2 years, not know? Shirzir, a traitor? Shirzir, who had witnessed his own mother being hacked to death by the Japanese devils, could he be a traitor? Yet he was executed by firing squad, convicted of collaboration. Until the very moment of his death, Shirzir glared viciously at the soldier in charge. His final words before dying consisted of only 3 characters. Save China. Those eyes, which never closed even in death, gazed one last time toward the direction of his hometown. Shizir's greatest dream was to either die fighting the Japanese on the battlefield or return home to farm the land after they were driven out. But dreams remain just that, dreams, forever unfulfilled. Yet someone fulfilled that dream for him. It was from that day onward, from the day Shizir died, that I suddenly awoke. I realized that if I didn't find a force capable of truly saving China, sooner or later I would become the next Shizir. Sooner or later, all Chinese people would become like Shizir. So I escaped from that hellhole where man devours man. I wanted to find a force truly saving China, but someone told me, he said. All soldiers under heaven are the same damn thing, they're all devouring each other. 034, our army belongs to the people, to the common folk. The common people back then had long given up any hope in those armies. To some, the warlords and the bald-headed troops were no different from the Japanese invaders. They were all the same, oppressing the people, terrorizing the countryside, burning, killing, and plundering without restraint. As someone who lived through that era, Chen Huaifang's assessment could hardly be more truthful. One nation, 3 governments, and dozens of warlords carving up the land. A small county town with less than 100,000 people could collect taxes that would last 80 years. In an era that drove a renowned scholar of Chinese classics to weep blood while writing his outline of national history, how many good birds could there possibly be? Having barely escaped the warlords' clutches, Chen Huaifang even contemplated joining bandits on some remote mountain, anything better than starving to death on the streets. Having witnessed and endured the absurdity firsthand, Chen Huaifang harbored no illusions about the military. That was until he truly prepared to become a bandit. February 1937, the year of the ox in the lunar calendar. Chen Huaifang, who hadn't fully accepted his new life as a bandit, didn't even have brothers in arms to join him. He merely lurked in an abandoned courtyard, killing time. Until that morning, when he was dozing in the dilapidated courtyard and was startled awake by the sound of countless footsteps. Instinctively, he grabbed the stolen Hanyang-made rifle and scrambled onto the wall. He saw at least 100 people dressed in tattered, old blue clothes marching toward the village. At first glance, they looked like refugees fleeing famine. But upon closer inspection, he noticed these refugees were all armed. Over half carried large knives and spears, while a minority had rifles slung across their backs and others carried hand grenades. After taking in these two sights, Chen Huaifang concluded these refugees were undoubtedly the same sort whose minds were filled only with silver dollars and gold bars. Without a word, he climbed down from the wall and hid his Hanyang-made pistol in the long dry well. By then, I had long given up hope in this army or that army. What's this about revitalizing China? What's this about wiping out the Japanese invaders? They all sound better than a song. Once you're tricked into joining, they immediately switch to a whole different tune. Shizir's death hit me like a ton of bricks. Chen Huaifang sighed as he spoke, his expression complex. He still couldn't forget Shizir's expression when he was shot, a face twisted by long-suppressed resentment and bitterness. This man, Shizir, who fought the Japanese with bayonets drawn even in his dreams, never fired a single shot at the enemy. Instead, he was branded a traitor and executed by his own people. That scene had profoundly shaken the 17-year-old Chen Huaifang. He couldn't understand why those who shouted about reviving China didn't fight the Japanese but instead executed their own countrymen. He couldn't fathom why the very soldiers who claimed to protect the nation with their guns would periodically raid the county town with a handful of men. He simply couldn't fathom it. With the Japanese invaders already trampling into their homes, those soldiers who constantly chanted "Long live the party state" and "Long live the Grand Marshal" were all cowards, not even daring to let out a fart. The leaders of Rongtong County's leadership team, gathered around the conference table, all fell silent. They never imagined the resistance against the Japanese invasion would be this difficult. Though they had studied history long ago, the impact of hearing first-hand accounts of that bloody era far surpassed the sparse descriptions in textbooks. How could the plight of China at that time be described with mere words like internal troubles and external threats? To the north, remnants of the Qing dynasty lingered. To the south, warlords carved out their own fiefdoms. Above, bald-headed warlords obsessed with civil strife. Below, Japanese invaders bragging they'd destroy China in 3 months. Soldiers who treated human life as cheap straw, bandits preying on the countryside. Ordinary people couldn't even die in peace, forced to choose an auspicious day for their demise. Otherwise, they feared an untimely death, tortured to death before they could even die. That was the era. It was an era of suffocating oppression. It was an era where everyone schemed on how to survive another day by devouring others. Darkness. Too dark. Darkness with no end in sight. Until a big man with a thick country accent shouted, "Comrades!" That boundless darkness was torn open just a tiny, tiny crack. Then a beam of light shone through. Its name was communism. When did I decide to join us? Chen Huaifang suddenly posed a question no one could answer. He continued, "It was one morning when I was so hungry I couldn't stand it anymore. I was truly starving. Starvation was unbearable. Even though I still feared being conscripted as a laborer, I knocked on that door. Before knocking, I had no idea that the small eyes behind the door would completely transform my life. He was my first squad leader and the one who sponsored my party membership. His name was Huang Chengjie. Huang Qingjie. If the pebble was the gunshot that jolted Chen Huaifang awake from feigning sleep, then Huang Qingjie was the guide who pulled him onto the right path and ultimately forged victory with his own hands. That day someday in July 1937, Chen Huaifang knocked on that door. After it opened, he spoke not a single unnecessary word. He assumed this army was just like all the others, this one or that one. He tossed the Hanyang-made rifle he'd retrieved from the dry well onto the ground and demanded, "Who's in charge here?" Huang Qingjie, drawn by the commotion, emerged, somewhat surprised by Chen Huaifang's sudden visit. He hurried over and asked, "I'm the leader here. You can call me Old Huang. Judging by your attire." Feng? Huang Qingjie wasn't much older than Chen Huaifang, but he had joined the revolution earlier. He had seen far more than Chen Huaifang, and could tell who Chen had served under just by looking at his tattered military uniform. Feng that was a notorious warlord back then. That's why Huang Qingjie's initial attitude toward Chen Huaifang was anything but friendly. He was even somewhat wary. But Chen Huaifang couldn't care less about that. He was starving to death, his voice weak and faint. "My surname used to be Feng, but it's not anymore. They're no different from the Japanese devils. They pinned the label of collaborator on my brother and shot him dead. I'll join your crew now, just give me a bite to eat." A starving man doesn't lie. For a bite to eat, they'd do anything. After hearing this, Huang Qingjie hesitated for less than 2 seconds before calling for someone to bring Chen Huaifang a cold corn bun. Not a blackened, hardened cornbread, but golden yellow, crumbly cornbread that fell apart at the slightest touch. Even without cold water, it tasted like a delicacy to Chen Huaifang. To this day, he still couldn't forget the taste of that cornbread. So delicious. Better than anything he'd ever tasted since. Chen Huaifang wolfed down the cornbread in 2 or 3 gulps and nearly choked to death. Fortunately, Huang Qingjie handed him a bowl of water to drink. Finally catching his breath, Chen Huaifang crouched on the ground, glancing sideways at Huang Qingjie. "Starting today, I'm sticking with you, Huang. Just give me a full belly, and I'm yours." Seeing this, Huang Qingjie shook his head and laughed heartily. "That won't do. Our unit has discipline. A troublemaker like you can't just join whenever you want." Chen Huaifang was stunned as if struck by lightning. It was the first time he'd ever seen a warlord sergeant refuse a conscript. But he had no time to ponder such things then. He'd finally found a unit willing to give him a yellow steamed bun. But after swallowing a single cornbread, Chen Huaifang regained some clarity. Though starving and desperate for a proper meal, Shizir's death was still vivid in his mind. He rose cautiously, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward the Hanyang-made rifle. "What? You wouldn't be working with the Japanese, would you?" "What? I've never seen warlords who don't conscript laborers." "Since you're not." Chen Huaifang trailed off, instinctively taking half a step toward the doorway. After a brief pause, he asked, "Are you all working for the Japanese?" Huang Qingjie, utterly baffled by Chen Huaifang's logic, widened his eyes in exasperation. "Working for the Japanese? You've got that backwards. We're the ones who specifically target the Japanese. We fight them to the death. And it's not just the Japanese. We take down warlords and thugs who bully the common folk. Our discipline is that the people come before everything else. But clearly, you haven't grasped that yet, so you can't join us." With that, Huang Qingjie picked up the rusted-out Hanyang-made rifle and handed it to Chen Huaifang. He added one more thing. "Oh, and we don't go by Huang or Feng or any other surname. Our ranks belong to the people, to the common folk." 035. Is this people's army genuine or a sham? A force belonging to the people, to the common folk. This was the first time Chen Huaifang had ever heard such words. It was also the first time he had ever seen a force proclaiming such a slogan. What did those warlords chant before? Promotion and wealth. Live in luxury. 3 wives and 4 concubines. These were the most base promises. But they're also the most compelling. What else could it be? Defend our homeland. Revive the Chinese nation. Eradicate the Japanese pirates. These were the ideals that truly stirred Chen Huaifang's heart. But after joining forces with that Feng fellow, he finally understood all that bull up there was nothing but lies. Including whatever Huang Qingjie said today. Our forces belong to the people, to the common folk. Sitting in his chair, facing Secretary Li and the others, Chen Huaifang murmured to himself. He looked at Secretary Li and suddenly asked, "Secretary Li, do you think our army has lived up to that?" Secretary Li flinched. He replied decisively, "Of course it has. Of course it has. Having undergone the forging of its backbone at San Juan and the tempering of its spirit at Gudian. Today's Chinese military stands as the only force in the world truly deserving of the phrase, belonging to the people. It is the only army in the world that, when its people face disaster, will not enter the disaster zone with guns drawn. Why? Because in that year, hundreds of thousands of people were left homeless by an earthquake. And at the call, comrades, the party and the people are testing us now. 15 paratroopers executed blind jumps from 5,000 meters without ground markers. Because in that year, when floodwaters raged like caged beasts unleashed upon towns. A single command: don't jump. I'll save the house. yet still plunged into the water without hesitation, forming a human chain of steel with their bodies. They truly embodied a force belonging to the people. They held the people high, and the people held them in their hearts. After hearing Secretary Li's answer, Chen Huaifang smiled. A smile of relief. It was also a smile of deep emotion. He lifted his head and took a deep breath, but things were different back then. Back then, the common folk were terrified by armies led by warlords left and right. The mere sight of someone carrying a rifle made them flee as if they'd seen a ghost. Even the most beautiful slogans had grown tiresome to the people. Everyone spoke more eloquently than they sang, so even if a slogan was truly magnificent, few believed it. In the eyes of the common folk, the military's credibility had long been exhausted. In the eyes of the common folk back then, anyone carrying a gun was automatically considered no good. No matter what slogans you shouted, they'd slam the door in your face. Unless you came knocking on their doors with guns drawn, but then what would make you any different from those warlords? So Huang Qingjie, tasked with working in the surrounding mountain villages, was utterly frustrated. Within 2 days, he visited over 50 households across 4 mountain villages. Except for a handful who willingly opened their doors, all others remained firmly shut. They refused to trust any armed forces anymore. And those rare few who did open their doors did so out of sheer fear. Fear. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered such resistance. The first time or two, if you didn't open the door, they might hold back their anger. But in the end, didn't they still smash the doors open, hold guns to your head, and force you to hand over money, grain, and people? Chen Huaifang had once secretly followed Huang Qingjie, wanting to see how he truly embodied belonging to the people, belonging to the common folk. He watched Huang Qingjie enter a household. He seemed concerned about frightening the family, specifically instructing the others to wait outside and leaving his gun behind. From that moment on, Chen Huaifang began to see things differently. He climbed over the wall into the courtyard and crouched beneath a window, eavesdropping on Huang Qingjie's conversation with the family inside. The man was at least 50 or 60 years old, and from his tone, he had once been a scholar, which turned out to be true. This gentleman was a scholar official from the final imperial examinations of the Qing dynasty. Though he hadn't passed, his scholarly bearing was unmistakably genuine. Even knowing Huang Qingjie had come with men and guns, the old man's first words showed no trace of fear. He simply asked, "What brings you here today? Money or grain?" He then answered his own question, "If you want money, I have 7 silver dollars and a coffin left in my home. If you want grain, there's half a jar of rice and 3 caddies of flour. If you like it, take it all." The old man had seen his share of soldiers come calling, always demanding money or grain. That's all there is. If you want it, take it. If you don't, well, that's all there is. Hearing this, Huang Qingjie shook his head. "Old man, I'm not here for money or grain. Our troops are disciplined, we're forbidden from demanding anything from the people. Even if you offered it voluntarily, I couldn't accept it." The old man murmured in puzzlement. This was the first time he'd ever heard such a thing. An army that doesn't demand money or grain? Could such an army truly exist? He didn't believe it, and neither did Chen Huaifang, crouched outside the window. He crept cautiously from beneath the window to the doorway, waiting for those sneaking in to pilfer grain from the old gentleman's home. Then he could catch them red-handed and tear apart Huang Qingjie's hypocrisy. But even after Huang Qingjie emerged from the house, the men waiting at the door made no move. Instead, the old gentleman himself took out 7 silver dollars and offered them to Huang Qingjie. Huang Qingjie flatly refused. "We cannot accept money," he said. "If you truly wish to support our cause, then spread the word about us. Just spread the word that there's another force on this land, one that truly fights against the Japanese and truly stands for the people." With that, Huang Qingjie turned and walked away without giving the old gentleman a chance to persuade him to stay. Can you imagine how shocked I was witnessing that scene? Chen Huaifang couldn't hold back any longer, pounding the table in his excitement. Ever since he could remember, he'd never seen a soldier carrying a rifle do such a thing. He'd even push back silver dollars pressed into his hand. "We don't ask for your money, nor do we ask for your grain. We only ask that you believe in us, trust that we will ultimately prevail." "Calm down, please calm down," Secretary Li hurriedly interjected, seeing his agitation. "How can I not be upset? How can I?" Chen Huaifang gasped for breath. "You didn't live through that era. You have no idea how powerful those words were coming from Sergeant Huang's mouth. How shocking." It was so profound that Chen Huaifang, who had been listening from atop the wall, was left stunned and unable to recover for a long time. It was only when the old gentleman later spotted him and tapped his buttocks with his cane. Startled, Chen Huaifang nearly tumbled off the wall. The old man, fearing he might fall, quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to arrest you. Judging by your age, were you with that Huang Qingjie fellow?" Chen Huaifang, having finally steadied himself, shook his head. "No. Not together." The old man frowned in confusion. "Not together?" Chen Huaifang nodded. "Not with them." The old gentleman grew even more perplexed. "Young man, at your age, if you don't join their cause to save the nation, isn't that a waste?" Chen Huaifang, now somewhat perplexed by the old gentleman's words, retorted, "Why should I join them? All crows are equally black. There isn't a single good one among the armies. The old gentleman was instantly struck dumb, as if a stone had lodged in his throat. He stared at Chen Huaifang, saying nothing, and turned in place twice, leaning on his cane. Chen Huaifang, sitting on the fence, stared back at the old gentleman, equally silent. After a long silence, the old gentleman jabbed his cane forcefully into the ground. He lifted his head and demanded, "I ask you, on what basis do you judge them to be no good?" As if worried Chen Huaifang wouldn't understand, he deliberately rephrased it, "What makes you think they aren't good people?" Chen Huaifang perked up at this, smiling. "Why? What proof do I need? I joined the army at 15, spent 2 years eating black cornbread in the barracks, and listened to them chanting 'Fight the Japanese' for 2 whole years. But in the end, I never even saw what the Japanese looked like. Instead, I saw with my own eyes as those men turned their guns on our own people, looting countless possessions. Even my only brother was branded a traitor and executed by them. Reviving China, saving the nation from ruin, all just ing slogans." Chen Huaifang vented his emotions in a torrent of words, his eyes red as he stared at the old gentleman. The old gentleman hesitated for a moment before noticing that Chen Huaifang was also wearing a military uniform. Though tattered, though worn, though different from the one Huang Qingjie wore. The old gentleman hesitated again before saying, "All crows are black, but there are always those who stand out from the crowd." Chen Huaifang merely shook his head. "Who can't put on a good face for a couple of days?" The old man fell silent. After a long while, he tapped Chen Huaifang's calf with his cane. He urged, "You, come down. Come help me with something. I want to see for myself whether this Huang fellow is genuine or not." 036. When did we begin resisting Japan? This old gentleman sure has a peculiar temperament. To actively seek out the army in those times, what guts? It was only because he encountered our troops. Otherwise, this old gentleman might have. Hearing Chen Huaifang say this, the leadership of Rongtong County collectively gasped. As later generations hearing this tale, they knew the outcome and thus felt no anxiety or fear that the old gentleman might have met with sudden misfortune. But the old gentleman had lived through that era firsthand. As a scholar official, he understood the principles of the noble man: to cultivate oneself in solitude, to endure death rather than compromise, to accept deception but never deceit. In an era where one could easily be stripped of everything, even risking one's life, this old gentleman sought out Huang Qingjie for the sake of principle. Such courage was truly admirable. And it wasn't just the leaders of Rongtong County who felt this admiration. Even Chen Huaifang, who was present at the time, was deeply impressed. When I heard him say that, I immediately bristled. An old man with one foot in the grave, going to reason with a gang of armed soldiers? Good heavens! Never mind whether he was afraid or not, he certainly scared the wits out of me after hearing that. How did the old gentleman intend to verify Huang Qingjie's authenticity? He intended to use himself as the test. Where there's a will, there's a way. In his view, if Huang Qingjie's claim of never taking a single thread from the common folk was false, then the only reason those $7 silver and a coffin in his hands weren't snatched away. There could only be one reason: Huang Qingjie simply didn't fancy them. Or perhaps he was baiting a larger catch. Chen Huaifang found some truth in the old gentleman's words. He surmised that when Huang Qingjie had him thrown out back then, it was likely because he didn't think much of him either. He feared she'd be a freeloader, so he'd kicked her out. But how exactly would the old master use him to test Huang Qingjie's authenticity? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Huaifang stood frozen in place. The old gentleman beckoned him closer, motioning for him to lean in. Moments later, Chen Huaifang was utterly shocked and hastily refused. "No, this won't do. It was far too dangerous. What if Huang Qingjie and his men were indeed faking it? They would surely fly into a rage and kill the old master without hesitation." But the old gentleman only waved his hand insistently, urging him to go. To fully persuade Chen Huaifang, he even offered $1 silver as a reward. He promised that if Chen carried out the task, the $1 silver would be his. After much deliberation, Chen Huaifang finally agreed. Back then, he had little moral depth and no convictions. As long as it wasn't him who died, it was fine. And so, he returned once more to the small courtyard where Huang Qingjie resided. At their second meeting, Huang Qingjie opened with, "You again? Haven't you had enough of cornbread?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. Huang Qingjie pressed on, "So you're here to tag along with me again?" Chen Huaifang shook his head again. But this time he spoke up. "I've got a way to strike it rich. You got the guts to join me?" Huang Qingjie narrowed his eyes, uttered an "oh," and immediately pressed, "What kind of money-making scheme?" "None of your business." Seeing Huang Qingjie ask like that, Chen Huaifang immediately felt a surge of hostility. Poof. All this talk about serving the people and the masses, yet the moment wealth is mentioned, this is the expression he wears? Mr. Huang can't keep up the act anymore? Filled with hostility, Chen Huaifang began speaking according to the script the old gentleman had given him. "In this village, there's an old man surnamed Gu who was a scholar official during the Qing dynasty. During the Guangxu reign, he served under a prince. Later, when the Xiantong emperor fled, the old man surnamed Gu naturally had to flee too. But when he fled, he took quite a few treasures from the prince's mansion, any one of them worth tens of thousands of silver dollars. After Chen Huaifang finished, Wang Changqi wore an amused expression as he pressed, treasures from a Qing prince's household would indeed be valuable. But where did you hear this information? And how can you be certain those treasures are hidden in this very village? That old man has no children or family, living alone in this godforsaken village. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Chen Huaifang shot Huang Changqi a glance. The old gentleman had hit the nail on the head. The questions this fellow was asking were exactly the same as what the old gentleman had taught Chen Huaifang. Huang Qingjie nodded, signaling Chen Huaifang to continue. He's been living off those treasures all these years. Chen Huaifang pressed his advantage. I don't care how many you want. Just send a few men. Tonight, we'll go with me and tie up that old man. Then force him to reveal the location of the treasures. You can just give me one piece afterward. Hearing Chen Huaifang's plan, Huang Qingjie gave a low and nodded. Seeing this, Chen Huaifang thought, just as I expected. All crows are black. Not a single gun-toting thug is any good. Huang Qingjie suddenly asked, aren't you afraid I'll double-cross you? Chen Huaifang replied calmly, anyway, I'm already living day to day out here. Better to take a big gamble than starve to death little by little. Seeing this, Huang Qingjie nodded. He readily agreed to Chen Huaifang's proposal, setting tonight as the time for action. Upon hearing the agreement, Chen Huaifang immediately began strategizing how to extract the old gentleman. But no matter how he strategized, racking his brain, he realized that once they entered that courtyard, the old man would almost certainly meet his end. He could use the method the old man had taught him to escape. Wait a moment. Huang Changqie? That's fake? Just then, Secretary Li couldn't help but interrupt Chen Huaifang. Bull! Chen Huaifang slammed his fist on the table, startling the others. Sergeant Huang was my sponsor for party membership. How could he be fake? Secretary Li hastily shook his head. Right, but... Old Chen, how could Sergeant Huang have agreed to your plan back then? Chen Huaifang turned to look at Secretary Li, flashing a meaningful smile. Indeed, why? Why? Because as the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that you fear, but the thief keeping his eye on your house. Huang Qingjie couldn't care less whether the treasures Chen Huaifang mentioned were real or not. Nor did he care how much those treasures might be worth. He knew only one thing, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. Today, there might be one person like Chen Huaifang claiming that old Master Ji's house holds treasures. Tomorrow, there could be 10. The day after tomorrow, 100. And so on, until the rumor spreads far and wide. Even if it's false, someone will inevitably come looking for the real treasure. And when that happened, it would be a bloodbath. Therefore, to nip this budding trend in the bud as soon as possible, Huang Qingjie needed to devise a flawless countermeasure. Agreeing to Chen Huaifang's plan was merely a delaying tactic. Thus, even as midnight deepened, Chen Huaifang locked in the woodshed awaiting the signal, heard no call from Huang Qingjie. Only when he could wait no longer, leaning against the window and calling Huang Qingjie's name several times, did someone finally appear. But it wasn't Huang Qingjie. It was the old gentleman. The very same old gentleman who had taught Chen Huaifang to lie in order to deceive Huang Qingjie. The old gentleman's surname was Gu, given name Sin, courtesy name Ruzhen. He was a scholar official selected in the imperial examinations during the 30th year of the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty. Seeing old Master Gu, Chen Huaifang was startled. He lowered his voice and asked, Old Master, what are you doing here? Gu Lao looked at Chen Huaifang and only smiled, silently. Then, Huang Qingjie emerged from behind him, looking at Chen Huaifang with a helpless smile. You little rascal. Do you realize how you've been spinning me around with just one lie? With that, Huang Qingjie opened the door to the woodshed and let Chen Huaifang out. Still bewildered, Chen Huaifang hadn't fully processed the situation. Old Master Gu, how could he be standing right there with Huang Qingjie? Were these two teaming up to trick him? No. Mr. Gu had been in the village since Chen Huaifang first arrived. He definitely didn't know Huang Qingjie and his crew. So what was this all about? Unable to make sense of it, Chen Huaifang finally couldn't hold back and asked, Stop laughing, you two. What's going on? Mr. Gu suppressed his smile and looked at Chen Huaifang. You're wrong. I'm wrong? Yes, you're wrong, old Master Gu nodded. The crows of this world are not uniformly black. Yes, the crows of this world are not just black. After locking Chen Huaifang away, Huang Qingjie immediately mobilized everyone in the village to search for an old man surnamed Gu. Then, he set out to verify the authenticity of the so-called treasure. At the time, old Gu, believing Huang Qingjie had been duped, naturally played along with the plan, putting on an act of protecting the treasure even at the cost of his life. But Huang Qingjie did not subject him to brutal interrogation to force the treasure's location. Instead, he inquired who else knew about this matter. He also inquired whether they should move the treasure elsewhere, and if so, whether the people involved should leave as well. Huang Qingjie stated their group wouldn't stay long and would eventually leave. After they left, if a new group arrived, knowledge of the treasure could spell deadly trouble. He didn't demand the treasure from you? Chen Huaifang's eyes widened. Old Master Gu nodded. Huang Qingjie stood nearby and quipped, "Don't even mention the treasure. Even if there really was one, we couldn't take it. That's the rule, ironclad discipline." Hearing this, Chen Huaifang was utterly dumbfounded and utterly conquered. He realized the man before him was no ordinary person. Just then, old Master Gu suddenly posed a question. And Chen Huaifang, in turn, posed this very question to everyone present, including Secretary Li. "When did we begin our resistance against Japan?" 037. Today we owe Gurujian a great debt for the victory against the Japanese invaders. 1937. No, the current consensus is that it began with the September 18th incident. Right. That means it began in 1931, a total of 14 years of resistance. Secretary Li nodded, offering the definitive answer. But Chen Huaifang merely shook his head. "Wrong. None of them are right." Shaking his head, Chen Huaifang said, "Your answers, like squad leader Huang's, also start with 1931. It also starts from September 18th, when the Japanese invaded northeast China. But this answer is wrong." "Incorrect?" The leaders of Rongtong County frowned in unison. How could this answer be wrong? This answer might be correct. Because as of now, the widely accepted view among Chinese people is that it began in 1931. But at that time, for Mr. Gu, for the Chinese people Gusin and Gurujian, it was not 1931. It was the 21st year of the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty. That is, the year 1895 AD. This was the answer given by Mr. Gu. Upon hearing this answer, both Chen Huaifang and Huang Qingjie showed some surprise. Mr. Gu continued, "It was the 21st year of the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty. That year, the Qing court was forced by the Japanese pirates to cede Taiwan to them. That year, I shaved my head, declared my resolve, and vowed to serve my country through literature." Gusin, a Chinese man, began his resistance against Japan at that very moment. Alas, before I could fulfill my aspirations, the Qing dynasty collapsed. The Guangxu emperor was abducted by the Japanese pirates, followed by the advocacy of republicanism, and then the warlord wars. For scraps of territory, our own people began fighting each other, locked in bitter conflict. This chaos gave the Japanese invaders their chance. They seized the opportunity to invade our northeast. Millions of square miles of our homeland were surrendered, and tens of millions of our people were slaughtered. Until the Japanese invaders are eradicated, China shall know no peace. Even in death, I, Gurujian, shall not rest in peace. Hearing this, the circle of people fell silent. When confronting the Japanese pirates, China has never lacked men of courage. Even at 57, Gusin still sought to resist the Japanese and save the nation. Having exhausted the path of serving the nation through scholarship, he now sought another way. He served under a certain Zhang in the northeast, donating 3,000 silver dollars. Yet during the September 18th incident, the non-resistance policy saw 300,000 Northeast Army troops stand down without firing a shot, allowing the Japanese pirates to invade unopposed, leaving only a handful of spontaneously organized anti-Japanese guerrilla forces to struggle on. Feeling his 3,000 silver dollars had been thrown away, Gusin turned to the bald-headed warlord. After donating a few thousand silver dollars more in scattered contributions, the bald-headed man simultaneously called for resisting the Japanese while scheming to balance the warlords and provoke civil war. Disillusioned, Gusin went into hiding and found this mountain village. He felt somewhat disappointed. Despite the years that had passed, he still donated money here and supplies there. But all he encountered was wave after wave of disappointment. Those people always prioritized slogans over action, perpetually using the banner of anti-Japanese resistance to gradually erode his trust and energy. He was no longer young. 62 years old. At the age of 60, Gusin no longer had the energy or time to wait any longer. He sensed his days were numbered, yet with the Japanese invaders still unvanquished, he knew he could never rest in peace. As long as the Japanese invaders remain, my heart cannot find peace. But my time is running out. In that small courtyard, on that day, that month, that year, leaning on his cane, Gusin spoke these words before Huang Qingjie and Chen Huaifang. At 62, he was already halfway to the grave. But Huang Qingjie offered comforting words. "You mustn't let go so soon, sir. You must believe that one day our forces will drive every last Japanese invader from our land, restoring a bright and peaceful sky over China. The day will come when the Japanese invaders are utterly vanquished." Gusin merely smiled and shook his head. He knew his own condition better than anyone. From the 21st year of the Guangxu reign to the present 26th year of the Republic. 42 full years. Over 15,000 days. 42 years of wandering and hardship had long since drained Gusin's body dry. The struggle against the Japanese invaders and the fight to save the nation had completely exhausted him. His voice trembled as he uttered these words. "I likely won't survive this year. I know my body better than anyone. Whether it's good or bad, whether it can still serve its purpose, that's all I have left, just 3 or 5 months. The Japanese invaders, they must be eradicated. Yet I am already powerless to do so." Filled with indignation, Gusin closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath with all his might, as if trying to fill his body with every experience of his past 42 years. Then he exhaled heavily, as if expelling the accumulated resentment of those 42 years as a cloud of stale air from his chest. He turned to Huang Qingjie and asked, "What is the name of your force?" Huang Qingjie replied, "The Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, led by the Communist Party." Gusin uttered an O in response. Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. This was the first time he'd ever heard of it. Workers and Peasants. That meant workers and peasants. It's the army of the workers and peasants. Good. Very good. Workers and peasants are the largest and most crucial groups for building this nation. An army like this finally sounds like it makes sense. It serves no emperor, obeys no warlord, but stands for the workers, for the peasants, for the 400 million people of China. Good. He turned to Huang Qingjie and asked, "Do you truly intend to annihilate the Japanese invaders?" Huang Qingjie nodded. "Our goal is to unite all forces willing to resist Japan and drive the devils out of China." Hearing this, Chen Huaifang suddenly asked, "Then why not me?" Huang Qingjie sighed helplessly. "The way you looked and spoke last time you came, how was that any different from bandits? Our ranks have strict discipline, and we currently lack a political commissar. Without someone to guide your ideology, letting you join recklessly could very well undermine the revolution." Quite right. Gusin nodded in agreement. A good team should operate this way. There can be no black sheep among the herd. If there are, someone must be able to rein them in. But this young man before him didn't seem like a bad person. He looked at Chen Huaifang and asked again, "So, kid, are you genuinely committed to resisting the Japanese?" Without hesitation, Chen Huaifang replied, "Of course I am." Gusin shouted, "Good." Then he pulled Huang Qingjie over and said, "I'll recommend him to join your ranks. As for that political commissar you mentioned, we don't have one now, but we'll get one eventually." He pointed at Chen Huaifang again. "This kid isn't bad at heart. He's just been scared by those warlords. If he were truly a bad seed, he would have gone after my old man the moment I mentioned the treasure. How could he have cooperated with me to walk right into your trap?" Chen Huaifang, finally catching on, stared wide-eyed. So all this time, old Master Go wasn't just testing Huang Qingjie, he was testing Chen Huaifang too. Huang Qingjie, who had also caught on, couldn't help but chuckle and nod. "To be honest, ever since we came back to this courtyard, I've been planning to take him too. He might be a bit gullible, but as long as his heart is genuine, that's all that matters." Chen Huaifang remained silent. It was Gusin who suddenly asked, "Who said I deceived him?" Then it was Huang Qingjie's turn to fall silent. Gusin repeated his question, "Who said I deceived you?" Mr. Gu hasn't deceived anyone. Fast forwarding to the present, an extremely rare look of self-mockery and slight shyness flashed across Chen Huaifang's face. Seeing such an expression on a person over 100 years old truly stunned Secretary Li and the others. Secretary Li, finally regaining his composure, hurriedly asked, "So you're saying that old Master Gu didn't deceive you?" "So that means?" "Yes." Chen Huaifang swept away his self-mockery and shyness as he declared, "Mr. Gu truly brought out a large number of treasures from the prince's residence. But he's a cautious man. Whether in the northeast or with bald head, he only ever showed a small portion at first. To outsiders, someone who donated thousands of silver dollars and lived on simple vegetarian meals and coarse rice must have been completely worthless. What they didn't know was that even at that time, old Master Gu still possessed a vast fortune. A truly enormous fortune. How substantial. So vast that Huang Qingjie reported Mr. Ge's wishes through the ranks, and even Mr. Zeroin learned of it. Mr. Gu donated 100,000 silver dollars and 50 gold bars to our army in a single transaction. Plus over 10 priceless antiques. Roughly estimated at a minimum of 300,000 silver dollars. For our army, which was penniless at the time, this sum could sustain an entire division for nearly 2 months. After multiple refusals and confirmations, our army finally accepted Mr. Ge's generous donation. By then, it was already the end of 1937. It was the beginning of the full-scale war of resistance. And Mr. Ge's words proved prophetic. One evening, he suddenly sought out Chen Huaifang and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. He said it was an IOU written to him by the official who had accepted the donation back then. The note contained but one sentence. Owing Gu Ruzhen one great deed of victory against the Japanese invaders. He said that when the day of victory arrived, he would definitely share this news with him. Then, supported by Chen Huaifang, he leaned against the earthen wall. He murmured about his busy yet fruitless life. As death approached, he suddenly declared, "My resistance against Japan began in the 21st year of the Guangxu reign. Now, I entrust it to you. Resisting Japan. Resistance. 038, wheat ripened 5,000 times the people's first long live. Resistance. Resisting Japan. The lifelong aspiration of old Master Gu. This elder who spanned both the feudal and republican eras never witnessed the dawn of victory. Indeed, one might say he closed his eyes just before dawn. The rest of the story, you all know." With that, Chen Huaifang concluded tonight's lesson. The rest of the story needed no further narration from him. The rest of the story was known to everyone present. From 1937 to 1945, or rather from 1931 to 1945. Or even from the 21st year of the Guangxu reign to the year 1945. A full 50 years. Ultimately drove the invaders out of China. And in the end, this force, held high by the people, would also lift the people high. Truthfully, there's no deep meaning behind what I'm saying. Secretary Li asked me to give you a lecture, but I'm just an old man, I don't know how to lecture. Chen Huaifang spoke again, his gaze sweeping over the group gathered around the conference table. Though he had studied at the anti-Japanese military and political university and could read and write, he knew deep down he wasn't cut out to be a teacher. He was simply sharing his personal experiences with the utmost sincerity. Teacher? Give me a break. Chen Huaifang knew full well how much knowledge he possessed. He gave a nervous chuckle. If you insist on asking what wisdom or principles I've gained in this life? It's what old Master Gu and Sergeant Huang taught me. You must understand what you truly are. If you're a doctor, be a good doctor. If you're a teacher, be a good teacher. If you're a soldier, then grip your rifle tight and aim it at the enemy. And you? Chen Huaifang glanced at Secretary Li as he spoke. You're no different from us back then. The people trust us, and we must not betray that trust. 5,000 years. 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Wheat has ripened 5,000 times, but long live the people is heard for the very first time. There were no flowery words, nor any impassioned rhetoric. Even Chen Huaifang's voice, worn thin by age and frailty after telling stories for so long, grew faint. Yet each syllable struck like a hammer, driving deep into the hearts of Secretary Li and the others. Especially that final line. The wheat has ripened 5,000 times, but the people's eternal rule is the first of its kind. 5,000 years of history may seem vast, but in truth, it is merely wheat ripening 5,000 times. Above, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors below, Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han. Later came the Tang and Song emperors, and over 400 so-called 10,000 years emperors. Yet in the end, they all turned to dust. Only when the people shouted "Long live the emperor" did he declare, "Long live the people." Deeply moved, Secretary Li hurriedly poured a glass of water for the parched-throated Chen Huaifang, his eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity. Indeed. No matter how we in later generations study or revisit those arduous times through books or images, what we gain pales in comparison to the words of those who lived through it. I'm tired. After speaking so much, he felt rather tired. Chen Huaifang tapped the tabletop lightly and rose slowly to her feet. Secretary Li rose to assist him. Since you're tired, we'll send someone to escort you back to rest. Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement, then suddenly slapped her forehead as if remembering something. Oh dear, I forgot to check in with my today. This was an agreement between grandfather and grandson. Live streaming certainly allowed my Z to know his great-grandfather's location at any time. But what happened after the broadcast ended still needed daily confirmation. And tonight, as luck would have it, Chen Huaifang had lost track of time while talking. Realizing his oversight, he immediately pulled out his phone, fumbling to send my Z a safety message. But wave after wave of pop-up notifications flooded the screen, making it impossible to tap the correct button. Secretary Li, watching nearby, noticed the fine print on the pop-up notifications. Who the hell are you? Why are you fixated on me? Don't you have any compassion for someone my age? Please, I beg you, just leave me alone. I really can't afford to pay that much money. There were roughly 30 or 40 messages in total, all from a Douyin user named Little One. Frustrated by the constant pop-up notifications, Chen Huaifang frowned. This thing. Getting old means you just can't keep up. Shall I help you? Secretary Li inquired. Chen Huaifang hesitated for a moment before handing over her phone. Secretary Li promptly sent a quick message to my Z as instructed. Upon receiving the message, my Z promptly replied with a "that's good" emoji, followed by several voice notes. Secretary Li, unable to listen to them, promptly returned the phone. He immediately arranged for someone to escort Chen Huaifang back to the hotel to rest and adjourned the meeting. But he himself did not rush home to rest. Instead, he turned back and sat down in his office. Today, he and the other leaders of the Rongtong County Party Committee had attended a vivid and memorable party lecture. That line, "wheat ripens 5,000 times, but the people's longevity comes first," echoed in his ears for a long time. In our country, being an official means putting the people first. As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled the Douyin ID that had sent old Chen 3 or 4 dozen private messages. Half out of curiosity, half out of concern for old Chen, he opened Douyin and searched for Little One. And what did he find? A social media influencer with over 2 million followers? Secretary Li immediately recalled the private remarks Chu Tong had made to him upon her arrival. The unique status of old Chen and his current influence on the internet. According to an office director in Feng City, numerous media companies were already eyeing old Chen online, waiting for an opportunity to sign him or leverage his IP to generate traffic. Could this Little One be one of them? With this thought, Secretary Li clicked on Xiao Wenya's homepage. He discovered that this major influencer, whose profile stated, live streams every night from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., had not gone live as scheduled. Even her Douyin page had scarcely any content. Instead, an account with the same username had 37 posts. The content was identical, all accusations against Chen Huaifang, or rather, pleas for help. Having discovered that Chen Huaifang's account had disabled private messages, Xiaowen could only reach her by posting videos and tagging the user, the simplest and most direct method. Having had her original account taken over by the fat man, she had no choice but to register a new one herself. Even though she knew this was futile. But that's how people driven to the edge behave. Even if there was only a 1% chance, or even 1 in 10,000, she was willing to try. Just like old Master Gu back then, any group daring to shout slogans of resisting Japan and saving the nation, he would believe in and support. Even after repeated setbacks and disappointments, he never abandoned hope. Secretary Li, who had just attended a party lecture, also sensed something was amiss. If it really was that big influencer harassing old Chen with so many videos, he would most likely send someone to help old Chen block that account. But this was just a personal account. It was even a newly registered account. Could it be that old Chen had inadvertently done something wrong? The thought suddenly crossed Secretary Li's mind, and he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. How could that be possible? Could it be that those targeting old Chen, having failed repeatedly, now planned to play the victim card to draw attention? That actually seemed plausible. After all, in less than a day of interaction, Secretary Li could tell that old Chen was the type to speak up for justice. These 37 videos from Little One, whether accusing or pleading for help, would undoubtedly catch old Chen's attention. If old Chen fell for their scheme and got scammed into racking up tens or even hundreds of millions in debt, that would be a genuine, massive problem. You must understand that these unscrupulous companies nowadays are racking their brains to exploit legal loopholes. Once you sign, there's truly no turning back. Unless someone can prove you were coerced into signing. But how could those unscrupulous companies possibly leave such evidence behind? After a moment's thought, Secretary Li decided to report this information not to the municipal committee, but to the mysterious Bureau 113. That top-secret Chinese agency responsible for the daily lives of the nation's most powerful figures. Meanwhile, Xiaowen, who had posted over 30 videos without receiving a single call, was now utterly hopeless. Or rather, it wasn't despair, it was the sheer absurdity of her own actions. She had no proof that the Crown Prince and Li Feng were in cahoots, nor any evidence that Chen Huaifang was part of the scheme to frame her. Yet, having no way to confront the Crown Prince or Li Feng, she had vented all her anger and grievances onto this elderly man. How utterly ridiculous she was. Already on the verge of madness, Xiaowen burst into a hoarse, heart-wrenching laugh. She had truly reached the end of the road. Her gaze fell upon the eyebrow razor resting on the armrest of the sofa. The blade trembled as it inched toward her snow-white skin, its cold edge pressing against the blue veins beneath, drawing beads of blood. End it all. Buzz. Her phone rang. 039, Xiaowen killed herself. What fairness is there in this world? The sudden ringing of the phone startled Xiaowen. The eyebrow razor slipped from his wrist and cut a shallow wound. Not deep, but it still stung. But Xiaowen had no time to tend to it, grabbing the phone in one swift motion. Was it Li Feng? Or Fatso? Or perhaps the Crown Prince? Had they found a way to get her out of paying the penalty? None of the above. When she recognized the caller ID, she felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cave. It was an unfamiliar harassing call. Or a scam call. A bitter smile touched Xiaowen's lips as all hope vanished. She never imagined that at the end of her life, the only one who could call her would be a scammer. But since she was going to die anyway, she might as well play along. So, with blood covering her hands, Xiaowen pressed the answer button. A flat, emotionless female voice came through the receiver. The opening lines sounded exactly like those in anti-fraud public service announcements. Hello, is this Miss Wen Yiqing? Is your ID number ending in 6713? Xiaowen hummed in acknowledgement. Privacy was practically non-existent on the internet these days. It was no surprise that the other party knew her ID number's last digits. You currently reside at Unit 92, Building 6, Lishirzuyuan, Yundong District, Hangzhou City, correct? Yes. Renter or owner? Yes. Are you working in Hangzhou? What kind of job? The rapid-fire questions began to irritate Xiaowen. She cut straight to the chase. I don't know if you're real or not, but if you are, lying to me now won't get you anywhere. Sorry for messing up your sales quota today. Are you going to get beaten up? Or electrocuted with a cattle prod? In her tone, Xiaowen had already labeled the man as a scammer from the noodle shop. But the other person only hesitated for a moment. I'm from Taikang Road Police Station. We have a census registration that requires your cooperation. Is it fun to lie to me? Xiaowen asked with a scoff. First, I'm not lying to you. Second, I want you to come to the police station quickly. The voice on the other end seemed impatient and hung up abruptly. A dial tone echoed from the receiver. Xiaowen's arm went limp as she let it drop. The phone arced through the air and hit the floor. A few drops of blood landed on the top of her foot, forming a thin thread. She looked down at her arm, already covered in blood. If she was going to die anyway, what was the point of worrying whether the other person was a liar? With that thought, Xiaowen lay back and closed her eyes. She didn't know how long it had been. She was jolted awake by a furious pounding on the door. It turned out she wasn't dead after all. The razor blade had cut far too shallowly, the blood had barely flowed before it clotted. She looked out the window, pitch black. It was midnight. Who would be knocking? Never mind. Xiaowen scrambled up from the sofa and began searching the floor for the razor, intending to make another cut. Then she heard the sound of a lock being picked, and it happened so fast before she could even get up off the floor that the old security door swung open. Then came a click, the light switched on. The sudden glare made Xiaowen squint. All she could hear were voices coming from the doorway. Thanks for your help, Mr. Sunday. No trouble at all, officer. If everything's fine, I'll head back to bed now. Alright, drive safely. So, you're Wen Yiqing? Xiaowen finally managed to open her eyes and lifted her head, only to see a young woman standing before her. She wore a black business suit, low-heeled leather shoes, and glasses. Her voice matched that of the scammer perfectly. Behind her stood two police officers, their body cameras recording the scene. The locksmith beside them had just packed up his toolbox and was about to leave. Filled with confusion, she asked, "What are you doing here?" The young woman sighed. "Didn't I tell you? Taikang Road Police Station needs your cooperation for a registration." Only then did Xiaowen realize the call she'd received wasn't a scam after all. She murmured, "Oh," and asked, "What kind of registration?" But this time, the young woman didn't rush. She grabbed Xiaowen's wrist, took a look, and only after confirming the wound had formed a scab did she continue, "What kind of work do you do now?" "Now. I don't have a job right now." "What about before?" "Online streamer." So the username Xiaowen, user ID 8541121, with 1.77 million followers. And the two accounts with the same username, user ID 963388874, with 0 followers, are they both yours? Yes, both are mine. Then from 6 p.m. tonight until 8:40 p.m., the 37 videos tagged at Chen Huaifang on Douyin, were those all posted by you too? Xiaowen nodded. The girl crouched down, level with Xiaowen, who was kneeling on the ground. She continued, "Why did you post these videos?" Xiaowen looked at the girl and countered, "What does this have to do with you police?" The girl didn't answer Xiaowen's question. Instead, she pressed on, "Does the owner of that at Chen Huaifang account, or rather, its operator, have any connection to you outside of the online platform?" Xiaowen sighed. She knew she couldn't out-argue the other person. She shook her head. "No, I don't know him." "Then what was your purpose in posting that false information?" "What false information? What do you mean by saying he's fixated on you and won't let you go? Why would you say that?" Xiaowen looked at the girl, growing visibly impatient. "Fine, I was wrong. I have a persecution complex, okay? He didn't do anything to me. I'm just being dramatic." Xiaowen, desperate to get the police to leave, wasn't exactly cooperative. After all, she never expected Li Feng to actually call the police to resolve this matter. The 8 million yuan penalty alone was enough to make her despair. Now she couldn't even post a few videos on her secondary account. Was there any justice left in this world? But clearly, the girl standing before her wasn't seeking an answer. She warned, "I'm reminding you that self-harm, in a sense, is also resisting law enforcement. If you continue to refuse cooperation, you may face administrative penalties or detention. I advise you to cooperate fully and answer my questions." The young woman's warning shattered the last shred of dignity left in Xiaowen's heart. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears as her emotions once again teetered on the brink of collapse. "What more do you want from me when I'm already like this? Go tell them I can't afford that 8 million yuan penalty. Even if they sold me, I couldn't pay it. I'm already prepared to die. Do you really think I care about detention or anything else? And that Chen Huaifang? I don't even know him. I have no idea what he does. Can you just leave me alone for a moment?" Witnessing Xiaowen's emotional breakdown, the girl rose silently. She glanced at Xiaowen, who knelt on the floor, ready to lash out at any moment, and frowned slightly. She turned around, letting the two officers tend to Xiaowen first, then stepped outside to dial a number. Moments later, the call connected. "Sister Chu, something's wrong." "What's wrong?" On the other end, Chu Tong had just stepped off the high-speed train back to the capital. Wen Yiqing is in a very unstable state. She's refusing to cooperate and showing suicidal tendencies and behavior. The young woman glanced back at little one, who was being firmly restrained by the two officers inside the room. Wen Yiqing seems to be burdened with a breach of contract penalty of 80 million yuan. Back-end records indicate it's an internet company called Mountain Peak Media. Not long ago, Bong City reported that during one of old Chen's livestreams, Mountain Peak Media appeared and attempted to create hype to smear old Chen. But judging by Wen Yiqing's situation, these two incidents don't seem connected. After hearing the young woman's analysis, Chu Tong, who had just exited the turnstile, furrowed her brow slightly. This Shanfeng Media. It really never ends. First they smeared old Chen, and now they brought up this Wen Yiqing. After a brief pause, Chu Tong asked, "Does Wen Yiqing still have an employment contract with Mountain Peak Media?" "Sis, those live-streaming media companies never sign employment contracts," the girl chuckled dryly. To maximize profits, the vast majority of media companies don't bother with employment contracts. They only have cooperation agreements. No base salary, only commissions, and certainly no insurance. But they pack in a long list of clauses to protect their own interests, like the 80 million yuan penalty clause when Yiqing suddenly found herself saddled with. Every clause is legally sound. Unless the scandal truly escalates, these media companies can absolutely suppress it given their backing. In other words, even if Xiaowen were to die today, Li Feng wouldn't be affected in the slightest. After listening, Chu Tong nodded. Then let's first calm her down and figure out what this 80 million yuan penalty clause is all about. Also, extract as much information as possible from her about Mountain Peak Media. Conspiring to smear revolutionary veterans, anti-Japanese heroes. Does this boss really have the audacity? 040, Chairman Ma's personal directive. Conduct a thorough investigation into Mountain Peak Media. While Chu Tong began investigating Mountain Peak Media. In the capital, old Ma, tossing and turning unable to sleep, sat up once more. He switched on the bedside lamp. A quarter of an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. It was the young, well-built man. He asked thoughtfully, "Old Master Ma, insomnia again?" Sitting on the bed, old Master Ma nodded. Since turning 70, his sleep had grown increasingly scarce. In youth, he never slept enough. In old age, he couldn't sleep at all. Moreover, the matter of Uncle Chen's survival had been weighing heavily on his mind for days, refusing to let go. This man, who had once stood at the pinnacle of his field, found himself unable to draw a definitive conclusion about Chen Huaifang's case. How could he? Emotionally, Chen Huaifang was not only his Uncle Chen, but also one of the pioneers of the Chinese Revolution, a hero of the Chinese nation, and a cornerstone of victory in the War of Resistance. Logically speaking, before Chen Huaifang retired, he was a lieutenant general with 2 gold stars on his shoulders, preceded by the title founding a name that carried immense prestige. Yet now, in the end, he couldn't openly address this matter with integrity. It was a dilemma. The matter could not be spoken of, yet it could not be avoided. How to handle it perfectly had become a thorn in old Ma's side. Postpone? Postpone it until Uncle Chen passes away? Let his lifetime of achievements flow like the Yellow River into the sea, only to be forgotten? No. Not only would it weigh on old man Ma's conscience, but even Father's spirit in heaven would never permit it. But make it public? Given Uncle Chen's current online fame and influence. Once made public, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. While there would undoubtedly be those with ulterior motives trying to stir up trouble. It might even lead to even greater trouble. At this thought, old Ma sighed deeply and lit a cigarette for himself. The man couldn't help but caution, "Old Ma, take care of your health. The doctor specifically said your condition no longer allows you to smoke." But old Ma stubbornly shook his head. "Without a cigarette, my mind isn't clear." The man stood by, hesitant. "But you managed to quit for 3 whole weeks. If there's a problem, let them come find me. I won't put you in a difficult position." Old Ma waved his hand dismissively. He was practically 6 feet under. What did he have to lose? Yet he simply held the cigarette in his mouth, letting the smoke rise until more than half the cigarette had burned away without taking a single puff. After a long silence, he asked, "How's Xiaotong doing?" The man replied, "The matter with old Chen has been relayed up the chain as you instructed. No public disclosure, no attribution, just marked as important. Xiutong returned to Beijing 4 hours ago but is still busy with fieldwork." "Still out on fieldwork?" Old Ma frowned slightly. The man nodded. "What kind of fieldwork?" After a moment's thought, the man replied, "It's a company called Shanfeng Media. Chu Tong said this company has twice attempted to spread rumors and smear old Chen. Beyond that, they're involved in numerous illegal activities currently under investigation." Old Ma hummed in acknowledgement. "In that case, let her investigate. But she must notify the relevant authorities beforehand. No unauthorized actions are permitted. While thoroughly investigating this Mountain Peak Media, ensure you don't overstep your authority, don't cross boundaries, and don't involve too many people in this matter. Rest assured, everything will be done by the book." The man nodded. Old Ma looked up at the man, his expression half relieved, half troubled. Relieved that his subordinates were capable and competent. But troubled that this crucial matter weighing on his heart had no one capable of handling it. Not even himself. With that thought, old man Ma took another deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He stubbed out the cigarette butt, now burning hot in his fingers, and tossed it into the trash can. Then he waved his hand, dismissing the man. He lay back down on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The older one gets, the harder it is to sleep. The more one tosses and turns, the cloudier the mind becomes. Sometimes, one can't even tell the difference between dreams and reality. If even old Ma was like this, Chen Huaifang was no exception. Before the sun had even risen, he was jolted awake by a deafening explosion. Then came the deafening roar and battle cries filling the air. A sudden, burning, sticky sensation on his neck made him snap his eyes open and scramble upright. Opening his eyes on the hotel bed, Chen Huaifang stared at his calloused palms, still trembling with lingering fear. The scenes from the trenches were still vivid in his mind. Especially the last glance his old squad leader gave him before falling, and the searing touch of blood splattering onto his collar. It felt as though it had just happened. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his own neck, trying to wipe away the blood. But his fingertips met only the dry, rough skin of his neck. Overcome with emotion, he murmured, "Old squad leader." The old squad leader he spoke of was Huang Qingjie. He was the first person Chen Huaifang met after joining our army, and the most important one. Huang Qingjie not only corrected Chen Huaifang's misconceptions about our army, but also transformed him from an ordinary, somewhat reckless young man into a competent, even outstanding communist soldier, step by step. Indeed, one could say that without Huang Qingjie, Chen Huaifang would never have become who he was today. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. It was a hotel attendant inquiring whether cleaning services were needed. After receiving Chen Huaifang's consent, the attendant entered the room. Wearing a mask and uniform, they efficiently tidied up the room. Before leaving, they inquired whether she needed fresh linens. After Chen Huaifang politely declined, the attendant left immediately. Chen Huaifang surveyed the freshly cleaned room and glanced at the time. It was barely 5 in the morning. This hotel sure starts cleaning early. Then he glanced out the window at the sky, already turning pale, and thought, since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well put on his coat and step outside. He'd get some fresh air. But as soon as he stepped outside, Chen Huaifang was met by a chill in the wind. His arms shivered involuntarily, trembling uncontrollably at the slightest chill. Just then, Xiaoxia, the young man who had escorted Chen Huaifang back to the hotel last night, suddenly appeared. He swiftly removed his own coat and draped it over Chen Huaifang, adding with concern, "Mr. Chen, why are you up so early?" He had thought arriving before 5 was early enough, but Chen Huaifang had beaten him to it. Chen Huaifang looked at Xiaoxia and smiled wryly, "Old age catches up with you. I'm not what I used to be." Xiaoxia smiled politely, "Not at all. Your constitution doesn't look like that of someone over 100. Chen Huaifang laughed heartily and asked, "Then how old do I look to you?" Xiaoxia studied him up and down. 70. 75 at most. Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement and said no more. He walked out of the hotel on his own, with Xiaoxia following closely behind. A chill breeze swept over them. Though Xiaoxia was young and robust, Chen Huaifang's arms began to tremble despite the coat he wore. Xiaoxia asked with concern, "Old Chen, what's wrong with your arms?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. "Nothing serious. Old ailment. The wind makes it ache and shake." "Then perhaps I should take you back first? Once the sun comes out, I can bring you out for a walk?" Xiaoxia glanced up at the sky, guessing the sun would emerge soon. Chen Huaifang stubbornly shook his head. "Let's keep walking. It's too stuffy staying indoors all the time." Seeing he couldn't persuade him otherwise, Xiaoxia relented. "All right, but if your arm starts bothering you, you must tell me." "All right." Chen Huaifang agreed readily, then added to herself, "This old ailment of mine started after I returned from North Korea. It's been over 70 years now. I've long since gotten used to it." Xiaoxia chimed in, "So you were wounded on the North Korean battlefield?" Chen Huaifang chuckled and countered, "You youngster. Back in North Korea, I was the deputy commander. How could I have been on the front lines getting injured?" Xiaoxia, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly. "Then how did you get this condition?" Chen Huaifang answered, "It was, in 1940. A bullet entered right here." He pointed to an old scar on his right elbow. Then he turned his arm, revealing another old scar. "It exited here, shattering half the bone into splinters. They saved my arm, but it took a long time before I could hold a rifle properly again. Youth helped me recover, but after enduring the freezing conditions up north, the pain started again. If not for this, I wouldn't have retired early in 58. "I see," Xiaoxia nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly realizing something, he asked, "By the way, old Chen, should I have the hotel housekeeping clean your room now? Since you're not here now, they might disturb you later." Chen Huaifang was about to nod, but then shook his head. "No need. They've already cleaned it." "What?" Xiaoxia frowned. "But the cleaning staff aren't scheduled to come in yet. Did you perhaps misremember?" Chen Huaifang looked at him, his own brow furrowing. Could she really have misremembered? No one had come to clean just now? Was he still dreaming? 041, 3 pinhole cameras. Chen Huaifang personally pleads for mercy? You mean someone came to clean before 5 o'clock? I suppose. Xiaoxia's question left Chen Huaifang uncertain herself. He frowned, momentarily unsure whether he was even dreaming. Seeing this, Xiaoxia spoke up first. "Why don't I just take you back first?" Chen Huaifang hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Let's head back first." Upon returning to his room, Xiaoxia immediately contacted Secretary Li. Less than half an hour later, Secretary Li hurriedly arrived at the hotel, followed by the hotel's general manager and a group of staff. Sitting on the bed, Chen Huaifang was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected so many people to show up. Wasn't it just a matter of me misremembering one thing? Was this really necessary? But Secretary Li's next words immediately made him frown. According to surveillance footage, someone had sneaked into the hotel through the fire escape before 4 o'clock this morning. Their purpose was clear, their methods clean. After entering the hotel, they immediately changed into cleaning uniforms in a blind spot of the surveillance system and headed straight for Chen Huaifang's room. After a brief 5-minute stay just long enough to clean the room, they swiftly exited the same way they came in. Due to the placement of the surveillance cameras, it was impossible to determine their exact exit point. Compounding the issue, the hotel's rear backs directly onto a scenic area, leaving no additional surveillance coverage. This guy clearly came prepared. After hearing the hotel manager's account, Chen Huaifang wondered aloud, but I'm just an old man, what could they possibly want from me that would warrant such elaborate measures? I don't have a few thousand yuan on me, and the most valuable thing I own is this phone. It's even second-hand, left over from Maizi. Surely they wouldn't be after that? Secretary Li shook his head. Mr. Chen, you can't think that way. Your influence online is immense. With just a nod or a wave of your hand, you could generate millions in profits for certain people. Xiao Xie, Secretary Li instructed, contact the police to conduct a forensic examination. Yes, sir. Should we also contact? Xiao Xie nodded, his words trailing off. Secretary Li frowned slightly, waving him off. Contact the police first. I'll handle the rest. Yes. If there's nothing else, may I leave now? The hotel manager seized the moment to ask. Secretary Li shot him a glance, and the manager immediately fell silent. Secretary Li then continued his questioning. Mr. Chen, what exactly did that cleaning staff member do after entering the room? Chen Huaifang took a deep breath and pondered. What did she do? She just swept the floor, bagged the trash from the bin, and made the bed. That was all. What else could possibly be strange about that? But clearly, Chen Huaifang, whose thinking was already decades behind the times, had underestimated the depths of human depravity. 30 minutes later, Xiao Xia arrived at the hotel with a team of police officers. Using professional forensic techniques, they discovered 3 pinhole cameras in Chen Huaifang's room in less than 20 minutes. Beyond that, however, there was no other information to be found. The perpetrator's methods were highly professional. Not only were there no fingerprints, but even all identifiable spray codes and model numbers on the cameras had been ground off. Tracking down the perpetrator through these 3 pinhole cameras would be next to impossible. Upon hearing this news, Chen Huaifang, who moments earlier had dismissed himself as a dried-up old man unworthy of anyone's scheming, immediately grew somber. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He was over 100 years old, past the point where even dismantling him for parts would attract buyers. Yet someone was willing to go to such great lengths for him. It was truly... Chen Huaifang sighed deeply and sat back down, feeling somewhat at a loss. He looked at the officers and said, "This is really putting you out, coming all this way early in the morning for an old man like me." The officers quickly replied, "Not at all, not at all. Serving the people." Though they couldn't confirm the old man before them was the key figure mentioned in the recent meeting, they could guess with near certainty from the personnel present. With the county party secretary personally overseeing the case and reports of investigations underway at both the municipal bureau and the city committee, the old man's status was self-evident. After double-checking that no other surveillance devices were present in the room, Xiao Xie and the officers departed first. The hotel manager followed suit. Inside the room, only Secretary Li and Chen Huaifang remained. Secretary Li spoke first. "Mr. Chen, please be honest with me, has anyone harassed you? I understand you might not want to make a big deal out of this or cause us trouble. But they've already installed these devices in your room. If we don't act now, the consequences could be unimaginable." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Huaifang hesitated briefly before revealing everything about Li Feng's recent visit. This naturally included the 2 million yuan signing bonus Li Feng had offered. Chen Huaifang, who had thought the matter would end with his refusal, never imagined Li Feng would be such a persistent nuisance. After finishing his account, Chen Huaifang asked, "How will this matter be handled?" Secretary Li paused briefly before replying, "We'll follow the law. Whatever the court rules, that's what we'll do." Chen Huaifang remained concerned. "They probably aren't that bad. Shouldn't we call them in for a talk first? They're all young people. If we really lock them up, it would have too great an impact on their future lives." Secretary Li seemed taken aback by this. At this point, old Chen was still pleading for them. Too merciful. But since old Chen had spoken, Secretary Li had no choice but to give him face. "Since you say so, I'll give it a try. But I must make one thing clear beforehand: if these individuals refuse to change their ways and choose to defy authority, I won't be able to show them any leniency beyond the law. In other words..." Secretary Li paused briefly before continuing, "As you know, many people at all levels are watching you closely. Especially if this matter reaches old man Ma's ears, I'll be powerless to intervene." Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. One could only hope these reckless youngsters would assess the situation and pull back from the brink in time. They're just a few careless youngsters, surely they're not beyond redemption? With these thoughts, Chen Huaifang saw Secretary Li off. Feeling restless, he sat on the edge of his bed and opened the livestream. People change, even as he grew older and struggled to keep up with the times. But after several livestreams, he'd grown fond of chatting and bantering with the viewers in the chat to pass the time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Feng, now dressed in a sharp suit, met the mysterious crown prince. In his early 20s, he wore a flashy light-colored printed shirt, a $1 million Richard Mille watch on his wrist, and a high-ice jade Paisho pendant hanging from his chest. He only took, never gave, utterly domineering. Compared to Li Feng, who built his empire from scratch, the crown prince owed his entire status to his father's influence. Otherwise, with his reckless, headstrong nature, he would have been devoured whole and kicked to the curb long ago. But who could blame him for landing such a powerful father? A jewelry tycoon worth hundreds of billions. No matter what colossal mess the crown prince stirred up, as long as it didn't involve matters of principle, his father could smooth it over. Any problem money could solve wasn't a problem at all. But precisely because of this, Li Feng had earned the right to speak to him as an equal. The moment they met, the crown prince immediately gestured for Li Feng to sit down and even apologized. "My apologies for putting you through this $1 million influencer fiasco before we even met." Li Feng gave a forced smile. "Well, it's gone now. As long as everything goes smoothly from here on out, what's a borderline influencer compared to that?" The crown prince laughed heartily. "Exactly. I love working with people like you. Why fixate on these petty gains? A borderline influencer? If we want to cultivate one, we can produce dozens in no time. But what I want is an influencer economy that can reel in the big fish long term." With that, the crown prince rose to his feet. Though he knew little about influencer economics, his ambition burned bright. In his plan, he would devour every last bit of traffic generated by Chen Huaifang. Not only would he devour this foundational traffic, but he would also catalyze every related industry. Live streaming sales were merely the most basic layer. The real money lay in cultural derivatives, TV dramas, films, even novels and publications. He'd even thought of the names. The movie would be called The Story of an Old Soldier, and the TV series, The Years I Fought for My Country. As for the novel, why not call it A Century of Struggle? But in his mind, it was just a blueprint. The specifics of how to execute it would be planned by Li Feng. Li Feng's first step was straightforward. First, strip away Chen Huaifang's hypocritical facade. This time, however, he would take the opposite approach. "Are all those things ready?" Li Feng suddenly asked. "The fake surveillance footage, the fabricated testimony, the counterfeit contracts. Though I don't understand why you need to create a pitiful figure to seek help from that Chen Huaifang. But, it's all been ready for ages." The crown prince shrugged and gave a slight smile. This time, Li Feng wouldn't use his own wickedness, he'd use Chen Huaifang's kindness. To destroy him. 042, Xiaowen finally speaks, Li Feng's evil exposed. The livestream resumed, even as online backlash had already subsided. But within less than 20 minutes, Chen Huaifang's livestream had once again surpassed 50,000 viewers. This time, however, he didn't rush to speak. He didn't interact with viewers already checking in to claim first place in the chat. Silent, he watched as words scrolled across the small screen. "First. Check in, I'm the first. So fast. I clicked right in. Hey, why's the stream starting so early today? You're live before I even get to work? Grandpa's streams never have a set time. You're obviously new here. Seems like most of you are new here. I just stumbled upon the video and decided to watch." Since Chen Huaifang hadn't said much, the audience was just chatting aimlessly. Some even asked if previous streams were recorded, begging for private shares since they missed Jin Wanhu's story. Others suddenly realized today that Yi Shang was a genuinely good person just born in the wrong country. As the chatter flowed back and forth, a barely perceptible smile gradually spread across Chen Huaifang's face. He was suddenly reminded of his own arrival here long ago. It had been just like this, so comforting. It was the Lunar New Year of 1938, Chen Huaifang's first New Year after joining our army. Sitting on the bed by the window, he found himself seeing that heavy snowfall from 86 years ago. He suddenly asked, "Kids, do you think I look old?" It was a somewhat absurd question. Even someone with the worst eyesight could tell Chen Huaifang was very old. Grandpa may be old in years, but his spirit remains young. I agree. Based on the stories Grandpa tells, he must be at least 100. Still live streaming stories? That's not your average old man. +1. Plus, Grandpa looks like he's in his 70s, not someone over 100 at all. Reading the comments, Chen Huaifang chuckled. He was already 104 years old. He was no longer young. Over the years, he had gradually come to terms with the reality of his advancing age. He had accepted his snow-white hair, his face dotted with age spots, and even the deep furrows etched into his skin, along with the fact that he could no longer lift a 50-pound sack of rice. But this morning, upon hearing that someone had set their sights on him for profit, he found himself lamenting his old age once more. If he were still young, not 20, not even 30. Even if he were only 50, he might have been able to handle this matter himself. He wouldn't have had to involve Secretary Li and the others. The inconvenience to others was only part of it. More than that, Chen Huaifang didn't want Secretary Li and the others to have them thrown into jail. Young people straying from the right path is common, but since no major harm had been done, timely correction offered a chance for forgiveness. But clearly, Secretary Li and his team had no such intention. Chen Huaifang meant well, but they were ultimately following orders. If anything went wrong, they simply couldn't shoulder that responsibility. After much deliberation, Chen Huaifang ultimately decided to handle the matter personally. However, he knew he couldn't reach Li Feng and his group, and it was even less likely he could handle it himself. The pace of modern society simply didn't suit him anymore. The only platform he understood well enough to use and that could still connect him with today's youth was this livestream channel. Though he had no idea whether Li Feng and the others were even watching this livestream. But he'd give it a shot. Better to try than not to try. He still remembered asking his old squad leader, Huang Qingjie, a question back then. He'd asked the squad leader, will our cause ever truly triumph? Huang Qingjie replied, as long as we persevere, victory is inevitable. But you can't keep asking questions like you do every day. First, take action. Only after you've acted should you reflect. So Chen Huaifang decided to try and persuade those young people who had gone astray. But he couldn't speak plainly. Watching the scattered comments still drifting in and out of the livestream chat, he finally spoke up. Kids, I want to tell you a story that might not mean much. Do you want to hear it? The livestream already had 80,000 viewers. In any other livestream, hearing such a downer line from the host would likely cause 10 to 20,000 viewers to leave instantly. But in Chen Huaifang's room, the viewer count remained completely unchanged. Grandpa, you don't understand. Even stories you find boring are meaningful to us. Yeah, sometimes I can even guess the ending, but I just can't help wanting to hear it all the way through. What do you mean guess? The fact that we can lie at home, well-fed and carefree, playing with our phones and watching live streams, that's the best possible ending to Grandpa's stories. No guessing needed. Seeing the enthusiastic responses flooding the chat, Chen Huaifang smiled with satisfaction. But this time, he wasn't just here to tell stories. He also needed to hint around, hoping Li Feng who might be watching would back down. So this time, he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he pretended his memory was failing him due to old age and needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, after a night of reassurance, Xiaowen's emotions had gradually stabilized. She was finally able to answer questions calmly. Since this wasn't a formal summons, she was currently seated in the duty lounge on the third floor of the police station. Directly across from her sat the young woman who had just returned with 2 hot drinks. She handed one to Xiaowen and held the other in her own palm. Now, I'll ask the questions, and you answer them. Is that okay? Xiaowen, her emotions now settled, nodded and opened up. Name. 1 Yichin. Age. 26. What do you currently do in Hangzhou? I used to be a live streamer, but I can't do that anymore. What exactly happened? Well, our industry is pretty unique. We don't sign contracts, just cooperation agreements. Back then, I was really short on cash, so I signed without reading the details. Xiaowen clutched her hot drink, the warmth radiating through her palms, pulling her back to the year she graduated. That year, Xiaowen graduated from university. That year, the account she used to document her life had amassed tens of thousands of followers. That year, full of dreams for the future, Xiaowen had planned to pass the bar exam and find a proper job. But unexpected events always arrived before ideals, disrupting her life. Having lost both parents, she relied solely on her younger brother. His name was Wen Tian. 3 years younger than Wen, he dropped out after junior high due to poor grades. But instead of idling away his time after leaving school, Wen Tian worked hard carrying bricks and tiles to earn money for his sister's college tuition. For all 4 years of college, Wen Tian's tuition was earned 1 bag of cement and 1 bag of tiles at a time. After graduation, Wen Tian, who had hoped to finally provide a better life for his brother, had not yet found a job. His younger brother fell from a building and became a vegetable. To this day, he remains hospitalized like a giant beast devouring gold, swallowing over 100,000 yuan from Wen Tian every month. Over 100,000 yuan. For Wen, a recent graduate, this was an insurmountable debt. And that's when Li Feng appeared. He saw potential in Xiaowen's looks and her account, which already had tens of thousands of followers. He proposed signing her immediately and personally covering her brother's medical expenses for 3 months. The price? Xiaowen would have no say over the account's operations, ownership, or future content, no choice in the matter. With no other option to save her brother, Xiaowen had no choice but to sign her name. A top law student had thus fallen into the trap meticulously designed by Li Feng. A dual contract turned Xiaowen into a tool for his frenzied money grabbing. So you never really read that contract, the girl interrupted Xiaowen. He exploited my desperate need for money, giving me no time to scrutinize it, Xiaowen replied with a bitter smile. Had she not been so desperate for money back then, she wouldn't have been ensnared by Li Feng. The girl nodded. You mentioned a dual contract. What exactly does that entail? It wasn't exactly a dual contract, but what he said didn't match what was written in the agreement. Since income in this field is unstable depending on follower engagement and overall popularity, there's a minimum threshold set. Only if you exceed the threshold do you actually make money. If you fall below it, not only do you earn nothing, but you also have to cover the operational costs of his account. How much? The girl asked. 20,000 yuan per month, Xiaowen replied. So you couldn't afford the operational costs? That's why you breached the contract? The girl pressed. Xiaowen shook his head. No. Then what happened? The girl pressed. How should I put it? Xiaowen hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Li Feng recently spotted a promising niche. It's the patriotic seniors, national sentiment niche. The hottest one right now is Chen Huaifang. He originally planned to design Chen Huaifang the same way he designed me, but it seems she has other media companies backing her, and they're pretty powerful. So he switched tactics, aiming to ruin Chen Huaifang's account. But it seems the other company caught on, so they took it out on me and shut me down. That's all there is to it. 043. What is utterly despicable? What is truly appalling? Wait. The girl couldn't help but interrupt. She looked at Xiaowen and asked, "Are you saying Chen Huaifang's account wasn't managed by him personally? But rather, it was managed by a dedicated internet media company? And that they targeted you to make you lose followers and breach your contract because your original media company maliciously spread rumors and smeared Chen Huaifang?" Xiaowen met the girl's eyes and nodded firmly. The girl frowned slightly. That doesn't add up. She had no idea Chen Huaifang had a media company managing her operations. But seeing Xiaowen's resolute gaze and the conviction in her words, she couldn't jump to conclusions. After a moment's hesitation, the girl signaled that she needed to step out for a moment. The moment she stepped outside, she contacted Chu Tong, who was on the train. "Sis Chu, something's off. This one Yiqing claims Chen Lao's account is managed by dedicated staff, and it's precisely because Shanfeng Media's people are smearing and spreading rumors about Chen Lao. That's why they're retaliating, trying to destroy her completely." On the train, Chu Tong, who had finally fallen asleep only to be woken by the commotion, pressed her forehead with a wry smile. "You called me just for this? Sis, everything about old Chen is transparent except for the part old Ma won't let us access. The only thing about that account is that the phone number used for registration belongs to old Chen's great-granddaughter, but old Chen himself uses it otherwise. As for this one Yiqing, a perfectly good graduate from a prestigious university, instead of finding a proper job, she's making money online by selling her body. Didn't you ever consider it might be a show she staged herself?" The girl shook her head, dismissing Chu Tong's theory. "That's impossible. When Yiqing's wound nearly severed her radial artery, she wouldn't have gone that far if it were staged. Moreover, according to her statement, the fundamental reason she signed with Shanfeng Media was because her brother, Wen Tian, urgently needed funds for his ICU hospitalization. The Hangzhou police have already confirmed this with my assistance. Her brother is indeed in the hospital. He's in a vegetative state, and the monthly nursing and medical expenses alone are over 100,000 yuan. On the other end of the line, Chu Tong murmured, "That does make sense. With such a huge expense, aside from illegal activities, selling flesh on the fringes is indeed the fastest way to make money." The young woman hummed in acknowledgement and continued, "Also, I've gathered sufficient evidence of Mountain Peak Media's malicious slander and fabrication of rumors against old Chen." Xiu Tong hummed, signaling for the girl to elaborate. "When Yiqing showed me chat logs between Li Feng, the legal representative of Mountain Peak Media, and her, along with over 30 of her affiliated internet celebrities. They included Li Feng's precise plans and procedures for defaming and framing old Chen. Plus some video evidence when Yiqing saved after realizing Li Feng might dump her. Honestly." At this point, the girl's expression darkened considerably. After spending the night with Wen Yiqing, she had developed a visceral aversion to Li Feng. She bit her lip and said, "This Li Feng, it's not just about spreading rumors and framing old Chen." Xu Tong hummed in acknowledgement. "But the time isn't right yet. Whether to arrest him and how to proceed depends on coordinating with local police after I reach Linhai. Oh, and since Wen Yiqing is cooperating now, try to dig up as much incriminating evidence on Li Feng as possible." "Understood." The young woman nodded, hung up the phone, and turned to go back inside. Inside, Xiaowen sat like a cat finally catching its breath after a scare, sipping slowly from a cup of hot drink. The girl closed the door and spoke, "I can officially tell you that Chen Huaifang has no ties to any media company." "Impossible," Xiaowen rejected flatly. The girl continued, "I know you don't believe me, but I can assure you this is the truth. The outcome of state power requires no questioning from you. Now continue, ask what I ask, answer what I ask. Understand?" Stunned by this revelation, Xiaowen froze in place, even forgetting to swallow the hot drink in her mouth. Only when the hot liquid spilled from the corner of her mouth and dripped onto her hand did she snap back to reality. She nodded and replied, "Okay." The woman pressed on, "Your breach penalty is 80 million. How was that figure determined?" "Unfair terms." "How is it unfair?" "My account has to pay a penalty for every follower. I lose 10 yuan per follower. But at least a third of them are fake accounts created by Li Feng. In other words, if he wants me to pay the penalty, he can spend a few thousand yuan to buy tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fake followers, then unfollow them. Then I'd have to pay him the penalty at 10 yuan per follower." After Xiaowen finished explaining, the girl couldn't hold back and blurted out, "This is more profitable than robbery." Xiaowen chuckled at her words, "You bet. But it gets even worse." Smiling, Xiaowen glanced at the bandaged wound on his wrist and continued, "Beyond that, Li Feng later forced me to sign a contract. To put it simply, it was about tax evasion. And it wasn't just me, everyone at Shanfeng Media with over 1 million followers signed it." Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. How many people could that be? 37. How much could he evade annually? Over 10 million. Knowing it was tax evasion, why did you sign? If I didn't sign, I'd have to pay him even more money. What choice did I have? After asking his counter question, Xiaowen smiled at the girl before him. You probably want to ask why I didn't report him, right? The girl fell silent, because she really had intended to ask that. Seeing this, Xiaowen smiled. She shook her head. You think I haven't tried? The girl remained silent. Xiaowen continued, I tried as soon as I realized the contract was fishy. But it was useless. He has a professional legal team specifically handling these contract disputes. For people like us to think we could win a lawsuit against him is pure fantasy. Even if we did win, he'd find every possible way to drag it out, waiting until we ran out of money to keep fighting before throwing us some pocket change to shut us up. Then he'd drop the case and it would all just blow over. Drag it out with him? I don't have the resources for that. My brother needs treatment, he needs money. If I truly saw no hope, I wouldn't have chosen suicide. After listening to Xiaowen's lengthy monologue, the young woman silently turned off the voice recorder in her pocket. Born into a comfortable family, sheltered from hardship since childhood, and having secured a stable government job after graduation, she couldn't truly empathize with Xiaowen. But she could imagine. If she were to place herself in Xiaowen's situation, she would likely feel even more hopeless than Xiaowen did. Xiaowen seemed to sense the girl's reaction. She smiled and asked, Do you think I'm pitiful? The girl remained silent. Xiaowen shook her head to herself, I'm not pitiful. Those truly killed by Li Feng, they're the ones who deserve pity. What did you say? The girl's eyes narrowed sharply. Li Feng had killed people? Well, not exactly murder, just fed them a bit of that stuff, Xiaowen hesitated before adding. Seeming to feel she had to get it off her chest now that she'd started, she continued, I found out by accident. Back when Li Feng was starting Mountain Peak Media, he approached a female internet celebrity over 10 years ago. Back then, he had no connections or background, so he had to bribe big influencers with money to get their contact info, then leverage their influence to build his own platform. Later, she caught on and demanded half of Peak Media's shares. Li Feng refused, so the woman threatened to destroy him completely. That's when Li Feng used that thing to control her. Rumor has it she lived quite a while after that, but eventually overdosed and died. The girl stood frozen in place as Xiaowen recounted the story with unnerving calm. Her visceral disgust toward Li Feng intensified, and she couldn't suppress a wave of nausea. Suppressing it, she asked, How do you know all this? A guy called Fatty told me. He was one of Li Feng's early partners, Xiaowen replied. Any concrete evidence? The girl pressed. Xiaowen shook his head, then nodded. I don't know about that, but Fatso probably has it. What's his name? Any way to contact him? The girl pressed. Wang Yifei. His contact info is in my phone, Xiaowen answered. The girl turned and left, returning moments later with Xiaowen's phone. Holding the phone, she said, password. Cheng Tian's full pinyin. After unlocking the phone, the girl opened Xiaowen's super chat app. The last message in the app was from Wang Yifei. 8 million yuan penalty. You have 1 month. If you can't pay, you know the consequences. Facing this blatant threat, the girl's brows furrowed slightly. She suddenly asked, This Wang Yifei, why would he tell you such dangerous secrets about Li Feng? He told me in bed. Since he can't perform, he brags to make himself seem impressive. What? The girl's eyes widened. What? Xiaowen looked up at the girl, offering a wry smile. Li Feng asked me to sleep with him. And it wasn't just him, there were plenty of others. Many of us have slept with them. Didn't you guess? The girl couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed into the bathroom to vomit. 044, a tearful indictment of Li Feng. The great traitor Deng Mingjue. The girl plunged into the bathroom and began retching. Seeing this, Xiaowen slowly rose from the bed and walked behind her. She gently patted the girl's back while offering a matter-of-fact reassurance. You haven't been through it before, so it's perfectly normal to find it hard to accept. The girl braced her hands on her knees as her stomach churned violently. She couldn't vomit it out, nor could she swallow it down. It just stuck in her throat, causing unbearable discomfort. Xiaowen suddenly added, It's okay. I'm used to it. No. The girl shook her head and straightened up. She scooped up some cool water with her hands and wiped her mouth, saying, You're not used to it. You just don't have the strength to fight back. Xiaowen smiled at her words. Resist? She hadn't failed to try. They hadn't been the only ones to try. But resistance never brought victory, only Li Feng's even more brutal crackdown. Few who escaped Li Feng's grasp emerged unscathed, if not dead, then severely damaged. Take that sister who made it out earlier, though she escaped by marrying a rich second-generation heir. The price was her husband paying a whopping 47 million yuan in breach of contract fees. Though she was no longer exploited by Li Feng, her married life remained suffocated by the weight of that 47 million. Domestic violence, infidelity, her husband even brought his mistresses home to have affairs. She could only pretend not to see. At the very least, she had some freedom here. And it was precisely because of this older sister's cautionary tale that Xiaowen sought to curry favor with the crown prince. She'd rather endure domestic violence, infidelity, or even cheer on mistresses and serve them during their confinement periods than work at Mountain Peak Media again. Unfortunately, her luck was far worse than her sister's. Enough. Don't say another word. The young woman raised her hand to cut off Xiao Wen's muttering. What difference was this mountain peak media from those overseas scam dens or horror zones? If Li Feng wasn't brought to justice, she'd feel guilty for every minute of nausea she endured today. With that thought, the girl turned to Xiao Wen and asked, "Are you willing to cooperate with us?" Xiao Wen froze. Wasn't she already cooperating? The girl shook her head. She meant cooperation in the sense that one day, in the plaintiff's seat of a courtroom, Xiao Wen would have to recount these stories again in front of everyone. This would undoubtedly tear open Xiao Wen's already scabbed over wounds once more. To bring Li Feng to justice with these bloody facts. Xiao Wen shook her head. We won't win. We really won't win. The girl stared at her, momentarily speechless. In Xiao Wen's heart, Li Feng was an insurmountable, immovable mountain. Even with his crimes laid bare before them, Xiao Wen dared not dream of victory. Watching Xiao Wen's still pale lips open and close, she forced a smile before turning back to sit on the bed. Xiao Wen suddenly said, "I know of 11 others in the same situation as me." Then she looked at the phone in the girl's hand. "Could you give me your phone?" After a moment's hesitation, the girl handed Xiao Wen's phone to her. Taking it, Xiao Wen opened Super Chat, found a contact labeled 11, and initiated a video call. After half a minute of ringing, the other party didn't answer. Instead, a question mark appeared. Xiao Wen replied with the location of the police station. Moments later, Wenwen's video call came through. Xiao Wen answered, and the girl naturally sat down beside him. In the video feed, Wenwen showed only half her face, still wearing traces of makeup. Wenwen spoke first, hesitantly asking, "Are they letting you use your phone in there?" Xiao Wen shook her head. "I don't know." "Huh? I don't think I'm being summoned right now," Xiao Wen chuckled. "Then how come?" Wenwen trailed off, her voice thick with worry. "I heard Brother Phone wants to transfer your old IP to a newcomer. Do you have enough to cover the penalty fee?" Xiao Wen shook his head. "You know about Xiao Tian's situation. How could I possibly afford to pay Li Feng?" Hearing this, Wenwen closed her eyes and sighed. "I have less than 100 here. Why don't you go abroad? It's better than being cornered by Li Feng's people here." Xiao Wen shook his head again. "What about Xiao Tian if I leave?" Wenwen fell silent. She wanted to say something, but held it back. Xiao Wen knew exactly what she was thinking. They were close friends, and Wenwen had hinted at giving up many times before. Xiao Tian, Xiao Wen's younger brother, when Tian had been bedridden for 4 years. Doctors had hinted it was time to stop treatment. There was no chance he would ever wake up. Keeping him alive day after day with medication, his back covered in bedsores, his limbs so atrophied they barely resembled human form. Living like this was pure suffering. It would be better to grant him a swift release. But how could Wenwen and the doctors possibly understand the bond between Wen and her brother? Unless Xiao Wen were dead. As long as she lived, she would exhaust every possible means to keep Xiao Tian alive. Even if the chance of him waking up was 1 in a million, she would persist. The two women stared at each other across the screen, speechless. After a long pause, Wenwen asked, "But you weren't summoned. Why were you at the police station?" Xiao Wen hummed in acknowledgement, turning the camera toward the girl. "She brought me here." The young woman smiled at Wenwen and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Bao Ting." "Hello?" Wenwen sensed something was off. "Why aren't you wearing a police uniform?" "I'm not a police officer," Bao Ting replied bluntly. Only then did Xiao Wen realize something was amiss. She looked at Bao Ting with a mix of surprise and bewilderment. Bao Ting hesitated for a moment. Though she sympathized with Xiao Wen's situation, rules were rules. She absolutely couldn't reveal her affiliation with Bureau 113. So she changed her approach. "I can't discuss my employer in detail. However, within the scope of our authority and legal jurisdiction, we can coordinate with multiple departments, including public security, procuratorate, and courts. You can tell me everything you know and want to say about the criminal activities of Shanfeng Media, Li Feng, Wang Yefei, and others. I will then forward everything to the police. As for whether we will file a lawsuit against Shanfeng Media and Li Feng and others, my answer is, absolutely." Xiao Wen and Wenwen on the screen both fell silent. The two women, both struggling to survive under Li Feng's control, exchanged a brief glance and chose to trust each other. In other words, even if they didn't tell Bao Ting now, they would both have ample opportunity and time to press charges once Li Feng was locked up. After a moment's hesitation, Wenwen spoke up. Her situation mirrored Xiao Wen's. Initially lured by Li Feng's promises of lucrative live streaming work, they were then trapped in a downward spiral after signing unfair contracts with unfair terms. Roughly estimated, if Wenwen breached the contract now, she would have to pay a penalty of around 40 million yuan. Wenwen wasn't alone. Their penalty fees ranged from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. What they knew and had experienced some mirrored Xiao Wen and Wenwen's stories, while others were beyond anything the two had ever heard of. Bao Ting sat beside her, pressing the record button on her voice recorder, her brow furrowing deeper by the second. If this Li Feng had lived in the old society, he would have been dragged to Kaishiku for Ling Qi. With each stroke of the executioner's blade, the crowd below would cry out in approval. It was enough to make one grind their teeth in rage, wishing to tear him limb from limb. He should have been shot on the spot. At that very moment, thousands of miles away at the County Party Committee guesthouse in Rontang County. After a long silence, Chen Huaifang finally spoke. He said, "The story I'm about to tell isn't about my comrades in arms, nor is it about fallen heroes. It is about a traitor. A real, genuine traitor." Ha? A traitor? No way. Last time it was the Japanese, and now it's a traitor? Grandpa, tell me how this traitor ends first, or I won't be able to listen to this. Glancing at the stream of comments flooding the chat, Chen Huaifang nodded. He'd been hesitating for so long precisely because he wasn't sure whether to tell this traitor's story. He was also wondering if these young viewers, who often got so worked up in the chat, could handle hearing this story. Seeing the reactions in the comments, Chen Huaifang began, "This major traitor was ultimately shot dead by the Japanese. He was riddled with bullets by the very master he had served so loyally." Hearing this answer, tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream chat collectively breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I can accept that. A traitor shot dead by the Japanese? Ah, that's satisfying. Much more satisfying than us killing him. Exactly. His groveling master shot him dead with his own hands. Can you imagine how utterly hopeless he must have felt in his final moments? Watching the flood of cheers reappear in the chat, Chen Huaifang chuckled wryly. He spoke slowly. This incident occurred in 1943. The traitor was named Deng Mingjue. He was the president of the Japanese Friendship Chamber of Commerce at the time. 045, Sudden Betrayal. Chen Huaifang seeks help from a traitor? In 1943, after 3 years of study, Chen Huaifang graduated from the Anti-Japanese Military and Political University. Based on operational needs, he was assigned to organize and lead the resistance in northeast China. His planned route from the Anti-Japanese Military Academy was to pass through Tianjin and Fengtian before reaching the base areas controlled by our forces. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Just as Chen Huaifang arrived in Tianjin to depart for Fengtian City, an unexpected incident occurred. A member of our underground network defected, handing over a list of personnel to the enemy. Among those listed was Chen Huaifang, who was about to depart Tianjin for Fengtian City. The Japanese immediately ordered strict surveillance of all water and land routes, determined to intercept and eliminate this wild goose, the future political commissar of a regiment bound for northeast China right in Tianjin. At that time, the Japanese, sensing their days were numbered, spared no expense in their actions. Their large-scale arrests, based on the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape, led to the destruction of all 3 of our liaison points. Over 10 comrades suffered persecution. Overnight, I too lost all contact with the organization. With all key routes sealed off, I couldn't escape nor could I stay. Kids, traitors, that's how terrifying traitors are. Was that traitor Deng Mingjue? I doubt it. Isn't Deng Mingjue the head of the Friendly Merchants Association? How could he not be? The Japanese must have made him head of the Chamber of Commerce after he defected. Reading the speculations in the comments, Chen Huaifang pursed her lips and shook her head. He spoke up, "You're all wrong. Deng Mingjue isn't the traitor. Deng Mingjue has been the head of the Japanese-affiliated Tianjin Chamber of Commerce since 1940. He was never one of us, so how could there be any talk of betrayal?" Ha? Damn it, I guessed wrong again? But if Deng Mingjue isn't, then how did Grandpa get involved with him? As Chen Huaifang clarified Deng Mingjue's traitor status, viewers in the livestream chat grew increasingly curious. If Deng Mingjue wasn't the traitor who sold out comrades to curry favor with the Japanese, then how did Chen Huaifang become connected to Deng Mingjue? Seeing the questions in the chat, Chen Huaifang pressed his lips together, unsure how to respond. His purpose in sharing Deng Mingjue's story was to subtly hint at Li Feng and the others who had framed him, urging them to see the error of their ways and stop before it was too late. But now he had no idea how to make Li Feng and the others realize he was alluding to them. He could only pretend to be thirsty, reaching for a cup and taking a sip of water. He murmured to himself, "How did I get involved with Deng Mingjue? Yeah. How did I get tangled up with Deng Mingjue? And what could possibly drive Li Feng's young crew to scheme against him? For money? Judging by what Secretary Li said, it was all about money." He murmured aloud, "Money, it's all about money. The reason I got involved with Deng Mingjue, in a way, was for money. Yes, for money. For money." This answer left the live stream audience somewhat perplexed. As the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Deng Mingjue was indeed very wealthy. But he was a traitor, a collaborator who willingly sold out his compatriots for profit, supporting the invaders. Even if someone like him had money, he would never be like old man Jerson, donating every last penny to our army or bald head. So what was the point of Chen Huaifang seeking him out? Glancing at the stream of questioning comments in the chat, Chen Huaifang nodded. That's exactly what I thought. Why would a major traitor like Deng Mingjue give me money? Or rather, why would Deng Mingjue, a traitor, help me? Just because I'm Chinese? But over all these years, haven't countless Chinese suffered under Deng Mingjue's persecution? Chen Huaifang's barrage of rhetorical questions left him feeling dazed. Yes, what had possessed him to seek out Deng Mingjue back then? That had a story behind it. When he learned of the traitor within our military ranks, Chen Huaifang nearly collapsed from the sudden surge of rage, shock, and hatred. With the contact point destroyed and his connection to the organization severed, he felt like a kite whose string had snapped. He drifted aimlessly, unsure when or where he would finally come to rest. Perhaps it was his advancing age, but he once again fell silent. This silence lasted a very, very long time. So long that even the fat man monitoring him on the other side of the screen, Wan Yifei, couldn't stand it anymore. Sitting on the sofa, he yawned. This old man is at it again. If he's showing signs of dementia, he should go to the hospital right away. He starts streaming out of nowhere first thing in the morning, and I thought something big was happening. Behind him, a female streamer getting dressed glanced over at him abruptly. Wang Yufei immediately snapped, "What the hell are you looking at? If it's none of your business, get the hell out of here." The scolded influencer didn't even bother putting on her shoes, grabbing them by the handles and storming out. Wang Yufei yawned again as he heard the door open and close. After all these years, he'd grown tired of female internet celebrities. Whether it was Xiao 1 or 1-1, he'd slept with nearly every one of the 100 or so female influencers under Shanfeng Media. He was truly bored. All he could think about now was gobbling up Chen Huaifang like a juicy piece of meat, then pushing Li Feng to sign a few washed-up actresses. They had all been top-tier stars in their prime. Though they'd been exploited by countless big-name directors and investors, they were still top-tier stars. Among them was even Wang Yifei's college crush. Former top stars, now lowering their standards to livestream and sell products just to make ends meet? If he could secure Chen Huaifang's massive following, his dream girl would be within arm's reach. The thought made Wang Yufei reach for his phone to call Li Feng. Jolted awake, Li Feng sounded irritated. "What is it?" "That old guy started streaming from the hotel." "So what if they open it? What's it got to do with us?" Li Feng retorted, frowning. "Brother Feng, don't you feel something's off?" Wang Yufei asked, staring at Chen Huaifang's silent figure on the computer screen. On the other end of the line, Li Feng opened his eyes after a moment of silence. Something did seem off. Usually, the old man would go live in the morning or afternoon. And he always did it while riding his bike, fitting his persona as watching China for comrades. But today, he started streaming from a hotel room first thing in the morning. This didn't fit his persona. Judging by the arrangements of media companies like theirs, they would never casually schedule their artists to go live like this. Unless it was an urgent situation demanding clarification or proof for fans, or to convey some message. But clearly, Chen Huaifang, who could weather even the crisis of whitewashing Japanese collaborators by impersonating an official, wouldn't go live for the former reason. That leaves the latter. He needed to convey a message. And then there was that janitor arranged by the Crown Prince just a few hours ago. Li Feng smiled faintly. "Seems like the other side has backed down?" Wang Yufei pondered for a moment. "It doesn't seem like it. He's telling a story about a traitor." "A traitor?" Li Feng frowned. "Last time it was about the Basin Man, and now it's about a traitor." "This old man. No, his company is making veiled references to us." "I think so too. Should we do something to warn them?" Wang Yufei suggested. "No." Li Feng shook his head. "Contact them and have that stinking janitor turn herself in. Make sure she memorizes the script beforehand. If she messes up even one word, her son won't get a single penny of that 18 million yuan penalty. But what if she gets it right?" Li Feng adopted a tone as if talking to a fool. "Not a single penny less if she gets it right. Who told her that cooperating with us would save her son from paying?" Wang Yufei burst out laughing. "I was wondering when Brother Feng started taking that bunch of country bumpkins so seriously." Li Feng hung up with a cold laugh. He rolled over, staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. A victorious smile spread across his face. The story about the Japanese being good people has been told. Now they're telling us about traitors redeeming themselves? What? Scared? Trying to persuade me, Li Feng, to turn back from the brink? You must be joking. What were you thinking when you refused my 2 million and told me to get lost? Now that the pinhole cameras are installed and the cops can't find any leads after you reported it, you suddenly get scared and want to back down? Too late. All I need now is for that filthy janitor to turn himself in and pin a staged frame up on you. Unless you've got real official protection, you're screwed. Add in the pressure from the Crown Prince's side, and you're a dead man walking. Heh, the Japanese turn good, the traitors go straight. You old fool, you really came up with that. Too bad it's too late. With that thought, Li Feng picked up his phone and dialed the Crown Prince. Moments later, the call connected. The Crown Prince's morning grogginess was far more pronounced than Li Feng's. Don't you check the time? I just got to sleep less than 2 hours ago. Hold your horses. Li Feng rubbed his eyes gently. The old man has already backed down. Now it's your turn to pull some strings with your old man and find out exactly which company that old man is backed by. Then just like you forced me to take out Xiao 1, you take out this old man. 046, the old lady turns herself in, arrest Li Feng within 24 hours. Alright, wait for my update. The Crown Prince yawned and hung up the phone. He sat up abruptly, though he'd been asleep for less than 2 hours. But seeing his grand plan about to take its first step, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. For over 20 years, he'd been looked down upon by his father. Now, he finally had the chance to prove he was no less than anyone else. With that thought, he sent a message and tossed his phone aside. Now it was time to wait. Until the phone rang again, then it would be time for him to strike the final blow against Chen Huaifang. Meanwhile, under the instructions of Li Feng and Wang Yafei, an elderly woman with silver-streaked hair pressed the format confirmation button on her phone with trembling hands. Without a moment's hesitation, she walked into the Rongtong County Public Security Bureau. Xiao Xia, who had just finished a handover and was preparing to return to the hotel, happened to pass by the woman. Before he could report to Secretary Li that everything had gone smoothly, he heard the old woman utter the trembling words, "I'm turning myself in. I'm turning myself in. Officer. I'm turning myself in." At first, Xiao Xia didn't take the old woman's confession seriously. But when the duty officer asked her why she was surrendering and she answered the county guesthouse, Xiao Xia, who had just sent out the message, immediately turned back. He took 2 quick steps around to face the old woman. "You're the one who installed the hidden camera in the county party committee guesthouse?" The old woman, visibly startled, her eyes filled with terror. She glanced at the duty officer, as if seeking his advice. The officer stated bluntly, "This case involves a wide range of incidents. This officer is from the county committee." The old woman clenched her hands tightly, beads of sweat forming on her palms. The terror in her eyes turned to struggle. She nodded forcefully, swallowing hard several times before finally managing to admit, "Yes, it was me. I did it." As if relieved of a heavy burden, the old woman began trembling all over after uttering those words. Xiao Xia and the duty officer exchanged a glance, their expressions a complex blend of emotions. Less than 2 hours had passed since the crime occurred. The suspect had already turned herself in? Shaking like a leaf, she was clearly terrified. And ever since the old woman admitted she was the cleaning lady, she hadn't uttered another word. When asked about her age, name, or occupation, she either lowered her head in silence or feigned ignorance. It wasn't until Xiao Xia, assisting with the investigation, asked a particular question that the woman suddenly opened up, as if a switch had been flipped. She spoke non-stop for a long time. Xia's question was, "Who told you to install the camera?" Her answer, "Chen Huaifang." But she clarified it wasn't an old man, but someone claiming to be from Chen Huaifang's studio who had her install it. They promised her 5,000 yuan after the installation was complete. The woman explained that her family was poor and her husband needed the money for medical treatment, so she agreed to do it. She added that she hadn't known it was illegal at first, only thinking about earning money for her husband's treatment. She added that her son grew suspicious after seeing her receive such a large sum. After persistent questioning, he urged her to turn herself in. The logical loop here is remarkably seamless. Middle-aged and elderly individuals lacking legal awareness, with family members needing urgent medical funds, these 3 factors combined form the primary drivers of illegal activities among most seniors. One could even argue that the 6 words Chen Huaifang studio uttered by the elderly woman were flawless. In most cases, this logical loop would be flawless. But this case was anything but ordinary. After hearing the old woman's response, Xiao Xia nearly burst out laughing. The officer on duty beside him couldn't help but tap the table. "Auntie, since you've come forward voluntarily, I suggest you tell the truth. Who exactly told you to install the hidden camera?" The old woman remained silent. The officer pressed her, "Auntie, you should know the principle, confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. This is no minor offense. I don't care who told you to come in with this false story. If you confess now, you can still get lenient treatment. But if you persist in your stubbornness, it will be too late to come clean once the truth comes out." The old woman remained silent. Xiao Xia stood nearby and waved to the officer on duty. It was obvious the old woman had been threatened. The person threatening her had made it very clear she was to give specific answers to specific questions and claim ignorance about everything else. Having already coordinated with Chu Tong and others from Bureau 113, Xiao Xia, who knew Shanfeng Media was scheming to frame Chen Huaifang, had already pieced together the situation with near certainty. After a moment's thought, Xiao Xia put himself in Li Feng's shoes. After a moment of silence, he pieced together the entire sequence of events. He spoke calmly, "All right, no need for further questioning. We'll handle the matter with old Chen's side at the county committee. Detain this woman for now. Once we've coordinated and dealt with everyone at Mountain Peak Media, we'll handle this." With that, Xiao Xia walked toward the interrogation room door. Just as he pushed it open, he spun back abruptly. "Oh, right. Given her situation, how would Mountain Peak Media handle sentencing?" The duty officer understood immediately. "Every single one of them at Mountain Peak Media will go down. As for this old woman, as an accomplice, she'll probably get 3 to 5 years. Hold on." Before the officer could finish, the old woman cut him off abruptly. She turned to Xiao Xia, her eyes wide with terror. "I did this myself. It has nothing to do with Mountain Peak Media." Xiao Xia murmured, "Oh. How did you even know about Shanfeng Media?" Only then did the woman realize her slip up. She stammered, My son works there." "No, that's not right. I was just making things up. I made that up." She also realized her lie was full of holes. She collapsed like a deflated balloon. The duty officer sighed, stood up, poured a cup of hot water, and handed it to the old woman. Xiao Xia walked back over, crouched down to the deflated woman's level, and said, "Auntie, I don't care how the people from Shanfeng media threatened you. They're nothing but paper tigers, and we're already gathering evidence of their crimes. If you cooperate with us now, you might even avoid detention. But if you continue to refuse to cooperate, then I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do." The old woman fell silent, as if it took every ounce of strength to lift her bowed head. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she looked at Xiao Xia. You mean it?" Xiao Xia nodded. "Trust the country, trust the party. Criminal gangs never end well." The old woman swallowed hard. After living an honest, law-abiding life for over 50 years, her psychological defenses were fragile. And just like that, it crumbled. She opened her mouth and spilled everything. Her son worked as an operations manager at Shanfeng Media, essentially the behind-the-scenes person who arranged livestream content and managed accounts for influencers. The pay was generous, easily 3,000 or 4,000 a month. But just 2 days ago, the influencer he managed had a major scandal, leaving him saddled with tens of millions in debt overnight. Xiao Xia interrupted. "What was that influencer's name?" "I'm not sure about that. I think it was something like when something," the woman replied vaguely. "Little one, right?" Yes. "That's the one, little one," the old woman nodded eagerly. Xiao Xia nodded, gesturing for the old woman to continue. Over 10 million yuan in debt. Even if the old lady sold herself and her husband, she couldn't possibly pay it off. Her son had only recently gotten married, and all their savings over the years had gone into buying a house and a car. Even resorting to loan sharks wouldn't cover such a massive sum. Just as the family was plunged into despair, the son's former boss approached her. He promised that if she simply obeyed his instructions, the over 10 million yuan penalty would be waived. At first, the old woman hesitated, fearing any illegal activity might jeopardize her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren's future. But the man assured her he would arrange for her to turn herself in. He claimed that given her advanced age and the relatively minor nature of the offense, the police would likely only issue a reprimand and counseling. This swayed the old woman. Without telling anyone, she agreed. The rest, Xiao Xia and the others already knew. Sneaking into the hotel, installing cameras, then voluntarily turning herself in. Though they didn't know Li Feng's true intentions behind this plan, it seemed he wanted to fabricate a self-directed, self-produced media narrative for the Chen Huaifang studio. "That's all I know. That's the extent of my knowledge." Xiao Xia nodded after hearing this. The duty officer couldn't help but curse under his breath. That bastard Shanfeng Media won't even spare the elderly. Xiao Xia chuckled. Old Chen's over 100, didn't they go after him too? But they won't be jumping around much longer. Since he enjoys playing these dirty tricks, let him have his fill. With that, Xiao Xia stepped out of the interrogation room and dialed Chu Tong's number. "Hello, Rongtong County Party Committee. My name is Xie." "Hello, Chu Tong. Get straight to the point. Li Feng seems to be orchestrating a stage theft or blackmail scenario involving old Chen. His goal is likely to threaten Chen Huaifang's non-existent studio. At the same time, he's spreading rumors online that old Chen is crying wolf." "Got it." On the other end of the line, Chu Tong, who had just stepped off the high-speed train, glanced at the time. If she didn't get Li Feng locked up within 24 hours, it would be a waste of the 3 high-speed trains she'd crammed into her schedule. 047, even if you have the heavens as your backer, I'll still make you pay dearly. How far will the profit-driven go? Marx once wrote, when profit exceeds 50%, capital will take risks. When profit exceeds 100%, capital will dare to trample all human laws. And when profit reaches the terrifying 300%, it dares to commit every crime under heaven, even risking the gallows. Li Feng behaved this way in a law-abiding society, and Deng Mingjue was no different during turbulent times. Having made his fortune in the early years through the aquatic products trade along Tianjin's 9 rivers, Deng Mingjue saw only profit. He cared not a whit for the name of the dynasty ruling the land. Whether it was Aizen-Jaro, Hirohito, Li, or Chang, it made no difference. As long as it didn't hinder his rampant accumulation of wealth, he'd gladly serve anyone as a beast of burden. He'd even kneel to polish the shoes of the Japanese devils. But kneeling proved crucial. That act not only secured him the presidency of the Chamber of Commerce but also earned him the infamy of Tianjin's most notorious criminal. Back then, Tianjin, the so-called hometown of folk arts, was filled with street performances cursing him. The countless improvised skits, fast-paced rhythmic verses, and rhyming couplets created about him could fill entire books. Yet even then, Deng Mingjue showed no sign of restraint. He still wore that expensive, custom-made satin robe, glasses perched on his nose, clutching the leather bag given to him by the Japanese as if it were more precious than his own life. Such a man, no matter how you looked at him, was a glaring traitor. And a major traitor who deserved to be torn to pieces 1,000 times over. Grandpa just skipped to how he got shot by the Japanese. Yeah, I can't wait to see the look of despair on his face when the Japs shoot him. Execution is too lenient for this traitorous dog. They should have subjected him to the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. After Chen Huaifang remained silent for nearly half an hour. When he finally spoke, exposing Deng Mingjue's greed-driven true colors. The chat stream, which had nearly died down, was once again flooded with viewers' fury and demands. They didn't care about Deng Mingjue's misdeeds. They only wanted to know how Deng Mingjue met his end. Take Li Feng, for instance. All he wanted now was to receive word from the crown prince so he could finally begin his grand plan for revenge. You like impersonating officials and pretending to be a saint, huh? Fine. Then I'll expose your staged incident caught on hidden camera and send the cooperating old woman straight to jail. War hero stages fake incident for attention, innocent woman framed and imprisoned. Once this news breaks, Li Feng couldn't imagine how the other side would possibly explain it away. Impersonate an official again to clarify? But that woman who turned herself in is absolutely genuine. With her confession and a solid chain of evidence, the case will be closed and penalties imposed swiftly. Once this news breaks, it's bound to go viral. If they dare impersonate officials again, it'll only make things worse. Li Feng wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Chen Huaifang and the company behind him would get the first blow from the authorities. You really are a kind-hearted old man. If only that mysterious cleaning lady hadn't been let inside, none of this would have happened. Unless that old fool wants her son dead, the over 10 million yuan in breach penalties would be more than enough to keep her towing the line in jail. Back then, you refused the 2 million he offered. Now, even if he put 20 million on the table, Li Feng wouldn't give it a second glance. Brother Feng, I feel like he's taking a dig at you. Just then, Wang Yefei, who had been watching Chen Huaifang's livestream the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Li Feng shot him a withering glance. Let him insinuate all he wants. Call me money grubbing, accuse me of betraying those close to me, I'll take it all. But history is written by the victors. Whatever I write, that's what the online crowd will read. If I say he's just a packaged up old fart, then he's an old fart. You want to fight me, Li Feng? You really think you've got the heavens backing you? Even if you are, I'll still make you pay dearly. Gritting his teeth in fury, Li Feng sneered savagely, glancing at the time displayed on the screen. 8 o'clock. The moment of truth was approaching. He refocused his gaze on the center of the screen, watching Chen Huaifang set down her water cup in the livestream room. Just a few more hours of peace for you. On screen, Chen Huaifang wasn't setting down her water cup because she was thirsty. He was still searching for an excuse to make his silence seem less abrupt. He wondered if the young man who'd made the mistake was watching his livestream. He should be watching, right? If so, could he understand the meaning behind his words? He should be able to, right? With that thought, Chen Huaifang glanced at the impatient and indignant comments flooding the screen. He pursed his lips. Kids, don't rush. I know you don't like hearing about traitors committing evil deeds, you prefer hearing how they get punished. But storytelling takes time, it can't be rushed. Besides, this old man here is getting on in years, I can't keep up with you youngsters. If I rush and mess up, I'll have to start all over. Kids, don't rush me. Have a little patience, don't make this old man mess up. After delivering this speech, Chen Huaifang composed himself. He felt he had said all he needed to say. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of Li Feng slamming the door shut that day. He paused briefly before continuing his story about Deng Mingjue. His feelings upon first meeting Deng Mingjue were much the same as when he'd met Li Feng. Back then, Chen Huaifang, besieged and pursued by the Japanese in Tianjin, was working in the backroom of a bookstore. Unable to leave Tianjin and nearly depleted of the funds provided by the organization, he couldn't risk wandering the streets all day for fear of being captured. Working there was his only option. The bookstore owner was a kind man with a 7-year-old grandson named Xianjia. The owner's son had already died, killed fighting the Japanese. In 1937, the Japanese launched the Marco Polo Bridge incident, followed immediately by the bald heads convening a command headquarters meeting. The owner's son had been serving as deputy company commander in an infantry company under the Japanese 87th Division. Following combat orders, he participated in the Battle of Shanghai, known as the Eastern Meat Grinder. It was the largest and bloodiest battle of the Chinese War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. Combined forces from both sides totaled 1 million troops. The 87th, 88th, and 36th divisions, including the boss's son's units, suffered over 50% casualties in just 3 days. This war raged for 3 full months. China committed a full 73 divisions, sacrificing 300,000 lives. And the boss's son was one of those 300,000. In his own words, to be one of those 300,000 was worth it. He lived up to his role as a true son of China. And precisely because of this, the bookstore owner harbored a deep, seething hatred for the Japanese invaders and their collaborators. Even his 7-year-old grandson, Xianjia, though still young, despised the Japanese invaders and traitors with a passion. So on that day, while Chen Huaifang was helping organize bookshelves in the back room of the bookstore, he suddenly heard little Xianjia shouting, "Traitor! Traitor! Traitor!" Chen Huaifang immediately grabbed a wooden club as thick as an arm. He still harbored dreams of leading the revolution in northeast China. He also thought about burning paper offerings for old Master Gisun on the day of victory. But as the only young man in the bookstore, he absolutely could not stand by and watch traitors persecute the bookstore owner who had taken him in, or little Xianjia, who was only 7 years old. Just then, the bookstore door was pushed open from the outside. The man cursed, "You little bastard. Get lost. Watch out, I'll have you arrested and hung from the rafters for a beating." Xianjia, however, was unfazed by the threat. He circled around the man, cursing him as a dog traitor. Only when the bookstore owner and Chen Huaifang passed by did Xianjia finally quiet down. The man who had been called a traitor for so long adjusted his glasses. He glanced toward the back room of the bookstore as if by accident. Then he addressed the bookstore owner. "So, it's just you, an old man, and this little bastard?" The bookstore owner replied, "Yes," and casually mentioned his son. "Wasn't my son beaten to death by your master? But don't worry, sooner or later, all your foot-basin masters will get beaten to death." The man seemed disinterested in arguing with the bookstore owner. He merely glanced toward the back room again. Then he pulled a silver dollar from his pocket and placed it on the book counter. "Let me tell you something, old man. There's a communist in Tianjin lately, and he's even got a government position. See this silver dollar? If you spot him no matter where, tell me what he looks like, tall or short, fat or thin. 300 silver dollars. Pa!" The bookstore owner spat on the ground immediately. "I won't take a single cent of that devil's filthy money." The man remained unperturbed, merely smiling. "Let me tell you, don't look down on this silver dollar. War rages outside, chaos reigns everywhere. If the Imperial Army weren't desperate for manpower, they wouldn't offer such a high price. Take my advice, those who recognize the times are the wise ones." With that, he tucked the silver dollar away and headed for the door. Halfway there, he suddenly glanced back toward the back room. He abruptly asked, "You can't hide anyone back there, can you?" Chen Huaifang felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body jolted as if electrocuted. But before the owner could respond, the man muttered to himself, "I suppose you wouldn't dare hide communists right under my nose. Right. If you come to your senses and actually see them, go find me at the nearby Chamber of Commerce." Finishing his words, the man turned to Xianjia beside him and called out, "You little bastard." Xianjia cursed him a big traitor. The man sneered coldly and flung the silver dollar into Xianjia's face. Chen Huaifang, hiding behind the back door, felt both rage and resentment, yet also a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped danger. That man was Deng Mingjue. 048. Deng Mingjue was the one who helped Chen Huaifang escape Tianjin? This is interesting. Li Feng suddenly spoke up from behind his computer screen. He snorted coldly, being chased around by a kid yelling traitor and not even having the guts to fight back. Wang Yufei chuckled, "Brother Feng, don't you think he's hinting at us?" Li Feng looked at Wang Yufei, gesturing for him to continue. Wang Yufei pointed at Chen Huaifang on the screen. "Think about it. First time he gets rejected for a contract, it's obvious this old guy already signed with another company. Then he hired trolls to flood the comments, only to get shut down by the other company again. Once, twice, now this old man's company knows full well we're going head to head with him. Now suddenly he's being asked to go live and talk about traitors, and not just any traitors, but ones who can't even fight back. Isn't that just blatantly implying it's about us?" Li Feng merely smiled upon hearing this, his face betraying no emotion. Comparing him to a traitor who can't even fight back? Well, that's underestimating Li Feng. He paused before speaking. "If I were this so-called Deng Mingjue, even if I knew the foot basin would lose, I'd still rip out that little bastard's tongue first." His eyes flashed with malice as he spoke, then he grabbed his phone. Seeing no message from the Crown Prince, he set it down again. He was growing impatient with the wait. Especially when Chen Huaifang's voice came through the computer again. "Honestly, I was shocked back then. A notorious traitor, reviled by all of Tianjin, actually spared that little kid Xianjia. He was Deng Mingjue, after all. One of Tianjin's top-tier traitors." As Chen Huaifang spoke these words, two faces simultaneously flashed through his mind. One was Deng Mingjue, now somewhat blurred in memory. The other was Li Feng, whose features remained vividly etched in his memory. The first impression these two men made on Chen Huaifang was identical. Neither was a good person. And their reactions when faced with insults from outsiders were also identical. Deng Mingjue, a traitor capable of ordering the Japanese to massacre entire families at any moment, chose to spare Xianjia and the bookstore owner. Li Feng, though far less intimidating than Deng Mingjue in Chen Huaifang's eyes. But let's be honest, if someone with millions to spare truly wanted to target an old man like him, wouldn't it be as easy as snatching candy from a baby? Therefore, at this moment, Chen Huaifang felt from the bottom of his heart that these two men were fundamentally alike. Both still had a chance to pull back from the brink. At this moment, the audience also voiced their confusion. Is this really the traitor I know? Aren't traitors supposed to be bullies? Why would they spare Xianjia and the bookstore owner? Probably because Deng Mingjue spotted the young grandfather hiding behind the door? Grandpa mentioned that Deng Mingjue glanced toward the back room several times. I bet this traitor sensed something and feared Grandpa would beat him to death, so he didn't confront Xianjia and the bookstore owner head-on. Reading the analysis and the comments, Chen Huaifang nodded. You're right. Deng Mingjue did indeed see me that day. But that's not why he didn't attack Xianjia and the owner. Or rather, the reason the bookstore owner didn't kick him out outright wasn't out of fear either. This time genuinely parched, Chen Huaifang took a sip of hot water before exhaling a long breath. To be fair, if Deng Mingjue were truly a ruthless traitor who killed without batting an eye, how could a child like Xianjia dare to chase after him, shouting traitor? Traitor! Dog traitor! And how could the bookstore owner have allowed Deng Mingjue to get so close to Xianjia? After all, Xianjia was the bookstore owner's only grandson, his family's sole heir. His son had sacrificed his life fighting the Japanese invaders. If Deng Mingjue were truly a villainous traitor who committed every conceivable evil, how could the bookstore owner possibly let Xianjia appear before him? So Deng Mingjue wasn't a traitor? No, he was. He was indeed a major traitor. During his 3-year tenure at the Friendship Chamber of Commerce, he helped the Japanese plunder over 11 million silver dollars. He also brutally murdered numerous Tianjin-based anti-Japanese patriots, burying them in deep pits outside the city. He repeatedly took the stage prepared by the Japanese invaders to promote the so-called Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, persuading other Chinese to serve the enemy. Such a man, no matter how you look at him, is a complete and utter traitor. He even severed ties with his own family to serve the invaders. His father, the once respected elder Deng of Tianjin, nearly died of grief in the street upon learning his eldest son had become a traitor. Fortunately, he was the only disgraceful member of the Deng family. The Deng family had 4 sons. Aside from the eldest, Deng Mingjue, the other 3 all enlisted to serve their country. Yet when old Master Deng passed away, only Deng Mingjue returned to his father's side. That day marked exactly 3 months since Chen Huaifang had arrived in Tianjin. It was also the second time he had seen Deng Mingjue since their initial encounter at the bookstore. Deng Mingjue's father had died. After enduring 6 long years of waiting for the Japanese invaders to be utterly vanquished, old Master Deng succumbed to illness. He was indeed the father of a traitor. But he was also the father of 3 martyrs. Therefore, even though Deng Mingjue was a major traitor, on the day of old Master Deng's funeral, the people of Tianjin still came spontaneously to pay their respects and see him off. White paper money scattered into the sky, dampened by rain before falling to the ground. It was at this solemn and dignified moment that Deng Mingjue led a squad of Japanese soldiers into the funeral hall. At that time, the entire Deng family was reduced to his elderly mother and his second brother's widow, who had only recently entered the family before becoming a widow. The fully armed Japanese soldiers encircled the small courtyard, forcing a path for Deng Mingjue to walk to the center of the yard and stand before his father's coffin. In front of at least dozens of villagers and his own mother, Deng Mingjue did not kneel before his father. Nor did he show any sign of grief. He merely walked to the coffin, glanced inside at old Master Deng. Then he addressed everyone present in a loud voice, "Hey, look! Everyone, take a good look. What is this? This is retribution. I've always said, if you listen to the Footbasin people, you'll enjoy a peaceful life and live well. But what happened instead? Ha!" With Japanese soldiers protecting him, Deng Mingjue felt no fear from the glances that seemed to want to tear him limb from limb. He tapped the coffin of old Master Deng, which was barely thicker than paper, and shouted, "Listen. All of you, listen. Is this even a coffin? It's just a few pieces of rotten wood slapped together. What the hell is this? My dear sister-in-law." As he spoke, Deng Mingjue bent down to look at his silent second sister-in-law beside him. Dragging out his words, he demanded, "Is this how you've been taking care of Dad? He's dead. You just let him sleep on this piece of wood? You unfilial son." Just then, Deng Mingjue's mother suddenly leapt up, ready to strangle this unfilial son. But before the old woman could touch Deng Mingjue, she was stopped by the Japanese soldier. Deng Mingjue asked himself again, "Me, an unfilial son?" He let out an ouch, and furrowed his brow before snapping his fingers several times. He looked around at the villagers whose eyes alone could have flayed him alive, and declared in a clear voice, "Then let everyone see. See what this unfilial son has brought." With that, amid a rustling commotion, 4 rough-looking men carried in a brand-new, glossy black coffin. Deng Mingjue waved his hand. "Come on, tear off this piece of junk. Then give this stubborn old man of mine a more comfortable place to rest." With that, before the eyes of dozens of villagers, old Master Deng found no peace even in death. The old woman desperately tried to stop those moving the body and replacing the coffin, but to no avail. She could only watch helplessly. Watch helplessly as her long-dead husband was brutally hauled out of the coffin his family had painstakingly scraped together. Then into the coffin prepared by this traitor's son. Boom! A deafening explosion. A bolt of lightning split the sky over Tianjin, as if it were tearing the heavens apart. Deng Mingjue raised his head to the sky. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That's my father praising my filial devotion. Father! Why the hell did you have to die before you finally understood?" With that, Deng Mingjue burst into laughter and left the courtyard, leaving behind Chen Huaifang's eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. He doesn't even spare his own dead father. This Deng Mingjue truly deserves to die. Damn him! Why didn't that lightning bolt strike him dead on the spot? Thank goodness I checked the ending beforehand, otherwise, hearing this would have sent my blood pressure skyrocketing to 280. As Chen Huaifang recounted this, nearly 100,000 viewers in the livestream chat erupted in fury. The dead are sacred. The dead are sacred. This Deng Mingjue didn't even spare his own father. That disloyal, unrighteous, unfilial scoundrel deserves to be struck down by 5 bolts of lightning. But Chen Huaifang suddenly smiled. With a meaningful look, he asked, "Kids, don't curse him to death. If he dies, I won't be able to get to northeast China. After all, if it weren't for this great traitor, I wouldn't even have been able to leave Tianjin." 049, Li Feng and Chen Huaifang's direct confrontation. Several pauses, multiple silences. After much deliberation, Chen Huaifang finally spoke. With those words spoken, tens of thousands fell into a collective, profound silence. A traitor who sold his country for personal gain, even going so far as to publicly praise Japan after his own father's death. Deng Mingjue, who had even offered $300 silver for information on Chen Huaifang's whereabouts, could actually be the one who helped Chen Huaifang escape Tianjin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grandfather, you must be mistaken? How could this person possibly be Deng Mingjue? It must be Deng Mingjue's brother. Grandpa must have misremembered. Chen Huaifang smiled as he watched the stream of comments float by, shaking his head. He addressed the tens of thousands of viewers on screen, and even more so to Li Feng, who might or might not be watching the livestream as he spoke. "Kids, when someone does something wrong, is it worth forgiving them? No. Agree, absolutely not. Whether it's worth it depends on the crime. A traitor is completely unforgivable." Exactly. Chen Huaifang nodded in agreement with the comments flooding the screen. Then he asked, "But what if that person's wickedness is only superficial? What if their badness doesn't truly extend to the core?" Chen Huaifang's question wasn't just directed at the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream or Li Feng, who might not even be watching, but also to himself. Is such a person worthy of forgiveness? It's hard to say, and it's hard to explain. But to Li Feng, the answer was crystal clear. "Brother Feng, I think this old man is backing down." In front of the computer screen, Wang Yafei yawned. Li Feng showed no expression and made no movement, merely glancing at the time again. The prince's message was still nowhere in sight. Bored out of his mind, he asked with a hint of playfulness, "How many zombie accounts do we have left from the last purchase?" "Over 3,000. "Why?" Li Feng hummed in acknowledgement. "Bring them all up. I'm going to mess with that old man." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yafei began tapping away at the keyboard. Within a mere 3 minutes, all 3,000 zombie accounts were activated. He answered Chen Huaifang's question. "He deserves to die if he messes up." "What do you mean not corrupt enough? Last time you whitewashed Japanese invaders, now you're whitewashing traitors? You're at least 70, old man. Why not enjoy your golden years instead of chasing online fame and dirty money? How can you live with yourself?" Over 3,000 zombie accounts simultaneously flooded the chat with comments. After filtering, dozens remained. The screen instantly flooded, catching not only Chen Huaifang's attention but also that of over 100,000 viewers. Immediate counter-arguments erupted. Why are these kinds of comments flooding in again? All level 1 blank accounts. Trolls are really getting out of hand. Still questioning Grandpa's identity? Don't trust official announcements either? In an instant, viewers in the livestream chat erupted into a heated argument with Li Feng. But clearly, Li Feng couldn't care less about their opinions or voices. He only wanted to see Chen Huaifang's reaction. Contrary to his expectation of fury, Chen Huaifang's response was surprisingly calm. "If it's broken, it deserves to die. You're being a bit hasty, kid. But then again, I didn't finish my story. Let me continue, and you all just listen carefully." With that, Chen Huaifang continued his tale. News of Deng Mingjue's rampage at the funeral hall quickly swept through all of Tianjin. Being a traitor to his own people was enough to make him despised from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Now branded as an unfilial son who disrupted a funeral overnight, rhymes cursing Deng Mingjue filled the streets and alleys of Tianjin. Yet Deng Mingjue remained unfazed. He remained utterly loyal to his master. If the Japanese ordered him to go east, he would never go west. If they demanded one thing, he would never say no. Moreover, his actions at the funeral hall only deepened their trust in him. The Japanese had entrusted him, a Chinese man, with a past that even some Japanese officers couldn't obtain. This occurred at the critical juncture of the Japanese forces' citywide manhunt for Chen Huaifang. The value of such a pass was beyond question. Worth its weight in gold? No. Worth more than 10,000. And what did Deng Mingjue use this pass for? To amass wealth, of course. With the city under martial law, nearly every scarce commodity within Jinmen was monopolized by Deng Mingjue during that period. Coupled with his status as the Chamber of Commerce president, every shop in Tianjin, large and small, had to run through his books. In less than half a month, after deducting tributes to the Japanese and expenses for his own men, over 100,000 yuan flowed into Deng Mingjue's personal coffers. Of course, that paper pass brought him more than just money. It also brought countless dangers. I wasn't the only anti-Japanese activist trapped in Tianjin back then. Scattered here and there were certainly dozens of us. But in the end, I was the only one left. The others were all betrayed by that traitor and captured by the Japanese. Chen Huaifang sighed, still visibly distressed. Li Feng's sharp commentary arrived at just the right moment. So what? He could stand by and watch his fellow countrymen get slaughtered by the Japanese, but he couldn't bear to see you die? At least write a script that makes sense, don't make it so full of holes. His bullet comments flooded the screen again, not only catching Chen Huaifang's full attention each time but also annoying the other viewers to no end. But Li Feng's zombie accounts were simply too numerous to report effectively. They could only continue sparring with Li Feng in the comments section. If haters don't like it, just get lost, okay? It's hilarious how many level 1 accounts he's created just to spew hate. I suspect someone's deliberately trying to troll Grandpa. After all, traffic is king these days. With Grandpa being so popular online now, it's only natural that people would take notice, right? Seeing the comments flying by in the livestream chat, Li Feng suddenly burst out laughing. Who would have thought someone could figure out he was deliberately messing with Chen Huaifang? Not bad. Not everyone online is a fool these days. They still possess a modicum of basic critical thinking skills. Too bad it was useless. A few clear-headed individuals make no difference whatsoever, especially when Li Feng is just one final blow away from completely crushing Chen Huaifang. By now, that old woman should have already turned herself in. The police are likely investigating Chen Huaifang's background and his affiliated companies. No matter who backs that company, they'll need to figure out how to deal with the authorities first. Then, once word came from the Crown Prince's side, Li Feng could execute the final step. Tear away Chen Huaifang's hypocrisy. He could even use those 3,000 zombie accounts in the livestream to flood the chat with messages, completing his final move. It was just a matter of taking that final shot. Wang Yufei suddenly scratched his face. Brother Feng, I have this bad feeling. Li Feng rolled his eyes at him. What kind of bad feeling? Wang Yufei shook his head. He didn't know either. He suddenly pulled out his phone, opened Super Chat, and navigated to his chat with Xiaowen. Nearly 24 hours had passed since he threatened Xiaowen to promptly pay the 80 million yuan penalty. Based on his understanding of Xiaowen, she should have started begging for mercy long ago, trying every trick to get off scot-free. Then the fat man could conveniently sell her off to whoever was willing to pay. That was how Li Feng and Wang Yufei always handled washed-up internet celebrities. The men were shipped overseas, while the women were sold off first. After all, the contract was there in black and white, and the tens of millions in penalty fees were enough to keep them in line. But why hadn't Xiaowen contacted him after all this time? Sensing something was off, Wang Yufei rose from his chair. Brother Feng, I'll make a call. Li Feng said nothing, only staring silently at Chen Huaifang on the computer screen. Wang Yufei turned and left. From the speakers came Chen Huaifang's voice. Kids, keep it down. People have two sides. If you like to listen, naturally there will be those who don't. To be perfectly honest, when this old man first started getting into the streaming business, people came looking for me. You tell me, wasn't that person thinking differently from you too? So you see, people are complex and diverse. Even Deng Ningjue, that traitor, had 3 martyr brothers. Let him say whatever he wants. It's not like he's doing any harm, right? 050, the only way out. Take down Deng Ningjue. As Chen Huaifang finished speaking, the chat in the livestream gradually quieted down. Grandpa's just too nice. If it were me, I'd drag him up there and yell right back. Never mind whether Grandpa would do what you suggest, what good would dragging him in even do? Exactly. Just ignore these haters. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite back? Though some continued to criticize Li Feng, their voices grew weaker. Realizing no one was continuing the back and forth with him, Li Feng gradually lost interest. He glanced in the direction Wang Yufei had left. He checked the time again. Nearly 2 hours had passed. Why hadn't the Crown Prince made a move yet? With his capabilities, investigating a company owned by some old geezer was a piece of cake. He should have already uncovered everything: who the CEO was, who their backers were. Suddenly, Li Feng felt an ominous foreboding. He picked up his phone and typed out a message. Do you still want your old man to acknowledge you? As if feeling the urgency wasn't enough, he added another message. If you don't get that old man's info sorted out soon, I'll take matters into my own hands. The 2 messages were sent less than 5 seconds apart. Moments later, the screen of one of the phones Prince Taizi had placed on the coffee table lit up. He instinctively looked up at the phone, then immediately lowered his gaze again. Xu Tong stood nearby, arms crossed, asking, "Who sent that?" Li Feng. Xu Tong hummed in acknowledgement, bending down to pick up the phone. Passcode 980602. The Crown Prince now answered whatever he was asked. Just moments ago, he hadn't been like this. When Xu Tong arrived with the police and knocked on the door earlier, he hadn't taken it seriously. When Xu Tong had the officers pin him to the floor, he was still ranting about making her pay. When Xu Tong began rummaging through his personal belongings, the prince immediately invoked his father, the jewelry tycoon, and his mother, the investment company director. But when Chu Tong gave him a silent look, then pulled out her phone and made a call, everything changed. He still couldn't forget the words his father had spoken. It was a tone he'd never heard in his entire life. It was a tone laced with rage, fear, and a hint of pleading. No matter what she asks you to do, you'd better cooperate properly. Don't ask why. You have no right, and neither do I. Across all of China, who could possibly make his father so terrified? Even that hint of pleading in his voice seemed to say, if you refuse to cooperate, our entire family will be dragged down with you. The crown prince was merely reckless, merely arrogant. But he wasn't stupid. The person who could instill such terror in his father was absolutely not someone he could afford to provoke. Sitting on the sofa now, he felt nothing but relief that he hadn't rushed to prepare tonight's celebratory banquet. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just then, Chu Tong walked over and crouched beside him, her right hand cradling the phone. She looked at the crown prince. Answer him in your usual manner. Don't give away any clues. The crown prince nodded. Chu Tong pressed the voice button. The crown prince immediately spoke. Don't rush. My people need time to handle things. Chu Tong released her grip and the voice message popped out. The crown prince hurriedly asked, so I'll be. Mid-sentence, the crown prince glanced at the other officers in the room, those inventorying his personal belongings and searching every corner, and swallowed hard. Will I be dealt with? Chu Tong turned his head and asked, any contraband found? Nothing. Nothing found. Nothing else besides this. A police officer poked his head out of the room, still waving a few Cuban cigars in his hand. Truth be told, the prince was the cleanest third-generation rich kid these officers had ever investigated. Apart from his cigar habit, he had virtually no vices, no violent tendencies, no alcohol abuse, and not a single speeding or parking ticket to his name. He didn't even curse while gaming. So Chu Tong looked at him. Within 12 hours, you'll receive a call from a landline number starting with 011301. Do not reject or miss the call. Whatever they say on the phone, you must do. 24 hours after the call ends, you may leave this room. Yes. Yes. Prince nodded hastily. In a daze, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just then, Li Feng's message came through again. Hurry up, this old man seems to have backed down. But it's too late now. If I don't slowly finish him off, it'll be a waste of all these years I've lived. Xu Tong merely glanced at it before setting her phone on the coffee table and telling the crown prince, you're swamped right now, at least for the whole day. Busy enough that you won't have time to check your phone or reply to messages. Got it? The crown prince nodded vigorously. Xu Tong continued, also, stop skirting the edges of the law. And don't even think about getting involved in things you shouldn't be touching. Your family's jewelry business is waiting for you to take over. With that, Xu Tong turned and waved her hand, ready to leave. The prince sat on the sofa, forcing a single fart to split into 7 before finally letting them all out. Xu Tong suddenly turned back. Why did I come here today? The crown prince paused for a moment before instantly understanding. What do you mean? Have you been here before? Smart. Xu Tong smiled. Meanwhile, at the Kongtai Road police station in Hangzhou City, Xiaowen, who had finally managed to catch a few moments of sleep, was roused awake. Opening her eyes, she saw Bao Ting had returned. She sat up abruptly and asked urgently, how's it going? Bao Ting yawned, having gone without sleep all night. She plopped down on the bed and tossed the items in her hand to Xiaowen. Based on the evidence you provided, fraud, tax evasion, human trafficking, intentional assault. Combined, these charges warrant consecutive sentences. At minimum, life imprisonment, possibly even the death penalty. Personally, I lean toward death with a 2-year reprieve, but the final sentence will depend on the court and additional evidence. After hearing Bao Ting's words, Xiaowen visibly flinched. Death with a 2-year reprieve. Li Feng committed such heinous crimes, yet he only received a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve? Why not immediate execution? What right did someone like him have to live? Yet for Xiaowen herself, this was already the best possible outcome. Li Feng was brought to justice, and she no longer had to pay the terrifying penalty. Only the fact that she couldn't afford her brother's medical bills weighed on her heart. Still, it was better than being driven to death. As long as she was still alive, still breathing, she would scrape and scrimp to make ends meet. Bao Ting stretched lazily beside her and yawned. Now you're coming with me. Where? When asked. To Linhai, Bao Ting replied. What for? Xiaowen pressed. Don't you want to see what Li Feng looks like when he gets arrested? Bao Ting countered. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaowen got out of bed. Meanwhile, completely unaware that disaster was about to strike, Li Feng sat leisurely in front of his computer screen, watching Chen Huaifang smoke a cigarette in the livestream. Wang Yafei, who had just returned from a phone call, wore a complex expression. Li Feng couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? He didn't pick up. Something feels off. Wang Yafei sat back in his chair and licked his lips. He was getting nervous. What could possibly be wrong? At most, we've got an hour before we can get started on our business, Li Feng said, cracking his neck. If he had shared Wang Yafei's ominous premonition moments ago, After receiving the Crown Prince's reply, that feeling vanished completely. As long as the Crown Prince remained standing, no one could threaten him. Even if Chen Huaifang's connections were as vast as the sky, he'd still have to keep his head down and behave himself. He glanced at Chen Huaifang still narrating her story on the screen and smiled. He typed out a comment and sent it. "You wanna bet this old man won't be streaming in an hour?" There was no reply. Occasionally, a few bullet comments appeared, dismissing him as an angry troll. Everyone was quietly listening to Chen Huaifang tell his story. This story should be nearing its end. Time rewound to Tianjin in 1943. Having been trapped in Tianjin for nearly 2 months, Chen Huaifang could wait no longer. He resolved to find a way out of the city, knowing that sooner or later the Japanese would capture him. His plan was simple. He would target Deng Mingjue, who had long been the target of everyone's hatred. That pass, worth its weight in gold, would be Chen Huaifang's greatest asset in escaping Tianjin. A damned traitor. Even if he met a violent end on the streets, dismembered and torn to pieces, Chen Huaifang would feel no remorse whatsoever. He planned to eliminate Deng Mingjue and use that pass to escape Tianjin. He had prepared a razor-sharp steel blade and, on a pitch-black night with howling winds, sneaked into Deng Mingjue's residence. But before he could locate Deng Mingjue's bedroom, a hard, cold object pressed against his back. In the darkness, he clearly heard Deng Mingjue's voice. "Don't move. Move and I'll shoot you dead." 051. You can shout "Long live communism" now. The moment Chen Huaifang felt the pistol pressed against his back, his mind raced. He recalled the fresh curiosity of joining the army at 15, and the gritty black cornbread. He recalled old Master Gus seeking him out on his deathbed, leaning against the mud wall and whispering his dying words, "Resist Japan, resist Japan." He recalled his days studying at the anti-Japanese military and political university, and the classmates who shared his ideals. And the commander of the independent regiment, a man he had never met but had corresponded with. He remembered that the regiment commander was still waiting for him, the political commissar, to arrive and guide their work. In short, his mind raced with countless thoughts. For he knew that once captured by Deng Mingjue, his death was certain. Deng Mingjue clearly sensed something too. With sharp vigilance, he swiftly stripped Chen Huaifang of every weapon on his person. Then he lit the lamp and positioned himself about 5 paces away from Chen Huaifang. He spoke, "Turn around. Don't make any sudden moves." Chen Huaifang kept his eyes tightly shut and took a deep breath. At that moment, I felt certain I was going to die. It was like the proverb trying to steal a chicken but losing a sack of rice. That was exactly what happened to me. I planned to take out Deng Mingjue and use his pass to escape Tianjin, but he caught me instead. Even now, when Chen Huaifang recalled that night when Deng Mingjue caught him, he still broke out in a cold sweat from lingering fear. With Li Feng no longer dominating the screen, the audience's attention shifted back to the story. Then what? Then what? Yeah. How did Grandpa turn the tables on Deng Mingjue? To destroy someone, first make them overconfident. I bet Deng Mingjue got too cocky and got taken down. Watching the urgent prompts and speculations in the comments, Chen Huaifang shook her head slowly. Counterattacked Deng Mingjue? Overconfidence? How could that be possible? Come on, who is Deng Mingjue? A man who served as the Chamber of Commerce president for the Japanese for 3 years in the chaotic city of Tianjin, acting as a traitor. Calling him more cunning than a monkey would be an understatement. Over 3 years, more than 1,000 days, Deng Mingjue faced no fewer than 80 assassination attempts. He dared not even close both eyes while sleeping, keeping a pistol under his pillow year-round for protection. Add to that his cunning mind, which navigated the delicate balance between gangsters, Japanese invaders, Chinese civilians, and foreign capitalists. To think someone could ambush and kill him? That was a pipe dream. That's why, at that moment, Chen Huaifang had already prepared herself for sacrifice. When he turned and saw Deng Mingjue's face clearly under the bright lights, he uttered only one sentence. "Shoot me. Kill me. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time." Deng Mingjue smiled the moment he heard his answer. He studied Chen Huaifang's rough skin and determined eyes. "You've never sat on the tiger bench, never been on the torture rack. How can you be so sure you'll hold out? I advise you to come clean now. Otherwise, if we really send you to the military police, you'll be caught between life and death." Chen Huaifang returned the sneer with equal contempt. Long before setting out, he had prepared himself for sacrifice. He still remembered the words the chairman of the Central Committee had spoken to their group before departure. Be prepared to face hardship and danger without flinching. Adopt an attitude of confronting difficulties head-on. More importantly, be ready at any moment to sacrifice your life for the ultimate victory. Chen Huaifang merely stared into Deng Mingjue's eyes, offering no reply. After a few seconds of silence, Deng Mingjue spoke up. "Looks like you're neither one of those so-called righteous heroes of the underworld nor one of the bald ones. Let me guess, your surname is Chen, right? You're Chen Huaifang, the one sent to command the anti-Japanese forces in northeast China, correct?" Evidently, as one of the few major traitors with access to the Japanese occupiers' inner circle, Deng Mingjue possessed extensive intelligence. So much so that even some mid-level Japanese officers might not know the secrets he possessed. No wonder. He was too loyal. So loyal that, had he not been Chinese, the Japanese high command at the time would have promoted him to major and sent him to lead troops into battle. This also indirectly proved that he had betrayed countless fellow Chinese compatriots to gain the Japanese's trust. And now, another monumental achievement lay before him. The Japanese had blockaded Tianjin for nearly 2 months just to capture this man, who now stood before him, a gun pressed against his head. All he needed to do was shout, and the Japanese guards below would rush up. His contribution would be truly outstanding. Not only would he be rewarded with gold and silver, but promoting him to deputy mayor or even mayor of Tianjin would be entirely justified. But Deng Mingjue did not do so. Despite Chen Huaifang being a notorious traitor, a consensus nearly universally acknowledged Deng Mingjue did not summon the Japanese guards below to hand him over to the military police for credit. So what did he do? Such a cautious man, this doesn't make sense. Agreed. If it were me, I'd probably call for backup to secure the situation first. After all, life comes before anything else. Viewers in the livestream chat bombarded him with urgent questions and wild theories about what would happen next. They simply couldn't fathom how Chen Huaifang had survived Deng Mingjue's grasp in such a critical situation. Surely it wasn't some divine intervention that suddenly killed Deng Mingjue? Of course not. I didn't know why Deng Mingjue acted that way either. Looking back, it makes sense. After all, no one could have imagined he was that kind of person. Chen Huaifang glanced at the live chat comments, then looked out the window at the sky gradually brightening. Her thoughts drifted back to that night. The night that determined the course of his entire life. Instead of summoning the Japanese guards, Deng Mingjue called for his most trusted henchmen. These were the henchmen he'd handpicked over the years while serving as a traitor in the puppet army, men who valued money above all else. Pay them, and they'd do anything. And as luck would have it, no one in all of Tianjin was richer than Deng Mingjue. Thus, they obeyed no one but Deng Mingjue, not even the Japanese themselves. The men swiftly stuffed Chen Huaifang into a sack, stuffing coarse cloth into his mouth. Under cover of a moonless night and howling wind, they shoved him into Deng Mingjue's private sedan. Back then, Tianjin's stepping stone cars were few and far between. You could tell whose was whose just by looking at them. Thus, when the Japanese guards at the city gate spotted this vehicle, they waved it through without a second glance. Why would they? To the Chinese, Deng Mingjue was a traitor deserving of 1,000 cuts. But to these gate-guarding Japanese soldiers, Deng Mingjue was a favorite under their major's command, a man who'd kill his own countrymen without a second thought for fame and fortune. Offend him? Only if these Japanese guards wanted to die. Meanwhile, Chen Huaifang lay bound and gagged in the trunk of the sedan. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. During that 40-minute drive, his mind raced. So very, very much. His thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn, scattered here and there, never coalescing into a clear thread. In the end, he even began repeating his party admission oath over and over. He suddenly recalled the vows exchanged with his classmates before departure. When the day of victory came, the one who survived would see the news in Ewaxia for everyone else. He closed his eyes, knowing he would never see that new China. When the car jolted to a halt, when footsteps echoed outside, when the trunk opened and flames illuminated the interior, Chen Huaifang knew the moment had arrived. He looked at Deng Mingjue, who wore a smirk. Then he looked at the henchman, still expressionless. Deng Mingjue asked with a smile, scared? Chen Huaifang gave no reply. Deng Mingjue pressed on, if you are afraid, then confess everything. I might consider sparing your life. Chen Huaifang remained silent. Deng Mingjue glanced left and right at his loyal henchman, then waved his hand. The henchman immediately retrieved shovels from the vehicle and began digging a pit on the spot. Deng Mingjue pointed at their backs as they dug and began speaking. He said that since the day the Japanese sealed off the city, he had already disposed of over a dozen people like Chen Huaifang. Their ambitions were sky high, yet their lives were as fragile as paper. And they dared covet his pass? Did they realize he couldn't care less about Chen Huaifang's identity? Whether she was surnamed Chang, Li, or even Hirohito, it made no difference. All Deng Mingjue cared about was whether his own life was going smoothly. As he spoke, Deng Mingjue pulled his pistol from his pocket. Having likely fired it only a handful of times, he deliberately checked the bullets and the firing mechanism. Then he looked at Chen Huaifang and said, I'd wager you're a Li, one of those who believes in the communist nonsense. Since you refuse to talk and I don't want to hand you over to the military police to beat the truth out of you and steal my credit, then I'll just have to keep you here with the dozen others who came before you. Ah, well, what a pity. A young man in his 20s, gone like that. What a pity, what a pity. But before you die, I can grant your faith one last wish. As he spoke, several henchmen who had finished digging the pit dragged Chen Huaifang to its edge. Deng Mingjue motioned for the men to stand beside the pit, ready to fill it in once Chen Huaifang was beaten to death. Then he spoke. Now you can shout, long live communism. 052, why did I become a traitor? Because I wanted to fight the Japanese. Chen Huaifang stared at Deng Mingjue. He shouted the words long live communism. Then he closed his eyes, preparing to face and accept his death. Then he heard the gunfire bang, 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 several shots in quick succession. Yet even long after the gunfire ceased, as if 10,000 years had passed, he felt not a single twinge of pain. He even wondered if people truly felt no pain after death. He hadn't considered that Deng Mingjue hadn't shot him at all. Suddenly, he heard Deng Mingjue's voice. He was cursing, and cursing viciously. Damn it, this thing really shakes like hell. But it's not bad. Pretty handy. Can actually kill people. Only after hearing Deng Mingjue utter these two sentences did Chen Huaifang realize he wasn't dead. He snapped his eyes open, and the moment he stared directly into the headlights, the glare made him squint. He saw Deng Mingjue standing with his back to the headlights, his entire figure reduced to a silhouette by the glare, a pitch-black void, like a cutout against white paper. But that doesn't mean he's pitch-black. Because the piece of paper he cut off was white. Deng Mingjue looked at him. Got any strength left? Chen Huaifang didn't understand what he meant. Then Deng Mingjue walked over to him, bent down, and laboriously untied the ropes binding Chen Huaifang. As he untied him, he muttered, "This place is about 2 li from Jinmen City. The nearest checkpoints are to the east and north, so you can head south or west. But I suggest you find a place to hide for the night first. Tomorrow morning, a convoy transporting antiques will leave the city. They paid me 3,000 silver dollars. You can sneak in with them, head south first, and then look for an opportunity to leave." By the time he finished speaking, all the ropes binding Chen Huaifang had fallen away. He still hadn't grasped what Deng Mingjue was actually doing. Deng Mingjue seemed to notice Chen Huaifang's stunned expression. He straightened his back and pounded his aging spine, which was beginning to protest against the years. He chuckled wryly, "I've been bent over for too many years. Now, even if I wanted to straighten up, I couldn't. If you don't trust me, there's still 1 bullet left in that gun." Deng Mingjue pointed to the pistol resting on the hood of the car, then to his own forehead. "I'll go in here and come out the back. Once I'm lying in the pit, you can go wherever you want. I don't expect you to remember my kindness, but I'm still a man. I know what I can and can't do. The Japanese won't last much longer. They've run out of money to fight with. You're not mute, are you?" Seeing that Chen Huaifang hadn't responded after all this time, Deng Mingjue grew impatient. Frowning, he demanded, "Are you one of the devils?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. "Surname Chang?" Chen Huaifang shook his head again. "Surname Li?" Chen Huaifang nodded. "Well, that settles it." Deng Mingjue glanced at Chen Huaifang, then turned away from him and began kicking the fresh corpses on the ground one by one into the pit they had dug themselves. As he kicked, he muttered to himself, "This one abducted a woman. This one, gambling and opium smoking. And this one betrayed 4 patriotic resistance fighters to prove his loyalty to the Japanese devils." Chen Huaifang couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted at him, "Who the hell are you?" Deng Mingjue shuddered. He seemed to have been electrocuted. His movements froze. His entire body froze like a stone statue. After a long moment, he sighed and picked up a shovel, beginning to fill the pit with earth. He said, "Who am I? I am Tianjin's most notorious traitor, the Chamber of Commerce president whom all Chinese people seek to execute, and one of Nakamura-sen's most trusted confidants." "Then why did you do it?" Chen Huaifang watched Deng Mingjue's movements, utterly baffled by his motives. Why transport a Communist Party member, openly wanted by the Japanese, out of Tianjin? Shooting dead several henchmen who obeyed his every command? What was he trying to accomplish? Was he still that great traitor? Or was he still that Deng Mingjue whom everyone sought to destroy? Deng Mingjue, however, seemed to have been waiting for this question for a very long time. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He spoke, "Because my younger brother and the others were all killed by the Japanese devils. In 1936, Ningwu joined the volunteer army in northeast China. The Japanese hung his body from a tree and let dogs tear it apart. In 1937, Mingyi returned from studying in Southeast Asia and joined the bald-headed party, only to be killed in action after just 2 months. In 1940, Mingxian fought in the Battle of Shanghai. He was blown to pieces by enemy bombs. My 3 brothers. 3 brothers I watched grow up right before my eyes, from little kids to grown men. All killed by the Japanese. Could you bear it? I couldn't bear it. If you couldn't bear it, why did you become a traitor? If not a traitor, then what else could I be?" Facing Chen Huaifang's accusation, Deng Mingjue turned his head to look at him and retorted. He pressed on, "Like my 3 foolish brothers, beaten to death by the Japanese? Without even a last word before dying? I'm over 40 now. You want me to carry a gun onto the battlefield and fight the Japanese to the death? I know you look down on me for being a traitor. You think I sold my country for personal gain, harming my fellow countrymen. Yes, you're right. But I can tell you this, I never did any of those things. Bull." Chen Huaifang couldn't hold back and lashed out at Deng Mingjue. "You say you didn't sell out your country for personal gain? You say you didn't harm your fellow countrymen? Who would believe that?" Deng Mingjue looked at Chen Huaifang and shook his head. "Who would believe that? No one believes it. Not even Deng Mingjue himself believed it." He stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at the sky. He drew in a long breath, then let out a sigh. "When did I start being this kind of traitor? When did Deng Mingjue become a traitor? It was 1940. The year his youngest brother, Deng Mingxian, died at the hands of the Japanese invaders. When the news reached home, Deng Mingjue sat silently in his room, staring at the oil lamp, motionless all night. The next day, he became a traitor. And he became a traitor who groveled to the utmost. Even if the Japanese had ordered him to kneel in public and polish their shoes, Deng Mingjue would not have hesitated for a moment. Everyone said the Deng family was ruined. How could a family that produced 4 sons and 3 martyrs have spawned such a spineless coward? Yet Deng Mingjue paid no heed to the gossip. He simply continued his role as a traitor in silence, continuing to pledge his loyalty to the invaders. He scrambled desperately upward, mastering the art of flattery used by countless traitorous ministers throughout history to curry favor with the emperor. He even enraged his father to the brink of death and provoked his mother into a heart attack that left her fainting on the spot. Yet he never stopped. For he knew he was walking a path with no turning back. Once embarked upon, there was no turning back or stopping. Finally, on that day, Deng Mingjue climbed to the position he desired. Finally, on that day, the Japanese lowered their guard toward this traitor who could kneel to polish their shoes. Finally, on that day, Deng Mingjue unexpectedly learned of a man named Chen Huaifang within the walls of Tianjin. After years of serving as a traitor, Deng Mingjue had not only gained intimate knowledge of the Japanese invaders but also acquired considerable insight into nearly every anti-Japanese force across the land. Whether it was the Righteous Army or the anti-Japanese organizations. He knew them all. But they were all just reckless hotheads. He had looked into Bald Head and his crew too. Yet most of Baldy's crew were corrupt officials lining their own pockets, good-for-nothings who drank and feasted. Relying on them to save China it wasn't impossible, but even if they could drive the Japanese out, the people would still live in misery afterward. That was until he began to learn about the group of people shouting about communism. It was only then that he gradually realized this land still harbored such a force. Until he read that book, On Prolonged War. Deng Mingjue began to feel stirred. He suddenly realized that the years of patience and restraint he had endured were finally ready to be put to use. In truth, he had spotted Chen Huaifang at the bookstore that day, but at the time, he couldn't be certain she was the one he was searching for. That was why he had caused such a scene at his father's memorial hall. He certainly didn't want to be an unfilial son. But since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. Since he had chosen this path, he had to abandon the other. Thus, his outburst at the memorial service served 2 purposes: first, to draw attention; second, to use the coffin's departure from the city as a means to let every citizen know he possessed a pass allowing unrestricted exit, one that even the enemy soldiers wouldn't dare to inspect. He wanted everyone to know, loud and clear, that whoever eliminated him could seize that pass and leave Tianjin. He was waiting for Chen Huaifang to come find him. Of the dozen men who had come for him, Deng Mingjue had released those he could spare. Those he had no choice but to kill deserved their fate. And today, he had finally waited for the one person he needed. Why would I become a traitor? I became a traitor to save China. As he spoke, Deng Mingjue pulled several sheets of paper from his chest. I had intended to let you discover these during the search after you killed me, but now it seems better to hand them over myself. This sheet details the Japanese invaders' recent operational plans across China. This one is the receipt for my gold deposits in the bank, 700 gold bars in total. And this one is a map of the Japanese defenses in Tianjin. Even if there are changes, they won't deviate far from this layout. Should your forces ever attack Tianjin, these may serve as a reference. 053, the wind howls, the hero departs, never to return. Deng Mingjue became a traitor to save China? No one believed it. The people of Tianjin didn't believe it. Chen Huaifang didn't believe it. And now, the tens of thousands watching the livestream certainly don't believe it. There are countless paths to resist Japan and save the nation, if not 100, then at least 80 ways to choose from. Even cultivating a few extra acres at home and donating the grain. All could be considered ways to serve the nation. Yet Deng Mingjue chose to be a traitor? Who would believe he had no personal motives? Chen Huaifang immediately retorted, they say Tianjin people are smooth talkers and you prove it. Deng Mingjue, your words sound sweeter than a song. You claim collaborating with the enemy was to save China? Do you really think I'd believe that? Faced with Chen Huaifang's questioning, Deng Mingjue offered neither rebuttal nor explanation. He simply bent over again, head bowed, and continued shoveling earth into the pit. Silence. A long silence. Silence until he filled the pit completely, then smoothed the surface with his shovel. A silence so profound that Chen Huaifang suddenly recalled Ida Katsu, who had taken his own life years ago. Ida Katsu, the Japanese soldier who had chosen death without hesitation for the sake of China. Nothing in this world is more agonizing than this. Whether a person is good or evil is not the true horror. The true horror lies in one who has lived a lifetime of goodness, only to inflict evil upon you in their final moments. He wears the title of a good man yet ruins you. If you retaliate, you invite condemnation. The reverse holds true as well. Deng Mingjue had committed years of treasonous acts, yet in the end, he saved Chen Huaifang's life. Faced with this debt of life, Chen Huaifang could not possibly turn on Deng Mingjue and strike him down. Filled with hatred, he kicked Deng Mingjue to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stared down at the fallen man, words choking in his throat for a long moment before he could utter a single syllable. It was Deng Mingjue, lying on the ground, who looked up at Chen Huaifang against the light and uttered only one word, "Come." He wanted Chen Huaifang to kill him. Dying by the hand of his own people was far better than meeting his end at the hands of the Japanese invaders someday. But Chen Huaifang only clenched his jaw. "A man like you doesn't deserve to die by my hand. You deserve to be torn limb from limb, despised by all." With that, Chen Huaifang clenched his fists, cast one final glance at Deng Mingjue, then turned and vanished into the night. Deng Mingjue, sprawled on the ground, did not look back at Chen Huaifang's retreating figure. Instead, he lay there, bursting into loud laughter. As if he were trying to expel everything he had endured over the years. Sprawled out on the ground. It had been so many years. This was the most carefree moment he had experienced in all that time. He gazed at the distant stars, recalling a time long past when he and his three younger brothers had lain on this very ground, dreaming of a future that had now become reality. The second brother wanted to go to the west, the third wanted to be a doctor, and the fourth wanted to open a restaurant. That night, his brother's dreams made Deng Mingjue's wish, "I just want to stay in Tianjin, doing whatever I can," seem like nothing. But he thought it was for the best. That way, his brothers could shine and make their mark in different places, while he stayed behind in Tianjin to look after their father and mother. That was fine too. Alas, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Who could have predicted that in 1931, the Japanese would breach our borders? Who could have foreseen that with one declaration of non-resistance, the 300,000-strong Northeast Army would lay down their arms without firing a shot, leaving only the spontaneous militia to resist the Japanese invaders? The second brother, who'd hoped to study in the West, never made it. Instead, the Japanese hung him from a tree. The third brother, who dreamed of becoming a doctor to heal the sick, was captured alive by the Japanese and used to defuse landmines. The second son, who wanted to open a restaurant, before he could even hire a chef to work for him, was blown to bits by the Japanese. Yet he, the versatile one left behind in Tianjin, survived. And he truly could do anything. He became a collaborator. He didn't go to serve his old man and mother. To prove his loyalty to the Japanese, he even cut ties with them. But truthfully, even the moment Deng Mingjue first sat in that Chamber of Commerce president's office, he still found not a shred of familiarity in his identity as a traitor. For one thing occupied his mind relentlessly. That was to avenge his three younger brothers. But he knew he couldn't accomplish this alone. If a single man could drive the Japanese invaders from Chinese soil, the sacrifice of his three brothers would have been enough to send them packing back to their homeland 3 times over. That's why he became a traitor. He became a traitor despised by all, a traitor whom his own father drove out of the house with a cane. He swore allegiance to the invaders, kneeling to polish their shoes, trading his loyalty for their trust and a spine that bent ever lower. But he knew one day he would stand tall again. And that day finally arrived. Deng Mingjue lay on that patch of land, unaware of how long he'd been there, until the eastern sky gradually turned the color of a fish's belly, until the cold of the earth pierced his back, causing his waist to ache. He scrambled to his feet. He brushed the dust from his clothes. Finally, "I don't have to be this traitor anymore," he murmured to himself before walking back to the car, settling into the driver's seat and starting the engine. He pressed the accelerator, setting off on the road back to Tianjin. The sky hung heavy and gloomy. The air carried the earthy scent of soil and the dampness of impending rain. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "Brother, what's so great about the West anyway? I heard Westerners all have blonde hair and blue eyes. Do you think that's true?" "Of course it's true. Why wouldn't it be? And red hair too. Cut it out. I'm talking about serious stuff. I heard Westerners speak a different language than us. If they speak differently, how did you even study in the West?" "Yeah, second brother, if you can't even understand the language, what's the point of studying in the West? If you ask me, you'd be better off opening a restaurant with me." "Open a restaurant? Open a restaurant? Don't you think there are enough restaurants in Tianjin already?" "Bull, the kind of restaurant I want to open isn't like any in Tianjin." "What is the difference?" "The kind of restaurant I'm opening won't just have cooks, it'll need delivery people too. Once I've got the food ready here, they'll take it out to customers. Over 100,000 people throughout Tianjin, no need to leave home to get their meals delivered." "But how do you know what people want to eat? They can't exactly come order, then go home and wait, can they?" "Oh my whoa, you've got me stumped there. That's why you need to learn the skills passed down by our ancestors, like me, to practice medicine and save lives. In these dire times, studying medicine 1T saved the Chinese people. We need reform and modernization. Only by learning and embracing advanced foreign technologies can we save China." "Second brother, don't be so absolute. Who says studying medicine can't save China? When wars happen, people get injured. And when people get injured, they need doctors to treat their wounds. Why are you all staring at me? Whether there's war or not, people still need to eat, right? And if war breaks out, my restaurant will make sure they get hot meals right after their victories. Hold on, is Big Brother asleep? Asleep? No way, he really is asleep. Big Brother, wake up, Big Brother. Deng Mingjue jolted awake as if struck by thunder, just as he had all those years ago when he dozed off listening to his brother's chatter. Back then, his parents were still alive. Back then, his family was whole. Back then, his heart held not a single major concern, not even half a trivial matter. Back then, when he opened his eyes, he saw the stars, the moon, and the faces of his 3 younger brothers. Back then, he was too sleepy to care, waving them off dismissively. You guys have ambition. I'll just find something to do here in Tianjin. You're all off to the west, studying medicine, or at the very least opening a restaurant. I'll stay home and look after our father and mother. I'll wait for you to return after the new year to show my filial piety. With a snort of laughter, he waved his hand, turned his head, and fell asleep. Even as he drifted off, he could still hear his younger brothers' voices. Let me tell you, 3 years in the west, 3 years in the South Seas, 3 years in the east. And the North Sea. We need 3 years in the North Sea too. Bull, the North Sea is right here. I've read enough books about this place. Well, you've been out there for 9 years. You must miss the food back home, right? And I hear Westerners smell awful, stinky. Then, Deng Mingjue fell asleep. He slept soundly, deeply, so deeply that when he woke, he still felt unsatisfied and wanted to sleep a little longer. But he was busy rushing home. For many years after that, he never slept so soundly again. Father, mother, eldest brother, the Japanese pirates have invaded our northeast. I have returned to my homeland, but since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be served simultaneously. Only when the Japanese pirates are utterly vanquished shall I return home. Eldest brother, second brother is dead. I too shall march to the battlefield as a military doctor. Do not mention this to our parents. Do not dwell on it. Eldest brother, I'm leaving. The 37 silver dollars I've saved under my pillow over the years, the restaurant can't be opened now. Consider this my filial offering to father and mother. Deng Mingjue suddenly bit his tongue, forcing down the surge of emotion welling up inside him. As the gates of Tianjin grew closer, he slowly pressed the brakes. The Japanese sentry at the gate, recognizing the cold-faced Chamber of Commerce president, immediately waved him through. Only after driving a considerable distance away. Until his tongue bled. Deng Mingjue finally spoke, his voice slow and measured. The wind howls cold over the Yi River, the warrior departs, never to return. 054, since that is the case, there is no need to show mercy. He's clearly a traitor, yet why do I feel like crying? Perhaps this is the prodigal son finding his way back? This isn't a prodigal son returning, it's biding one's time and enduring humiliation. 3 of his own brothers were killed by the Japanese devils, yet he still fawns over them with a smile. It's unimaginable how strong his mental fortitude must be. Almost in unison with Chen Huaifang, the over 100,000 viewers in the livestream fell into collective silence before erupting in thunderous admiration for Deng Mingjue. No one could have imagined. No. It wasn't so much unimaginable as it was something no one dared to consider. After all, even we today wouldn't dare imagine that a notorious traitor's true purpose wasn't for wealth and glory, but to endure humiliation and bide his time. How could the common folk of that era possibly have imagined Deng Mingjue was like this? They dared not think it. After a moment of silence, Chen Huaifang lifted his head slightly. His gaze fell upon the screen, upon the stream of comments drifting across it. After a moment's pause, he said, the rest, to be honest, even I didn't know back then. That night, after kicking Deng Mingjue to the ground, I immediately fled southward. Then, by sheer luck, I boarded a northbound train. After a month of stumbling around, I finally found the organization. So what happened to Deng Mingjue? I only heard it secondhand. At this point, Chen Huaifang let out a slow, deliberate sigh. Despite the urgent prompts on the screen, he showed no haste in responding. His original intention in telling Deng Mingjue's story was to make Li Feng, who might be watching the livestream, understand what it means to turn back from the path of error, that it was time for the prodigal son to return. So he suddenly asked, "Are you watching?" In the livestream room, tens of thousands of viewers were stunned. Who's watching? Watching what? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Facing the flood of questions in the chat, Chen Huaifang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. He strained every ounce of energy to read each drifting comment, trying to find that one possible person. But there was no one. At that moment, Li Feng leaned back in his chair, watching Chen Huaifang's strained expression as he stared at the screen. He couldn't help but laugh. How ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A white-haired, wrinkled old man with eyes so gray and cloudy they barely held any spark of life, yet he was mimicking young people to stream for money. It was pitiful, but even more laughable. So laughable that Li Feng now even considered pausing his targeting of Chen Huaifang just to see what other ridiculous antics this old man might pull in the future? Who knows? Maybe he could become a hit as a comedian without exploiting national sentiment. But that was ultimately just a joke. Having worked in internet media for years, Li Feng managed at least 80, if not 100, internet celebrities. He'd even cultivated top-tier IPs. But he'd never encountered someone who outright rejected him or worse, insulted him. And someone who launched an attack without so much as a greeting? That was a first. As the saying goes, people need face, trees need bark. Li Feng valued nothing more than his reputation. If someone wouldn't even spare him that, then naturally, he saw no reason to spare Chen Huaifang. With that thought, Li Feng straightened up, his playful mood rising. He typed on the keyboard, watching. Then, over 3,000 zombie accounts simultaneously flooded the screen with comments, instantly catching Chen Huaifang's attention. Upon seeing the watching notification, Chen Huaifang pursed his lips and nodded. He continued, "Young man, I don't know what I've done to offend you. But deep down, I don't think you're a bad person. Like Deng Mingjue, he's biding his time and building his strength. You might just have taken a wrong turn, acted on impulse. From what Xiao Li and the others say, the internet seems like a money-making thing. And this old man here, I seem to be quite profitable in some kind of red. But I've no interest in that. I'm nearly 6 feet under. Money means nothing to me, you can't take it with you. What I've left for my descendants is more than enough. Rejecting you is my true intention, I simply don't want you wasting your time on me. Your overt and covert tactics won't sway me. Take my advice, young man, it's never too late to mend your ways." To Li Feng, Chen Huaifang's torrent of words was wrapped in provocation, mockery, and the scorn of "I'm giving you a chance to admit your mistake." But to the other 100,000 viewers in the livestream, it was a different story altogether. What? Someone actually plans to exploit Grandpa for profit? Seems like it's not just exploiting Grandpa for profit, but also openly and covertly threatening him? This guy has no shame. Grandpa's been streaming for ages without even enabling gifts. If he wanted money, he'd have made a fortune by now. Exactly. And I bet Grandpa's already called the cops? Watching the barrage of criticism directed at him in the chat, Li Feng just smiled suddenly. Exploiting Grandpa for profit? Threatening Grandpa into submission? Grandpa already called the cops? How laughably naive and foolish. Influencers, their value extends far beyond live streaming sales. Many influencers don't accept gifts or tips during their streams, yet every single one of them rakes in a fortune. As for calling the police? Li Feng was practically begging Chen Huaifang to call the cops. That way, the authorities would have a record on file. Once the old lady he had under his thumb did exactly as he said, Chen Huaifang would truly have nowhere to run. Plus, with the crown prince's side. Thinking of this, Li Feng glanced at the time again. Nearly 40 minutes had passed. The crown prince's side should be wrapping up by now. With victory within reach, why not spice things up a bit? He cracked his neck, placed his hands on the keyboard, and began typing furiously. Mending the fence after the sheep are lost. What's the point of mending a fence when the sheep are already dead? As for this made-up story of Deng Mingjue? About him finding his way back? Biding his time? You might fool these ordinary people who only watch live streams, but you won't fool me. And to be honest, I don't even care about your traffic anymore. What I want is to take you down and replace you. Li Feng, brimming with confidence as he typed out this lengthy tirade, never imagined anyone could actually trace him through his zombie account, the timid one who dares not resist, and that elderly woman under tight control. He certainly never imagined that the crown prince whom he relied on and regarded as untouchable was now sitting quietly in a room, watching his livestream with Chen Huaifang. The crown prince watched Li Feng's stream comments, a twitching pain shooting through his temple. He was now filled with relief. He was grateful for the numerous charitable deeds he'd done in his younger years, which had earned him leniency from those above. After just picking up and hanging up that phone call, he now couldn't help but feel a wave of awe whenever he looked at Chen Huaifang. A founding elder who had lived through the War of Resistance, the Liberation, and the 3 major campaigns against the Eagle and aid for the Bamboo. Fortunately, he hadn't boarded Li Feng's sinking ship too deeply. Otherwise, even leniency from the higher-ups wouldn't have saved him. Founding. Anyone connected to those 2 words who among them was someone to trifle with? Or even those who might have met the teacher and the master in person? The crown prince swallowed hard at the thought. Li Feng swallowed too, though it was just his freshly bought coffee. Watching Chen Huaifang's flustered reaction in the livestream chat, he smiled. In the livestream, Chen Huaifang read Li Feng's comment and felt a wave of inner turmoil. He was just an old man with a kind heart, no longer concerned with worldly strife, but that didn't mean he was a saint. As the saying goes, once, twice, but not a third time. Li Feng had clearly shown Chen Huaifang there was no hope for persuasion or correction. But, well, there really wasn't much else to say. After a long sigh, Chen Huaifang suddenly said, since that's the case, this old man has nothing more to say. I only hope you can turn over a new leaf in the future. The punishment you deserve is inevitable. Grandpa suddenly sounds so serious. Yeah, he suddenly feels so unfamiliar. No kidding. I've heard Grandpa tell his stories so many times fighting the Japanese, attending the anti-Japanese military academy, serving as deputy commander during the anti-Eagle aid bamboo campaigns. With that resume, he's at least a founding general. Do I even need to explain how impressive that is? People of Grandpa's caliber are usually only seen on TV. He only acts approachable because he sees us as young folks and likes telling stories. But this guy using a fake account clearly pissed him off. It won't be long before this guy gets brought to justice. Watching the new wave of comments flood the livestream, Lihua just burst out laughing. Bring to justice? Let's see how they bring me to justice. His face twisted into a savage grimace, all pretense of restraint or low-key behavior gone. Lihua continued hammering away at his keyboard. After a flurry of clacking keys, his final comment appeared. Bring me to justice? Fine. Let's see who can do that. Before he could even lean back in his chair, his phone suddenly rang. Liheng's spirits lifted. It must be news from the prince. But when he picked up the phone, it was an unknown number calling. Seeing it wasn't the crown prince, Lihua abruptly hung up. Seconds later, it rang again. Lihua hung up again. It rang again. He hung up again. It rang again. He hung up again. Then his doorbell rang. Frustrated beyond measure by the incessant ringing, Lihua stormed to the door and bellowed, Wang Yifei. If you forgot your keys, you know the consequences. 055, no mercy. No one to turn to. Furious, Lihua yanked the door open. The first thing he saw was Wang Yifei, looking rather awkward. But before he could explode and demand why Wang Yifei hadn't brought his keys, he spotted Chu Tong standing behind him. At 5 feet 9 inches, Chu Tong was slightly taller than Wang Yifei. As their eyes met, she smiled. Instinctively, Lihua addressed Wang Yifei. Did you bring her? He assumed Chu Tong was some internet celebrity prospect Wang Yifei had dug up downstairs. Judging by her looks and figure, she did meet the basic requirements for a borderline internet celebrity. But this business suit was too tightly wrapped around her. Training her would likely take some effort and time. Moreover, with the urgent need to incubate new IPs to capitalize on the traffic left behind by Chen Huaifang's downfall, Lihua genuinely had no time or inclination to train a newcomer right now. Before Wang Yifei could speak, Lihua shook his head. Send her back. I don't have time for this right now. With that, Lihua turned and headed back inside. But after taking 2 steps, he didn't hear the door close. Nor did he hear Wang Yifei speak. Something felt off. Without even turning his head, he urged, What are you standing there for? Then he heard Wang Yifei's voice, slightly trembling. Brother Feng. Then came Chu Tong's clearing of her throat. Wang Yifei immediately corrected himself. Oh, no, Lihua. Lihua, addressed by his first name, felt offended and turned to confront him. A police officer in uniform flashed his badge at him. Hello, Linhai City Public Security Bureau. Another officer pushed past Lihua, presenting a search warrant as he entered the room. Lihua froze in stunned disbelief. 3 seconds later, he snapped out of it and shouted, This is illegal entry. The officer rummaging through drawers turned his head, staring at him with an expression that seemed to say he was looking at a fool. Ignore him. Just do what you need to do. Chu Tong gave the police a knowing glance, then pushed Wang Yifei's shoulder and led him inside, pulling out another. An arrest warrant. She looked at Lihua. You may not recognize a search warrant, but you know what this arrest warrant is, right? The name, ID number, and photo on it, they're all yours, right? Lihua finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening in shock. But he quickly regained his composure. Then he smiled with resignation. He'd been through situations like this before. Lately, though, with all the big and small matters piling up, he'd been feeling a bit on edge. He looked at Chu Tong, smiled, and spoke as he always did. Is it for tax evasion? Or for forging contracts, concealing fraud, or coercing agreements? Xiu Tong looked him over, somewhat surprised yet not entirely unexpected. On the way here, the Linhai City Police had already briefed her on Li Feng's various activities. Over the years, they had received numerous reports about Li Feng. They had also visited this luxury flat he rented numerous times. Yet each time, either evidence fell short, some low-level criminal suddenly stepped forward to take full blame, or victims inexplicably chose to forgive and drop the charges. In short, they'd searched and arrested him, but never convicted him. By now, the Linhai police lost all motivation whenever they heard they were going after Li Feng. But this time was different. Xiu Tong looked at Li Feng and teased with a smile, Seems you're quite familiar with this whole process now? Li Feng smiled warmly, knowing the law is the first step to obeying it. We live in a society governed by law. As a law-abiding citizen, isn't it only reasonable for me to understand the legal system better? Xiu Tong nodded with a smile. Of course it was reasonable. Li Feng continued immediately, Officer, to be perfectly honest. I've built my fortune from nothing to over 100 million. They think about me day and night, dreaming of seeing me behind bars. But what can they do? But you're a law-abiding citizen who never crosses the line? Chu Tong cut him off, anticipating his words. He'd heard this line before when they arrested Wang Yifei downstairs. Li Feng had anticipated this, so he smiled and nodded. Citizens don't fight the authorities. Even with the crown prince as his backer, he didn't want to antagonize the government too much. After the smile faded, he poured himself a glass of water with feigned ease, then instructed Wang Yifei to pour 2 more, one for Chu Tong and one for each of the 2 officers conducting the search. Seeing this, the 2 officers exchanged glances, feeling they'd made another wasted trip. But just as Li Feng expected Chu Tong to accept the cup and dismiss the matter as trivial, she waved it away. This seemingly ordinary gesture, when examined closely, signaled a rejection of Li Feng's overtures. What now? Was she really going to pursue this lead to the end? Or are you going to burn your bridges and play for keeps with me, Li Feng? Hesitating, Li Feng studied Chu Tong from head to toe, sensing something was off. Why isn't this cop wearing a uniform? Dressed in business attire, playing some kind of role-playing game? Wang Yafei, however, seemed to have known the inside story all along. His hands were trembling as he connected the water supply. But clearly, he couldn't utter a single word to Li Feng now. Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Was it Wen Yiqin who reported me?" Chu Tong nodded. Li Feng exhaled in relief. Wen Yiqin had no backing, and with the contract in black and white, she couldn't stir up much trouble. But Chu Tong continued, "It wasn't just Wen Yiqin. 17 others, Fang Wen, Li Jia, Wang Rundong, and others jointly reported you. The charges include tax evasion, malicious injury, and several other offenses." Li Feng's expression remained unruffled. He'd been accused of these crimes at least 8 times, if not 10. He was long accustomed to it. He merely stared expressionlessly at Chu Tong, his mind already calculating which lawyer to hire this time, which connections to leverage, and which powerful figure to appeal to. After a moment's thought, he settled on the Crown Prince. They were all in the same boat. Who else could he turn to now but the Crown Prince? Li Feng spoke calmly, "May I make a phone call?" Chu Tong looked at him, her eyes conveying an uncompromising refusal. Li Feng was about to warn Chu Tong not to make things too ugly. The powerful figure backing him was someone Chu Tong absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. But Chu Tong's gaze signaled him to go ahead and make the call. Wang Yafei, who had been ashen-faced all along, seized the opportunity like grabbing a lifeline. He immediately handed Li Feng his personal phone. His eyes were filled with a desperate longing for freedom. Li Feng took the phone, his expression seeming to praise Chu Tong for being reasonably sensible. He unlocked it, dialed the number, and did it all in one fluid motion. Seconds later, the prince's voice came through the phone. But it wasn't the lazy, calm, or impatient tone Li Feng had anticipated. Instead, it was panic and fear. "What the hell are you calling me for? I'm warning you, don't call me again." Li Feng merely frowned, his expression twisting into a grimace. "What's this about? Did you even look at the number?" The prince's tone remained unchanged. "Check my mother. I'm telling you, if you call me again, I'm calling the cops." Never having heard the prince speak like this before, Li Feng was momentarily at a loss. Just as he was about to explain his predicament, the call abruptly ended. When he tried to call back, the line was dead. Frowning, Li Feng glanced up to find Chu Tong staring expressionless, her eyes silently urging him to try again. Refusing to believe it was a dead end, Li Feng immediately dialed another number. It was the first big shot he'd courted when he first entered the industry. The call connected, but before he could speak, the other end cut straight to "not buying insurance." Then the line went dead. Another call went straight to "out of service." Growing impatient, Li Feng pulled out another number. The moment he dialed, he got a message saying the number was out of service. The third, the fourth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Li Feng dialed every number he could think of, but none connected. Finally, his hand slipped and dialed Wang Yafei's number. The moment the ringtone "Daddy, your grandson is calling" him started playing, Li Feng's face turned as sour as if he'd eaten. At that moment, he was utterly helpless, with no one to turn to. As if his backbone had been ripped out in an instant, Li Feng slumped down onto the ground, his eyes vacant and his forehead drenched in sweat. Not a trace of his former arrogance remained. Only a single drop of panic spread like ink in water across his eyes. He suddenly snapped his head up and blurted out an absurd statement to Chu Tong, "You're not a cop." Chu Tong nodded. She had never claimed to be one. Li Feng, already numb, asked instinctively, "Then who are you?" Chu Tong shook her head. Her identity, or rather, the existence of Bureau 113, was classified information to ordinary people. Fear erupted in Li Feng's eyes, spreading like wild ivy fertilized with nutrients. In an instant, it engulfed him entirely. His heart pounded wildly, his bones trembled, his soul screamed for mercy. Fully aware of his impending fate, Li Feng instantly broke down in tears. He knelt on the ground, crawling toward Chu Tong, sobbing uncontrollably, "Please, spare me. Spare me. I'll do anything you ask, donations, charity, building a hope school, anything. Just spare my life. I beg you." Chu Tong remained expressionless, shaking her head. The law came first, even the most momentous matters came second. Besides, it wasn't that no one had pleaded for him. But Li Feng himself refused. Just then, the officers searching for evidence accidentally bumped the computer's volume button. In an instant, Chen Huaifang's livestream could be heard throughout the entire room. He said, "Goodness is goodness, and evil is evil. You can't dismiss someone's lifelong virtue because of a single misdeed, nor can you overlook someone's wickedness because of a single act of kindness. I've grown senile to even consider sparing him this once. It's best he faces justice. As for the story of Deng Mingjue, this old man must finish telling it to you all." 056, the Deng brothers were all heroes and warriors, save for the eldest. Listening to the voice coming from the speaker, a bolt of lightning struck Li Feng's mind. It felt like everything suddenly clicked into place. He sat on the floor, his gaze fixed on Chu Tong as if seeking confirmation. He craved, desperately and urgently, Chu Tong's denial. because he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept that the company he'd painstakingly built over years with his carefully cultivated network could fall to some obscure old man. He couldn't believe that the network behind Chen Huaifang could be so terrifying that even the crown prince would distance himself from him. But ideals are rich and full, while reality is stark and lean. Xiutong looked at him, her expression unruffled as she nodded. Li Feng paused for a moment. Then he burst into a maniacal laugh. His laughter was filled with self-mockery and sorrow. Laughing and laughing, he murmured, "This can't be, this can't be." Xiutong continued to watch him, expressionless. Wang Yifei, who had mostly come to terms with the reality, crouched down and offered comfort, suggesting he might still fight for a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve or life imprisonment. But Li Feng no longer cared about that. Over a decade of effort and flattery had been washed away in an instant. Life and death held no difference for him now. He shoved Wang Yifei aside and demanded with every ounce of strength he had left, "Who the hell is he?" He wanted to die knowing the truth. But clearly, Xiutong wouldn't give him an answer. She merely shook her head and extended a finger, pointing in a certain direction. Li Feng followed the direction of her finger and saw the computer screen, still lit. Then he collapsed backward like a crumbling brick wall pushed over, crashing to the ground. Amid the sudden, piercing ringing in his ears, he faintly made out Chen Huaifang's voice. I heard that later. Deng Mingjue faced his own death with composure. No hesitation, no reluctance, utterly calm. Of course, this is all hearsay. I don't know the exact details myself. Indeed, the news of Deng Mingjue's death reached Chen Huaifang only after she arrived in northeast China, relayed by outsiders. The message simply stated that one morning, Deng Mingjue had faced death with composure. Was he truly at peace? Was he truly at peace? It was a drizzly morning in 1943, specifically, the morning after Deng Mingjue personally released Chen Huaifang. He drove the Japanese-issued Stepanek sedan, but instead of heading to the Chamber of Commerce as usual, or to the Japanese headquarters, or anywhere else, he returned home first. Following tradition, his father had passed away not long ago, and the family was still observing mourning. His mother, toward this unfilial son who had caused such a scene at the funeral hall, showed no reaction to his sudden return, nor any warmth. Instead, she and his only sister-in-law watched him with scrutinizing eyes, from the doorway all the way to the bedroom he hadn't occupied in years. Just before pushing open the door, Deng Mingjue turned his head and offered a smile to his mother and sister-in-law. Both women turned away in disgust. A traitor naturally earned no warm welcome. Deng Mingjue had long been prepared for this. He merely shook his head with a bitter smile and stepped inside. The furnishings in this bedroom, untouched for years since his last visit, remained unchanged. The desk where his second brother once worked was now covered in a layer of dust. Running a finger from one end to the other, he could almost feel the warmth of his second brother's body when he leaned over it. He could almost hear it again. Big brother, the Japanese invaders are causing chaos. I must master my studies to repay my country. He smiled and nodded. His fingertips brushed away the dust. That is how a true man should be. Then he walked over to the bed, long since worn and tattered, even gnawed through by snakes and insects. In a daze, he heard the fourth brother's voice from above. Big brother, from now on, just sit here. I'll bring the food from my restaurant right to you. Deng Mingjue ran his hand over the bedding and sat down. His mouth opened and closed. Too much salt. Then, Deng Mingjue loosened his tie and slipped off the suit dust-covered and reeking of years of collaboration. Naked, he walked to the wardrobe. He pulled it open. Facing him was an indigo-dyed long robe. He reached out and ran his hand over the robe. Big brother, I bought this with my medical fees. Remember to wear it often. He stood there for a moment, dazed. Having not worn a long robe in years, he awkwardly pulled it on, fastened the buttons, and then silently walked to the window. He murmured, "It's time." As the words fell, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside. He pushed open the door to find his mother appearing at the entrance, looking slightly flustered. She seemed to have something to say to this unfilial son, but the words caught in her throat like a stone, unable to be uttered. Deng Mingjue knew his mother harbored resentment and hatred toward him. So he made no move, uttered not a sound, and simply waited silently for the storm to break. But his mother said nothing to him. She just stared at him blankly, her hand still tightly clutching a neatly folded piece of white cloth. Deng Mingjue suddenly asked, "Is there any money left at home?" His mother shook her head. If there had been money, they wouldn't have had to make a coffin out of just a few wooden planks. Deng Mingjue closed his eyes, nodded, then opened them again. My son has become the head of such a large merchants association, yet our family has not a single penny left. It's truly shameful. His mother quickly interjected, that position isn't clean. You should quit. She had repeated these words countless times. But the answer was always the same. Money is money, what's dishonest about that? So this time, his mother braced herself for the same response. Yet this time, Deng Mingjue slowly nodded. He finally uttered the answer his mother had longed to hear even in her sleep. He said, "I won't do it anymore. From now on, I won't do it at all." Hearing this answer, the mother was so stunned she couldn't react for a long time. She never imagined she would actually hear those words before her death. Gazing up at the gray, overcast sky, she called out, "Old man, did you hear that? The eldest son said he won't be a traitor anymore. He said he won't be a traitor anymore." "Mother!" Deng Mingjue interrupted his mother. He clasped her rough hands in his own, feeling the deep lines etched into her skin as he spoke. "But your son did become that traitor. The filth has already been splashed upon me. I have to wash it off." His mother nodded urgently. "Yes, yes," she said. "You must wash it clean. You must wash it thoroughly clean." Then she went to fetch water to wash her son's hands. Setting down the neatly folded white cloth in her hands, she turned and hurried off, somewhat flustered, to find a basin and water. Deng Mingjue watched his mother's retreating figure, silent. He picked up the square of white cloth, coarse, unbleached linen. He clenched it in his fist, then knelt in the direction his mother had gone. "Mother, your son has been unfilial. Father, your unfilial son has come to confess his wrongdoing." Then he bowed his head, kowtowing more than a dozen times before rising. He tucked the coarse white linen cloth under his arm, just as he had always carried that leather pouch filled with gold bars and banknotes, cherishing it as if it were his very life. Rain began to fall. A fine misty drizzle. Mother returned carrying a basin of water, only to find the courtyard empty. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. Mother lowered her head. The clear water reflected her face, the surface dotted with round fragments shattered by raindrops. Deng Mingjue, clad in coarse white linen and a long indigo robe he hadn't worn in ages, walked down the street. Many Tianjin residents still recognized him. Whispers of curses still followed him. "Traitorous dog. Damned creature. Goddamn bastard." The Deng brothers all served the nation, yet the eldest turned traitor. He suddenly heard this rhyme, then turned his head to see Xianjia, the bookstore owner's grandson, who had appeared out of nowhere. The fearless Xianjia ran past Deng Mingjue, stopping a few paces away. He turned around and stuck out his tongue at Deng Mingjue. "Every Deng brother's a hero, but the eldest's a stinking traitor. You little brat, who taught you that? Pa! 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 Stinking traitor, mind your own business." Deng Mingjue laughed. The curses in his ears grew louder and louder. Finally, it even drowned out the rumbling thunder from the sky. He suddenly broke into a jog. He jogged through the misty drizzle. His long robe grew damp with rain. Unconsciously, he began humming that song. The wind howls cold over the Ishui River. Once gone, never to return. Before the last note faded, he was stopped by a squad of Japanese soldiers. He came to a halt with remarkable composure, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. A Japanese major stopped him, demanding to know why he had left the city last night. Deng Mingjue offered no reply. He only unfolded the coarse white linen cloth. Many Tianjin citizens who had hidden peered through cracks, watching Deng Mingjue and the Japanese soldiers. They only saw Deng Mingjue drape the coarse white cloth over his head like a mourning veil. Then they heard Deng Mingjue speak. "Brothers, let us enter the tavern, unite our strength to slay the invaders." This was a refrain not entirely unfamiliar to Tianjin citizens. Resisting the Jin troops was a new play about resisting the enemy and fighting bandits. The Japanese major, being somewhat of a China expert, naturally understood the meaning behind the lyrics. He could probably guess what Deng Mingjue had been up to the night before. So he drew his pistol. And then came the sound. "With loyal hearts, we serve our nation, slaying all." Bang! 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 057, dying for the nation. Deng Ming felt he had lived up to the name of righteousness. That's all. The story is finished. Whether silence followed or not, Chen Huaifang couldn't recall. He only silently picked up the water cup, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip of hot water. Then he glanced at the drifting bullet comments on the screen. "Great wisdom appears as foolishness, great loyalty seems treachery, nothing exemplifies this better. I knew it. I knew it. A true son of China should be like this. This truly makes them a family of loyal martyrs." Sigh. "Yet I always feel the same as last time, so much I want to cry, but no tears come. Regardless, dying for one's country is the noblest death. Brothers, let's raise our cups and join forces to slay the enemy troops. All 4 brothers of this family are martyrs truly worthy of the name Great Righteousness." Undoubtedly, Deng Mingjue's years of grinding his teeth and sleeping on brushwood to prepare for greater resistance against Japan were no easy feat. On one hand, he must curry favor with the enemy, enduring humiliation and hardship, while enduring the misunderstanding, resentment, and insults from family and compatriots. His resolve was unyielding, extraordinary among men. The 4 brothers of the Deng family all were heroic souls. Beyond those sending comments and livestreams, many have also searched for Deng Mingjue online. Just as Chen Huaifang recounted, this traitor also left behind a wealth of written records. Setting aside the already known facts, let's focus on what can be verified. After Deng Mingjue's death, the Japanese ordered his home ransacked. Yet beyond an empty rice jar and meager, meatless meals, nothing of value was found. Enraged, the Japanese ordered Deng Mingjue's body to be dismembered and his head thrown to wild dogs. Yet patriots risked their lives to retrieve it and give him a proper burial. Furthermore, the Japanese, realizing their mistake, ordered a thorough audit of the Chamber of Commerce's accounts. What they discovered sent shockwaves through their ranks. The Japanese major who had personally promoted Deng Mingjuai to chamber president was so horrified he committed seppuku. It was discovered that during Deng Mingjuai's 3-year tenure as president, he had systematically siphoned over 1.3 million silver dollars, at least $450,000, and untold quantities of gold from the Japanese coffers under various pretexts. Not a single penny of this money remained in Deng Mingjuai's pocket. Instead, he shredded it all and donated it in batches to the anti-Japanese forces. Under the guise of trade transactions, he also donated over 150,000 koku of grain and countless medical supplies to various anti-Japanese resistance forces. He even seized large quantities of military supplies including firearms, ammunition, and even artillery on no fewer than 4 occasions, using the pretext of Imperial Army orders. The arms seized by Deng Mingjuai were ultimately either exchanged for gold and silver to be donated, or again using the Imperial Army's orders as a pretext the convoys transporting them were lured into ambushes. They became supplies captured by various anti-Japanese forces. Not only that, Deng Mingjuai even used his authority to ruthlessly suppress genuine traitors or risked his life to turn Japanese soldiers who still possessed a conscience. Records indicate that Fujino Junji, who later served as chief surgeon in our forces, was one such defector he won over. Incidentally, during the years Deng Mingjuai spent as a collaborator, aside from groveling and selling his dignity, he never personally killed a single compatriot. Undeniably, Deng Mingjuai acted as a patriot under the guise of a traitor. Such a man deserves to be remembered and even forgiven for the crimes he committed. But clearly, some crimes are unforgivable. While the outraged viewers in the livestream were flooding Douyin's official channels with complaints about bot accounts spamming Chen Huaifang's stream, Li Feng sat on the sofa, his face etched with utter despair. Before being transferred to the police station, Chu Tong wanted to ask him a few questions alone. After a period of collapse, Li Feng had slowly begun to accept a bit of reality. He felt completely drained, slumped on the floor like a deflated balloon. Chu Tong rubbed her eyes and yawned. After 2 days of non-stop work, she too felt drowsy. From now on, you answer whatever I ask. Understand? Li Feng gave a faint nod. Xiu Tong began, you're the actual controller of Mountain Peak Media Company, Limited, and Wang Yefei is the registered legal representative, correct? Li Feng nodded. Chu Tong tapped her heel lightly, producing a crisp click, speak. Yes. Xiu Tong pressed further, how many fake contracts were signed with Mountain Peak Media as the client? Li Feng paused briefly before replying, I can't recall. Chu Tong fell silent. Wang Yufei then chimed in, as if eager to take credit, I have them on my phone. They're on my phone. Chu Tong hummed an acknowledgement before moving on to the next question, how many involved the elderly Mr. Chen Huaifang? Li Feng took a deep breath, just one. Only one? Just one, Wang Yufei quickly added. I really only went to see him once. That old man, the old gentleman didn't fall for it, so I never tried again. You're quite the smooth talker. Never tried again? Chu Tong shot Wang Yufei a glance and sneered coldly, then what about the 2 times you systematically spread rumors, smeared, insulted, and threatened the elderly Mr. Chen Huaifang on online platforms? What was that? Was that all in my head? No, of course not. Clearly, compared to Li Feng, the ringleader, Wang Yufei showed a much more proactive attitude in admitting his mistakes. This wasn't merely because a cooperative attitude could secure a lighter sentence. It was also because over the years, Wang Yufei had managed to keep some clean money on the side. As long as he survived prison, Wang Yufei might not become a millionaire, but he could still live a comfortable life. But Li Feng was a different story. He knew exactly what he'd done. With multiple charges piled against him, plus the powerful figure he'd offended, he might not even survive until next month if they applied the law with full severity and speed. There was no point in hiding anything anymore. Because there was no point in hiding it anyway. The woman before him held a status that could even make the crown prince tremble, one that could render his years of painstakingly cultivated connections useless. That meant Li Feng had no secrets left to hide. He drew a deep breath and began to speak. Over the next period, he recounted everything from the design of the scheme to its execution, down to every detail of Chen Huaifang's actions without omitting a single word, clean and precise. So cleanly that he surprised himself he hadn't realized he thought so deeply about this old man. After his confession, Chu Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was all about the money. That made things straightforward. Before leaving, however, Chu Tong had one final question to clarify. If you were to successfully replace old man Chen Huaifang, how much could you potentially profit from this, based on typical influencer economy? If you successfully replace old man Chen Huaifang, how much profit could you realistically expect to gain based on typical influencer economy models? Li Feng paused for a moment, but his brilliant mind produced an answer within 5 seconds. 100 million. At least 100 million. And that's net profit, pure profit after stripping out all middleman fees. Chu Tong murmured in acknowledgement. The figure still caught her off guard. But it was merely a surprise. After posing the question, Chu Tong turned toward the door. Alright, my part is done. From here on out, it's up to you and the court officials. As she spoke, the police officer at the door entered, handcuffs in hand. This time, their faces bore a look of excitement. For the first time in all these sessions, Li Feng had voluntarily confessed to all his crimes. Even if the tax evasion and intentional assault charges remained unconfessed, the confessed crimes alone were enough to sentence him to several years. Li Feng accepted his fate, extending his wrists as the handcuffs snapped shut. Suddenly, Chu Tong turned her head and spoke. One last question: how did Wen Yichin's brother end up in the hospital? Li Feng froze in shock. Fear spread rapidly across his eyes. How did you find out about that? A faint smile finally appeared on Chu Tong's face. Everything in this world leaves traces, especially when you threw a living person off a building. I believe Wen Yichin would never forgive you. She would pursue this until the day you die. With that, Chu Tong walked out of the room, stepped into the elevator, and left the building. She then walked to a sunlit spot. She raised her hand, letting the sunlight filter through her fingers and fall upon her face. In this city currently in the midst of its rainy season, such a clear, cloudless day was a rare treat. She pressed her earpiece and soon heard a voice. It's done. It was all about the money. Got it. So does that mean I can take time off now? Sorry, not yet. Su Tong gasped. Why? I've been working overtime for 47 days straight. Special circumstances. Given Mr. Chen's age and the route issues, we need someone to discreetly monitor him. Chu Tong frowned. But why me? Of course not. Only then did Chu Tong relax slightly. So I can still take my vacation, right? No. Luo Nan will accompany you. 058. My great-grandfather suddenly became a million-follower internet celebrity? A few days later. After bidding farewell to Rongtong County, Chen Huaifang climbed back onto her tricycle. With Secretary Li and others seeing him off, Chen Huaifang pressed on toward his next destination. He started streaming again. This time, however, the viewers in the livestream room no longer sat quietly waiting for him to tell a story. Instead, they began by sharing some good news with Chen Huaifang. Grandpa, remember that guy who cursed at you in the livestream? Grandpa's riding his bike, can't see the comments. That guy's Li Feng, head of a media company. He's done more shady stuff than you can count. Grandpa's cycling, not reading comments, not reading comments. Tax evasion worth tens of millions is just the tip of the iceberg. He even framed someone's family to control a female streamer under his thumb and threatened a woman in her 50s to do his dirty work. I'll say it again, Grandpa's riding his bike and not watching the comments right now. But Grandpa, don't get too worked up, that guy's already been punished. Guess how he got sentenced? Forget it, you tell me. Death penalty. Immediate execution. In the chaotic livestream chat, netizens who surf the waves 24/7 revealed Li Feng's fate through a barrage of comments. A billionaire CEO committing such flagrant crimes had indeed sparked a major online sensation. Especially since just recently, Li Feng had publicly streamed claiming Chen Huaifang was actually impersonating an anti-Japanese veteran, revealing her true identity as an actor. Then came the twist. Official personnel appeared in the livestream to verify Chen Huaifang's identity. Then came another twist. Within days, Li Feng was sent straight to jail, where he confessed to crimes committed nearly a decade earlier. Multiple offenses combined. Death penalty. Immediate execution. No room for appeal. Li Feng seemed to know he was doomed, not even choosing to appeal. Meanwhile, the lightning-fast pace of the arrest, interrogation, and sentencing had drawn considerable attention and speculation. Logically speaking, for Li Feng to dare to flout the law so brazenly, he must have had countless powerful backers. So why did the entire process from the crime being committed to his arrest and sentencing take less than a week? Moreover, from the publicly available trial footage, Li Feng didn't even show the slightest hint of resistance? Is this reasonable? Reasonable. Because the rule of law supersedes all else. But it's also unreasonable. We've seen too many anti-crime dramas. How could someone like Li Feng, rich and well-connected, ever meekly accept his fate? Unless he crossed the wrong people. And to netizens, this person was undoubtedly Chen Huaifang. But Chen Huaifang himself was completely unaware of all this. Because the comments scrolled by too fast, before he could even take a break, all the comments about Li Feng had already disappeared. But this didn't mean the controversy had ended. Its lingering impact, though it didn't touch Chen Huaifang or any of the victims harmed by Li Feng. It did, however, reach Mai Zi, who was working diligently thousands of miles away. Busy with his own work, Mai Zi occasionally checked his great-grandfather's livestream, but only to ensure his safety. He paid no attention to the actual livestream content, highlights, or even related trending topics. As a result, nearly 2 months had passed before Mai Zi realized his great-grandfather had become an internet sensation. Until this very noon. Having finally finished preparing her teaching materials, Mai Zi set down her pen, opened her lunchbox, and had just scooped a spoonful of rice. The English teacher who had also come to volunteer for the teaching program rushed over to her. Huan, have you heard the latest gossip? Mai Zi looked utterly confused. What's the buzz? Hami melon, what else? The English teacher rolled her eyes at her and quickly opened Douyin. This one. You know Shanfeng Media, right? My Z nodded. Though she didn't watch live streams often, she followed a few drama bloggers she really liked. One of them was Shanfeng Media's top star. The English teacher continued, their boss got arrested. Locked up? My Z gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Whoops, not locked up, the English teacher quickly corrected herself. My Z finally relaxed. I knew it. How could he suddenly be locked up? He was executed. Put. The rice my Z had just put in her mouth shot right out. She gasped in utter shock, then snatched her phone. Huaxia News, Li Feng, general manager of Shanfeng Media Company, Limited, was sentenced to death by the Linhai Intermediate People's Court for multiple crimes including attempted murder, intentional injury resulting in disability, tax evasion, trafficking, smuggling, and consumption of illegal substances. Following the first instance trial by the Linhai Intermediate People's Court, the defendant Li Feng was sentenced to death. The death sentence was carried out today. My Z watched the video in utter shock, still unable to believe it. How could they just execute him like that? Wait, didn't he just do a public livestream not long ago? My Z tossed his phone aside, still reeling from the shock. The English teacher nodded. Yeah, he just did his first livestream not long ago. It got over 100,000 views. Then how could they just execute him for multiple offenses? Shouldn't the process take much longer? My Z asked, frowning slightly. She certainly didn't think Li Feng shouldn't have been sentenced to death. She just found the speed of it all too fast. Normally, with so many charges and a death sentence, the process should take at least several months. How could it be wrapped up and executed so quickly? The English teacher adopted a ask me expression. My Z caught the hint and asked, so why? He pissed someone off. He offended someone? Yes. And someone incredibly powerful. The English teacher looked utterly convinced. My Z hummed in acknowledgement, gesturing for the English teacher to continue. The English teacher picked up my Z's water cup, took a sip, and began, do you remember what Li Feng talked about during his last livestream? My Z shook her head. She had no idea. Not only did she rarely watch live streams, but lately she'd been swamped with teaching notes, leaving her no time to follow gossip. The English teacher continued, he went live to take down a viral internet celebrity. But unfortunately, he failed. Guess why? Why? Because halfway through the stream, the authorities sent someone to prove it. And his position wasn't just some clerk or department staffer. He was the county party secretary. As the English teacher said this, his expression grew unconsciously exaggerated. County party secretary. For people like them, who might never achieve the title of senior teacher in their entire careers, he was someone they could only look up to. Mine nodded. That was indeed quite surprising. After all, no matter how big an influencer was, it shouldn't warrant a county party secretary showing up to back them up, right? Curiosity piqued, my Z asked, so what's this influencer's name? The English teacher waved her hand. Hear me out first. Then she took another sip from my Z's cup. Not long after, Li Feng started using a bunch of fake accounts to troll that influencer's livestream. But that wasn't enough. Apparently he also plotted to frame, smear, and spread rumors about the influencer. Then the authorities pulled up the radish and the mud came out. After a thorough investigation, they took Li Feng down. My sucked in a sharp breath. Having never witnessed anything like this before, she was genuinely shocked. Could an influencer really wield that much power? The English teacher finally calmed down a bit, and now people online are analyzing it. That influencer actually intended to spare Li Feng at first, trying to reason with him, but Li Feng wouldn't listen. Why? My Z blurted out. Why else? Do you even know who Li Feng's backer is? The English teacher countered. Who? The second son of jewelry tycoon Dong Shihua. What? Him? So I only heard this, no guarantees, the English teacher quickly explained. My Z hummed in acknowledgement, assuming it was just a rumor. After all, if it really were Dong Shihua's son backing Li Feng, wouldn't he, that mysterious internet celebrity, need connections reaching to the heavens to snatch Li Feng so effortlessly? But, where there's smoke, there's fire. Even if Li Feng's backer wasn't Dong Shihua's second son, he must be someone of comparable stature. Yet he was still taken down so effortlessly. This piqued my Z's curiosity about the mysterious influencer's identity. So she pressed further, what's that influencer's name? What kind of content do they do? The English teacher chuckled. An old grandpa with zero content. I hear he just livestreams storytelling. You really don't know? My Z furrowed her brow slightly, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. The English teacher fetched his phone as he explained, he's been all the rage lately. I've seen clips of his livestreams, just an ordinary old man sharing stories about his youth during the War of Resistance. There was a martyr named Yang Siyu, his final letter made me cry. As the English teacher spoke, my Z gradually realized something. She suddenly asked, that old man, does he also ride a tricycle? Huh? How did you know? The English teacher picked up her phone and came back to ask. She opened her follow list while continuing, I knew you must have seen his videos too. See? She opened Chen Huaifang's profile page and handed it to my Z. The follower count read, 4.96 million. That's him, Chen Huaifang. My Z also opened her own Douyin homepage. Not the follow list, though. Instead, she checked mutual follows. It was also Chen Huaifang's profile, but his follow list contained only one person. She turned her phone screen toward the English teacher. He is my great-grandfather. 059, My Z's rejection, Chen Huaifang's next comrade in arms. My Z never dreamed that after just a short period of inactivity, her great-grandfather would become a million-follower internet sensation. 0 posts. Over 4 million followers. Just type in Chen Huaifang, and you'll instantly see a flood of related live stream clips. A single higher quality recording can easily rack up tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of likes. It's safe to say that many people have achieved monthly incomes exceeding 10,000 yuan by recording Chen Huaifang's live streams. Some have even dedicated themselves to analyzing Chen Huaifang's true identity and life history. One analysis tracing back to 1940 about Chen Huaifang's possible military unit number even garnered nearly 1 million likes. This level of hype genuinely startled my Z. She couldn't fathom how her great-grandfather, who knew nothing about the internet and had to be taught how to stream from scratch, could have exploded in popularity so quickly. But after watching several full live stream recordings, the redness in her eyes revealed the answer. What do modern netizens seek when surfing the web? Nothing more than emotional value. After slaving away at work all day, people come home at night, lie in bed, and open their phones just to unwind from the pressure of being a workhorse. Chen Huaifang's unadorned, heartfelt storytelling resonated deeply, much like the bedtime stories many had heard in their childhood. Before she knew it, lunchtime was drawing to a close. My closed Douyin and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a piece of paper. The English teacher beside her asked with concern, Huan, is he really your great-grandfather? My Z nodded and murmured in affirmation. Then she added, honestly, I never imagined he'd become so popular online. The English teacher nodded and immediately added, I don't think most people would have thought of this. But she quickly changed the subject, but since your great-grandfather has such a special status, why did you choose to participate in this volunteer teaching program? My Z countered, why shouldn't I? The English teacher asked in confusion, why come? This godforsaken place is remote and poor. Just to get a decent meal, you have to drive 2 hours to the county seat. If I had connections like your great-grandfather, I'd have arranged to be posted somewhere else long ago. Why would I put up with this? You have no idea this morning, that little boy in my class nearly tore the roof off. What kind of connection does he have? My Z said uneasily, my great-grandfather did fight in the War of Resistance and went through a lot. But ever since I can remember, he's been just an ordinary farmer, raising me year after year with these 2 acres of hillside land. Even if he did have comrades who rose to high positions, they're all around his age and have long since retired to enjoy their golden years. Besides, boys this age are just at that mischievous stage. If it gets too much, just contact the parents. The English teacher, who had been lectured, hummed in acknowledgement but clearly hadn't taken it to heart. She pulled up a chair in front of my Z and casually pulled up several accounts that had amassed over 100,000 followers through analysis and speculation. Then she pointed them out to my Z and said, if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. But Huan, you're his only great-granddaughter. You're far more reliable than these bloggers analyzing your great-grandfather's live streams. You don't need to overcomplicate it, just call your great-grandfather right now. Ask him which unit he served in, what his military rank was, and which battles he fought in. Then organize it all into a video, it'll go viral for sure. And then you can start taking ads. I checked each ad pays at least a few thousand, sometimes tens of thousands. So you mean I should make videos sharing my great-grandfather's military history and earn money through ads? Exactly. The English teacher nodded firmly. Isn't that way easier than spending all day here preparing lesson plans? If you don't know how to make videos, I can help you. Just give me half, no, 2/3 of the ad revenue. After hearing the English teacher's grand plan, my Z shook his head. Setting aside whether he could even build up the account, there was the question of securing ads afterward. Even if she could, it would require a significant time investment. Why not just tip her great-grandfather generously during his live streams instead? Or just use her great-grandfather's account to take ads and make money? With nearly 5 million followers, wouldn't a single ad bring in at least 70 or 80,000? After hearing my Z speak, the English teacher gradually fell silent. She could detect the underlying sarcasm in my Z's words. She admitted that her reason for joining the volunteer teaching program was to secure a spot in graduate school. She admitted even more that if she had a great-grandfather like Chen Huaifang, she would have quit immediately and started streaming online to make money. But she also had to admit she didn't have a grandfather like that. And my Z, who did have such a grandfather, looked down on this method of making money. Deeply influenced by Chen Huaifang since childhood, my Z had internalized his values and instinctively rejected this almost effortless way of earning money, even though she knew it wasn't truly without effort. In a sense, it was a form of living off one's elders. She had once jokingly brought up the idea of making money through live streaming when she taught her great-grandfather how to live stream. At the time, Chen Huaifang had flatly refused. So she never brought it up again. Similarly, if she suggested it now, Chen Huaifang would likely refuse. Thus, my stance wasn't about false pride, but rather avoiding unnecessary trouble. And so, the lunch break at Hope Middle School in this mountain village near the border of Huaxia and Yueho drew to a pause. Meanwhile, after pedaling her tricycle for most of the morning, Chen Huaifang finally pulled up at a large courtyard in a small town. He was feeling a bit tired. He parked the tricycle, grabbed his phone, and found a nearby bench to sit down. He pulled out the dry rations and water he carried with him, broke off a piece, and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly and deliberately. His teeth weren't what they used to be at his age, and even a slightly cool piece of bread was hard to chew. But before he could take a few bites, a sentry carrying a rifle approached. He snapped to attention, saluted, and said, "Good day, sir." Then he pointed at Chen Huaifang's tricycle. "Is this tricycle yours?" Chen Huaifang nodded, acknowledging it openly. "Yes, it's mine." "Why?" The sentry pointed to a no parking sign nearby. "Sir, parking is prohibited here. Please move your vehicle." Chen Huaifang narrowed his eyes, glancing at the unfamiliar sign. Then he asked, somewhat puzzled, "I'll only be here a moment. I'll leave right away." The sentry looked troubled. "Sir, these are our regulations. Civilians are not permitted to linger in military restricted areas. How about this? Let me help you move it." At the words military restricted area and regulation, Chen Huaifang immediately nodded. He stood up. "Then I'll trouble you, young comrade." At the words young comrade, the sentry visibly paused. In the livestream chat, viewers watching this scene started cracking jokes. Guess this soldier dude's never been called comrade before? Grandpa's a true old revolutionary, he just naturally says comrade. When I was on guard duty before discharge, some kid came up and called me Uncle 8th Route Army right away. 8th Route Army Uncle? That's nothing. I once had someone call me soldier sir while on duty. Did you agree? No way. If I had, my company commander would have promoted me that very night. Amidst the audience's teasing and jokes, the sentry skillfully parked Chen Huaifang's tricycle about 200 meters from the compound. He then dismounted, not forgetting to salute Chen Huaifang before leaving. "Old man, ride safely." Chen Huaifang smiled and nodded, replying with a hearty all right. Then he suddenly called out to the sentry, "Young comrade, I'd like to ask you about someone." The sentry halted immediately, scratching his head awkwardly. "Sir, I'm from out of town. I was assigned here for military duty. I doubt I'd know the person you're asking about. But I can try to get in touch with my platoon sergeant, he's from around here." With that, the sentry jogged back to the guard post. A few minutes later, another soldier came running out. After a brief exchange with the sentry, he hurried over to Chen Huaifang. He was noticeably taller than the sentry, a master sergeant. A chief petty officer 3rd class typically requires at least 15 years of service. This qualifies him as a veteran, though his service time pales in comparison to Chen Huaifang's. Yet his keen eye clearly surpassed that sentry's. With just one glance, he sensed something and snapped to attention, saluting as he said, "Greetings, veteran." Chen Huaifang smiled and asked, "How did you know I'm a veteran?" "Intuition." Chen Huaifang laughed heartily. "I'm looking for someone." "Go ahead." There used to be a prominent family in this town named Zhao. Their 4th son was called Zhao Xuedong. Have you heard of him? As soon as Chen Huaifang finished speaking, the expression on the master sergeant's face changed. He hurriedly asked, "What business do you have with Zhao Xuedong?" Chen Huaifang paused briefly before sighing. "I've come to add a shovelful of earth to his grave. It's a small token of our comradeship over the years." The sergeant major nodded upon hearing this. "Follow me. I need to report this to our company commander." 060, this comrade in arms is actually the division commander's grandfather? Military restricted areas are generally off limits to all unauthorized personnel. Therefore, even though Chen Huaifang was a veteran, he could only wait outside the guard post. But he didn't care at all. On the contrary, he rather enjoyed this feeling. That's how a soldier should be. Discipline, safety, and treating civilians with kindness and courtesy. Sanwan built its foundation, Gudian forged its spirit. This army stands as one of the few gifts the teacher left to the people. After waiting about 10 minutes, an officer who was clearly older emerged. "Major, company commander." He stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, veteran. My surname is Zhou. You can just call me Xiao Zhou." Chen Huaifang shook his head. "That won't do. We are both students of the teacher. There is no distinction of seniority between us. By age, I'm considerably older than you, but in terms of status, we're both comrades." After hearing Chen Huaifang's words, Major Zhou scratched his head with a smile before getting to the point. "I just heard you mention wanting to find Zhao Xuedong. What's your relationship with him?" Chen Huaifang's smile faded. "I was also his comrade. Before his sacrifice, he was the battalion commander under my regiment headquarters. I was his former political commissar." Company Commander Zhou froze upon hearing this. He asked incredulously, "You mean you were the former political commissar of martyr Zhao Xuedong?" Chen Huaifang nodded. Zhao Xuedong. He was the first battalion commander Chen Huaifang encountered after arriving in northeast China and assuming the role of regimental political commissar. He was also the battalion commander who left the deepest impression on him. Because in that war-torn era, Zhao Xuedong's position as battalion commander wasn't earned through military achievements. He earned it through knowledge. Furthermore, he had not yet joined the party while serving as battalion commander, so his political education was incomplete. At that time, battalion-level units were not assigned political commissars. Consequently, Chen Huaifang would frequently engage him in discussions. First, as a newcomer, he needed to build good relationships with others. Second, this was part of Chen's official duties. Later, even before the front lines, Chen Huaifang became Zhao Xuedong's sponsor for party membership. Hearing this, company commander Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "Comrade, you're not joking, are you?" Martyr Zhao Xuedong sacrificed himself in 1943. Though he was only 30 when he died, that would make him over 100 years old this year. As his former political commissar, how old are you this year? 104. Chen Huaifang smiled after speaking, looking at Captain Zhou. "Doesn't it seem like it?" Captain Zhou shook his head. "Not at all." Judging by his nimble hands and feet, his walking posture, his demeanor and bearing, Chen Huaifang simply didn't look like a man over 100. At most, he looked like he was in his 70s. Captain Zhou had assumed this elderly gentleman before him was a veteran of the Sino-Japanese War. He hadn't even dared to consider the possibility of the War of Resistance against Japan. Moreover, listening to Chen Huaifang describe his relationship with Zhao Xuedong. Regimental Political Commissar. Regimental Political Commissar in Northeast China in 1944. If nothing went wrong, that meant he hadn't just fought in the War of Resistance against Japan. He should have fought in the Liberation War too and battled all the way from the White Mountains and Black Waters to the ends of the earth. Truly the sharpest sword of the Republic. What rank would such a veteran of meritorious service hold after the founding of the nation? And what rank would he hold today, still alive and well? He dared not even imagine. With no room for delay, after verifying Chen Huaifang's age through her ID card and realizing this was no joke, Captain Zhou immediately dashed back to the compound. He had to report this to his superiors. And his superiors would report it too, up the chain of command. All the way up to a middle-aged officer with a touch of gray at his temples. The officer was busy preparing for an upcoming military district exercise and initially felt annoyed by the guard barging in. But when he heard that a Centenarian had come seeking Zhao Xuedong, he visibly froze. Not for any other reason. Because his surname was Zhao. The Zhao of Zhao Xuedong. According to the family genealogy, the name Zhao carries the meaning of cultivating virtue and learning, achieving great deeds. This major general named Zhao Gongnan was none other than Zhao Xuedong's grandson. Though he had no memory of this grandfather, and even his father possessed only fragmented childhood recollections of him. Yet Zhao Gongnan, who grew up hearing stories about his grandfather, held him in profound admiration and respect. It could even be said that the person who truly influenced him and spurred him to join the military and serve his country was his grandfather. Now, to suddenly learn that the Centenarian standing at the compound gate was none other than the old political commissar of his revered grandfather. Zhao Gongnan immediately stood up. His eyes fixed straight ahead, a photograph of his grandfather in his youth remained on the table as a constant reminder. He waved his hand decisively. "Quickly, take me there. I must meet this elder in person." About 10 minutes later, Zhao Gongnan, dressed in his standard officer's uniform, appeared at the compound gate. And he appeared right in front of the camera lens that Chen Huaifang had been holding the entire time. The sentry likely never imagined that this centenarian before him would actually be live streaming. And the viewers in the livestream were even more surprised. That a major general with 2 bars and 4 stars commanding an entire division would appear in Chen Huaifang's livestream. Though the image flashed by in an instant, the viewers still caught it with sharp eyes. Wait, did I just see that right? Is that 2 bars and 4 stars? My eyes aren't failing me, right? Seriously, 2 bars and 4 stars? Yep. 2 stars. Major General. Full division commander. What the heck is going on? In an instant, the livestream exploded with excitement. If the appearance of County Party Secretary Li during a recent livestream was shocking enough, then today's appearance of Zhao Gongnan, this 2-mao-4 Major General and Division Commander, completely blew the minds of every military veteran watching. 2-mao-SI. What does that even mean? Major General. He'd reached the pinnacle of the colonel rank, standing on the very brink of ascending to general, just a hair's breadth away from bearing that star of command. Though not quite a general yet, this is a time of peace. But if foreign enemies ever invade again, if those relentless Japanese pirates strike once more, this cohort of colonels bearing 2.4 stars would be the ones howling the loudest. Why? Because they know better than anyone how powerful China has become. Armed with unparalleled martial prowess, they yearn to achieve glory and earn that golden star. Moreover, as senior officers, colonels represent the highest-ranking military personnel ordinary soldiers will ever encounter in their lifetimes. And today, a major general division commander like this actually appeared in Chen Huaifang's livestream. And the very first words spoken by this colonel sent shockwaves through tens of thousands of viewers. Zhao Gongnan saluted Chen Huaifang first, then said, "Veteran, I salute you. Though Chen Huaifang hadn't seen the new shoulder insignia, he could sense Zhao Gongnan's extraordinary status. He quickly waved his hands. No, I'm long out of the military. Just call me old comrade. Zhao Gongnan hummed in acknowledgement before asking, Comrade, what's your name? My humble surname is Chen, as in ear cleaning knife. Comrade Chen. Zhao Gongnan hummed in acknowledgement. Chen. That did indeed match what grandfather had written in his diary. Back when grandfather was a battalion commander in northeast China, there was indeed an old political commissar surnamed Chen. Zhao Gongnan immediately pressed on, and your full name is? Chen Huaifang. Zhao Gongnan immediately frowned. Chen Huaifang? That can't be right. In grandfather's diary, the old political commissar also had the surname Chen, but his name wasn't Chen Huaifang. His name was Chen Yucheng, not Huaifang. The authenticity of the diary was beyond doubt. It had been passed down from grandma to father, then from father to Zhao Gongnan himself, a clear lineage leaving no room for forgery. But as Zhao Gongnan looked at Chen Huaifang, scrutinizing him closely, he simply couldn't fathom what purpose this old man could possibly serve by impersonating his grandfather's former political commissar? Fraud? Scamming a senior colonel like him? That would be like a mouse paying New Year's greetings to a cat. What could the motive be? To elicit sympathy? But at over 100 years old, under China's current pension system, he might not feast on delicacies daily, but at least his basic needs are covered. What could the motive possibly be? Zhao Gongnan couldn't fathom it. Chen Huaifang seemed to sense his confusion and asked, something doesn't feel right? Zhao Gongnan startled but quickly suppressed his surprise and nodded. Mr. Chen, to be honest, Zhao Xuedong is my grandfather. He left behind a diary that mentioned the name of his former political commissar. Coincidentally, like yours, it was also surnamed Chen. But unfortunately, my grandfather's old political commissar was Chen Yucheng, not Chen Huaifang. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang burst into laughter. Zhao Gongnan was even more puzzled by this reaction. Chen Huaifang then explained, after graduating from the anti-Japanese military and political university, I took a circuitous route through Tianjin, traveling thousands of miles before finally reaching northeast China. I changed my alias countless times along the way Shufeng, really while in Tianjin, and after passing through, I even went by Mingdo and Chuqingsa. Later, when I joined the regiment, word came that the Japanese in Tianjin knew I'd escaped their encirclement. Furious and humiliated, they planned to assassinate me. That's why I never used my real name, not even most of my superiors knew it. All referred to me as Chen Yucheng. After listening to Chen Huaifang's account, Zhao Gongnan nodded thoughtfully. Aliases, nicknames, and code names were indeed methods our military employed to protect high-ranking personnel during wartime. Both the teacher and Mr. Ziren had used numerous aliases. But that alone wasn't reason enough for him to trust Chen Huaifang. Chen Huaifang noticed Zhao Gongnan's hesitation. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a photograph preserved in excellent condition. Though 80 years had passed, it remained as bright as new. He said, this was taken by a reporter named Baker during an interview back then. The fourth person from the left in the front row is Zhao Xuedong. The one wearing the hat in the middle of the second row is me. 061, bringing over 100,000 people into the military camp for a livestream? Chen Huaifang slowly handed the photo to Zhao Gongnan. Zhao Gongnan took the photo and immediately recognized his grandfather in the picture. His eyebrows and eyes were identical to the photo on his desk that he had looked at for decades. Then his gaze shifted to the other young man in the center of the photo. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He tilted his head slightly toward Chen Huaifang. Though frail with age, the lines around his eyes and brows still revealed that this centenarian before him was indeed the young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Zhao Gongnan's emotions were visibly stirred. You really were my grandfather's old political commissar? Chen Huaifang merely nodded. Though he didn't speak, his expression seemed to ask, is there any doubt? Zhao Gongnan blurted out, good heavens, but how come I've never heard of you before? Chen Huaifang smiled, tucking the photograph back into his inner pocket before speaking. I was wounded during the liberation and later endured the bitter cold in North Korea. After 1955, the state gave me a cushy job, intending for me to coast until retirement. But the South was too humid. I simply couldn't endure it. The pain kept me awake at night and made it impossible to work properly during the day. So in 1958, I applied for retirement. From 58 to 98, those old wounds finally healed over the course of 40 years. Then from 2001 to 2024, I raised my great-granddaughter to adulthood. Having spent over 60 years in a small village, it's perfectly understandable that you wouldn't know about me. If it weren't for my great-granddaughter stirring things up right at the end, digging up all those old stories and airing them out. These old bones of mine should have been laid to rest in that village. Buried beside that hillside plot I tilled for over 60 years, why would I ever come here? After listening to Chen Huaifang's story, Zhao Gongnan couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Zhao Gongnan knew his grandfather's career history all too well. When he died, he was a battalion commander. Had he survived, he would have been promoted at least half a rank after the victory in the War of Resistance, making him a deputy regiment commander. Then, after liberating all of China, he would have been awarded at least the rank of colonel. But what about Chen Huaifang? A founding general? Highly likely. A founding general? In 2024, there's still a founding general alive in China? Good heavens, that's beyond anything one could even imagine. Zhao Gongnan still remembers, years ago, in the unit he commanded, there was a reconnaissance platoon leader who fought fiercely during an international competition, breaking his arm to bring home the championship. Upon returning home, he was immediately awarded the first-class merit. His name, alongside the 8 characters brave and tenacious, winning glory for the nation, remains a model held up year after year at major conferences. Even during holidays when officers visited lower-level units, if they encountered new recruits feeling homesick and lacking motivation in training, they would use his story as an example to encourage and console them. If Chen Huaifang, this veteran whose name shines like gold, could speak to the troops under his command now, wouldn't that be amazing? This thought prompted Zhao Gongnan to extend an invitation, hoping Chen Huaifang would deliver a motivational speech to the newest batch of recruits recently assigned to their units. Nothing else, just how they fought tooth and nail against the enemy to save China. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang nodded without a moment's hesitation. Truth be told, it had been over 60 years since he'd set foot in the military. He found himself longing for that familiar atmosphere. After more than 60 years of changing seasons, he also wanted to see with his own eyes what the Chinese army looked like today. But he quickly added with a hint of hesitation, however, this might be a bit tricky for me. Zhao Gongnan quickly asked what was so difficult. Was it a physical limitation or a lack of time? If it was the former, they could rest for a few days before discussing further. But if it was the latter, Zhao Gongnan could do nothing about it. Chen Huaifang shook his head, indicating neither was the case. He picked up his phone and said, "To be honest, I came here alone this time. My great-granddaughter was worried something might happen to me, so she asked me to go live on the road. She's worried that if something happens to me, she'll be able to know exactly where I am right away." Zhao Gongnan nodded and asked, "So you mean this phone is currently streaming live?" Though advanced in years, he was quite open to new things thanks to his children and grandchildren's influence. So he understood exactly what a livestream was. Moreover, the military had its own strict discipline. Forget live streaming except for necessary publicity, pointing cameras at military barracks was strictly forbidden at all other times. But then he thought, how many people would actually watch a livestream by someone as old as Chen Huaifang? Hearing Zhao Gongnan's question, Chen Huaifang blinked. Truthfully, he wasn't sure how many viewers there might be either. So he simply handed his phone over to Zhao Gongnan, letting him see for himself. Out of caution, Zhao Gongnan deliberately adjusted the angle to ensure his face and military rank wouldn't be visible. Then, he witnessed a rather astonishing sight. The live stream had over 100,000 viewers. The bullet comments were scrolling wildly. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Zhao Gongnan immediately covered the camera. He looked at Chen Huaifang in utter disbelief. He never imagined this livestream would draw a full 100,000 viewers, even surpassing the viewership of their livestream into the military camp event back then. Within those few seconds, Zhao Gongnan weighed the pros and cons. In the information age, the internet was an inescapable force. With the rise of live streaming, the military, though shrouded in secrecy, was gradually opening up, allowing ordinary people curious about its inner workings to gain insight. As long as no classified information was captured and no negative images damaging the military's reputation appeared. Just like the live streaming into military camps initiative, it was entirely permissible within certain boundaries. Moreover, compared to the dull, tedious live streams they had done before, which could only attract 1,000 or so viewers, Chen Huaifang's livestream boasts a massive audience of over 100,000 viewers. If they could seize this opportunity, it would be an excellent publicity campaign. With that thought, Zhao Gongnan immediately ordered the person beside him, Go fetch the publicity officer. Also, notify the new recruits who just arrived last week immediately. Suspend training. Have them assemble at the main square within an hour according to their units. Ensure proper conduct. Oh, and bring me a few chairs while you're at it and some cushions, soft ones. After speaking, Zhao Gongnan turned his gaze to Chen Huaifang and paused for a moment. Broadcasting the military camp to over 100,000 people was no small challenge. But opportunities like this were fleeting. If they passed it up now, who knew when the next one would come? With that thought, Zhao Gongnan stated directly, Senior Chen, a military camp is a military camp. It's different from civilian society. Many things must remain confidential, and we must guard against enemy infiltration. Therefore, Chen Huaifang nodded in understanding. Then let me have a word with Xiaomai, and we'll wrap up this livestream for now. Zhao Gongnan shook his head and continued, No. What I mean is, the livestream can continue, but I need to hold on to your phone first. Once you've finished speaking and left the military camp, I'll return it to you. It's for security reasons. I have no choice in the matter. Hearing Zhao Gongnan's words, the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream were stunned. They never imagined they'd one day see a military camp on a Douyin livestream. A military base. For ordinary people, forget about filming inside. Sometimes even a quick glance would get you told off by the sentry to leave immediately. And today, it was being livestreamed? And the person holding the phone to show them this was actually a division commander with the rank of colonel? Hold on, I can't wrap my head around this. So this means the live stream I watched today was started by an old anti-Japanese war veteran, now being filmed by a colonel, and it's showing a military camp? Holy crap, I never would have guessed. When Li Feng called Grandpa a fraud not long ago, I actually believed him. Now I feel so sorry for my past self. Meanwhile, at Hope Middle School in a remote mountain village thousands of miles away, the English teacher, who had no classes scheduled for the afternoon, sat in her office. And as luck would have it, having just learned at noon that Chen Huaifang was actually my Z's great-grandfather, she was watching Chen Huaifang's livestream. Filmed by a colonel, live from a military camp. She recognized each of those 8 words individually, but why did they feel so unbelievable when put together? But as the camera steadied and Zhao Gongnan's voice filled the screen explaining the changes in the modern Huaxia military to both Chen Huaifang and the viewers, she finally realized this wasn't fake, nor was it a dream. This army colonel, a division commander, was genuinely streaming live from the military camp alongside veteran anti-Japanese fighter Chen Huaifang, leading tens of thousands of people. She whipped her head around to look at Mai Zi's empty seat. It was the first class of the afternoon, and Mai Zi had gone to class. Suddenly, she recalled her conversation with Mai Zi at noon. She still couldn't shake that nagging feeling of restlessness. A golden opportunity for financial freedom was right before her eyes. Why pass it up? She refused to believe Chen Huaifang didn't want Mai Zi to have a better life, easier, more comfortable. Instead of being stuck in these remote mountains eating cabbage and potatoes day in and day out. But she also didn't want to bypass Mai Zi and contact Chen Huaifang directly. Yet she couldn't bear to let this chance at financial freedom slip away. So she stared at the live stream and silently started recording. 062. General Zhao's grandfather wasn't exactly a model soldier back in the day. From 1958, when Chen Huaifang was discharged, to the present year of 2024. How much has the Huaxia military changed? Not drastically, really. For it remains much as it was many years ago. Discipline remains strict, solemn, and dignified. Everywhere, except for sentries on duty and platoons training, is spotless and immaculate. Soldiers in uniformed attire sweat under the midday sun. They remain that same people's army, unafraid of hardship or fatigue. They remain the soldiers who hold the people in their hearts and carry them high. Small, yet not so small. Take Chen Huaifang's experiences during his active service, for instance. Going back to the days before the victory in the War of Resistance. Back then, our army lacked everything: no guns, no artillery. Even before repelling the encirclement campaigns, we had to rely on the Japanese devils to help us gather enough weapons. Fast forward to the days after the victory of the Liberation War, to the very day our nation was founded. Our army had guns now, and we had our own government. Yet our forces remained impoverished and backward. How backward? So backward that within the same regiment, different companies might be using different types of rifles. So backward that the tanks charging across battlefields were products lagging behind their contemporaries by decades. So backward that on that very day, at that very moment, when the teacher shouted "Long live the people," and our planes were supposed to fly overhead, there weren't even enough aircraft to do so. It took 2 passes just to barely make up the numbers. So backward that in the final battle Chen Huaifang fought, our soldiers went hungry and shivered in rags. So backward that the eagle-eyed enemy brazenly declared they would perform surgical strikes against us with atomic bombs. So backward that countless people at the time turned pale at the mere mention of atomic bomb, the entire crowd falling silent, utterly clueless about how to counter it. We were so far behind that all we could do was, he fights with his atomic bombs, I fight with my grenades. They can fight as long as they want. Until complete victory is achieved. So backward that our soldiers could only confront the enemy's steel monsters with their own flesh and blood. With iron will, they built the Great Wall to defend China. But now, everything has changed. Our military has become a world-class modern force. Our tanks are the new generation Type 99A main battle tanks, dubbed the Wall of Size, a steel torrent capable of tearing through any land defense line. Our aircraft, the Weilong, is a 5th-generation stealth fighter capable of beyond visual range attacks, one that declares, "May the J-15 strike lightning to illuminate your cockpit and that of your useless wingman." Our warship is the Imperial Bodyguard with sword at the ready, advancing 100 nautical miles, deploying 112 vertical launch cells, and repelling an entire Eagle-class carrier strike group. This is a fundamentally different force. Whether it's our eyes or ears, our fists or legs, everything has changed beyond recognition from the old comrades of 66 years ago. Externally, the personnel have long since changed. Today, he is vibrant and robust. Gone is the frail, aged appearance of the past. Yet he remains himself. He remains a flesh and blood being, still supported by the backbone forged at San Juan, still driven by the spirit ignited at Gudian, a flame that burns eternally. Only now, the nature of offense and defense has changed. Now, we possess steel torrents and aircraft cannons. Now, it is their turn to confront our steel monsters with their steel-like spirit. Good. Very good. Sitting in the large square, before the new recruits of several training companies. After the propaganda officer finished his lengthy speech, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. He looked at the recruits before him, feeling a genuine pang of shame he couldn't suppress. He said, "Kids, I never got much schooling. And I'm getting old, my mind isn't what it used to be. When I speak too fast, I tend to blurt things out without thinking. So I think this is how it should be said." Suddenly overcome with emotion, Chen Huaifang leapt to his feet. Damn good. Good to the end. The many recruits below the stage saw Chen Huaifang so visibly moved and momentarily didn't know how to respond. They couldn't fathom the identity of this old man before them. Not in uniform, just an ordinary civilian? But if he was just a civilian, how could he be present at a military event? And while they couldn't guess Chen Huaifang's identity, they recognized Zhao Gongnan's shoulder insignia. 2 bars and 4 stars. A colonel. The highest ranking officer in this compound is this colonel with 2 bars and 4 stars. The division commander. Even the division commander sat beside him with utmost respect, almost meekly. Could this old man be some kind of general? A general on an incognito inspection tour? At this thought, hundreds of new recruits stood at attention without a second thought. A general. A living general. A sight one might never witness again in a lifetime. But then, Chen Huaifang suddenly changed the subject. Lads, no need to be so tense. I'm just an old man, not some general or marshal. Why all the tension? From what Major General Zhao said, you were all in the middle of training when you were urgently called in? Faced with Chen Huaifang's question, the new recruits fell completely silent. It wasn't their fault. Having only recently joined their units, they hadn't truly adapted to or grown accustomed to military life. Especially with today's sudden turn of events, some nervousness was inevitable. It was Zhao Gongnan who stood up and waved his hand. Didn't you hear the question? Why aren't you answering? Only then did the recruits speak in unison. Yes. Seeing this, Chen Huaifang showed not the slightest surprise. It was only natural. That's how soldiers should be. Regardless of the situation, regardless of the occasion. Since Chen Huaifang was no longer a soldier, since Chen Huaifang was now just an ordinary civilian, then his status no longer mattered. A soldier's sacred duty is to obey orders. Until the commander gives the command, the status quo must be maintained. That's what a ing good soldier looks like. That's what a ing good soldier is. Chen Huaifang couldn't help but let another curse slip out. He rarely cursed like this, but what could he do? Today was truly joyful. Truly happy. Seeing such a revitalized, formidable army, how could this veteran, who'd weathered the hardships of the past to reach this day, not be overjoyed? Yet, looking at the youthful faces of the soldiers, he couldn't help but speak with genuine concern. Division Commander Zhao, should we let them rest? Zhao Gongnan suddenly hesitated. How could they rest? These new recruits were summoned specifically to hear Chen Huaifang speak. Noticing Zhao's hesitation, Chen Huaifang spoke plainly. Look at yourself. Your grandfather was about the same age as them back then. I used to sit with him on the Kong bed and chat. And my own children, some of them must have been lying in bed or sitting in chairs too. Why must you make them stand out here in the blazing sun? Hurry up, hurry up. Give the order, let them all sit down and rest. Zhao Gongnan still seemed reluctant. Old Chen. It wasn't that he didn't want the new recruits to rest, but he feared that once they sat down, they might gradually become lax. What if it disturbed Chen Huaifang? That would be bad. But Chen Huaifang stubbornly shook his head. Don't call me. Tell them to sit down and rest. Are you still the people's army? This rebuke silenced Zhao Gongnan. He nodded quickly. Of course we are. Then now the people want their army to rest. Do you agree or not? Chen Huaifang's words left Zhao Gongnan with no room for hesitation. He waved his hand decisively. All of you, sit down and rest. The new recruits exchanged incredulous glances. This gray-haired old man before them, could he actually command even the division commander? And he wasn't even an officer? Who could this old man be? Amidst their puzzlement and curiosity, they all sat down. Zhao Gongnan noticed their curiosity. He asked aloud, comrades, are you all wondering who this old man really is? Yes. Zhao Gongnan chuckled, teasing them. Then guess who he is? Even I, the division commander, have to follow his orders. The new recruits exchanged glances, but after a long pause, none could come up with an answer. Beyond general, they couldn't think of anything else. But Chen Huaifang had said he wasn't an officer. Finally, a voice rang out. The people. Zhao Gongnan's eyes lit up visibly. He almost cursed under his breath. Damn it, the kid's got a quick mind. But he couldn't just blurt that out after all, he had serious work to do. Clearing his throat, he introduced, saying it's the people. Of course that's right. But this old man has another identity. I believe you've all heard my story. The reason I, Zhao Gongnan, have made it this far is because of my grandfather. You've probably heard his name too. His name was Zhao Xuedong. He was a battalion commander in our army during the War of Resistance against Japan and made the ultimate sacrifice for his country in 1944. And the man standing before you now is the former political commissar of my grandfather, Martyr Zhao Xuedong. It is none other than the veteran of the War of Resistance, the founding hero who personally forged our new China and drove out the invaders, Mr. Chen Huaifang. I have invited Mr. Chen here today so that you may learn from and listen to the unyielding spirit of the War of Resistance and the undimmed revolutionary spirit of that era. With that, Zhao Gongnan yielded the floor to Chen Huaifang. Chen Huaifang smiled. He suddenly said, very well, very well. I'll tell you all about it. Tell you. I'll tell you about your Commander Zhao's grandfather. Back in the day, he wasn't exactly a model soldier, he wasn't even as good as you lot. 063, Zhao Xuedong's defiance. Did he beat the entire battalion into submission? Hearing Chen Huaifang's words, Zhao Gongnan immediately wore an expression of disbelief. My grandfather was a battalion commander in our army back then. He was a martyr who gave his life for the nation. From a very young age, he had always looked up to his grandfather, Zhao Xuedong, as his role model. Diligent and self-disciplined, striving for excellence after entering military academy at 18, he treated his grandfather's words as his personal motto. Chen Huaifang suddenly asked, which words? Zhao Gongnan answered without hesitation. Unite all forces that can be united, do not succumb to individual heroism. These words were written by his grandfather on the first page of his diary. It was also the guiding principle he had lived by for most of his life. It was the spiritual force that had carried him all the way from a lieutenant to his current rank of colonel. With a grandfather like that, how could he not have been an exceptional soldier himself? This doubt wasn't shared only by Zhao Gongnan, but also by the hundreds of new recruits who had already sat down, and the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream. There can be no room for individual heroism. I refuse to believe someone who could utter such words wasn't a fine soldier. That phrase sounds familiar. Didn't my teacher say something like that? Regardless of who said it, anyone who could live by and stick to such words might not be outstanding, but they certainly couldn't be bad. Every comment stream brimmed with curiosity and confusion. Chen Huaifang quickly addressed the first question. Where did this phrase come from? The teacher had once said it. But the teacher uttered it after Zhao Xuedong had already written it down. Admittedly, as fellow communists, sharing such common ground was quite natural. But this phrase wasn't something Zhao Xuedong had grasped on his own. It was Chen Huaifang who told him. By 1943, when Chen Huaifang finally arrived in northeast China to assume his post as political commissar after a long and arduous journey, he had genuinely united numerous forces. From the anti-Japanese military and political university to Tianjin, he relied on the organization and our comrades. Yet his narrow escape from Tianjin, regardless of his feelings at the time, he must admit depended entirely on Deng Mingjue. Then, on the journey from Tianjin into the passes, Chen Huaifang had followed countless merchant caravans, even groups of refugees. After entering the pass, in his quest to reconnect with the organization, he even sought assistance from numerous grassroots anti-Japanese groups and even some bandits who retained a conscience. Unite all forces that can be united. This was the method Chen Huaifang had deeply internalized throughout his journey. By the time he reached the regiment headquarters, the civilian groups and bandit raiders who had joined him after crossing the pass numbered a formidable 100 or so. But clearly, this 100-strong group was a mixed bag, some with decent backgrounds, others with shady ones. Even among the bandits and roving raiders, many had blood on their hands. Organizing and integrating them presented a considerable challenge. Initially, Chen Huaifang intended to handle this task personally. Coincidentally, Zhao Xuedong, who had also recently returned from studying abroad, happened to be stationed at the same regiment headquarters. His rank, however, was slightly lower than Chen Huaifang's. He found it puzzling. Both were intellectuals who had enlisted, so why was Chen Huaifang ranked higher than him? Granted, one held a primary military command role while the other did not. But there was still a rank difference between them. Being a few years older than Chen Huaifang, he naturally felt deeply resentful. Therefore, before Chen Huaifang could even suggest him to lead the 100-strong unit, Zhao Xuedong volunteered, even pledging a military oath. 100 days. Within 100 days, if he failed to forge this ragtag band of stragglers into an invincible blade, he would strap explosives to himself and blow himself up along with the enemy's watchtower. This military pledge left the regiment commander momentarily at a loss. Refuse? Yet it was plain to see Zhao Xuedong was seething with pent-up fury. If he wasn't allowed to vent it, he'd likely simmer with discontent for a long time to come. But to agree? The regiment commander dared not readily agree. Though Zhao Xuedong was educated and understood more principles than this rough-and-tumble soldier. But the battalion commander had spent years in the trenches participating in uprisings, pushing into the mountains. When it came to leading troops, even Zhao Xuedong and Chen Huaifang combined couldn't match him. So truth be told, the commander intended to personally train this 100-strong unit himself. This was a critical phase of the strategic counteroffensive. The Japanese devils were like grasshoppers in autumn, their days were numbered. Every unit had to be combat ready at a moment's notice. If this 100-strong force couldn't be settled quickly, and something went wrong in battle, not only would his own head be on the line, but hundreds or even thousands of brothers would pay with their lives. After deep deliberation, the battalion commander settled on this compromise. This new unit of less than 100 men would be assigned neither to Chen Huaifang nor Zhao Xuedong. He would personally take charge of training them. Chen Huaifang naturally raised no objections to this decision. He never intended to use training this 100-strong force to establish his authority or show off his capabilities. Zhao Xuedong, however, was deeply displeased and immediately confronted the commander. He demanded to know if the commander looked down on him. The battalion commander, already over 40 years old, was taken aback by the question. How could he look down on Zhao Xuedong? The self-proclaimed rough-and-tumble commander, who was indeed a rough-and-tumble sort, showed Zhao Xuedong no leniency whatsoever. Look down on you? When have I, old Zhang, ever looked down on you? Ever since I heard the organization was transferring you here, I've been preparing. I heard you studied at a military academy in Russia, and I plan to put you in charge of our 1st battalion. Zhao Xuedong, let me tell you this, I built that battalion myself, soldier by soldier. It's my old Zhang's pride and joy. If you don't lead it well, I'll have your head. Entrusting the entire regiment's most elite battalion to a newcomer like Zhao Xuedong was no small show of trust. Combining kindness with authority, Colonel Zhang had certainly given him ample face. But to Zhao Xuedong, it felt like a slap in the face. They saw him as a pen pusher. Believed he wielded a pen, not a rifle. Back then, many truly looked down on student soldiers like him. Rather than lofty theories about tactics and strategy, most soldiers actually respected veterans like Colonel Zhang who had fought their way up from the front lines. Someone like Zhao Xuedong, who had never seen combat and became a battalion commander after just a few years of schooling, was hard for the soldiers to accept. Chen Huaifang couldn't help but delve into some historical context at this point. A military commander is an officer within the organizational structure who decides whether to fight and how to fight. From corps commanders down to squad leaders, all fall under this category. This reform stemmed from a major blunder and its painful aftermath, subsequently stripping political commissars at all levels of their military decision-making authority. This change had a deeper consequence. If a new political commissar were parachuted in, the soldiers wouldn't object much. After all, even the youngest or most inexperienced political commissar would at least not send soldiers to their deaths through flawed decisions. But it's different with the military commander. If it's a greenhorn or a book-smart soldier who only talks the talk, people could actually die. So, even though both Xuedong and I were new arrivals, the soldiers quickly accepted me while harboring deep resentment toward Zhao Xuedong. How deep was this resentment? The soldiers under his command wouldn't even listen to his orders. Sometimes, when the same request came from Colonel Zhang or another battalion commander, the soldiers would carry it out without question. But when it came to Zhao Xuedong, they just wouldn't budge. After Chen Huaifang finished speaking, Zhao Gongnan frowned slightly. He, too, had worked his way up from the lowest ranks. I could understand grandfather's predicament at the time. After all, when he graduated from military academy and entered the barracks, he was a newly promoted lieutenant platoon leader. Not a single soldier under his command respected him. Why? Because Zhao Gongnan's parachute drop had forced out their old platoon leader, the one they'd shared days and nights with and grown deeply attached to. Regardless of the reasons or the old platoon leader's whereabouts. The soldiers were upset, plain and simple. And the barracks aren't like a classroom, you can't get through to them just by reasoning. It takes capability. Thinking this, Zhao Gongnan couldn't help but interrupt Chen Huaifang. Old Chen, from what you're saying, was my grandfather ostracized by the comrades in the battalion back then? Chen Huaifang nodded. He was ostracized. Zhao Gongnan continued, no wonder. In my grandfather's diary, there were many complaints that seemed inexplicable at the time. I used to think he was just rambling, never imagining there was more to it. Between the lines, Zhao Gongnan's tone revealed his curiosity about the circumstances back then. Back then, he had won the respect of his platoon comrades with a national championship medal. But what about his grandfather? How did he establish his authority in the battalion? Zhao Gongnan spoke with near certainty. Old Chen, how did my grandfather change the comrades' perception of him back then? By fighting the Japanese? Or by taking on the puppet troops? It wasn't just Zhao Gongnan who was curious. The new recruits sitting nearby and the viewers in the livestream were all wondering too. The two answers Zhao Gongnan voiced became the subject of everyone else's speculation. But Chen Huaifang shook his head. He explained, back then, it was the counteroffensive phase. Whether to fight, how to fight, and when to fight were all decided by the Central Military Commission and then passed down through the ranks. One move affected the whole body. Any military commander who dared to issue combat orders on their own would be shot. So Xuedong couldn't fight battles or kill the Japanese back then. But it was indeed through fighting that he changed the comrades' perceptions. He set up a sparring ring in their courtyard. Anyone who dared challenge him ended up knocked flat on their backs. 064, the regiment political commissar and the 1st battalion commander actually stepped onto the stage? Zhao Xuedong might have been a student soldier. That didn't mean he was some bookish weakling. On the contrary, as the 4th son in his family, Zhao Xuedong was far from being pampered. Instead, growing up roughhousing with his 3 older brothers had honed his strength. Not only that, during his years studying at the Frunze Military Academy in the harsh Russian wilderness, he mastered numerous combat techniques. Combining strength with skill, coupled with a prosperous family background that ensured he never lacked for food or drink, he developed a robust physique. During the days Zhao Xuedong held his open challenge, he was truly unbeatable. In the military camp, a place where strength reigns supreme, it took Zhao Xuedong only 4 days to secure the position of company commander. He always said it like this. Got it? Not convinced? Fine, then let's settle this in a fight. Whoever wins calls the shots. If someone beats him into submission, he'll do whatever they demand. The outcome was obvious, no one could beat him. No one. He naturally became the battalion commander for everyone in the 1st Battalion, and everyone accepted it wholeheartedly. Except he himself refused to accept it. He never stopped thinking about those 100 or so men. It wasn't that he absolutely had to have them under his command, but rather that he'd been holding a grudge against Chen Huaifang from the very beginning. He simply refused to accept it. Why? In terms of combat prowess, he had single-handedly subdued an entire battalion. In terms of education, he was a top graduate of the Frunze Military Academy. With both martial and scholarly prowess, why should he be the battalion commander while Chen Huaifang became the regiment's political commissar? It wasn't that he coveted the position of political commissar. After all, compared to political work, Zhao Xuedong much preferred charging onto the battlefield to fight the Japanese devils. But he just couldn't accept it. It was hard to describe, but he simply couldn't accept it. So for a period afterward, specifically when Chen Huaifang began conducting political work at every level, Zhao Xuedong, the battalion commander, was either absent or conveniently indisposed due to illness. By the time Chen Huaifang had made the rounds through the entire regiment headquarters from battalion and company levels down to platoons, militia units, and even the newly formed 100-man company, he still hadn't managed to meet Zhao Xuedong. His behavior back then, to put it mildly, was tantrum-throwing childish. But viewed more seriously, it was disobeying organizational discipline and refusing to study. Taken to its extreme, it amounted to opposing leadership, an offense punishable by firing squad. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang slowly rose to his feet once more. His gaze swept over the hundreds of new recruits seated before him, and for a moment, he felt transported back nearly 80 years. As if he were back in the days when he served as the regiment's political commissar. Back then, he had seen the same youthful faces. So full of vitality, so unforgettable. Zhao Gongnan, noticing Chen Huaifang's dazed expression, hurriedly stood up and asked with concern, "Old Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Huaifang didn't look at him, instead fixing his gaze on this one, no, that one, no. He was actually looking at a certain new recruit who wasn't standing in this formation of new soldiers. His heart had long since drifted away to some distant time and place. He murmured suddenly, "You must train diligently and study hard. Only then can you fight the enemy more effectively." As he spoke these words, Chen Huaifang didn't seem to be addressing the recruits before him. Nor was he addressing the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream. He was speaking to those long-departed friends of old. "Grandpa, this must be bringing back memories, huh? I feel like it's been decades since he's been back in the military. Returning suddenly would naturally stir up memories." Agreed. And this colonel sounds like the grandson of one of Grandpa's old comrades in arms. That familiar look in his eyes must have stirred up quite a few memories for Grandpa, huh? Just as the viewers in the livestream had speculated. Chen Huaifang was genuinely overcome by the scene. Human emotions are truly remarkable. Sometimes all it takes is a single moment of trigger to shatter them completely. Chen Huaifang had suddenly recalled standing in that dilapidated courtyard, addressing a squad of young soldiers. That fleeting overlap of images caused tears to well up instantly. Seeing this, Zhao Gongnan hurriedly helped Chen Huaifang sit down. "Old Chen, what's wrong? Don't get so worked up. At your age, crying could ruin your health. Hey, someone, go get some tissues." "No, it's unnecessary." Chen Huaifang raised his hand to stop a recruit who was about to leave, then shook his head. "At my age, tears come too easily. It's fine, it's fine. It's just been so long since I've been back, so long since I've spoken these words. And it's been far too long since I've seen my old friends. Little Zhao, you really do look just like Xuedong. That fearless spirit in your eyes and brows, it's uncannily similar." For a moment, this old man was truly dazed, thinking it was Xuedong himself who had returned, aged. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but raise his hand to touch Zhao Gongnan's face. His mouth opened slightly. "If Xuedong had lived to your age, he'd probably look just like this." Chen Huaifang murmured, his vision gradually blurring. Zhao Gongnan lifted his hand to wipe the tears from his eyes. Then time froze. Zhao Gongnan, already over 60, began to reverse his aging. The wrinkles on his face started to vanish, his graying temples turned jet black once more, his receding hairline and loose teeth returned to their youthful state. Dust settled on his face, and his uniform no longer bore the insignia of a senior colonel. Instead, he wore coarse, dyed cotton garments. He no longer sat before hundreds of new recruits. Instead, he stood beneath a decaying doorframe. Before him stood Chen Huaifang, just 23 years old yet already the political commissar of a regiment. He lowered his head, examining the lines on his palm. Only then did he realize he was Zhao Xuedong. He then turned to Chen Huaifang and demanded to know the purpose of his visit. Chen Huaifang looked at him, waving the notebook in her hand. Of course I'm here to do political work with you to study communist ideology. Zhao Xuedong gave a non-committal O and shook his head. Communism? I already studied that back in the USSR. I submitted my party membership application ages ago. No need for you to do this political work. You got lucky landing that political commissar position, so enjoy it quietly. But don't come flaunting it in front of me, okay? With that, Zhao Xuedong turned and went back inside. This was the third time he had refused Chen Huaifang's attempts to work with him. The first time, he claimed he was out leading patrols. The second time, he claimed he'd suffered a stroke during the night and couldn't get up. This third time, he refused outright. Yet Chen Huaifang detected no impatience whatsoever. Instead, she quickened her pace to block the door as it began to close. Though only 23 years old this year, he was already a 7-year veteran revolutionary. From 1937 to 1943, Chen Huaifang's credentials were no small matter. He fought in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, participated in the 100 Regiment's offensive, attended the anti-Japanese military and political university, and drifted through major cities like a kite whose string had snapped. He had joined the party on the front lines and was prepared to die alongside the enemy. He was young, but his experiences were anything but. He had even followed warlords and questioned our army. Had it not been for Huang Chengjia's tireless efforts to gradually win him over, he wouldn't be standing here today teaching others. So Chen Huaifang wasn't angry or impatient. Instead, he blocked the doorway and looked at Zhao Xuedong, who had turned his head. Only then did he speak. Don't rush to shut me out. It's rare you're not on patrol today and have recovered from your cold. Surely we can have a chat? No talk of studies. No talk of politics. I'm not that political commissar, and you're not that company commander. You're a few years older than me, so I'll call you brother. Let's just have a chat between us. Hearing this, Zhao Xuedong remained motionless at first. Then he nodded. All right. He motioned for Chen Huaifang to follow him inside. Once in the room, the two grown men climbed onto the Kong. Shoes off, legs crossed, they sat facing each other at a small square wooden table. Zhao Xuedong got straight to the point. What do you want to talk about? Chen Huaifang didn't beat around the bush. Let's just talk. Why don't you like me? This has nothing to do with work. You don't need to treat me like that political commissar, and I won't treat you like this company commander. Brother, just speak your mind. What did I ever do to offend you? Zhao Xuedong shook his head. Of course Chen Huaifang hadn't. He'd made that clear long ago. Zhao Xuedong was simply annoyed. No reason. Why should there be a reason for being annoyed? Does a cat chasing mice or a dog eating feces need a reason? No reason? Do they? After hearing Zhao Xuedong's answer, Chen Huaifang nodded and shifted to another question. I heard you returned from the Frunze Military Academy in the Soviet Union? Zhao Xuedong hummed in acknowledgement. Chen Huaifang nodded. I've heard of it. I graduated from the anti-Japanese military and political university. Zhao Xuedong nodded. I've heard of it. It's a university run by our own people pretty good. Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement before asking, what was your major? Military Command Studies. Chen Huaifang murmured, well, that fits perfectly with your role as a military commander, doesn't it? Zhao Xuedong nodded, seeming somewhat impatient. Of course it does. But that's not why I dislike you. I just don't like you. No amount of talking or doing anything will change that. Chen Huaifang nodded in response. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly asked, I heard from the company commander of your second company that you set up a challenge ring in this courtyard. Whoever defeats you can make you do anything, is that true? Zhao Xuedong's eyes flickered slightly at the question. He nodded. 065, prepared to sacrifice myself for the nation. As Chen Huaifang recounted this, expressions of surprise or astonishment spread across the crowd. The company commander and political commissar stepping onto the stage for a one-on-one duel. This was truly an unheard of occurrence. The very thought seemed unbelievable. Many new recruits even began imagining Zhao Xuedong's fate. Would he be suspended by the regiment commander for injuring the political commissar? Or would he be beaten into submission by Chen Huaifang, conceding defeat? On this matter, Zhao Gongnan had considerable authority. He had pored over his grandfather's diary countless times, committing much of its content to memory. The recurring mentions of the political commissar, Old Chen, and Yu Cheng left a deep impression. Judging from later entries in his grandfather's diary, it seemed the two had gradually grown familiar with each other through their conflicts. He ventured a guess, Old Chen, so after this incident, you made my grandfather truly convinced? Chen Huaifang paused upon hearing this. Then, just as he was about to speak, he seemed to reconsider, scratched his head, and gave an embarrassed smile. Such an expression on a man well over 100 years old was truly rare. Then he spoke, no. He waved his hand dismissively and murmured, I came from a poor background. From childhood, I never had enough to eat or ate well. Compared to Xu Edong's robust build, I was much smaller even in my youth. Lacking strength and having never trained in martial arts, I was no match for him. Indeed, Zhao Xuedong had long since passed away. Admittedly, Chen Huaifang, having lived over a century, wanted to save face in front of so many younger descendants. True, whatever he said now, no matter how he phrased it, could never be verified. But facts remain facts. People can't just say whatever they want. If you didn't fight, what's the big deal? Losing to one's own comrades was no disgrace. The real shame lay in falling to the Japanese devils on the battlefield. Though Chen Huaifang didn't care about losing, he did care deeply about persuading Zhao Xuedong. Winning would have been fine. But now that they'd lost, persuading him would be tough. Zhao Xuedong was a man of his word, a man of principle. In terms of ideological commitment, the communism he encountered at the Frunze Military Academy was no less profound than Chen Huaifang's. He too was willing to sacrifice his life for the nation. As for capability, he was a military command graduate from an elite academy. Not just a battalion commander, but even a regiment commander wouldn't faze him. As for whether he was willing to submit, he stuck to his original stance. If Chen Huaifang could knock him flat and keep him down, then from that day forward, if he was told to go east, he'd never go west. If he was told to say one thing, he'd never say two. But clearly, Chen Huaifang's combat prowess was significantly inferior to Zhao Xuedong's. Thus, the matter was repeatedly delayed until the troops planned to attack the Japanese garrison. It was a nameless county town, tiny yet strategically vital as a transportation hub. Consequently, the Japanese placed great importance on this obscure county town. Not only had they reinforced its garrison with substantial troops, but they had also constructed numerous bunkers along the only accessible route leading to the town. The mission assigned to Chen Huaifang's regiment headquarters was to systematically eliminate each and every one of those bunkers. The division headquarters set a 7-day deadline. Within 7 days, every bunker surrounding the nameless county town must be eliminated. To accomplish this mission, Colonel Zhang devised a plan. The 3 companies under the 2nd Battalion would launch feint attacks on 3 of the bunkers. While the enemy's attention was diverted, the 1st and 2nd Battalions would be deployed to swiftly eliminate the 4th bunker. This was essentially a strategy of relieving Zhao by attacking Wei. Simple. Effective. But the cost was that the 2nd Battalion, tasked with the feint, would be surrounded by enemy reinforcements and suffer heavy casualties. But war always demands sacrifice, and sacrifice means people will be lost forever. There's nothing to be done about it. Absolutely none. After taking down 2 bunkers in quick succession, 4 days had quietly slipped by. 3 days remained. 2 bunkers remained. But the 2nd Battalion, tasked with the diversionary attack, could no longer maintain its formation. The 1st Company had suffered over 50% casualties. The 2nd Company commander had been killed, replaced by the 1st Platoon leader. The 3rd Company was nearly wiped out. Unable to sustain the feint, the 2nd Battalion was forced off the front lines. Yet the date for storming the county seat was fast approaching. With no other option, the 1st and 3rd Battalions had to step up. That's how war is. Death came daily. The comrade who just yesterday was complaining with you about running low on ammunition might be blown to pieces today. But there was no time for grief. There was no time to pause either, only to keep pushing forward. Not a single soldier in the entire regiment could rest until the last 2 bunkers were taken. As the first 5 bunkers fell, the enemy realized the danger. They not only reinforced their troops but also coordinated forces from other areas to retake the bunkers. Time was running out faster and faster. The strategy of attacking the enemy's rear to relieve the besieged forces was no longer viable. These last 2 bunkers had to be taken by force. Listen up, everyone. No feints this time. No supporting attacks. Every damn one of you is the main assault. With the fewest casualties possible, take these 2 hard nuts. That dawn, before departure, Colonel Zhang delivered his final assault orders to the senior commanders. Before sunrise, grenades must be thrown onto the bunkers. By noon, the last 2 bunkers must be taken. Our allied forces have already cut off all possible Japanese reinforcement routes. Our regiment has only half a day, just half a day. Even if we have to bite them with our teeth, we must tear the last Japanese soldier in those bunkers to pieces. The order was given, and the battle erupted immediately. Before dawn, the 1st Battalion led by Zhao Xuedong hurled grenades onto the bunker roofs. With a thunderous explosion, the 5.5-hour battle for the bunkers commenced. Is the bunker easy to take? In a way, yes. Because a bunker is a bunker, it doesn't move. It just sits there waiting for you to attack. If you could find a way to get close enough and eliminate every last Japanese soldier inside, it would be yours. But the problem was, how to get close to it. That was the problem facing Zhao Xuedong. Unlike previous assaults, this time the Japanese had ramped up their vigilance to the max. 1 bunker, 6 machine gun ports. Japanese soldiers, equally driven by death orders, frantically pulled the triggers. Bullets longer than human fingers poured out like they were worthless. A genuine, bloody battlefield. Machine gun bullets didn't just make 1 hole going in and 1 hole coming out. Instead, they tore bodies apart from one end to the other. Hitting limbs was still bearable, a severed leg or arm might leave a glimmer of survival. But if it hit the torso? No matter where it struck, it left a gaping hole the size of a human head. If it hit the head, it would be pulverized into mincemeat on the spot. As Chen Huaifang described this, the new recruits present couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Zhao Gongnan, who had also fought and killed in battle, merely nodded silently. That's the reality of war. Grandpa was being quite objective. Machine guns are terrifyingly powerful weapons. I've fired our domestic machine guns myself. How to put it? Back when our company was tasked with disposing of expired ammunition, 100 rounds of machine gun fire could punch a hole through a red brick wall. Many might not grasp this or have been misled by movies and games. Machine guns are practically cheating in infantry combat: massive firepower, long range, and deadly accuracy. To put it in gaming terms, a sniper rifle that can fire hundreds of rounds in bursts. In the livestream chat, numerous ex-soldiers and military enthusiasts sent educational bullet comments. They were all using their own ways to corroborate that Chen Huaifang wasn't exaggerating. A bunker defended by 6 machine guns? Forget 1 battalion, even 2 battalions would struggle to take it. The enemy's preparations were simply too thorough. After leading his comrades in 3 repeated assaults, Zhao Xuedong finally failed. Dust-covered and disheveled, he crouched beneath an earthen slope, his right hand gripping the rifle, trembling uncontrollably. This wasn't his first time in battle. He had long since stopped trembling from fear or excitement. This trembling was caused by shrapnel wounds. The enemy's bunker housed not only machine guns but also artillery, some kind of gun capable of firing horizontally. A single shell exploded 20 meters from his feet, its blast wave hurling him high into the air before slamming him back down. The disparity in equipment made this battle exceptionally difficult. But the sun never slowed its pace just because the fighting was tough. Zhao Xuedong crouched behind the earthen slope, shouting without turning his head, "Second platoon leader, grenades." No one answered him. Only then did Zhao Xuedong realize something was wrong. He whipped his head around to find second platoon leader already standing behind him, clutching a bundle of grenades. Following the direction of the second platoon leader's finger, he felt his face. Then he brought his hand before his eyes, scorching blood. One of his ears was gone forever. But now was no time to dwell on it. He glanced at the Sunday noon was fast approaching. He looked at second platoon leader and said, "Listen up. If I die soon, you're the new battalion commander. If we don't take this piece of land before noon, I'll haunt you every night." With that, Zhao Xuedong clutched his grenade and leaped over the edge. Later, Zhao Gongnan would read these lines in his diary. "Why not take up arms, O men, and seize the 50 states beyond the mountains? The day I resolutely returned to my homeland, I had already prepared myself to sacrifice my life for the nation." 066. Zhao Xuedong's purpose for joining the military wasn't to defend the homeland? Hearing this, Zhao Gongnan felt his composure begin to crack. He knew exactly when his grandfather had died. 1943. And the events Chen Huaifang described also occurred in 1943. Combined with the current plot developments, Zhao Gongnan was almost certain his grandfather had fallen during that very offensive. Though he could practically recite his grandfather's diary by heart. Despite having long known his grandfather died on the battlefield. Despite having mentally prepared himself beforehand that Chen Huaifang would recount this part of the story. But the moment that event was about to be recounted, he still couldn't hold back his tears. Standing before hundreds of new recruits, this division commander, his temples graying, his eyes weathered by countless battles, felt his own eye sting. Clearing his throat, he forced a light tone. Life's greatest sorrow is witnessing a beauty's silvered hair, a hero's twilight years. He couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke up, "Old Chen, my grandfather, he died right here?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. "No. Not here?" Zhao Gongnan's expression instantly shifted from grief to astonishment. His grandfather, Zhao Xuedong, wasn't he killed in this battle? He asked again. Chen Huaifang nodded again, "No. Xuedong, he did indeed fall in 1943, but not here. But honestly, he might as well have died right then and there." In his own words, it would be clean, decisive, and spare others the trouble of speaking. As the words left her lips, a hint of resentment seemed to linger in Chen Huaifang's story. What did he mean by "it would have been better if he had just died here"? Zhao Gongnan couldn't understand. The new recruits didn't understand either. The nearly 200,000 viewers in the livestream were even more baffled. While fallen heroes deserve respect and remembrance, surely such words shouldn't be spoken? Hold off on jumping to conclusions. I've watched countless livestreams, and though Grandpa sometimes speaks slowly, he's never been wrong. Yeah, Grandpa must have his reasons for saying that. The comment stream was filled with confusion and speculation. But confusion prevailed, including among the English teacher recording the stream. Coincidentally, Mai Zi had just finished her class and returned to the office. The moment she sat down, the English teacher approached. They exchanged a glance. Just as the teacher was about to speak, Mai cut her off. "If you're trying to convince me to join you in doing social media content, forget it." The English teacher quickly shook her head. No, I just wanted to ask you. Your great-grandfather, seemed to have some grievances about his fallen comrades? Maisie was clearly taken aback by the question. Her great-grandfather had grievances about his fallen comrades? Did he, really? Unaware of the English teacher's true intentions, Maisie pondered for a moment before nodding. Yeah. Yes. My great-grandfather actually had quite a lot of grievances and opinions about them. Maisie thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, it's not really complaints. It's more that my great-grandfather, how should I put it? He just doesn't care much for so-called martyrs. Just like my parents and grandfather. According to my great-grandfather, his sons, grandsons, and granddaughters-in-law were all martyrs. Those who died in the Yueho War, defending the borders, or fighting SARS. In my great-grandfather's view, they were martyrs, no doubt, but also irresponsible people. His attitude was quite contradictory. On one hand, he felt proud and honored that they sacrificed themselves for the country and its people. But on the other hand, who actually wants their children or friends to die? After listening to my Z story, the English teacher nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it was. She silently took note, then casually dismissed my Z with a few words. As soon as she returned to her desk, she opened her laptop and launched the document to prepare for the evening's video script. Exclusive scoop: Grandpa Chen Huaifang's views on martyrs. Guaranteed to surprise you. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Zhao Gongnan couldn't hold back any longer and voiced the question on everyone's mind. Why did Chen Huaifang say his grandfather might as well have died right there? But instead of answering right away, Chen Huaifang posed a question of his own. Good question. But Xiao Zhao, I need to ask you something first. In your opinion, what kind of person is Xue Dong? Zhao Gongnan paused for a moment, falling silent. This question wasn't easy to answer. If asked earlier, having only read his grandfather's diary and heard stories about him from his grandmother and father, his answer would have been simple and straightforward. Grandfather was a brave warrior who feared no sacrifice, a hero. Upright, resolute, virtually every word used to describe manliness could be applied to him. Though Zhao Gongnan knew no one was perfect, and his grandfather surely had his flaws. But who would willingly attribute flaws to their role model, especially their own grandfather? But today, when an old man who fought alongside his grandfather appeared, and Chen Huaifang exposed Zhao Xuedong's flaws in a manner that was almost merciless, this question became difficult to answer. Grandfather was indeed upright, steadfast, courageous, and unafraid of sacrifice. Yet from the stories Chen Huaifang shared, grandfather was also arrogant, haughty, and even somewhat conceited and proud. Though it's true that many talented and capable individuals inevitably carry some measure of self-importance and arrogance. But these are hardly minor flaws. After a brief silence, Zhao Gongnan offered his answer. My grandfather, he was a soldier unafraid of sacrifice, yet he had his flaws. No one is perfect, but he remains my eternal role model. Hearing this answer, Chen Huaifang nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and remarked, you're just like Xuedong, you know how to speak beautifully, yet it can't truly conceal what you wish to hide deep within your heart. As for why I said Xuedong would have been better off dying. Chen Huaifang paused abruptly mid-sentence. His mouth opened slightly, then he sighed. He asked again, do you know why Xuedong joined the army? Zhao Gongnan tentatively replied, to serve the country? Chen Huaifang shook his head. A new recruit spoke up from below, to drive out the Japanese devils. Chen Huaifang still shook his head. In the livestream chat, various responses flooded the comments. But they all circled back to defending the homeland and driving out the Japanese invaders. But none of them were correct. Chen Huaifang gave the answer. He did it to shed the nickname crybaby. This answer truly caught everyone off guard. Zhao Xuedong a crybaby? Zhao Xuedong, he was a crybaby. When he charged up the steep slope clutching a grenade, his eyes brimming with tears as the second platoon leader bellowed for covering fire, he was prepared to sacrifice himself at any moment. But when he pulled the pin and the thunderous explosion echoed across the sky, he didn't die. The moment he opened his eyes and realized he was still alive, he was stunned. He didn't know why he hadn't died. Then he heard Chen Huaifang cursing at him. Who the hell told you to crouch outside the bunker holding a grenade? Did you even realize that kind of blast won't damage the bunker? Or kill the damn Japs inside? Next, this tough guy who could knock Chen Huaifang flat with 3 punches stared wide-eyed as Chen Huaifang, at least 2 sizes smaller than him, dragged him into the trench. After that, gunfire erupted everywhere. Even on the night before Zhao Xuedong was about to die, he still couldn't fathom why Chen Huaifang, the regiment's political commissar, had been down in the bunker. Nor could he fathom where Chen Huaifang had found the strength to wrest the grenade from his clutches and shove it back into the bunker. But at that moment, as he lay pinned in the trench, unable to move, hearing only the charging footsteps of the reinforcing 100-man company, he began to cry. Later, Chen Huaifang asked him why he had cried then. Zhao Xuedong said he didn't know. He'd cried since childhood. He cried when he was sad, cried when he was beaten, cried when the family dog died, and cried when he missed home while studying in Moscow. So much so that his older brothers nicknamed him Crybaby. But he disliked this trait. He felt crying was too feminine, not something a real man should do. That's why he chose to attend military academy, why he majored in military command, why he enlisted to fight in wars. He absolutely refused to cry endlessly over every little thing. And indeed, after arriving in northeast China to serve as a battalion commander, he never shed another tear. He had restrained his tears with the discipline of a soldier. In all the time he'd been with the 1st Battalion, no one had ever seen him shed a tear. But back in the day, who knows how many times he'd have wept. Ever since Chen Huaifang hauled him out of the trench, that nickname had stuck. He's become that crybaby again. The thing he disliked most about himself had spread again. But really, it wasn't a big deal, he just disliked the nickname. His abilities were evident to all, so naturally no one made a big deal about his tendency to cry. What truly pained Chen Huaifang was that after Zhao Shuodong's sacrifice, the organization not only failed to commend him but singled him out as a cautionary example. At this point, Chen Huaifang paused. He knew Zhao Gongnan would have something to say now. And sure enough, Zhao Gongnan spoke up. Why use my grandfather as a cautionary example? Confronted, Chen Huaifang calmly countered, then let me ask you, what is the sacred duty of a soldier? 067, after Zhao Shuodong's sacrifice, no military honors? What is the soldier's sacred duty? To defend the homeland? To expel foreign enemies? Neither. The soldier's sacred duty is to obey orders. Regardless of why one enlists. Whether it's to put food on the table, to escape the nickname of a crybaby, or simply because the military profession seems extraordinary. A soldier's sacred duty is to obey orders. And clearly, Zhao Shuodong had failed to fulfill this duty adequately. Chen Huaifang stated calmly, in the months since I arrived in northeast China and worked alongside Shuodong, he has committed this single error, disobeying orders more than once. Of course, most of these errors were minor instances of non-cooperation with political work, essentially, conflicts between him and me. These errors were minor in themselves, causing no real trouble and offending only me. Yet this error was also significant. Failing to cooperate with political work could indicate disloyalty or even counter-revolutionary tendencies. Consequently, the division headquarters consistently held significant reservations about Zhao Shuodong, repeatedly seeking to relieve him of his duties. But I intervened each time. As the political commissar, I bore primary responsibility for the stagnation of political work, so I kept delaying until Shuodong's sacrifice. When did Zhao Shuodong die? It was in 1943, after our Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army prepared to capture the unnamed county town. On the eve of the assault, Zhao Shuodong unexpectedly sought out Chen Huaifang. This was the first time Zhao Shuodong had approached Chen Huaifang since their conflict erupted, even after they had faced off in the ring, and he initiated the conversation, expressing his desire to have a proper talk. Chen Huaifang, who was simultaneously bearing the pressure from division headquarters and had only Zhao Shuodong's work left to complete, took this extremely seriously. He didn't even have time to inform Colonel Zhang before heading straight to the 1st Battalion's headquarters. With the imminent assault on the nameless county town, every minute and every second was precious. Yet in this tense moment, within that cramped room, the two men sat down calmly for the first time, face to face. The oil lamp flickered feebly, its fuel nearly spent. Chen Huaifang spoke first, his tone half joking. You didn't call me here just to shed tears, did you? Zhao Shuodong gave a silent chuckle and shook his head. Ever since Chen Huaifang had carried him out of the ditch and shed tears for him, this incident had become a recurring subject of playful banter. He didn't like it, but since there was no malice behind it, he'd grown accustomed to it. He spoke up, political commissar, to be honest, I still have issues. I still don't like you. Chen Huaifang chuckled back, is it because I'm younger and hold a higher rank than you? Zhao Shuodong nodded with remarkable candor. Yes, that was precisely why he disliked him. So Chen Huaifang asked him, then do you know we once had a military political commissar who was 28 years old? Zhao Shuodong shook his head. Chen Huaifang pressed on, then do you know how old the chairman was when he was elected? Zhao Shuodong shook his head again. Chen Huaifang said, 38. Zhao Shuodong fell silent. Chen Huaifang continued, age isn't the measure of one's position. When I first joined our army, my old squad leader Huang Qingjie was 35, but the company commander at the time was only 27. If we ranked by age, Huang Qingjie should have been at least a battalion commander, right? Zhao Shuodong nodded silently. Chen Huaifang nodded as well, then fell silent. After a moment of silent eye contact, Zhao Shuodong spoke up, but I still don't understand. Logically, there should have been bad blood between us for a long time. Why did you risk your life to save me? I know all about it. Because of me, you faced criticism at division headquarters. They said I disobeyed organizational assignments and refused to cooperate with political work. Why did you save me? Even if you hadn't, the comrades wouldn't have had much else to say, and I could still have earned the title of martyr. After hearing Zhao Shuodong's question, Chen Huaifang froze for a moment, then smiled, shook his head, and waved his hand. He explained, my criticism stemmed from my own shortcomings at work. It wasn't your fault. In other words, if I had taken you down earlier, I wouldn't have faced criticism at division headquarters. As for why I saved you? At this point, Chen Huaifang paused and looked at Zhao Shuodong. The oil lamp's fuel was nearly spent at that very moment. The faint, flickering light danced at their chins, casting two faces mostly shrouded in darkness. Chen Huaifang spoke up, every single person, every one of our comrades, is made of flesh and blood. They were raised by their parents. We are at war, fighting enemies, and must always be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. But that doesn't mean we can't live. It doesn't mean we can't live to see victory, live to see peace across the nation, live to return home to care for our parents, marry, and have children. Martyrdom is a form of respect and remembrance bestowed by the living upon comrades who have sacrificed. But it is absolutely not an honor worth striving for. If everyone aspires to become a martyr, then who will carry forward the great cause of our party? As Chen Huaifang spoke, Zhao Xuedong's expression grew increasingly complex. He had always believed he was Chen Huaifang's equal in every way. But at this very moment, he realized that at least for now, he was no match for Chen Huaifang. Or rather, as a student soldier who had spent over a decade studying, absorbed countless grand theories, and approached the battlefield with more yearning and anticipation than reverence, had nowhere near Chen Huaifang's profound grasp of the concept of life and death. Before enrolling at the anti-Japanese military academy, Chen Huaifang had already fought for 3 years. The battles he had experienced and the scenes he had witnessed far exceeded anything this student soldier Zhao Xuedong could have imagined. After a long silence, Zhao Xuedong spoke slowly, I see. You think if I died like that, I wouldn't be man enough? Recognizing Zhao's teasing tone, Chen smiled and nodded. Exactly. And you know we've both taken plenty of criticism because of you. It wasn't just me who got criticized, you did too. Once we take the county seat, you'll be coming with me to the division headquarters to face the music. Do you have any idea how many times the political commissar at division headquarters has recorded your offenses? 4 times for full violations of discipline. The two men, understanding each other's playful tone, suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Xuedong said, so be it. Back in the Soviet Union, I got cursed at plenty by those Slavs because I couldn't understand their language. Anyway, I couldn't understand them, it went in one ear and out the other. Chen Huaifang roared with laughter, true enough. But this time, you'd better remember it. And suddenly, the flickering firelight went out. Chen Huaifang paused for a moment before continuing, we're attacking the county seat the day after tomorrow. You'd better earn yourself a major achievement to present to the division headquarters. That way, when our old political commissar berates you, you'll at least have a shield to use. You won't end up getting sent to the kitchen squad to haul heavy iron pots. Hearing this, Zhao Xuedong froze. Then he burst out laughing, all right. I'll definitely earn you that major achievement. Chen Huaifang laughed heartily as well. Alright, if there's nothing else, I need to head over to the 100-man company. Why? Old Zhang's only in charge of training. The actual work isn't finished yet. A bunch of stragglers, but they've actually been brought out. Unite all forces that can be united. There's strength in numbers, no room for heroics. Chen Huaifang uttered these words without a second thought. But Zhao Xuedong took it to heart. He felt it was Chen Huaifang's way of warning him. Don't engage in reckless acts like charging forward with a grenade clutched in your hands. Don't try to be a hero. So when Chen Huaifang rose from the Kong and walked to the doorway, about to leave, he suddenly called out to her. Chen Huaifang paused at the doorway, waiting quietly for more. Zhao Xuedong said, that's profound, political commissar. Wait for me to return from the kitchen squad with the iron pot, and I'll be waiting for you to teach me. Chen Huaifang replied, alright. That night ended abruptly. At this point, Chen Huaifang felt no desire to continue the story. But those listening still wanted to hear more. They could more or less guess how it would end. If Zhao Xuedong didn't die during the final assault on the county seat? I hate to admit it, but I have a feeling he did die during the final assault on the county seat. This plot twist is way too melodramatic, I can't handle it. I'm done watching. Sometimes reality is more senseless than fiction or TV dramas. Screenwriters need to follow logic, but real life doesn't. I'm actually worried Grandpa might suddenly reveal that a Japanese commando unit snuck in and assassinated Grandpa Zhao Xuedong. The urgency and speculation weren't confined to the 200,000 viewers in the livestream. They echoed among the hundreds of new recruits and the senior colonel commanding the division. Zhao Xuedong's grandson, Zhao Gongnan. After a long silence, he spoke, Old Chen, my grandfather. Don't ask. During the final assault on the county town, he led 7 men to their deaths alongside the enemy stronghold. Later, at the division headquarters assembly, records were kept for all officers above platoon level. Everyone had some contribution, big or small. First-class and second-class meritorious service medals were handed out left and right. Except for Xuedong, 4 instances of non-cooperation with work, 1 instance of disobeying orders. Considering he had already sacrificed his life, the organization deemed his merits and demerits balanced out, thus. He was neither awarded military honors nor punished. 068 Political Commissar, my dear political commissar, we can't both face criticism together. No military decorations. But no punishment either. This is an unfeeling approach, yet it is the most reasonable decision under military law. Military law is as immovable as a mountain. The principle that merit does not outweigh fault, nor fault outweigh merit, is precisely this. Even though Chen Huaifang repeatedly insisted that Zhao Xuedong should at least be posthumously honored as a martyr, the division headquarters' response remained unchanged. Later, when the matter escalated, the division's political commissar took Chen Huaifang to a certain place. He led Chen Huaifang to a barren wasteland outside the nameless county town. It was a barren wasteland unsuitable for growing any crops, devoid of living things except for several large boulders and a few stubbornly growing shrubs. No, not entirely lifeless. There were many people digging pits there. They were digging graves. Hundreds upon hundreds of people. All of them were those who had fallen in the fierce battle for the nameless county town. Their bodies were transported here one by one from the battlefield by our soldiers using wooden carts, and some were even dragged here piece by civilians who organized themselves spontaneously. Some were missing arms, others had lost their heads. Some bore gaping wounds across their bodies, while others were so badly torn apart that not even a complete body could be pieced together. Not a single soldier tasked with burying the bodies had dry eyes. Not a single soldier spoke of military honors or heroic deeds. They only knew that old Li, who had slept beside them, was dead. They only knew that old Zhang, who had been talking about his wife and children just yesterday, was gone. They only knew that the brother they'd promised to drink with in each other's hometowns after victory now lay there. Military honors? The division political commissar grabbed Chen Huaifang by the head, forcing him to look at the men buried beneath the yellow earth. Look at these men lying here. Wasn't every one of them a child born of a mother and raised by a father? Did he have any merits? Can they be awarded? You think I don't want to pin medals on every last one of them? Let them each go before the king of hell and point at his nose, declaring themselves heroes? Let me tell you this, heroes are ing for the living. Not for the dead. If I award Zhao Xuedong a medal today, will there be a third Zhao Xuedong disobeying orders? Yes, he sacrificed himself. This time his insubordination didn't cause serious consequences. But what if the next Zhao Xuedong causes serious consequences? Will you shoulder that responsibility, or will I? Or should our entire division, our brigade, the whole Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army bear it? Chen Huaifang, who had been berated by the division political commissar, fell silent. And it was precisely from this day forward that he suddenly grasped a profound truth. Military honors are a form of respect, remembrance, and admiration that the living pay to martyrs and heroes. But they are absolutely not a good thing. Compared to first-class meritorious service, second-class meritorious service, or titles like combat hero, what matters most is staying alive. Sitting before hundreds of new recruits, Chen Huaifang uttered these seemingly blasphemous words. It was a deeply troubling conclusion. For no sooner had the words left his mouth than they exploded like a bomb, sending shockwaves rippling through the room. The audience consisted entirely of new recruits. Wasn't Chen Huaifang essentially telling these recruits that life itself was the ultimate priority? Wasn't he telling them that as long as they survived, no damn honor mattered? Of course not. Before anyone could react, Chen Huaifang spoke up himself, but in war, there will always be bloodshed and sacrifice. Sacrifice is never a choice, and military honors are never begged for. As if anticipating their unspoken questions. Chen Huaifang, like a seasoned streamer well-versed in live streaming techniques, asked, "You're wondering how Xuedong disobeyed orders, aren't you?" The moment the words left his mouth, the new recruits immediately nodded in unison. Not just the recruits, but Zhao Gongnan and the over 200,000 viewers in the livestream room. They all desperately wanted to know how Zhao Xuedong had disobeyed orders. Chen Huaifang didn't need their answers, nor did he need to glance at any chat messages or listen to Zhao Gongnan's response. His gaze was fixed on a certain spot. Whether it was the faces of the recruits or the ground somewhere. But in truth, what he saw was the landscape after the battle to capture the nameless county town 81 years ago. What kind of scene was that? The true battlefield, especially in that era, where heavy firepower was scarce. There wasn't much smoke or fire. Only endless flatness stretched to the horizon, occasional craters at his feet, and corpse after corpse lying on the ground. Beneath Chen Huaifang's feet lay the scorched earth of the main assault direction, the responsibility of the 1st Battalion. Their mission was to neutralize all enemy firepoints here before Japanese reinforcements arrived, paving the way for the main force to swiftly penetrate the combat zone. There were 3 strongpoints here. These comprised a 300-meter-long trench system the enemy had prepared long ago, along with 2 watchtowers. Calling them watchtowers was inaccurate. They were actually brick and tile structures newly built after the Japanese occupied the county town. Even brick structures proved challenging to breach. The 1st Battalion lacked heavy firepower. The heaviest firepower they possessed were explosive charges and grenades. Beyond that, the rifles in the hands of the 1st Battalion soldiers simply couldn't penetrate brick walls. This was going to be a tough fight. It was the kind of tough fight the battalion commander talked about, the kind where you'd bite down hard enough to kill the enemy with your teeth. Surveying the desolate land before him, Chen Huaifang roared. "Battalion commander!" Moments later, a man covered head to toe in filth, charred and bloodstained, his face so darkened it was impossible to discern skin tone, ran over. He shouted at Chen Huaifang, former 1st Battalion 2nd Platoon leader Zhang Lianchuan reporting for duty. Chen Huaifang felt as if a boulder had slammed into his chest. The sheer force of it left him gasping for breath. Zhang Lianchuan, 2nd platoon leader of the 1st Battalion. He stared at Zhang Lianchuan and demanded, "Where is your battalion commander?" Zhang Lianchuan paused briefly before replying, reporting to the political commissar, "Battalion Commander Zhao has been killed in action." Though he had long braced himself for this, the words still felt unbearable upon hearing them. The man he'd made plans with just last night to face disciplinary action together at division headquarters was gone today. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "How many men are left in your battalion?" A platoon leader had been elevated to command the battalion. "This battalion." All he heard Zhang Lianchuan report was, "Commissioner, 1st Battalion's authorized strength is 537 men. Actual strength, 19. Chen Huaifang felt a lump in his throat. He couldn't spit it out nor swallow it down. Only then did he notice the scene behind Zhang Lianchuan. 18 men stood there, propping each other up. Each bore injuries, some more severe than others. The worst hit had lost an arm and a leg to shrapnel. Blood still dripped from his rolled-up sleeve. A battalion of 537 men. Now only 19 men remained. Mercy has no place in command. Mercy has no place in command. Chen Huaifang had heard this principle repeated countless times during his time at the anti-Japanese military academy. But only when he was forced to confront this reality did he truly grasp its terrifying magnitude. Especially when those he'd shared days and nights with vanished suddenly. Especially when you clearly understood they had sacrificed themselves for your shared, noble cause. That overwhelming emotion would descend like a pool of stagnant water, inescapable, engulfing your mind. You want to break free, to find some flimsy excuse to escape this grief. But you cannot, for you know full well their departures were all for you. For you. For the sake of those still living and all who would live after them. After a long silence, Chen Huaifang asked Zhang Lianchuan a question. "Xuedong, how did your company commander Zhao die?" Zhang Lianchuan swallowed hard. He swallowed hard several times, though there was no saliva to swallow. He finally spoke, "Our battalion commander." He embraced a grenade and blew himself up along with the enemy's watchtower. Political commissar. Why didn't you come this time? Zhang Lianchuan remembered it clearly. The last time the battalion commander had demanded grenades from him and charged forward to blow himself up with the enemy bunker. The political commissar before him now had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, not only blowing up the enemy bunker but also rescuing the battalion commander. After that, the battalion commander, who had cried in front of everyone, became the subject of their teasing for a long time. The battalion commander didn't get angry, just cursed them as a bunch of ungrateful little bastards for making fun of their own commander. But this time, why hadn't the political commissar come? This question left Chen Huaifang speechless. He stood there, frozen in place. He knew full well he didn't have to answer it, nor was there any need to. Yet he desperately wanted to find an answer to this question. His gaze drifted toward the distant watchtower, now reduced to rubble by explosions. Suddenly, he asked, "What did Xuedong say before he died?" Zhang Lianchuan stood there, gazing at the ruins of the watchtower. It was the final phase of the entire battle. Less than 40 men remained in the entire battalion. Counting down from top to bottom, aside from battalion commander Zhao Xuedong, only Zhang Lianchuan, a platoon leader, survived among the company, platoon, and squad leaders. The rest had all fallen. The machine guns in the enemy watchtower still glared menacingly at the open field devoid of any cover. The endless plain was nothing short of a perfect shooting range for the machine gunners. This time, Zhao Xuedong was unexpectedly calm. He addressed Zhang Lianchuan, "From this moment on, you are the battalion commander." Then he said to himself, "Political commissar, we won't be getting reprimanded together anymore. Just let me disobey you one last time, let's call it quits." 069, a new generation replaces the old, but heroes live on forever. Zhao Xuedong's body was never recovered. Or rather, it was no longer possible to retrieve it. According to Zhang Lianchuan, the battalion commander initially charged alone but was quickly struck down by enemy fire, his leg shattered. He crawled forward on his broken leg until someone saw he could go no further and charged up again. Before they could reach the battalion commander, they too were shot down by the Japanese. One after another. Zhao Xuedong tried to stop them from going out to their deaths. But he couldn't stop them. The comrades shouted, "You're not even the battalion commander anymore, what right do you have to order us?" They charged forward relentlessly. Before they fell, they weren't thinking about what decorations they might earn for this mission. First-class merit or second-class merit, combat hero, or some other title that sounded impressive. What they thought about was this: if they didn't go up today, someone else would have to eventually. So many comrades had already fallen, brothers who'd shared their days and nights, who'd been by their sides every moment. If they retreated now, the day would come when the enemy would raise their slaughtering blades against their parents back home, against the necks of their wives and children. Merits and martyrdom are monuments erected by the living for the dead. Heroes and victories are memories the dead leave for the living. 7 men. Counting Zhao Xuedong, there were 8 of us. These 8 men carved out a 37-meter path with their lives, then leaned against the Japanese watchtower. No slow-motion scenes, no last words. The Japanese weren't fools, they knew that once the grenades detonated, they'd be buried alive. So they frantically reached through the windows, intent on shooting Zhao Xuedong and the others leaning against the bunker first. Leave last words? Think of their parents, wives, and children? How could that be possible? Only when the grenade exploded would there be a moment's respite. A chance for the living. Chen Huaifang stood before the ruins, unsure what to do, with nothing left to do. The grenade blast triggered the Japanese soldiers' ammunition inside the watchtower, unleashing a colossal explosion that not only reduced Zhao Xuedong and the others to fragments. It also shattered the entire watchtower. Bricks, tiles, rubble, and scraps of cloth mixed with flesh were baked dry by the intense heat, making them impossible to peel away. He had no time for grief or rest. With the county seat of Wuming captured, the Japanese would inevitably launch a fiercer counterattack, determined to reclaim the town. A vital transportation hub, a strategic stronghold. The survivors hadn't even had time to properly bury their fallen comrades before Japanese reinforcements closed in from all directions. One battle after another. Even in my dreams, all I hear is the roar of guns and cannons. Truthfully, I can't even dream, I simply can't sleep. Chen Huaifang sat in his chair, overcome with emotion, whether sorrow or resignation, he couldn't quite articulate. Before him, hundreds of new recruits sat cross-legged on the ground, each with a tight-lipped expression, lost in their own thoughts. They were all young people born and raised in an era of peace. War was far, far away from them. Even the standoff between China and the US in the South China Sea back then had been over for a full 8 years. Their understanding of war came almost entirely from movies, TV shows, or literary works. It was after this battle, I'll go back home and get married. Come on, give your big brother a clean finish. It was fire. It's those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. And it's not just them, the nearly 300,000 viewers in the livestream are the same. Not even time for sorrow or mourning. I always thought there'd at least be a moment to catch our breath. What time to catch our breath? My grandfather told me about fighting the Vietnamese monkeys on the Laoshan front. No time to catch your breath. When one company was wiped out, the next had to step right in. No time to even collect the bodies. They could only watch as enemy bullets struck their fallen comrades. My grandfather said they were all prepared to use their own bodies as cover for the comrades coming behind them. War is just like that, utterly unforeseeable. War isn't a romantic opera, it's history written in the blood of countless children of parents. After a long silence, Zhao Gongnan was the first to break the quiet on the square. He addressed Chen Huaifang. Old Chen, why don't you go rest for a while? Chen Huaifang shook his head. Rest? He looked at Zhao Gongnan. I'm someone who could rest forever, never waking up again. Every morning I open my eyes, it's another day I've cheated the Grim Reaper. Then he looked at the new recruits, just as he had looked at one new recruit after another back in the day. He stood up. Comrades, the war is over. But the struggle is far from over. This old body of mine can't fight anymore, nor would I. But you are still young. Should foreign enemies ever invade again, this old man hopes that you too will defend our homeland. Someone replied, though he couldn't tell who. It wasn't Zhao Gongnan, nor was it the company commander or platoon sergeant of these new recruits. It was one of the recruits. Then came a roar like a mountain and a sea. There was wind. A fierce wind. Chen Huaifang could barely keep his eyes open against the gale. He recalled the last time he had encountered such winds. 72 years had passed since then. 72 years, a generation had come and gone. Only his old bones remained, silently enduring this alien era. He raised his hand, and the wind gradually subsided. Zhao Gongnan then took hold of his elbow. Old Chen, it's getting late. Shall I take you to rest first? Chen Huaifang stubbornly shook his head. No. It wasn't time to rest yet. He addressed Zhao Gongnan. I came looking for Xuedong. I haven't seen him yet. Zhao Gongnan stopped his chatter upon hearing this, waving for someone to fetch a car. Moments later, an SUV bearing military license plates starting with SC pulled up smoothly at the plaza entrance. Zhao Gongnan ordered the new recruits to resume training. But Chen Huaifang suddenly grew stubborn. He inquired, shouldn't we hold off on training them for now? Zhao Gongnan looked puzzled at first, then immediately rescinded the order to resume training. Chen Huaifang explained, they're all just kids. I want them all to come along and see for themselves. Let them see those who stayed behind forever for this land. In truth, the explanation no longer mattered. With no time to arrange transport, hundreds of new recruits simply followed the SUVs, embarking on an impromptu emergency field exercise. No heavy loads, no off-road terrain. Compared to their usual training intensity, this march felt like nothing more than stretching their legs. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Hope Middle School office, the English teacher, who had recorded the entire session, removed her glasses, looked out the window, and took a deep breath. This was the first time she had watched Chen Huaifang's livestream in its entirety. Not an edited recording, nor a video analysis with pauses for historical context commentary. It was simply the unedited livestream. It included Chen Huaifang's pauses mysterious to outsiders, camera shakes, and moments where those without historical grounding couldn't follow. Yet this very livestream felt like someone had fired a shot straight into her mind. Only then did she understand why the same content could garner meager view counts from some presenters, yet explode overnight when delivered by others. Through the window's reflection, she could see Maizi preparing lessons diagonally behind her. Then she opened her phone again and looked at the 40-minute recording. She knew it all too well. All she needed to do was trim the video with editing software, apply a few AI templates, and polish the words Maizi had shared with her into a polished video. Finally, by registering a new account with less than 500 yuan in startup funds, she could take off, achieving her ultimate dream of financial freedom. If she succeeded, she'd never have to stay here, trading 3 years of teaching service for that chance to pursue a master's degree. Nor would she need to hunt for a job after 2 years of graduate school with a degree that was practically worthless. Exclusive materials, first-hand accounts from her great-granddaughter, maybe even a few old photos of Chen Huaifang. She would absolutely go viral. And it would be explosive fame. At this thought, the English teacher couldn't even wait. She hastily feigned a sudden illness to take leave, packed her things under Maizi's gaze, and left the office. She had to seize the Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter angle before Mai changed her mind. And her claim to being the great-granddaughter wasn't baseless. She was just doing this on Maizi's behalf. She comforted herself with this thought. She didn't notice the look in Maizi's eyes at all. It was a look tinged with sympathy and concern. Watching the English teacher's retreating figure, Maizi pulled out her phone to check the time, then opened Douyin and tapped into her great-grandfather's livestream. The livestream was filled with silence. The comments stream was filled with tributes. The screen showed a towering stone monument. May the 1,885 martyrs who liberated Hongqing County live forever. 070, how desolate. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. 81 years ago, or perhaps even longer, in an unnamed county town. After its liberation, it was officially renamed Red Star County. Hongqing County. To this day, its population remains under 500,000. It's small in scale, sparsely populated, so sparse that nearly everyone in Red Star County has heard this story. Our county town, you see, had no name before. So small, in fact, that it scarcely qualifies as a county seat, merely a fortified pass built by our ancestors to defend against invaders. Its original name is now lost to history. But after that day, when a group of people wearing 5-pointed stars drove away the invaders who had attacked our little county town, our county was renamed Red Star County. And this monument. This stone monument standing in the center of the county town. This monument inscribed with the words, "May the 1,885 martyrs who liberated Red Star County live forever," has stood here since the day the name was changed, standing tall to this very day. Over the years, countless individuals have contributed funds to restore it. It began as a wooden plaque, then was replaced with a stone monument. After the nation's liberation, government funds were allocated to build a garden around it. Later, when the Yuehou riots erupted, people spontaneously laid stones here to honor the heroes, expanding it into a park. With the subsequent economic development, the people of Hongqing County felt that as living conditions improved, the heroes should no longer rest in a park that had fallen into disrepair. Thus, another wave of voluntary donations began. With the joint efforts of the county government and several local entrepreneurs, the monument was restored to its present form. A marble base, a white marble stele, a park paved with bluestone slabs, and lush green trees. The large characters inscribed upon it are still meticulously maintained each month by dedicated caretakers. The 1,885 martyrs who liberated Hongqing County live forever. Part of the registered martyrs' names are also engraved on the base. The fourth name from the left in the second row is Zhao Xuedong. 17th from the left in the 7th row is Zhang Lianshuan. Yes, this platoon leader promoted on the front lines to urgently take command of the 1st Battalion also made the ultimate sacrifice. He fell on the first night of the enemy's counterattack. According to surviving soldiers, Captain Zhang was killed in a bayonet fight with the Japanese. With ammunition exhausted and enemy muzzles closing in, he had no choice but to charge into bayonet combat. Before his death, Zhang Lianshuan cut down 2 Japanese soldiers. Beyond this, the monument bears the names of 227 martyrs in total. These are the names that remain verifiable to this day, the rest could not be found. Beneath the monument lie bouquets of flowers brought by the people of Hongqing County to pay their respects. Yellow and white blooms clustered around the monument. Standing before the monument, Chen Huaifang's expression softened. His trembling hand reached out, fingertips gliding over the cool stone surface before pausing at Zhao Xuedong's name. He murmured, "Xuedong. I've finally come back here." In that instant, he felt as though he had returned to that desolate wilderness. Red Star County, 81 years ago. This was still a flat expanse overgrown with weeds, devoid of any signs of human habitation. Before him lay the brick and tile house, now reduced to rubble by explosions. Chen Huaifang knew full well this wasn't the actual site of that brick house. Chen Huaifang knew full well this was the burial ground where they had laid their fallen comrades to rest. Yet he felt as if he were standing upon that very ruin. He could even seem to smell the overbearing scent of gunpowder and the overwhelming stench of blood lingering in the air. He asked, "Xuedong, can you see it?" Your grandson, the one you said you'd teach to read and write if you ever made it back alive. The grandson who wasn't even born yet back then. He's now an officer of higher rank than you or I ever held. A colonel, a division commander. A division commander. He's at a rank where he could reprimand both you and me. Chen Huaifang stood there, talking to himself. Zhao Gongnan stood slightly behind him. For some reason, he felt tears welling up. No particular reason. He just felt the urge to express the strange emotion welling up inside him through tears. An inexplicable sense of desolation suddenly enveloped his heart. It wasn't just him. The hundreds of other recruits who had jogged over felt it too. They were all enveloped by this inexplicable sense of desolation. And of course, the nearly 300,000 viewers in the livestream. Even through the screen, whether sitting at their desks, curled up on the couch, or even college students lying in their dorm beds under the covers. They too were enveloped by that inexplicable desolation. In the livestream footage, aside from the towering monument, only Chen Huaifang's slightly stooped and frail silhouette was visible. The last rays of the evening sun, blood red, sliced down like a knife, severing Chen Huaifang's silhouette from the monument. Like a celestial river spanning the worlds of the living and the dead. The living on this side, the dead on the other. The live stream frame felt like an inescapable box. People were outside. Chen Huaifang was inside. He stood there, a mere slender shadow, yet it felt like a raging sea, carrying the thick desolation through decades of storms and slamming it directly onto his face. Why do I feel? Grandpa is so lonely? I feel it too, this inexplicable sadness and sorrow. I've watched the live stream for a long time. Sometimes Grandpa mutters to himself about things, but I can't hear him either. I think Grandpa must be lonely too. Over 100 years old, yet still walking this path alone. All his friends and brothers must have passed away, and those who live through war often get trapped in those bloody memories. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Yes, old soldiers never die, they just fade away. This casual remark in the bullet comments resonated deeply with many viewers. Watching Chen Huaifang's silhouette on screen, that frail, solitary figure, a sense of tragic, fading grandeur welled up within them. Chen Huaifang stood there. He didn't need to say anything, just standing there. That alone was enough to deeply resonate with over 300,000 viewers watching the livestream. After a long silence, a voice finally broke the quiet in the livestream chat. It was Zhao Gongnan. He stepped into view wearing a modern military uniform starkly different from Chen Huaifang's. Though only his back was visible, the audience knew it was him. He approached Chen Huaifang and whispered softly, "Old Chen, it's getting chilly. We should head back." Chen Huaifang merely shook his head. He lifted his head to gaze at the monument. "Cool? Do you think I care about the weather? Xiao Zhao. Do you know what I've feared most all these years?" Zhao Gongnan shook his head. Chen Huaifang fell silent, turning his head. The two soldiers, one old, one young, representing two eras, both looked back. Chen Huaifang gazed down the wide road they had come along, taking in the streets and houses lining both sides of Hongqing County in the distance. Far off, the blood-red sunlight had already vanished below the horizon. If he could, he truly wished to depart from this world right here, right now. He had lived long enough. He had endured far too many things he never wished to experience. The sacrifices of his son and grandson, the deaths of comrades and brothers, and the passing of one veteran leader after another. He longed to simply collapse and be swept away by the winds and rains. But that time had not yet come. He slowly drew his gaze back from the distance, settling it upon the hundreds of new recruits and the many civilians who had come to this park after dinner to stroll and digest their meals. He murmured softly, "I'm getting old." Zhao Gongnan didn't catch it. "What?" He repeated, "I'm getting old." Zhao Gongnan offered a comforting reply, "Old Chen, I've got gray hair myself. You're from the same generation as my grandfather, it's time to accept your age." Chen Huaifang smiled at this. Of course he accepted his age. The day he realized he could no longer carry 20 pounds of rice around, he accepted his age. But he couldn't admit it. To do so would mean losing the will to move forward. This journey had only just begun for him. Jin Wanhu was the first, Yang Siyu the second, Itin Shang, Gusin, and Deng Mingjue the third, fourth, and fifth. Now, Zhao Xuedong was the sixth. Yet like the 1,885 martyrs who liberated Hongqing County, they were not the only ones who sacrificed in that war. And Chen Huaifang's journey, one destined to conclude with a grand departure, was far from over. He just suddenly sighed with emotion, "I'm getting old." Because he truly was old. But what he feared wasn't the so-called aging. Rather, he suddenly cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Young men!" Before him, hundreds of new recruits who had been lined up for some time shouted in unison, "Present!" Chen Huaifang looked at Zhao Gongnan, and Zhao Gongnan looked back at him. The two old comrades in arms, whose bond spanned decades, exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. Chen Huaifang felt as if he had returned to 81 years ago, back to that night when he had sat knee to knee with Zhao Xuedong, the night the oil lamp had gone out. Without warning, he spoke, "Zhao Xuedong." Zhao Gongnan stood beside him, motionless, then his eyes instantly flushed red. Before them, hundreds of new recruits seemed to sense something. Suddenly, they snapped to attention in unison, saluting. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Chen Huaifang gazed at the hundreds of new recruits, lifting his head slightly to look at the sky, now turning gray and darkening. Night was falling. But tomorrow morning, the sun would rise again from behind him, from behind this monument, and pour its passionate, warm light over this land, over the faces of these young men. He murmured, "Shui Dong, did you see that? Our legacy, it hasn't been broken. They had not been forgotten. A new generation replaces the old." 071, a monument costing 150,000 yuan. How many lives must have been sacrificed for that? What lingers longest in this world? Youth fades from the mirror, flowers fall from the tree. Chen Huaifang was as ancient as they come. Past 100 years old, even if he wished to stand just a little longer, his body could no longer bear it. Weakened by age, after standing for nearly 2 hours without support, a gust of wind could have toppled him. In the end, he boarded the military vehicle returning to the compound. As he departed, he gazed through the window at the towering stone monument. May the 1,885 martyrs who liberated Hongqing County live forever. Suddenly, that desolate feeling, one that had already swept through hundreds of thousands, sprouted like wild grass in his heart, growing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it had become a towering tree. Its roots ran deep, its canopy vast. This was the saddest moment he had experienced since embarking on this path. Yet unlike before, he could no longer shed tears of sorrow at the memory. Why? Perhaps because he saw that Zhao Gongnan had not forgotten Zhao Shuedong. Or perhaps it was because he witnessed the scene of the new generation replacing the old. Sitting in the car, he suddenly asked, "Xiao Zhao?" Zhao Gongnan immediately replied, "Yes?" Chen Huaifang inquired, "How many such memorials are there nationwide?" Zhao Gongnan paused briefly. While he couldn't provide an exact figure, he had a rough estimate. "As far as I know, there are over 200 that were funded by the state alone. If you include those built with voluntary donations from the people, like the one in Red Star County, then the number increases significantly. At the very least, there must be tens of thousands, perhaps even over 100,000, large and small." At this point, perhaps to comfort Chen Huaifang or to convey that the sacrifices of the martyrs had not been forgotten, he began speaking more eloquently. "This is how we, the younger generation, honor those who sacrifice themselves, including you. Monuments like this have existed in the past, exist now, and will continue to exist in the future. Their numbers will only grow, never diminish. Heroes will never be forgotten, they will be remembered forever." Not only Zhao Gongnan, but the 300,000 viewers watching the live stream simultaneously were also answering this question. I just looked it up. There are 277 state-funded memorials to heroes nationwide, including the most famous monument to the people's heroes. I was just about to mention that. Let me add something else. As far as I know, besides state-funded monuments, there are nearly 150,000 others built by individuals or organizations: memorials, cemeteries, halls of remembrance, and more. One gentleman named Kim Chun Siap alone funded the construction of 77 martyr memorial facilities. 15,000. Good heavens, no wonder it feels like there's a martyrs memorial hall or some other commemorative facility practically everywhere. 15,000 seems rather modest to me. Such memorials honoring our people's heroes, serving as reminders for later generations like you and me, should be even more numerous. Better than having a pharmacy every 3 steps and an internet cafe every 5. But just as everyone was expressing that the world would never forget its heroes, using this to comfort and soothe Chen Huaifang's overwhelming sense of desolation, Chen Huaifang murmured a single sentence that pierced through everyone's pride and self-satisfaction. 15,000 sites. How many people would have to die for that? How many lives would that cost? A question uttered almost absent-mindedly. Yet it instantly shattered the defenses of everyone who heard it, including Zhao Gongnan. 15,000 memorial sites. Some felt it wasn't enough. Others believed more should be built, so that more people, even all of China, could come to see and hear. To etch that indelible history into their hearts. Others felt this was already substantial. After all, opening any map app and searching for nearby memorials or halls typically reveals none more than 100 kilometers away. In cities near famous battlefields of that era, they might even be right beneath residential buildings. But Chen Huaifang didn't see it that way. He wished there were none at all. He didn't wish for people to forget that history. Rather, he wished that without those sacrifices, everyone could have lived to see the end. Jinwan, who should have returned to his hometown to farm the land and marry a wife as fair as a white steamed bun. Yang Siyu should have retired honorably, transitioned to civilian life, married Gong Ping, and started a family. Gusen, Deng Mingjue, Zhao Shuedong, they should all have had their own lives. Gusen might have become a schoolmaster spouting Confucian maxims. Deng Mingjue might become an obscure shop owner in Tianjin. Zhao Shuedong should return after completing his studies and use his knowledge to contribute to the nation's development. Not like this. They should be wearing crimson flowers and military medals, marching down sunlit avenues amid the cheers of the people, singing triumphantly after their victory. Not like this. They should have perished on battlefields ravaged by war, or under the Japanese invaders' slaughtering blades, or even failed to glimpse the faintest dawn of victory before their final breath. Until their final breath, all they could see was the darkness of Japanese invasion. And how many more than them sacrificed their lives to win this war and restore China? How many Jin Wanhas? How many Zhao Xuedoms? How many Yang Siyus were there to defend this land? The number is beyond counting. 15,000 memorial sites, is that many? Far too many. So many that even Chen Huaifang found it hard to bear. He gazed silently out the window at the receding scenery, then let out a long sigh. He murmured, as long as they haven't been forgotten. As long as they haven't been forgotten. He knew his question had been unreasonable. He was comforting the person beside him, and comforting himself. Zhao Gongnan sat beside him, silent, a long, drawn-out silence. How many lives did we sacrifice fighting the Japanese pirates? According to official casualty statistics, excluding civilians, the figure stands at roughly 3 million. This figure does not include casualties from the early stages of the war or those from other major anti-Japanese forces. If those were added, the total would approach 4 million. If we add the civilians who perished due to the Japanese invaders' burning, killing, and plundering, as well as the famines and epidemics caused by the war, the figure becomes even more horrifying. 8 million? 10 million? No. It was a full 35 million people. That's 1/3 of the total casualties across all nations in World War II. It was a terrifying sacrifice that nearly depleted the entire workforce of several provinces. 35 million people. If they could stand together, they would form a dense, endless sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. Yet they all perished in that senseless war. China's hatred for Japan is not confined to the past, nor is it limited to the present or the future. It is an eternal remembrance, passed down through generations for all time. In the livestream, over 300,000 people were pouring out their emotions. Among the comments, a few stood out. I just looked it up, over 30 million people died in our 14-year war of resistance. Over 30 million people, no wonder Grandpa sighed about how many would die. Damn those Japanese devils. If they hadn't invaded us, so many wouldn't have died. Surely we don't need to sacrifice lives to fill the gaps anymore? Surely we no longer need martyrs to blow open enemy bunkers with their lives? And we certainly won't need our soldiers' flesh and blood to withstand the enemy's iron flood, right? Let me tell you this, if Japan dares to provoke China now, we will certainly abide by the principle of never firing the first shot. But the moment they fire the first shot, we'll make sure they never get to fire the second. That Major General in Grandpa's livestream is probably among those most eager for war. Because they know best about China's unparalleled martial prowess and peerless divine weapons. And I believe the first warrior to plant the red flag atop Mount Fuji will undoubtedly be promoted to general. By then, we'll probably have to pay scalpers just to buy a single Japanese soldier. Few realize that Japan's current history education deliberately erases records of its invasion wars, even refusing to acknowledge its wartime actions. They're subtly trying to make us believe they never invaded us either. Not long ago, that foreigner who came to donate photographic evidence of Japanese atrocities was even hired and assassinated by Japanese government operatives. Nowadays, you even see Koreans asking on foreign forums if the Chinese no longer care about the crimes Korea committed against us. Perhaps some descendants of traitors may forget, but I never will. My father told me my grandfather was an old soldier who fought against the Japanese. I'll never forget the knife scars and bullet holes on his back. I train relentlessly every day so that when those bastards come provoking again, I'll be ready to fight them on the battlefield and trample them underfoot. This hatred endures without end. Yes. This hatred endures without end. Among all nations today, none desires the resurgence of Japanese militarism more than China. Should that happen, with China's current military might, we shall drive our chariots to trample the gates of Mount Fuji. We will teach them a lesson: national annihilation and extinction. 072, Old Ma plans to reinstate Chen Huaifang's military rank? The live broadcast concluded. Zhao Gongnan first accompanied Chen Huaifang to the resting area. After exchanging brief pleasantries and instructing the guards to maintain their posts, he returned to his office. No sooner had he sat down than the propaganda officer arrived at his door. Beaming with joy, the first words out of his mouth were, "Commander, guess how many people watched the old man's livestream?" Zhao Gongnan didn't rush to answer. He knew his propaganda officer's temperament well. The fact that he was beaming like this meant the viewership must have been substantial. But considering the dry content of the livestream and the monotonous nature of military life, Zhao Gongnan himself didn't dare to guess too high. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively held up 5 fingers and asked, "This many?" The officer shook his head immediately. "Of course not." Zhao Gongnan straightened his expression. "I meant 50,000. 50,000. Surely it couldn't be any higher than that?" The clerk still shook his head. "If you said 5,000, then I wouldn't just shake my head, I'd have to argue with you." Zhao Gongnan frowned. Truth be told, he had genuinely thought it was 5,000 at first. It was only after seeing the clerk shake his head that he had mustered the courage to revise his demand to 50,000. But now it turned out even 50,000 wasn't accurate? Could it possibly be? As the thought crossed his mind, Zhao Gongnan flipped his palm. 50,000? That figure was the absolute highest he dared to imagine. 10,000 people tuning in to watch a livestream that even Zhao Gongnan found rather dull was already far too many. But the staff member still shook his head. Then he spread his hands wide, flipping his fingers repeatedly. 320,000. The old man's account had a full 320,000 viewers before going offline. The peak concurrent viewers even broke 35,000. Sir, over 300,000 people. Hearing this, Zhao Gongnan froze in place. How many people? Over 300,000 people? He'd been a brigade commander for years. His propaganda staff had produced at least 80 videos, if not 100. Every year, recruitment campaigns flooded the media. But he'd never seen a single campaign reach over 300,000 people before. And these 300,000 plus viewers weren't like those who clicked on recruitment posters or videos before. This was Chen Lao's 3-hour plus livestream. Over 300,000 people watched it from start to finish. The sheer scale of this publicity effort was beyond his wildest imagination. Stunned, Zhao Gongnan turned to the publicity officer and said, "This is a valuable resource. If we could get old Chen to help with this year's recruitment campaign, the results would likely be outstanding." But upon hearing this, the propaganda officer's expression darkened. He gave an awkward chuckle and scratched his head. "Commander, your idea is sound, but it's too late." Too late? Zhao Gongnan frowned slightly. What do you mean too late? Isn't old Chen still here? All we need is for old Chen to lend a hand tomorrow morning, record a video with a few words. Then we can report it to higher ups. Whether it gets approved or not, he can negotiate that part. If it worked out, great. If not, at least they wouldn't be kicking themselves later. Hearing this, the publicity officer just stared at the red landline phone on the desk, as if waiting for a call. Zhao Gongnan followed his gaze down to the red desk phone. Sure enough, the phone rang immediately. Zhao Gongnan looked up at the publicity officer, who gave him a meaningful smirk. Zhao Gongnan frowned slightly as he picked up the phone. Before he could speak, a thunderous rage erupted from the other end. Zhao Gongnan, are you out of your mind? You're letting over 30,000 people watch a live stream of the barracks? Zhao Gongnan felt his ears ringing painfully from the volume. Stepping away, he finally managed to speak. "Commander, please don't be angry. Didn't the general staff say it's okay to reasonably strengthen military publicity and openness? I didn't film any classified facilities, and I specifically removed all rank insignia and service stripes. Think about the publicity effect of over 300,000 people watching the livestream online. Especially those final words from the old man. Holy cow, the internet's about to blow up. Don't you think it'll be a huge hit during this year's recruitment drive?" Hearing Zhao Gongnan's explanation, the commander on the other end of the line laughed bitterly. "You don't seriously think I'm upset about this livestream thing you pulled, do you?" "What else?" Zhao Gongnan frowned. "What I'm furious about is that you had the audacity to bring old Chen into the barracks." Hearing this, Zhao Gongnan froze. How did the commander know old Chen's surname? He hadn't mentioned a single word about it. Did the commander also watch the livestream? But before he could voice his inner doubts, the commander spoke again. "You brat, I really did issue the order less than an hour late. Just 1 hour, and you went and live-streamed with old Chen. Do you even know who he is?" Realizing something was off, Zhao Gongnan froze. "He's an anti-Japanese war hero, a revolutionary pioneer. What's wrong? Shouldn't we be promoting these old heroes and revolutionaries even more?" The commander chuckled wryly, tapping his fingers on the desk before pausing. "You're right. Old Chen is an anti-Japanese hero and a revolutionary pioneer, that's undeniable. But he is also a founding lieutenant general. The only founding lieutenant general still alive today." Upon hearing the words founding general, Zhao Gongnan began to realize something was amiss. Founding lieutenant general. The prestige of these 4 words speaks for itself. The weight of being the only surviving founding lieutenant general alive today speaks for itself. Yet he still couldn't grasp what exactly had angered the commander. He could only remain silent, waiting for the commander to continue. "Let me tell you something, Zhao Gongnan. Old Chen's status is unique, truly unique. Online sentiment is intense right now. He fought the Japanese invaders, and he's also battled skinheads and hawks. Netizens aren't fools. They speculate, they think, and they post all kinds of videos. Do you know that some people online have already dug up the unit designation of the regiment old Chen was in when he first joined the party?" Hearing this, Zhao Gongnan couldn't hold back any longer. "Wait, commander, please stop. I don't understand what's there to fear about the outside world knowing about old Chen. Isn't such a living fossil, a living hero, precisely the kind of person we should be promoting? Of course he deserves publicity." The commander-in-chief first affirmed Zhao Gongnan's words, then shifted his tone. "But have you stopped to think? Why has the general staff remained silent about a founding lieutenant general's online account amassing nearly 4 million followers? Why hasn't the publicity department invited him for proper promotion? In other words, what makes you think old Chen is unknown?" At this, Zhao Gongnan finally understood. Right. How could old Chen, a founding lieutenant general, possibly be unknown? Even if he retired early due to illness, refusing the organization's support to return to farming, He was, after all, a distinguished veteran. Over the years, he must have received countless tributes and been featured in numerous commemorations. Moreover, as one of the few surviving founding heroes today, even if he hadn't reached such prominence, records of him should exist everywhere. How could he have remained completely unknown until now? At this thought, Zhao Gongnan couldn't help but blurt out, "Could it be that old Chen? Good for you, kid, for catching on." The commander finally exhaled in relief. "And you're the grandson of old Chen's comrade in arms." Back in the northeast, old Chen served as a regiment political commissar. Guess where he later enlisted? What battles did he fight? And what was his birth order in his family? Zhao Gongnan gasped in shock. From the White Mountains and Black Waters to the ends of the earth? Exactly. The commander's 2 words struck Zhao Gongnan like thunder. No wonder old Chen remained obscure to this day, with not a shred of information to be found. And thankfully, old Chen remained obscure. Thankfully, he retired early in 58 and never troubled anyone. Realizing the crux of the matter, Zhao Gongnan hurriedly asked, "But now that it's already happened, isn't it a bit late to handle it?" "If you're the one initiating this, then yes, it's too late." The commander's tone eased slightly as he replied calmly, "But fortunately, old Ma had already noticed this matter long ago. The 113th unit has been preparing and laying the groundwork for some time. It was just that your actions today caught them off guard. Though there were some flaws, the core principles remained intact. Next month, come to headquarters and submit your self-criticism report, and this matter will be closed." However, Zhao Gongnan knew there was always a but. But for the foreseeable future, old Chen absolutely cannot be seen on military grounds. Arrange for someone to safely escort old Chen back on his journey as soon as possible. As for other matters, the 113 unit will handle them. Currently, Comrade Ma intends to propose a new rank for Comrade Chen. Recommissioned? Zhao Gongnan frowned. Exactly. The fault lies elsewhere, not with old Chen. Let bygones be bygones. We can't let a veteran statesman fade into obscurity in his final days. The commander finished speaking and slowly hung up the phone. Zhao Gongnan listened, his heart still reeling from the shock long after the call ended. Meanwhile, as Bureau 113 was overwhelmed by the live broadcast and its tangled aftermath, the English teacher, who had taken sick leave and returned to the dormitory, opened her computer. She began editing a video script. "Hello everyone, there are many speculations and rumors about Chen Huaifang circulating online. Today, I'll briefly address and debunk them. 073, envy, then jealousy, finally jealousy twisted into sheer ugliness." Only after putting down her phone and exchanging well wishes with her great-grandfather did Mai Zi realize that the English teacher who'd taken sick leave showed no signs of illness whatsoever. Instead, she was constantly moving about, as if she couldn't bear to lie on her dorm bed for even a minute. They weren't full-time teachers at Hope Middle School, but college students who had come from thousands of miles away to provide volunteer teaching support. Mai Zi came to assist in education for underprivileged areas and to be closer to Su Mo, who was stationed with the border defense troops. While the English teacher Mai Zi's university classmate Renning had come specifically for the 3-year teaching commitment that would guarantee her direct admission to graduate school. So Mai Zi wasn't surprised that Renning would fake illness to slack off. She certainly didn't ask any questions. Different strokes for different folks. They were merely classmates from the same university, far from being friends who'd share life and death. But now, lying in bed, Mai Zi suddenly recalled the things Renning had told her earlier that day. She opened her phone, launched Douyin, and navigated to the homepage of the account she'd personally registered. Mai Zi was startled. She clearly remembered that during her lunch break, the great-grandfather account had just over 4 million followers, not yet reaching 5 million. Yet after just one afternoon, the follower count had surged to 8,111,000. And the number was still climbing rapidly. In the brief time it took Mai Zi to exit and re-enter the app, it had jumped by another 3,000. At this rate, it would break the 10 million mark by tomorrow morning. She couldn't fathom, let alone understand, how so many people could be following her great-grandfather. She admitted that great-grandpa's stories were deeply moving, but they were undeniably dry and even tedious to listen to. Even if he gained some followers, reaching 10 or 20,000 would be plenty. How could it skyrocket to nearly 10 million followers? What surprised her even more was that after leaving the account's homepage, she casually scrolled through a few videos and found one analyzing the details of her great-grandfather's stories. She watched a few casually, and they were indeed well argued. But since it relied on analyzing story details and historical records, the language was mostly speculative terms like possibly, likely, if not mistaken. Even so, these accounts had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of followers. Some even commented that if someone could definitively compile these speculative analyses, they'd become wildly popular. But clearly, no one could pull that off. Or rather, those who could do it either wouldn't want to, or wouldn't deign to. Take Ma Lao, for instance, or figures like Chu Tong and Luo Nan from the 113 Bureau. They could do it, but it simply isn't necessary. Take Mai Zi, for instance. If she wanted to, she could not only compile this information but even host a dedicated livestream with her great-grandfather. But she doesn't want to do that. First, she lacks the time and energy for such endeavors now. Second, she respects her great-grandfather's final wish. Yes, a final wish, not a mere desire. Frankly speaking, he's over 100 years old. It's only thanks to the extra care from the authorities along the way that Mai hasn't quit her job to go back and take care of him. Live streaming care? She still couldn't fathom how she'd ever agreed to such an absurd idea back then. But it's a good thing she did agree. That's how the authorities got involved, ensuring Grandpa's safety along the way. At least if anything happened, someone would know. After all, he was over 100 years old. This journey southward spanning thousands of kilometers, though called a wish, Mai knew deep down it was her great-grandfather's last lingering hope. She didn't want the stench of money to taint that last wish. She would rather give up this chance at financial freedom. The world always has its share of idealists. Thinking this, Mai rubbed her forehead. Then she saw the message Su Nuwa had sent her. Only then did she realize it was already the end of the month. Su Nuwa had finally gotten hold of a phone to video call her. As the call connected, Mai leaned against the bed rail, her back to the dorm door, and tidied her hair. On screen, Su Nuwa clearly had just returned from duty, having only recently removed his military uniform. They exchanged a few sweet, affectionate greetings typical of lovers, asking after each other's well-being, before turning to matters worth discussing. Su Nuwa spoke first. "How's great-grandfather been lately? Did the trip go smoothly?" Mai immediately laughed. "Fine. Too fine." Su Nuwa sensed something was off and quickly asked, "What? Did something happen?" "No." Mai shook his head, momentarily unsure how to explain to Su Nuwa. How could he tell Su Nuwa that his great-grandfather had become an internet sensation with millions of followers? That would be too unbelievable to explain. But what else could he say? It had already happened. Could she undo something that was set in stone? After a moment's thought, Mai pursed her lips and bluntly stated, "My great-grandfather went viral. Screenshots and clips from his livestream are all over the internet now. Guess how many followers his account has now?" Knowing Mai temperament well, Su Nuwa hesitated for a moment before boldly guessing a number. 2 million? Mai shook her head. Su Nuwa quickly asked, "Is it more or less?" Mai said it was too low. Su Nuwa looked surprised, then asked, 3 million? Mai shook his head again, still saying it was too little. Su Nuwa was baffled this time. 3 million is still too little? Wait, are you still in the dorm right now? He even began to suspect if Mai had secretly gone back to become an internet celebrity without telling him. Mai smiled knowingly, panning the camera around as he said, "I'm surprised too, but I can't bring myself to take that money. This was his final wish before passing away, and I don't want to interfere." Su Nuwa nodded firmly. "So how many followers?" 4 million? Mai shook her head again, giving the answer, "Double that." 8 million? Su Nuwa jumped to his feet in shock. Mai continued, "And it's still rising. I just checked and it was over 8,100,000. Right now." Saying this, Mai opened the great-grandfather's account homepage again. In just that brief moment, the follower count had already surpassed 8,300,000. Holy moly. Su Nuwa covered his forehead with his right hand. An account with over 8 million followers. Though he'd spent years in the military, he knew exactly how valuable this account was. Needless to say, any random second-hand phone ad would bring in over 100,000 yuan. But he could also understand Mai intentions. Just then, Mai suddenly jumped in surprise. It was Rening. She appeared behind Mai as silently as a ghost, then pointed at Su Nuwa on her phone screen and asked, "Who's this?" Startled, Mai let out a shriek, drawing Su Nuwa's attention while answering Rening's question. "He's my boyfriend. He's in the military, so we only get to talk once in a while." Mai didn't want Rening to think she was hiding things from her. That's why she elaborated a bit more. Rening merely hummed in acknowledgement before returning to her own bed. But Mai and Su Nuwa would probably never know that Mai's offhand remark had just ignited a raging inferno in Rening's heart. Lying in her own bed, she drew the curtain closed and let a look of jealousy twist her face into something almost grotesque. Silently, she watched the rapidly climbing follower count on Chen Huaifang's account. Then she recalled Su Nuwa's face on Mai's phone screen, not conventionally handsome, but clean-cut and sunny. And he was a soldier. Suddenly, she poked her head out and looked at Mai, who was still chatting with Su Nuwa. Huan, how many years has your boyfriend been in the military?" Mai didn't rush to answer. Instead, she waited until Su Nuwa nodded on screen before replying, "He went to military academy. If you count that, this year should be his 7th. Oh. Rening retreated back under the covers, leaving Mai and Su Nuwa staring at each other across the screen, both baffled as to why she'd asked that. It was probably just simple curiosity. After all, Mai herself would ask a soldier how long they'd served if she saw one now. But what she didn't know was that behind the curtain, Rening was seething with fury. Jealousy made her hands tremble slightly. She couldn't fathom why Mai, of all people, was Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter. And she couldn't fathom how skinny, sallow Mai could possibly land such a relationship. But what baffled her most was why Mai would give up an opportunity for financial freedom. She only wanted a taste of the broth. Couldn't Chen Huaifang have the meat while Running had the broth? She simply couldn't believe anyone would turn down millions upon millions in wealth. It was simply a matter of not wanting to share the spoils. In that case, it all came down to who could act faster. Gritting her teeth, Running silently opened her Douyin app, switched to that newly registered account, and then... ding! Ding 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 ding! In an instant, 99 plus new messages flooded her phone. She swallowed hard, her fingers trembling with excitement as she tapped open her account homepage. Followers, 6,778. 074. The entire internet is speculating. Could this be Chen Huaifang's alternate account? From 0 to 6,778 followers in one afternoon. Though nowhere near the growth rate of Chen Huaifang's main account. But it was enough to give Running a little thrill. She glanced again at the sole piece of content posted, 50,000 views, 11,000 likes, 368 comments, and over 100 shares. These were already quite impressive numbers. Moreover, in the comments section, many were speculating about her true identity. She had posted the video slightly earlier than when Chen Huaifang ended her livestream. Therefore, some content in the video hadn't been mentioned during Chen Huaifang's livestream. Particularly, Chen Huaifang's views on fallen heroes, as seen in Rin Ying's video, were discussed in the video before Chen Huaifang addressed them in her livestream. This naturally led viewers to speculate about her identity. This is interesting content Grandpa hadn't even mentioned in his livestream, yet it's already in this video? Could this be Grandpa's alternate account? Or some other channel? Damn, this can't be the official team laying the groundwork in advance, right? This is way more intense than those analysis videos, no evidence or data, yet every point is spot on. I'm even wondering if this was posted by Grandpa's child. This is probably really Grandpa's kid posting? But Grandpa's son would be in his 60s or 70s now, so this video must be from his grandkids or great-grandkids? Seeing the speculation about her identity in the comments, Run Ying's face lit up with a slightly satisfied smile. Yes, that's exactly it. Keep speculating like this. She didn't need to respond, nor was it necessary for her to do so. All she had to do was let these netizens speculate in that direction on their own, allowing the rumors to slowly ferment. Even if someone questioned her later, she could simply claim she never admitted to it. Instead, netizens wouldn't believe her and would insist she was. As for riding the wave of popularity? How many people across the entire internet are riding this wave of popularity right now? At least 80, if not 100? Anyone with even a smidge of historical knowledge wants to grab a piece of the hype pie. So what if Running wants her share? If others can do it, why can't she? That's not how it works. Reassuring herself with this thought, Running watched her steadily rising follower count and private messages, a faint smile curling her lips. At this rate, her follower count would surpass 100,000 within 10 days. Then advertisers would come knocking. She wasn't greedy, a 30-second ad would fetch 1,000. Just 1,000. Then she could treat Mai to a nice meal or some bubble tea, and keep updating her videos. With a full year and a half left before her teaching placement ended, even if she only landed 10 ads a month, that would still add up to 10,000 yuan. 18 months would mean 18,000. And as her follower count keeps climbing, her ad rates would only go up. 18 months, even if she couldn't save 2 million to retire outright, she could still scrape together a down payment for a house. With that thought, Running flipped her phone screen down onto the bed and lay back. Hearing Mai Zi end her call with Su Nua outside the bed curtain, she suddenly pulled it aside. Just then, Mai Zi was getting out of bed to freshen up. She suddenly asked, "Hey, Huan, why did you never tell us about your great-grandfather before?" Unaware of Rin Ying's intent, Mai Zi paused where she stood and replied, "Because I didn't even know he'd fought in the War of Resistance until recently. Honestly, he was the only parent I ever had growing up. I never even met my own parents." Suddenly intrigued, Running sat up with a start. Her sharp intuition sensed some explosive news. She yanked open the curtain, her face frozen in shock. "What? You've never met your parents?" Mai Zi nodded. Running hurriedly asked, "You've never mentioned any of this before. All these years in college, I always thought your family was happy and harmonious." Mai Zi smiled at her words. Honestly, if Running had said this a few years ago, she would have blown her top. Back then, Mai Zi hated it when people brought up her family, so she always tried to project an image of a happy home. But only she knew the truth, she had been raised by her great-grandfather, who was in his 80s or 90s. Now, however, she no longer avoided the topic. She now understood that her parents' departure wasn't the melodramatic tragedy she'd once imagined, but rather the sacrifice of two martyrs who gave their lives for the greater good of their family and country. Still, she didn't feel like answering. She just smiled and walked out. Unwilling to let it go, Running slipped on her shoes and followed her out, feigning concern. "No wonder you were always taking on part-time jobs during college. Huan, did your parents get divorced?" Mai Zi's expression suddenly darkened. But she didn't lose her temper. After a pause, she said, "No, they were sacrificed." Sacrificed? Running stood nearby, watching Mai Zi bend over to wash her face. A flicker of light passed through her eyes. My Z's parents had actually been sacrificed? Not divorced and abandoned her? This was top-tier explosive news. After washing her face, I straightened up and looked at Renning in the mirror. She knew that if she didn't explain things clearly today, Renning wouldn't let it go. So she began, since you're curious, I'll tell you. Though I've accepted it, it's still something I'd rather not revisit. So I'll only say this once. Hearing this, Renning nodded eagerly. She didn't need me to repeat it anyway. So my Z began. I grew up with my great-grandfather. In my memory, he looked exactly as he does now. White hair, a face crisscrossed with deep wrinkles, slightly hunched, thin and gaunt, and not very talkative. This little old man raised me on just 2 acres of poor hillside land. I've asked him many times where my parents went. And why do I call him great-grandfather instead of grandfather? He never answered me. So eventually, I stopped asking. Like you, I once believed my parents had left because they didn't want to raise me after their divorce. But in reality, including my grandfather, my parents were all martyrs. Renning couldn't help but interrupt. All of them? 3 martyrs in one family? Maizi nodded. According to my great-grandfather, my grandfather died on the front lines at Laoshan. My father died while serving in the border defense forces. And my mother, she died fighting the SARS outbreak when I was less than 2 years old. I was the only one left. He feared that I would follow in their footsteps, that after hearing their stories, I wouldn't be able to resist joining the military or becoming a doctor, and that I too would end up sacrificing my life. So he kept it hidden from me. If we hadn't had that huge fight that day, I might never have known. I see. 3 martyrs in one family. My goodness. Hearing this, Renning couldn't help but exclaim. 3 martyrs from one family. Truly unexpected. And I bet the entire internet wouldn't have guessed it either? If this news were to be made public, wouldn't it cause an absolute uproar? But Mai didn't see the excitement and eagerness in her eyes. He remained lost in his own thoughts. She continued, perhaps you don't understand, but I do. He's over 100 years old. His son, grandson, and even his granddaughter-in-law all died for this country. He himself nearly died for this country. I can't say his secrecy was selfish, but put yourself in his shoes. If I were him, I'd hide it from myself too, never letting outsiders know. When I was little, I often heard him recount stories, though most have faded from memory now. Only one remains vivid in my memory, set in a hollow behind our ancestral home. He pointed to a spot and told me he would be buried there someday. He said people don't feel anything for a mound of earth until they buried a handful of soil with their own hands. Later I learned that spot held my father, mother, and grandfather. So he buried your parents with his own hands. Renning, who uttered these words, was actually struggling to hold back. She had only intended to exchange a few casual remarks. But now, my Z's words had struck such a chord that she felt tears welling up. People don't develop feelings for a pile of dirt until you bury a handful of earth with your own hands. It's like how people don't feel anything for a stone until you place a stone there yourself. At this point, Mai herself was getting a bit choked up. She rubbed her forehead. Let's just leave it at that. As for why you asked me at lunch why I didn't cash in on his current popularity to make some money? To be honest, I did consider it once, even brought it up with him, but he shot it down. Later, I thought about it myself. He's over 100 years old now. His purpose in doing this is to show the magnificent landscapes to those he personally buried in yellow earth before he dies. I don't want his simple wish to be tainted by the stench of money, nor do I want advertisements and promotions to disturb his final days. He raised me until I was 18 with just 2 acres of hillside land. I should let him live out his life cleanly, just as he wishes. 075, my Z is signing with a media company to cash in? My Z's words came straight from the heart, without a hint of concealment. Renning was genuinely moved by her words, even feeling tempted to abandon her scheme of impersonating my Z for profit. But when she returned to bed, feeling slightly guilty, and picked up her phone, that guilt vanished instantly. Douyin messages, 99 plus unread. She hesitated for less than half a second before eagerly tapping open Douyin. Apart from the usual private messages asking questions, 2 in particular caught his attention. The first was from a merchant account. Quan second-hand phones. The DM was blunt and straightforward, simply add a 20-second ad for Quan second-hand phones in Rin Ying's next video, and they'd pay 1,000 yuan in advertising fees. They even promised that if her follower count kept growing and her video completion rate stayed strong, they'd raise the offer. Renning cradled her phone in both hands, gazing at the 1,000 yuan about to land in her lap. The guilt in her heart had long since vanished into thin air. Hesitating, she typed a few words. How much could the fee increase? Moments later, the reply came, as long as your follower count keeps growing and your completion rate stays above 8%, we can gradually increase it up to 100,000 yuan maximum. How much? 100,000? Renning stared at the number on the screen in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. One ad, 100,000 yuan? All she had to do was insert a clip they provided into her video? And she'd get 100,000 yuan? Wasn't this way easier than working a regular job? Seeing Renning still hesitating, the other party directly sent her his personal number. They said she could take her time to think it over and contact them whenever she was ready. But he also left a remark that made Renning unable to continue deliberating. But I still want to remind you there's fierce competition in your niche right now. Today's numbers might look promising, but tomorrow's buzz could vanish overnight. This statement hit Renning right where it hurt. Her greatest fear was that her videos wouldn't gain traction. Or that her content would remain lukewarm and fail to attract sponsorships. Or perhaps, she suddenly recalled what Mai Zi had said. Chen Huaifang was already over 100 years old. This cycling trip might very well be his final journey. What if he suddenly passed away one day? At that point, all the other accounts, including Ren Ying's, would be finished. If the tree dies, how can the leaves survive? While there's still buzz, she had to make every penny count. With that thought, Ren Ying immediately drafted and posted a message. 1,000 is a bit too low. 1,500 flat rate. This time, the other party didn't rush to reply. But Ren Ying, growing impatient with the wait, didn't rush to follow up. Instead, she opened another private message. It was from an MCN called 3 Stars, a media company specializing in signing influencers, helping them consistently produce content and monetizing their work. This company was essentially the same team as Mountain Peak Media. After all, while the boss was behind bars, these innocent employees still needed to feed their families. But without their patron, 3 Stars, now penniless and resource-deprived, could only start by targeting obscure, small-time influencers. Clearly, Ren Ying, who was just starting to gain traction, became their target for recruitment and signing. This time, they proceeded with extreme caution. Only after confirming that analyzing and editing Chen Huaifang's live stream recordings wouldn't trigger sanctions did they extend an olive branch to Ren Ying. The liaison, who identified herself as Lu, was a 31-year-old woman. After brief discussions, she instructed Ren Ying to address her as Sister Lu. The terms she offered seemed exceptionally generous to Ren Ying. While there was no base salary or insurance, they promised to provide Ren Ying with full-service account development and resource distribution, guaranteeing a minimum monthly income of 30,000 yuan within a month. For Ren Ying, this was essentially a no-risk, high-reward deal. Her only cost in managing the account herself was video editing. Now that 3 Stars had covered that expense, any money she made would be pure profit. But 3 Stars wasn't stupid either. After confirming Ren Ying's willingness to sign, Sister Lu meticulously gathered her basic information. This included her full name, age, current address, and a series of social connections. The most crucial piece of information was why she could predict the content of Chen Huaifang's livestreams before they even happened. This was the most crucial point for 3 Stars in wanting to sign Ren Ying. And this was also the question Ren Ying found most difficult to answer. Tell the truth? Admit that she got all this information from Mai Zi? Wouldn't 3 Stars just go sign Mai Zi instead? Even if they came back to her after being rejected by Mai Zi, the terms would be drastically worse, and she'd risk Mai Zi finding out, tarnishing her reputation. But if she lied? Say it was analyzed like other creators do? But that would be too unappealing. There are countless creators making similar content, she simply couldn't compete. After deep contemplation, Ren Ying ultimately chose the third response. After a long pause, she typed a single line. I'm his relative. Moments later, Sister Lu replied, relative? Ren Ying took a deep breath, determined to see this through to the end. Yes, I'm his great-granddaughter. This time, Sister Lu's reply was noticeably delayed. With Li Feng's fate fresh in her mind, she had to tread carefully. Then why do you have the surname Ren? Not Chen? Ren Ying quickly corrected herself, great-granddaughter. Sister Lu clearly didn't believe Ren Ying's explanation. She didn't reply to Ren Ying. But at that moment, Chuan's second-hand phone replied to Ren Ying. 1,500 it is. You can sign the electronic agreement now and transfer the payment, it'll be in your account within 24 hours. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Ying clicked into the electronic agreement. After confirming everything was in order, she signed her name. The moment she confirmed the signature, she lifted her chin slightly, her eyes filled with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. But the die was cast. Just 18 months. Just 18 months. No matter how much she earned, she would close the account the moment her teaching assignment ended. With that resolve, Ren Ying pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. Within seconds, the bank's SMS notification arrived. ICBC notice, your savings card ending in 6286 has received a deposit of 1,500 Chinese yuan. Current checking account balance, 6,827 Chinese yuan and 50 cents. Seeing the 1,500 yuan deposited, Ren Ying's mood felt like it was on a roller coaster. Fast. So fast. This money-making speed was simply too fast. She couldn't resist peeking through the bed curtain to glance at Mai Zi, fast asleep in the opposite bed. If you don't seize an opportunity like this to make money, it just shows how rigid you are, Chen Huaifang. A golden opportunity, if not now, then when? With no room to retreat, Ren Ying finally opened the chat window with Sister Lu. After editing the message several times, she finally sent it. Believe it or not, the old lady doesn't want to be bothered anymore, so she made me open the account. Play hard to get. Sure enough, Sister Lu replied moments later. Understood. But I still have to ask. The old man firmly turned down other companies before. Why did he let you open an account this time? Seeing Sister Lu's question, Renning was ready with her answer. In his youth, he turned down state assistance. Now in his old age, he wants to leave something behind for us, his descendants, to improve our lives. Reading this near-flawless response, Sister Lu sat in her office, biting her lip as she typed out her reply with visible effort. Okay. Then she took a deep breath and glanced at her colleague beside her, whose expression was complex. They were all unemployed individuals who had banded together for warmth after the collapse of Shanfeng Media. Without Li Feng as their pillar, they now desperately needed to cultivate a new top star. Nearly all of Shanfeng Media's former top stars had chosen to leave due to contractual issues. Even Wen Yiqin, desperately needing money to treat her brother's illness, had opted to change careers. At this very moment, everyone at 3 stars except Renning had no other choice. This was a risky gamble. Sister Lu cast a probing glance at everyone else. Then a man in his 40s spoke up, I don't care anymore. Let's just go with her. Mortgage payments, car loans, and my kids' tuition have already drained me dry. If I don't make money soon, I'll have to sell myself. Even if she's a fraud, we're the ones being deceived. If it comes to an investigation, they won't trace it back to us. The others, stirred by his words, nodded in agreement. Yeah, if we get investigated, we can just say we were scammed by this person. I'm in. It's time to start making money. After paying the mortgage, I can't even afford takeout now. Worst case, we'll just cut ties with her cleanly. We're victims too. Besides, with all the people writing Chen Huaifang's coattails online these days, we can't be that unlucky. Listening to their responses, Sister Lu, the new boss in charge of making the final call, took a deep breath. Then she extended her hand, her voice firm. In that case, we'll go all in. If we succeed, we'll share the glory equally. But if we fail, we won't fail. That's right, we won't fail. We will succeed. Moments later, Sister Lu drafted the cooperation agreement and sent it to Renning. Moments later, Renning opened the signing page and signed her name with a flourish. And so, Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter officially signed with 3 stars MCN, kicking off her money-making journey. 076, Zhao Shuadong again. That light that can never be lit. Chen Huaifang sat on a hard, slightly chilly heated brick bed. Before her lay a table narrow enough to barely fit 2 arms, and an oil lamp she knew had long since gone out, yet she still tried every possible way to relight it. He struck match after match. Even when only 2 matches remained in the box, he still couldn't light the lamp. Then he heard a familiar voice and saw a familiar face. Commissioner, stop wasting your time. It won't light. It was Zhao Shuedong. In 81 years, Chen Huaifang had never once dreamed of Zhao Shuedong. Yet here he was, appearing in this dream. He knew it was a dream. He even knew he was lying in an unused room in the family compound. Yet he refused to accept it as a dream. He spoke to Zhao Shuedong in the dream. Shuedong, he said, just let me light this lamp. He recalled that night long ago when the oil lamp had gone out, and thinking to save lamp oil, he hadn't relit it. When he left, he bid farewell to a pitch-black room. To this day, he still couldn't recall your face that night, Shuedong. Had I known it would be our last meeting, I would have lit that lamp no matter what. Instead of leaving so abruptly. Zhao Shuedong showed no expression. Though the dream remained as dark as ever, though he still couldn't make out Zhao Shuedong's face, he just knew he was expressionless. All he could hear was Zhao Shuedong's voice saying, Commissioner, it's fine. Better not to see clearly. Seeing clearly would only make it worse. When he sacrificed himself, he was covered in too much blood. It wasn't a pretty sight. You're getting old, political commissar, he said. His head of white hair made him look older than the division commander, and those wrinkles all over his face, he bore no resemblance to that spirited political commissar anymore. More like a shriveled old man. Then came the nightmare. That agonizing cycle of waking and dreaming tormented him for a long time. Only after taking a deep breath did he sit back down at the desk. He spoke again to Zhao Shuedong sitting before him. He asked Zhao Shuedong if he could see present-day China. Could he see its present prosperity and strength? Zhao Shuedong said yes. Of course he could. He said he could not only see present-day China, but also his grandson. The son of his son, who had only just learned to walk when he left home. And now he's a division commander. Damn impressive. I'm only a battalion commander, and he's already a division commander. Truly, one mountain is higher than another. He added, Political commissar, you look terribly worn out. Just talking with you for a short while has made me sweat buckets. You really should rest more. Chen Huaifang shook his head. I'm not afraid, he said. No need to rest. I don't have much time left anyway. Zhao Shuedong protested, No, political commissar, you must live on. You have to live a few more years for us brothers, to see more of today's China. Chen Huaifang asked, But can't you see it already? Zhao Shuedong only smiled. Chen Huaifang suddenly realized that some of them might have had their eyes blown out when they were killed. Only then did he understand why Zhao Shuedong had insisted he not light the lamp, because Zhao had been blown beyond recognition. Zhao Shuedong's smile vanished. Stay alive, political commissar, he said. We're not in a hurry. Chen Huaifang agreed. Then he tried to light the lamp again, wanting to see Zhao Xuedong one last time, no matter what he looked like. Zhao Xuedong said, "Go ahead then." The room was indeed growing dim. So Chen Huaifang went to light the lamp. He struck a match, transferred the tiny flame to the wick, and the lamp flared to life. But when he looked up, he still couldn't make out Zhao Xuedong's face. He strained his eyes to focus, using every ounce of strength he had. He jolted awake in bed. The sky was gradually turning light. As always, he awoke from his dream, sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the water cup, and took a sip. The water was still lukewarm. He had no idea when it had been replaced. Ever since his son was killed fighting the Americans at Laoshan, Chen Huaifang had never slept soundly again. And since his grandson Shangyang died defending the border, Chen Huaifang could only tell if he'd slept at all by whether he'd had dreams. What a bizarre dream. He glanced at the gray, overcast sky outside the window, suddenly stood up, put on his clothes, and then stubbornly walked out of the room. The sentry was standing guard outside. They asked Chen Huaifang where he was going. Chen Huaifang gave no answer, merely plodding forward with his head down. The two guards couldn't stop him, nor could they press further questions. One followed him, while the other went to report to the guardhouse. And so, accompanied by one guard, Chen Huaifang walked out of the compound. Truthfully, he didn't know where he was headed. Nor did he know which direction he was heading. He had never been to Red Star County before. He hadn't seen or walked down a single street or road in the county. He seemed to be moving forward aimlessly until he stopped at a certain place. He looked up and saw the name of the place. Hongqing County Martyrs Cemetery. The guard who had followed him couldn't help but ask, "Old Chen, how did you know about this place?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. "I don't know." The guard uttered a puzzled ah, then dropped the question, silently trailing behind. He suspected Chen Huaifang was hiding something from him. But Chen Huaifang genuinely didn't know about this place. Perhaps it was Zhao Xuedong who had led him here, unseen. He entered the Martyrs Cemetery. Then he walked to an unremarkable spot. There was no monument here, no planted flowers or grass, just a patch of ordinary, unremarkable earth. Chen Huaifang was absolutely certain this was the very spot where they had buried the remains of the 1,885 martyrs who sacrificed their lives liberating Hongqing County. This is the very spot. Right here, where the final shovel of earth was laid. Though over 80 years of wind and rain had wrought changes upon the land, he could still confirm it. This is it. It couldn't be anywhere else. But why did he come to this place? Why? He didn't know. He wasn't the only one who didn't know. Zhao Gongnan, who had rushed over early that morning upon hearing the news, didn't know either. Even after asking, Chen Huaifang's answer was still that she didn't know. Zhao Gongnan simply couldn't fathom why Chen Huaifang, a man over 100 years old, would suddenly come here first thing in the morning. The Martyrs Cemetery. He asked the guard who had accompanied them since morning, how had Chen Huaifang found this place? Hadn't he, the guard, brought her here? But the guard shook his head. How could he have brought her here? The guard, who had only recently arrived in Red Star County to serve, didn't even know there was a martyrs cemetery here. How could he possibly have brought Chen Huaifang here? Hearing this answer, Zhao Gongnan grew puzzled. Surely Chen Huaifang hadn't come here on his own? When he voiced this suspicion as a question, Chen Huaifang's answer left him even more stunned. Chen Huaifang said, "Xuedong brought me here." Xuedong. Zhao Gongnan knew full well that this was the name given to his grandfather. Zhao Xuedong. His spirit in heaven? He was not one to believe in ghosts and spirits, yet in this moment, he felt a strange sense of disorientation. He approached Chen Huaifang. "Old Chen, it's cold. Put on a coat." Then he removed his own overcoat and draped it over Chen Huaifang. Chen Huaifang shook his head, shrugging the coat off his shoulders. It fell into Zhao Gongnan's hands. Then he said, "Don't put it on me. Put it on yourself." Then he stamped his foot on the ground beneath him, soil that had been trampled countless times before, and declared, "I know the military regulations now. No displaying military insignia. When you went with me yesterday, you weren't wearing yours either. Just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean I didn't notice. And I wasn't the only one who noticed. Xuedong cares about it too. You're already a division commander, but his grandfather is only a battalion commander. One mountain is higher than another. Stand at attention properly, let your old man take a good look." With that, Chen Huaifang turned to Zhao Gongnan, reaching out to straighten his collar and smooth out the slightly wrinkled front of his uniform. Then he silently stepped aside to make room. He spoke up, "I don't know how I found my way here. I don't know how I could be so certain that this is where we buried that shovel of earth all those years ago. I'm a Communist Party member, a materialist who believes in Marxism. But right now, I'm feeling a bit dazed. What do you think, Zhao?" Zhao Gongnan didn't answer. His eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Because at that very moment, a breeze stirred. It was a very gentle breeze, so gentle it could only touch his face. Yet it was also immense, vast enough to sweep through 81 years of time and settle upon his shoulders. He lowered his head, gazing at the ground beneath his feet. He bent down, crouched low, and touched the bare yellow earth with his bare palm. In that instant, he felt as though he could sense the searing heat of those bygone days. 077. Should Chen Huaifang be posthumously reinstated to the rank of honorary colonel? Half a month later, Chen Huaifang bid farewell to Hongqing County and set out on his journey once more. As he resumed his livestream, he remained unaware of everything that had transpired over the past week. He simply mounted his tricycle as always, gradually fading into the horizon under Zhao Gongnan's worried and pleading gaze. After watching Chen Huaifang depart, Zhao Gongnan's expression softened slightly. He sighed and murmured to the political commissar beside him, "What a free-spirited old gentleman." The political commissar, who had just returned from a meeting at the General Staff headquarters, nodded in agreement, his voice tinged with regret. "It's just a pity we didn't get to have a proper heart-to-heart with this venerable elder." Zhao Gongnan smiled without comment. The political commissar spoke frankly, "Old Zhao, guess what new rank the General Staff plans to confer on the old man?" Zhao Gongnan tilted his head slightly, waiting for the answer. The political commissar continued, "Based on Comrade Ma's wishes and publicly available information, the General Staff plans to confer the rank of senior colonel upon the old gentleman before this year's National Day celebrations. Furthermore, they plan to invite him to attend next year's September 3rd military parade commemorating the 80th anniversary of the victory in the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression and the victory in the World Anti-Fascist War." Hearing this, Zhao Gongnan was quite surprised. "Senior colonel?" The political commissar, reading Zhao's thoughts, clarified bluntly, "It's an honorary rank." Zhao Gongnan shook his head. "If it's not honorary, what else could it be? I just don't understand given Comrade Chen's status as a founding hero who fought in 3 major wars. How could he only be awarded the rank of colonel? Shouldn't he at least be a major general? Though major general and colonel differ by only 1 rank. But in reality, they represent a world of difference. 2 bars and 4 stars versus 1 bar and 1 star, that's the threshold for being called a general. Wasn't the General Staff's decision a bit hasty?" After hearing this, the political commissar pondered thoughtfully, "Frankly, I feel this senior colonel rank is a bit too low. But we must consider the implications. Besides, this senior colonel appointment is only provisional. Isn't there still several months before National Day? Once the groundwork is laid, a major general rank wouldn't be out of the question." Then the political commissar shifted gears, "But if it were up to me, we wouldn't need any re-rankings. We should simply invite Comrade Chen to attend the September 3rd ceremony and announce before billions of people nationwide and globally that our nation still has a founding general among us. Why dwell on history? In 1955, Comrade Chen was only 35, the youngest lieutenant general in the history of our nation since founding. Why can't we acknowledge this openly?" The political commissar spoke plainly, without a shred of concealment. He was a soldier, and soldiers must have spirit. History is for future generations to judge. He just wanted the present moment. The old man is already 6 feet under. What harm would it do to let him have his moment at the end? To let him don that nearly pristine founding-era general's uniform and take the stage? Didn't the medals filling his chest speak volumes? Though the political commissar hadn't seen them himself, Zhao Gongnan had. Chen Huaifang's military decorations, meticulously preserved for decades, still gleam with golden brilliance. 4 medals for combat heroism alone. 14 first-class merits. Countless second-class meritorious service medals. And even multiple medals representing his illustrious combat achievements in military history, including the 3rd-class August 1st Medal, the Independence and Freedom Medal, and the Liberation Medal. These 2 military officers, both now holding the rank of colonel, dare not even imagine it. Imagine if, on the day of the September 3rd military parade, what a sight it would have been to see Chen Huaifang, then a 105-year-old man shouldering 2 gold stars and adorned with all these medals as he appeared before the reviewing troops. Wouldn't that be a scene of vibrant vitality and flourishing life? Wouldn't that be a testament to the continuity of tradition? In fact, it's not just these 2. As time passed and the buzz grew, Chen Huaifang, who had gone viral again over the past week after entering a military camp for a livestream, her total online following has now reached a staggering 11 million. Among these 11 million people, at least 1 million must be eager to witness Chen Huaifang's decorated chest. They dared not imagine how many medals of honor such an elderly man must have pinned to his chest. But clearly, Chen Huaifang would never flaunt such things. Just as he himself and Mai Zi had said, he never considered them honors worth boasting about. Behind each medal lay one bloody battle after another. Time and again, they represented partings and deaths Chen Huaifang could never forget. But just because he didn't want to display them didn't mean others didn't want him to. Nor did it mean no one would infer the medals he possessed from the details of his stories. This was the clear sky after he set out on his new journey. At Hope Middle School, just as Mai Zi finished exchanging well wishes with his great-grandfather and opened his notebook to draft a lesson plan, a cup of milk tea suddenly appeared before him. This was a genuine rarity at Hope Middle School. The nearest bubble tea shop was in a town dozens of kilometers away. Looking at the cup of milk tea, Mai Zi lifted his head and met Rin Ying's gaze. She asked, "Did you go to town?" Ronning nodded, her spirits noticeably lifted compared to before. It was a radiance like that of parched plants suddenly revived by rain. She smiled at my Z and said, "The package I ordered a while back arrived, so I went out early this morning to pick it up. I grabbed 2 drinks while I was there. Not sure if you like matcha flavor, so I just went with what I like." My Z hummed in acknowledgement, nodding as she accepted Ren Ying's kindness. She casually remarked, "You've been getting a lot of packages lately." Hearing this, Ren Ying's smile froze for half a second before unfurling again. "It's okay. I've just come to terms with it. I've decided to seize the day." My Z looked at Ren Ying with confusion. Seizing the day? That was something Ren Ying would say? In my Z's memory, Ren Ying's family wasn't well off. Though somewhat vain, she'd never been extravagant. She'd scrimp and save for months to buy a genuine necklace she loved. She'd work day and night at part-time jobs to afford the latest iPhone 14. The last time I heard Ren Ying mention saving money was that September when their senior year began. Ren Ying suddenly declared she was starting to save a large sum. She planned to buy her own apartment. If anyone else had said that, people would probably just laugh it off. But Ren Ying never made empty promises. From her senior year through graduation and then during these past 2.5 years of teaching in rural areas, my Z has witnessed every penny she saved and every part-time job she took. She genuinely wanted to buy her own place and was determined to make it happen. So why the sudden change of heart? Seizing the moment? Not at all. Ren Ying's resolve had never wavered. From the day she refused to drop out of school to work and earn her brother's dowry money, insisting instead on finishing college only to be kicked out by her parents, she vowed to buy her own home. It was a deep-seated rebellion against fate. Even if someone held a gun to her head, she wouldn't give up. Seizing the day was merely a lie, she told my Z. She dared not let Mai know that over the past fortnight, by posing as the great-granddaughter of Mai's great-grandfather, she had signed with 3 Stars Entertainment and become an internet sensation. Her follower count was about to break the 800,000 mark. Now, her advertising rate had skyrocketed to a minimum of 30,000 yuan for a 20-second spot. Her highest viewed video had 4.868 million views, and with ad revenue sharing, a single video earned her a whopping 86,000 yuan. She knew influencers made money fast, but never imagined it would be this fast. Saving up for a house down payment in 18 months? No. 18 months was enough for her to buy a commercial property outright in a new first-tier city. Compared to the 100,000 yuan she painstakingly saved over 2 years, Ren Ying is now on a spending spree. She was determined to buy everything she'd ever denied herself and all the things she'd been too afraid to purchase before. After briefly dismissing my Z, she lugged her bags of packages to her desk and began unwrapping them one by one. The latest phone, the newest laptop, necklaces, rings, bracelets, everything from skincare products to electronics was there. She even bought several truckloads of fruits, vegetables, and pork wholesale from town to improve the meals at Hope Middle School. All told, the purchases easily amounted to tens of thousands of yuan. This was nearly every penny she'd saved over the past 2 years. But now, she didn't care at all. She simply marveled at having a plausible excuse to explain the origin of this money. So it wouldn't arouse suspicion among those around her. Just as she was fiddling with her Givenchy bracelet worth 4,888 yuan, a message popped up on her phone. It was Sister Lu. The message was simple and to the point. Everyone online is curious about what military decorations the old man received. Could you compile that for me by tomorrow night? It'd be best to get the old man to take a few photos or recount when and why he earned each medal. Editing and video work will proceed as usual. Another message followed. The final payment for that dating app from last time should have arrived. Check your account. Ren Ying set down her fitness tracker and picked up her phone. She counted the zeros before the decimal point in the incoming payment notification. 10, 100,000, 10,000, another 50,000 in final payment. And that's not even counting the dividends. Counting the dividends, this one ad just netted over 100,000. This is more profitable than robbery. But Sister Lu's message made her feel uneasy. Her eyes flickered as she glanced at my Z, who was busy writing lesson plans. How could she get my Z to send her the photo of Chen Huaifang's military medal? 078, Chen Huaifang actually has a first-class August 1st medal? Huan. After mulling it over all afternoon, Ren Ying finally spoke up. She feigned casualness as she asked, "Your great-grandfather must have fought in many battles back then, right?" "Probably." My Z answered casually, not giving it much thought. After all, she didn't know exactly how many battles her great-grandfather had fought. But surely quite a few? From the War of Resistance against Japan to the Liberation War, then the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea, all told, over 100 battles, big and small? Close, right? Ren Ying's movements visibly paused upon hearing the answer. She set down the Helena black bandage in her hand, momentarily unsure how to continue questioning. These past days, to placate Sister Lu, she'd already probed my Z far too many times. She'd used excuses like needing to study, being curious, or arguing with people online. She'd racked her brain for countless excuses. Sometimes Mai even grew annoyed by her questioning, especially when she didn't know the answers herself. And my Z wouldn't go ask great-grandpa. So Renning had no choice but to make up an answer for Sister Lu. Fortunately, the answers to these questions couldn't be verified, or she would have been exposed long ago. But today's question had a verifiable answer. Many online had already deduced the metals Chen Huaifang possessed based on the stories he'd shared. Though not official answers, questions like 1 + 1 = 2 don't require reference materials. Clearly, if Renning used those answers to respond to Sister Lu, she wouldn't pass muster. 3 stars signed her specifically to unearth information others couldn't dig up. This time, she really couldn't just make something up. She turned her head and asked in a curious tone, "Didn't he tell you?" "No. Not even once?" "Not once." "Then you never asked? You were never curious?" My Z abruptly dropped her phone and looked at Renning. "I never knew he'd served in the military and fought in wars before. How could I have asked?" She was getting a bit annoyed by the questions. Ever since Renning learned that Chen Huaifang was her great-grandfather, she'd been asking endless questions. She couldn't understand what was so interesting about it. If she was truly curious, couldn't she just watch her great-grandfather's livestream? Or watch those online screen recordings and analysis videos? Why was she constantly asking her? Realizing my Z was getting annoyed, Renning couldn't press further and reluctantly dropped the subject. "I was just asking out of pure curiosity." My Z gave a non-committal "oh" and let the matter drop. But how could Renning give up so easily? She turned back, picked up the Helena Rubinstein black bandage bottle, and looked at my Z again. Huan, do you want to try this?" My Z looked up at Renning. This small bottle of skincare was already 3 months' worth of her teaching salary. She shook her head. "No, thank you. I used my own when I first got back." After saying that, she asked curiously, "This bottle isn't cheap, is it?" Renning waved it off casually. "It's okay, just over 3,000. My Z's expression grew complex as she couldn't help but say, "Just this one bottle costs over 3,000, and then there's all that La Mer and Chanel stuff. Plus the camera, phone, and laptop you've bought these past few days. Didn't you say you were saving up for a house?" Realizing her mistake, Renning quickly corrected herself. Right. I am buying a house." Then she flatly denied it. "Besides, who said these were real?" She waved the Helena Rubinstein black bandage bottle, then picked up an almost new bottle of La Mer, along with the pile of luxury bottles and jars. She continued, these they're all channel goods, more than half the price of authentic items." By channel goods, she meant counterfeits. But to deceive my Z, Renning was now resorting to any means necessary. She even pointed to the Hasselblad X2D on the bedside table, which had only been used twice. "And that camera? I rented it. A person needs to enjoy life sometimes." Faced with such evasive answers, my Z merely uttered a non-committal "oh." Buying counterfeits, renting cameras. Nothing unusual about that. But coming from Renning, it was unusual. She was the type who'd scrimp and save for months to buy genuine products. As she put it herself, "I may be poor, but I still have the right to use high-end products. I didn't steal or rob anyone. Every penny was saved up by me. Who are outsiders to judge me?" So when Renning said she'd started buying counterfeits, my Z didn't believe her. But what could she do about it? At the end of the day, they were just ordinary classmates, ordinary friends. There was too much she couldn't say. And so, from that moment on until I fell asleep, neither of them spoke another word. Late into the night, with her first class the next morning being history, my Z finally put down her phone and drifted off to sleep. Another half-hour passed. After confirming my Z was sound asleep, Renning abruptly pulled back the bed curtains. Her movements were light, her voice barely audible. Like a cat hunting mice in the night, she slipped out of bed, bare feet gliding silently across the terrazzo floor. Like a thief. This was the first time in her life she truly felt like a thief. She tiptoed to my Z's bedside, listening to her steady breathing as she carefully lifted my Z's phone from beside her pillow. Then she flipped the screen face down and gently pressed my finger against it. Unlocked. To avoid making any more noise, she hung awkwardly over the bedhead, bent over like a fishing rod with a fish hooked on it. She began scrolling through my Z's photo album. Among hundreds of photos documenting her volunteer teaching days, college life, and pictures with Su Nua, she finally found the one she wanted. It was a selfie of my Z and Su Nua with Chen Huaifang, taken before they left the old house. In the photo, Su Nua stood slightly bent over, my Z wore a faint smile, and Chen Huaifang, dressed in that nearly brand new military uniform, stood solemnly between them. Pinned to his chest were several medals of honor he had personally selected at the time. The Independence and Freedom Medal, the Liberation Medal, the First Class Combat Hero Medal, and others. One of them, partially obscured by Su Nua's sleeve, was the Third Class August 1st Medal. Renning, who discovered the photo, sent it to herself as if she had found a treasure. She then carefully deleted the chat history and placed the phone back beside Mai's pillow. Finally, she tiptoed back to the bed. The moment she drew the curtain closed and lay down again, a wave of relief washed over her. Sweat poured from her body like water. Gasping for breath, she carefully stored the photo away. She didn't know the names or meanings of the medals Chen Huaifang wore on her chest. And she couldn't just hand the photo over to Sister Lu. She had to weave a little story around it. So she absolutely had to figure out what those medals were first. But now, going through each video and searching for images to verify them one by one was too late. She didn't have the patience for that either. She simply cropped the medals out of the photo and fed them to Baozi AI for image recognition. Sure enough, Baozi AI delivered the answers swiftly. Independence and Freedom Medal, a medal awarded by the People's Republic of China in 1955 to members of the People's Liberation Army who distinguished themselves during the War of Resistance against Japan. Liberation Medal, a medal awarded by the People's Republic of China in 1955 to members of the People's Liberation Army who distinguished themselves during the Liberation War. However, one of them yielded an incorrect result due to being partially obscured by Su Nua's clothing. First Class August 1st Medal. This medal was awarded to officers at the division level and above 37 years prior. Chen Huaifang, who was merely a guerrilla fighter at the time, only possessed a third class August 1st medal. But Ren Ying had no intention of verifying the accuracy of these answers. Seeing that the images were all more or less the same, she began weaving her own story. She wanted Sister Lu to believe these answers came directly from her great-grandfather. Naturally, she would vividly recount how her great-grandfather had told her these stories. And so, the night slipped away unnoticed. After working through most of the night, Ren Ying still showed no signs of waking even after Mai Zi had gotten up, washed, and dressed. It wasn't until Mai came over and tapped her hand that she finally opened her eyes. Having slept less than 3 hours, Ren Ying sat on the bed, her eyes heavy with sleep. Time for class. Don't you have morning classes? Even Mai Zi's voice seemed distant, as if coming from millions of miles away. Ren Ying shook her head. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Could you call in sick for me? With that, she collapsed back onto the bed. Mai Zi looked at her, hesitating to speak, but finally said, if you keep this up, you might lose your eligibility for graduate school recommendation. Let them cancel it then. With those words, Ren Ying fell into a deep, unresponsive sleep. She no longer cared about the teaching internship or graduate school admission. She was now effortlessly earning hundreds of thousands a month. Who cared about graduate school recommendations? Seeing this, Mai Zi felt it was pointless to say more. He picked up his notebook and phone and left the dorm. She hadn't gone far when her phone rang. Stepping outside, Mai Zi put on her Bluetooth headset and pressed the answer button. Hello? It's me. Miss Chu? Did something happen to my great-grandfather? Mai Zi panicked the moment she recognized Chu Tong's voice on the other end. She had only recently met this person named Chu Tong. She was one of the very few ordinary people who knew Chu Tong's true identity. So the instant she received this unexpected call, her instinctive reaction was that something terrible had happened to her great-grandfather. No, the old man is as sturdy as ever. He ate 3 steamed buns this morning. He's got a better appetite than I do. On the other end of the line, Chu Tong's tone was light. That's good. Nazi-song breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiu Tong changed the subject. Have you been working with an MCN called 3 Stars lately? 079, it's time to tell Chen Huaifang's own story. 3 stars? What's that? Mai Zi furrowed her brow, completely clueless about what Chu Tong was referring to. On the other end of the line, Chu Tong stuffed the remaining half of her egg yolk pastry into her mouth. It's an internet company. The cyber police coordinated and said the old man's great-granddaughter has business dealings with this company, with a current transaction amount of 10,000. But we can't find any direct third-generation relatives besides you. Do you know anything about this? Mai Zi gasped in utter shock. How had she never known her great-grandfather had a great-granddaughter? Growing up, she'd never even known she had a sister. Could this be some historical romantic entanglement from her great-grandfather's past? Impossible. Mai Zi immediately dismissed that possibility. Setting aside her great-grandfather's character, a man who raised and nurtured his own children would never pretend ignorance. But why would this so-called great-granddaughter come forward to claim her identity if she knew about it? Was she afraid of being hounded by the great-grandfather demanding child support? That was even less plausible. Grandpa's online fame was sky-high now. Far from worrying about being hounded, she'd be lucky if she didn't come forward to cash in on the attention. After weighing these thoughts, Mai Zi spoke slowly. Miss Chu, you should be able to trace my great-grandfather's detailed life history and list of children, correct? Chu Tong hummed in acknowledgement before replying, not specific. Not specific? Mai Zi frowned in confusion. Could there really be records even the 113 Bureau couldn't access? Xiu Tong explained, the old man's history itself isn't problematic, but his former subordinates are entangled in some sensitive issues. Back then, the means available for handling such matters were limited, so even the portion concerning the old gentleman was sealed along with them. To this day, fewer than 20 people across all of China have access to those files. So we can't definitively say whether the old man had any romantic entanglements during that period. After hearing Chu Tong's explanation, Mai Zi, being a history teacher, could probably guess what the issue was. After a moment's thought, she spoke up, but at that time, my great-grandmother had already passed away from illness 5 years prior. Even if he wanted another child, it would have been impossible. If he had remarried earlier or later, regardless of whether I knew about it, you would definitely have been able to find records. I'm right about that, aren't I? Shu Tong hummed in acknowledgement. Sitting in the passenger seat, she watched the tricycle steadily moving ahead not far away. She nodded. You've really reminded me. Looking back, there's no marriage record for the old man. Looking back, the age doesn't match. That means, this great-granddaughter doesn't exist. Mai Zi hummed in acknowledgement. She added, and since you're coordinating with the cyber police anyway, why not just have them look up the guy's name? Shu Tong gave a wry smile. Sis, it's not as simple as you think. The cyber police are only screening sensitive information. Without concrete evidence or actions like spreading rumors or threats, they can't investigate a citizen's personal information. Even Li Feng's case was approached through other lines of evidence. Mai Zi murmured in acknowledgement. Xiu Tong continued, this 3 stars guy is a master at skirting the rules. He's making money by walking the gray line. But since it hasn't caused any real harm and isn't directly related to you, just let it slide for now. Besides, so many people online are trying to grab attention using the old man. We can't arrest them all, can we? Mai Zi nodded in understanding. As long as it doesn't affect my great-grandfather. I don't want to interfere too much with the rest. As she spoke, she walked into the office and set down the items in her hands before suddenly adding, oh, right. Miss Chu, what's the name of this account claiming to be my great-grandfather's great-granddaughter? Whimsical history. Let me reiterate, she never directly claimed to be related to the old man. She just hasn't responded to the online speculation and rumors. Mai nodded, hummed in acknowledgement, and hung up. She glanced at the time. Class wouldn't start for another 10 minutes. She opened her phone and searched for this whimsical history teller. It appeared to be a new account. Less than a month old, yet it had already posted 7 works and garnered 800,040 followers. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Hitching a ride on trends was truly a lucrative strategy these days. Then she casually tapped on the latest video. A woman's unfamiliar voice spoke. This episode explores the honors bestowed upon the elderly Chen Huaifang. As she listened, Mai opened the video's comments section. Though the video had been up for less than an hour, it already had over 200 comments. A few of them had particularly high like counts. The author skips all reasoning, just spouts conclusions. I've always suspected the author is related to old man Chen. How else could they be so certain? Silence speaks volumes. The author should just come clean already. I don't mind Chen Lao's family cashing in on the hype after all. Who doesn't love extra cash? If I were Chen Lao's grandson, I'd be begging to livestream with him daily. Financial freedom would be a breeze. This comment received the most likes. Reading these comments, Mai Zi couldn't help but bite the dead skin on her lip. It seems this account has truly been misunderstood by many. And by quite a large number of people. Some even followed this capricious history account because they thought it might be run by Chen Huaifang's relatives. But Mai Zi didn't really mind it that much. After all, making money isn't shameful. The saying money is hard to earn is hard to eat, and earning money is harder than eating isn't just idle talk. Not to mention that Mai Zi is currently volunteering as a teacher, receiving only 1,150 yuan per month in subsidies. Even if she were job hunting with her 211 university degree, she'd only fetch 3,000 to 4,000 yuan monthly. If someone else could seize this opportunity to earn money, she had no reason to be envious. But just as she was about to turn off her phone and head to class, a line in the video caught her attention. This final one is actually the one the old man cherished most. It represents his revolutionary consciousness from his early years. It is this one, the first class August 1st medal. Mai Zi didn't understand this. Su Nuo understood. After taking that photo with her great-grandfather, Su Nuo had been utterly stunned by the medals covering his chest. Especially that August 1st medal. But it wasn't a first-class August 1st medal. It was the third-class August 1st medal. Su Nuo explained to her then that this medal was awarded to personnel below company rank who had joined the guerrilla forces or Northeast anti-Japanese units 37 years prior and persevered in combat behind enemy lines. This signified that her great-grandfather had joined the resistance long before the full-scale National War of Resistance. The honor and hardship involved need no elaboration. And my great-grandfather himself admitted that he felt unworthy of this medal. He had joined our forces less than 3 months before the official date set for awarding this medal, July 1937. Thus, this medal became the one he treasured most. But this account got it wrong. Actually, the mistake doesn't really matter. After all, you find all sorts of claims online these days. But this account shouldn't make mistakes. 800,000 followers isn't huge, but it's not small either. And with public opinion running wild these days, people are practically treating this account as the great-grandfather's official secondary account. If this misinformation keeps spreading like wildfire, perhaps, maybe, it might have some negative consequences? With that thought, Mai closed Douyin. Just as she was about to dial Xiuton's number, the class bell rang. She had to put the matter aside for now and hurried off to class. Coincidentally, today's lesson covered the War of Resistance against Japan, specifically the 100 Regiments Offensive. Namely, the 100 Regiments Offensive. And coincidentally, thousands of miles away on the road, Chen Huaifang was also talking about this very war as if by some unspoken connection. At that very moment, he rode onto an open stretch of flat land. Perhaps he was tired, or perhaps the 3 steamed buns he'd eaten that morning had left him feeling a bit bloated. He slowly pulled his tricycle to the side of the road and found a sunny spot to sit down. Phone in hand, he watched the sun climb higher on the distant horizon and exhaled a long sigh. Over the course of his recent journey, he had not only grown accustomed to live streaming and learned to interact with the little ones in his chat room, but he had even untangled a knot that had been knotted in his heart for years. Before, he'd never quite believed that some things could simply be resolved by speaking them out loud. But now he believed it. He looked at his reflection on the screen and at the stream of rapidly scrolling comments. The glare made it hard to see clearly. So he spoke to himself, "Guys, let's chat. I saw you guys saying you liked hearing me tell those stories. But all those stories I've told so far? They're all other people's stories. Wan Hu, Siyu, Old Go, Yida Shang, Deng Ming Jue. At the end of the day, I'm just an observer. Today, I want to ramble on about my own story. This head of mine, now white as snow, was once black. Back in the day, I was just like Zhao Xuedong, not exactly a model soldier. 080, Grandpa's August 1st medal, not first class, but third class. This was the first time Chen Huaifang shared his own story in the livestream. He hadn't intended to share it. But ever since he suddenly dreamt of Zhao Xuedong half a month ago and heard those words live well, he'd been mulling it over. He just couldn't find the opportunity, the time, or the right frame of mind. Until today, when he happened to see cluster after cluster of newly sprouted wheat along this rarely traveled, nearly deserted dirt road, his heart suddenly stirred. It felt just like the day long ago when he first learned to recognize wheat. And in the livestream, viewers and content creators who had watched countless analysis and speculation videos finally got their answer key. "Grandpa, please tell us. We've been piecing things together from scattered hints before, but now we finally have the official answer." Yeah. Not long ago, there was this channel called History with Attitude. Wasn't that Grandpa's relative or something? Amidst the relentless stream of comments so bright they were nearly unreadable against the sunlight, Chen Huaifang slowly began to speak. "I was born in a small village during the old society. Born on the 20th day of the 4th lunar month in the 9th year of the Republic of China, which is 1920 in our current calendar. 1920. A year both extraordinary and ordinary. That year, in Chen Huaifang's hometown, there was neither severe drought nor devastating floods. Yet that year, beyond Chen Huaifang's hometown, warlords carved up the land, common folk suffered in dire straits, imperialist powers schemed to further divide our China, and it was the year when the seeds of communism began to sprout across the 9,600,000 square kilometers of our homeland. But how could Chen Huaifang, who was just a child at the time, have known any of this? The earliest childhood memory he could still recall was when he was about 4 or 5 years old. It was the first time he accompanied his father to the fields, where his father taught him to identify wheat sprouts. Back then, Chen Huaifang was a child barely as tall as his father's thigh. His eyes were fixed on the earthworms wriggling through the ridges and the bird buzzing incessantly in the trees. He couldn't care less about learning to identify wheat. All he wanted was to run back and forth along the ridges, chasing insects and birds. But his father would grab him by the scruff of his neck, like he was picking up a kitten, and plunk him down in front of a sprouting wheat seedling. He couldn't recall exactly how tall it was. Perhaps it had just poked through the soil, or perhaps it was already a foot or a foot and a half tall. But he remembered his father's next words vividly. His father told him, "Look, this straight, smooth stalk with 3 or 5 slender, long leaves branching off it is wheat." Father said wheat was just like us farmers. Its seeds are tiny, earth-colored like our arms. But once they touch water and enter the soil, they sprout within a day or two. Just like you, once you're planted and feel the wind, you start to grow. Father added that wheat is a strange thing. It grows straight all season long, gradually bearing fruit on its stalks, then slowly bends downward. It glows with a golden light. Father said this light is what sustains all of us. But how could I have understood back then? All I could think about back then were those little creatures chirping endlessly. Chen Huaifang's eyes welled up as he spoke. Things and moments once dismissed in youth would, in some fleeting instant of adulthood, erupt like thunderous waves crashing against the shore. He still remembered clearly that autumn when he was 15. That autumn when even the distant sky glowed golden, like the light of ripe wheat ears in a field. He ran from one end of the field ridge to the other, barefoot on exposed gravel that pierced his skin, drawing blood. His bloodshot eyes could no longer tell north from south. His ears rang with his mother's horse shouts, and his face still bore the frozen spatter of blood from his father's neck. That autumn. That very autumn. He was stuffed into a woodpile, then watched with his own eyes as the Japanese soldiers sliced open his mother's belly, watched with his own eyes as they chopped off his father's head. The blood spurting from his father's neck shot several meters high. The rolling head resembled that wheat seed his father had given him that year, which he had carelessly tossed aside. Yet he could only hide in the woodpile, clenching his teeth so tightly he dared not make a sound, until blood seeped from his gums, until the Japanese left the small courtyard. He didn't even have time to mourn, nor to find a burial place for his parents murdered by the Japanese. Because the Japanese would return at any moment, because it was that childhood sister who, to buy him time to escape, had fought desperately to break free from the Japanese. To this day, Chen Huaifang still doesn't know if that sister survived. To this day, Chen Huaifang still cannot forget the scene after he stumbled and fell into the wheat field. He lay on the damp ground, dampened by an early autumn rain. That dampness seemed to seep through 10 years of time, spreading from the soles of his young feet up to his spine. He lay in that golden wheat field. Suddenly, his father's voice boomed in his ears. He said, "Son, you must remember what this wheat looks like. Forget everything else, but never forget this. For it is through this wheat that we have survived generation after generation, and it is through this wheat that we have gradually built our present." From that day on, Chen Huaifang developed a profound, deep obsession with wheat. Years later, when he too crouched in the wheat field, pointing to a young wheat seedling and teaching his own son how to recognize it. Years later, when he sat here, frail and aged, staring at a small screen that tore open the long-healed scar once more. Only then did he suddenly realize the thunderous roar echoing across the heavens had sounded once more. He drew a deep breath. From that day on, I began to want to kill the Japanese devils. I joined the army, but back then, the warlords were only concerned with making money, fighting each other, carving up territory, and how to take in more concubines. Fighting the Japanese? For those warlords, fighting the Japanese was just another way to rake in cash. But once they'd made enough money, they wouldn't share it with the soldiers under their command. We soldiers, burning with rage to fight the Japanese, ended up not even having enough to eat or sleep properly. 2 years. 2 whole years. That's the environment I lived in. So much so that when my brother Scherzir, brimming with patriotic fervor, enlisted to fight the Japanese with all his might, all I could think about at the time was how I was going to get my next meal. The audience, hearing Chen Huaifang speak these words for the first time, were stunned. They never imagined that Chen Huaifang, who had witnessed his parents' murder by the Japanese invaders, would, after 2 years of military service, be preoccupied not with vengeance, but with how to secure his next meal. So you just let it go, the murder of your own parents? Of course not. Didn't you hear Grandpa say that warlords back then were only interested in lining their pockets and didn't fight the Japanese at all? If Grandpa were truly that kind of person, he wouldn't be sitting here telling us stories now. I can understand why Grandpa thought that way back then. After all, it wasn't just the warlords, even the government was advocating a policy of non-resistance. Grandpa was just a soldier back then. What could he possibly decide? How could he fight the Japanese without enough to eat? Chen Huaifang couldn't see the comments, of course. He just kept talking to himself. It wasn't until later, after Shitsi died, that I managed to escape from that place. Soon after, in a small mountain village, I met an old gentleman named Gusen, and then I met my platoon sergeant, who became my sponsor for party membership. It was that same year I formally joined our army. And at this point, Chen Huaifang reached inside his coat and carefully pulled out a medal that still gleamed with freshness. It was the one he treasured most among all his medals. The 3rd class August 1st medal. He held the medal up, his back to the sunlight, the medal gleaming golden in the rays. He moved the medal into the livestream frame, took a deep breath, and declared, "I joined the revolution in April of the 37th year." This medal was specifically awarded to those who joined our military before July. It was meant for comrades who endured countless hardships and arduous journeys. Yet somehow, it ended up being awarded to me, a latecomer to the cause. Chen Huaifang shook his head with a bitter smile as he spoke. In the livestream chat, sharp-eyed viewers, particularly content creators who specialized in screen recording analysis, instantly recognized the medal and flooded the screen with comments. 3rd class August 1st medal. Holy crap, I was right. Holy crap, a living 3rd class August 1st medal. I always thought Grandpa never got one. For those unfamiliar, these August 1st medals of various ranks were awarded by China in 1955 to individuals who participated in revolutionary armed struggles at different stages before 1937. This is arguably one of the most significant medals ever awarded in our nation's history. It stands shoulder to shoulder with the Independence and Freedom Medal and the Liberation Medal. 081, proof that you, Rening, are indeed Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter. Chen Huaifang began recounting his own story. The question that had the entire internet guessing finally received its reference answer. Within 5 minutes, this news swept across half the internet, with over 45 million views on related topics. Within 3 minutes, countless videos condemning the nonsense, wild speculation, blind guesses, and rumor-mongering sprouted like mushrooms after rain. That brother Chi also claimed Grandpa must have joined the revolution after 1938, or even after 1940. He's already deleted his video and apologized. Brother Chi was actually pretty honest, at least he deleted his video and apologized. Search for Dong Shui history. That guy is still live streaming, stubbornly insisting he wasn't wrong. Honestly, both of them are pretty bad. That Zheng Daipio girl, who barely reads her script, was desperately trying to gain attention by claiming Grandpa was a genuine Qing dynasty veteran. Insisted Grandpa was among the earliest party members and participated in the youth movement. She was trending big time. I sensed something was off, and her fans even attacked me. Just now she was reading AI-generated live scripts while watching her grandpa's stream, and now she's gone offline pretending to be dead. Hilarious. Amidst the barrage of criticism and waves of complaints in the chat, Chen Huaifang remained largely unmoved. First, the backlight made the comments completely unreadable. Second, he simply didn't care about such things. To him, dying on the battlefield back then was the death he deserved. Not like this living in this world, enduring the agony of life, death, and separation. He murmured as he continued, after joining the revolution in April 1937, my first platoon sergeant who also served as my party sponsor became the benefactor who changed my life forever. His name was Huang Qingjie. He was my old platoon sergeant. He was the person who influenced me the most. When Chen Huaifang spoke of Huang Qingjie, a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Unlike the emotions evoked by Jin Wanhu, Old Master Gusen, or figures like Yi Dashang, Deng Mingjue, or Yang Siyu which were tinged with nostalgia and deep reflection. Instead, it was a slightly unusual look, tinged with a hint of reverence. A wheat-like glow shimmered in his eyes. Chen Huaifang had already shared some stories about Huang Qingjie with Secretary Li and others during his time in Rongtong County, but he had never recounted them in the livestream. Therefore, he needed to recount them once more. And just as he was retelling those events, Renning, who had been pretending to be sick but was actually sound asleep in the dorm, was jolted awake by a phone call. Still half asleep, Renning didn't even glance at the caller ID before hanging up. All she wanted now was to sleep. But before long, the phone rang again. Realizing something might be amiss, Renning sat up this time, answered the call, and just as she said, "Hello?" Sister Lu's voice on the other end erupted, "What's going on with you? Are you or aren't you Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter? Why don't the details match?" Renning, who had mentally rehearsed this countless times, blurted out, "Of course I am." Then, jolted awake, cold sweat broke out on her back. She hurriedly asked, "What information is wrong?" On the other end, Sister Lu took a deep breath. "The information you sent last night, didn't you say your great-grandfather, Chen Huaifang, had a first-class August 1st medal?" Renning nodded upon hearing this. "Right, that's right." "Bull." Sister Lu couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. "Do you even know what you've done? Do you have any idea what he just said? Do you know how high it's trending on the internet right now? Forget it, you don't need to see it. I'll tell you. He's telling his own story right now, and hundreds of amateurs and companies in the same field are scrambling to do PR and write statements. Do you even realize that?" Still reeling from the tirade, Renning looked bewildered and asked, "What the hell is going on? Did I say something wrong?" Standing in the office area, overwhelmed with work, Sister Lu burst out laughing in exasperation. She yelled at the PR department to get on it immediately, then continued her tirade. "Still haven't figured it out? Did you burn your brain out staying up all night? Don't you even know how old your great-grandfather is? He's 104 this year." Renning, who had already verified this detail with my Z, answered smoothly, "He was born in 1920. What's the problem with him being 104 this year?" "Poof." Sister Lu sneered coldly, "Right, exactly. But he joined the revolution in May 1937. He never even had a first-class August 1st medal, you know?" Hearing this, Renning instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Beads of sweat as big as beans rolled down her forehead. She knew exactly what this meant. Having spent the past fortnight carefully earning money, she knew exactly what saying the wrong thing in a video entailed. The internet and self-media world where fickle fame came fast and faded just as quickly. Her sudden rise to stardom relied entirely on the ambiguity of her relative of Chen Huaifang identity never directly confirming it, and the flawless accuracy of her video content. But now there was a problem. And it wasn't the kind of problem she could brush off with excuses like "I didn't hear clearly" or "the old lady must have misremembered." This was a crisis that could strip away her facade in an instant, knocking her down from being a blogger with nearly 1 million followers to just an ordinary person. Her gaze darted to Maizi's empty bed. Her voice trembled as she stammered, "That's impossible. I only reported what he said himself." Upon hearing this, Sister Lu closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Are you trying to tell me the old man misremembered because of his age? Or that your ears aren't so good and you heard wrong?" On the other end of the line, Renning swallowed hard. Sister Lu cursed fiercely. "The old man didn't misremember. And even if you're deaf, you wouldn't hear 3 as 1, would you?" Perhaps exhausted from yelling, or simply too busy to argue with Renning, Sister Lu sat down heavily, her brow furrowed as she caught her breath, leaning against the chair. She said slowly, emphasizing each word, "Renning, tell me the truth. Are you or are you not Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter?" Renning swallowed hard. Having just woken up, she didn't even have any saliva. She couldn't answer this question. Even if she denied it, Sister Lu could probably guess the truth anyway. But she couldn't admit it. She had to insist she was, or else the penalty clause in the contract would be an astronomical sum she couldn't possibly afford. With Li Feng's precedent fresh in her mind, Sister Lu's contracts were now 100% legally sound. Even if she really was Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter, Sister Lu's contract was legally binding. And what if she wasn't? The realization left Renning so flustered she could barely speak. I. Tell me the truth." Sister Lu's patience was wearing thin. Renning swallowed hard again, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Of course I am." "All right." To her surprise, Sister Lu didn't fly into a rage or continue berating her. Instead, she gave a bitter smile and nodded. "All right, Renning. Since you say so, I'll chalk it up to me being too hasty earlier. But I need to tell you now. The account is in serious trouble. It's already lost 30,000 followers, and the numbers keep dropping. By 8 p.m. tonight, you must present solid proof that you are his great-granddaughter. And make sure your great-grandfather understands we might publish this information online. If you can't, then prepare to face the consequences of breaching the contract." Just as Sister Lu was about to hang up, she remembered something and added, "One more thing. If you hang up on me again without reason next time I call, we're done working together." With that, Sister Lu slammed the phone down and tossed it onto the desk. She bellowed, "Get moving! Get moving! Do you really want to drive the god of wealth away?" Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory of Hope Middle School, Renning. She sat blankly on her bed, her eyes hollow and her face drained of color, as if that phone call had sucked every ounce of energy from her. She was grateful Sister Lu had given her a chance, granting her time to salvage the situation. Yet she was equally overwhelmed by despair. Because she simply didn't possess the strong evidence Sister Lu demanded. In her mind, compelling evidence boiled down to just a few things. Photos of the grandmother and grandchild together, videos of them interacting. These things were easy enough to fabricate at worst. She could just AI swap Mai's face onto another photo tonight. But AI manipulated photos were easily recognizable as fakes. Whether Sister Lu bought it was one thing, but whether netizens and fans bought it was what truly mattered. The most compelling evidence to silence netizens would be a household registration photo. But where on earth could she get that? Mai wouldn't bring that to her teaching assignment, and even if she did, there'd be no chance to steal it. No. Why didn't she bring it? Why wouldn't she have the chance? Running clearly remembered that when they came to teach in this remote mountain area, they had to prepare for potential dangers. That's why consent from immediate family members was required, and records were kept on file. Those files contained not only copies of her and her father's household registration documents, but certainly Mai Zi's as well. But those documents were stored in personal files. Opening them could potentially jeopardize Mai Zi's future, including graduate school admissions and post-graduation employment. But now, Renning, driven by self-preservation, couldn't afford to think about that. She glanced up. It was still class time. Seize the moment. Once it's gone forever. 082, Chen Huaifang's first serious mistake. Having taken a sick day, Renning deliberately arrived at the teaching building during class hours. Her purpose was not to teach the students of Hope Middle School. Instead, she intended to steal Mai Zi's personal file folder. Due to Hope Middle School's inadequate infrastructure, there was no dedicated file room. The cabinet holding all the files was actually kept in the teacher's office. Moreover, the key was kept in the supervising teacher's drawer. While it was said to be locked, the lock was practically useless. Just as Renning arrived at the empty office. In the 3 Stars office area, the already sparse operations staff were now overwhelmed by the situation involving Renning. It wasn't that 3 Stars lacked other influencers to manage, but rather that Ren Ying's account generated such high revenue and popularity. So high, in fact, that nearly half of everyone's salary depended on this account. This was their golden goose. It couldn't be allowed to collapse easily. Sister Lu stood right in the middle of the office area, barking orders, "Have PR prepare 2 drafts immediately, no matter how this ends. One draft must be for a failed review ready for an apology and a swift pivot to history or military content. The other is for approval. Just follow the template from Li Feng's previous posts. Make sure netizens believe it." And Sister Lu whipped her head around. "How's the heat from those online condemnations being contained right now?" "Can't contain it, sis. This old man's got too much traction. His livestream has over 400,000 viewers right now. Sis, it's not just his fans attacking our account now, other similar content creators and companies are joining in. We played way too risky a hand, big name, flashy gimmicks. We stole their traffic before, and now they're really kicking us while we're down. Forget suppressing it, just keeping it from climbing higher on the trending list is a miracle." Sister Lu nearly fainted upon hearing these responses. It truly was a case of everyone kicking a man when he's down. But with no backing and no resources, what choice did Sister Lu have but to tough it out? She rushed to her computer, opened her super chat app, and frantically reached out to every MCN company owner or manager she could contact. She begged them to at least give her a temporary reprieve. But how could that be possible? 3 Stars was formerly known as Mountain Peak Media. How many people did Shanfeng Media off back then? If not 100, then at least 80. Back then, others held back because of Li Feng's ability to pull strings at every level and his ruthless, cutthroat style. They feared that getting entangled with him would leave them skinned alive if not outright killed, so they hesitated to act. But now it's different. Everyone is venting their pent-up anger, dumping all the frustration they've endured from Li Feng back at him in one fell swoop. Even companies in completely unrelated fields, new agriculture, rural development, or whatever else, were jumping on the bandwagon to take a shot at him. It was simply a case of kicking someone when they're down. Seeing no hope and seeking help elsewhere, Sister Lu could only pin her last hope on Renning. She could only hope this last resort would pull them back from the brink. Meanwhile, Chen Huaifang, seated by the roadside, had finished recounting all the stories she had to tell. And just like that, I joined our army, officially becoming a proud revolutionary soldier. We got proper meals and fought the Japanese with real weapons, not just shouting slogans about restoring China and driving out the Japanese invaders. He had retold all the stories he had previously shared in the Rongtong County Party Committee office. Among them, of course, was the epic life of Old Master Gu. In the 21st year of the Guangxu reign, we had already begun resisting the Japanese so early. Isn't that incredibly early? In the 21st year of the Guangxu reign 1895, the Japanese invaded our territory, and even before that, the First Sino-Japanese War erupted. Yes, I never imagined that patriots had already begun resisting the Japanese at that time. Mr. Gu spent nearly his entire life fighting on the front lines of the resistance. He may have even participated in the reform movement or other monumental events worthy of historical records. But what truly moved me most were the old gentleman's final words. Resistance against Japanese aggression. Resisting Japan. A man who witnessed his nation's gradual collapse, a man of conviction who yearned to serve his country yet found himself powerless on his deathbed. He finally glimpsed a ray of light, yet he could not watch that light gradually illuminate all of China. How heartbreaking must that be? Gershan's story moved every soul in the livestream. Because he was a pure soul. A man of pure devotion, fighting solely for the land he loved beneath his feet. He cared not for the name or face of the one perched high upon the throne, nor whether that figure was a dragon or a dragon slayer. All he cared about was that the people of this land would never again suffer invasion and slaughter by foreign tribes. And over 400,000 viewers believed and were willing to believe that as a scholar who had seen the world, Old Master Gu must have been exposed to progressive ideas. Whether it was industrial salvation or reform and opening up, he must have known about them. He had even led or participated in youth movements. He had marched alongside soldiers, raising his arms and shouting, "Justice cannot be killed, for truth endures forever." Yet throughout his life, in his quest to save this nation, he made too many wrong choices. But was he a flawed man? Of course not. Caught in the torrent of his era, he could only go with the flow. Though he may have had a divine mandate, perhaps that mandate was never meant for him. But thankfully, fortunately, in the final moments before his life's oil ran dry and the lamp flickered out, he finally glimpsed that tiny spark of hope. That spark of light that could ignite a prairie fire and never be extinguished. Resistance. Resistance against Japan. Time passed and the sun no longer glared. Chen Huaifang could finally make out the bullet comments on the screen. He stared at the words "Resist Japan" flooding the screen, sent spontaneously by viewers, and felt deeply moved. Truthfully, what sustained his trust and kept him fighting alongside our army all those years wasn't just Huang Chengjie's actions or the iron discipline and conduct of our troops. More than that, it was the final words of Old Master Gu. Resist Japan. Resist Japan. In that moment, he cast aside the notion of merely filling his belly. In that instant, the fighting spirit that had been ground down by the warlord's relentless oppression suddenly roused. In that instant, Chen Huaifang realized he was here to fight the Japanese, to fight those damn devils to the death. That was why he insisted on staying in the army. No matter how grueling the training became, he gritted his teeth and persevered all for the day he could meet the devils blade to blade on the battlefield. This fervor was genuine, and this rage was justified. But as Chen Huaifang himself had said, he hadn't exactly been a model soldier at the start. He even made quite a few mistakes. Perhaps it stemmed from his 2 years serving under warlords, but early on, Chen Huaifang still carried some bad habits from those days. Like cursing freely, like being careless and unfocused, or other bad habits he'd picked up. But these were, at worst, merely issues of conduct. In an era when most people had limited education, these weren't considered serious offenses. When caught, he'd usually get a verbal reprimand. For more serious offenses, he might be confined to barracks, made to memorize regulations, or sent to villages to perform farm labor as correction. But then one day, when Chen Huaifang, whose bad habits had gradually been worn away, finally got to accompany Huang Chengjie on an external mission, he committed his first mistake in our army. And it was a colossal one. It was a surveillance mission. At the time, the Japanese forces had nearly encircled our base area and were preparing to implement a cage policy to completely strangle our troops within the base. To break this stalemate, our forces resolved to identify the weakest link in the enemy's cage, then gradually escalate our offensive, even engaging the Japanese in a head-on, all-out battle. But before fully assessing the enemy's strength and defenses, engaging them was strictly forbidden. We were even instructed to act as if we hadn't seen the enemy when encountering them. But Chen Huaifang couldn't comprehend this strategy at all. All he knew was that the Japanese were a bunch of damned beasts. They were the beasts who had slaughtered his parents and the older sister he played with as a child. Forget pretending not to see them even if he hadn't spotted any. Chen Huaifang was itching to find a Japanese soldier and kill him. Carrying this burning hatred, Chen Huaifang followed Huang Chengqi on their mission. They lay prone on a hillside, watching helplessly as a squad of Japanese soldiers passed along the path below. Almost instinctively, Chen Huaifang was about to charge out and fight the enemy to the death. At that time, our army lacked sufficient weapons and equipment. New recruits like him weren't issued pistols, only cold weapons like broadswords and spears. Fortunately, Huang Qingjie reacted swiftly, pinning him flat against the hillside. Huang pressed his chest down and snapped, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Have you forgotten our mission today?" Chen Huaifang hadn't forgotten, but he simply couldn't hold back. From fleeing his hometown to joining the warlord forces, then from the warlords to our army, Chen Huaifang had served as a soldier for over 2 years, nearly 3. He had finally seen the Japanese again, and now he could kill them to avenge his parents. And now he was being told not to fight? Who could possibly hold back? Who could hold back? And just like that, Chen Huaifang mustered all his strength to shove Huang Qingjie aside. He even snatched the pistol from his holster and charged down the hillside, firing a shot at the Japanese squad below. A deafening gunshot. 083. Disobeying military orders. What was the regiment's punishment for Chen Huaifang? The gun went off. The deafening crack echoed across that autumn evening in an instant. Everyone was startled. Not just the Japanese soldiers, not just Huang Qingjie and the other comrades, but also the rookie who fired the shot. This was the first time in his life that Chen Huaifang had fired a gun. The recoil was far greater than he had imagined, and the deafening noise nearly shattered his eardrums, threatening to snap his nerves. In that instant, Chen Huaifang was stunned. The bullet that shot out of the muzzle didn't hit anyone, nor did it even kick up any dust on the ground within sight. But the next second, the Japanese squad snapped to attention, raising their rifles toward the sound of the shot. Fortunately, Huang Qingjie's movements were swift enough, and fortunately, the other comrades remained calm. They lay flat behind the hillside, silent as corpses. This was no exaggeration. Huang Qingjie's reconnaissance squad had only 9 men. Yet the Japanese squad below the hillside numbered a full 80 men. And it wasn't just the overwhelming numerical disparity, the gap in weaponry and equipment was even more staggering. Although our forces had received a substantial donation from Mr. Go, war was a money-burning machine. Even the largest sum, when divided among so few, left little to spare. Huang Qingjie's reconnaissance squad of 9 men had only 4 rifles. But the Japanese squad of 80 not only had 80 rifles, each man was even equipped with 2 grenades. And if Huang Qingjie hadn't been blinded, he would have seen they were even carrying a mortar. If the Japanese squad spotted them, their fate would be sealed. Death. Everyone would die here because of Chen Huaifang's single shot. It wasn't until later that I realized just how foolish and reckless that shot had been. But at the time, pinned down by the old squad leader's chest pressed against mine, I still believed he was shielding me from the enemy. If the deputy squad leader hadn't thrown himself over me and clamped his hand over my mouth, we truly would have been doomed that day. In truth, over the past 80+ years, whenever Chen Huaifang recalled this incident, a sudden wave of shame and dread would surge within him. It was genuine terror. An 80-9 numerical disadvantage. If discovered, we would surely be annihilated. But what if? What if? What if those 9 men wiped out 80 of them? Wouldn't that be a great achievement? A great achievement? Brother, have you been watching too many anti-Japanese war dramas or playing too many games? Did you really think the Japanese were just bluffing when they boasted about conquering China in 3 months? The Japanese forces back then were well equipped and highly trained. Our troops, however, were mostly farmers by background. Never mind the gap in equipment, our combat skills alone were far inferior. Our victory came from unyielding willpower and protracted warfare, not from tearing Japanese soldiers apart with our bare hands like in those fantasy dramas. In the livestream chat, many viewers chimed in with their own answers. What did our victory depend on? It was our unyielding will and the capacity to wage protracted warfare against the enemy. Our teacher once said, the war of resistance against Japan couldn't be rushed. Who wouldn't want to drive the Japanese invaders out of China as soon as possible? Who wouldn't want to kill every last one of those devils who slaughtered our compatriots, burning, killing, and plundering? But war is war. It's not like a quarrel with your neighbor next door that you can just go out and beat up to settle. Iron discipline is not a slogan. It must be upheld with one's life. As Chen Huaifang was pinned to the ground by Huang Qingjie, his mouth tightly covered by the deputy squad leader. As the Japanese squad advanced up the hillside, rifles raised, searching inch by inch, their bayonets scraping the ground as they plowed forward, their footsteps nearly drowned out by the thunderous gunfire that still sent shivers down the spine. Only then did Chen Huaifang recall those words. But it was already too late. Fortunately, this Japanese squad had been ordered to guard the railway, tasked with escorting a shipment of military supplies. Otherwise, if they had climbed just 30 more meters, they would have spotted Chen Huaifang and the others hiding below the hillside. Everyone lay motionless, pressed flat against the ground. Only after the Japanese squad finished their search, only after their footsteps faded into the distance, only after Huang Qingjie mustered the courage to release Chen Huaifang and cautiously confirmed the squad had truly departed. Everyone remained trembling with fear, not daring to breathe a word. Yet even then, Chen Huaifang, who understood the situation, still spoke up in accusation. He demanded to know why they hadn't fired. The Japanese were practically right in our faces. Why didn't we fight? Huang Qingjie delivered a powerful punch straight to his face, the force nearly knocking out his teeth. Then, Huang Qingjie grabbed him by the collar and bellowed, "I ask you, what is our mission this time?" Chen Huaifang glared back at Huang Qingjie, his eyes locked on his. "I don't care about the mission. I just want to know why we didn't fight." What mission? He just wanted to know why they didn't fight when the enemy was right in front of them? And this question was one many others had asked as well. Why weren't we attacking the Japanese when they were right in front of us? And this question was also the hardest one to answer. When the enemy who murdered your father and mother, stole your wife, and killed your children stands before you, it's hard to justify not letting them fight. Even Huang Qingjie, a veteran revolutionary, was stumped by Chen Huaifang's question. He could only stare intently into Chen Huaifang's eyes. "Why didn't you fight?" Then he grabbed Chen Huaifang by the collar and shoved him to the edge of the hillside. Look closely. Look at this land. Now look back at us. We have only 9 men in total, but the Japanese have 80. What makes you think we can beat them? And what makes you think we won't fight?" At this point, Chen Huaifang took a deep breath. Truthfully, after the first shots rang out, I understood what the old squad leader meant. I hadn't been to school, but I understood the saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't worry about firewood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bolted without looking back in the first place. But back then, I was consumed by rage. I'd been wandering around, forced to eat black cornbread under the warlords for nearly 2 years. Finally, I saw the real Japanese devils. Finally, I could avenge my parents. But I couldn't fight. Perhaps only Chen Huaifang himself knew what his heart truly felt like then. The agony of watching his enemies walk past him, unable to exact vengeance. He understood that his current restraint was for the sake of future, greater victory. He also knew that military discipline demanded obedience to orders and the completion of missions. But people aren't machines. People have emotions. And in that moment when emotion takes over, a person ceases to be human. They become beasts. Those controlled by emotion are no better than the Japanese invaders. They cease to be human. Chen Huaifang, who had been harshly berated by Huang Qingjie, was eventually escorted back to the base. Huang Qingjie didn't hesitate. He immediately placed him in confinement. Being confined for misconduct was standard procedure. But just as Chen Huaifang had violated discipline by firing his weapon, he couldn't fathom why he was being confined at that moment. It wasn't until much later, when he heard the regiment's final decision on his case, that he understood why Huang Qingjie had confined him the moment he returned. At this point, Chen Huaifang paused briefly before turning his gaze toward the screen. He suddenly asked, "Guys, wanna guess what the regiment's decision was for me?" Faced with Chen Huaifang's question, nearly 400,000 viewers in the livestream chat began boldly speculating. 5 days of confinement? Or 10? I feel like you're all underestimating it. Disobeying military orders and refusing to follow discipline are serious offenses in our army. Exactly. As much as I hate to admit it, Grandpa's mistake deserves more than just confinement. If my guess is right, he'll probably be discharged outright. While the livestream audience was busy speculating about Chen Huaifang's punishment, thousands of miles away at Hope Academy, Ren Ying, who had quietly retrieved my Z's personal file from the cabinet, had already returned to the dormitory building. She was certain no one had seen her along the way. And Hope Academy had no surveillance system to speak of. All she needed to do was find time tomorrow to slip the file back into place, and she could quietly resurrect herself without anyone noticing. But, as she calmed down and looked at the sealed flap of the file folder, she hesitated. It read, "Sealed. Unauthorized opening strictly prohibited." She bit her lip. She knew the consequences of opening the envelope without authorization, but she couldn't afford to waste any more time. The world may be vast, but I am the greatest. To protect herself, she had no choice but to sacrifice my. Yet a sliver of reason remained within her. She carefully pried open one corner of the seal, then slowly peeled it back, taking care not to damage the integrity of the seal. Inside lay Mai's personal file. What she saw shocked her beyond belief. Mai's file contained not only her personal records and teaching service registration documents. It even contained details like student loans from her university days. In other words, throughout his entire life, Mai Z had never once exercised the privileges that came with being a great-grandfather. Not once. But Ren Ying didn't care about that. After a brief moment of emotion, she pulled out her phone and snapped photos of several pages of Chen Huaifang's documents. 084, the commander actually wants to execute Chen Huaifang on the spot? Her hands trembled as she snapped the photos, but she didn't pause for a second. She opened the photo editing app, first altering Chen Huaifang's registered address. Then she snapped a photo of Mai Z's household register page, changing the relationship to the head of household from great-grandfather to great-grandfather. She replaced all information related to Mai Z with her own details. After triple-checking the information was flawless and the edits invisible, she finally exhaled in relief. To further disguise the authenticity of these details, she even fabricated an electronic copy of the household registration page. It was seamless. Unless Chen Huaifang or Mai Z herself came forward to prove otherwise, these edited images would pass as genuine. After one final check, Running opened her chat with Sister Lu and sent over the meticulously edited images. Just 3 seconds later, Sister Lu replied with an "okay" emoji. The household registration photo. This was the strongest evidence Sister Lu had demanded. After a frantic morning with barely a moment to rest, she could finally sit down and relax. For a moment, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Watching her colleagues still bustling about, she clapped her hands. "Everyone, take a break for now." The team, who had been running themselves ragged, looked at Sister Lu in confusion. She met their gaze and nodded in silent understanding. She spoke up, "The tables have turned." A deathly silence fell over the room, followed by a thunderous roar of celebration. Over the past few hours, all 31 employees of 3 stars had braced themselves for potential unemployment or even mounting personal debt. But the moment Sister Lu uttered those 3 words, "the tables have turned," the weight lifted from their hearts. They knew Sister Lu well. She was extremely emotional and quick to hurl insults that were both rapid and vile. But she was incredibly reliable. If that weren't the case, someone like Li Feng would never have trusted her as a confidant. She was the kind of confidant who had never been in cahoots with Li Feng, someone so clean-cut that not a single blemish could be found on her. But just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Sister Lu's next words sent their hearts racing again. "It's true we've turned the tables, but not by much." Instantly, tension gripped the room once more. The PR director immediately asked, "Sis, what do you mean it turned around but not by much?" Sister Lu looked at him, picked up her phone, and sent the photo Running had sent her to the group chat. Within seconds, the photography department erupted in chatter. "Sis, who sent these photos? Don't tell me it's Running. This liquefy effect is so trashy. Amateurs might not notice, but pros can spot the fake instantly. This definitely wasn't done in Photoshop. Photoshop couldn't produce something this bad. Must be some kind of beauty filter app, right?" Hearing the imaging department's comments while staring at the photo Sister Lu had posted in the group chat, their nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened again. Someone sighed. Then, someone else asked a question. "Is this the evidence Running gave us?" Snap. Sister Lu snapped her fingers and stood up. "Correct." Then came silence. Dead silence. Someone muttered, "Isn't this pushing us into the fire?" And that ignited the others' emotions. "It's not just a pit of fire. It's like she's treating us like fools." Fools? She might as well have pointed her finger in our faces and cursed us. "Sis, I say we just cut ties with her. Let's distance ourselves fast." "Yeah, Sister Lu." At that moment, the CFO stood up, her fingers flying across the calculator keys with a rapid-fire clatter. The mechanical electronic voice reported, 37.633333. "At worst, we'll lose 38% of our capital reserves. We've all been through thick and thin with you. When Li Feng went down, you didn't run away, you gave us another chance to make a living. Sis, cut ties with this Running immediately. We'll just have to tough it out for 2 months to get through this." The CFO's words struck a chord with the group. By distancing themselves from Running now, they could claim they were victims deceived by the 3-star scheme too. "At worst, we'll go 2 months without paying salaries. Once cash flow stabilizes, life will return to normal." But if they kept stubbornly hanging on, if these fabricated evidences were exposed by netizens, being shamed across the entire internet would be the least of their worries. If this scandal escalates to the same level as Li Feng's last time, then everyone here will end up living off the state. At this thought, everyone began urging Sister Lu to back down. The PR department even started drafting statements to distance themselves from Running. But Sister Lu silently shook her head. Fingering the corner of her phone, she spoke, "Of course we can distance ourselves from her. And we absolutely must. But before that, this trouble was brought upon us by her. She broke the rules herself, deceiving us time and again. Saying 2 months is easy, but if we really can't pay salaries for 2 months, how many of you here would be better off?" Sister Lu turned to the director of the imaging department, Zheng Boyang. "Can you afford your son's kindergarten tuition?" Then she turned to the PR department, "Fei Ting, your car loan payments must be due soon, right? Why aren't these people at 3 stars leaving? Why aren't they running? Because they all have life pressures, big or small. Their wives and children depend on them for sustenance, while mortgages and car loans chase them relentlessly each month. Their parents back home are even more likely to drain their already meager savings at any moment. These workers, averaging 29 years old, couldn't endure hardship for even 2 months. If next month's paycheck doesn't come through, nearly half of them will face a cash crunch. Even Lu Jie herself is barely scraping by, propped up by one credit card after another. She saw Renning as her last hope for turning things around. Yet Renning stabbed her in the back. She had countless chances to reveal she wasn't Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter. Sister Lu wouldn't have pressed the issue. After all, before the calm was shattered, there was still room for redemption. But now, that chance was gone. And since Renning had cornered her into a dead end, she would make sure Renning had no place to bury her bones. Sister Lu said quietly, "Over the past half month, we've paid her 213,800 yuan in advertising fees and profit sharing. According to the contract, if she breaches it now, the total penalty and recovered profits she must pay amount to 135,890 yuan. Let's round it up to 140,000. This 140,000 will cover everyone's salaries for the next 2 months. But before that, we need to make her pay some other costs. Sister Lu was never a good person. She's just a businesswoman. A businessman whose methods happen to be legal. Within the bounds of the law, she would make Ren understand the price of deception. So she picked up her phone and dialed a number. After the ringing stopped, the call connected. Hello, this is the Hangzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau Emergency Response Center. How may I assist you? Hello, I'm Lu, manager of 3 Stars Media Company. Sister Lu's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Hello, Ms. Lu. Are you filing a report? I'd like to file a report. Sister Lu paused briefly before continuing. Our company recently signed an artist named Ren. However, we now suspect this artist may be involved in identity fraud, though we don't have any concrete evidence. So I'd like to file a preliminary report with the police, though it's possible I'm overthinking this. Ms. Lu, we cannot file such a report for you. Let me confirm, are you requesting to file a police report? The voice on the other end remained equally composed. Sister Lu replied, all right then. Sorry for wasting your time. Understood. If you have indeed been defrauded, please call the police immediately. The call ended. Sister Lu tossed her phone onto the desk. She had the recording. She had the call log. She looked at the others. Proceed with the damage control PR, recover whatever we can. If any issues arise later, this call recording will serve as proof. At the very least, we can establish victim status. Now we need to race against time. Before she gets arrested, we salvage whatever we can, whatever we can. With that, everyone sprang into action. Sister Lu was putting herself at risk. But to protect the livelihoods of dozens of people in the company, she had no choice. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Chen Huaifang glanced at the answers in the chat stream and shook her head slightly. Disobeying military orders during wartime is a serious offense. Locked up? Detention is the lightest punishment. And it's the lightest possible punishment. Expulsion is also considered lenient. Especially for someone like him on a reconnaissance mission. He fired his weapon, even giving away their position to the enemy, nearly getting the entire squad wiped out. When the regiment commander and political commissar learned of this, they nearly exploded with rage. A hot-tempered regiment commander demanded Huang Qingjie bring Chen Huaifang directly to regimental headquarters. What for? What else could it be? A bastard who disobeyed orders during wartime, nearly costing his comrades their lives and potentially jeopardizing the entire local campaign. Do you think I'd invite him to the headquarters for tea? Guard company. Bring that Chen Huaifang here. I'll execute him myself. 085. Don't underestimate the cooks. They're fighting the Japanese too. Execution? Stay calm. Disobeying orders during wartime could lead to execution by a hot-tempered commander. Agreed. That mistake was simply too grave. As Grandpa's old regiment commander would say, it's fortunate no irreversible catastrophe resulted. Otherwise, forget about executing Grandpa. The entire regiment, top to bottom, would have been sent down. Among the over 400,000 viewers in the livestream, many were history or military enthusiasts. They all had some understanding of how this grave offense, disobeying military orders during wartime, was typically handled. Execution. It was a perfectly reasonable outcome. But clearly, Chen Huaifang wasn't executed. Otherwise, how could he be sitting here telling this story? Yet this seemed like an unsolvable deadlock. The order came directly from the highest military commander at regimental headquarters. Who could possibly have saved him? Who? Speculation erupted once more in the comments. Given the special era, it must have been someone else pleading for mercy? I doubt it. Could it be that Mr. Gu passed away, and the 2 gentlemen happened to arrive for the memorial service? The 2 gentlemen went too far. I think it's more likely special circumstances called for special measures. After all, summarily executing a soldier would have damaged morale and unity. Besides, our soldiers generally felt a burning desire to kill the Japanese invaders. That's likely the explanation. Chen Huaifang calmly shook her head at the various speculations flooding the comments. No. None of it is right. It wasn't the political commissar who spared him from execution. Nor the opinions of the 2 gentlemen. Nor was it the regiment commander showing leniency out of personal consideration. But because of Huang Qingjie. It was Huang Qingjie who pleaded his case step by step, all the way up to the regiment commander. He explained that Chen Huaifang had only recently joined the organization and was still unfamiliar with its workings, that Chen Huaifang's entire family had been persecuted by the Japanese invaders, causing him to lose control in the heat of the moment. He pledged his own life as collateral, guaranteeing such incidents would never recur. Coupled with pleas from others, including the political commissar, that ultimately spared Chen Huaifang's life. The regiment commander's final verdict was, considering this as his first offense and it hasn't caused any serious repercussions, I won't execute him. But right now, you're to shove him into the cook squad. Starting today, he'll be carrying the big cooking pots. Tell the cooks to pile all the grueling, backbreaking work onto him. Let him grind away those rotten habits he brought over from the warlord army. And so, Chen Huaifang escaped execution. And so it was that he shouldered that field kettle and took on every dirty, grueling task in the squad. Truthfully, he wasn't afraid of hard work. As he himself said, he had already realized where he had gone wrong. Chen Huaifang accepted this outcome willingly. For a long time afterward, his life revolved around working in the cook's squad, scrubbing pots, cutting grass, and carefully rationing the meager grain to feed everyone in the company. Gradually, Chen Huaifang grew weary. He came here to fight the Japanese devils. Fight the Japanese. Not here to cook, scrub pots, and cut grass. He wanted to learn how to shoot, to one day charge ahead of everyone else and fight the Japanese to the death. Not spend his days clinging to a big pot like it was his only friend. Unable to endure the life in the cook's squad any longer, he sought out Huang Qingjie and confessed his thoughts. He thought the squad leader would understand his plight and requested transfer from the kitchen unit. But Huang Qingjie's response was, "The comrades in the cook's squad have been doing this longer than you. They can handle it, why can't you?" Chen Huaifang erupted in anger, because they were meant for this work. I shouldn't. I joined to fight the Japanese invaders, not to battle that huge black pot day in and day out. If I'm just scrubbing pots and cooking meals all day, when will we ever drive those Japanese devils out? Huang Qingjie, witnessing Chen Huaifang's outburst, didn't get angry or lecture him. Instead, he led Chen Huaifang to the cook's quarters and showed him the meager remaining grain stockpiled there. Back then, the old squad leader pointed to the nearly empty rice bin and the last few ears of corn in the corner. He told me, "Don't think fighting the Japanese is just about charging headlong into battle." He asked me if I knew what the Japanese ate every day. It wasn't that porridge made from cornmeal or that watery rice gruel that was barely distinguishable from water. It's steaming white flour buns and white rice they've grown sick of, plus can after can of meat stewing in its own fat. Canned meat? What's canned meat? Back then, I didn't even know what canned meat was. Chen Huaifang couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. For the vast majority of comrades back then, who were mostly farmers by background, what exactly canned goods were remained a mystery they never fully grasped in their lifetimes. Much less what canned meat was. Back then, Chen Huaifang even thought canned meat was the same as pig trotters, pig ears, or pig heads. Some edible part of an animal he'd never even heard of. But Huang Qingjie told him it wasn't. It was meat prepared portion by the enemy's cooks, packed in little tin cans. It was the food they ate every single meal, every single day. How dare you think the cooks aren't part of the fighting force? I'll tell you this, the cooks unit is the most important place. Even if the guys fighting the Japs on the front lines are the toughest, they still gotta fill their bellies when they come back. How the hell can you fight the enemy on an empty stomach? Fighting on an empty stomach is a cardinal sin, yet back then our troops couldn't even get enough to eat. Forget canned meat? Before the full-scale war began, even before the strategic counteroffensive started, having enough food for everyone was a luxury we couldn't afford. That's why we still say today that the cook squad leaders were the real heroes. They managed to maintain combat readiness while delivering all kinds of food to every fighting unit. They even had to feed every soldier in every combat unit every single day without any logistical support. Watching the stream of comments float by in the live chat, Chen Huaifang smiled with satisfaction. It turned out that in this era of open information, today's youth finally understood the importance of the cooks. They wouldn't be like him. They wouldn't be like him, only grasping the truth that food is as essential as iron after being taught a lesson by Huang Qingjie. From that day on, he worked in the cook's unit with peace of mind. He knew that every bowl of rice gruel and cornbread he served would transform into bullets fired at the enemy. How could this not be considered a form of resistance? Of course it was a form of resistance. Chen Huaifang smiled as he recounted some amusing stories from his days in the cook's unit. He recounted how they hunted in the mountains, how they creatively transformed limited ingredients into delicious meals, and how he later learned to write his own name when literacy classes began at the regiment headquarters. Meanwhile, Xu Tong, who had remained seated in the car all this time, received a call. She answered, "Hello, 113. Hello, Hangzhou Public Security Bureau." Xu Tong frowned slightly, puzzled as to why Hangzhou Public Security would be calling her. The voice on the other end remained calm and unhurried. "It's like this. Not long ago, Hongqing's cyber police coordinated with you regarding some information about 3 Stars and its affiliated internet celebrities, correct?" Xu Tong hummed in acknowledgement. She had even called Maisie about this matter. The voice continued, "Ms. Liu, the legal representative of 3 Stars, just called to report that Renning, the real name of one of their online celebrities, is suspected of information fraud. However, she didn't specify the details of the report. But after coordinating with the cyber police, we discovered that this Renning is the account holder currently linked online to Chen Huaifang, the 113 case collaborator. The online account ID is Renqing Talks History, with real name information showing Renning, female, 24 years old, ID number." Upon hearing this, Xu Tong paused in surprise. Before she could even obtain official approval, 3 Stars had already jumped into the fray on their own? But judging by the tone of the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau, it seemed that the 3 stars were also victims? This thought prompted Chu Tong to ask, wait, are you saying 3 stars reported Renning for fraud? Yes, but she refused to provide further details. After a follow-up phone call, she declined police assistance, claiming it was a mistake on her part. The Hangzhou Police Department's response was airtight. We considered this matter potentially related to 113, so we specifically called to notify you. Xu Tong nodded upon hearing this and replied, understood. She, or rather, they were no longer solely responsible for Chen Huaifang's personal safety and reputation. Simultaneously, they must protect Chen Huaifang's only remaining blood relative Maizi, Chen Huanhuan. Similarly, Maizi's reputation was also crucial. Just then, the man in the driver's seat Luo Nan, also from Bureau 113, received a call. His work style was relatively cold and detached. He answered the call with only a single hello. On the other end was the operative assigned to covertly protect Maizi. Brother Nan, Chen Huanhuan's personal file was stolen while she was in class. There are no surveillance cameras in this school, so we can't identify the suspect right now. Contact the head of her volunteer teaching program to see if they took it. 086, Ren Ying's panicked escape. Maizi's perfect prediction. What's going on? Xu Tong asked. Chen Huanhuan's personal file was stolen, Luo Nan replied. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Xu Tong tilted her head back slightly. It must have been that Renning. Renning? Luo Nan repeated the name. Xu Tong nodded. Renning. Neither of them had ever heard that name before. But Xu Tong's instincts told her that Renning was responsible for the theft of the wheat files. Yet there was no direct evidence at present. So even though agents from Bureau 113 were present at Hope Middle School right now, they couldn't confront Renning directly. At the very least, they needed some evidence before confronting her. So it wasn't until Chen Huaifang finished recounting his entire story from his days in the kitchen brigade, and until he felt sufficiently rested to mount his tricycle and continue on his way. No one had approached Renning. No, someone did approach her. It was Maizi. After lunch break ended, Maizi unexpectedly returned to the dormitory and found Renning. Guilty as charged, Renning was visibly startled by Maizi's sudden return. Fortunately, she had already stashed away Maizi's personal file, so it hadn't been discovered. Sitting on her bed, she immediately feigned the frail appearance of someone just recovering from a serious illness and asked Maizi why she had returned. Maizi looked at her and curled her lip. You really are sick. Renning frowned. Though Maizi's words stung, she couldn't retaliate and simply asked, you don't have class this afternoon? Maizi hummed in response, adding, not just me, the entire school has no classes this afternoon. Renning let out a puzzled awe and asked, why? Maizi shook her head. No idea. Got a sudden notice at noon the whole school's off this afternoon. Renning grew even more puzzled. Her eyes instinctively darted to her bag, revealing a look of panic as if her secret had been exposed. Could it be that someone found out she'd taken Maizi's file? But even if she had been caught, surely they wouldn't cancel classes for the entire school? Although Hope Middle School wasn't overly strict about academic standards, they wouldn't just cancel classes for no reason. She couldn't help but ask, could something have happened? Maizi shook her head as she hung her shoulder bag on the rack and slipped off her shoes. I don't know. But I heard the school's doing a full disinfection this afternoon, probably to prepare for the upcoming rainy season? Renning hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. That was a reasonable explanation. After all, this place was located in the far southwest of China, in the mountains. When the rainy season arrived, or rather, during the transition between spring and summer, all kinds of insects inevitably bred in various wooden objects. She had even witnessed countless tiny insects gnawing away at a tabletop with her own eyes. The image of that writhing mass of insects was etched into her memory forever. But last year, Hope Middle School conducted a comprehensive pest control operation specifically on a weekend. Why would they schedule it during class time this time? The more Renning thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She couldn't sit still any longer. She slipped on her shoes, grabbed the bag containing Mai's files, and was about to leave the dormitory. Maizi stopped her abruptly. Where are you going? Renning gave a casual excuse, just stepping out for a bit. Thinking Maizi would let her go, she reached for the door handle only to have Maizi yank her sleeve again. Where exactly are you going? Renning grew impatient and blurted out a lie. I left something in the office and need to go get it. What if those disinfection workers steal or damage it? A perfectly reasonable excuse. But Maizi still didn't let go of her. Then I'll go with you? There was no way Renning would let Maizi accompany her. Her entire purpose for coming was to return the file before anyone noticed it was missing. There was absolutely no way she'd let Maizi come with her. Renning firmly refused, then quickly added another reason. You've been exhausted all morning. You should rest properly. Hearing this, Maizi released Ren Ying's sleeve. Renning secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pushed open the door. Then Maizi suddenly asked, are you hiding something from me? Renning froze solid in the doorway, her foot suspended mid-step. Maizi sat on the bed, tilting her head slightly. Seeing Renning frozen in place, she repeated, are you hiding something from me? Renning remained frozen. It was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. But in those 2 or 3 seconds, it felt like 10,000 years had passed for Ren. She replayed every word spoken and every action taken with Mai over the past fortnight in her mind, confirming she hadn't given anything away before finally lowering her foot. She laughed awkwardly and countered, "What could I possibly hide from you? We practically sleep in the same bed." Mai Zi hummed in acknowledgement, her expression utterly unreadable. She pressed further, "Then why do I feel like you've been acting weird these past few days? Especially how you've suddenly been splurging on all kinds of things lately, even stuff you don't need at all." "Hold on." Ren abruptly cut her off. "What things have I bought that I don't need at all?" Mai pointed to the nearly brand new Nikon camera sitting on the table, which had only been used once since she bought it. "Isn't that it?" Ren let out a puzzled ah, then retorted, "How is using it less the same as not using it at all? Besides, if I want to use the camera, there has to be a reason, right? I'd only use it when I see something worth capturing, wouldn't I? You think it's a phone? You carry it around 25 hours a day, as if there were 25 hours in a day?" Ren Ying's barrage of counter-questions wasn't born of anger but of guilt. After all, the money she used to buy these things came from tricking Mai Zi and impersonating him. Suddenly confronted by the real owner, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. But Mai Zi wasn't concerned about that. She just wanted to know why Ren had suddenly started spending money so recklessly. This wasn't like her. Mai Zi looked at Ren earnestly and said, "When I first met you, you weren't this kind of big spender, were you? Of course, I'm not saying you shouldn't buy things you like, and I have no right to interfere with your choices. But I just don't understand, after years of scrimping and saving to buy a house, why did you suddenly decide to embrace hedonism?" Mai Zi had been pondering this ever since the day she first noticed Ren Ying's extravagant spending. It had even kept her awake at night. In her memory, Ren Ying was someone who never gave up on the goals she set for herself. She would keep striving toward that goal relentlessly until it was achieved, then move on to the next one. But why had Ren Ying suddenly changed? As far as Mai Zi could tell, there was only one possible answer. That Ren Ying's goal could never be achieved. And her current extravagance was her revenge against her past frugality. How does the saying go? The most painful thing in this world is dying with money left unspent. Though Mai Zi herself didn't believe it, this was the most reasonable explanation she could come up with. Countless times she'd asked herself, could Ren Ying have some terminal illness? But time and again, she dismissed that possibility. She couldn't bring herself to believe that someone close to her would suddenly contract the kind of terminal illness only seen in TV dramas. Yet she simply couldn't hold back any longer. She needed to know right now why Ren Ying had suddenly gone on this reckless spending spree. After listening to Mai Zi's lengthy explanation, Ren Ying found herself both amused and exasperated. She hadn't expected Mai Zi to think so deeply about it. She was even more surprised that despite their limited familiarity, Mai Zi would consider her feelings so deeply. But she absolutely couldn't tell Mai Zi the truth. Forget the truth, she couldn't even concoct a plausible lie to deceive Mai Zi. All she could manage was a half-hearted "oh," followed by a hasty "none of your business," before she bolted. At first she walked, then her pace quickened until, by the time she was about to leave the dormitory, she was practically running. She fled like the wind. She couldn't face Mai Zi. She could only convince herself with lies. She promised that once the volunteer teaching program ended, once her contract with 3 stars concluded, she would give Mai half of every penny she earned as compensation. But Mai Zi, left alone in the dorm by Ren Ying, simply sat on the bed. She wasn't sad, nor was she angry at Ren Ying's escape. Instead, she felt a bit sad and self-reproachful. She wondered if she had hurt Ren Ying by blurting out her feelings too rashly. Could it be that she had guessed correctly, but Ren Ying didn't want to face the truth, so she ran away? She even felt a pang of regret and frustration. Why couldn't she have chosen a different time, or used a gentler approach? Recalling how Ren Ying had been taking sick leave at the slightest provocation these past few days, Mai Zi grew increasingly convinced she was right. Ren Ying must have some kind of terminal illness. That was why she was spending money so recklessly. At this thought, she felt she couldn't sit here any longer. She had to find Ren Ying to stop her from doing something foolish. 087, Ren Ying discovered. Might as well go down in flames. When Mai Zi rushed out of the dorm, Ren Ying was nowhere to be found. But she knew Ren Ying would head straight for the academic building, so she hurried in that direction too. Shortly after she turned the corner toward the building, a man dressed plainly followed close behind. Meanwhile, inside the teaching building, 12 police officers urgently dispatched from the County Public Security Bureau were practically tearing the entire building apart. Hope Middle School wasn't large to begin with, a small 3-story building with only 24 rooms in total. After excluding the 15 classrooms and 3 activity rooms, they had already searched the remaining 6 rooms more than twice. They had even searched every seat in the 15 classrooms, where over 300 students were seated. Yet they still couldn't find Mai Zi's missing personal file. The veteran officer even considered suggesting that the 113 unit use their authority to simply issue Mai Zi a new one. But the response from 113 was clear: avoid causing trouble for old Ma if possible. So everyone had to keep searching. Just then, a young officer suddenly spotted something and shouted, "Master, over here." The veteran officer hurried over and looked in the direction his apprentice was pointing. It was a footprint. A very faint footprint. The toe pointed directly toward the stolen filing cabinet. The veteran officer crouched down, examining the footprint that nearly blended into the ground's color. He shouted, "Evidence collection." Immediately, an officer rushed over, raised his camera, crouched down, and took a meticulous photograph. Then the veteran officer straightened up. A single footprint doesn't prove anything. He glanced at the officers who had just finished their third sweep. It was impossible for such a large file folder to be hidden anywhere else now. Now there was only one possibility. Either Mai's file folder had grown legs and walked away, or the owner of that footprint or someone else had taken it. The veteran cop immediately called off the search, assigned the forensic team to examine the evidence, and decided to retrieve records of every teacher and student at Hope Middle School. He planned to visit each one personally. First on the list were the over 300 students at Hope Middle School. This is the mountains. The saying that harsh lands breed troublesome people wasn't just idle talk. To this day, the veteran detective marveled at the courage Maizi and Renning had shown to come here as volunteer teachers. Just a few years prior, there had been a case where a female volunteer teacher was forcibly detained. The modus operandi was identical to the recent theft of the files. First, they steal someone's records to confirm no one in their family holds official positions, then they strike. Therefore, the students became the primary suspects to be investigated. Even setting that aside, the teachers at the school weren't the primary suspects. After all, who would be so idle as to steal such things? They're not even valuable. Yet Renning, who had witnessed a large contingent of police leaving the academic building, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The so-called thorough disinfection was a sham. Total disinfection, my ass. But judging by Maizi's reaction just now, the reason so many police came definitely wasn't because of stolen files. Otherwise, why would Mai have returned to the dorm? Why would she herself admit she didn't know why they were dismissed for half a day? Could it be that a murder had occurred on campus? That's even less likely. If a murder had occurred, how could they possibly only suspend classes for half a day? Renning racked her brain but couldn't figure it out. She steeled herself, brushed past the officers, and entered the academic building. The building wasn't cordoned off either. So what could it possibly be? Just then, the veteran officer suddenly called out to Renning, "Young lady, where are you headed?" Renning let out a startled gasp before turning her head with forced composure. "I left something in the office. I'll go back and get it." The veteran officer hummed in acknowledgement, said no more, and turned to leave with the other officers. Relieved, Renning hurried back to the office. The room had been restored to its original state, showing no trace of having been searched through 3 times. Of course, even if there were details, Renning had no mind to notice them now. She dashed to the filing cabinet, turned, and deftly pried open the drawer to retrieve the cabinet key. Then she pulled out Mai's file from her bag. The glue she'd used to reattach the seal hadn't even dried yet. But the next second, the key wouldn't turn in the cabinet lock. Only then did Renning realize that the slightly rusty lock had been replaced at some point. It had been replaced with a brand new lock. And the key was nowhere to be found in the drawer. She panicked instantly. Her mind immediately flashed back to the police officer who had just left. Her gaze shifted to the filing cabinet, where one file was clearly missing. Though her rational mind kept telling her that if Maizi had truly discovered her files stolen, she wouldn't be in the dorm right now, she'd be at the police station. But her gut told her those officers were here investigating this very incident. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Renning couldn't think of any solution. She even tried forcing the old key into the newly replaced lock. But clearly, it wouldn't budge. In fact, she applied so much force that the key snapped clean off with a loud crack. Fortunately, it hadn't been inserted very deep, so she pulled it out with a gentle tug. But that meant she truly couldn't open the cabinet anymore. And if she couldn't open the cabinet, the personal file on Maizi in her hands would become a hot potato. Maizi would eventually discover her file was missing. And one day, she would report it to the police. At this thought, Renning even began helplessly tapping the glass of the filing cabinet. She fantasized that the newly installed lock might somehow magically spring open from the impact. But clearly, this was futile. She could only resign herself to her fate. No, that wasn't right. She didn't have to resign herself. Renning whipped her head around, her wandering gaze finally settling on a corner of the office. Then a plan sprang to mind. She hurried over, rubbed the file folder on the floor a few times, then shoved it into that corner. That was it. That's all there is to it. She kept repeating this to herself. If anyone noticed Maizi's file was missing, she'd blend into the crowd helping search for it and retrieve the file from here. Who cares what others might think? Who cares if it looked like the thief crying thief? The priority was to offload this hot potato. She couldn't wait another few days to figure out how to get a new key for the filing cabinet. Plans change unexpectedly, who knows whether the accident or the new key would come first? With that thought, Renning stood up and brushed the dust off her clothes. Immediately afterward, she heard footsteps. She whipped her head around just in time to see Mai standing there. In that instant, it felt like being struck by lightning. "What are you doing here?" Renning blurted out. Seeing that Renning was indeed in the office and showed no signs of having done anything foolish, my Z found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say he was worried she might take her own life, could he? She froze in place, stammering, no, nothing. "I just forgot something here." Relieved, Renning replied casually, "You could have just texted me. No need to make a trip out of it." My Z hummed in acknowledgement. Then she glanced toward Rin Ying's desk. Only then did Rin Ying realize she was standing in a corner she'd never normally approach. Her workstation and this spot were at opposite corners of the office. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, my Z cut her off with a sharp question. "What were you doing there?" "And nothing," Rin Ying denied hastily. My Z merely frowned slightly, saying nothing. Rin Ying swallowed hard and started to scramble away. My Z spoke again. "You're hiding something from me, aren't you?" Rin Ying froze in place, denying it. "No, I'm not." My Z looked at her, then shifted her gaze to the corner. "Really?" Rin Ying nodded. "Really?" My Z began walking toward that corner. Seeing her approach, Rin Ying instinctively wanted to stop her, but she couldn't find a reasonable excuse and forced herself to suppress the urge. In the few seconds it took my Z to reach the corner, Rin Ying mentally rehearsed countless possible outcomes. One scenario was my Z not noticing the file folder, but that was impossible. Another was that my Z would see the file folder, realize Rin Ying had stolen it, and finally confront her. And then there was the possibility that my Z was a fool, capable of deceiving herself with some self-serving excuse, convincing herself the file folder had grown legs. Clearly, the moment Mai reached it, it would all be too late. Rin Ying suddenly shouted, "Right!" My Z stopped dead in her tracks and turned to face Rin Ying. Rin Ying nodded. "Yes, I kept it from you." Getting caught impersonating my Z to make money was far better than having my Z stolen file discovered. 1,000 times better. Rin Ying threw caution to the wind. "I admit it, I was jealous of you. Why should you get all the good luck? Why does your great-grandfather get millions of followers just by casually streaming? Why can you just turn your nose up at a chance to make easy money and walk away? I'm just pissed off, I'm just jealous, I just took your words and used them for my account, so what? 088, all is forgiven." "But Rin Ying, you've exposed yourself." Rin Ying, having nothing left to lose, blurted out everything she'd been hiding from my Z. But just when she expected my Z to explode in rage and demand why she'd done this, Mai looked at her with genuine confusion, tilting her head slightly and uttering a puzzled "ah." Seeing this, Rin Ying continued in her reckless tone, "What's the matter? If others can do it, why can't I? You turn down money and act all high and mighty, but you can't stop others from making money, right? You like living frugally, but I don't. I want to wear Chanel and Gucci too. I want to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Is that so wrong? Do you have any idea how hard I used to work to save money? I worked 3 jobs a day, waking up at 3:30 a.m., running around nonstop until 11 p.m. I just refuse to be poor. I want to make big money. What's wrong with that?" Rin Ying unleashed a torrent of rhetorical questions and accusations, as if venting all the pent-up frustration she'd carefully suppressed over the past fortnight. After venting, she even felt she should have done this long ago. After all, she felt there was nothing wrong with what she'd just said. What was wrong with it? If my Z didn't want to make big money himself, could he really stop others from doing so? Exactly. As this thought dawned on Rin Ying, the world suddenly felt clearer. With so many accounts across the internet profiting off Chen Huaifang, my Z couldn't possibly monitor them all, could she? If she can't control them all, then why should she control me? After all, her account already had nearly 1 million followers. What if she just quit teaching and went home now? Teaching was for graduate school admission, graduate school was for landing a good job, and a good job was for making money. Now she could skip all the hassle in between and go straight for the big bucks. Why wouldn't Rin Ying jump at the chance? Just as she was about to pick another fight with my Z and seize the chance to quit her teaching position, my Z merely smiled. He looked at Rin Ying and nodded with an air of self-evidence. "Nothing much. I never said you couldn't go, did I? I just said I don't want to exploit my great-grandfather to make money. But I never said others couldn't, did I? There are so many bloggers and accounts online analyzing screen recordings, and I've never reported any of them. Sometimes when I come across their videos, I even stop to watch them. What's the big deal? If you can build up your account, that's your skill. I've got nothing to be jealous or envious of. I just thought you were." "Thought I what?" After listening to my Z's lengthy speech, Rin Ying's momentum instantly weakened. She clearly hadn't expected my Z to take this stance. Facing her question, Mai paused briefly before smiling. "I thought you suddenly started spending money so freely because, well, I'm a bit embarrassed to say." Now it was Rin Ying's turn to be baffled. She'd already thrown caution to the wind, nearly tearing into her. What could my Z possibly be embarrassed about? She stared at my Z. "As long as it's not insults. Oh, wait, insults are fine too. Just spit it out." Only then did Mai open up, pouring out all her speculations to Rin Ying. When Rin Ying heard my Z assume her extravagant spending was some kind of revenge shopping because she might have a terminal illness, she froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. She laughed until her stomach ached, until her waist bent double. Seeing this, Mai Zi awkwardly scratched her head and forced a few laughs. Once she'd laughed her fill, Running straightened up and looked at Mai Zi, completely taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She suddenly asked, "So when I make videos in the future, if I'm unsure about something, can I just ask you directly?" Mai Zi instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, she didn't know much about her great-grandfather's stories either. But, in this situation, refusing now would feel a bit awkward. Besides, even if she didn't know, she could always ask her great-grandfather. If the old man was willing to open his heart online to thousands, even tens of thousands of people, he would certainly share everything with her, his beloved great-granddaughter. So Mai Zi nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Running felt her entire sequence of actions had been utterly ridiculous. So laughable. And just like that, the two shared a smile, their previous misunderstandings melting away. Then, shoulder to shoulder, they walked back. As they walked down the corridor, Running couldn't help but ask, "Did you see all those police officers when you arrived?" Mai Zi nodded. "I saw them. Wonder what happened to bring so many officers?" Running hummed in agreement. "Who knows what happened?" Mai Zi chuckled. "Yeah, who knows what happened?" She suddenly turned to Running. "So what exactly did you forget in the office?" Running gasped, pulling out her spare charger from her bag. "This." Then she glanced back toward the office door, as if by accident. Mai Zi's file was still stuffed in that corner. She could only hope someone would notice Mai's file was missing soon, or better yet, someone would just stumble upon it right where it was. After all, Running no longer needed it. After all, starting today, she was truly Chen Huaifang's great-granddaughter. Official authorized version. Just as the two girls walked shoulder to shoulder out of the academic building, the woman who had followed Mai Zi all the way to the building suddenly appeared from somewhere. She watched as Mai Zi and Running grew farther and farther away. She spoke up, "Team leader, the target has left the building with Chen Huaifang." Luo Nan's voice came through the earpiece, "Go check what the target is doing. Switch the surveillance on Chen Huaifang." "Understood." The woman replied, then turned and walked back into the building, entering an office. At a glance, she noticed numerous new fingerprints on the oil film she had personally applied to the filing cabinet. She approached and carefully peeled off the oil film. "The target has tampered with the filing cabinet." Then she examined the lock she had personally replaced. "The lock has also been tampered with. There are clear signs of prying." She turned her head to the drawer behind her. With a light flick, she pulled it open and smiled faintly. "The old key inside the drawer is broken." In less than 2 minutes, the woman had pieced together what Running had likely done after entering. First, she opened the drawer, retrieved the old key, then discovered the lock had been replaced. Desperate, she tried to pry it open but failed. And then? The woman stood still, closing her eyes. "Then what?" "Running. What would you do?" A person who spent their entire life being cautious and following the rules suddenly breaking them, then being startled by a swarm of police officers. What would you do? You certainly wouldn't keep Chen Huaifang's file in your possession. To you, it's no longer a life-saving elixir, it's a bomb ready to explode at any moment. So you'd hide that file somewhere no outsider would ever think to look. In the classroom? Impossible. You haven't left this office. Carry it with you, waiting for an opportunity to discard it? No, you wouldn't have the guts. Then that file must still be in this room. The woman opened her eyes, fully immersing herself in Ring Ying's perspective. She frantically glanced at the time, then began searching every corner of the office with anxious urgency. Then she found it. She looked toward that corner. She nodded. Yes, people always put danger where it's farthest from themselves. You're no different. Running. You've given yourself away. The woman stepped out of Ring Ying's role. She walked to the corner diagonally opposite Ren Ying's workstation, bent down, and gently moved aside the covering to reveal Mai Zi's file folder. She brushed the dust off it and said, "Team leader, I found it." Luo Nan, who had just stopped his car, asked, "Found what?" The woman examined the folder's cover, then weighed it in her hand. "Chen Huaifang's personal file folder." "Found it." Luo Nan ordered immediately, "Open it. Check if anything is missing or added." The woman glanced at the seal and remarked, "I don't think we need to open it. This seal shows signs of having been resealed." Luo Nan groaned inwardly. "Then we definitely need to open it. Confirm there's nothing missing or added, then contact the relevant department to create a new copy for the archives." He added, "As for this one, destroy it immediately after the new filing is complete. Remember, don't reveal your identity unless absolutely necessary." The woman smiled and nodded. "Understood." With that, she tore open Mai's file folder and began meticulously examining every document inside. She even contacted the county police to inform them their assistance with the investigation was no longer needed. Meanwhile, Luo Nan and Chu Tong, parked outside a small hotel and posing as a newlywed couple, booked a room next to Chen Huaifang's. The moment they entered the room, they pressed a portable decibel meter against the wall. The old man's life was very quiet, rarely producing sounds above 65 decibels. The meter would alarm if any sound exceeded the threshold. After setting everything up, Chu Tong stood by the window, gazing at the unremarkable little tricycle. Then she opened her phone again. In the livestream, Chen Huaifang, still sitting on the hotel bed, continued telling his story. He finally finished recounting all the incidents from the cook squad. 089 Hello, Renning. I need to take up a little of your time. Huang Qingjie to Chen Huaifang. Renning to my Z. In a certain sense, they were perfectly aligned. Both regarded the other as a transient figure in their lives, a passerby unlikely to bring about any lasting change. But the divergence in their stories occurs when Renning learns about Chen Huaifang when Chen Huaifang commits that capital offense. The temptation they faced was essentially the same. At that moment, Renning faced an opportunity for financial freedom. Huang Qingjie, meanwhile, had a promotion within his grasp. Born in 1906, Huang Qingjie joined the revolution as a child soldier at the age of 12. He endured the most grueling hardships, surviving wave after wave of counter-encirclement campaigns. People often say revolutionaries fight for the common good of all. But who doesn't hope to climb the ranks? From 1928 to 1937, a full 9 years, Huang Qingjie was unwilling to remain just a lowly squad leader. He too aspired to climb higher and higher still. Consider that the regimental commanders had all joined the revolution the same year he did. Others had become regiment commanders, while he remained a mere platoon leader. How could he accept that? But why did he always get stuck with those damn problems? And why did the soldiers under his command keep making mistakes? Truth be told, Huang Qingjie himself believed the regiment commander sparing Chen Huaifang wasn't solely due to special circumstances, nor was it merely because it was a first offense worthy of forgiveness. Rather, the commander simply couldn't bear to see it anymore. He couldn't stand seeing this comrade in arms, his same age, still stuck as a platoon sergeant after 9 whole years. He hoped this comrade in arms could climb the ranks. If nothing else, when victory finally came and they returned home, it would be a point of pride to show their faces to the villagers. But all of this remained merely Huang Qingjie's speculation. He never shared any of this with anyone. He only sought out Chen Huaifang after her year in the cook's unit ended and she was reassigned back to the platoon. That day, the old squad leader called me over, saying he wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his cook. By then, I'd completely forgotten about the mistake I'd made back then. I never expected it to come up. I figured if the squad leader wanted to talk, then let's talk as long as he needed. To be honest, many of the methods I later used in political work, I learned from him. Especially the technique of having heart-to-heart talks with others, like with Zhao Shuedong, I learned that from him. Throughout these days of travel, Chen Huaifang kept recounting these stories from his early days joining the revolution. The livestream audience fluctuated, sometimes over 200,000, sometimes 300,000 or 400,000, and other times just over 100,000. If Chen Huaifang's earlier stories were like strong liquor, a single gulp would ignite a fiery trail from throat to stomach, making one want to pound their chest and wail in anguish. Then the stories Chen Huaifang was telling now were like a cup of tea, even slightly lukewarm tea. Forget downing it in one gulp. Even if you drank the entire cup, or even the whole pot, you wouldn't feel a thing. Only after swallowing, perhaps when suddenly belching or at some other moment, would a faint aftertaste linger in the mouth. So during this period, his popularity gradually began to wane, and his follower count steadily plateaued at 12 million. Along with this, the popularity of all related video accounts also began to decline. Naturally, this included Ren Ying's account. Her follower count eventually plateaued at 880,000. Video views, which had initially reached millions, gradually dropped to 300,000, 400,000. Her income also began to decline. Even though she went to great lengths to prove her identity, the sharp drop in traffic due to waning popularity meant few people actually noticed. But she couldn't hold back any longer. Especially after confronting my Z, she couldn't hold back any longer. That day, as Chen Huaifang rambled on for half the afternoon about daily life in the base area, Renning finally reached her limit. Back in the dorm, she didn't even bother to eat before grabbing Maizi. Huan, why don't you talk to your great-grandfather? Ask him to stop telling these stories for now. Maizi looked at Renning with confusion, not understanding. Renning continued, he tells these stories every single day, and now I have nothing left to work with. You know how it is, account popularity is the top priority online. Without any buzz, how am I supposed to make money? Maizi looked troubled. But what he wants to talk about isn't up to me. And if you're planning to make a living from videos, you should start thinking about pivoting. Writing trends will inevitably hit a wall someday. To put it bluntly, my great-grandfather's health isn't exactly the best. Hearing Maizi go this far, Renning felt awkward continuing the conversation. She reluctantly released Maizi's wrist and turned her attention to the boxed lunch she'd brought back. The most ordinary boxed meal. But she'd specifically asked someone to bring it back from the county town. She'd grown utterly sick of Hope Middle School's potato stew with cabbage and cabbage stew with potatoes. She wanted to improve her meals. Yet now, her appetite had vanished completely. Especially when she opened her phone and saw the account data declining further, her appetite vanished completely. She could only grab her phone and step out of the dorm to call Sister Lu. The moment the call connected, she blurted out, "Sis, maybe we should consider transitioning the account?" On the other end, Sister Lu's voice was calm. Transition? Why transition? Because the engagement is dropping more and more. So what if it's low? Do you even know what the core foundation of this account is? What? Sister Lu laughed helplessly. Renning, the core of your account's followers apart from the original ones all came later specifically because of your identity. You want to pivot now? Believe me, if you post that transition video today, your follower count could have tomorrow. On the other end of the line, Sister Lu, who had anticipated this very scenario, remained completely unruffled. Over the past few days, she had already completed all necessary preparations. Even if Ren Ying's account got banned right now, 3 stars wouldn't suffer a single loss. That's called risk anticipation. Ever since she discovered the photos Ren Ying sent her were fake, she'd been handling the situation. And just recently, she'd received a mysterious call where the caller immediately inquired about every detail of the collaboration between Ren Ying and 3 stars. They inquired about every detail. Sister Lu immediately realized that someone higher up or even higher still was about to take action against Ren Ying. So now, even if Ren Ying came to discuss a career transition or even begged her, it wouldn't matter. Realizing Sister Lu wouldn't intervene, Ren Ying grew desperate. You can't say that. If I hadn't signed with your agency, I wouldn't be in this mess. She seemed intent on shifting all responsibility onto Sister Lu. Sister Lu calmly countered, really? If you hadn't signed with us, you wouldn't have gotten this deeply involved? Would someone who's tasted the sweetness really stop? I don't believe a dog that's eaten meat would willingly go back to eating. Even if you hadn't signed with us, having tasted such easy money, you would have signed with another company. Because when you find that your monetization speed and methods no longer satisfy your appetite, you will naturally seek help. It just so happens we found you first, and you chose to sign with us. That's all there is to it. Besides, I told you from day one. Your account rose to prominence by writing trends. You should have planned your transition earlier. But you wouldn't listen. You claim to be a relative of Chen Huaifang, promising exclusive scoops anytime. Well, why not just have your great-grandfather switch up his livestream content now? Keep sharing explosive news, and your account's popularity will soar again. At this point, Sister Lu couldn't help but laugh. She had already mentally written off Ren Ying long ago, only Ren Ying herself remained unaware. She asked with a smile, you wouldn't happen to be unable to contact your great-grandfather, would you? Hearing this, Ren Ying felt both anxious and annoyed. She never imagined that after reconciling with Mai, she'd end up stumbling over this. Her temper flared. I don't care. We're in this together now. Helping me is helping yourself. Exactly. Sister Lu affirmed Ren Ying's words, speaking deliberately, but there's another saying, cut off the arm to save the body. With that, Sister Lu hung up the phone. No matter how many times she tried, the line remained dead. Ren Ying clenched her phone in frustration, nearly crushing it in her hands. Just then, a woman dressed plainly approached from a distance. She looked at Ren Ying, smiled first, then spoke, hello, Ren Ying? Ren Ying nodded instinctively. The woman introduced herself, my name is Bao Ting. I need to briefly take up some of your time. 090, please, I beg you, just don't pursue this, okay? Faced with Bao Ting, who had appeared out of nowhere and now demanded her time, Ren Ying instinctively refused. But Bao Ting clearly wasn't going to give her a choice. Having just wrapped up the Wenqin and Li Feng situation, she'd flown straight from Hangzhou to handle this matter with Ren Ying. Once that was done, she could relax for a few days. So Bao Ting shook her head decisively, sorry, you don't have the right to refuse. Ren Ying wasn't having it, no right to refuse? Why the hell don't I have the right to refuse? Even the police need evidence to make an arrest, right? You're not a cop, what gives you the right to waste my time? Let me tell you, my time is precious, extremely precious. With that, Ren Ying turned and strode back into the dormitory building, even taking the trouble to close the door behind her and lock it from the inside. Bao Ting remained standing in place, watching the entire scene unfold silently. Team leader, the target refuses to cooperate. We've had plenty of people refuse to cooperate. Coordinate with local police, you draft the report, I'll sign the authorization. Understood. Ren Ying raced back to the dorm like the wind and collapsed onto her bed, gasping for breath. Her gut told her the incident of stealing the files a few days ago had been exposed. And that woman downstairs claiming to be Bao Ting? She was here specifically to handle this matter. And she definitely wasn't a cop, she must belong to some department or agency with even greater authority than the police. Now she was truly panicking. She looked to Mai Zi on the opposite bunk with pleading eyes, Huan, please help me. Caught off guard by the plea, Mai Zi asked in confusion, what's wrong? She even thought Ren Ying might want her to talk to her great-grandfather, so she offered bluntly, if it's really that hard for you, I can try talking to my great-grandfather. But whether he agrees is another matter entirely. But did Ren Ying care about that now? What did popularity matter? All she wanted now was to escape being hounded by that inexplicable woman downstairs. She quickly corrected herself, no, that's not it. She began to hesitate again. She truly didn't know how to tell Mai Zi about the things she'd done before. Stealing Mai Zi's phone to send photos to herself. then feigning illness to steal my Z's files and even opening my Z's files without permission. Now she even suspected that Bao Ting downstairs was from the Archives Bureau, sent to question her about why she'd opened my Z's files. Seeing her torn expression, my Z couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's going on?" Renning looked at my Z, her mouth opening and closing, utterly unable to figure out how to answer her question. Tell the truth? Tell my Z about all the things she'd done before? Tell my Z that it was her own hands that tore open my Z's file, potentially jeopardizing her graduate school admission and even forcing her to abandon her teaching placement? No, absolutely not. But Mai would find out sooner or later Bao Ting was already at the door. If Mai Z doesn't forgive her and agree to sign a statement of understanding, she'll end up behind bars for real. At the very least, she'd face administrative penalties. Staring at my Z, she gritted her teeth and finally forced out the words after a long struggle. "You'll forgive me, right?" "Forgive you for what?" My Z was taken aback by Ren Ying's question. What did she mean, he would forgive her? Hadn't Ren Ying already confessed everything she'd done? Hadn't she already made it clear those things were water under the bridge? Was Ren Ying still hiding something from her? But Ren Ying didn't answer her question. Instead, she suddenly walked to the window and glanced down below. At that moment, county police who had received the tip and already stationed officers nearby met with Bao Ting and prepared to ascend the stairs. Since Ren Ying had locked the front door from the inside, the officers were contacting a locksmith to open it. Seeing this, Ren Ying truly panicked. She looked helplessly at the items scattered on the table: a camera, a phone, and various other random things she'd bought earlier. She shoved everything into my Z's arms in a flustered rush, stammering, Huan, these things are all yours. They're all yours. Please don't blame me. I only did it for a better life. I had no other choice. I'm giving you all of this now. It's all yours. Do whatever you want with it, keep it for yourself or sell it for cash." At this point, Ren Ying pulled out her phone, opened the chat with my Z, and transferred the remaining 100,000 yuan from her bank account to my Z. She continued, "This is all the money I have left. I'm giving it all to you now. I beg you, please let me go. Don't pursue this any further." Completely bewildered by Ren Ying's sudden outburst, my Z was utterly confused. She dumped everything she was holding onto the bed, then started returning the money while asking, "First tell me what happened?" By this point, Ren Ying could barely think straight. Because she could hear the creaking door downstairs, the one that screeched every time it opened or closed had been opened. That woman named Bao Ting was already climbing the stairs. If she didn't speak up now, it would be too late. Gripping my Z's hand desperately, she pleaded, "Forget about it. Just don't pursue this, okay? I'll find a way to compensate you, okay? Those things, the money, whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Seeing that Ren Ying truly refused to explain the specifics, my Z could only nod in agreement. Simultaneously, Bao Ting arrived at the door with 4 or 5 police officers. She smiled and knocked lightly on the open dorm door. Her gaze swept from my Z to Ren Ying. "Ren Ying, come with us." Seeing this, Ren Ying no longer felt inclined to plead with my Z. She didn't want to make a scene in front of Bao Ting and the others, or rather, she still wanted to preserve some dignity. She composed herself, adjusted her collar, and walked out of the room with an air of calm, even a hint of pride. Bao Ting showed little emotion, only glancing back at Ren Ying's departing figure. At that moment, my Z couldn't help but ask, can I ask what she did wrong?" Hearing this, Bao Ting gave a puzzled "oh" and looked at my Z. "You didn't know?" My Z nodded. This was all so confusing. Should she even know? Seeing my Z's reaction piqued Bao Ting's curiosity too. She first asked the accompanying police officer to step back, then turned to my Z. "Your name is Chen Huaifang, right?" My Z nodded. Chen Huaifang was her full name. My Z was her nickname. "That's no big deal." Bao Ting pressed on, "Chen Huaifang is your great-grandfather, correct?" My Z nodded again. She could probably guess the woman's identity now. "Are you from Bureau 113? Bao Ting smiled and nodded. "That's right. My name is Bao Ting. I'm here today specifically to handle your matter." "My case?" My Z was even more confused. Bao Ting didn't rush to answer. Her gaze swept past my Z's body to the items she'd just placed on the bed: camera, laptop, tablet, perfume, serum. "Ren Ying's been buying quite a lot lately, huh?" My Z pressed, "So what exactly happened? What do you mean by taking care of me?" Bao Ting withdrew her gaze and replied, "You and Ren Ying were college classmates, right?" My Z nodded. Bao Ting continued, 24 days ago, Ren Ying registered a video account on Douyin and posted a video. From that day on, she posted videos at an average rate of 1 every 2.6 days, accumulating over 800,000 followers and signing with an MCN company called 3 Stars. "Are you aware of this?" My Z nodded. Ren Ying had already confessed all this to her. She quickly asked, "Does that mean I can't even use the video account about my great-grandfather? Aren't you guys being a bit too overbearing?" She felt a bit resentful. But Bao Ting shook her head. "Of course not. We won't stop anyone from making videos about old Chen. On the contrary, we even encourage it. Because it promotes the revolutionary spirit and the spirit of the war of resistance.
But do you know Rin Ying's online identity?
At the word identity, Maizi suddenly recalled the phone call Chu Tong had made to her a few days earlier.
She took a deep breath and asked, "My great-grandfather's great-granddaughter?" Bao Ting nodded with a smile. "Exactly. But that doesn't mean they can arrest her just for that, right?" Maizi countered. While it was annoying to be impersonated, surely that alone wasn't grounds for arrest? Bao Ting continued, "Of course not. The reason for her arrest is this."
With that, Bao Ting retrieved a freshly sealed document envelope from her briefcase and handed it to Maizi.
"This is your personal file. After our verification and reprocessing, every detail matches the original perfectly."
It's worth noting that after stealing and accessing your file, Running didn't alter it or take any further action, she only photographed it for safekeeping.
Otherwise, arresting her wouldn't be the end of it.
091, only by fighting and sacrificing ourselves can we possibly win. After hearing Bao Ting's words, Maizi found it hard to accept at first. She never imagined that Renning, whom she considered a friend albeit just an ordinary one, would do such a thing for money. Having her personal file opened without authorization meant not only potential charges of privacy violation for the perpetrator, but also countless troubles for herself. At the very least, she might lose her volunteer teaching position and graduate school admission, and even her future job prospects could be affected.
Noticing Maizi's distress, Bao Ting waved her hand reassuringly. "But don't worry, we've already handled everything that needed to be done. We've already contacted and coordinated with all relevant departments. Just resubmit this file to the Student Affairs Office at Hope Middle School tomorrow. As for Renning..."
Bao Ting paused mid-sentence, her gaze meeting Maizi's eyes as she silently posed a question.
"How do you want to handle her?" Maizi instinctively countered, "How do I want to handle it?"
Bao Ting nodded. Ran Ying's offense wasn't severe. Unauthorized opening of someone else's file constituted invasion of privacy.
Even if it went to court, it would likely result in an administrative penalty at most. But if someone really wanted to dig up dirt on her, Maizi's file contained Chen Huaifang's personal information.
While most of it was publicly accessible, a small portion, just one sentence, was classified. If Bureau 113 truly wanted to make an issue out of it, sending Renning away for a few months or even a year wouldn't be difficult. It all depended on how Maizi, or rather, Chen Huaifang, chose to handle it.
Hearing this, Maizi nodded thoughtfully. She tentatively asked, "Is it possible not to pursue this?"
Bao Ting replied readily, "Of course. You can choose not to pursue her for violating your personal privacy, but I still need old Chen's opinion."
"My great-grandfather's opinion?" Maizi asked. Bao Ting nodded. Maizi took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and looked at Bao Ting. "Hold on a moment. I'll contact him." Bao Ting nodded.
Then, Maizi described the situation to Chen Huaifang as concisely as possible, downplaying Ren Ying's mistakes as much as she could. She truly didn't want Renning to end up behind bars over this. After all, they were friends. And ultimately, Renning hadn't gotten into any serious trouble over this. Where there's room to spare someone, spare them. A few minutes later, Chen Huaifang's reply arrived. It was a voice message, not long.
"Everyone makes mistakes. Recognize them promptly and correct them, no need to dwell on it."
Upon hearing Chen Huaifang's reply, Bao Ting nodded in understanding. "All right, I get it.
We'll handle this properly." With that, she turned and walked away. Maizi followed behind her and couldn't help asking, "How soon do you think she'll be back?" Bao Ting shook her head. "Not sure. If it were just our end, she could be back as early as tomorrow morning. But it's not just our end."
Maizi clung to the doorframe, still confused. Bao Ting turned to explain. "Renning signed with 3 stars MCN. They have requirements regarding her account's view counts and other metrics. But it's obvious that starting today, 3 stars will need to manage some rumors about Ren Ying's account. This will inevitably cause a drop in traffic, and she'll likely end up with a hefty penalty fee anywhere from several hundred thousand to 1,600,000 yuan. It's reasonable, lawful, and compliant, a consequence she brought upon herself." Hearing this, Maizi took a deep breath and chose silence. She had nothing left to say. Nor was there anything to say. She brought this upon herself. What an impeccable phrase. Years ago, when Chen Huaifang was no longer a rookie but had begun training new recruits himself, starting to emulate Huang Chengjie's methods, he had heard Huang Chengjie utter those words with his own ears. "You brought this on yourself." It was 1940, the 3rd year since the entire nation had risen to resist the Japanese invasion. It was also the largest and longest offensive campaign launched by our forces behind enemy lines during the stalemate phase of the War of Resistance against Japan. The scale of participation reached 105 regiments, spanning nearly 4 months, with over 1,800 engagements of varying sizes. This was also the first large-scale campaign Chen Huaifang had participated in. Days later, on the road, Chen Huaifang finally spoke of this campaign. Although countless screen analysis accounts had already asserted with certainty that Chen Huaifang had participated in this battle, when over 200,000 viewers in the livestream finally heard and recounted in his own words, there was a palpable sense of finally having the correct answer. After days of Chen Huaifang's dry, uneventful stories, the audience had finally gotten a tale with some real twists and turns. Chen Huaifang parked his tricycle at one end of the pass. Stepping off, he gazed calmly into the distance. He had finally ridden here. Shanhaiguan, the greatest pass under heaven. Long hailed as the throat of the frontier and the bulwark of the capital. It was also an almost unavoidable pass for entering northeast China from other parts of the empire. Shanhaiguan. Chen Huaifang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Shanhaiguan. Our old squad leader never got to see this Shanhaiguan in his lifetime. He still vividly remembered the day Huang Qingjie was suddenly promoted to company commander. That day, Huang Qingjie, newly promoted to company commander, had ordered someone to buy a roast duck from the county town, something he'd never done before, and somehow procured a jug of liquor. By then, after enduring repeated counter-sweep breakout battles, Chen Huaifang was the only soldier left alive who had served with Huang Qingjie since 1937 and before. So that day, Huang Qingjie summoned Chen Huaifang. A company commander and a platoon sergeant, two soldiers who had known each other for 3 years, sat facing each other in silence. After a long silence, Huang Qingjie asked Chen Huaifang a question that remains deeply etched in his memory to this day. He asked Chen Huaifang, "Do you think we'll ever win?" Chen Huaifang had no idea how to answer. Back then, my instinct was to say, "We will win. We'll drive those Japanese devils out of China." But then I thought about it. Back then, we were constantly forced to move around by the Japanese's sweeping operations. You could call it relocation, but honestly, it was just running. We were constantly on the run, fighting everywhere. Sometimes we couldn't even get a decent night's sleep. Other times, we'd finally manage to eat a meal, only to have to rush off again midway through. Would we win? That question from the old squad leader truly stumped me. Chen Huaifang gazed at the great wall before him, the mightiest fortress under heaven, and slowly began to walk forward. Over 200,000 viewers in the livestream were also left speechless by his question. Will we truly emerge victorious? For the over 200,000 young people in this livestream born under the red flag and raised in the warmth of spring, this question is all too easy to answer. Of course we will win. And it will be victory after victory. Not only did we win the war of resistance, but we also triumphed in the liberation war. Even when the eagle tried to bully us, it was forced to the negotiating table. And as the times keep evolving, every country that once looked down on us now has to bow its head and behave. But if these 200,000 plus viewers were to put themselves in the shoes of our forebears from that era, would we truly have seen victory? We faced Japanese forces with superior equipment. We faced Japanese logistics that provided daily rations of rice and flour, occasionally supplemented with meat. We faced victories that could only be won by piling up human lives in every battle. It was one bloody battle after another, one massacre after another that we would never wish to remember. China would not perish. But at that time, we desperately needed a victory, a true victory in war, to lift our spirits. Would we truly prevail? Speaking from my present perspective, of course we will. But you're speaking from the present. If I truly traveled back over 80 years, I wouldn't dare say that. This is the unique perspective we have when listening to stories, because we already know the outcome. We all know the Japanese would ultimately suffer crushing defeats in the Pacific Theater, forced to spit out the lands they had seized on Chinese soil. Their homeland would be bombed by atomic bombs, leaving their nation nearly devoid of men, so depleted they couldn't even forge aircraft in their final days. But this is the future we know. For the ancestors who truly defended the homeland with their lives and blood back then, they knew nothing. They could only choose to believe we would prevail, and then give their lives for that belief. Chen Huaifang didn't glance at the live chat comments. He just kept talking. He had thought long and hard about it before telling Huang Qingjie. I don't know if we can win either, but I know this: if we don't pick up our guns and fight, we definitely won't win. If we fight, there's still a chance to win. And if we don't fight now, someday our children will have to fight instead, and their war will be longer and more brutal. 092 Pre-battle reward, a suicide mission. The sniper battle begins. If we don't fight, we'll never win. Fighting at least gives us a chance. After hearing Chen Huaifang's response, Huang Qingjie burst into laughter. When he finished laughing, he nodded. He said, "Exactly. If we don't fight, we will never win." He tore into the roast duck, poured 2 bowls of wine, one for Chen Huaifang, one for himself. He mused aloud, "The regiment commander and I joined the revolution the same year. Do you know why I'm still only a company commander?" Chen Huaifang shook his head. How could he possibly know? Huang Qingjie told him it was all his own doing. Because he was too fond of meddling in others' affairs. Take the incident with Chen Huaifang, for instance. If Huang Qingjie hadn't gone out of his way to guarantee Chen Huaifang's life to the regiment commander, he might have ended up facing a firing squad. Of course, Huang Qingjie wasn't trying to emphasize how painstakingly he'd saved Chen Huaifang. What he meant was that if he hadn't repeatedly insisted on personally training every greenhorn like Chen Huaifang himself, he probably wouldn't have risen to become a squad leader, platoon leader, or company commander. At the very least, he'd be a battalion commander or even higher. Because Huang Qingjie was an educated man. Not only had he studied, but he had even traveled to the West.
He asked Chen Huaifang if he knew why the Western devils looked down on the Chinese. Chen Huaifang didn't know.
Not only did he not know why the Western devils looked down on the Chinese, he didn't even know what a Western devil looked like.
Did they have 2 heads? 4 arms? Huang Qingjie said no. He asked Chen Huaifang, what do those devils look like?
Chen Huaifang replied they look much like us, 1 head, 2 arms, born of mothers and raised by fathers.
Huang Qingjie agreed, saying the same applied to the foreign devils.
They too were born of mothers and raised by fathers, possessing 1 head and 2 arms.
Yet they look down on the Chinese. Why do they look down on us Chinese? Because the Chinese are too backward.
Huang Qingjie, who had been to the west, told Chen Huaifang that the skyscrapers there were hundreds of meters tall.
Chen Huaifang asked him what a meter was.
Huang Qingjie gestured roughly with his arms and explained to Chen Huaifang, it's hundreds of these. Chen Huaifang admitted that his worldview was profoundly shaken in that instant. The tallest buildings he had ever seen were only a dozen or so meters high.
Yet Western buildings stood hundreds of meters tall. Huang Qingjie also told Chen Huaifang that in the West, ordinary people didn't use horse-drawn carriages for travel, they used automobiles. Chen Huaifang then asked him, what is a car? Huang Qingjie suddenly laughed and said this was precisely why Western devils looked down on the Chinese.
Because the Chinese knew nothing, were too backward, and still lived hundreds of years in the past. Chen Huaifang couldn't grasp the meaning behind Huang Qingjie's words.
Huang Qingjie didn't want to answer such a foolish question.
He told Chen Huaifang that when the day of victory in the War of Resistance came, he would understand. And looking back now, Chen Huaifang had indeed grasped the answer to that question. But at that moment, he didn't understand, and Huang Qingjie refused to explain. So he simply drank the bowl of wine Huang Qingjie had poured for him in silence. It was Chen Huaifang's 3rd time drinking, and he still found the taste unbearably harsh, truly awful.
Huang Qingjie also finished his bowl of wine.
He told Chen Huaifang that a man must learn to drink, otherwise, he would suffer.
Chen Huaifang retorted, drinking makes me feel miserable. Huang Qingjie merely smiled.
He smiled without speaking. He had so much he wanted to say. But he couldn't bring himself to say them. After all, he hadn't known Chen Huaifang long enough, and the gap in their status was too great. He felt awkward saying what he wanted to say in front of Chen Huaifang. He didn't want this soldier under his command to see the so-called company commander's vulnerable, almost feminine side. So he swallowed all those emotions. Staring at Chen Huaifang, he suddenly blurted out, do you have any idea how many battles I've fought? Let me tell you, I've fought in 174 battles, big and small. From the south to the west, from the west to the north, then from the north to the east. We fought in circles until sometimes I couldn't tell east from west, front from back, but we just kept fighting.
Do you have any idea how many times the people around me have changed? Honestly, I don't even know myself. The only name I remember from when I first enlisted was Qi Jiabao. Do you know how old he was? Seeing Huang Qingjie was a bit drunk, Chen Huaifang didn't answer the question she didn't want to and couldn't.
Huang Qingjie said, 13. He pressed further, do you know what he did? Before Chen Huaifang could utter a word or make a move, Huang Qingjie continued, he embraced a bomb and went down with the enemy.
Qi Jiabao.
He was only 13. In his 2nd month after enlisting, he embraced explosives and went down with the enemy.
Do you think he knew we would win? Of course he knew. Or did he not? At that moment, Huang Qingjie couldn't give a definite answer.
Because Huang Qingjie himself never lived to see that day of victory. Later, Huang Qingjie spoke at length, recounting how since joining the army he had seen countless people and fought in many battles. Yet now, among those closest to him, aside from the regiment commander, only Chen Huaifang remained the very man who had once blocked his path to promotion.
Chen Huaifang felt a pang of guilt then.
He said to Huang Qingjie, I'm sorry, company commander. If I hadn't made that mistake back then, you might be a battalion commander now.
Huang Qingjie shook his head. This wasn't Chen Huaifang's fault.
If blame was to be assigned, it fell squarely on himself, a consequence he had brought upon himself. Had he been a bit more selfish, or rather, less meddlesome, he might have been promoted long ago. Of course, he wasn't implying that those regimental commanders, brigade commanders, or division commanders were selfish. He meant, he couldn't quite put it into words.
Huang Qingjie finally let out a long sigh. He looked into Chen Huaifang's eyes. Do you know what our company's mission is the day after tomorrow? Chen Huaifang shook his head. Huang Qingjie explained it was to ambush the enemy reinforcements. Chen Huaifang nodded and repeated it.
Huang Qingjie then asked if he knew whether such a mission was easy or difficult.
Chen Huaifang admitted he didn't know.
He had fought in battles and killed Japanese soldiers before, but he had never participated in what they called a holding action. Huang Qingjie told him it was difficult, deadly difficult. They would have to hold off the enemy reinforcements on a small hill less than 100 square meters in size. The reinforcements could number dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. They might be equipped with machine guns, mortars, or even tanks. Therefore, he warned, none of them would likely return alive. Only then did Chen Huaifang grasp the gravity of the situation. He asked incredulously, you mean none of us will make it back alive? Huang Qingjie suddenly smiled.
What? He asked. Afraid of dying? Chen Huaifang shook his head. He pulled a handful of buttons from his pocket and laid them on the table. These, he said, are all cut from enemy uniforms. 1 button per enemy soldier killed. I have 13 buttons now, meaning I've personally killed 13 Japanese soldiers. 1 for his father, 1 for his mother, 1 for his eldest sister, leaving him with 10 to spare. Killing this many devils makes dying worthwhile, he declared. Huang Qingjie burst out laughing. Kid, you've got guts. He continued, company commander, company commander. After waiting all these years without promotion, a deputy platoon leader suddenly became a company commander overnight. They gave us a death sentence rank before battle. Well, we'll die with some style. As he spoke, Huang Qingjie turned to Chen Huaifang and suddenly asked, Hey, kid, have you joined the party yet? Chen Huaifang shook his head. Of course he hadn't. He asked, could someone like me even join? I'd made mistakes and not small ones. Huang Qingjie told him, our communist party isn't the kind to nitpick over minor faults. If you've made a mistake, just recognize it and correct it promptly. We won't dwell on it forever. He added that if Chen Huaifang survived this defensive battle, he, Huang Chengqi, would personally sponsor his party membership application. Chen Huaifang agreed. Huang Qingjie told him, then we'll meet again after our victory. Chen Huaifang agreed. I said okay. Chen Huaifang now stood at the foot of the Great Pass, gazing up at the imposing fortress and the towering characters Shan Haiguan above. He drew a deep breath, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He murmured, Old squad leader, this is Shan Haiguan. This is the Shan Haiguan you always said you wanted to see, but never got to see. What did you say? You said that after victory, you'd walk step by step from your hometown to see this greatest pass under heaven. Step by step, I can't walk that way anymore, old squad leader. But this greatest pass under heaven, it truly is immense. 093, our deaths today are for the birth of future generations. What is war? War is one person after another. One after another, flesh and blood human beings. They have fathers and mothers too. They too lie awake at night, tense with dread at the approach of war. Their hands tremble. They feel fear. That's what people are like. If they weren't, they wouldn't be human. Machines. Chen Huaifang stepped onto the staircase and slowly ascended Shan Haiguan Pass. Security guards seemed poised to intervene, but Luo Nan intercepted them first. Thus, he walked unimpeded through the Great Pass, once hailed as the greatest in the land, now closed to tourists. Majestic and awe-inspiring. He lowered his head to glance at the live chat comments. The ambush battle, 40 years ago. Why does this story sound so familiar? Familiar? Of course it is. Grandpa told me the first story about martyr Jin Wanhu, who sacrificed himself in 39. Right after that, in 40, our army launched the 100 Regiments Offensive. Exactly, the 100 Regiments Offensive. One of the largest and longest-lasting frontal campaigns launched by our forces during the War of Resistance. I have a feeling. No, I can't watch this. I'll wait for the recording. I'm still at work and don't want to cry at my desk. As Chen Huaifang continued speaking, the audience gradually began to sense something. They sensed that this squad leader who had spent so many years at the grassroots level, forging raw recruits into razor-sharp blades, was about to make the ultimate sacrifice. Though many had anticipated it, the reality was still hard to accept. Nothing breaks the heart more than seeing beauty turn to gray, or heroes fade with age. Chen Huaifang gazed at the distant sunset, his thoughts drawn back to that ambush battle. Comrades! Before the sun sets today, many of us will die on this land. But I tell you this, do not grieve, do not mourn. If I, your company commander, fall, the platoon leader will take my place. If the platoon leader falls, the squad leader will step up. If the squad leader falls, then you and you. You will become the company commander. As long as you remain, our first company will endure. And as long as our first company endures, the Japanese devils shall never tread upon this land. Comrades, as long as we remain, China endures. On that hillock less than 100 square meters wide, Huang Qingjie, promoted to company commander on the front lines, delivered his final words. Then, with a deafening gunshot, the ambush battle began, a fight destined to end with the annihilation of one side. Chen Huaifang remembered it vividly. The battle raged from sunrise to sunset. Their company, due to incomplete staffing, numbered 229 men. As the sun set, the fading light was as red as blood. Not like blood. It was actual blood. Chen Huaifang remembered clearly, when the enemy's 13th wave of attacks was repelled, he scrambled out of his foxhole in disarray to gather whatever weapons and ammunition he could find. His feet pressed against the scorching, softened earth churned by grenades. He looked down the slope. Sunlight slanted down, bathing the entire hillside in red. It was all blood. Real, genuine blood. The nearest corpse lay less than half a meter from his feet. The body of his comrade, torn apart by the grenade, lay there. His hand still clutched the rifle stock tightly, his eyes still staring fixedly ahead. But he had no time to close his comrade's eyes. He didn't even have time to look at his face one last time before scrambling back behind cover. Because the next wave of the enemy's assault was about to hit. Huang Qingjie's words weren't just hype to pump everyone up, he was stating the cold, hard truth. He had fought too many battles like this. Before the sun set that day, many would die upon this very land. Many would die on this very ground. Those who survived had no time for grief or mourning. They could only hastily gather every weapon within reach, remain crouched behind their cover, and peer over the blood-red earth to watch the Japanese soldiers below the hillside preparing their own equipment for the next assault. He could see those Japanese soldiers. But he cannot fire. They were too far away. His arms ached from firing all day, his hands trembled, and every bullet he fired drifted off course. Wasting a single round meant more men might fall. Leaning against the cover, he gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. He glanced at Huang Qingjie, who happened to look his way at that very moment. Exhaustion in the eyes of two men. Truly, only exhaustion. After a day of being on edge, no other emotion could be seen in their eyes. Anger, hope, or any other lofty emotion, it's all nonsense. They're illusions conjured by literary works to elevate themselves, detached from reality. We're truly exhausted, utterly drained. You probably can't even imagine what that feels like. Even just leaning against that little dirt mound to catch my breath felt so good I wanted to pass out right there. It's like every bone in my body was pulled out, leaving just this flesh and blood and finally finding something to hold on to. Chen Huaifang plopped down wherever he could find a spot. Seated atop this mountain pass, his homeland lay behind him, the distant horizon stretching before him. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Kid. He turned his head and saw Huang Qingjie standing there. He stood atop this mountain pass, the greatest in the land, a place Chen Huaifang had only heard of, never seen. One hand stained with blood pressed against a stone slab. He wore that same tattered military uniform, his face smeared with mud and dried blood. Chen Huaifang knew this was an illusion. But he refused to believe it was merely an illusion. He murmured softly, and the viewers in the livestream chat assumed he was still telling a story. Old Sergeant. This sun, it really looks just like the sun that day. He stood up too, gazing at the distant sun. The sunlight truly resembled that day's sun. He took a deep breath. He heard Huang Qingjie's voice. He heard him say, yeah, who would have thought the sun looks the same no matter where you are in the world? Yes, the sun is the same everywhere under heaven. The sun that now illuminated the vast, prosperous land of 9,600,000 square kilometers also shone upon that small mound of earth, less than 100 square meters in size, 84 years ago. Before sunset, before the next Japanese charge began, Huang Qingjie found Chen Huaifang. He said to him, Kid, I've served in this unit for so many years. I can't let it disappear. Chen Huaifang didn't understand what Huang Qingjie meant. He shook his head blankly, wanting to know the meaning behind those words. Huang Qingjie pointed to the red flag standing on the small mound not far away, a flag so riddled with holes it was barely recognizable, its original color faded, and one that had been pulled down and replanted countless times. That one, Huang Qingjie said. He said he'd guarded this flag since the Great Southwest, since before climbing the snow-capped mountains. At first, it was just a piece of red cloth. Later, someone wrote words on it, and it gained a soul. And that spirit was the sole solace for Huang Qingjie, a bachelor who had neither married nor fathered children. He declared he could die here, but this flag must not fall. If everyone in the company died today, and the battles of tomorrow and the day after were fought to the end, perhaps his flag, his last shred of spirit, would finally dissipate. Huang Qingjie gripped Chen Huaifang's wrist. You're the platoon leader now, he declared. When I'm dead, you'll be the goddamn company commander of Company 1, Battalion 3, Regiment 29. In that instant, Chen Huaifang felt a sudden weight of responsibility, as if entrusted with a sacred duty. He protested that he wasn't even a party member. How could he possibly hold a position like company commander? But what did he know of such matters back then? He'd only heard others mention it to Huang Qingjie. He simply couldn't bear to let this old squad leader die here like this. He still wanted this old squad leader to keep walking ahead of him in the future. But Huang Qingjie pressed his face against the flag and said, Chen Huaifang, listen up. You're a damn party member now. I've already submitted your party admission letter and application. Now I'll lead you in reciting the party oath. He stared at the red flag, took a deep breath, and began to recite, just as he had when he first saw the spirit of that red flag all those years ago. I voluntarily join. Then came a deafening gunshot. Another Japanese charge began. Huang Qingjie snatched the rifle, his feet planted firmly behind the bunker as he gathered everyone together. He asked, Are you afraid of death? No. He asked again, Do you know why we're dying? We die here today so our children won't have to fight these battles. For the people of our Chinese land, so they won't have to speak that gibberish of the devils. We may all die here today. But after we die, millions more comrades with the same resolve will rise up. Our iron shall never perish. China shall never perish. Then a shell boomed down. Chen Huaifang remembered it vividly. The shrapnel from that shell pierced Huang Qingjie's skull with deadly precision. In that instant, he became the company commander of Company 1, Battalion 3, Regiment 29. 094, the wife and daughter of a first-class meritorious soldier want to lodge a complaint against Chen Huaifang? By the end of that ambush battle, only 3 men remained from Company 1, Battalion 3, Regiment 29. 3 men, one with a broken arm, one missing a leg, and another whose eyeball had been torn apart by shrapnel, held in place only by bandages. The sun had set. The blood-red earth gradually darkened. The distant, dense footsteps could still be heard, but Chen Huaifang knew they weren't the enemy. Their reinforcements had arrived. Their company's blocking mission was complete. The following friendly forces would take over their positions. They could return. They could go back to rest. Across the entire position, only 3 survivors remained. From 229 men, only 3 remained. 226 had fallen. The company commander had fallen, the platoon leaders were all gone. Chen Huaifang, a lowly squad leader, had been promoted to company commander on the front lines after joining the party. Together, they held back the charge of 301 Japanese soldiers. For upon this land lay not only the bodies of 226 of our soldiers, but also the corpses of 301 enemy soldiers. A casualty ratio of nearly 1-to-1 was an almost perfect outcome. Given their massive disadvantage in equipment, achieving this casualty ratio was already a remarkable feat. Yet the moment Chen Huaifang saw the friendly forces, he felt nothing but profound anguish. It was an indescribable agony, a pain born of having to suppress the joy of victory after defeat, a joy he refused to accept yet could not escape. He wanted to smile, to tell his comrades that their platoon had accomplished the mission and held the position. But the words wouldn't come. It was just after sunset, before the moon had begun to sprinkle its salt across the land. He looked at the faces of his comrades and simply sighed. The breath I'd held all day, it just went out. After that, I don't remember anything. War is exhausting. Truly exhausting. Chen Huaifang sat there, the figure of Huang Qingjie before him now vanished. He lowered his head once more to the screen in his hands. Feeling a bit down. We won, yet why can't I feel happy? Because the victory was so devastating, so devastating. A company that fought down to just 3 men in the end. He scanned the live chat comments, and that familiar feeling from years ago surged back. Yeah. We won. But the victory was too bitter, too heavy to bear. He continued, yeah, it was a bitter victory. But what choice did we have? If we hadn't fought like this, how else could we have driven the Japanese devils out of China? How else could we drive the devils out of China? After 3.5 months of relentless warfare, our forces had engaged in 1,824 battles of varying scale. We had killed 20,645 Japanese soldiers, captured 281, and inflicted over 5,000 casualties and captured more than 10,000 collaborators. Our forces also paid a heavy price. Approximately 17,000 casualties were suffered, with over 20,000 poisoned. A casualty ratio nearing 1-to-1. This 3.5-month war shattered the Japanese invaders' illusion of a cage, dealt a heavy blow to their plans for further aggression and war on Chinese soil, and pierced deep into the heart of the enemy like a sharp dagger. However, the devastating losses sustained by all units during this campaign left them with insufficient strength to mount a decisive counterattack against the Japanese forces' subsequent retaliatory sweeps. Consequently, the base areas suffered severe devastation and hardship. But what could be done? Of the 3 men who remained in the company, only Chen Huaifang truly survived. The comrade who lost his leg went into shock from blood loss as soon as he arrived at the field hospital. Despite 2 hours of emergency treatment, he could not be saved. The comrade whose eyeballs had been torn out never even made it to the field hospital. He died in agony en route, his exposed optic nerves causing excruciating pain as his eyeballs detached. At the time, Chen Huaifang didn't understand what an optic nerve was, and he still doesn't. He only knew that the last 2 comrades in his company had also fallen. And they died after victory had been secured. His arm was shattered, yet he survived and retained the limb. But the doctor told him he wouldn't be able to hold a rifle again for a very long time. His arm simply couldn't bear it. But Chen Huaifang refused to accept this. During the post-war reorganization phase, he still reported for duty representing Company 1, Battalion 3, Regiment 29. Company 1, Battalion 3, Regiment 29, 229 men expected, 1 man present. Chen Huaifang stood there, his wounded arm connected to that hand, his hand gripping the flagpole, atop which flew the tattered red flag. The blood on the flag, the charred black from the flames of war, it was the soul of the company. He stood there, embodying the spirit of the company, its last remaining root. Yet even this last root could not be preserved. Post-battle reorganization and restructuring of the garrison divisions meant the 3rd Battalion, 1st Company would be reconfigured. The original 228 men, both living and fallen, would be remembered as a casualty. But this flag, this soul, would depart with Huang Qingjie. Chen Huaifang had reservations. Yet later, he came to see it as no great loss. For he was not Huang Qingjie. He was not the true company commander of this 1st Company. He had merely taken up this banner. This spirit wasn't his to begin with, so naturally, he couldn't take it with him. And the regimental headquarters had other plans for this company commander promoted in the heat of battle. Boys, remember? Your old platoon sergeant and my former regimental commander enlisted at the same time and place. So when the regiment commander saw me, he pointed at me and said, "You're the soldier Chang Jie spoke of?" I said, "Yes, I am. Our company has no one left but me." Chen Huaifang lifted his head slightly and exhaled a long breath. To this day, he still believed that all his subsequent experiences were owed to Huang Qingjie. Because without Huang Qingjie, without the party membership application and recommendation letter he secretly submitted on Chen Huaifang's behalf, without Huang Qingjie forcibly pulling him back from the brink of becoming a bandit, then he might have died long ago on some cold winter night. There would be no story that followed. Chen Huaifang continued, "That day, under the guidance of the regiment's political commissar, I formally joined the party." Truly, the voice echoing in my mind at that moment wasn't the regiment political commissars, it was the old squad leaders. He had only just begun speaking. He was the one who introduced me to the party. He was the one who brought me into the ranks. It was because of him that I didn't lose my head to a mistake. But by the time I finally became the good soldier he could be proud of, he was already gone. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang grew visibly emotional. A faint flush spread across his cheeks, catching the sunlight and making his eyes glisten slightly. He took a deep breath and sighed. Life is unpredictable. Kids, there are some things you really must do while you still can. Don't wait until the person you want to impress is gone before you act. My old squad leader actually recommended me more than once, but I always refused because of the mistakes I'd made. He always said, mistakes happen to everyone, but as long as you recognize them in time and correct them promptly, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. Chen Huaifang murmured as the sunlight slowly faded before her eyes. After joining the party, due to his severe arm injury, Chen Huaifang was not assigned to a combat position, nor was he reassigned to a company. The regiment's political commissar and commander petitioned on his behalf, submitting recommendation letters to send him to the anti-Japanese military and political university for further training. Since his party membership had been granted on the front lines and his promotion to company commander had also been frontline advancement, both his combat awareness and ideological consciousness required deeper reinforcement and tempering. Thus, Chen Huaifang went to the anti-Japanese military and political university. Then began 3 long years of study. Now, as the sun set, he descended from Shanhaiguan Pass. He had finally reached the first place he had ever wanted to go. He gazed at the bullet comments on the screen, murmuring, "That's all for today." But what he didn't know was that far away, a mother and daughter stared anxiously at the closed livestream on their phone, feeling utterly helpless. "Mom, what should we do? He seems to have left." The daughter clutched her phone tightly. She was young, perhaps only 13 or 14, dressed in somewhat worn clothes. Her mother was also young, looking around 30. Sweat dampened her hair, sticking it to her forehead. She lifted her gaze toward the distant Great Pass, now just a blur of swordlight, and took a deep breath. She said to her daughter, "We still have to look for him. I've run out of places to search. I can only try to find him myself. If even he can't help us, then we'll have no choice but to go to your father." With that, she and her daughter climbed into the old, stuffy jeep and set off toward Shanhaiguan. In the back seat of that old, stuffy jeep lay a plaque. Engraved upon it were the words, "First Class Meritorious Service." This was the wife and daughter of a first-class meritorious soldier. 095, widow of a martyr, bullied to the point of despair? West of Shanhaiguan Pass, Chen Huaifang pedaled his tricycle southward. Recalling Huang Qingjie's sacrifice seemed to weigh heavily on him, and for several days he found it difficult to continue the story. He only exchanged brief comments with viewers in the live chat, occasionally inquiring about the health of distant Maizi. The livestream's viewership plummeted as a result, rapidly dropping from hundreds of thousands to a mere handful of tens of thousands. This left many video creators who relied on screen recordings and clips complaining bitterly, prompting them to seek new opportunities. Yet, in a way, it also gave Renning, who had been taken away by the 113 Bureau for Investigation, a lifeline. Ultimately, she hadn't done anything wrong, and her actions were nowhere near harmful enough to negatively impact Chen Huaifang. 3 stars also cooperated by releasing a clarification video. In the end, Renning faced no severe consequences beyond refunding all video earnings. Just as everyone, including General Ma, who was meeting with the General Staff Department to discuss what military rank to reinstate for Chen Huaifang, assumed Chen Huaifang's journey would gradually fade from public view until its conclusion. But then, an event occurred that shocked the entire internet and reignited Chen Huaifang's popularity. It was one morning. As usual, Chen Huaifang rode his tricycle to a park and stopped to rest for a moment. As the weather had turned cooler in recent days, he had donned his military uniform, one he rarely wore in public and which remained almost brand new. The red shoulder epaulets and green uniform, the standard dress of the first generation of founding generals, instilled respect at first glance, even without the stars of rank. Many people who came to this small park for walks or exercise were drawn to him. They turned their heads to look or stopped to take photos. Chen Huaifang felt no discomfort about this and never hid his uniform. He wore that uniform with dignity, worthy of anyone. Except for those fallen comrades. The shoulder epaulets symbolizing his honor were stained red with the blood of those fallen heroes. He sat there like that for a few minutes, silent minutes, so silent that only a little over 10,000 viewers remained in the livestream.
Then, suddenly, a voice tinged with youth and innocence echoed through the chat.
It belonged to a girl of 12 or 13. Excuse me, are you Grandpa Chen Huaifang?
Chen Huaifang looked up at the young girl, nodded, and asked kindly with a smile, I am.
Whose little one are you? The girl didn't answer Chen Huaifang. Instead, she quickly ran away.
Far away, Luo Nan and Shu Tong, who had been watching from inside the van, sat up straight. Having worked at Bureau 113 for over a decade, the two possessed exceptionally keen instincts.
Simultaneously, they sensed something amiss in the young girl's behavior.
In the livestream chat, a flurry of comments began to appear.
Didn't a little girl just run over there?
Probably another fan who watched Grandpa's livestream, just like the others before.
Agreed, but why did she run off after just asking one question? She's just shy, okay? Think everyone's gotta go around calling themselves universe-shattering explosive god of destruction like you? And you call yourself super Tyrannosaurus warrior, how dare you criticize others? Amidst the teasing and speculation, the girl who had run off hadn't gone far.
Instead, she returned within minutes, this time accompanied by a woman following right behind her. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, sporting a floral shirt, black cropped pants, and a pair of clearly ill-fitting sneakers.
Her mismatched outfit couldn't help but raise questions about her fashion sense. But that doubt lasted less than half a second. Because, right in front of Chen Huaifang and several parkgoers exercising or strolling, the woman arrived carrying a plaque.
A vermilion plaque inscribed with the words, Household of a First-Class Meritorious Citizen.
What did that signify? A first-class meritorious service medal. And the plaque was brand new. A first-class meritorious service medal in peacetime. One could say this plaque was earned with his life. And indeed it was.
Clearly, the woman holding the plaque and the little girl were family members of a first-class meritorious service recipient. But before Chen Huaifang, seated there, could fully grasp what was happening, the two approached him directly.
Realizing something, Chen Huaifang slowly stood up and spoke. Little one, who are these people to you?
The little girl slowly replied, This is my mother.
Then, the woman in the mismatched outfit suddenly knelt down before Chen Huaifang, clutching the plaque. Witnessing this, bystanders immediately raised their phones. The family of a first-class meritorious service recipient kneeling in public.
If these 10 words were posted online, they'd cause an absolute firestorm. Viewers in the livestream exploded with shock at the scene, and the previously sparse comments suddenly erupted like a flood.
Holy! What the hell is going on? I just went to make instant noodles, what happened? Why is the family of a first-class meritorious service recipient kneeling before Grandpa? Holy crap! What's going on? I have this vague, ominous feeling. Could it be the descendants of Grandpa's former comrades in arms showing up?
I doubt it. This mother and daughter are too young. The descendants of Grandpa's comrades would be at least in their 50s or 60s. Amidst the stream of comments flooding the live chat, the mother's voice reached every one of the over 10,000 viewers without missing a word.
She began with a brief self-introduction.
Her surname was Zhang, her name Zhang Wei, 35 years old. Her daughter's nickname was Li Zi, 12 years old. Her husband, her daughter's father, Zhou Lei, was the first-class meritorious service medal recipient honored on that plaque. Months earlier, as a border patrol sentry, he had single-handedly engaged in a fierce battle with 5 armed drug traffickers attempting to smuggle drugs across the border. He held them off until reinforcements arrived but ultimately succumbed to his severe injuries despite medical efforts. He was struck by 3 bullets, 2 knife wounds, and countless blows from blunt instruments. Despite this, he managed to kill 2 drug traffickers, seriously wound 1, and lightly wound 2 others. He paid with his life to stop this vicious gang of drug traffickers at the border. Over 50 kilograms of various narcotics were seized. Had these 50 kilograms entered the country, they would have destroyed hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of families. After careful deliberation by his unit, it was ultimately decided to posthumously award Zhou Lei the First-Class Meritorious Service Medal and the title of Martyr. Due to transportation difficulties and respecting the wishes of Zhang Wei and Zhou Lei's parents, his remains were buried locally at the Martyrs Cemetery in the area where he served. Yet the wife and daughter of this hero, this recipient of the First-Class Merit Award, were ostracized in their hometown within mere months, driven to the point where they could barely survive. Zhang Wei had run a local supermarket with shrewd business acumen and capable management, consistently maintaining strong sales. But after her husband Zhou Lei died in the line of duty, everything changed. Her store became a frequent target of troublemakers who came looking for fights. Even when she called the police, the perpetrators were minors and only received verbal warnings. Not only that, but her daughter, Li Zi, began facing frequent bullying and humiliation at school despite being an exemplary student who had never wronged anyone. Even Zhang Wei's family and friends were inexplicably bombarded with harassing calls and texts, while the supermarket entrance was splattered with feces and blood. She suspected it might be retaliation from accomplices of the drug dealers her husband had arrested, but without evidence, she could do nothing. Until one day, she received a large number of funeral wreaths. At the center of each wreath was a black and white photo of her husband Zhou Lei, altered with malicious intent, accompanied by notes reading things like "Death is no loss" and "He deserved it." Pushed beyond endurance, Jiang Wei sought help everywhere, reporting to the police, even posting videos and messages online for assistance. Yet whether the perpetrators had connections or her pleas went unnoticed, all efforts ultimately vanished without a trace. For months, she and her daughter Li Zi hid in various places to evade the perpetrators, only to be tracked down again within days. Her mental state was on the brink of collapse, yet she cried out to heaven and earth, but no one answered. What was most unbearable, however, was seeing her daughter after the bullying. The once lively and cheerful Li Zi had become timid and fearful. Even the question she asked Chen Huaifang was one Jiang Wei had painstakingly coached her to utter, only after gathering immense courage. I came to you because I truly couldn't think of any other solution. Whether I report it to the police or seek help online, they either say there's no evidence or claim my posts violate their rules. I didn't want to bother you, but truly, sir, I really don't know who else to turn to. I beg you, just say a few words for us during your livestream. Just a few words. Holding the plaque honoring her father's first-class merit, Jiang Wei knelt on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Over 10,000 viewers in the livestream were boiling with anger. This bull. How dare they bully the family of a first-class meritorious service recipient? Damn it. Guys, Jiang Wei's video is on Douyin, but it's clearly been throttled. It's not just throttled. I could find the video just now, but by the time I glanced at the comments, it was gone. Grandpa, we can't just ignore this. This is the family of a first-class meritorious service recipient. 096, Xiaoma, Uncle Chen begs you to give this mother and daughter justice. Facing Jiang Wei's desperate pleas, Chen Huaifang stood frozen in place. Like a stone statue. His gaze fell upon the vermilion lacquered plaque for first-class merit in Jiang Wei's arms, and an inexplicable rage surged within him. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Chen Huaifang. That old man looks like the veteran who went viral online recently, doesn't he? Yeah, now that you mention it, he does look familiar. It's not just like him, it is him. Look, isn't the background in his livestream right here in our neighborhood? Someone in the crowd opened Chen Huaifang's livestream, carefully compared the background, and confirmed his identity. A veteran of the War of Resistance, a founding hero of the nation. Right before our eyes. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Wei, clutching the plaque honoring a first-class meritorious service recipient, spoke again. If it's inconvenient for you, then never mind. Her gaze flickered between Chen Huaifang and the plaque in her arms, frozen in despair. Suddenly, Li Zi, who had stood silently beside them, burst into tears. Crying out for her mother, tears streaming down her cheeks, she crouched on the ground, sobbing and demanding to find her father. In an instant, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a beer belly stepped forward quickly, supporting Jiang Wei as he spoke. Old man, I heard they say you're a veteran, and apparently one who fought against the Japanese invaders. I served too, retired in 2009 as a reconnaissance soldier. A widow and her daughter come to you, oppressed and suffering, and you can't even say a word? Amid the man's questioning, the thick breath stuck in Chen Huaifang's throat finally burst out. He let out a sharp gasp, then bent down to help the middle-aged man lift Jiang Wei and her mother to their feet. Getting old, he said, this rush of breath nearly knocked me off my feet. You two needn't worry. Even if it costs me my old bones, I'll fight for justice for you both. Everyone, stop watching for now. Help this old man out. As soon as Chen Huaifang finished speaking, the crowd rushed forward to help Jiang Wei and Li Zi to a seat nearby. Meanwhile, many viewers in the livestream chat spontaneously edited videos about Zhou Lei's deeds and Jiang Wei's plight, posting them online. But clearly, some force was working against the public's will. Holy crap! My video got throttled after just 3 minutes? You're lucky it got throttled. My screen recording got deleted in under 2 minutes. Ha, at least yours got approved. Mine got rejected outright. Who lets heroes bleed and weep without leaving descendants? Damn it, how can a bunch of drug dealers wield such power? A first-class meritorious service recipient, the widow and daughter of a heroic martyr, can't even get a fair hearing? Amidst the barrage of angry comments, Chen Huaifang walked over and sat down, then fiddled with his phone. He was truly getting old. He fiddled with his phone for ages, but beyond starting a livestream and messaging my Z, he couldn't even figure out how to make a call. It was the middle-aged man who had once been a scout who noticed his struggle. He stepped forward and dialed the number for him, a number he had obtained long ago but had never used. Far away, Luo Nan and Shu Tong, sitting in their car, witnessed the scene and exchanged a glance. Someone was in for trouble. And it was going to be some serious trouble. Moments later, in the capital city, within the General Staff Headquarters conference room, Ma Lao, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, presided at the head of the table, flanked entirely by military officers bearing 3 stars on their shoulders. He was presiding over a meeting officially titled Discussion Session on the Re-Ranking Ceremony for Founding Heroes Returning to Civilian Life prior to the September 3rd military parade. Internally, it was simply known as What Rank Should Old Chen Get? But barely halfway through the proceedings, a secretary burst into the conference room. Under the gaze of the assembled generals, he approached Old Man Ma, clutching a phone that vibrated incessantly. Seeing this, Old Ma visibly frowned. What are you doing? Don't you know I'm in a meeting? Couldn't that call wait a little longer? General Ma had been working tirelessly for over a month on the matter of reinstating Chen Huaifang's rank.
Now that things were finally starting to come together, some random call dared to interrupt him? He'd see just who was so arrogant that this call absolutely had to be answered right now.
The secretary swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, "Mr. Ma, it's..."
"Who?" Old man Ma pressed. "It's Old Master Chen." "What?" Now it was Old Master Ma's turn to widen his eyes. It had been so long since he'd instructed the 113 staff to give Uncle Chen his number, and this was the first time he'd ever received a call from him. In his memory, Uncle Chen was a man who never asked for favors. Even when he had to retire early due to old injuries and return home, Uncle Chen had refused all assistance offered by the organization. He was adamant about not burdening the nation or becoming a liability to the organization. Even after returning to his hometown in northeast China, he turned down prime farmland offered by the local government, choosing instead to cultivate the hillside plot left behind by his parents who had passed away long before the founding of the nation. So now, when Old Ma heard that the call was actually from Uncle Chen, he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom what Uncle Chen might want to discuss. He couldn't fathom why, despite having assigned dedicated personnel from the 113 unit to care for Uncle Chen and his descendants. Why, then, had this call come through? In that instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through Old Ma's mind. He turned to his secretary and said, "Answer it. Put it on speakerphone. Let everyone present hear." The secretary nodded, answered the call, and activated speakerphone. The next second, Chen Huaifang's voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Hello, this is Chen Huaifang." Her voice was aged yet full of vitality, with faint soothing sounds in the background. Over a dozen generals sat up straight in their seats. Old Ma spoke slowly. "Ah, Uncle Chen, it's me, Little Ma. Do you remember me?" "Of course I remember." On the other end, Chen Huaifang nodded. "Isn't that the little brat who cut off one of my stars?" The moment the word little brat was uttered, the dozen generals in the conference room stiffened. Who on this planet dared call Old Ma a little brat? This old Chen was truly no ordinary founding hero. Hearing that familiar nickname again, Old Ma chuckled in response. Yes. Uncle Chen, it was me. I never imagined you'd still remember this after so long." Chen Huaifang wanted to chat, but time was tight. He cut straight to the point. "Little Ma, I'm not calling to make small talk." Old Ma's body tensed, his heart tightening as he hurriedly asked, "Then what is it?" "I'm here to ask for your help." "Help, me?" Old Ma furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't surprising that Uncle Chen was seeking his help. He had instructed the 113 people long ago to tell Uncle Chen that he could contact him for any trouble. But Uncle Chen personally coming to ask him for help? That was strange. Because if he hadn't lost his mind yet, then Uncle Chen should have at least two 113 operatives by his side right now. And they'd be the absolute cream of the crop. This call should never have been made. But right now, Old Ma had no time to ponder that. He could only listen as Chen Huaifang concisely recounted Zhou Lei's story and the ordeal of Zhang Wei and her daughter. The speakerphone blared through the pin-drop quiet conference room like a cannonball exploding among the dozen generals. First-class meritorious service. Frontier defense hero. Widow of a martyr. These three phrases strung together, coupled with the line, "The victims couldn't even survive in their own hometown after being bullied," was enough to make the eyes of these generals redden and their teeth grind. Especially Zhang Yuhai, the current commander of the Western Theater Command. Veins bulged on his temples as he clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. Why? Because he had personally signed Zhou Lei's first-class merit award certificate. Now he was being told that the widow and daughter of that heroic soldier who had sacrificed his life defending the border, a soldier under his command, were being bullied to the point of no return by accomplices of his mother's drug gang? That they had nowhere to turn, no one to turn to, and had finally sought out Old Chen to lodge a complaint? Petitioning the emperor? Damn it all to hell. If he didn't blow those drug dealers to smithereens with his 191 heavy artillery, Zhang Yuhai would resign on the spot and go home to plant potatoes. After hearing Chen Huaifang's account, Old Ma's face turned ashen. Yet his tone remained measured as he addressed Chen Huaifang. "Uncle Chen, please don't fret. Give me a moment, 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, I guarantee this matter will be resolved." "Fine." Chen Huaifang's tone was hard to read whether it was good or bad. "In any case," he said, "then I'll wait 3 minutes. With that, Chen Huaifang hung up the phone. Then, Old Ma took a deep breath. He said, "Everyone, I don't know where this Zhou Lei was killed, nor do I know where this unfortunate mother and daughter live. But I want to know, with such a major incident involving soldiers under your command, what do you intend to do? Who is making our heroes sweat, bleed, and weep?" Over a dozen generals, their eyes bloodshot. 097, how much power did Chen Huaifang's single phone call hold? Chen Huaifang hung up the phone, and the interrupted livestream resumed. Was Grandpa just on the phone? Probably. Though there was only video and no audio, he must have been on the phone. Wonder who Grandpa called. Could it be one of his old comrades still alive? I doubt it. At Grandpa's age, his comrades would be at least in their 90s. Even if they're still alive, they couldn't help Zhang Wei and her daughter. Amidst the stream of comments, the middle-aged man standing nearby couldn't help but ask, "Old man, who are you calling?" Chen Huaifang replied plainly, "The son of one of my comrades in arms." The middle-aged man nodded, sizing up Chen Huaifang from head to toe. In the military camp, comradeship stood as a uniquely pure bond in this modern world obsessed with looks and money. For his comrades, retired reconnaissance soldiers from this era of peace, a simple call for help meant they'd drop everything to assist. And especially for someone of Chen Huaifang's age, comrades who had survived the fiercest battles together? Yet he couldn't help but feel uneasy. A comrade was a comrade, but the son of a comrade was the son of a comrade. Even if he could do everything in his power to help, how much could he really accomplish? From what Zhang Wei described, the oppression and ordeal endured by mother and daughter clearly indicated that the drug dealer's accomplices wielded considerable influence. Reporting it to the police wouldn't solve the problem, and posting it online would only lead to it being arbitrarily restricted or deleted. Could the son of this elderly comrade alone resolve it? He didn't believe it, and neither did most of the viewers in the livestream. Although Chen Huaifang had received some official hospitality during previous livestreams, even a personal visit from the county party secretary. But polite hospitality was just that, polite hospitality. It didn't mean the authorities would actually be willing to go to great lengths to resolve his troubles. Especially since it wasn't even Chen Huaifang's own problem? Still, by publicly and unhesitatingly speaking up for Zhang Wei and her daughter in his livestream, he had already done enough to reassure his over 10,000 viewers. After all, the impact of a streamer with tens of millions of followers speaking out far outweighed that of ordinary people like them. But many are also worried that Chen Huaifang's account might get banned because of this. Guys, do you think Grandpa's account will get banned? I have a feeling, maybe he'll suddenly go offline soon. Even if it gets banned, we can't stop. We can't cease resistance just because evil persists. If I don't speak up for her today, when disaster strikes me tomorrow, who will rally for me? As voices grew louder in the live stream room, Luo Nan and Chu Tong in the distant car received a call from Old Master Ma. Over the phone, Old Man Ma first harshly criticized them for failing to stop Zhang Wei and her daughter from approaching Chen Huaifang. Though they explained they were following orders and hadn't interfered with Chen Huaifang's normal travel plans. Moreover, if they had actually stopped Zhang Wei and her daughter, wouldn't this matter have sunk without a trace, never to be seen again? But Master Ma's stance on this was crystal clear. Zhang Wei and her daughter had indeed suffered unfair treatment, and it was through Chen Huaifang that the matter had reached his ears. But this matter could have been brought to his attention through Luo Nan and Chu Tong. There was no need for Chen Huaifang to know. 104 years old. A veteran who had fought in hundreds of battles, large and small. To tell him that the wife and daughter of a first-class meritorious soldier who sacrificed his life for the nation were being oppressed by villains to the point where they couldn't even find justice. Wouldn't that be like stabbing the old man in the chest with a knife? Old Ma himself nearly choked on his own anger over this affair. Thankfully, Chen Huaifang was unharmed. Had she been harmed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Given this, Old Man Ma, already furious over the incident, was now seething with rage. He demanded, "Let's put this matter behind us. Now I ask you both. Where are you?" Luonan glanced out the window and replied, "South gate of Dongshan Park, Anhu District, Ziyuan City." Good. Old Ma acknowledged the response and hung up. Turning to the dozen or so generals before him, who were already growing restless, he asked, "Ziyuan City, under whose jurisdiction does it fall?" The commander of the Central Theater Command stood up. General Ma nodded. Good. Notify all subordinate units to prepare for armed riot control at any moment. Yes, sir. That day, the commander of a reconnaissance battalion belonging to a certain combat unit of the Chinese army stationed in Ziyuan City received a call from the theater commander for the first time. Shortly after, Old Ma dialed another number. That same day, every department in Ziyuan City, including the municipal committee, received a call from Shuibai Mountain for the very first time. At the same time, at the entrance of the small park, Chen Huaifang sat silently in place after finishing her call. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he simply couldn't. He was filled with doubt. He was baffled that in this era of prosperity, built by himself and tens of millions of compatriots, a heroic mother and daughter could still be oppressed. He was furious. Furious that in this day and age, someone could simply snap their fingers and leave a helpless mother and daughter with no one to turn to, no one to answer their cries. He was waiting for the little rascal, waiting for little Ma, waiting for Old Ma, who though no longer in high office still wielded immense influence, to return his call. After an unknown amount of time, his phone finally rang again. He answered without uttering a word. He was too stunned and furious to speak. All he heard was Old Ma's voice on the other end. "Uncle Chen, I've already contacted the relevant departments in Ziyuan City. I believe they will provide you with a satisfactory response very soon." Chen Huaifang still didn't utter a single word. He hung up the phone directly. He didn't want such a hollow promise. What he wanted to see was real, tangible action. He sat there, immovable as a mountain.
Only when Zhang Wei, who had begun to recover from her grief, wiped the tears from her eyes and approached him with the vermilion plaque honoring the first-class meritorious service in her arms did she speak in a trembling voice, "Old master, thank you for your trouble. If you could just speak a word on behalf of us mother and daughter, we would be more than satisfied. We wouldn't dare trouble you with anything more than that. Besides, if we don't leave soon, that group will likely come looking for trouble again." "No." Chen Huaifang finally swallowed the rage choking his throat. He spoke slowly, "No. This matter is not over yet. I said it, this old man of mine will see justice done for you too. Until this matter is properly resolved, I won't stop. You two stay right here. Let's see who dares come looking for trouble." Chen Huaifang's emphatic declaration failed to stir much reaction. Instead, those present began to question his mental state. Though they knew he was a veteran of the War of Resistance and had once been a major online sensation. But he was still just a veteran. Even if some of his comrades had held high positions, what difference did it make now? Hadn't they all long since turned to dust? What authority could he possibly wield? Or was this old man planning to shield Zhang Wei and her daughter with his own body? What difference would that make? It would be like handing over his life for nothing. Drug traffickers' accomplices won't care if you're an old man. If you get in their way, what difference does it make if Chen Huaifang were 10 years older? As for relying on the crowd's strength? Come on, there were only 7 or 8 people gathered around the small park. Most of them had families, wives, children, elderly relatives. Who would risk their lives for a stranger, an elderly man, and a mother and daughter who, though pitiable, were completely unrelated? To provoke a gang of ruthless criminals? Hearing this and seeing the situation, everyone except the middle-aged man who had served in the military left in frustration. Even Zhang Wei repeatedly insisted on leaving, but Chen Huaifang grabbed her wrist and she couldn't break free. At that very moment, the livestream's viewership surged dramatically. Half of it was fueled by the audience's ignited passion. The other half was driven by their own curiosity. Just how much influence did Chen Huaifang wield? Simultaneously, the middle-aged man sat down, pulled a pack of gum from his pocket, and offered a piece to Li Zi. Sitting beside Chen Huaifang, he smiled and said, "Old man, I never imagined someone your age would still step in to help when you see injustice." Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement. "I served in the army, fought in wars, killed Japanese devils, and saw comrades in arms killed by them. Zhou Lei is a fine young man. Just like my comrades who died on the battlefield, they were all fine young men. Their families absolutely cannot be bullied right under my nose." No sooner had Chen Huaifang finished speaking than 2 men wearing jackets and baseball caps were spotted approaching from a short distance away. One tall, one short, their purpose was clear. The taller one shouted at Zhang Wei as he approached, "Zhang Wei. I was wondering who you'd run all this way to find. Turns out you found this old coffin stuffing? Honestly, if you were smarter, you'd take that dead husband's tie plaque to a military base or something. Maybe they'd actually do something." Looking for him? The tall one was already almost in front of Chen Huaifang. He looked at Chen Huaifang. "Old man, don't say I didn't warn you. Mind your own damn business, and you might live another couple of days." 098, both of them lay flat on their backs, unable to get up. Not a single extra kick. Facing the tall man's provocation, Chen Huaifang remained silent. The shorter man stood beside him, holding up his phone. This old guy's still streaming live. Hearing this and seeing the scene, the middle-aged man stood up. The tall guy immediately turned to him. "Hey, buddy, you're not exactly young anymore. You've got parents in their 60s or 70s to take care of, and kids still in school, right? Take my advice, don't risk everything over this petty nonsense." The middle-aged man grunted in response, countering, "I don't buy it. What could you possibly do to me in broad daylight?" The short man let out a "oh" and tucked his phone into his chest, stating bluntly, "I really wouldn't dare do anything to you." Then he changed the subject. "It's just helping mom and dad cross the street every day, making sure they don't get hit by a car if they're not paying attention. Then there's running errands for my sister-in-law, picking up and dropping off our kids from school. You dare?" The middle-aged man erupted in fury. The tall man's eyes narrowed menacingly as a nearly 8-inch dagger instantly materialized in his palm. He threatened, "Don't play tough, buddy. Don't think you're so tough. Let me tell you, when pushed to the edge, I wouldn't hesitate to kill a cop, let alone you. We're both men with wives and kids. Know when to back down." After hearing the tall man's words, the middle-aged man's once resolute gaze gradually faded. Yeah. He had a family to protect. His fiery resolve slowly receded, like the bulging disc in his lower back. He could endure injury. He could stand up for the injustice done to Zhang Wei and her daughter. But he couldn't risk endangering his wife, his children, or his elderly parents. Chen Huaifang sensed his hesitation. Looking at the middle-aged man, he waved his hand. "It's okay, young man. I understand. When you have a family, you have to consider your wife and children. You can't just charge ahead recklessly when your blood boils." With that, Chen Huaifang pushed the middle-aged man aside and stepped forward to face the Gao brothers. In the livestream chat, viewers voiced their discontent. "This guy's such a wimp. Is he even a real man?" Keyboard warriors in the chat, "Chill out. Would you have stepped in?
Didn't you hear what those two said? Exactly. If I were single, I'd speak up for justice too. But with a wife and kids? I'd never dare.
Meanwhile, Jiang Wei bravely stepped forward. She looked directly at the tall and short brothers and stated plainly, I can compromise.
You can make me do whatever you want, but you can't hurt my daughter.
The shorter one sneered coldly, glancing at the still alluring Jiang Wei before shifting his gaze to the timid figure of Li Zi hiding behind her.
Fine. I won't touch your daughter. Then he turned to Chen Huaifang, whose hands trembled with rage. Isn't this old man live streaming? I recall there are still over 10,000 people in the live stream room? Then let's do this.
With that, he snatched the phone from Chen Huaifang's hands and aimed it at Jiang Wei and her daughter.
Come on, come on. Throw that worthless plaque of your dead husband on the ground.
Then stomp it to pieces with your feet, spit on it a few times, and say your good-for-nothing husband deserved to die, that his death was no loss.
Then I might consider letting you off for now.
The short man's words ignited the entire live stream audience.
Insulting Jiang Wei and her daughter was bad enough. But to threaten Jiang Wei into throwing her husband Zhou Lei's first-class merit plaque on the ground and stomping it to pieces? Then spit on it, forcing the widow to publicly declare her husband deserved to die and his death was no loss? Outraged viewers had already dialed emergency services, while others uploaded screenshots online. But clearly, none of this was fast enough.
Chen Huaifang was the one who acted fastest. He grabbed the short man's hand with all his might. Let go of me. The tall man's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to push Chen Huaifang away.
The next second, the tall man flew sideways across the room. Over 20,000 viewers in the livestream couldn't even process what had just happened.
A dull thud followed, and the livestream feed spun wildly before settling back into focus. The view was upside down.
Over 20,000 viewers watched as two long, straight legs appeared on screen, followed by a man's voice, brimming with fury. You two, are you never going to stop? Then came Jiang Wei's piercing scream.
The short man, who had somehow produced a dagger, lunged at Luo Nan with lightning speed. Luo Nan sidestepped the blade as if gliding, then delivered a powerful kick straight to the short man's stomach. The powerful blow sent the short man flying backward, crashing to the ground 3 or 5 meters away with a thud. The two brothers, one leaning against the flower bed unable to speak, the other sprawled on the ground unable to crawl up.
Startled, Jiang Wei clutched Li Zi tightly, frozen in fear, dreading that the suddenly appearing Luo Nan and Chu Tong might harm her and her daughter. But clearly, the two men weren't after Jiang Wei and her daughter at all. Just as old Ma had said. The two from Unit 113 were solely responsible for Chen Huaifang's safety. Moral condemnation and pangs of conscience had long been shut out by both of them.
Had Chen Huaifang not been in imminent danger just now, they would never have intervened so openly.
First, it risked exposing their identities.
Second, Chen Huaifang was live streaming. If they lost control of their strength, it could easily backfire with public outrage.
After all, even to Chu Tong, Luo Nan's background was terrifying.
He was a veritable killing machine, possessing more methods of murder than he knew characters. Luo Nan adjusted his collar, glancing at the now helpless tall and short brothers before turning to leave.
He came quietly, and he left quietly. His two swift kicks left no room for doubt. Over 30,000 viewers in the livestream were left utterly stunned. Holy, what just happened? Holy, what kind of skills does this guy have? 2 kicks and it's over? Holy, I always thought 1 kick kills in movies were fake. Who knew it was real? Holy crap, I don't even know why I'm saying holy crap. But kicking someone to death is real, right? Though those tall and short brothers probably aren't dead?
As the comments suggested, the tall and short brothers weren't dead. The tall one was in too much pain to speak, while the short one managed to pull out his phone and start calling for backup. He even had the strength to threaten Chu Tong, who was returning the phone to Chen Huaifang. You two bastards, don't you dare run. Chu Tong ignored the short one's threats, handed the phone back to Chen Huaifang, and pressed it against the microphone. Old Chen, don't worry. Old Ma's people will be here soon. With that, she released the microphone and turned to leave. Jiang Wei, who witnessed this scene, was utterly stunned. She couldn't fathom who this man and woman were who had suddenly appeared. She was even more baffled by who Chu Tong meant when she mentioned people already arranged. But she could piece together some clues from what Chen Huaifang had just said. Meanwhile, the onlookers who hadn't truly dispersed in the distance stopped in their tracks upon witnessing the scene. Especially that middle-aged man. The passion he had long suppressed for family reasons now stirred once more. As the footsteps of 7 or 8 helpers summoned by the short man in the distance approached, wielding machetes and steel pipes, his long-extinguished fighting spirit flared up once more. He bellowed, snatched up a wooden stick lying on the ground, and stepped forward to block their path. Chen Huaifang stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Facing the encroaching figures wielding machetes, their expressions remained impassive. Jiang Wei stepped forward as well. This situation had started because of her, and she couldn't let it escalate any further. But clearly, this group of 7 or 8 men weren't here to engage in the same drawn-out banter as the Gao brothers had with Chen Huaifang and his companions. They had come for one purpose only: to reclaim the face they just lost. The short one bellowed, "Forget about these 3 for now. Go catch those 2 for me." Immediately, 4 men sheathed their machetes and gave chase after Luo Nan and Chu Tong, who had already gained some distance. In the distance, the onlookers who had been watching suddenly gasped in alarm. But the taller brother, having caught his breath, clearly hadn't heard. Struggling to his feet, he glared viciously at Chen Huaifang and gritted his teeth. "You old bastard. Since you had to stick your nose in, don't blame me for going all out." Limping, he advanced toward Chen Huaifang. But then, he froze instantly, standing motionless in place. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him, his mouth agape. On the distant road, police cars led the way, followed by several red flags bearing license plates starting with 0000. Behind them came black-plated military vehicles, with 6 olive drab-covered trucks bringing up the rear. Before the vehicles had even come to a complete stop, nearly every notable leader in Ziyuan City from top to bottom rushed out of the cars. Then, a platoon of soldiers armed with live ammunition leapt from the trucks. They joined several squads of police who had disembarked simultaneously, instantly surrounding the small park so tightly that not a single person could slip through. The party secretary of Ziyuan City led the charge, striding forward and bellowing, "Damn it! Come on, let me see who this is. Who the hell ordered the martyr's wife to trample her husband's first-class merit plaque?" 099 posthumously conferred the honorary rank of Lieutenant General of the Army upon Chen Huaifang. The furious party secretary of Ziyuan City silenced the entire crowd with a string of expletives. The onlookers never dreamed they'd get such a close-up view of the party secretary. Meanwhile, the 8 or 9 drug traffickers armed with weapons including the tall and short brothers were now frozen in terror, not daring to make a sound. They feared that the slightest movement might draw immediate fire from the armed police and soldiers standing guard. People have eyes, but bullets don't. As for the nearly 80,000 viewers in the livestream, they were all utterly speechless. What kind of force is this? What kind of force is this? Let me see. Municipal Party Committee, Public Security, Procuratorate, Judiciary, Army. Has every official department in Ziyuan City been mobilized? Could this be because of Grandpa's phone call? No way, right? Even though I find it hard to believe, I honestly can't think of any other way to mobilize such a massive force besides Grandpa's phone call. Just as stunned as the live stream viewers were Zhang Wei and the middle-aged man. They never dreamed that a seemingly ordinary, gray-haired old man could summon such a massive operation with just one phone call. If this force couldn't handle a few drug dealers. No, this force couldn't possibly fail to take down a few drug dealers. Stunned, the middle-aged man whispered to Chen Huaifang, the old man. Could the party secretary be the son of your comrade in arms? Chen Huaifang glanced at the party secretary, who looked no older than 50, and shook his head. No, he's not that young. Hearing this, the short man lying motionless on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This old man's connections aren't that powerful after all. But the next moment, the Ziyuan City secretary strode forward and uttered a single sentence that shattered his illusions completely. The nearly 50-year-old secretary practically took 3 steps in 2 as he reached Chen Huaifang. With all the drug dealers already subdued, he seized Chen's hand. Old Chen, we're so sorry for the scare. It's our fault for not doing our job thoroughly enough, not digging deep enough. That's why Zhang Wei and her daughter suffered such injustice. Rest assured, the provincial authorities have already established a special task force targeting this drug ring. We will never let heroes who sweat and bleed for their country be left to weep in their graves. Before the secretary could finish, Chen Huaifang interjected, But I vaguely recall that Zhang Wei and her daughter weren't from Ziyuan. They followed me all the way here from beyond the pass. Chen Huaifang's remark wasn't a recollection, it was an accusation. This matter should never have fallen under Ziyuan City's jurisdiction or even this province's. Hearing this, the secretary hastily explained, wasn't this an urgent situation? Wasn't I the closest one? Rest assured, the neighboring province has already established a special task force to investigate the unfair treatment faced by the family of Martyr Zhou Lei. We will dispatch personnel to escort Zhang Wei and her daughter back to their hometown and provide round-the-clock protection until the case is closed. Only after hearing this did Chen Huaifang nod in satisfaction. The drug traffickers, whose souls seemed nearly scared out of their bodies, were now cordoned off by armed police and army personnel, not daring to move an inch. But it wasn't over yet. The military vehicles, which had arrived slightly later, pulled up just then. The commander of the Ziyuan military sub-district, a division-level army colonel, leaped out before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop. Not belonging to the same system, he didn't even bother to greet the party secretary. Instead, he immediately cursed, "Who the hell is this? Who the hell thought it was okay to let the martyr's widow insult the martyr? Do you really think we're all dead? Who? I'll kill you today." In the military, the place most protective of its own, or even if the sky fell, someone would hold it up as long as no mistakes were made. This colonel wasn't joking when he said that. They were a gang of ruthless drug traffickers with countless lives on their hands. Add to that the crime of insulting a martyr and humiliating his widow. He genuinely would have pulled the trigger and ended these men right then and there. Seeing the situation turn dire, the party secretary immediately stepped in to intervene, finally calming the army colonel's rage. But before that, he had a few words to say. Secretary Zhang, I understand we must consider the impact, but don't forget these scum have insulted a first-class meritorious service recipient. The commander of the Western Theater Command will arrive tomorrow at the latest. These bastards had better be alive by then, better be. Oh, and one more thing. We can't interfere with their drug trafficking, but we will absolutely handle their involvement with Zhou Lei and his wife and child. You lot. The furious army colonel declared, will settle this in military court. These words sent shockwaves through the livestream. Holy. A military court? If it were a regular court, these guys might have a chance to survive, but if they go to a military court, in most cases, they wouldn't even make it to a military court. But today's situation seems like an exception to the exception, insulting heroes and martyrs, causing extremely severe consequences, and gravely damaging the military's image. But I suspect the most direct factor was that phone call from the old man. Regardless of whether these drug traffickers actually face execution or a military tribunal, the sheer impact of Chen Huaifang's single phone call today has already left everyone utterly stunned. Not only were netizens and onlookers incredulous that a single phone call from Chen Huaifang could wield such immense power, even Jiang Wei herself couldn't fathom the immense influence wielded by the elderly man before her. These officials bowing and scraping before Chen Huaifang, people she'd begged and pleaded with before and never managed to meet. Yet now, they had all come. Moreover, Chen Huaifang clearly didn't think much of them. He even had the energy to joke, good thing you guys got here fast. If you'd been any later, I'm afraid they would have torn this old body of mine apart. They dared? The colonel glared at the men crouched on the ground, his right hand twitching on the grip of his service pistol. If not for Chen Huaifang's livestream and the crowd of onlookers, he would have shot those bastards on the spot. Mr. Chen, please don't make fun of us. The party secretary remained relatively calm. While offering gentle persuasion, he also urged the Public Security Bureau chief to quickly take these bastards away. Chief Xiao, hurry up and work with the military comrades to get these troublesome guys to the detention center first. Oh, and the power company called earlier, they're rushing repairs, so your detention center will be without electricity today. The access control system might be down, so send the extra personnel to keep a tight watch on these guys. It's not just our military comrades arriving today, and tomorrow several provincial leaders will personally oversee the operation. Got it? Director Zhao, who understood perfectly, flashed an almost imperceptible smile upon hearing this. The detention center's lights and surveillance were out, but some things needed to stay powered up. Upon receiving the order, Director Zhao swiftly escorted the drug traffickers away with the arriving army personnel. Meanwhile, on the other side, back in the car, Luo Nan redialed the number and gave Old Ma a detailed report of the events that had unfolded. After listening to the report, Old Ma first remarked, they were quick, then hurriedly asked, tell me, is Old Chen okay? Luo Nan replied directly, he's fine. Good. Luo Nan and Chu Tong, both of you remember this, if anything happens to Old Chen, I'll hold you two personally accountable. Only then did Old Ma truly relax. Luo Nan remained expressionless, rest assured, if anything happens to Old Chen, I'll bring my head to you. What use would your head be to me? I mean, keep a close eye on things. Old Ma sighed, exasperated by Luo Nan's blunt manner. Yes, sir. Rest assured. Chu Tong snatched the phone from Luo Nan's hand. This matter must be handled properly. I don't trust them, they're too by the book, too official. Old Ma pondered for a moment before continuing, alright, I'll sign the authorization slip shortly. You two find an opportunity to personally inform them, then hand this matter entirely over to Unit 113. These drug dealers must be severely punished. No mercy. After speaking, Old Ma seemed to recall something else. He lifted his gaze toward the general still watching him from a short distance away. He remarked calmly, I suggest we refrain from debating merits and demerits. Let's focus solely on the achievements, not the shortcomings. Besides, Comrade Chen himself never had any direct involvement with those matters. Considering Comrade Chen's current influence in society, I propose that before next year's September 3rd military parade, we officially select a date to re-award Comrade Chen Huaifang, a hero of the War of Resistance, a founding contributor, and a member of the party for 80 years, the honorary rank of Lieutenant General of the Army. Honorary Army Lieutenant General. 100. Remembering an old friend, a man who was like a woman. As all the vehicles departed, Dongshan Park in Ziyuan City returned to its usual tranquility. Only the lingering traces on the ground remained for the onlookers to stare at, their minds lost in thought for a long time. This was the first time they had ever seen such swift processing. It was also the first time they had seen so many leaders gathered together. They couldn't help but speculate about Chen Huaifang's true identity, yet online information about her was scarce. Ironically, the person who should have been most concerned about Chen Huaifang's true identity showed little particular curiosity. Jiang Wei was currently sitting in a military vehicle with Chen Huaifang, holding Li Zi in her arms. This was Chen Huaifang's request. He didn't want to go to the municipal party committee compound or any other hotel with the secretary and the others. He wanted to take Jiang Wei to see the place where her husband had once lived. Though this place bore little resemblance to Zhou Lei's actual life, it was still a military camp, a place of the same color. The plaque honoring a first-class meritorious service was held by a designated person and meticulously polished. For ordinary people, perhaps this plaque symbolized honor.
But for a soldier, it represented an indescribable knot. In this age of information, many have heard the saying, third-class meritorious service is awarded standing up. A second-class merit award is received lying down. First-class merit is claimed by family members. For soldiers, achieving military honors is nearly everyone's aspiration.
Privates seek them to become non-commissioned officers, NCOs to become officers, and officers to climb higher and higher. Yet as they held the plaque with a first-class merit in their palms, the two soldiers polishing it now felt a heavy weight in their hearts. For this plaque was purchased with Zhou Lei's life. Yet this very plaque had nearly been trampled to pieces by a group of drug traffickers who threatened Zhou Lei's wife. It was an insult, a disgrace, especially since Chen Huaifang had been live-streaming the incident. The orders they received were not to assist other departments in Ziyuan City. Their orders were to eliminate every last one of those murderous drug traffickers. That was why the army colonel was so furious he couldn't contain himself. He had already ordered the vehicle to drive at maximum speed. He was practically pressing his foot into the gas tank, but the distance was simply too great.
They didn't make it in time. Fortunately, this humiliation wouldn't last long. After all, if this frustration cannot be vented freely and completely, then how many would be willing to risk their lives for the nation in the future? If the families of today's heroes are subjected to humiliation, how many would be willing to become heroes in the future?
It was a difficult question to answer, yet one that demanded a response. As the army colonel sat deep in thought in the passenger seat, Jiang Wei's voice suddenly snapped him out of his reverie. He heard her ask, "Sir,
are you my husband's superior officer?"
He hastily shook his head in denial. No, I'm not Zhou Lei's superior. But Zhou Lei was a soldier in our sister unit, so he was one of our own."
"Sister-in-law, listen to me.
The fact that you and your daughter suffered such injustice today is because we, the living, were powerless to prevent it. If anyone else ever dares to cause trouble for you two without reason, you won't need to pray to any deities or appeal to any gods. Just find any military compound and say you're Zhou Lei's family member.
Someone will help you."
After he finished, Jiang Wei nodded calmly. Truthfully, she had never considered such a course of action. In fact, the only reason she had brought her husband's plaque with her was out of fear that those people might destroy it. It was one of the few tangible reminders she had left of her husband. She couldn't bear to lose it.
In the livestream, the audience finally caught on.
At that moment, the number of viewers surged again to over 100,000 due to the recent incident. No wonder no one intervened. It turns out Jiang Wei never even went there.
I knew the military wouldn't stand by.
They're the most protective of their own.
If those senior officers found out the family of a first-class meritorious service recipient was being bullied, they'd send troops to take those bastards out. Speaking of which, don't you guys feel Grandpa's a bit too calm about this? Last time it was a colonel division commander, and now it's another colonel division commander. If the last one was a comrade-in-arms son, this one can't be a comrade-in-arms son too, right? And the people who showed up today, it seems like they were summoned by Grandpa's phone call, right?
The live chat's attention gradually shifted to Chen Huaifang's mysterious phone call. Meanwhile, Chen Huaifang, who had finally calmed down from her anger, spoke slowly. Thank goodness nothing happened. If something had truly happened, we living would have no face to meet Zhou Lei in the afterlife.
It was only then that Jiang Wei snapped out of her daze and thanked Chen Huaifang. Old man, I really owe you for today's outcome. I don't have much to repay you with. Here, I have some money. Please don't think it's too little. And Li Zi, hurry up and thank Grandpa.
Seeing this, Chen Huaifang quickly intervened, snatching the loose change from Jiang Wei's hand and stuffing it all back. This won't do.
You're insulting this old man. If Zhou Lei finds out, when I pass away, won't he come looking for trouble? Quick, take it back. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang called out to the colonel in the passenger seat, Hey, you! Help me stop her.
After this back and forth, Jiang Wei finally pocketed the meager change. Her eyes were reddened, and Li Zi sat beside her, quietly sniffling. This hard-won, long-sought fairness had finally arrived.
Though late, it had come at last.
Seeing this, Chen Huaifang, who was never one for offering comfort, felt utterly at a loss.
After a long, silent struggle, he finally managed to speak.
Hey, he said, you two don't need to be so sad.
Life is unpredictable, no one can foresee what will happen.
But seeing you and Li Zi like this reminds me of an old friend from many years ago.
Jiang Wei knew Chen Huaifang was deliberately trying to divert their attention, so she asked, What old friend? Chen Huaifang blinked, his gaze settling on Jiang Wei.
It must be said, there was a certain resemblance in the shape of Jiang Wei's eyebrows and eyes.
Similar. Indeed, it was.
She did resemble the wife of that old friend.
He finally spoke, like the wife of an old friend of mine. I knew him over 80 years ago. Over 80 years ago? Jiang Wei asked in surprise.
Chen Huaifang hummed in acknowledgement and nodded.
To be precise, it was 84 years ago.
That was 1940, after the 100 Regiment's offensive.
I had sustained an arm injury and needed rest.
Additionally, since I had joined the party and been promoted on the front lines, the regiment deemed further training necessary. So I was assigned to study at the Anti-Japanese Military and Political University for 3 years. From 1940 to 1943, I spent all 3 years there. And during those 3 years, I met that old friend. His surname was Tang. His name was Tang Zhaowen. The first time I saw him, I almost mistook him for a woman. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but laugh, his thoughts drifting back 84 years. In the early autumn of 1940, after he finally no longer had to visit the doctor almost every other day to have his wounds examined and dressed, and after enduring the constant agony of broken bones healing, he was assigned by his regiment to study at the Anti-Japanese Military and Political University. As fellow students, he first met Tang Zhaowen at the new student welcome ceremony organized by the Academic Affairs Office. The university back then was different from today, with students ranging in age from teenagers to those in their 40s. Compounded by the turmoil of war, students had gathered from all corners of the country. Some had seen combat, others had not. Their backgrounds and experiences varied greatly. Thus, during the welcome ceremony, the academic director had everyone introduce themselves in order. As others introduced themselves, Chen Huaifang noticed the youngest was only 17, while the oldest was 35. Among them were several who had held leadership positions in their original units. For instance, a battalion commander surnamed Wang, aged 28, had been sent to the Anti-Japanese Military and Political University for study due to injuries requiring rest. Then there was a 19-year-old platoon leader who, despite his youth, had lost both legs. The organization had assigned him to study at the Anti-Japanese Military and Political University, intending to retain him as an instructor upon completion of his studies. As for Chen Huaifang, a 20-year-old company commander who had joined the party on the front lines, he could be considered one of the outstanding students among the group. As for Tang Zhaowen, the reason Chen Huaifang mistook him for a woman was entirely based on his self-introduction. Setting aside the fact that he sat alone in the front row, his small frame and slender build were noticeable. But when he spoke, his soft, delicate voice and gentle tone made it hard not to mistake him for a woman. Even the hobbies he mentioned in his self-introduction were bound to cause misunderstandings. Tang Zhaowen, a man who loves gardening, is passionate about theater, has even studied opera, and can sing the flower maiden role. 101. Tang Zhaowen, whose skills astounded the audience, was actually confined to his quarters? A grown man who likes gardening? That's nothing unusual. But loving theater? In our eyes back then, that was seen as a sign of not taking life seriously. Chen Huaifang recounted all this calmly, her voice betraying little emotion. Zhang Wei sat beside her, her expression hinting at surprise, though she gave little away. In the livestream, the viewership once again surpassed 100,000. Viewers flooded the chat with their opinions. What's wrong with loving theater? Isn't it a national treasure? The scope of drama is quite broad, encompassing 5 major forms: Peking opera, Yu opera, Guangmei opera, Yu opera, and Ping opera. The designation as a national treasure is actually a relatively recent concept. True. Before the founding of the People's Republic, especially during the Republic of China and Qing dynasty periods, drama was largely seen as a pastime for wealthy young men. Performers were among the most despised members of society. To some extent, drama performers back then were considered little more respectable than prostitutes. This led to the saying that theater corrupts the youth of today. Exactly. And if grandfather's recollection is correct, Tang Zhaowen, a grown man, was viewed as unproductive simply for enjoying theater. And he actually knew how to sing the female roles, the Huadan parts, which were female characters in the repertoire, though they were mostly played by men in cross-dressing roles. But aside from the so-called 4 great Dan actors, the vast majority of men who cross-dressed as female leads were deeply disliked. Exactly. Do you think Grandpa's era was like today, with effeminate men running rampant? Each comment perfectly mirrored what Chen Huaifang was about to say. Back then, among that cohort of anti-Japanese military academy students, many deliberately kept their distance from Tang Zhaowen. Few wanted to get too close to this notorious playboy. It wasn't that Tang Zhaowen was inherently problematic. On the contrary, his academic performance was excellent. According to some anti-Japanese military academy instructors, Tang Zhaowen had already been a Bolshevik before enrolling at the academy. He had studied in Russia and was well-traveled and knowledgeable. Yet it was precisely his passion for theater, especially his skill in performing the female lead role, something that wouldn't be considered problematic today, that caused many to harbor reservations about him. During his time at the Anti-Japanese Military and Political University, almost no one was willing to share a dormitory with him. Some claimed Tang Zhaowen would sleepwalk and sing opera in the dead of night. Others claimed they often saw him sitting alone, alternately crying and laughing. Some even claimed Tang Zhaowen had mental issues, frequently uttering things no one could understand. Over time, Tang Zhaowen became an extremely lonely figure at the Anti-Japanese Military Academy. He was naturally slight, standing around 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing less than 150 pounds, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. To be honest, people have a herd mentality. I was no different. Back then, I deliberately distanced myself from Tang Zhaowen just like everyone else. Until that day I remember it was just before New Year's Eve in 1941. After a regular class session, the instructor assigned homework, but I had used up all the notebooks and pens I had on hand.
Yet the assignments had to be done. But my classmates from the same cohort, or rather, those I had some connection with, mostly came from poor backgrounds too. They couldn't afford to buy extra notebooks or pens.
So I couldn't borrow any, couldn't buy any, and the school office had no extras to give me. With no other options, I had to approach a few notorious spoiled brats to borrow supplies. Of course, calling them spoiled brats was just a joke among us, but I never actually borrowed anything from them. Chen Huaifang trailed off, then laughed awkwardly. Scratching his head, he continued, back then, I really had to swallow my pride. I knocked on Tang Zhaowen's dorm door, then swallowed my pride again to approach Tang Zhaowen personally and ask him to lend me these things.
At that moment,
Tang Zhaowen was sitting at his desk, seemingly absorbed in some task. None of his roommates were present. Only Tang Zhaowen and Chen Huaifang were in that room. So when Chen Huaifang pushed open the door, Tang Zhaowen knew someone had entered. He simply didn't speak up, for he had long grown accustomed to such situations. Outsiders would enter, see he was alone, and then turn to leave. But just as he thought Chen Huaifang would leave too, the latter sat down, leaning against the bed frame.
Tang Zhaowen had no idea why Chen Huaifang had come.
Mistaking him for one of those who looked down on him, he snapped irritably, "That's my bed." Chen Huaifang immediately stood up, looking flustered.
I'm sorry."
Tang Zhaowen said nothing, continuing with his own affairs. Chen Huaifang watched him, momentarily unsure how to broach the subject.
How does one approach a classmate who has always been shunned by everyone, including himself, when that person suddenly needs something?
To this day, Chen Huaifang still couldn't find an answer. He didn't have one now, nor did he have one back then. So it wasn't him who spoke first, it was Tang Zhaowen. Perhaps he'd grown impatient waiting for Chen to leave, or perhaps it was the first time he'd seen someone willing to approach him. Tang Zhaowen dropped what he was holding and turned to face him. "You came to find me?" A breathtaking sight. This was a scene Chen Huaifang could never forget, then or now. He stated plainly, "Later, Tang Zhaowen told me a phrase, a true beauty transcends gender. Those who can be defined by gender are not true beauties." I didn't understand it at the time, but as I met more people, including many foreign friends, I gradually grasped the meaning of his words. Yes, the 20-year-old Chen Huaifang had been utterly stunned by Tang Zhaowen's single glance back. Had he not known this was a male dormitory, he would have mistaken Tang Zhaowen for a woman. Seeing him stare blankly without a word, Tang Zhaowen continued, "I asked if you came to see me?" Chen Huaifang snapped back to reality and nodded hurriedly, explaining, "I need to borrow some paper and a pen to finish the assignment the instructor gave us."
Hearing this, Tang Zhaowen showed no expression whatsoever.
But in Chen Huaifang's memory, it seemed as though he had smiled.
Then, with great generosity, he opened his drawer, took out a brand new notebook and a fountain pen, and handed them to Chen Huaifang. "You don't need to return them," he said. "Consider them a reward for daring to come find me."
At that moment, I practically fled the scene. I didn't even take the notebook and pen he handed me, I just turned and ran.
In the end, I didn't even hand in my homework. Luckily, the instructor didn't pursue it further.
At this point, Chen Huaifang's face actually flashed what seemed like a blush.
In the livestream chat, many viewers started joking around. Whoa, could it be that Grandpa was? Hard to say, but Tang Zhaowen's explanation doesn't seem too far off. Exactly, no big deal. Beauty, guess why it's beauty instead of pretty woman? Or handsome man?
The term beauty itself isn't exclusive to women, it applies to men too. After all, the renowned 4 great leading men of the Republican era were all male. Jokes aside, the friendship between Chen Huaifang and Tang Zhaowen truly began at that moment. Yet after that, the two had no further contact for a very long time.
Until New Year's Eve 1941.
The anti-Japanese military academy organized a New Year's gathering partly to strengthen bonds among cadets, partly to add a touch of color to the holiday. In wartime, such moments of calm were precious. Everyone took the gathering seriously, and many cadets with special talents signed up to showcase their skills before the crowd. Among them was Tang Zhaowen.
He wouldn't be going on stage to sing, as a female lead? Just then, Zhang Wei interrupted Chen Huaifang. Chen Huaifang nodded. That's right. It was Tang Zhaowen's first time on stage.
Oh, the very first time I saw him perform.
I can say that show completely won us all over.
Before that, we all thought he was just a hobbyist, someone who didn't take his craft seriously. We assumed his singing was nothing more than a half-baked hobby. But after that, we changed our minds. Many of us even came to admire him greatly. After all, prejudice is one thing, but when someone truly has talent, you can't help but respect them from the bottom of your heart. At that gathering, Tang Zhaowen took the stage wearing the costume she'd painstakingly saved up for since childhood. She didn't perform the then famous Peking opera or the Pingju opera popular around the anti-Japanese military academy.
Instead, she sang Konku opera, renowned for its elegance.
And it was a particularly famous scene from it. Reflecting on mortal life from the record of the Sea of Sin. As the saying goes, men fear the night flight, women fear the longing for mortal world. The thinking of mortals act in kunku opera demands an exceptionally skilled performer. It requires one actor to carry the entire role from beginning to end, navigating profound shifts in emotion, identity, and thought, a feat mastered by only a handful. Yet Tang Zhaowen, on a stage where even the music was hard to play well or sometimes didn't play at all, managed to win over a crowd of men who didn't even know what kunku opera was. But thinking of the mortal world, at its core, is not a good piece. Difficult though it may be, its ideological content clashed with the prevailing aspirations of the time. After the performance, Tang Zhaowen was confined to quarters. 102. Tang Zhaowen later actually performed for the Japanese invaders? What? He was confined? Hearing this, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. The comments section echoed the same disbelief. Seriously? Why would they put him in confinement? I don't get it. Aren't people like this supposed to be considered talent? Maybe now, maybe back then, but when have you ever seen a military streamer dance just for a heart emoji? Exactly. Adapting to local conditions, Tang Zhaowen's rendition of Thinking of Mortals was beautiful, but it didn't align with the party and military's direction at the time. Being confined to barracks was actually lenient. It's a miracle Thinking of Mortals wasn't condemned as obscene lyrics. Chen Huaifang lowered her head, reading the curious comments and explanations in the chat stream. Then she looked up at Zhang Wei and nodded. Yes, you see, it's just like what these invisible children are explaining to me. Later, Tang Zhaowen told me this Thinking of the World opera tells the story of a young nun in a convent who couldn't bear the austere, monotonous life and couldn't stand the loneliness. She escaped down the mountain to pursue a new life. To us back then, this wasn't considered highbrow material, quite the opposite. It was deemed improper, something to be criticized and eradicated. Tang Zhaowen was only confined to his quarters, considered lenient treatment by the instructors since it was his first offense. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but recall the scene when he later visited Tang Zhaowen. It was the day before his confinement ended. Feeling deeply guilty about his hasty departure last time, Chen Huaifang sought out Tang Zhaowen. Through the door, he spoke plainly. You shouldn't have sung that piece. Everyone knows you can sing, but there are countless tunes in the world. Why choose that particular one? Why sing that awful song? Inside the detention cell, Tang Zhaowen, his face and expression hidden, asked calmly, why couldn't I sing it? Chen Huaifang retorted, do you think it's right? Didn't you say you were some kind of Bolshevik? Tang Zhaowen replied from within, I once was, but I am not now. I'm like that nun, you know? My father loved Western things, Western culture. He sent me to study in the West to learn violin, listen to records, Beethoven, Mozart. But I didn't like those things. What I loved were the treasures of our Chinese heritage. So when I heard that the bear was making connections with our China, I went to China. You think only you know the party? Only you know which way to go? Let me tell you, I knew long before you ever did. But the Bolsheviks of the Bear Country are the Bolsheviks of the Bear Country. They're not China, nor are they China's Bolsheviks. So I fled back from the Russians, returned to China, came back here, and joined you all to learn what I'd already mastered long ago. You think I'm illiterate? Not only can I read, but I've studied books from military academies in the West. Some of my former classmates are now high-ranking officers. Tang Zhaowen rambled on at length. So much so that even now, Chen Huaifang couldn't recall every detail of what he'd said. But the gist was something like this. Born into a powerful family, Tang Zhaowen's early life knew no freedom. His entire life had been orchestrated by his father. Study, learn to read. Study abroad. Only after he left home, only after he entered that convent, did he finally gain a modicum of freedom. He escaped from one convent to another, only to return from that convent back to this one. Tang Zhaowen's father had no idea he had returned to China, no idea he had joined the Communist Party, and certainly no idea he was now confined to this school. His father still believed he was studying abroad in the West, learning books written in foreign languages he himself could never comprehend, listening to foreign records he could never understand. Back then, many wealthy families believed that anything labeled foreign was inherently superior. But Tang Zhaowen didn't see it that way. Perhaps growing weary of speaking, his tone gradually softened, returning to its gentle cadence. I know you all look down on me. You think I'm like a woman, all prim and proper, nothing like you burly men who can shoulder a rifle and fight the Japanese devils on the battlefield. But let me tell you, I'm a man too. When it comes to fighting for my life, I won't run any slower than you. Chen Huaifang, who had been crouched outside listening to the entire tirade, had no idea how to respond. He could only respond to Tang Zhaowen with lies, saying that they didn't look down on him or think he was effeminate and afraid to fight the Japanese. He explained that they simply found Tang Zhaowen's interests too niche. They genuinely couldn't grasp him, couldn't relate, and couldn't find common ground to talk about. Chen Huaifang, who had only intended to comfort Tang Zhaowen, never expected the young man to naively believe his words. With deadpan seriousness, Tang Zhaowen asked Chen Huaifang if he wanted to learn these things. Hearing him ask that, my only thought was, I mustn't go against his wishes. So I quickly said, sure, I want to learn, but I probably won't grasp it. Just tell me whatever comes to mind first. Chen Huaifang took a deep breath as he spoke, still recalling Tang Zhaowen's tone that day. It was a voice tinged with excitement and anticipation.
He said he had grown somewhat impressed with Chen Huaifang. In a place where everyone avoided him, Chen Huaifang dared to go against the crowd and approach him. That was quite something. He said Chen Huaifang reminded him of someone. Chen Huaifang asked who. He said he resembled Chu Bawang. Chen Huaifang asked again, who is Chu Bawang? He laughed and said, Chen Huaifang, you're so uncultured you don't even know who the overlord of Chu is? How could Chen Huaifang possibly know such things? What was the Chu overlord? So he could only listen as Tang Zhouwen explained. The overlord of Chu was a man from long, long ago. 1,000 years prior, during the final days of the Qin dynasty, tyrants ruled with tyranny and folly. Heroes rose across the land to vie for dominance in the central plains. Among them, the overlord of Western Chu reigned supreme, overthrowing Qin and proclaiming himself king. Yet in the end, this overlord of Chu could not prevail against Liu Bang. Surrounded by the songs of Chu and defeated in battle, he could not face his people of Jiangdong. Ultimately, he drew his sword and took his own life by the banks of the Wu River. After hearing this, I asked him, how am I like this Chu overlord? He said you don't resemble him at all. I just couldn't understand. I said, if I don't resemble him at all, then why did you say I did just now? Tang Zhouwen said it's because you're the first person brave enough to talk to me this much, just like the overlord of Chu, who even after his army collapsed like a mountain, still chose to be with you. G. As Chen Huaifang recounted this, the viewers in the livestream gradually sensed something was amiss. Wait, this Tang Zhouwen, he couldn't possibly be with Grandpa. I kinda think it's possible, after all, but, I can't accept this. Can you fandom-obsessed folks chill out? Does it always have to be romance? Can't it just be friendship? Amidst the viewers' growing curiosity, Chen Huaifang continued his story. Later, Tang Zhouwen told him that in the play Farewell My Concubine, when the overlord of Chu returns to camp, the actor portraying him must take 7 steps. As a peerless hero, taking 7 steps emphasized his mountain-like majesty and overwhelming dominance. 1 step more would reveal murderous intent, making him seem like a demonic tyrant. 1 step less would diminish his weight, reducing him to a petty street thug. Tang Zhouwen also cautioned him that his portrayal of the overlord should not come too close to his portrayal of the young nun, as such proximity would be ill-advised. At the time, Chen Huaifang dismissed it as a jest from Tang Zhouwen and paid it no mind. It was only much later that he came to understand the deeper meaning behind Tang Zhouwen's words. On the day of their farewell, Tang Zhouwen instructed Chen Huaifang to count his steps as he departed. How many steps? Chen Huaifang agreed. He counted his steps from the door of the detention cell all the way out, 85 steps in total. Later, when Tang Zhouwen emerged from confinement and Chen Huaifang shared this count with him, Tang burst into laughter. He remarked that Chen Huaifang had taken so many steps, revealing far too much killing intent. Surely he would slay many people in the future. He was right about that, because later on, I did indeed kill many Japanese soldiers. But in truth, he was also wrong. Even someone taking the widest strides possible would still need dozens of steps to walk from that detention room door to the main gate. So I didn't dwell on it until the autumn of 1941, when Tang Zhouwen left the anti-Japanese military academy. Hearing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask, weren't he and you in the same cohort? Why didn't he graduate with you in 1943? Chen Huaifang looked at Zhang Wei and shook her head. He didn't graduate. He just moved from one convent to another. Zhang Wei asked, then where did he go? Chen Huaifang opened her mouth and said, he went to the Japanese military police headquarters. What? It wasn't just Zhang Wei who exclaimed, the army colonel sitting in the passenger seat did too. He had been listening silently to the story, but now he simply couldn't hold back. Tang Zhouwen, this guy traveling from China to the West, from the West to the Soviet Union, and then back to China again, none of that was particularly remarkable. But after graduating from the anti-Japanese military and political university, he actually went to the Japanese military police headquarters? What was he trying to accomplish? Oh, could it be that the Japanese military police headquarters was the only place that suited him, the only place that appreciated him? Just because an anti-Japanese military academy instructor confined him to barracks, he would betray his country and defect to the enemy? 103, fame under the pseudonym Xiao Zhao? Tang Zhouwen's final letter. You mean Tang Zhouwen defected to the enemy? After a long, stunned silence, Zhang Wei finally voiced the question on everyone's mind. In the livestream chat, many were already analyzing the reasons. Getting locked up for a bit and then betraying the country? What kind of person does that? He's been to the West, visited Russia, even served as a Bolshevik. Logically, this shouldn't happen. Why shouldn't he? Tang Zhouwen was clearly obsessed with opera to the point of madness. Someone like that, obsessive and borderline insane, would do anything if someone just admired him. Forget betraying his country, he'd even kill his own parents if asked. Even if someone told him, sing this part and then die, he'd gladly do it. Regarding Zhang Wei's question and the doubts in the livestream chat, Chen Huaifang didn't rush to respond. Instead, he calmly continued his narration. Tang Zhouwen was gone. And he left without a word. When did everyone realize he was gone? It was after he skipped class numerous times, and the instructor, unable to tolerate his behavior any longer, warned that one more absence would result in serious consequences. It was when everyone suddenly realized that no matter who they were or where they were, they hadn't seen Tang Zhaowen for days. It was when the entire anti-Japanese military academy, including the instructors, mobilized everyone for a massive search that lasted 2 full days without finding him. Only then did everyone realize Tang Zhaowen was gone. He was always a quiet presence, someone who rarely spoke to outsiders beyond Chen Huaifang and a few instructors. That's why he could slip away from the anti-Japanese military academy without a trace, and why it took so many days for anyone to notice he was gone. The sudden disappearance of a student was an event of immense gravity for an institution like the anti-Japanese military academy. Even if he was a student who had been confined to his quarters for improper ideological conduct. Or rather, it was precisely because he had disappeared without a word after being confined that it alarmed so many people. After Tang Zhaowen went missing, everyone, instructors included, feared he might have done something reckless. We even mobilized local villagers to search for him, dead or alive. Yeah. Back then, many of us believed Tang Zhaowen couldn't bear the pressure and gossip, so he took his own life. And with no trace of him anywhere, a living person just vanished into thin air, we gradually came to believe he had taken his own life. Chen Huaifang's voice grew noticeably sadder at this point, or perhaps self-reproachful. Zhang Wei interrupted, but didn't you just say he went to perform for the Japanese military police? That's right. Chen Huaifang nodded frankly. That happened 4 months later. For 4 whole months, many of us had already silently held funeral rites for him in our hearts. Even the director believed Tang Zhaowen had found some deserted, secluded place to take his own life. But the truth proved us all wrong. The fact that he dared to perform an unwelcome act of Sifan in front of so many people showed his mental fortitude was far beyond ordinary people. That was the news relayed back by our comrades in the capital. Tang Zhaowen, vanished for 4 months, had taken the stage in the capital under the pseudonym Xiao Zhao. And once he took the stage, he stunned the audience. His rendition of Mr. May's Farewell My Concubine was superb. After just 2 performances, he became a household name in the capital. A fellow student who had been attending classes with us just months ago had, in the blink of an eye, become a star known to everyone in the capital. The day this news first reached us, we all thought our comrades in the capital must have made a mistake. We all insisted this Xiao Zhao couldn't be Tang Zhaowen, it must be someone with the same name. As Chen Huaifang spoke, the military vehicle reached its destination. This was a military compound somewhere in Ziyuan City, housing the families of all officers at the company level and above from the Ziyuan garrison. Many people were waiting at the gate. They had all heard about some of Zhang Wei's circumstances. Like Zhang Wei, they too had endured the lonely, difficult days of being military wives. But they had waited until the day their husbands achieved success and glory, when they, as officers' wives, moved into this compound. But Zhang Wei hadn't waited that long. So when Zhang Wei stepped out of the car, they immediately surrounded her. Some invited her to dinner at their homes that evening, while others offered Li Zi candies and snacks, comforting the timid young girl. This wasn't pre-arranged, it was the natural outcome within the military after Chen Huaifang's phone call. Even the local military unit in Zhang Wei's hometown was now planning to arrange for her and her mother to reside in the compound permanently. Why shouldn't they? The wife and daughter of a first-class meritorious service recipient, how could they not live in this compound? Amidst the peaceful scene, Chen Huaifang walked over to the tricycle that had been ridden over by a dedicated driver. His movements drew considerable attention, for aside from the garrison's division-level major general, few others were aware of Chen Huaifang's true identity. Someone approached cautiously and inquired, "Old master, are you Zhang Wei's father?" Chen Huaifang hastily denied it. The colonel stated plainly, "This is old Chen, one of our founding heroes. A veteran revolutionary who fought in the War of Resistance." The colonel's words not only revealed Chen Huaifang's identity to those present, but also indirectly confirmed something to the over 200,000 viewers watching the livestream. That is, the official recognition of Chen Huaifang as a War of Resistance hero had been formally acknowledged. It was no longer mere speculation based on his appearance alongside official leaders in the livestream. Instead, they heard it with their own ears, spoken by the man himself. Finally, a big shot has come forward to corroborate Grandpa's identity. Now let's see how those copycat accounts churning out similar videos online will explain themselves? If they're so capable, why don't they find a division commander to prove it? Wait, if that's the case, will Grandpa also participate in next year's September 3rd military parade? Will he wear that founding-era general's uniform? Holy crap, a founding general at the parade, I can't even imagine how mind-blowing that would be. Hold on, Grandpa was an old soldier in the War of Resistance, but he might not actually be a founding general. After all, Grandpa himself said he retired in 58. Based on his current record, he was most likely a colonel when he received his rank in 55. Chen Huaifang, whose identity had been revealed, showed little emotion. He continued walking toward the compound with the others while continuing his story. After all, Tang Zhaowen's story wasn't just for Zhang Wei, it was also for the 200,000 viewers in the livestream. When Chen Huaifang learned that Tang Zhaowen, under the stage name Xiao Zhao, had become a household name in the capital, he didn't react with the same resentment as others. Instead, he thought Tang Zhaowen was doing just fine after all, he had achieved the dream he had always pursued.
Until over a month later. After class one day, Chen Huaifang inexplicably received a letter.
An unsigned letter addressed only to the recipient. At first, Chen Huaifang thought someone was playing a prank on him. But when he brought the letter back to his dorm and opened it, he instantly recognized Tang Jiaowen's handwriting. That letter, Chen Huaifang has kept to this day. Amidst the disbelieving stares of those around him, Chen Huaifang pulled a neatly folded sheet of paper from the pocket of his undergarments. Over 80 years had passed, yet it showed no signs of decay or insect damage, merely yellowed with age. He unfolded the paper. The ink had faded, yet the words remained legible. The opening lines immediately confirmed Tang Jiaowen's identity. Fake overlord. Unfold this letter and smile. Only Chen Huaifang could understand this at the time. That's how he could confirm that this letter was sent to him by Tang Jiaowen. In the letter, Tang Jiaowen made no mention of why he had left the anti-Japanese military academy, nor did he recount his experiences. He offered no explanation for why he had gone to the capital instead of returning home. He only stated that he had adopted the pseudonym Xiaoxiao and had become a performer in the capital. He added that tucked between the letter's cover and paper were 2 banknotes and another letter, instructing Chen Huaifang to deliver them to his hometown after victory. At the letter's close, Tang Jiaowen mentioned he was soon to perform for Japanese military officer Hei Koichiro, a self-proclaimed expert on Chinese culture and opera enthusiast at the Japanese military police headquarters. He admitted his rise to stardom owed little to talent and much to the support of his peers. After all, the students at the anti-Japanese military academy knew nothing about opera. They would applaud no matter how he performed. But when true connoisseurs came to watch, though his singing was passable, it fell far short of the standard required for a leading role. The reason he was elevated to lead actor status was precisely so he could perform for Hiroka Eiichiro. The real stars refused to perform for him. They'd rather drink poison or ruin their voices than do it. Were all Chinese people who would willingly sing for a bunch of devils, promoting their atrocities? To entertain a bunch of devils? But if every star drank poison or lost their voice, Chinese opera would die out. He couldn't bear to see that happen. So he would go in their place. She would perform that act of farewell, my concubine. At the letter's close, Tang Jiaowen stated plainly, one of the 2 silver notes was for Chen Huaifang, to cover his travel expenses. And the other for his family, along with the letter. Following this was a hastily scribbled conclusion. Xiao Zhao's final words. 104, after victory, Chen Huaifang finally met the real Xiao Zhao. Final letter? Final letter? Old man, it's just acting. He wouldn't actually die, would he? Hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Chen Huaifang nodded plainly, it's just a play, of course he wouldn't die. But how could Tang Jiaowen simply be performing a play? He glanced at the people beside him, then at the comments flooding his phone screen. He asked, why do you all assume Tang Jiaowen was merely performing excerpts from plays he admired, purely and simply? Before anyone could answer, Chen Huaifang continued, his passion for these things doesn't mean he wasn't a real man. Much later, after the Japanese surrendered and withdrew from China, even after the bald-headed man fled, I finally had the chance to deliver the other letter Tang Jiaowen had tucked inside the envelope to the person he'd asked me to give it to. Who? Zhang Wei asked instinctively. Chen Huaifang looked at her, pausing briefly. It was that person. The one who looks so much like you. Only then did Zhang Wei recall why Chen Huaifang had thought of Tang Jiaowen, because Zhang Wei bore an uncanny resemblance to someone. Who? Tang Jiaowen's first wife. Hearing this answer, many latecomers to the livestream were stunned. Ha? Tang Jiaowen has a wife? Grandpa said it from the start. Zhang Wei looks like the wife of an old friend of his. Guess who that friend is? Exactly. It's you fandom-obsessed folks who just made up this nonsense about Tang Jiaowen having same-sex preferences. Chen Huaifang didn't glance at the newly posted comments. Instead, he continued his story. After the victory in the War of Resistance and the liberation of the nation, Chen Huaifang finally had some free time. It happened to be during his return journey when he followed the address in Tang Jiaowen's letter and found Tang Jiaowen's home. Just as described in the letter, the Tang residence was indeed enormous, resembling a small city. But after so many years, the Tang family mansion no longer belonged entirely to the Tangs. Tang Jiaowen's wife possessed only a small room within it. That day, Chen Huaifang met Tang Jiaowen's wife in the capacity of a student. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Wei. That first encounter with her was nowhere near as breathtaking as meeting Tang Jiaowen. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Chen Huaifang felt as though she embodied a rare and extraordinary quality. The moment they met, Tang Jiaowen's wife was both startled and perplexed. Why had Chen Huaifang sought her out? Chen Huaifang didn't know how to explain it either. After all, nearly 7 years had passed since Tang Jiaowen's final letter had reached his hands. 7 years. A full 7 years. Certain indescribable things had long since faded with time. So he simply pulled out the silver note in silence, then handed the remarkably well-preserved letter, no, a piece of silk, to Tang Jiaowen's wife. He said to her, "Sister-in-law, this is the letter Comrade Tang Jiaowen entrusted me to deliver to you after the victory in the War of Resistance 7 years ago. I'm sorry. This letter should have been delivered to you immediately after the war ended, but it was repeatedly delayed due to one battle after another. Hearing this, Tang Zhaowen's wife accepted the silk. It was a piece of silk cut from something. At a glance, Tang Zhaowen's wife recognized it. This is the silk from the sleeves of his robe. Then she opened the letter that Chen Huaifang had never even glanced at in 7 years. Unable to read herself, she asked Chen Huaifang to read it aloud. The opening line, written in characters no larger than fingernails, read. It read, "My beloved Xiao Xiao, seeing these words is like meeting you. My husband is gone." Yes, Xiao Xiao not merely Tang Zhaowen's pseudonym, but also the name of his wife. Xiao Xiao. Meaning, the young sun. The sunlight of youth. As a youth, Tang Zhaowen was confined by his father within those high walls and vast courtyards. Beneath his feet lay the ground paved with blue stone slabs above his head, the sky was fragmented by the towering walls. In this land where rain often fell in endless drizzles, sunlight was an exceedingly rare thing for Tang Zhaowen. In fact, in his youthful memories, there was no scene of sunlight spilling into the courtyard. Only Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had no name at first. She was originally a companion reader for the Tang family, a relic of the old society. It was a relic of feudal society, where a companion reader was far more than just a reader. A 13-year-old boy should have carried the weight of youthful dreams and blossoming spring on his shoulders. Yet on Xiao Xiao's shoulders in that era rested the entire burden of survival, along with every responsibility that came with it. On that day, Xiao Xiao became Xiao Xiao. On that day, Xiao Xiao and Tang Zhaowen fell in love with each other. From that day onward, Xiao Xiao gained the privilege of entering the Tang household. After all, Tang Zhaowen was the young master. Even if Xiao Xiao was merely a maid and a companion reader, the person by her side was the Tang family's only young master. Even if it was just idle talk, as long as Tang Zhaowen, her master, harbored any affection for her as his companion reader, the other servants and retainers dared not provoke her. Thus, Xiao Xiao began moving freely in and out of the Tang household. She became Tang Zhaowen's eyes and ears. She would see and hear for Tang Zhaowen what he could not perceive himself. At 15, Tang Zhaowen experienced opera for the first time. At 16, Tang Zhaowen heard Xiao Xiao awkwardly recite Lock the Five Dragons for him for the first time. At 17, Tang Zhaowen watched Xiao Xiao stiffly twist her body beneath the moonlight as she sang the play Thinking of Mortals. Something deep within his heart stirred. He gazed at the sky, confined by high walls to the size of a palm, then looked at the cold, lifeless desks, paper, and brushes. It struck him, wasn't this place just another nunnery? And was he not a nun himself? He resolved to escape. So, with Xiao Xiao's help, Tang Zhaowen escaped the Tang household for the first time. He went to see the river, barely 100 meters from his home, tasted street food brimming with the flavor of the city, and, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, watched his first play. But the joy didn't last long. Tang Zhaowen was soon brought back home. As the only son, his father naturally wouldn't punish him with the family's disciplinary methods. In those days, the so-called companion maids to the young masters and mistresses of wealthy families were responsible not only for attending to their daily needs but also for taking punishment in their place when they erred. The servant used a stick as thick as an arm to break Xiao Xiao's leg. How dare he have the audacity to run off with the young master? Break both your dog legs, and see how you'll run off with the young master next time. Had Tang Zhaowen not knelt to plead for mercy, his father would have beaten Xiao Xiao to death. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao wasn't beaten to death. But she truly could never walk again. And so, the sun vanished from Tang Zhaowen's world once more. He told Xiao Xiao he would give her a name. And so, Xiao Xiao was called Xiao Xiao. Then he told Xiao Xiao that one day, he would make his father admit his mistake to her. Xiao Xiao dared not even dream of the master apologizing to her. She fell off the bed with a thud, crying and terrified. At that moment, Tang Zhaowen resolved to escape this household forever. He would find a way not merely to escape the nunnery, but to smash it to pieces. He would shatter every brick and tile within its walls, and smash to hell every so-called ancient Buddha statue. He left. He went to the west, to the Bear Country, returned to China, and went to the capital. In the end, he never got to smash that convent with his own hands. In the end, he never returned to see Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang could no longer contain himself. He was no longer that illiterate young fool. Not only could he read now, but he could also decipher the hidden meanings behind the words. He knew exactly what Tang Zhaowen meant by that convent. It was that old society that took lives. He said to Xiao Xiao, Tang Zhaowen's wish has come true. The whole nation will be liberated, and there will be no more landlords oppressing people. From now on, the people will be the true masters of this country. But Xiao Xiao didn't really care about any of this. She only smiled, laughing and crying at the same time. She couldn't read the words, and he had written so many. He wrote of the overwhelming sorrow in his life, born in an old era, confined within high walls, possessing wings yet unable to fly. He wrote of the countless mockeries he endured in this life, living amidst sorrow and despair, loving yet unable to possess. Only after death could he pour his endless affection onto these pages, finding expression. He wrote, "Why must Chen Huaifang deliver this?" Because he feared that if it were delivered directly to his home, his father would beat Xiao Xiao to death. Only when the final great victory arrived, when red flags covered the mountains and fields, did he dare to give this letter to Xiao Xiao.
He wrote that life is fleeting, that he was born cold-hearted, that in his youth he did not know her worth, that he should have shown more passion, more care. He wrote he shouldn't have left without a word, much less gone years without a single message. He should have returned home sooner, yet he couldn't bear the thought of things remaining unchanged upon his return. He confessed to having endured too many humiliations and scorned by too many, yet he still cherished her, just as he had clumsily learned to sing beneath the moon in their youth. His characters grew smaller and smaller, his sentences longer and longer. Alas, life is too brief, affection too deep, so much to say, yet the paper too short. He concluded, as I write this, I remain a living soul in the mortal realm. By the time you read these words, I shall be a ghost in the realm of the dead. Knowing Xiao Zhao was illiterate, he crossed out the character for read and replaced it with here. 105. A true conqueror. Tang Zhaowen actually slew a Japanese brigadier general with his own hands. Endless affection. This best captures the essence of Tang Zhaowen's final letter to Xiao Zhao. On a silk scroll barely larger than a plate, over 900 words were densely inscribed. Knowing the silk was running out, his characters grew smaller and smaller, starting like soybeans, shrinking to mung beans, and ending with strokes as fine as mouse whiskers, barely larger than grains of rice. Life fleeting, I envy the Yangtze's endless flow. Though paper is short, love is long, this affection endures without end. Wah, I'd call this love letter the greatest of all time. Now I finally understand what paper is short, but feelings are long means. Wah! This is what a love letter should be, no flowery language or piled up rhetoric, yet every word brims with surging, overwhelming affection. What about the ending? Grandpa, what about the ending? Chen Huaifang didn't glance at the comments. He simply continued narrating the story's conclusion. After listening to him read the entire 900-word farewell letter, Xiao Zhao asked him just one question. She asked, how did Tang Zhaowen die? Had this question been posed years ago, or even months ago, the Chen Huaifang of that time would have been unable to answer. Because he didn't know either. But just before coming to find Xiao Zhao to deliver this letter, he had met the former adjutant Tahaiwa Ichiro, the first among the surrendered Japanese soldiers to lay down arms and confess to our forces after the surrender at the foot of the mountain. He was ultimately imprisoned in the prisoner of war camp, the young man named Ji Bou. According to Kobayashi's testimony, Hirokuni Eiichiro was a true expert on China. Long before the war broke out, Hiraya Eiichiro had visited China multiple times to map its terrain. This was preparation for invasion. During the mapping process, Hirokuni gradually became captivated by China's ancient and brilliant culture, from the mysterious book known as the I Ching to the time-honored Zhuozhuan, and texts like the Spring and Autumn Annals. Or so-called antiques like porcelain, jade, and calligraphy. After the war broke out, Hiroka Eiichiro, who boasted of his deep understanding of Chinese culture, took up residence in the capital after becoming commander of the military police. He suddenly became obsessed with Peking opera. He became a regular at the capital's major theaters, initially concealing his Japanese identity by disguising himself in the attire of Chinese commoners. Later, as his obsession with Peking opera grew, he began hosting banquets for renowned masters and performers. Virtually every actor of note in the capital, big or small, was invited by him. He always presented himself as a wealthy outsider, never as the commander of the Japanese military police. Until one evening, while conversing animatedly with a renowned martial arts performer, his identity was unexpectedly revealed. The actor flew into a rage. As a Chinese man, he would rather die than share a table with a Japanese invader, and stormed out in indignation. At that time, Eiichiro Hirokoku still retained a shred of humanity. But as time passed, Hirayama Eikiru could no longer bear it. He had become somewhat deranged. He no longer contented himself with merely listening to opera, he craved to learn it. Yet when the capital's opera stars heard he wished to learn their livelihood from a Japanese man, they all refused. Some even drank poison to destroy their voices or took their own lives. None would even meet with Hiraya Eiichiro. Until the arrival of Xiao Zhao. According to Kobayashi, Shasho's performance of Farewell My Concubine utterly captivated Hiroka Eiichiro. After seeing it just once, he lost his appetite. His craving for Shasho twisted into a demonic desire, intertwined with the power of his position as commander of the military police. He ordered Kobayashi to bring Shasho at any cost and perform a private concert for him at the military police headquarters. A private performance, akin to today's private concerts, was meant for the ears of one person or a select few. Upon receiving this task, Koyama Hakuboku prepared to abduct Xiao Zhao, also known as Tang Zhaowen. But unlike the fiercely defiant performers he'd encountered before, Tang Zhaowen immediately got into the car and delivered an exceptionally brilliant rendition of Thinking of Mortals for Hirakawa Eiichiro. This performance utterly captivated Hiraya Eiichiro. His portrayal, in particular, left Hirakawa Eiichiro sleepless, tossing and turning through the night. Xiao Yibo bluntly stated that Hirakawa Eiichiro had fallen for Tang Zhaowen. Even knowing Tang Zhaowen was a man, he found himself unable to resist. So later, he repeatedly invited Tang Zhaowen to the military police headquarters. At first, he could still restrain himself and just watch the plays, but later he began to get handsy. This infuriated Tang Zhaowen, who shut himself away for over 10 days, refusing even Hirakawa Eiichiro's personal visits. Hiroka Eiichiro realized he had likely overstepped, yet he felt no remorse. Instead, he regretted revealing himself too soon, or rather, he regretted maintaining that pretense of decorum that day. He should have simply ordered his military police to bind Tang Zhaowen. Thus, he made a decision. If Tang Zhaowen refused to meet him, he would burn down the garden where Tang performed. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhaowen complied. No, perhaps it wasn't that he complied, but rather that the moment had arrived. From the very beginning, Tang Zhaowen's goal had been to capture Pingu Ryawa Kairo's attention, to make him become infatuated, and ultimately to drive him to obsession and even desperation. For someone like him, strategic, thoughtful, and holding high office, killing him would be exceedingly difficult.
Assassination carried too low a success rate.
Therefore, there was only one way, only this way.
The moment he saw Hirakawa Eiichiro's fury and humiliation, he immediately made his move. To meet him? Fine. Singing opera for him is also acceptable. Tang Zhaowen could even teach him how to sing. But there was one condition: no other Japanese soldiers were to be present. In other words, he demanded exclusive, undisturbed time alone with Goko Eiichiro. No matter what commotion arose, no one was permitted to interrupt. This was an extremely dangerous request. As his aide-de-camp, Ibo repeatedly urged Hirakawa Eiichiro to reconsider, time and again. But how could Hirakawa Eiichiro, blinded by desire, care about that? He slammed his hand on the table and agreed to Tang Zhaowen's demand. And so, Tang Zhaowen went. The scene he would perform for Hirakawa Eiichiro was that act from Farewell My Concubine. He played the role of Yuji. The very same Yuji who lamented, "Oh you, what can be done?" Alone with Hirakita Eiichiro in the room, the moment he revealed his costume, Eiichiro was instantly mesmerized, unable to look away. The sword in his hand, the very one Yuji used to take her own life, glinted coldly. Finally, as the lyrics concluded, the blade slid across his throat, mimicking the queen's suicide alongside the overlord. Tang Zhaowen, who had just collapsed with feigned strength, was caught before he hit the ground by Hirakawa Eiichiro rushing forward to embrace him. He began pouring out his heart to Tang Zhaowen, declaring his profound love for Chinese culture. He confessed he never wished to be an invader, but lamented that the Chinese people were too ignorant to accept the assimilation and assistance offered by their great foot-basin empire. Tang Zhaowen merely smiled. His features, painted to resemble Yuji, made him look even more like a woman when he smiled. How did the saying go? A single glance, a smile, 100 charms come alive. Hirayama Eiichiro's animalistic desires flared instantly, but Tang Zhaowen seized his wrist. Didn't you say you love Chinese culture? Hiroka Eiichiro nodded in agreement. Tang Zhaowen pressed further, then don't you want to learn? He nodded, but what he craved more now was to. Before he could voice his intent, Tang Zhaowen's toe pressed against the sword hilt. With a deft flick of her wrist, the very blade Yuji used to take her own life sprang into her palm. Hirakawa Eiichiro realized something was terribly wrong, but it was already too late. Had he not been standing so close to Tang Zhaowen, he would have had the chance to shoot and kill her first. But he was simply too near. He believed he could overpower Tang Zhaowen. Though slight in build, Tang had taught himself martial arts since his teens, possessing strength that rivaled anyone. Even Chen Huaifang, back in the days of the anti-Japanese military academy, had been unable to subdue him. And so, the very sword Yume had used to take her own life before Chu Bawang pierced his throat. Higuchi Eiichiro, the esteemed commander of the military police, a high-ranking officer with the rank of Major General, had just died at the hands of Tang Zhaowen. The incident was so shameful that Japan ultimately suppressed the truth, falsely claiming Heiichiro Hirakita had returned to Japan for treatment due to a serious illness. But by then, Kobayashi Hiratake had no need to lie. He had seen Hirakawa Eiichiro's corpse with his own eyes. That 2'4" sword had pierced his throat, deflected by his cervical vertebrae, and emerged from his left shoulder. He was the first Japanese soldier Tang Zhaowen had killed. After killing Hirakawa Eiichiro, he did not flee, for within the military police headquarters, escape was impossible. He sat in the chair where Hiroka Eiichiro had once sat, calmly awaiting death. Hiratake said that if he hadn't been a step slower that day, pushed aside by the military policeman beside him, Tang Zhaowen would have killed another officer. Alas, heaven showed him no mercy. Tang Zhaowen ultimately used Hiraya Eiichiro's pistol to kill 2 Japanese soldiers. Then, before Xiaoyi Bo, he smiled faintly and shot himself. Throughout it all, there was no lingering attachment to life, no reluctance to leave the world, and certainly no heroic grandeur or tragic grandeur. He simply smiled, and then the gunshot rang out and faded. That was the end of the story. His body was dragged outside the military police headquarters by Kobayashi Hirofumi, left for wild dogs to devour. His skull was transported back to Kayabun alongside Heiichi Hiraya's ashes. And that was the end of the story. Haphazard, wretched. 106. New developments in Bureau 113. Preparing for a public promotion ceremony? Tang Zhaowen's story has ended. It lacks the tragic grandeur of figures like Jin Wanhu and Huang Qingjie, nor the profound thought-provoking nature of Gusen or Deng Mingjue. Yet it remains deeply moving. How many, upon first hearing his story, assumed Tang Zhaowen would be an eccentric outsider, a scoundrel corrupted by wealth in that era? How many, upon hearing that Tang Zhaowen fled the anti-Japanese military academy to perform for the Japanese invaders in the capital, condemned him for forgetting national grievances and family hatred, his mind filled only with his own petty world? Some even cursed him with the verse, "The courtesan knows not the sorrow of a fallen nation, across the river still sings the Hutinghua." How many people? Upon reading the tender love letter he wrote to Xiao Zhao, did they dismiss him as merely a deeply passionate playboy? Tang Zhaowen's purpose in leaving without a word was not to perform opera, but to shatter this convent. He was the son of a wealthy family, never wanting for food or clothing. Yet precisely because he was a wealthy young master, he had witnessed from childhood how landlords and powerful families oppressed the poor in that old society. Do you know? Tang Zhaowen witnessed firsthand how a father sold his 15-year-old daughter into the Tang household just to buy an opium pipe with the money? Do you know? Tang Zhaowen once watched helplessly as his father caught a male servant and a maid who had fallen in love with each other in the act, beating them to death on the spot? Do you know? In Tang Zhaowen's time, the poor were not considered human. Even a dog would be better off reincarnated into a wealthy household. Otherwise, even as a human, is life worth no more than 2 pounds of white flour. And how much is that? Perhaps we'll never know what Tang Zhaowen thought when he crossed the ocean from his hometown of blue brick and stone-tiled houses, wearing the silk robe he'd brought from home, and arrived in Europe. What crossed his mind when he saw those towering buildings he had to look up to? Or perhaps, when he finally mastered English, shed that cumbersome robe, and conversed with foreigners learning they had harnessed steam power to drive machines nearly a century earlier, even replacing carriages with automobiles, what emotions stirred within him? How could Tang Zhaowen not despise that impoverished, backward convent steeped in oppression? Alas, he was but a young novice. At the tender age of 18, in the prime of her youth, her hair was shaved off by her master. He could have taken the whip from his father's hands and become the oppressor himself. But he did not. He chose to return to this country, choosing to follow his own will even when misunderstood by everyone around him. In the end, he never escaped the convent. But at the very least, he witnessed the dawn's first light. Why did Tang Zhaowen tell Chen Huaifang about Chu Boang? Because among the many rebel armies that rose during the Qin dynasty's collapse, the overlord of Chu stood foremost. He did indeed fall to Liu Bang, yet undeniably, his brilliance remains undimmed. And Tang Zhaowen, this fake UG, had become the real overlord, taking down a Japanese brigadier general single-handedly. That was worth it. What do you mean worth it? A brigadier general may be the lowest rank among generals, but it's still a general. How many Japanese generals died during the entire World War II? Trivia: Japan officially acknowledges only 5 general officers killed in World War II and Eiichiro Hiraki isn't among them. Just as Grandpa said, the Japanese dare not admit one of their generals was killed by an ordinary Chinese soldier. And it wasn't even an assassination, he killed him in broad daylight. In the comments, many were recounting how Tang Zhaowen single-handedly took down a Japanese general. Just how formidable was he? Outside the comments, Zhang Wei, having heard Chen Huaifang recount this tale, suddenly felt deeply moved. She asked, "Where was this old hero from?" Chen Huaifang paused briefly before answering, "I can't recall the exact location anymore, only that it was in Hunan province." Zhang Wei visibly stiffened, swallowing hard with an expression of disbelief. Because her ancestral home was in Hunan province. Moreover, when she was very young, her grandmother had told her a strikingly similar story. It was a tale her grandmother had heard from her own mother when she was a child. In that story, there was a pitiful young woman who waited 20 long years for her beloved, only to be left waiting forever. During that time, to survive, the poor girl did every job she could find. A crippled woman tried every possible means, endured every hardship imaginable. No one knew how a disabled woman could have survived in those times. Nor did anyone know how that crippled woman had managed to adopt another equally pitiful little girl and raise her to adulthood. All she knew was that the crippled woman had died later. And if Zhang Wei remembered correctly, the crippled woman in her grandmother's story, the one who adopted and raised her grandmother, was likely Xiao Zhao. Because before that crippled woman passed away, she left her name to Zhang Wei's grandmother. And her grandmother's name was Xiao Zhao. Ever since Chen Huaifang first mentioned Xiao Zhao, Zhang Wei had wanted to speak up about this. But seeing that Chen Huaifang showed no sign of stopping, and unsure if it was mere coincidence, she had held back. Now, everything seemed to fit together. But Zhang Wei and Xiao Zhao were not related by blood. Even if there were, after so many generations, it would have long since faded. Yet at this very moment, as Chen Huaifang gazed upon Zhang Wei's eyes, already reddened with tears, he refused to believe in scientific explanations or the inheritance of bloodlines. He only wanted to believe that Xiao Zhao had returned, that Xiao Zhao had come back to this world to experience the splendor he had missed in his previous life, to live the life he had never known. As for Tang Zhaowen, perhaps he was Zhou Lei's reincarnation in this life? But this topic was inevitably heavy. Chen Huaifang didn't want to talk about it, nor did he wish to. He simply stared silently at Zhang Wei, swallowing the matter whole. All that remained were the comments in the stream, those threads of fate and the countless messages of grief that still lingered. Meanwhile, after hours of power outage, the Ziyuan City Public Security Bureau finally had electricity restored.
Several drug dealers, including the Gao brothers, who had tumbled down the stairs in the pitch-black darkness caused by the power outage, now sat slumped in chairs, bruised and battered, their legs cramping after receiving basic medical treatment.
I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. Don't cut the power. Please don't cut the power. Confess? What are you confessing to? Do you just confess to whatever I ask? Oh, I get it, you little bastard actually tried to pull a fast one on the cops, wasting public resources. That's an aggravated offense. Xiao Lu. Cut the power.
Another 10 minutes passed. The short man, exhaling as much air as he inhaled, slumped in his chair. Having accidentally knocked out all his teeth, he truly lacked the strength to speak now. The officer guarding him was wiping bloodstains from his wrist accidentally smeared there while helping the short man up before sitting down.
Now answer me, who ordered you to harass and threaten Jiang Wei and her daughter?
The short man, exhaling more than he inhaled, struggled to open his eyes.
It was Ba Liangjin. What? 8 taels of gold? I asked for your name. Don't you know where you are? Well done, you little punk. You actually dare to deceive the police, trying to mislead the investigation with a false confession. Xiao Lu. Just before another power outage due to electrical repairs, several black sedans pulled up outside the Ziyuan City Public Security Bureau. Several men and women dressed in black business attire stepped out. After briefly confirming the address, they walked straight inside. Their attire bore no conspicuous insignia or logos, no badges or identifying marks were visible on shoulders, upper arms, collars, or chests. But the moment they stepped into the police station, Xiao Lu, who had only recently passed the civil service exam, seemed to sense something. He hurried forward, intercepting one of them and demanding, "What business do you have here?" The man stopped and retorted, "Where's your chief?" Lu immediately shouted inside. The chief, who had just assisted the shorter man, promptly emerged. The moment he saw the group, the chief's eyes widened in shock. Normally, someone of his rank wouldn't be privy to information about Bureau 113. But what could be done? Chen Huaifang had arrived in Ziyuan City today. Following Old Ma's orders, Bureau 113 had already coordinated across the entire jurisdiction in advance. All 4 leaders, 1 principal and 3 deputies across all departments had received the news. So it was no surprise the bureau chief recognized their identities. Sensing something amiss, the bureau chief immediately stepped forward. First, he dismissed little Lu, then hurriedly asked, "Has something happened to old Chen again?" The man shook his head. If something had happened to old Chen, they wouldn't be here. They had come for one purpose. A matter requiring groundwork for the future public reinstatement of Chen Huaifang's honorary rank of lieutenant general in the army. The man addressed the bureau chief, "Tomorrow, we hope you can invite old Chen to participate in a matter, acting on behalf of both Ziyuan City Public Security and the Public Security Bureau of Jiang Wei's original jurisdiction." What matter? Naturally, it concerns the official handling of the Jiang Wei and her daughter case. Old Chen needn't do anything substantial, merely make an appearance. 107, the victim seeking compensation and the ordinary old man. 5 days later. In a small county town 670 kilometers from Ziyuan City. In this county town, there was a small supermarket that had been doing fairly well. But several months ago, the owner's wife did something apparently racking up huge debts and selling counterfeit goods. Not only did creditors frequently come knocking, but someone even splashed paint and pig dung on the storefront. Moreover, many customers who believed they had purchased counterfeit goods gathered at the entrance, chanting 10 times the refund for fakes and demanding their money back. Even though the owner had already fled, crowds still gathered daily, carrying small stools as they demanded compensation. They refused to believe that this widow, having lost her husband, could truly abandon her livelihood, this small supermarket, and never return. How many days has it been now? Is Jiang Wei ever coming back? It's been over half a month. If that doesn't come back, we're going to lose a fortune. Relax, she can't possibly stay away. My granddaughter goes to the same school as her daughter. Even if she could run away, could her daughter? My son told me transferring schools is tough these days. With her husband dead, where's she gonna get the money to move her kid? Exactly. Besides, with a supermarket this big left behind, even if she does run off, we won't lose out if we split up the goods inside. Outside the small supermarket, a group of elderly folks had gathered spontaneously, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. They were genuinely here to snag bargains. Ever since rumors spread that Jiang Wei sold counterfeit goods, they'd been blocking the entrance daily without fail. This situation was a godsend for the hired thugs sent to cause trouble for Jiang Wei. Originally, they worried that causing trouble daily outside this small supermarket might get them reported to the police by the elderly folks out for their strolls. But now, thanks to the counterfeit goods rumor, there was always a stream of bargain hunters regardless of whether the goods were fake or not, coming to demand compensation. However, after over 10 days of fruitless staking out, even these opportunistic seniors began to have second thoughts. They tried to reassure themselves with all sorts of excuses Jiang Wei wouldn't just up and move away over something this trivial, abandoning the store. But after not seeing her for over half a month, and since they all lived in the same neighborhood where they crossed paths daily, if something serious happened, none of them could escape blame. At their age, the police couldn't really do much to them. But if they ended up with a criminal record that could affect their grandchildren's futures? That would be a huge loss. With that thought in mind, Aunt Zhang folded up the small stool beneath her and stood to leave. But as soon as she stood up, Old Son beside her asked in confusion, "Old Zhang, where are you off to?" Aunt Zhang turned to look at Grandpa Son, thinking she might as well drag one of them along. "Old Son," she said, "I'm not saying anything, but we've never actually bought any counterfeit goods here. What are we still sitting around for? I've finally figured it out. My grandson told me that nowadays, people online say, it's not that old people turn bad, but that bad people grow old. Back in my youth, I was at least a model worker and a model female worker at the factory. I'm not joining you in bullying that young wife anymore. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I suggest you come with me." But Old Son, whose mind was completely occupied with the 10 times the money back if fake guarantee, refused to budge. He waved his hand dismissively, plopped back into his chair, and didn't move an inch. Free stuff? Why pass it up? How does the saying go? You can't please everyone. If so many people say Zhang Wei sells counterfeits, how could she have never sold a single genuine item? Missing out once meant missing out. What was wrong with coming over to demand some compensation? What was so wrong with that? Grandpa Son was convinced the liquor he bought from Zhang Wei's little supermarket was fake. It tasted weird. 1 bottle was 300 yuan, 2 bottles 600 yuan. 10 times the price for fakes. That means Zhang Wei owes him 6,000 yuan. Old Son was determined to find a big department store and taste that so-called Maotai for himself. Seeing Old Son's resolve, Aunt Zhang said no more. She picked up her little stool and headed home to cook for her grandson. But just then, a few people sitting in a car nearby, smoking and playing games, couldn't stand by and watch. As everyone knows, people have a tendency to follow the crowd. While many of the elderly folks sitting here seemed steadfast, those as unreasonable as Old Son were ultimately in the minority. With Auntie Zhang's departure, more elderly folks began whispering among themselves. They suddenly realized that the so-called counterfeit goods rumors hadn't originated from their own circle at all. They'd been spread by a few young people who'd appeared out of nowhere not long ago. Those youngsters were far more cunning than the elders. They didn't just sit around protesting, they actually took concrete actions against Zhang Wei. Graffiti on the small supermarket's walls, paint and pig dung splattered on its doors. They even caused trouble at Zhang Wei's daughter's school. That's what scared Zhang Wei into fleeing overnight. Amidst the murmurs, one of the women remarked, "I heard Zhang Wei's husband was a martyr, right?" An old man chimed in, "That's right. I saw it myself when the local armed forces department came to present the plaque." Slowly, the elderly folks began to realize something. Setting aside other matters, Zhang Wei's little supermarket had served countless people. More importantly, no one had ever bought counterfeit goods from her. They couldn't just kick her while she was down. She's a widow raising an orphan. Dealing with those inconsiderate young people was bad enough. They couldn't possibly add fuel to the fire. With that, more and more elderly residents followed Aunt Zhang out. This panicked the young people who had been waiting to reap the rewards. One of them, a punk with dyed yellow hair, immediately jumped down and blocked the elderly customers as they tried to leave. He bellowed, "Hey, hey, hey! Wait a minute! Where are you all going? Just take your losses and walk away after buying counterfeits?" Auntie Zhang, who was leading the group, replied bluntly, "Young man, if Zhang Wei really sold you counterfeit goods, then you should just go to the police and deal with it. We've never actually bought counterfeits here, so we're not getting involved with you." Another elderly man chimed in, "That's right, young man. We're all getting on in years, and sitting around here all day isn't going to get us anywhere. If you really want her to compensate you, well, my son works at the local police station. I could have him help you out." Hearing this, the punk who'd paid to bully Zhang Wei and her daughter grew frantic. He didn't need these elders calling in cops, he needed them to stay put and keep the scene calm. He quickly interjected, "No way, folks. Listen to me. A bad soldier is just one soldier, but a bad commander ruins the whole unit. If that woman Zhang Wei sold one fake item, she's selling nothing but fakes. If you haven't noticed, it's because you don't know how to look. How about this? Bring me the stuff you bought from her, and I'll show you. I guarantee you, every single one is fake." Whether they were fake or not, Yellow Hair couldn't care less. After all, these seniors were in their 60s and 70s, they'd believe anything he told them. As long as these seniors didn't leave, the property management couldn't do a thing about them. And as long as the property management couldn't do anything about them, every extra day they stayed meant another 2,000 yuan each from 8 taels of gold. As for when that Zhang Wei was coming back, he couldn't care less. Money was the only thing that mattered. Hearing this, the few elderly folks who had walked over exchanged nervous glances, suddenly feeling uncertain. Their claim of never having bought counterfeit goods only meant they hadn't experienced any problems from eating or using them. But they'd all heard from their children that today's counterfeits were incredibly sophisticated, some were impossible to detect for a long time. By the time you actually got sick or had problems, the crooked merchants selling the fakes would have long since vanished. At this thought, all the elderly folks except Auntie Zhang sat back down or prepared to bring their purchases over for Huang Mao to inspect. Only Auntie Zhang remained determined to leave. Unflappable, she declared, "Young man, I'll tell you straight from the heart.
I've only bought a few bottles of water here, some salt, soy sauce, things like that. Her supermarket's been open for 6 or 7 years now. If there really were any problems, this old lady would have gotten sick long ago. Besides, a few bucks isn't worth getting upset over. My monthly pension is over 3,000 yuan. I'm not short on a couple of bucks. With that, Aunt Zhang chuckled and turned to leave. Seeing this, the young man with yellow hair didn't try to stop her anymore. But just then, old man Sun, who'd been sitting motionless the whole time, fixated on getting Zhang Wei to pay, suddenly stood up. Pointing toward the community gate, he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Oh my goodness! Zhang Wei! Zhang Wei is back! Everyone, hurry up and get her to pay up!" Hearing this, the group that had specifically come to confront Zhang Wei, including those in the car, sprang to their feet. Yellow hair charged straight to Old Man Sun's front, and sure enough, just as Old Man Sun had said, Zhang Wei was riding the tricycle she used to restock the small supermarket, carrying her daughter, Li Zi, as she approached. On her tricycle sat one more person. An ordinary-looking old man. 108, public opinion shifts. Yellow hair has backing too? Seeing Zhang Wei return, the agonizing wait of over 10 days finally came to an end. Overwhelmed with emotion, Old Man Sun rushed forward, brandishing 2 bottles of baijiu in his hands, even more eager than Yellow Hair and the others. Holding the 2 bottles of liquor, he blurted out, "Zhang Wei, look closely, these are the 2 bottles of liquor I bought from you before. When I got home and tasted them, it was like drinking gasoline, obviously counterfeit. When you opened this supermarket, you promised genuine goods, no cheating of young or old, and 10 times compensation for any counterfeit. Now I demand compensation 10 times the price. I paid 600 for these 2 bottles, so you owe me 6,000. Seeing Old Man Sun kick off the commotion first, the others like Yellow Hair stood silently watching from behind. After all, if they joined the commotion and Zhang Wei got so worked up that something happened, they wouldn't be in a good spot either. But if this old man started a scene, regardless of whether Zhang Wei dared to confront him, if things escalated, his children would come after Zhang Wei. Then Zhang Wei would have no choice but to take the fall. As they pondered this, Wang Mao and the others noticed Zhang Wei hadn't made a move. Instead, the unassuming old man on the tricycle spoke up. The old man looked at Uncle Sun and said solemnly, "Old brother, I should be a few years older than you. May I speak a word of fairness?" Hearing this, Old Man Sun lifted his head, looking at the man in front of him with some confusion. The man, dressed in military green and seemingly around the same age as himself, wore an expression that was hard to read. For some reason, though outwardly they appeared to be of similar age, Sun could discern a peculiar emotion in the old man's eyes. It seemed this old man was far more than just a few years older than him. At least a dozen years older, perhaps even decades. While Grandpa Sun was lost in thought, the old man spoke up. He stepped down from his tricycle, his olive-drab uniform glinting faintly in the sunlight. Residents who had gathered to watch began murmuring among themselves. "Who is that? Never seen him around before. Didn't you see him coming back with Zhang Wei? Probably some relative or something? Her relative? That girl's from the south, but this old man has a northern accent. How could they be related?" "Exactly. I bet he's just some shield they found from somewhere." Amidst the murmurs, the old man in olive-drab clothing cleared his throat and spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Chen Huaifang. I'm probably a bit older than all of you here, born in 1920, so I'm 104 now. I'd like to speak first, if you'll indulge me. I only just met this girl, Zhang Wei. But unlike you all, I have no connection to her whatsoever. I've never bought anything from her, and she's never given me anything. But I believe Zhang Wei is a good kid." Seeing this, the onlookers all turned their heads to stare. Even that young punk with the yellow hair sensed something was off. Grandpa Sun spoke bluntly, "Brother, that's not how you speak up for justice. You haven't bought any counterfeit goods from her, and you're not a victim. What gives you the right to speak for justice? You're just taking sides with that little minx." The blonde-haired youth and his crew, who had been worried the elderly crowd might back down, were immediately reassured by Old Man Sun's aggressive stance and settled in to watch the show. Yellow Hair even raised his phone to start a livestream, determined to use the power of the internet to crush Zhang Wei completely. Little did they know, Li Zi, who had remained silent on the tricycle all along, was also holding up her phone. And the number of viewers in her livestream far exceeded the mere dozen or so watching Huang Mao's feed. At that very moment, Li Zi's phone displayed Chen Huaifang's livestream with nearly 300,000 viewers. A significant portion had come specifically after learning about Zhang Wei's ordeal, while others were Chen Huaifang's longtime followers, eager to witness her championing justice for Zhang Wei. Beyond that, outside the residential compound, forces had long been prepared. Undercover officers, regular police, a considerable number of armed police, and an entire battalion of army reconnaissance troops. Coordinated by Bureau 113, they stood ready to storm the compound at a moment's notice. But inside the compound, Chen Huaifang continued to reason, "Old friend, I understand you. No one wants to buy counterfeit goods. After all, with counterfeit goods, losing money is a minor issue, but health problems are a major one. But let me ask you this, brothers and sisters here, has anyone actually bought counterfeit goods from Zhang Wei and suffered health consequences?
Or are you just here because you heard someone bought counterfeits and wanted to join the commotion? Or are you here to extort money? As soon as Chen Huaifang spoke, several people who had already sensed something was off spoke up. Especially Auntie Zhang, who had woken up to the truth first. Carrying a small stool, she walked over to Chen Huaifang and spoke bluntly, "Let me say something. Neighbors, I've been waiting here with you for quite a while now, and I also believe I've bought counterfeit goods. But to be honest, I haven't really found any issues with buying from her. If anything, I find this little supermarket quite convenient. It might not save me a fortune, but at least when I'm cooking and need something, I don't have to trek all the way to another place to buy it. Besides, how could I not know if this stuff is fake? If it were fake, Zhang Wei wouldn't have been running this place for 6 or 7 years, right?" As Auntie Zhang finished her speech, more and more people began to support Zhang Wei. Rumors are just rumors, they don't hold up to scrutiny. As the gathered neighbors chipped in with their own accounts, they realized no one could actually prove they'd bought counterfeit goods. The lie collapsed on its own. I told you people still have some discernment these days, they won't just blindly follow the crowd. Haha, now I'm dying to know what that old man who started it all is feeling right now. Forget that old guy, I think those few silent guys with yellow hair over there are the real culprits. Didn't you notice? Those guys were there the whole time, silently staring over here while holding up their phones. I bet they're the real masterminds behind sneering Zhang Wei. As the chat flooded with comments, Sun, suddenly the target of everyone's criticism, grew visibly agitated. He shifted his gaze between the 2 bottles of liquor in his hands, then looked over at Chen Huaifang, radiating righteousness, and Zhang Wei, who remained silent. Then glanced at his former neighbors, who had seen the truth and refused to go along with the crowd anymore. But old Sun, born with a fierce pride for his reputation, refused to admit he truly wronged Zhang Wei. He steeled himself to search for any evidence that might prove he was right. Suddenly, he turned his head and spotted Huang Mao and the others still holding up their phones. Spotting them like a lifeline, Grandpa Sun immediately walked over, even abandoning the wine bottle in his hand and tossing it aside. With a sharp crack, 2 empty bottles shattered into shards. If this were fake liquor, could he really drink it all down? Reaching the group, Grandpa Sun urged, Hey, young man. Didn't you guys say you had evidence of Zhang Wei selling counterfeit goods? Come on, hurry up and show it. Once you show the proof, won't they just have to admit defeat? At Grandpa Sun's words, everyone turned their attention to them. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man and his crew realized they couldn't stay on the sidelines and reap the rewards anymore. Yellow Hair stepped forward 2 paces and smiled. A bunch of ignorant fools who can be led by the nose and some old man claiming to be over 100 years old. If he couldn't handle this, what kind of professional debt collector would he be? Huang Mao held up his phone and approached Chen Huaifang. Old man, you can't talk like that. Zhang Wei has done good deeds and bad deeds. But can we ignore the bad things she's done just because of the good things she's done? Never mind how many counterfeit goods she sold, even if it was just one fake item, there are victims. And I'm here to seek justice for that one victim. Chen Huaifang remained unruffled. Quite right, young man. But if she truly did wrong, it should be handled by the proper authorities. Counterfeit goods? There are authorities who handle that. You shouldn't be blocking her doorstep day in and day out, preventing her from doing business, splashing filth at her entrance. Or even intimidate and threaten them. You said it yourself, each matter should be judged on its own merits. You can't just fixate on one thing. Having served as a political commissar, Chen Huaifang was no slouch when it came to verbal sparring. Zhang Wei chimed in, exactly. If you have evidence, we can go to the Consumer Association or the Market Regulation Bureau. We could even go to court. But you can't insult my husband and threaten me with my daughter. With these words, Zhang Wei instantly placed Huang Mao and his crew in the eye of the storm. As the saying goes, misfortune shouldn't extend to one's family. To the neighbors, Huang Mao and his crew had clearly crossed the line. Even Old Man Sun, upon hearing this, awkwardly took a step back. He'd only intended to extort money, not earn such a notorious reputation. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man grew frantic. Public opinion had clearly shifted in Zhang Wei's favor. And this was precisely what they Liang Jin desperately wanted to avoid. Damn it, old man, don't push your luck. Behind the redhead, another guy with red hair started cursing. Damn it, if you say fake goods get 10 times the money back, you gotta pay up. What's this scheme nonsense? Listen up, don't think I'm alone. If the people I'm backed by show up, this won't just be paying compensation, it'll be way more than that. 109, deploy troops. Suppress bandits. Some people simply aren't worthy of reason. Loud voices, hot tempers. Clearly, this gang of young punks with rainbow-colored hair had some powerful backers. But that wasn't the case. They were just a bunch of layabouts in this small town, dropped out of junior high, spent high school in juvenile detention, and after turning 18, spent their days either at the pool hall or the internet cafe. Their only income came from bullying students below 9th grade outside middle schools or nabbing small items from the newly opened Lawson convenience stores over the past couple of years. Their lives had no fixed rhythm. Often 7 or 8 of them would share a youth apartment, surviving on 2 packs of cigarettes as sustenance. Being unexpectedly recruited by Liang Jin to cause trouble here for 2,000 yuan a day was the biggest thrill of their lives. Little did they know that Baliang Jin, the drug lord they relied on as their protector, was now surrounded by Shandong police in an abandoned, half-finished building. With no hostages or dangerous goods to use as bargaining chips, Baliang Jin could even faintly hear the loading sounds of Type 66 152mm howitzers. For a gang of drug dealers daring to resist public security forces with hot weapons, China's strategy has always been to leave no survivors. As one of the few professions still preserving the ancient customs of blood sacrifices and human head offerings in modern times, the narcotics police possessed limitless manpower mobilization capabilities. In this case, the notorious drug lord bullying the family of a first-class meritorious martyr that had stirred up a storm online was personally supervised by Ma Lao, the representative of Bureau 113? Thus, with a volley from 4 Type 66 howitzers, the once feared drug lord Baliang Jin was reduced to a pile of ashes. At the same moment, Zhu Tong, stationed outside the residential complex, received the coordination message from the Shandong Provincial Public Security Department. The entire 8 Tails of Gold gang had been wiped out. Except for those already apprehended, the rest were all executed by artillery fire. Upon receiving this news, Zhu Tong calmly surveyed the now cleared streets before turning her attention to Chen Huaifang's livestream on her phone. Before departure, upon learning that many innocent civilians were caught up in the incident, Chen Huaifang had insisted that neither Bureau 113 nor any other official agency handle the aftermath. Instead, he insisted on handling it personally, aiming to minimize the incident's impact on ordinary citizens. After all, if Bureau 113 had handled it, they would never have reasoned with people like Old Man Sun. Dispersing, suppressing, issuing statements this aligned with Bureau 113's consistent pursuit of efficiency. Perhaps local government intervention would have been more conciliatory, but Chen Huaifang, with his background as a political commissar, possessed both the capability and willingness to reason with the people and do the groundwork. Therefore, with safety assured, Old Ma agreed to Chen Huaifang's proposal. Otherwise, standing before Hong Mao, and the others right now wouldn't be the white-haired Chen Huaifang. Instead, they would have been facing riot police wielding shields, steel forks, and batons. If the offenders dared resist, even Zhu Tong couldn't guarantee stopping the 120 army soldiers now in plainclothes and armed with entrenching tools ready to bring the criminals who had insulted the family of a first-class meritorious martyr to justice. In other words, had Chen Huaifang and Old Ma not consistently held back, the military would have personally intervened long ago. At that point, it wouldn't just be the criminals who'd face consequences, even the incompetent officials who failed to uphold justice would likely get a taste of their own medicine. At that very moment, Red Hair, utterly oblivious to the impending disaster, continued his aggressive taunts. "You old bastard, I advise you to know your place. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're old. If you keep blocking me, I'm not someone to mess with." Seeing Red Hair lose his temper, Yellow Hair immediately stepped in to play the peacemaker. Hey, why get so worked up with an old man? He's old and his mind isn't sharp anymore. Does that mean yours isn't sharp either? He then turned to Chen Huaifang and added, "Old man, you saw that. My buddy's got a screw loose and a temper to match. And to be honest, this kid grew up all alone, no parents, no ties. Now that woman screwed him over, he's got nothing left to live for. If you really push him too far, don't you think it'd be a bad move for you if he turns on you?" Hearing this, Chen Huaifang showed no change in expression. Not even old enough, and already learning to threaten people? Chen Huaifang had lived through over 100 cycles of seasons. He'd seen and killed countless people, not just a few greenhorns, but even savage bandits who ate raw meat and drank blood, and merciless Japanese devils. He spoke calmly. "You youngsters may be young, but you sure talk big. You want to mess with me? Back in the day, I led troops under the Marshal, fighting from the White Mountains and Black Waters all the way to the ends of the earth. I was the master's unstoppable sword. And now you little kids think you can take me on?" Chen Huaifang had come to reason with them, to talk things out. He was once a political commissar who wielded his pen like a weapon. But as the saying goes, sometimes reason just doesn't cut it, only fists can make them understand. Just like that group of people Chen Huaifang encountered before bidding farewell to Xiaoxiao all those years ago. He spoke calmly. "I've seen plenty of people like you. You just want some money, right? You've never done a single good deed in your lives, only killing and burning. You see widows and orphans who seem easy to bully, and you want to ride roughshod over them? You young whippersnappers, instead of learning what's good, you choose to learn what's bad. If you'd lived 75 years ago, you'd have met the same fate as that band of horse bandits." Back then, after Chen Huaifang met Xiao Zhao and returned Tang Zhaowen's letter and banknote to him, he stayed an extra day in their hometown. Xiao Zhao, who had waited over 20 years for news of her beloved, cooked Chen Huaifang a bowl of noodles, a bowl with no toppings, only 2 drops of borrowed sesame oil. Chen Huaifang told her then that the hard times were finally over and they wouldn't have to borrow sesame oil anymore. Xiao Zhao replied that such days would come later, but for now, they must carry on as before. Tang Zhaowen was dead, the master and mistress were dead. Now the vast Tang household was left with only her, a crippled maid, still guarding it. Over 20 years had passed, and the little maid of yesteryear had now become a matriarch herself. Times had long since changed. Good days or bad days in those times, a household simply couldn't function without a man. Even Zhang Wei faced such hardship now. In that era where feudal dregs still held sway, how wretched must Xiao Zhao's solitary life have been? No one knew, not even Chen Huaifang could have imagined. So he resolved to tell the story of Tang Zhaowen before the entire town, to make them understand that Xiao Zhao was no unwanted widow, nor some lowly being whose life was worth less than mud. But just before that day, the bandits who had long extorted money from Xiao Zhao once again showed up uninvited. Chen Huaifang, now a military commander, was no longer a man to be trifled with. Facing a band of bandits who preyed on the common folk and oppressed the villagers, he was even less inclined to show them any mercy. He immediately ordered his troops to march out and crush the bandits. Even if this matter reached his master, he would have a just cause for action. Well said. A just cause. Damn, this is getting intense. It's time for Grandpa to let those waiting outside in. Send troops, wipe out bandits, those 4 words alone got me fired up. People who oppress the common folk deserve to be eradicated like this. After Chen Huaifang finished recounting this story, nearly 500,000 viewers in the livestream couldn't contain their excitement. In this peaceful era, the word eradicate had become an all-too rare sight. It carries an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Yet sometimes, the people need a suppression. Especially when facing scum like 8 Tails of Gold who not only terrorized the region but also humiliated heroes and coerced the families of martyrs. They deserve to be eradicated. Deploy troops. Suppress the bandits. Yet upon hearing these 4 words, Chi Kai Mao and his companions burst into laughter. They remained non-committal. Perhaps some of them privately acknowledged that Chen Huaifang had once fought in wars and served as a soldier. But as Chen Huaifang himself had said, that was in the past decades ago. Not now. Old fart. You really think you're still the big shot you used to be, huh? So what if you were a commander back then? You're still a lonely old man now, aren't you? Go ahead, conjure up an army now. If you can't, what are you playing at, putting on airs? I'm telling you, my patience is gone. Know your place and get lost. As red hair and yellow hair traded barbs, Chen Huaifang's last shred of patience vanished. In this world, there are 2 kinds of people, those who know when to back down and take advice like Old Man Sun, who saw trouble brewing and ran for it. And the other are stubborn fools who refuse to listen to reason. Such people need to be knocked senseless with the iron fist of reality. Grandpa Chen, I'm hungry. At that moment, Li Zi, who had been silently holding her phone the entire time, suddenly spoke up. She was hungry. After half a month of wandering with Zhang Wei, she hadn't been eating or sleeping well. Add to that today's constant travel, and her little tummy was already empty. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang lost all desire to reason with the yellow-haired man and his crew. But before he could speak, he heard Yellow Hair bark, "Hurry up! Get this old man out of here! Who are you trying to kick out? I'll see who dares to move!" Immediately after, the crowd that had been listening at the entrance of the residential compound poured in all at once. 110, who dares make heroes weep? They'll cry first. Before the blonde and redhead could take more than a few steps, 3 or 5 middle-aged men in administrative jackets entered. Right behind them came 120 young men in physical training uniforms, carrying entrenching tools, jogging in with perfectly synchronized steps and lining up on both sides. Anyone could tell at a glance that these 120 young men were all soldiers. Their expressions were stern, their gazes resolute. They hadn't been summoned from nearby. Instead, they had traveled day and night for 3 days and 2 nights aboard a green-painted train, racing across the vast northwest of China. They all belonged to a certain company under the border defense forces of a group army in the Western Theater Command of China. The very place they had guarded day and night was where Zhou Lei had shed his blood into the earth. These 120 men were Zhou Lei's comrades in arms, even recruits he had personally trained. Now, gazing upon that small supermarket splattered with paint and dried pig dung, they gritted their teeth in fury. On the journey, when they learned that after their old squad leader and comrade in arms who had shared their days and nights had fallen in battle, his wife and daughter were being abused by a group of men. Their minds held only one thought: to send these men to atone before Zhou Lei. But now, they were held back by orders. Their hands gripping the entrenching tools were bulging with veins, their eyes bloodshot and blazing with fury, their eyes bulging as if ready to pop out. If not for that order holding them back, these 120 men could have smashed every last one of these red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple-haired punks into mincemeat. The thick, oil-like killing intent enveloped the thugs completely. They couldn't even breathe. "You, who the hell are you?" There was a reason the redhead was their leader. He was the first to react, snapping his phone up. He pointed at the group of middle-aged men in administrative jackets, exuding an air of authority. His eyes darted around as he quickly devised a plan. "I'm warning you," he declared, "I haven't done anything wrong. You can't just arrest a commoner like me, no matter how high up you are. Watch out, I'll post this video online." The provincial officials exchanged glances, their faces expressionless, their demeanor unreadable. The blonde-haired man was indeed quick-witted. Knowing full well he was in the wrong, he seized upon his most potent weapon, public opinion. Regardless of the truth, by positioning himself as the underdog and striking first, he could turn the tables and argue his case even without merit. But how could his mind possibly outmaneuver the people standing before him? Posting the video online?
The blonde-haired guy probably never imagined in his wildest dreams that everything he just said and did was already being broadcast live across the entire internet. And as events unfolded, Chen Huaifang's livestream had already reached a staggering 700,000 viewers. 700,000. 700,000 people had witnessed firsthand how the punk and his crew had acted with utter arrogance, resorting to threats and bribery, only to end up digging their own graves by turning the tables on their victims. These days, just because someone's holding a phone doesn't mean they're in the right. Don't say that. If that yellow-haired guy had posted the video first, it would have looked like some big shot bullying innocent people. Looking at it this way, it's a good thing Grandpa kept the live stream going. Otherwise, who knows how things would have turned out today. With over 700,000 people watching live, the punk with the yellow hair held up his phone, ready to walk away as if nothing had happened. But how could Chen Huaifang let them walk away so easily? Back when he held absolute power, the 4 words "send troops to suppress bandits" could have pounded 4 holes into the ground. Now, though he held not a shred of power. Oh no, that's not right. He now held the greatest power in all the land. Behind him stood over 700,000 people who had seen the truth, heard the truth, and knew the truth. 70,000 people. Even if they spat 70,000 times, it would drown Huang Mao and his ilk. If these yellow-haired scoundrels were allowed to walk away unscathed now, he wouldn't just be letting down Zhou Lei and Zhang Wei, he'd be letting down the over 700,000 people who watched the entire livestream. He turned to the yellow-haired man and his crew, his voice heavy with anger. I ask you this, Zhang Wei and her daughter have done you no wrong. Why are you so hell-bent on persecuting them? I ask you again, if someone paid you to do evil, that might be one thing. But why must you incite these innocent people? And I ask you, just how blackened are your consciences? How dark are your hearts? How much conscience have you lost, that you won't even spare the family of a first-class meritorious soldier, a heroic martyr? Chen Huaifang, who had held these words in his throat for so long, finally let them out in one breath. What a relief! What a relief! Ever since he heard about Zhang Wei's ordeal, and then immediately recalled Tang Zhaowen and Xiao Zhao, he had been suppressing this rage. Now, it had to come out. Similarly, the taut string within Zhang Wei, who had stood silently by all this time, suddenly snapped. How many people could truly understand? How much courage had Zhang Wei mustered to marry Zhou Lei? They met in high school, grew close in college, and fell for each other. But soon after, Zhou Lei enlisted in the military and was assigned to a remote, harsh region. Countless people urged Zhang Wei to break up with Zhou Lei. Not only were there martyrs sacrificed in those harsh regions almost every year, but the mere prospect of a long-distance relationship measured in years was something few could endure. Yet Zhang Wei endured. For 4 full years, they never saw each other. Then Zhou Lei proposed to Zhang Wei. Her parents disapproved as well. It wasn't that they looked down on soldiers or thought Zhou Lei wasn't good enough for Zhang Wei. They simply, from a parent's perspective, didn't want their daughter to live a life of separation, never seeing her husband year after year. But Zhang Wei married him anyway. Zhou Lei promised her that after completing his 3rd tour of duty, he would retire and return to build a life with her. And so Zhang Wei waited, day after day, year after year. After the 3rd term, Zhou Lei discussed with her that it was difficult to recruit soldiers in remote areas. He wanted to sign up for 1 more term. Moreover, after completing this term, his discharge allowance would be higher, and the benefits would be better, ensuring a more stable life back home. Zhang Wei agreed. After the 3rd term came the 4th. By then, Zhang Wei, who had been in her 20s, had become a mother in her 30s. She gave birth to their daughter, yet despite the child now being grown, the family of 3 had enjoyed precious few moments of sweet togetherness. It seemed Zhou Lei was about to complete his 4th term and be discharged. It seemed the sweet life she had waited over a decade for was finally within reach. But then came that day. She received that call. A trembling voice on the line asked, "Is this Zhang Wei?" At first, Zhang Wei dismissed it as a scam call and paid it no mind. She was still picking out hotels, planning to make up for that long-awaited honeymoon once Zhou Lei retired. "Yes," she replied. "That's me." Then, the person on the other end broke down first. Zhang Wei instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. 1,000 possible outcomes flashed through her mind before she managed to ask, her voice trembling, did Zhou Lei get injured? Or did he make a mistake? She dared not, nor wanted to, consider the worst-case scenario. But the voice on the other end told her, Zhou Lei hadn't made a mistake. He was a hero, a man worthy of everyone's admiration. He was the bravest among them all. He honored the uniform he wore and the oath he swore under the red flag. Always ready to give everything for the party and the people. Yet he would forever remain indebted to Zhang Wei. To this day, Zhang Wei could not forget the day she received the news of Zhou Lei's sacrifice. It was a bright, sunny day. Li Zi had the day off from school. After finishing her homework, she was napping on the 2nd floor of the small supermarket, daydreaming about the honeymoon Zhou Lei had owed her for over a decade. Then suddenly, everything changed. A bolt from the blue. Zhou Lei was dead. Of course she knew the term sacrifice sounded better. But she just wanted to say he was dead. Because sacrifice sounded too grand, it implied a hero, a meritorious figure. But Zhou Lei was Zhou Lei, her husband, her daughter's father, her parents' son-in-law, and her in-law's son. She would have preferred Zhou Lei never to be a hero, never to be a meritorious soldier. She just wanted him to come back alive. But he didn't. All that came back was that vermilion lacquered plaque honoring him as a first-class meritorious service recipient. But Jiang Wei didn't mind at the time. Or rather, the day she resolved to marry Zhou Lei, she had already prepared herself for this. So she didn't blame fate or others. Instead, she shouldered the burdens of two families alone. She shuttled daily between the supermarket, the school, and the hospital, pouring her heart into caring for her mother-in-law, who had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and paralysis from overwhelming grief. She also poured all her energy into keeping the supermarket running. She didn't even have time to sleep a dream filled with Zhou Lei. Yet even so, there were still those who refused to let her find peace. Huang Mao and his gang set Jiang Wei up, saddling her with debt. They terrorized the elderly, terrifying several seniors into barricading themselves indoors day and night. They also targeted Li Zi, frightening her daughter so badly she couldn't even bring herself to go to school. She tried reporting it to the police, but even after filing a report, Huang Mao and his crew would return days later. They were like a swarm of flies that wouldn't kill you, but would drive you to disgust and despair. Hearing Jiang Wei recount this, the 120 men who had served alongside Zhou Lei could no longer contain themselves. Their eyes turned bloodshot, fists clenched so tightly they cracked. In the end, Jiang Wei never saw her husband return. But at least she was met by these 120 men. Or rather, the many more people standing behind these 120. Who dares to make heroes sweat, bleed, and weep? Then they would make those people weep bitterly first. 111. Could it be that China still has a founding general alive? Who dares to make heroes sweat, bleed, and weep? Then I'll make them weep bitterly first. Look. Look at this, how profound it is. This is the fundamental standard we must uphold in treating the families of martyrs. They have already shed sweat and blood for the nation and the people. We must not let them shed tears. Instead, those who seek to make heroes weep should be the ones to weep bitterly first. Far away in the capital, old man Ma finally received the news. After reading the report, he clapped his hands 3 times with satisfaction. He could only say, Uncle Chen truly lives up to his name. Not only did he go live first, exposing the true colors of Huang Mao and his ilk to over 700,000 viewers and seizing the moral high ground. He also feigned weakness at first. Once the yellow-haired gang and others lost their composure, he revealed his true strength, all to ensure his actions had legitimate justification. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. At this thought, old man Ma couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because Chen Huaifang's move not only brilliantly resolved the complex incident involving Jiang Wei that had exploded across the entire internet, it also indirectly propelled him back into the spotlight online, making the public realize one crucial thing. That Chen Huaifang was not merely a veteran. He was a veteran with distinguished service. Moreover, judging by the scale of his efforts in assisting Jiang Wei with this matter, his contributions could be described as extraordinary. He was quite possibly a founding general. In an instant, countless speculations ran rampant online. Had Renning not already signed a guarantee agreement and had her account banned, her account would undoubtedly have surpassed 10 million followers by now. Countless people would have willingly offered hundreds of thousands or even millions to have her speak for Chen Huaifang and reveal the answer. What military rank was he actually awarded back then? Although during their previous journey, Chen Huaifang had mentioned more than once the military rank he was awarded back then. But coincidentally, those instances either occurred during phone calls that never aired live or during unbroadcasted sessions. Only a handful knew his actual rank. Those rare individuals who knew the answer were all summoned for interviews by Bureau 113 and made to sign non-disclosure agreements. Thus, Chen Huaifang's exact military rank remains an unsolved mystery online. Some speculate that Chen Huaifang, who joined the People's Liberation Army in 1937 and participated in the War of Resistance against Japan, the Liberation War, and the Korean War, with his distinguished military achievements, was most likely awarded the rank of general. Others counter that the 1955 rank conferment considered not only military achievements but also career history. To be awarded the rank of general, one must not only have repeatedly distinguished themselves in battle but also possess a substantial career history. Chen Huaifang, who joined the military in 1937, simply did not have the required length of service. Beyond this, numerous sensationalist accounts have seized upon the story, even invoking the term marshal and solemnly recounting the glorious deeds of the 11th unnamed marshal. But as the person in charge of this matter, old comrade Ma knows where to draw the line. Online discourse can ferment, but it must not ferment in absurd directions. People have freedom of speech, but that freedom cannot run so rampant as to cause widespread misunderstandings that might even affect Chen Huaifang. Thus, following the personal directive from the old man Ma, Bureau 113 swiftly coordinated with several major internet giants to promptly contain the incident's heat within a reasonable scope. Thus, even though Chen Huaifang made a grand appearance in a livestream with nearly 1 million viewers, aside from the roughly 70 million people following this incident or related news, almost no one else knew about it. Thus, he could continue his journey in peace. But as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through.
No matter how well the 113 Bureau handled it, this was ultimately a storm that swept across the internet. If someone was determined to find out, they would. About half a month after construction began on the police station next to Jianwei's small supermarket, Chen Huaifang, who had already set out on his journey again, was riding his small tricycle and was about to reach the edge of Lu Province, thousands of miles away. Foot Basin Nation, winter capital. In today's Foot Basin, there exists a specialized department. It isn't formally part of Japan's official institutions, yet the Japanese government treasures it like a precious jewel. Its full name was the Great Foot Basin Nations Guidance and Erasure Bureau for Unverified Events of World War II. Its sole purpose and mission was to erase, by any means necessary, the shameful deeds committed by Japan over 70 years prior, especially the atrocities perpetrated on Chinese soil. Today, Japan's high-ranking officials themselves are well aware that the deeds their ancestors committed in China back then are too numerous to list. Despite decades of relentless effort, they have failed to make China or indeed the entire world forget those crimes. The more unforgettable it becomes, the more desperate they grow. For as China continues to develop and grow stronger, the high-ranking officials of the Foot Basin faintly smell the scent of death. They understand that when the eagle can no longer shield them, China will inevitably do one thing, something its billion-plus people have long awaited: to trample the capital and admire the cherry blossoms. So when they learned that a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japan was still alive in China today, they weren't overly anxious. After all, though many veterans of the War of Resistance were still alive after all these years, most were frail and decrepit, incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil. But when they heard that this veteran not only survived but had become an internet sensation with tens of millions of followers, panic set in. After all, a veteran is one thing, but a viral veteran is another. If this veteran casually shared some of their past crimes online and presented evidence, China's younger generation would surely go wild with outrage. Before long, China's Type 055 destroyers might be knocking on their doors with kitchen knives in hand. The nervous Taiwanese authorities were better off not investigating. Once they did, they were all shocked. Because they discovered that this veteran named Chen Huaifang wasn't just some internet-famous veteran who fought in the War of Resistance. He might actually be one of China's founding generals? What the hell kind of international joke is this? If he were just an ordinary World War II veteran, that would be one thing. But this was a founding general? The prestige of a founding general speaks for itself, doesn't it? And next year, just next year, marks the 80th anniversary of the victory over fascism worldwide, and the 80th anniversary of China's victory in the War of Resistance. Given China's past approach, such a momentous occasion would undoubtedly warrant a military parade, and not just any parade, but a grand one. If this veteran named Chen Huaifang were to take the stage, no need for any stirring speech, just a few casual remarks, the impact would be unimaginable. Who knows, maybe China might even wipe out the Japanese to celebrate. Damn it. Why? Why is there still a founding general alive in China? Inside the Eradication Bureau, the Supreme Commander, Inukai Mikio, could no longer sit still. It wasn't because his chronic hemorrhoids flared up, but because he truly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The mere fact that Chen Huaifang, a founding general, was still alive meant that a few careless words could reduce decades of the Eradication Bureau's work to ashes. Standing at under 5 feet tall, Yamamoto Kentaro rose and declared, "Chief Inukai, we have failed in our duties. How could we have overlooked this crucial detail? Damn it!" Inukai grabbed the documents from the table and slammed them into Yamamoto's face. "Why didn't you wait until China attacked to report this? Mark my words, Chen Huaifang must be neutralized. With him alive, never mind the strategic impact on the war, his daily words and actions alone are enough to sway the hearts of China's hawkish young generals. Understand this clearly. China is a nation that demands a just cause for war." Inoue had visited China before and deeply understood its history and culture. This was a nation of farmers, but if anyone prevented them from farming, they would bury that person in the soil. Thousands of years ago, a small kingdom called Lulan provoked Huaxia. It perished before Huaxia could complete its vengeance. To this day, when Huaxia people speak of vengeance, they still recite the verse, "We shall not return until Lulan is destroyed." This shows that this nation cherishes peace, but if anyone prevents them from cherishing peace, they will erase that person bastard. This Chen Huaifang is like the hilt of a sword. And the young, ambitious military officers of China today are the blade of that sword. If he gives them a direction, they will plow us into the ground. Ah! Bastard! You lot, get moving. Handle this matter immediately. I don't care what methods you use, make sure Chen Huaifang vanishes from existence. As Inoue Mikio's order echoed, the group of men, none standing taller than 5 feet 5 inches on average, rose as one. 112, our comrades. Chen Huaifang's lifesaver. Half a month later. Sunlight slanted across the wide road as a sky-blue tricycle rolled along at a leisurely pace. Chen Huaifang, riding the tricycle, felt no urgency. He savored today's sunshine and the spring breeze caressing his face. In the time since, he had seen so many sights he'd never witnessed before. He had also recalled far too many memories decades long forgotten. Jin Wanhu, Yang Siyu, Yi Desheng, Deng Mingjue, and Huang Qingjie, Tang Zhaowen, and others like them. Their faces and voices had gradually faded in Chen Huaifang's mind with the passage of time, until now, on this road, they came back to him once more. But in the end, these people were already far, far away from him. And today, perhaps today was the day. Chen Huaifang was going to meet someone. To meet someone with whom he had exchanged letters just a few years ago. It was back when my Z had just been accepted into university. At that time, Chen Huaifang had shared the good news with this person. He had assumed that letter would be lost in the fast-paced world, and even when he sent it, Chen Huaifang had treated it merely as an outpouring of memories. He truly didn't believe this person was still alive. Yet later, he actually received a reply. What? No way. Grandpa actually has a comrade in arms still alive? Good heavens. Does Grandpa just mean there's still a founding general alive in our country? In the livestream, the audience was stunned upon hearing Chen Huaifang's account. Chen Huaifang's old friend wasn't that his former comrade in arms? And that comrade in arms must have been at least a founding lieutenant general, right? Could it be that besides Chen Huaifang, there's actually another founding general still alive in China? This was something no one dared even imagine. Seeing the comments, Chen Huaifang smiled and shook his head. No, he wasn't my comrade in arms. No, that's not right. He is my comrade in arms, but to put it another way, he is our comrade in arms. Because he didn't fight alongside me personally, but alongside the entire million-strong army of our forces at the time. At this point, memories of the past inevitably flooded back, those decades-spanning recollections surging like a tidal wave once more. We often hear the saying, when the cannons roar, gold is worth its weight in silver. What this emphasizes is the staggering cost of war. What does war fight for? Human lives? Yes, that's right, it's human lives. Tens of thousands of soldiers lose their lives forever in a single war. But war isn't just about lives, it's also about money. Countless amounts of money. Why did our army struggle so much in the early stages of the War of Resistance? It wasn't just the relentless pursuit by the Japanese forces, but also because our army was simply too impoverished at the time. So impoverished we couldn't afford weapons, couldn't afford food, couldn't even buy a new pair of shoes for each newly recruited soldier. So impoverished that even the teachers had to supplement their meals with wild vegetables. Back then, Chen Huaifang, still just an ordinary soldier, hadn't grasped this reality. But later, as his rank rose, he came to understand the problem. Waging war truly meant waging a battle for money. He vaguely recalled that in 1943, he was transferred to serve as political commissar in the Northeast region. After the battle to capture the unnamed county town concluded, another engagement followed immediately. In that engagement, however, he committed a fatal error. Though it ultimately did not alter the course of the battle and even saved the lives of hundreds of soldiers, his disobedience of orders led to his dismissal by the military commission. He was demoted from regimental political commissar to battalion commander. It seemed intentional on the part of the military commission. The battalion he took over was a reconstituted battalion. A reconstituted battalion referred to a unit that had suffered casualties during combat, only to be replenished with prisoners of war until it reached full or even overstrength personnel levels. Consequently, this battalion's personnel far exceeded the standard battalion complement. It numbered over 800 men. However, due to severe shortages of combat supplies at the time, the military funding allocated to Chen Huaifang by his superiors was only sufficient for one battalion, and even that was barely enough. This left Chen Huaifang's reconstituted battalion facing two urgent problems. First was the weapons shortage. With over 800 men, the battalion possessed fewer than 300 rifles and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Should combat erupt, more than half the troops would be unarmed and utterly incapable of fighting. Second was the food crisis. As the weather grew colder and winter approached in the northeast, his 800-plus men had nothing to eat beyond scarce wild game from the mountains, not even tree bark to chew. While grain could be purchased in nearby areas, the problem was that Chen Huaifang's military funds were woefully inadequate. Even if he spent every last penny on food, it would only feed about 450 men. What about the remaining 400-odd soldiers? Starve? What if they starved to death? Thus, the entire reorganized battalion, including Chen Huaifang himself, endured a life of extreme frugality. A single bowl of rice gruel was sometimes shared between 2 or even 3 men, making survival a daily struggle. Even this meager existence felt like a luxury. For the Japanese, realizing their days were numbered, carried out strategic retreats and transfers while simultaneously unleashing their final act of vengeance, burning, killing, and plundering across the Chinese land. Chen Huaifang's reorganized battalion was constantly subjected to Japanese harassment, suffering terribly. Weapons and food shortages were compounded by a new crisis: medical supplies. Wherever gunfire erupted, people were wounded. Where people were wounded, illness followed. With wounded and sick piling up, Chen Huaifang had not even a single basic medicine at his disposal. What could be done? Make them tough it out? If they endured for a month or two, they'd still be heroes. But what if they couldn't endure? Would they still be heroes 18 years later? As a battalion commander, he couldn't just stand by and watch his men slowly freeze to death.
Especially as time dragged on, the depths of winter in northeast China could freeze people to death, yet at least 200 of his men still didn't have a single decent cotton-padded coat. Thus, Chen Huaifang made a daring decision. He would borrow. He knew this might violate military discipline. But he couldn't think that far ahead. Over 800 men were waiting for food, medicine, and clothing. As their battalion commander, even if it meant losing his position, he couldn't stand by and watch over 800 brothers die. Even if his superiors intended to execute him, they would have to wait until these 800 men had eaten their fill before doing so. With this conviction, Chen Huaifang tucked pen and paper into his coat, wrapped himself in the battalion's finest cotton jacket, and strapped sheepskin leggings to his legs before stepping out into the bitter winter of northeast China. It was late December 1943. I'll never forget it. That day, Black Duck Mountain had just been blanketed by heavy snow. One step in, and the snow piled up to your thighs. And you had no idea what lay beneath that snow. If you were lucky, you'd step onto solid ground. If you were unlucky and stepped onto a slope, well, that would be disastrous. At this point, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but feel a chill of fear, because just as he described, wrapped in his cotton coat, he hadn't gone far before he stepped into thin air. Though the snow was deep, it was still a drop of 3 or 4 meters. After that misstep, his whole body plunged uncontrollably into the snow. When you lose your balance, your limbs flail wildly. Finding nothing to grab, you lose your center of gravity and tumble headlong into the snow, rolling down the slope. Chen Huaifang had no idea how far he'd rolled, nor how long he tumbled. He could only clasp his head tightly, burying his face in the fox fur collar, curling into a ball to endure the pain that threatened to strike any part of his body at any moment. And so it was that he rolled all the way down the mountainside of Black Duck Mountain. Midway, he distinctly remembered colliding with a stump as thick as a man's waist, striking his arm, and unfortunately, it was the very arm he'd just managed to set properly. The impact sent a sharp crack through his arm, as if it had snapped clean off again. Agony and freezing cold assaulted Chen Huaifang's nerves simultaneously, yet he continued tumbling down the mountain. For a moment, he thought he was going to die. He couldn't even recall when he finally came to a stop. All he remembered was the sun hanging overhead like a light bulb when he finally came to a stop. He only remembered that after tumbling down the mountain, not only was his arm injured, but his legs and waist were hurt too. It seemed there wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't in pain. He lay face up in the snow, wanting to get up but lacking the strength. For a moment, he thought he might die right there. And he truly nearly froze to death in that snow. Though he struggled to drag himself a short distance across the snow, the nearest village was still at least 2 miles away. I was lying in the snow. Flecks of snow seeped through my cuffs and collar, melting against my skin, then freezing my clothes and flesh together. Oh my, kids, I don't know if you've ever felt that, but honestly, this old man truly thought he was freezing to death. And right then, that old friend of mine, the one I'd corresponded with just a few years prior, came walking up beside me, knife in hand. His words back then are still etched in my memory. He said, "Damn it, I thought you were a little bear." 113, a rare light-hearted tale. A burly man fainting at the sight of blood? When I was freezing to death. Suddenly seeing someone appear before you, the feeling was beyond words. Honestly, kids, words can't describe that feeling. As Chen Huaifang spoke these words, a rare look of rapture flashed in his eyes, as if recalling an unforgettable scene. After all, at that moment, Chen Huaifang had already sentenced himself to death in his own mind. When was that? Where? Deep winter in December, the desolate wilderness of northeast China, temperatures plunging to -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, with a heavy snowfall having just passed. Even today, let alone over 80 years ago, anyone facing what Chen Huaifang had faced would likely freeze to death. But fate had spared Chen Huaifang. That day, he had stumbled upon a group of living people in the wilderness. The leader was the man who mistook Chen Huaifang for a cub of a black bear, a man named Wang San. Wang is in Great King, San is in first, second, third, fourth, fifth. That was Wang San's self-introduction to Chen Huaifang. Judging by his appearance, Wang San seemed like a straightforward Northwesterner, chiseled features and a body of pure muscle. But after Chen Huaifang was brought into town by Wang San and his crew on a flatbed cart and settled in, Wang San revealed that while he was indeed from the Northwest, he hadn't grown up there. He'd been raised in the South. Where in the South? In Shanghai, that place now teeming with Westerners, Easterners, and Chinese alike. Shanghai. At that time, Chen Huaifang had never heard of the city of Shanghai. He had only heard of the capital, visited Tianjin, and knew of Nanjing. Beyond that, he knew nothing else. Wang San told him Shanghai was the largest city in all of China, perhaps without equal. Chen Huaifang asked him, bigger than Tianjin? In his mind at the time, Tianjin was already the largest city in all of China. Wang San said it was far larger than Tianjin, not just a little bit larger. He had clearly traveled extensively, not only to Shanghai and Tianjin, but his horizons were much broader than Chen Huaifang's. While treating Chen Huaifang's wounds, Wang San chatted casually with him. He mentioned being born and raised in Shanghai, his parents being businesspeople from the Northwest who had made their fortune there, and how he'd learned the trade from a young age. Wang San mentioned his family's business was substantial, and he'd lived the life of a wealthy young master since childhood. That was until the Japanese invaded Shanghai. Witnessing the bloody battles between the million-strong bald army and the invaders, he gradually realized he couldn't continue living that way. He shouldn't keep learning how to do business. A true man should take up arms and fight on the battlefield to serve his country. But he couldn't go to the battlefield. In Wang San's own words, he suffered from a peculiar ailment. The sight of blood made him dizzy, and in severe cases, he would faint outright. For someone like that, forget about fighting the Japanese on the battlefield, even slaughtering a chicken would leave him reeling for a long, long time. A nearly 6-foot-tall Northwesterner fainting at the sight of blood? Even now, I can hardly believe it when I tell the story. At this point, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but laugh. Wang San, a man who stood over 6 feet tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds in that era, was intimidating to outsiders, yet he fainted at the sight of blood. And he wasn't exaggerating one bit. It wasn't to avoid going to the battlefield to fight the Japanese. He truly would pass out. That day, as he prepared to tend to Chen Huaifang's wound, he managed to endure the initial trickle of blood. But when the splinter embedded in his thigh was finally pulled out, blood gushed forth. Wang San, that rugged Northwesterner, collapsed with a thud and passed out. Fortunately, someone was still brewing medicine outside, otherwise, Chen Huaifang wouldn't have been able to move Wang San. That's how it happened. Over time, Wang San and I gradually became close. According to him, I had rolled down from the mountainside of Black Duck Mountain while he was out digging wild ginseng with his shop assistants that day. He spotted me tumbling down from afar and initially mistook me for a bear that hadn't hibernated. Only upon drawing closer did he realize it was a person. Chen Huaifang couldn't help but chuckle again at this point. But upon reflection, the scene wasn't exactly pleasant. A living person tumbling all the way from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain. Black Duck Mountain wasn't particularly high, but the drop was still 200 or 300 meters. Just consider rolling down from mid-slope a distance of over 100 meters, nearly 200, and Chen Huaifang didn't die from the fall? That was truly astonishing. As Wang San would say, if you wrote Chen Huaifang's fate on paper, that paper could chop down trees. Chen Huaifang burst out laughing upon hearing this. And just like that, the two became acquainted. Wang San had saved Chen Huaifang's life. Ha ha ha, who knew people back then could describe things so vividly? Enough to chop down a tree. I could never dream up such a vivid expression. Grandpa's story today feels so much lighter, not as heavy as before, but I still feel like something big is coming later. At this very moment, not only was storyteller Chen Huaifang feeling lighthearted, but the 20-odd thousand listeners in the livestream felt relaxed too. Wang San's story felt much lighter compared to the heroic sacrifices of Jin Wenhu and Yang Siyu. And far more uplifting than the agonizing weight and steadfast endurance of figures like Gusen and Deng Mingjue. And regardless, Chen Huaifang had mentioned early on that Wang San might still be alive today, putting many listeners' minds at ease. A humorous, witty man from the Northwest like this deserved to live 100 years. Seeing the playful banter in the comments, Chen Huaifang felt incredibly cheerful. He climbed back onto his tricycle, looked at the children on the screen, and said, "Alright, I'll stop talking for now. This old man will pedal hard to get there before sunset, so you can see for yourselves what Wang San looks like now." With that, Chen Huaifang revved up his tricycle and pedaled forward. How many years had it been since he last saw Wang San? If he counted carefully, they hadn't seen each other since the troops departed in the spring of 44. Later, during the liberation of northeast China, they met briefly in Fengtian City. By then, Wang San had started a family. His young wife was as fair as snowflakes, and it was said she had once been the daughter of a wealthy family. Soon after, the teacher gave the signal, the marshal swung his sword, and Chen Huaifang led his troops southward. They passed through Tianjin, crossed the Yellow River, and fought their way from the snow-capped mountains and black waters to the ends of the earth. For 4 or 5 consecutive years, until the 1952 deployment to fight the eagles and aid the bamboo, they met again in Shandong. By then, Wang San enjoyed a happy family life, his young wife having given birth to a plump, fair-skinned son. Then came 1955, when the entire army was awarded military ranks. Chen Huaifang, now a lieutenant general, shared this good news with Wang San. But Wang San never made it to see him. That year, his young wife died from hemorrhaging during childbirth, and he simply couldn't spare the time. Shortly after, Chen Huaifang retired in 1958. Wanting to travel while he was still in good health, he heard that Wang San was in Tianjin at the time and went there to see him. After a brief meeting, Chen Huaifang bid Wang San farewell. After that, Chen Huaifang never saw his old friend again. From 1958 to 2024, a full 66 years. 66 years, long enough for a child to grow into an old man with a head full of white hair. After 66 years apart, Chen Huaifang dared not imagine what the once robust man from the Northwest might look like now. At this very moment, beneath the distant sun, in the courtyard of an ordinary farmhouse, an elderly man with a hunched back and a cane in one hand opened the gate. He scanned from one end to the other, as if sensing something faintly. He turned and called out something toward the house. There was no reply from inside, but for the old man, this seemed less like calling out to someone and more like performing a ritual. He walked toward the house, fetched a folding stool, then slowly made his way back to the doorway and plopped down. He gazed into the distance, staring without uttering a word. Somehow, he seemed to sense something. Then, from the end of the road, a tricycle appeared.
It wasn't moving fast, but it was steady, heading straight toward the old man. A young man jumped off the tricycle. He looked at the old man, lifted a cardboard box from the tricycle, and asked, "Is this Wang San's place?" The old man nodded. The young man continued, "Which one is Wang San? Call him out, there's a delivery for him." The old man looked up at the young man and tapped his leg with his cane. "I am Wang San." The young man clearly didn't believe him at first. But after carefully checking the address and confirming it was correct, he made a phone call. Only after double checking did he finally hand the cardboard box to the old man. Wang San took the box, set it on the ground, then went back inside to fetch scissors. He opened the box to find bag after bag of grain inside. But it wasn't food for people. It was cat food and dog food. 3 bags of each kind, 6 bags total. He opened one of each bag, holding them in his hands, and walked toward the yard. Along both sides of the yard stood numerous bowls he had fashioned from plastic bottles. He poured the cat and dog food into them. Before long, numerous cats and dogs scampered into the yard. He sat there, watching quietly. 114, a reunion after 66 years, the tree wishes stillness, but the wind will not cease. The sun was setting. Golden sunlight spread across the wide road like liquid gold. Chen Huaifang rode his tricycle over the faded ruts on the ground, checking the house numbers one by one, until he finally stopped at a particular residence. He looked at the house number, then at the unfamiliar furnishings inside, and stopped the tricycle. He picked up his phone and spoke calmly. "The kids should be here. They should be here." This was the address in the letter. This was Wang San's home address, as written in the letter. He surveyed the courtyard's layout. The modest space held nothing but a well obviously unusable at a glance 2 small vegetable patches hugging the wall, and several cats and dogs of varying sizes. They lay about contentedly. A few wary cats lifted their heads to glance in Chen Huaifang's direction before settling back down. Beside them sat several bowls made from plastic bottles, containing only a few grains of food. Just then, Chen Huaifang felt someone poke him in the back. Then came a voice both familiar and unfamiliar. "Who are you? What are you doing blocking my doorway?" Chen Huaifang turned around to see an old man hunched over. Once much taller than him, the old man now stood a full head shorter. Leaning on his cane, the old man's expression was initially unwelcoming. But when he recognized Chen Huaifang's face, his eyes lit up with emotion. "Huaifang." His voice trembled, and even his hands shook. "Huaifang. Is it really you?" Hearing this, Chen Huaifang was instantly overcome with emotion. Staring at the unfamiliar, profoundly aged figure before him, he replied in a trembling voice, "Third brother, it's me, third brother." Wang San, now certain it was indeed him, stared at Chen Huaifang before him, his eyes brimming with tears. He stared at the man before him, unable to believe that after 66 years apart, the two brothers would ever meet again. He scrutinized the unfamiliar old face before him, even dropping his cane. "You've lost weight, far too much weight. You're so much thinner than before. You've aged too, beyond recognition. Ha ha ha. Where's my great-nephew? Didn't he come with you?" At those words, a cloud of sorrow settled over Chen Huaifang's face. He stated bluntly, "He's dead." Wang San froze upon hearing this. He calculated the years and nodded. By the time, he must have been in his 70s or 80s. At least he didn't suffer. Your sister-in-law, though she went through hell back then. Whether she suffered or not, I don't know. Chen Huaifang murmured, a bitter smile spreading across his face. He died fighting the Americans on the Laosan front lines. Back when we were battling the Vietnamese, he volunteered for the front lines himself. 200 billion raised a pack of wolf cubs, and Kangmei got torn apart by those very cubs. Hearing this, Wang San's expression instantly hardened. His earlier reassurance turned to seething anger. Vietnamese monkeys. Back in 61, I knew they'd stab us in the back sooner or later. Later on, you'll see I told you so, didn't I? These wolf cubs need to be wiped out. General Su didn't hit them hard enough, just enough to hurt, not enough to scare them. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be harassing us like this. Chen Huaifang let out a sigh, waved his hand dismissively, glanced into the room, and asked, enough of that for now. What about my great-nephew? How is he doing? This time, Wang Sanlia's expression turned somber. He's dead too. During the Spring Festival 11 years ago, he had a few drinks during the New Year celebrations and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. By the time he reached the hospital, he was already stiff. A white-haired man burying a white-haired child. He lived past 60, it was worth it. But me? I buried both mother and son in my lifetime, and I'm still here. It's hard. At this, Wang San sighed deeply and pulled Chen Huaifang toward the courtyard. After years apart, the two old friends walked and talked. Chen Huaifang told Wang San that after Xiangyang's sacrifice in the Korean War, Xiangyang also died. Of his 3 generations, only a great-granddaughter remained. Fortunately, the great-granddaughter was healthy and thriving. She had even bravely volunteered to teach at a rural hope school, shining brightly and giving her all. Wang San remarked that few children today could endure such hardship, praising Mai Zi as a fine young person. He then asked Mai Zi's age and when she planned to marry. Chen Huaifang was unsure how to respond.
though she had met Su Nuwa and had emphasized to my Z that he absolutely must not take things further without her consent. But that was just his great-grandfather talking tough. He understood this was a new society now, a new era with new youth who valued free love and marriage. His old bones couldn't hold back the tide. Wang San urged Chen Huaifang not to overthink it. They were all people buried up to their necks in the earth, or even buried up to their heads. Who knew when they might fall asleep one night and not wake up the next morning? One final kick of the legs and it would all be over. He also told Chen Huaifang that since his son had passed away, his granddaughter only returned for the major holidays each year: Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and sometimes National Day. But his great-grandson complained about the lack of internet and couldn't play with his phone, so he'd only stay a few days before clamoring to leave. He didn't want to force the child, so that was that. His granddaughter suggested moving him to the city to enjoy his twilight years, but Wang San refused. He'd lived in this courtyard since 1977. His late wife's grave was here. He didn't want to leaving would sever his roots. His granddaughter also suggested finding him a companion, worried about leaving a man over 100 years old all alone. But after introducing several candidates, they were all women in their 60s. Though they were elderly too, Wang San was clearly much older than them. A 40-year age gap meant they lived in entirely different worlds. Huaifang, they're both seniors. They know how to use smartphones and listen to music. Unlike me, sitting out in the sun all day, watching it move from one end of the sky to the other, then going back inside to lie down, counting the days until I kick the bucket. As he spoke, Wang San let out a bitter laugh. He described his own death with startling candor, even seeming to anticipate its arrival. Chen Huaifang calmly studied Wang San's face. His phone continued streaming live as he gave a quiet nod. Wasn't that exactly how it was? Before embarking on this journey, hadn't his days been exactly like this? Sometimes he didn't even know how many days had passed, just watching the sun move from one side to the other, then reappear on this side again. Spring gave way to autumn, cold followed by heat, day after day, year after year. Sometimes he thought, living all these years had been utterly meaningless. In the livestream chat, the young audience with an average age under 30 watched two elders, whose combined age exceeded 200, calmly discussing death. A heavy mood settled over them. I suddenly thought of my grandfather. I guess he was like this in the village too. Then why don't you hurry back to see your grandfather? Do you have to wait until he passes away to show your filial piety? It's not as simple as you think. As the saying goes, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop, and the child wants to care for the parent, but the parent is no longer there. When my grandfather was gravely ill, I was out at sea, over 1,000 kilometers from the nearest land. Even flying back would take a day and a night. Life is full of regrets, too many to count. Chen Huaifang didn't glance at the comments on the screen. Instead, he looked at Wang San's hunched back and couldn't help asking, "What happened to your back?" Wang San glanced back over his shoulder, waving his hand with characteristic frankness. "Those bastards broke it for me back then. It healed, but it never straightened out." Wang San recounted that most difficult period with remarkable calm. In that era where class background determined everything, his origins weren't favorable. His family's assets were seized during the struggle sessions. Then, because he'd once helped a bald-headed guy, he was stripped naked and tied up in the town square. Unable to bear the humiliation, he argued back. It escalated into a bloody fight. One kid swung a hoe hard at his back, snapping the bones with a crack. Seeing the blood, the mob scattered like birds. Though Wang San survived the hospital trip, his back would never straighten again. At this point, Wang San suddenly asked Chen Huaifang a question. "What about you? I remember your rank when you were commissioned wasn't low. What happened to you later?" Hearing this, Chen Huaifang waved his hand dismissively and sighed. He was even worse off. He'd retired early back then. Had he stayed just a few more years, the grass on his grave would likely be 2 meters tall by now. The two centenarians exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Same here. Just then, Wang San noticed the phone in Chen Huaifang's hand and couldn't help asking curiously, "What's that you're holding?" Chen Huaifang lifted the phone, moved closer to Wang San, and aimed the camera at them both. "Here," he explained, "take a look. This is the phone you never learned to use. It's a new gadget for the new era. Every young person has one these days. See all those little words up there? Those are messages from the little kids who can see you and me." He pointed his finger at the stream of comments filling the screen. Inside, 240,000 viewers were sending greetings in unison. "Hello, Grandpa. Grandpa, stay healthy. Did you eat dinner, Grandpa? 1:15, let's talk about the days gone by." Wang San tells his story. Wang San, who had been alone for over a decade, stared at the tens of thousands of greetings on the screen, feeling a bit dazed. He couldn't recall when others had begun addressing him as uncle instead of brother San, then as old man or grandpa. He couldn't recall when he'd suddenly become this version of himself, like a candle in the wind, a lamp in the rain, or a withered tree sitting motionless in this long-decayed courtyard, waiting for death to arrive in solitude. But he hadn't become this overnight. He too had been young, had traversed every inch of this 9 million square kilometers of land beneath his feet.
He too had been full of ambition and grand aspirations. He once raced across hillsides in his youth, basking in the sun to witness glorious triumphs. He once enjoyed boundless glory, achieving success in his prime. He had once dreamed of leading 1,000,000 mighty soldiers. He looked at the greetings and smiled, all is well, all is well. You too. Then, as if afraid of embarrassment, he whispered, Huaifang, can they hear what I'm saying? Chen Huaifang looked at him and nodded. Not only can they hear you, they can see you looking just like your old self. Ha ha, on the way here, I even told them that in your youth you were over 6 feet tall. As for your looks? In today's terms, you were absolutely gorgeous, incredibly cool. Who would have thought? At that moment, the fleeting smile that had just touched Chen Huaifang's face vanished completely. Wang San picked up the thread, his tone both self-mocking and teasing. Who'd have thought that over 60 years would pass in the blink of an eye, turning us into these old farts? Old age is a curse, Huaifang. I've had enough of this damn life. He stood up, positioning himself at the far end of the heated brick bed, and gazed out the window. Knife-edged golden sunlight pierced through the wall, landing on the cats and dogs sprawled on the ground. Several small creatures of the same color lazed around, greedily soaking up the warmth. A similar golden glow radiated from his entire body. He spoke slowly, I've lived over 100 years. I've seen the Qing dynasty, the Republic of China, and later the New China. Now, only these cats and dogs remain. Lonely, Huaifang. When I was young, it didn't bother me much. But now that I'm old, the little ghosts buzz endlessly in my ears. The dead enjoy their blessings over there, while the living here are truly lonely. Just then, a cat leapt up from somewhere, deftly strolling along the outer edge of the window. Its agile form was outlined by the sunlight. It pauses at the window's center, its eyes peering inward. It opened its mouth and meowed, as if greeting the 2 old people inside the room. 13 years of spring and autumn. These sounds were the only companions in Wang San's life. Chen Huaifang stared at the cat, motionless. Wang San suddenly asked, why did you suddenly decide to come here? Chen Huaifang gave a soft oh and replied, well, it's a long story. After I was discharged from the army, I had planned to travel around and see the beautiful landscapes of our motherland. But Kangmei was still too young back then, so I couldn't leave. Just when Kangmei finally grew a bit older, your sister-in-law fell ill, and then came a string of troubles one after another. My wife died of illness, my son was killed in action. When Xiangyang finally grew up and got married, I thought my old bones could still make the journey. But before I could set out, Xiangyang was also killed in action. Then came SARS, and I couldn't even save my daughter-in-law. Those 2 kids left me with an even younger grandchild, and my whole life was put on hold. It wasn't until this year that I finally found some time to make up for those regrets from my youth. I've visited quite a few people. Yang Siyu, and that Shuedong I mentioned before. Since I was passing by your place, I dropped in. After listening to Chen Huaifang's story, Wang San nodded thoughtfully and asked, so how did you learn to use a cell phone? Chen Huaifang explained, Sha Mai taught me. She has her duties and can't follow me. Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't be allowed. But she was worried, so she got this thing and taught me how to use it. She said she could see me through the screen, just to ease her mind. Turns out, not only could she see me, but all these kids could see me too. Back and forth, we got familiar with each other. And honestly, it's no wonder young people can't live without these things nowadays. It's interesting. Take us, for example, we don't even have anyone to talk to in person. But on this thing, there are actually people willing to chat with you. I chat with them all the time about this, about that, everything under the sun. They're willing to listen, and I'm willing to talk. Wang San let out an oh. He glanced at the phone in Chen Huaifang's hand. Then at the glowing screen. Then back at the screen, where he had to strain to make out the words. Hello Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang actually keeps so many kittens and puppies. Grandpa Wang, why don't you tell us stories about your youth, just like Grandpa Chen does? He painstakingly deciphered the comments, reading through greetings and requests before suddenly nodding. You still want to hear my stories? Yes, we want to hear them. Absolutely. Glancing at the comments, Wang San turned to Chen Huaifang, should I tell them? Chen Huaifang nodded readily, sure, third brother. Tell it however you like. After receiving Chen Huaifang's response, Wang San sighed wistfully once more, lost in thought. His life had been nowhere near as grand and eventful as Chen Huaifang's. As Chen Huaifang had once remarked, though he was a genuine Northwesterner through and through, his aversion to blood had barred him from military service. Thus, his equally long life had been comparatively ordinary. He seemed to have anticipated that Chen Huaifang would tease him about his blood phobia. He looked at Chen Huaifang with a hint of amusement and asked, Huaifang, did you tell these kids about my blood phobia? Chen Huaifang nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. Then he laughed heartily. Wang San gave him a knowing smile and said, do you know why I'm afraid of blood? Chen Huaifang suppressed his smile and shook his head. How could he possibly know? Wang San pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and slowly began. He began to tell his story. In early 1911, the year the Qing dynasty was about to collapse, Wang San was born in Shanghai. Both his parents hailed from the northwest, so he naturally inherited their rugged, heroic spirit from birth.
He was tall even as a child, standing as tall as 8 or 9-year-old southern boys by age 6. With his imposing stature and bold temperament, he found himself thrust into the tumultuous times of the 1919 May 4th movement. At just 8 years old, Wang San mingled among university students, his height making him blend in seamlessly. He was among the first to encounter new ideas. He was among the first to embrace new ideas. Back then, a small seed of national salvation was planted in his heart. Moreover, at that time, Wang San was not squeamish about blood. On the contrary, the 8-year-old seemed to foresee the bloody war that would inevitably erupt across this land. Thus, he began training his body and mastering skills from that very moment. This was the origin of his muscular physique. Then why did you later become faint at the sight of blood? This time, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but interrupt the story. Wang San looked at him and asked, "You know about the battle in Shanghai in 37, right?" Chen Huaifang nodded. Of course he knew. In 1937, the Japanese invaded China on a massive scale, igniting the famous Battle of Shanghai. It was the first large-scale conflict in China's war of resistance against Japan, and also the most massive, fiercest, and bloodiest battle in the history of that war. Both sides committed over 1 million troops, with China fielding more than 700,000 soldiers. The conflict raged for over 3 months. At the cost of over 250,000 casualties, China shattered the Japanese invaders' delusion of crushing China in 3 months. That war was the first I ever witnessed with my own eyes. Wang San's calm tone trembled slightly as his thoughts swirled. In October 1937, during the war's most brutal phase, the Japanese forces were showing signs of retreat. Outflanked by the Japanese, they retreated step by step into Shanghai. At that time, my parents paid to enter the concession to spare me from the horrors of war. Under international law at the time, the concession was considered the territory of the corresponding nation. The Japanese dared not provoke those Western powers, so the concession was relatively safe. But it was just across the river. Just across the river. October 1937. 26-year-old Wang San followed his parents into the concession, experiencing for the first time what heaven and hell truly meant. On this side of the river lay the concession, protected by international law. The invaders dared not let even a single shell land here. Yet across the river, where countless Chinese gazed longingly from the opposite bank, artillery roared ceaselessly, claiming lives day after day. At that time, directly across from the balcony of the Western-style building where Wang San lived stood a warehouse, an empty warehouse. Inside, there was an army. Not many, just a few hundred. This small force had received orders to defend the warehouse to the death. Wait for what? For reinforcements? No. Victory? No. They're waiting for an elusive international mediation. Baldy still clings to the fantasy that the international community will mediate this war. 116, 300 men. Just 300 men vowed to resist the Japanese pirates to the death. The Japanese invaders, or devils, as they were called, began coveting the Chinese land in the 34th year of the Jiajing reign of the Ming dynasty. The term Japanese pirates emerged then. By 1874, when the Japanese meddled and raised armies on the island, it had been a full 319 years. Under the corrupt incompetence of the Qing government and the bald-headed regime's temporary policy of non-resistance, which foolishly relied on international mediation to halt the invasion, the Japanese pirates rampaged across Chinese soil for a full 64 years until 1937. A full 64 years. Long enough for a child with braided hair to grow into a white-haired elder. An entire generation. An entire generation witnessed the Japanese pirates rampage across the Chinese land with their own eyes. How could their hearts not be filled with hatred? And how could that hatred not turn to rage? And how could that rage not breed a desire for vengeance? Wang San, now 26 years old, lived just across the river from the city where the Japanese demons were wreaking havoc. On this side, peace and tranquility reigned. On the other side, the sky was filled with artillery fire. Many optimists, or those who didn't believe the invaders would continue their aggression, initially stood by the riverbank watching the fiery chaos across the water. They were convinced that tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that, the invaders would halt their aggression under international pressure. In short, they believed this war would end soon. But in reality, this war had absolutely no chance of stopping on its own. Back then, the Japanese scattered leaflets over vast areas to completely crush our morale and resolve. Their military planes dared not fly over the concession, so they skimmed the river's surface in endless loops, the wind carrying the leaflets they scattered downstream. In those leaflets, those damned little devils wrote their war reports in both Chinese and English. Yesterday they captured this place, today they seized that one, tomorrow they plan to take yet another. In their propaganda, the Chinese army was portrayed as paper tigers, not even needing bullets to be defeated, but toppling with a mere breath. By the time Wang San reached this point, his lips were trembling with fury. Though I hate to admit it, this was indeed true. I don't deny the contributions of the bald leader on the main battlefront during the War of Resistance, but some of his early decisions were utterly misguided both then and now. Exactly. Had it not been for his non-resistance policy where 300,000 Northeast Army troops stood down without firing a shot, the early resistance wouldn't have been left to struggle solely on the backs of the spontaneously organized Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army, along with other regions including the island. It can be said that the reason the Japanese could bluster about their 3-month conquest of China's slogan was also tied to the bald-headed one's policy of non-resistance. Put. I can't even fathom how he uttered those words about non-resistance. Ha! The livestream was flooded with contempt and bewilderment over that fateful misjudgment. Originally, we didn't have to fight this hard. Perhaps we wouldn't have lost so many of our forebears. But because of those 3 words, the Japanese launched a massive invasion, burning, killing, and plundering, causing countless tragedies.
Wang San sighed to Chen Huaifang, honestly, back then I wasn't even squeamish.
I'd stand on this side of the river every day with my binoculars, watching them fight the devils. I wanted to join them in fighting the devils, but those western devils blocked the roads. Forget crossing over, I couldn't even get close to the riverbank. So I could only watch from this side of the river, watching them fight. Chen Huaifang fell silent. Wang San continued his story. Back then, he only had 4 things to do each day: eat, sleep, relieve himself, and peering through binoculars at the war across the river. Until hundreds of people entered that warehouse, marking the beginning of the 48 hours Wang San would never forget for the rest of his life. Late October 1937, during the final stages of the Battle of Shanghai, Dachang had fallen. The Japanese forces were retreating step by step, caught in a dangerous position under attack from both fronts. They had no choice but to withdraw westward. To cover the main forces' retreat, a unit of several hundred soldiers was ordered to fall back and defend an empty warehouse, vowing to fight the Japanese invaders to the death. At the time, rumors swirled on the riverbank about the size of this unit. Some claimed 500, others 300, while some insisted at least 1,000, and others guessed merely dozens. It wasn't until a Western patrolman shouted across the river asking how many men they had that they responded, 400. They replied, 400. 400 men. To defend a single warehouse. But were there really 800? No one knew. All that was certain was that after the final battle ended, when men went in to clear the bodies, they carried out a total of 83 corpses. Were there more? Perhaps. Some might have been blown to pieces, hurled away, or perished alongside the enemy in explosions. But even if there were more, they couldn't have numbered more than 200. They might have been fewer than 300. Yet they held that warehouse for 48 hours. The fighting erupted at dawn. The 300 who had retreated to the warehouse pulled the trigger the instant the enemy troops appeared on the street. There was no room for hesitation. In a battle where their very lives were the stakes, any delay in pulling the trigger would become a one-way ticket to the underworld. Once the first bullet left the barrel, the ensuing gunfire became as relentless as a downpour. The first wave of fighting lasted about 4 hours. Initially, the Japanese forces consisted only of infantry, launching a frontal assault on the warehouse from the main road leading directly to it. But the defenders inside the warehouse were excellent marksmen. They pinned the Japanese down so effectively that they couldn't even stick their heads out. Several were killed before they could even get close to the warehouse. Though nearly a century had passed, Wang San still recalled that battle vividly. That day, upon hearing the gunfire, he raised his binoculars and witnessed the entire battle unfold. He could clearly see the Japanese soldiers in military uniforms crawling forward from the other end of the street, raising their rifles to fire at the warehouse. Japanese machine gunners in the distance wove a dense curtain of fire to suppress the defenders, attempting to force open the warehouse doors. But clearly, they underestimated the defenders' resolve and combat prowess. For 4 solid hours, the Japanese didn't even touch a single hair on the warehouse door. Instead, over 30 Japanese soldiers were killed first. Their bodies were tossed out like dead pigs and haphazardly piled along the street. Over 30 heads. I absolutely love Grandpa Wang's phrasing. The Japanese aren't human, what else would you use instead of heads? They should be described as dead pigs. Then what? Then what happened? In the livestream chat, many viewers were amused by Wang San's humorous phrasing, starkly contrasting with Chen Huaifang's solemn account. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Wang San, who had witnessed the warehouse defenders gaining the upper hand, was also smiling. He should have known this all along. He should have known it. Those bastards are made of flesh and blood too. They were born from their own mothers. They would die too. But the joy he felt in that laughter would later turn into searing hatred. 4 hours later, the Japanese first wave of attack was repelled by the warehouse defenders. Clearly, they needed time to regroup. During this interval, civilians on both banks of the river were far from idle. Some who couldn't enter the concession prayed for peace far from the fighting, while others who had entered the concession sought every means to deliver supplies to the warehouse defenders across the river. People never forget those who are bleeding. Before the Japanese could organize their next assault, the Chinese civilians on this side of the river, the concession side, piled supplies high on the bridge connecting to the opposite bank. Be it sandbags or grain, they might not have the courage to risk their lives, but they could offer whatever help they could manage. Beyond supplies, several journalists even risked their lives climbing across the bridge, determined to capture photographs for the newspapers. They sought to show the world China's resolve to resist the invaders and the Japanese aggressors' utter madness. Among them was a little girl, barely 10 years old. Climbing over the barbed wire, she crawled along the bridge and delivered a flag into the hands of the warehouse defenders. By then, dusk had fallen. On this side of the river, Wang San raised his binoculars and witnessed the warehouse defenders hoist the flag atop the warehouse. It was a burning spirit, a belief representing the resolve of the 300 warehouse defenders to resist to the death. Sunlight, the color of blood, spilled across the river, across the sky above the concession, and upon that flag fluttering and flapping in the wind. Immediately after, the deafening roar of machine guns and the thunderous roar of diving engines erupted as the Japanese fighter planes launched a frenzied barrage to tear down that flag. Battle once again tore through the tranquil sky. The Japanese organized their second wave of attack. The international mediation and pressure that Bald Head had hoped for never materialized, or rather, it did, but proved utterly ineffective. By then, the Japanese had grown so arrogant that they demanded the concession expel the Chinese residents inside while simultaneously attacking the warehouse. Though they retained enough restraint not to fire on the concession, their sanity was clearly on the brink of collapse. To shield themselves from the warehouse defenders' bullets, they fashioned turtle shell-like armor from door panels and sheet metal to kill the defenders inside. They bombarded the warehouse with cannon fire, massive shells embedding themselves in the brick walls with deafening booms. It was night by the riverbank. Yet the flames of war illuminated both banks as bright as day. 117, marching to their deaths with dignity. When all our people stand thus, how dare the Japanese invaders? The setting sun seemed to signal the start of the enemy's assault. The second wave of attacks was far fiercer than the first. They brought out the cannons from the city walls. One shell embedded itself in the wall, exploding with a thunderous boom. At this point, Wang San pointed to the window behind him, a large 6-pane window that exposed nearly the entire room. He stated bluntly, one shot could blow at least 2 holes this big in the warehouse wall. The brick walls crumbled like paper. What chance did the people inside stand? That night remains etched in Wang San's memory forever. He still vividly remembered sitting on the balcony with binoculars, watching the warehouse across the river. It was an incredibly swift shell, fired from a barrel hundreds or even thousands of meters away. It tore through the ink-black night, landed outside the warehouse, and then exploded with a deafening roar. Shells kill not by their explosions, nor by the dazzling fireballs often depicted in films and TV shows. It was the invisible shockwave. What kind of scene was that? Wang San still remembered that before the shell landed, he could see people inside the warehouse through the hole blasted earlier. A young soldier, perhaps only 17 or 18, was dragging sandbags brought in by local villagers. Then the shell hit. A human being. A living, breathing human being. Suddenly hurled high into the air, then flung like an egg with all the force of a cannonball against the wall. With a thud, he slammed into the wall, every visible and invisible orifice on his body spurting blood in all directions. What does it mean to bleed from all 7 orifices? It wasn't just 7 orifices bleeding. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears, blood gushed out like water being poured. And it wasn't just the eyes and mouth, even the fingertips, the spaces between the fingernails. Wang San raised his hand, pointing to the space between his fingernail and finger. Even here, blood was gushing out. I've heard stories about people hit by shells near their feet. From the outside, you might not even notice anything, just a little blood. Some managed to stand after being blown apart, even uttering a few words as if nothing had happened. But in reality, their intestines, stomach, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, everything was reduced to bloody pulp and minced flesh. Even their bones were shattered beyond recognition. Listening to Wang San's account, Chen Huaifang nodded in agreement. He was right. Later, Chen Huaifang once mistakenly thought a comrade killed by shrapnel was still alive and reached out to pull him. He managed to pull the body over, but it was limp as a deflated balloon. Touching it revealed every bone shattered. Holy! Hard to even picture. What must that person have looked like? Good Lord. In the livestream, over 300,000 viewers who had only ever seen war scenes in TV dramas and movies could scarcely fathom such a reality. Wang San continued, it all happened in just a few minutes. A few cannon blasts blew out several walls of the warehouse. Japanese bullets could fly in, grenades could be tossed in. To avoid wasting more shells on us, the artillery fire stopped. Then came the ground assault. 2 machine guns rattled away non-stop. You could see the flashes across the river. Bullets tearing through flesh is nothing like what you see on TV. Kids, you may never see for yourselves what it looks like when bullets hit a person. It's nothing like those damn TV dramas portray. I've seen and touched those machine gun bullets myself. Saying they're as thick as rolling pins is pure bull, but they're definitely thicker than your fingers. Wang San raised his arm and pointed. Just how much power did that damn thing have back then? That bullet would go in here, and in those damn TV dramas, it'd come out the other side with just a spurt of blood. But what actually happened? After Wang San asked, Chen Huaifang replied with a serious expression. In reality, this man's arm would be split clean in 2 right here. As he spoke, Chen Huaifang glanced at his own arm. Back then, it was sheer luck that the stray bullet had only grazed this limb. Had it struck squarely, he'd be a one-armed old man now.
Hearing Chen Huaifang's answer, Wang San nodded and slapped his thigh. Exactly. Then it'll be split clean in two. The severed hand, the arm, they'd fly a meter or two, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Flesh and blood flying everywhere. That was never an exaggeration. It was truly flesh and blood flying everywhere. That night, Wang San held his binoculars, witnessing every scene unfold before his eyes. Beyond the gunfire and flashes, flying flesh and blood were everywhere. He couldn't fathom how the 300 defenders inside the warehouse withstood wave after wave of the enemy's assault. Until he saw that young soldier, his arm blown off, crawl to his feet, grab his rifle with his remaining hand, and struggle to aim and fire. Until he saw the veteran soldier, both legs shattered by bullets, crawling on his hands and knees to the window, determined to point his gun at the invading enemy. Until he saw the Japanese soldiers hoisting their turtle-like shields made from door panels and sheet metal above their heads to block bullets and grenades, then crawling forward inch by inch, and the defenders' response within the warehouse. Only then did he understand how this 300-strong force had held out. In truth, Wang San only learned later. Why did the Japanese bother with those turtle-like shields? Though called equipment, they were essentially thicker, sturdier door panels impervious to ordinary bullets and resistant to grenade explosions, though the explosions would still shake the Japanese inside half to death. Back then, Wang San didn't understand. But later, after hearing others explain it and gaining more worldly experience himself, he finally understood. The Japanese did this to get closer to the warehouse. What for? To blow up the building. The defenders inside had sealed off every possible entrance on the enemy's side. To capture the warehouse with minimal casualties, the best option was to blow it up. They didn't need much explosives. Just find the right spot, drop a few packs of dynamite, and boom. The building, deprived of its support, would collapse instantly. Then the 300 defenders inside would either be crushed to death by the rubble, or be shot dead or captured by the invaders who followed in. Therefore, the commander of the garrison inside the building understood clearly at that moment, the enemy intended to blow up the building. Once the building blew up, they were finished. Regardless of whether they survived, their mission would certainly be impossible to complete. What was their mission? To defend this warehouse to the death. To hold out until the international community intervened and mediated this war. If the warehouse fell now, all their previous efforts would be for naught. At that time, most people still clung to the belief in so-called international mediation. So they regarded this warehouse beneath their feet as the final stronghold before the war ended and the invasion was halted. As long as they held it, the war would cease and the enemy would go home. The people could still live in peace and prosperity, and everyone could return to their homes. Those from Sichuan would return to Sichuan, those from Guangdong and Guangxi to their provinces, and people from southern and northern Hunan, northwest and northeast all could go back to where they came from. Therefore, the building must not collapse. We absolutely cannot let the devils blow it up. As he spoke, Wang San grew visibly agitated. He watched the characters in the live chat stream blur and become increasingly difficult to read, only then realizing he had once again let his tears flow uncontrollably. He didn't want to cry, but he couldn't control himself. Do you know what they did? His voice trembled, choking back sobs as long-faded memories burned back into sharp clarity. Their bullets couldn't pierce the damn things the Japanese had rigged up. Grenades couldn't blow them apart either. The Japanese would get knocked back pretty hard, but their work kept going. To blow open those damn contraptions, they used themselves to smash them. They smashed them with their own bodies. What does it mean to smash them with their own bodies? It meant exactly what it said, smashing them with their own bodies. The Japanese pieced together those doors with one plank after another. Grenades couldn't destroy them because they'd just bounce off when thrown. But if you could get one inside, that would work. So how do you get it inside? By smashing it in. By smashing it in with people. Men weighing over 100 pounds would leap from 3 or 4 stories up, grenades clutched in their arms. The impact alone would knock down the Japanese soldiers holding the door panels. Then, the men who smashed through would pull the grenade pins, blowing the Japanese soldiers trapped beneath the panels to pieces. That's how we did it. That's exactly how it was done. Just jump down like that? I saw it with my own eyes from the shore. They just jumped. You could even hear their last words before they jumped. By this point, Wang San's emotions completely broke. Tears streamed down his face as his voice trembled, as if he'd been transported back to that night. In his ears, he could still hear the shouts of his comrades as they bravely faced death. Nian Yang Gao Yuxing. Lu Fingxiu from Shaoyang, Hunan. Ancestors above, we're trading our lives. Mother! Your son is unfilial. 118, victory after 48 hours. Surrendered en masse? No wonder they held out. They were willing to die so nobly. They had long prepared for sacrifice. From the moment they received the order to hold the warehouse to the death, they were ready. Indeed. With fewer than 300 men tasked to defend a single warehouse amidst a full-scale retreat of their entire army, their only hope was the illusory prospect of international aid. Rather than simply holding the warehouse. It was more that Baldi intended to use the lives of those 300 to buy time for the rest of the troops to evacuate.
I refuse to believe Baldy genuinely thought the international community would step in to mediate at that point. In the livestream chat, alongside expressions of sorrow and tribute for the 300 brave defenders of the warehouse, there was also condemnation and confusion directed at Baldy. Clearly, launching a counterattack in resistance earlier could have reduced casualties, yet he insisted on clinging to that faint, almost non-existent hope of international mediation.
Wasn't that sheer delusion? The Japanese invaders' ambition to destroy our nation has been brewing for centuries. How could anyone imagine they'd halt their advance with mere words?
It's like witnessing a cold-blooded robber committing murder, yet instead of using your gun, you stand by and verbally condemn him, telling him it's wrong, that he'll be despised by all, and that he should stop immediately.
How could that possibly work?
In fact, the Japanese surrendered not because they were defeated, lost the will to fight, or realized their mistakes. They were killed by 2 atomic bombs dropped on their heads. It was only when the war's high command saw that they too could be obliterated. Only then would they admit their mistakes and surrender. They never truly knew they were wrong, they only knew they were about to die. Wiping away his tears, Wang San nodded with satisfaction as he looked back at the barrage of comments.
Though decades had passed, seeing that today's young people in China still remembered the war and the humiliation,
he felt that all the sacrifices made were worthwhile.
But back then, was it worth it? Not necessarily.
Wang San composed himself and continued his story. 300 defenders paid with their lives to endure that night. Dawn broke, and after a night of burning battles, the morning sun brought a fleeting sense of peace. The explosions that had echoed all night finally ceased. The warehouse, once a decent structure, now lay riddled with holes and scarred beyond recognition under the sunlight.
Could this even be called a warehouse? Those still standing, could they even be called walls? Holes and bullet marks dotted the surface like sesame seeds scattered across paper, densely packed and countless.
Wang San sat on the balcony, taking in the scene before him. He could hear whispers coming from beneath his feet, above his head, and on both sides. To his left, the elderly man who struggled to climb stairs, gasping for breath each step, had somehow produced a hunting rifle. He loaded it, aimed across the river, and pulled the trigger. The crack of gunfire echoed, and though everyone knew he couldn't hit anyone, everyone also knew he had. The bullets that followed those shots might have fallen into the river, flowing out to sea. But the echoes of those shots struck each person's heart with brutal force. On this side of the river, everyone realized that victory could not be won by the few hundred on the opposite shore alone, nor by the tens or hundreds of thousands gathered here. Yet, just like the brave souls who leaped from the warehouse last night,
some must shed blood and make the ultimate sacrifice. When all our people stand thus, how dare the Japanese invaders covet our China?
Figures began appearing on the bridge connecting the concession to the warehouse.
We can't really do much either.
If we were to fight in a real war, we couldn't even hold a gun steady, let alone aim it properly.
So we can only try to help in other ways. How? Wang San suddenly posed this question. He was gradually getting used to interacting with the viewers in the livestream.
He realized that the kids in this livestream were just like those 300 brave warriors across the river. Back then they would respond.
In the chat, viewers began answering Wang San's question. Medicine? Food?
Medicine and food would take too long, and Grandpa Wang said right at the start this battle only lasted 48 hours.
It must be weapons, right? Weapons? What do you think the concession was? Do you really believe countries like John and Hans would have allowed the Chinese living in the concession back then to possess large quantities of weapons? Watching the replies in the chat, Wang San nodded.
These answers were spot on. They had indeed considered delivering medicine and food at first. But only after risking their lives and even losing comrades on that bridge did they realize the supplies were practically useless. The commander of the 300 warriors stated plainly, medicine and food were utterly useless.
Because they weren't needed.
They knew their time was running out. Though they felt hunger, pain, and saw wounds become infected and inflamed, the problem was, before those problems could truly affect them, their lives would come to an end. So what use were these supplies? Useless.
So everyone began scheming to procure weapons and ammunition, things the defenders truly needed.
But the problem was, the Western devils in the concession would never agree. They might pay lip service to protecting the Chinese people, or the international community might condemn the Japanese devils' shameless acts and militarism. But as mentioned before, for the devils, for this nation, such toothless condemnations are useless.
Especially since the Westerners' condemnations weren't even sincere?
They merely sought to bolster their reputation by claiming to assist China when their vested interests fell short.
As for whether any Chinese were truly aided, they couldn't care less.
Therefore, they would never allow the Chinese in the concessions to transport weapons across the river. Because if weapons actually made it across, the devils would likely use that as a pretext to attack the concessions. Thus, the plan to transport weapons was also rejected. What should they do? It wasn't until afternoon that day, in the afternoon, that Wang San and his group learned what the garrison most urgently needed through shouts across the river.
They needed a mouth.
A voice that could broadcast what they were experiencing to the outside world. At this point, seemingly concerned that viewers in the livestream might not grasp the context, Wang San paused briefly before patiently elaborating. Back then, many people both internationally and within our own country were unaware of this incident. The 300 men defending the warehouse had already prepared themselves to die for their country. Their commander had made it clear they could die, but they couldn't die in vain. Just as Bald Head clung to the elusive hope of international mediation, they too sought to draw the world's attention to their plight through their spirit and sacrifice. So they needed a voice, a mouth that could carry their message out into the world. Having explained this, Wang San continued his story. Upon learning of their demand, the people in the concession began preparations. First, they sought out journalists. Photographs were taken, interviews conducted, every effort made to enter the warehouse through a hail of bullets. During this period, 2 journalists were killed by the Japanese. Next, they strung telephone lines and radio cables, determined to carry the voices of the warehouse defenders farther afield. For the power of photographs and words could never match the immediacy of the actual voices. Countless more perished in the struggle to secure the telephone line, that radio line. As dusk fell and night descended, the 48-hour ordeal drew to a close. With the night's descent, the Japanese forces' final assault also ceased. But they did not stop because they were exhausted, nor because they had captured the warehouse, nor because they had suddenly developed a conscience and ceased their aggression. Rather, it was the tireless efforts of countless people both inside and outside the concession that truly carried the voices of the warehouse defenders out into the world. The international community took notice. More and more peace-loving people around the world became aware of the situation. Moved by the voices from within the warehouse and enraged by the Japanese invaders' shameless aggression, they began to exert pressure through public opinion. Under the pressure of this seemingly intangible international community, the Japanese forces actually halted their advance. After hours of multilateral negotiations, they agreed to allow the garrison that had held out for 48 hours to retreat into the concession. The concession authorities, in turn, pledged to admit the garrison. In other words, no matter what, the garrison that had held out for 48 hours had finally achieved their own victory. But this offer was rejected by the commander of the warehouse garrison. He declared that the moment he received the order, he had sworn an oath to die for the nation, to stand or fall with the 4 Directions warehouse. Ultimately, however, under mounting pressure particularly from Bald Head's repeated orders, the unit, which had started with fewer than 300 men and ended with only 61 survivors, was commanded to withdraw into the concession on that bitterly cold night when the wind lashed their backs and chests. According to Bald Head, they would undergo brief reorganization and rest within the concession before being reassigned to the 88th Division, with every soldier receiving a 1-rank promotion. Yet when the commander of the Japanese unit, the one that had launched 4 failed assaults on the warehouse, learned that fewer than 300 men had inflicted consecutive defeats, far beyond the strength of a single division, he simultaneously pressured both Bald Head and the concession, demanding the complete disarmament of those 61 men. Under pressure, Bald Head chose to turn a blind eye. Pressured, the concession disarmed all 61 men in late October to early November 1937. The 300 brave warriors who had demonstrated the Chinese nation's resolve to resist and defend their country with their lives were ultimately all brutally murdered or imprisoned to death in the very barracks where they were disarmed, including their supreme commander, Chen Huaifang. Not a single one of the 300 warriors survived after the victory. 119. Chen Huaifang's tragic death. Not one of the 61 survived. What? All disarmed? Not only disarmed, but even killed? This history can be verified, though it differs slightly from what Grandpa Wang recounted. What remains proven is that this defensive battle truly occurred, and the garrison of fewer than 300 men led by Chen Huaifang was real. It's likely Bald Head deliberately concealed the deaths of everyone except Chen Huaifang. After all, in recorded history, only Chen Huaifang and several commanders of this garrison were assassinated by Japanese assassins. The rest were merely placed under house arrest. Dude! Isn't that exactly what Grandpa Wang meant by being imprisoned until death? They were all wounded or sick, confined within the camp without medical care. What else could they do but wait to die? That bald guy was a real monster, wasn't he? It's not that he wasn't human, the entire bald gang wasn't human back then. They were dead set on using Chen Huaifang and his 300 men as pawns in a ploy to win sympathy from the Western powers. In the livestream, when over 300,000 viewers learned that Chen Huaifang's unit, who had sworn to resist the invading Japanese forces to the death, had been confined to a desolate camp in the concession after being told by the bald-headed thugs that their operation was victorious and mission accomplished, only to die of illness and starvation, the rage welling up in their hearts could no longer be contained. Undeniably, the bald-headed army's contributions on the main battlefront during the War of Resistance deserve respect. Indeed, there were senior commanders who served their country and people, even sacrificing their lives on the battlefield. But judging solely by this one incident, Baldy looked nothing human from head to toe. To put it bluntly, by the end, only a few dozen men remained in Chen Huaifang's unit, most of them wounded. They could barely stand or crawl to fire their guns. They never expected to return alive from the start. Even Chen Huaifang foresaw his own fate before entering the concession. He knew he would die, and he knew the men under him might die too.
He knew the Japanese and the Baldies too well.
Wang San lowered his gaze. After glancing at the reactions in the livestream chat, he sank back into his memories.
Chang Jinyun's unit received the order in the dead of night during early November 1937.
Shanghai, this city in the southern reaches of China, was unexpectedly blanketed by snowflakes on this early winter night. According to the order and requirements, Chang Jinyun's unit, along with 3 other commanders, was to surrender all weapons first to ensure no armed resistance upon entering the concession. At the time, countless people told Chang Jinyun he must not surrender. The foreign devils and the Japanese devils are all the same. They're all the same damn kind of people who turn their backs on you the moment they get what they want. If they really handed over their guns, once inside the concession, they'd have no control over their own fate.
Did Chang Jinyun want to surrender? He didn't want to.
Because he understood the foreign devils' ways far better than his own men.
If they didn't surrender their guns, the foreigners might still show them a modicum of respect.
But once they surrendered, in the eyes of the foreigners, they would be no different from sheep. But he had to surrender.
Because it was an order.
Or rather, he did it to save the lives of the 60 surviving brothers under his command.
Yes, long before entering the concession, Chang Jinyun had already prepared himself for death.
He knew the Japanese and the Western devils all too well. The so-called acceptance and protection offered by the Western devils was merely to silence the voices of other peace-loving people abroad, preventing them from facing too much criticism. As for the Japanese, especially the commander of the division ordered to attack their position, he would never tolerate a force of less than 300 men on this land delaying his advance for a full 48 hours. Sure enough, before they even reached the concession, they were ordered to surrender their weapons.
Why? Was it not so that one day, when the Japanese moved within the concession, Chang Jinyun's men would be utterly powerless to resist? Yet Chang Jinyun agreed.
For even now, he clung to the fantasy that the chain reaction of events would stop with him. He believed the concession authorities, or rather, the bald-headed officials, would find a way to let the remaining 60 brothers under his command return home alive. Whether they retired to their hometowns or recuperated before returning to fight the Japanese. Either was acceptable. As long as they lived. As for him, Chang Jinyun, he could die. Not only could he die, but he could even be captured alive after accidentally straying from their designated zone into Japanese-occupied territory one night, lost due to unfamiliarity with the concession terrain. Then be detained by the Japanese as expected, tortured in prison as an assassin or spy, and beheaded publicly. Only for the Japanese to suddenly realize, oh, he was the commander of that 300-man unit. We shouldn't have killed him.
Even such a death would be acceptable, as long as his comrades could survive. But sadly, they didn't.
After Chang Jinyun's unit was confined to the concession barracks, I stayed in Shanghai for a while longer. Within months, rumors began spreading through the streets and alleys that Chang Jinyun was dead. At first, the bald-headed commander launched a massive crackdown, arresting those spreading the news of Chang Jinyun's death. He repeatedly published newspaper statements and photos, insisting Chang Jinyun was alive, but the concession authorities refused to release him, and negotiations were ongoing.
At this point, Wang San couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh.
Chen Huaifang, seated beside him, remained silent. He had heard about these newspapers and these reports back when he was in the base areas. Chang Jinyun was a hero of the War of Resistance. His deeds were celebrated by every conscientious Chinese person, including our own troops at the time.
We were all Chinese, all fighting the Japanese invasion. What difference did it make who was who?
Wang San continued with a bitter smile, but later, those newspapers gradually stopped publishing.
Why? Because the foreign devils in the concessions weren't fools either. Constantly publishing a mix of fake and real news, they couldn't withstand the international pressure. A whole bunch of foreign journalists were dying to see whether Chang Jinyun was alive or dead. One American reporter even risked sneaking into the camp. That's how the concession realized they couldn't keep it hidden anymore, so they just went ahead and announced Chang Jinyun's death.
Indeed, the news of Chang Jinyun's death wasn't even released by the bald-headed man. It was the concession authorities, forced by pressure, who made the announcement.
Chang Jinyun was dead.
His body was discovered lying in the sink of the barracks latrine. This man, once a steel-willed warrior on the battlefield who, with fewer than 300 men in a warehouse, held his ground against an entire Japanese division for 48 hours without surrendering, not even letting the red flag atop the warehouse fall. A hero. Yet in the end, he lay face down in the foul-smelling sink of a latrine. His military uniform had been stripped off by the Japanese assassin, leaving him clad only in his underwear. His throat had been slashed more than halfway through, his cervical vertebrae pried apart, held together only by a thin strip of skin. To prevent the news from spreading, Bald Fong concealed the incident, leaving his body to rot and stink inside a warehouse within the camp. The autopsy revealed no signs of struggle or resistance before his death. Perhaps he was too severely wounded to resist the well-trained assassin, killed instantly without a chance to fight back. Or perhaps he had long anticipated his own demise, choosing to accept death calmly to protect his remaining comrades. Whatever the reason, this incident deeply wounded Wang San, who was wholly devoted to the resistance at the time. Especially when he learned that other survivors in the camp were also gradually dying from illness and starvation due to lack of medical care and malnutrition. His distrust of bald heads unit only deepened. Undeniably, they were fighting the war, shedding blood and making sacrifices. But just as with Cheng Jinyan's journey, Wang San wasn't fighting with his whole heart, even willing to risk his life. Yet bald head stabbed him in the back, spouting lofty rhetoric while committing despicable, filthy deeds. So I left. Half because of this incident, half because in Shanghai back then, it was simply too difficult for those with a conscience to resist the Japanese to survive. My path led me in opposite directions from Shanghai to Nanjing, then from Nanjing to northern Hunan, and even to the Qin region. Back and forth I wandered, and before I knew it, over 3 years had passed. It must have been the winter of 1940 when I arrived in northeast China from the capital. Along the way, I met many brothers and sisters who were determined to resist the Japanese. After arriving in the northeast, drawing on my experiences in Qin and elsewhere, I resolved to join the Allied forces in the resistance. But after witnessing the brutal deaths of Cheng Jinyun and the others that night, I could no longer bear the sight of bloodshed. I couldn't take up arms and fight, but the resistance isn't just about fighting. There are many other battles to be fought. Wang San paused here, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Huaifang's eyes. He was that kind of man. Emotions came quickly and faded just as fast. The heavy topic ended. He forced a smile and chuckled. Take this old codger here. The moment he opens his mouth, he's asking me for money. And he wants a hefty sum of full 20,000 yuan. 120, an 80-year-old promissory note for 20,000 silver dollars. Suddenly teased, Chen Huaifang scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Sure enough, Wang San steered the conversation back to their little matter. Seeing Chen Huaifang laugh, Wang San turned to him and bluntly remarked, "You've got some nerve laughing. Who the hell did I think you were back then? Some random dude tumbling down the mountain in the dead of winter, not even related to me, and you start off demanding 20 grand? What? Do I look like a big landowner to you? Like it? Why wouldn't I?" Chen Huaifang looked at Wang San, struggling to keep his expression composed as he said sternly, "I had no choice back then. 800 people needed food and clothes. You happen to be the big shot with money. Who else could I borrow from?" Back and forth, the audience who just heard Cheng Jinyun's harrowing tale of the Four Directions warehouse defense found their mood lightened by the two centenarians' playful banter. Holy cow, 20,000 yuan. Grandpa Chen really had the nerve to ask for that back then. 20,000 yuan. Even today, I wouldn't lend that much to someone I just met. 20,000 back then isn't the same as 20,000 now. The purchasing power is worlds apart. The banter and explanations in the comment stream caught the attention of the two centenarians off screen. Wang San added, "Hey, kids, Grandpa Chen didn't just borrow 20,000 yuan from me back then. It was 20,000 silver dollars. You kids wouldn't understand how valuable silver dollars were back then. Let me put it this way, back in those days in northeast China, even for an ordinary family, monthly expenses for food, clothing, and necessities barely reached 10 or 20 silver dollars. And that was for a well-off family. For ordinary farming households or poor families, forget 10 or 20 silver dollars, 5 or 6 silver dollars was enough to get them through a month. So, how much would 20,000 silver dollars be worth today?" As soon as Wang San finished speaking, the comments section immediately provided an answer. Back then, rent probably wasn't even a thing. Based on current consumption levels in third or fourth tier cities in northeast China, it'd be around 2,000 yuan a month. Only 2,000 yuan? Are prices that low in northeast China? Where I live, an ice cream bar costs over 10 yuan. It's not that prices in northeast China are low, it's that prices where you live are too high. But anyway, even if we round it down to 1,500 yuan per month, according to Grandpa Wang's earlier calculation, 20,000 silver dollars would cover about 1,340 families for a month. That works out to 268,000 yuan. Holy crap, some guy I just met is asking to borrow nearly 300,000 from me. Unless I'm out of my mind, no, even if I were crazy, I wouldn't lend that much. After all, I only have about 500 yuan to my name. Reading the comments, Wang San chuckled and teased, "Huaifang, see that? If you were around today, these kids wouldn't lend you that much money even if they were crazy." Hearing Wang San's teasing, Chen Huaifang burst out laughing and said, "Yeah. Times are different now compared to back in our day. Who's left to fight the Japanese devils? Where are all those people who couldn't get enough to eat or warm clothes?" Wang San had intended to continue teasing to lighten the mood after Cheng Jinyan's harrowing story, but upon hearing this, his smile vanished instantly. He couldn't laugh anymore. Yeah. How could the present era compare to those times? In today's China, while not every household has achieved moderate prosperity, at the very least, food is no longer a major problem. It's merely a matter of degree. Some turn their noses up at chicken, duck, and fish at every meal, while others might only get to eat such delicacies a handful of times a year. But when you think about it, how many years did it take for China to rise from utter poverty and humiliation to where it stands today? From streets filled with donkey carts, horse-drawn carriages, and rickshaws to roads teeming with cars, how many years did it take to complete the 3-century industrial modernization journey of Western nations?
We often hear people say China lags behind Hans in this area, falls short of John in that one, can't match the eagle on the left, or outdo the big bear on the right. Yet how rarely do we hear anyone mention how many years it took for China to rise from a state of near universal subjugation to becoming the world's second largest economy? Less than a century. If we exclude the years of war and turmoil, that number is even smaller. In live streams, many Gen Zers, millennials, and even some Gen Zers couldn't help but empathize. They are the generation that witnessed China's modernization firsthand. When they were young, TV signals would occasionally cut out, flip phones were rare luxuries, and phone numbers required area codes. When the internet era arrived, accessing the web meant dialing into a modem. They remember sweltering afternoons spent under buzzing, whirring fans, and witnessed the arrival of the first generation of smartphones. They've searched app stores for tools like universal Wi-Fi key, and today, they instinctively seek out Wi-Fi passwords wherever they go. Their childhoods unfolded in a world of newspapers, comics, picture books, and water margin character cards. Now, they live in the fast-paced world of short videos. This is the world of the 80s, 90s, and aughts generations. But what about another group of 80s, 90s, and aughts kids? Or rather, what about the world of Chen Huaifang and Wang San, born in the 2010s? Their world knew no newspapers, comics, picture books, nor cell phones, landlines, or the internet. Their world is one of desolate mountains and fields, and a bitter cold they still cannot forget to this day. Chen Huaifang still vividly remembers that winter when he and the soldiers in the camp starved on the mountain. Hunger is an excruciatingly painful and agonizing sensation. Many might say, so what if you've been hungry? It's no big deal. It's just your stomach growling, your body feeling weak, or even for some trying to lose weight, experiencing acid reflux and seeing black spots before your eyes. But none of that truly captures real hunger. True hunger is an indescribable agony that consumes you from head to toe, leaving only that one sensation. Chen Huaifang even witnessed comrades, driven beyond endurance by hunger, gnawing on their own fingers. It wasn't the kind of nibbling meant as a mere consolation. It was the real deal, biting off chunks of flesh from their own fingers. Startled, Chen Huaifang yanked the man's finger from his mouth. A layer of skin had been bitten clean off, and in some places, the bone was visible. He demanded to know why the man was gnawing on his own fingers. But the man looked back at him with a vacant stare. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Captain, I'm starving. I didn't even realize it was my finger. I couldn't feel the pain anymore. I just wanted to eat something, anything." Some even gnawed at their own clothes, pulling out the ragged cotton batting and scraps of cloth stuffed inside, chewing them up and swallowing them whole. This was the world these two post-2010s kids experienced back then. Times have truly changed since then. I was 23 back then, and that kid gnawing on his finger was only 16. That's just a child. At 16, he should have been in school today, but instead he was starving on the mountain with me, gnawing on his own fingers. How could I not be frantic? Chen Huaifang snapped out of his recollection and sighed. The image of those gnawed fingers remained vivid in his memory to this day. And to be fair, I wasn't just after your money back then. Didn't I say I'd settle for some food or even a kill? Wang San chuckled at Chen Huaifang's question. True. But back then, didn't everything edible cost money? When I added up all the food you wanted, it came to exactly 20,000 silver dollars. Did you really think I meant to give you 20,000 silver dollars in cash? As he spoke, Wang San smiled with a hint of resignation. He looked at Chen Huaifang and recalled that night. That was the night Chen Huaifang had asked him to lend her 20,000 silver dollars. He was baffled, utterly baffled. How could this kid, whom he'd known for less than 3 days and who was still nursing fresh wounds, have the nerve to ask for 20,000 silver dollars outright? 20,000 silver dollars. Wang San could certainly come up with that amount. But whether he was willing to part with it was another matter entirely. After all, he'd been traveling far and wide for years, knowing more people than Chen Huaifang had likely ever met. So he could tell that this young man, whose tone was as big as the sky, was not borrowing this money in the sense that bandits and robbers meant it, nor in the sense that warlords and puppet governments had meant it. He genuinely intended to borrow this 20,000 silver dollars and repay it. After a night of deep contemplation, Wang San sought out Chen Huaifang and posed 2 questions. First, who exactly was Chen Huaifang? Wang San refused to believe he was just some farmer from the mountains. Second, what exactly did Chen Huaifang intend to do with this borrowed money? He demanded a clear, itemized account of every single purpose. Hearing these questions, Chen Huaifang, who had seen his share of the world and now found himself with little alternative, realized this man before him was no ordinary fellow. So he told the truth. He revealed his true identity and explained the exact purpose of the money. He even drew up a written agreement, a promissory note. And Wang San has kept that IOU to this very day. 121. Wolfish Ambitions. The Basin's new conspiracy against China. Upon hearing that Wang San had kept that IOU all this time, Chen Huaifang immediately looked astonished. In the livestream chat, over 300,000 viewers echoed their disbelief. What? No way? A promissory note preserved for 80 years? Holy crap, forget 80 years, my childhood awards are already falling apart by now. Amidst Chen Huaifang and the livestream audience's disbelief and shock, Wang San slowly rose to his feet and walked over to a cabinet in the corner of the room. He skillfully opened the cabinet, moved aside some odds and ends, and retrieved a book with a red cover from beneath a stack of publications of unknown age. He carried the book back. "This book, you can't even buy it now." Chen Huaifang looked up and nodded in recognition the moment she saw the cover. This book, not only is it impossible to buy now, but it's rare to even see one. It had vanished long ago during those turbulent years. Wang San sat back down, opened the book, and after flipping through a few pages, found the IOU. 80 years had passed, yet it remained as bright as new. The handwriting remained perfectly legible. "I hereby acknowledge borrowing 2,000 silver dollars from Wang San, to be repaid after the victory of the War of Resistance." At the bottom, Chen Huaifang had signed his name and written the designation of his military unit. Later, after obtaining approval from the division headquarters and even the military commission, a bright red seal was added. Only with the passage of time had the once vivid red seal faded considerably. Seeing this IOU, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "My goodness. Third brother, I truly never imagined you'd preserve it so well." Wang San burst into laughter. He looked at the IOU and shared his own reflections. "Honestly, the moment I learned you were a battalion commander in the anti-Japanese forces, I handed over those 20,000 silver dollars without ever expecting repayment. Then the fighting started, and the more we fought, the more chaotic things got. The chaos only fueled more fighting. Yet somehow, by sheer coincidence, I always kept this note with me. Even after the Japanese were driven out and the Kuomintang fled, right up until the joyous celebrations of 1949, this note was still with me. That day, I decided to keep it safe. Not because I needed the money, but simply to keep it as a memento." Wang San raised the note, showing it to the live stream audience. This IOU, unfulfilled for over 80 years, now appeared before the eyes of over 300,000 people. Holy crap, it's real! Black and white on paper, crystal clear. Who knew Grandpa Chen had such a huge debt out there? Dog head emoji for safety. This isn't Grandpa Chen's debt, it's what our entire military unit owed back then. If we had to repay it now, how astronomical would that sum be? This question wasn't just on the minds of the livestream audience, it was also on the minds of the Shandong provincial government officials at that very moment. At that very moment, in the Shandong Provincial Party Committee. Having received coordination updates from Bureau 113 early that morning, the Provincial Party Committee had already established a special task force. Led by the Provincial Committee, municipal committees dispatched dedicated personnel to track Chen Huaifang's movements within Shandong Province and provide specialized services alongside Bureau 113. Meanwhile, the official specifically assigned to monitor the livestream had already dialed the municipal committee phone number in Wangsan City. The person answering the call was the local liaison responsible for this matter. Hold on. You're saying that in Hongsuan village in our city, there's a centenarian who once aided the resistance against Japan? The liaison on the other end of the line stood up upon hearing the news. In previous population censuses of Hongsuan, several elderly residents had been recorded, including one named Wang San, born in 1911. Now 113 years old, he had some minor health issues but remained relatively robust. They had even sent representatives to pay respects before, but they had never heard that this old man had actually aided the resistance against Japan. It was well known that modern China prioritized care and protection for its elderly citizens. They had lived through so many eras, especially someone like Wang San, born in the early 1910s, who had genuinely experienced the feudal era, the Republic of China, the warlord period, and the founding of New China. Such elders deserved respect and protection, even if they had never aided the resistance. But the thing is, he can refuse, but we can't not do it. Take Chen Huaifang, for instance. He could choose to retire, to lay down his arms and return to farming without burdening anyone. But as long as he remains alive, as long as he still breathes, we must remember his contributions and accord him the respect and support he deserves. This represents the most fundamental conscience and attitude of a person, a nation, and a country. And what's more, this elderly man once aided the resistance against Japanese aggression. Forget elaborate tributes or publicity campaigns, the bare minimum is to establish his official records, right? But that's not all. Upon hearing the provincial official's response, another provincial official added, this Mr. Wang Sanwine did more than just aid the anti-Japanese resistance. The veterans of that era even left him a written IOU. It's all official black and white paper with red seals. This is beyond your city's jurisdiction. Provincial officials are leaving tonight and will arrive tomorrow morning. We should treat this elder with the same respect as those from Unit 113, at the very least, establish his case file. As for whether he wants those preferential benefits, that's entirely up to him. We must demonstrate our proper respect first. As he spoke, provincial authorities had already mobilized. Meanwhile, outside Chen Huaifang's livestream, viewers included not only ordinary netizens but also members of the Foot Basin group. Fujimoto Yasuke, specifically assigned to monitor the livestream, discovered that not only was Chen Huaifang a founding general who had participated in the War of Resistance, but there was also another elderly man who had once aided the anti-Japanese struggle and even witnessed the final battle of the Battle of Shanghai. He was completely thrown off balance. Moreover, having lived in Huaxia for over a decade, he had long become an expert on the country. He understood every bit of the banter and indignation among the viewers in the livestream. Clearly, Chang Jinyun's story had ignited the fury of the young Huaxia viewers in the livestream. And the story Wang San was about to tell made Fujimoto Yasuke sense that it would stir up these youths' hatred toward the Japanese. Anger and hatred intertwined. All those years of brainwashing China's new generation through anime, games, and other media, wouldn't it all be for nothing? Realizing this, Fujimoto Yasuke immediately dialed his superior's number, Mr. Akutagawa. I have something important to report. On the other end, sitting calmly in his Tokyo office, Mr. Akutagawa's voice remained composed. What is it? Fujimoto Yasuke blurted out, that Chinese elder. He actually knows another veteran who fought in the War of Resistance. And that veteran personally witnessed the heinous crimes our predecessors committed during the Battle of Shanghai. Bull. Mr. Akutagawa's single curse silenced Fujimoto Yasuke. He continued, what crimes? Those were the achievements our forebears secured at the cost of their lives for the glory our great footbasin nation enjoys today. What do you mean crimes? Back then, if we hadn't gone to China, some other country would have. Think about your wife, think about your children, think about the money that lands in your bank account every month. All of that was earned by our predecessors who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. No wonder Mr. Akutagawa sits at the top of the General Affairs Office. This single display of concept shifting and shameless rhetoric alone reveals the darkness of his soul. He didn't see Japan's actions against China as crimes at all. On the contrary, he believed it was the rightful rule and control a powerful nation should exert over a weaker one. Even today, he still maintains that China should never have resisted their invasion, much less fired a single shot at those Japanese devils. He even goes so far as to claim that modern China should apologize to the Japanese for its actions back then. After all, if it weren't for the Chinese fighting tooth and nail back then, the Japanese wouldn't have been bogged down in the Asian theater. That would have prevented them from sweeping across the Pacific theater and crushing the Eagle, which in turn would have spared them the atomic bombs and the humiliation of defeat. Instead, the Japanese would have leveraged China's vast territory to crush the Americans, trample the Russians, and become the world's preeminent power. But this remains nothing more than Akutagawa's laughable fantasy. Yet he is indeed using one scheme after another to steadily sap the fighting spirit and backbone from China's youth, draining men's vitality with trashy movies that could be acted out by just 2 or 3 people, and stripping women of their dignity with the most despicable tactics. Since confronting China head-on is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg for the current footbasin, then he would dismantle China spiritually on a new level. And Wang San would become the target of his first strike. Mitsuk. Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. If you fail to remember or execute it properly, don't bother coming back. I'll take care of your wife and children. All you need to do is commit seppuku. Clearly, he had his eye on Fujimoto Yaju's wife and children, because what he said next was truly swift. 122, borrowing 20,000 isn't enough, now you have to help me spend it? Night was falling. 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other in over 60 years still chatted tirelessly. Only when other topics interrupted did the conversation finally circle back to Wang San's own story, seamlessly reconnecting to that IOU. Perhaps they were genuinely growing weary from talking after all, both men were well into their 100th year. So now, leaning against the heated bed, they simply chatted in quiet contentment. As the sun set in the west, the cat perched on the windowsill remained there, contentedly soaking up the last warm rays of the day. Much like the viewers in the livestream room, who could no longer see the picture but only hear the sound, quietly witnessing that passage of time. Late 1943, early 1944. After Chen Huaifang signed the IOU and Wang San accepted it, he handed over the 20,000 silver dollars to Chen Huaifang. But upon receiving the silver dollars, Chen Huaifang made a decision that took Wang San completely by surprise. In front of Wang San and several companions who had journeyed with him to northeast China, he returned the 20,000 silver dollars. Seeing this, not only Wang San was baffled, but even Erzwang and Taozi standing nearby couldn't comprehend it. These two were Wang San's trusted confidants. Erzwang had been eating at Wang San's table since their days in Qin territory, while Taozi had been by Wang San's side since they left Shanghai, a woman who worked tirelessly and was even more capable than any man. Erzwan, a rough-and-tumble sort who spoke his mind, confronted Chen Huaifang immediately. What? You're taking this money back? What's the meaning of this? You don't want it? Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have any idea how much time it took me to haul this back? Taozi was clearly more understanding, but even she couldn't help but feel annoyed by this unfamiliar Chen Huaifang. If you want to borrow money, just take it. What's the point of borrowing it and then returning it? Only Wang San, gazing at the fresh red seal beneath the IOU, looked pensive. At first, he'd assumed Chen Huaifang's mountain band was a self-organized, spontaneous anti-Japanese force. Like some of the bandits he'd encountered before, those with conscience and spirit, they were still bandits at heart, albeit fighting against the Japanese. They were doing good deeds. Even if they were bandits, Wang San was willing to help such people. Money, in his view, was something you couldn't take with you when you died. But if it could be spent in the right place, he'd give it to anyone.
Thus, he lent the money to Chen Huaifang without hesitation, just as he had generously supported bandits and patriots before.
As long as they fought the Japanese, he didn't care about IOUs or receipts.
Wang San had given away so much money in his life that he couldn't even remember demanding repayment.
But for Chen Huaifang, the situation was entirely different.
He was no bandit. He had studied at the anti-Japanese military and political university for 3 years, learning the spirit and understanding the principles. He was also an outstanding Communist Party member. The army, moreover, maintained iron discipline. Never take so much as a needle or thread from the people. This was no mere slogan. Back when we faced our toughest times, after the bloody battle at the Xiang River ended, local villagers spontaneously brought us grain. Our instructor insisted we use our own money to buy some of it. Take it for free? Impossible. Had it not been for the genuine hardship and verifiable circumstances in Chen Huaifang's unit at the time, where reports up the chain of command concluded that without borrowing money from Wang San, a significant portion of the 800-plus soldiers might starve to death that bitter winter.
Superiors would never have approved Chen Huaifang's request.
Nor would they have stamped that red seal symbolizing our army's authority on that loan agreement.
At its most basic level, this was Chen Huaifang's personal promise to Wang San.
On a larger scale, it was a pledge made by our party and our army to the people, a pledge that had been upheld since the days of sedition and San Juan. Its weight was beyond words. So Wang San spoke even faster than Chen Huaifang, stating bluntly, "Chen Huaifang, to be perfectly honest, I, Wang San, have traveled far and wide throughout my life. I've even come close to having my body riddled with bullets. The people I know number at least 8,000, if not 10,000. The money I've spent flows like water, but someone like you? This is my first time meeting someone like you." Clearly, the you in Wang San's words referred to far more than just Chen Huaifang. He tucked the IOU between his fingers. "I'll keep this safe. I'll wait until your final great victory before coming to collect this debt.
But now is absolutely not the time. I've heard about your discipline.
To secure this IOU, you've put in no small amount of effort, and your brothers on the mountain have endured no small amount of hardship. So you certainly won't be paying me back these 20,000 silver dollars now.
You're doing this because you can't spend this 20,000, right?" Wang San's words hit the mark.
Chen Huaifang had the money in his hands, but he couldn't spend it. 20,000 silver dollars might not sound like much, but in the territory of Black Duck Mountain at that time, in that small county town, it was a truly enormous sum. Sometimes, as the saying goes, some people simply have nowhere to spend their money, even when they have it.
20,000 silver dollars.
Chen Huaifang needed to convert it into grain as quickly as possible, but he simply couldn't manage it.
Even if he could, how much grain could 20,000 silver dollars buy? At least 100,000 pounds.
Even if he only bought enough to get by temporarily, with over 800 mouths to feed, they'd need at least several thousand pounds a month.
How would they transport it all into the mountains? Would he have the mountain warriors descend in droves to haul it up? Do you really think the Japanese spies and scouts are pushovers?
During the strategic counteroffensive phase, the enemy was desperate to tear open a breach in the vast net our forces had woven. If Chen Huaifang's reinforced battalion were captured and exploited as a breakthrough point, he'd become the scapegoat for the entire army.
That's why he even had Wang San handle the spending of this money.
After hearing his explanation, Erzwang couldn't hold back any longer. "Seriously, bro, you're way too good at playing the people game.
You had my third brother get the money for you, and now you're telling him how to spend it? What's this? In times like these, does the borrower become the boss?"
Taozi, watching from the sidelines, was stunned by Chen Huaifang's shamelessness. In his view, someone like Wang San was truly rare in these times. Never mind that he and Chen Huaifang had only just met, it wasn't just that he generously opened his wallet because the other was fighting the Japanese. Just considering all the things Wang San had done before had earned his sincere admiration.
But Chen Huaifang was taking things too far, wasn't he? Borrowing money was one thing. Now he actually wanted third brother to help convert this money into grain and deliver it to the mountains? Wasn't that taking advantage? Seeing their intense reactions, Chen Huaifang realized his approach was indeed excessive. But the situation was urgent. The brothers on the mountain were nearly starving to death. He had no choice but to lower his stance and plead earnestly. "I don't want to do this either. But I truly cannot take this risk."
"Of course, I don't mean you should take that risk too. It's just that you, as merchants, would be much safer handling this than I would.
And if you really do attract the attention of the Japanese or other forces, my comrades and I certainly won't stand idly by.
I sincerely hope that Erzwang, Sister Taozi, and third brother will see this through to the end. If there were truly no other way, I wouldn't be putting you all through this trouble again." Appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them, Chen Huaifang's words were sincere and heartfelt. Truthfully, he didn't need to be so heartfelt. The moment Wang San saw the crimson mark, he'd already resolved to see this through to the end.
As mentioned before, Wang San's ancestral home was in the northwest, and he was a man of passion by nature.
Born and raised in Shanghai, he had seen countless sights throughout his life. Over the years, traveling far and wide, he'd encountered warlords of every stripe, extraordinary talents of all kinds, bald men of every type, and Japanese devils. He didn't consider himself clever, but even a fool could see who would stand last on this land of China after the depths of winter. In his hands, he would not hold a red flag nor a rifle. Even if he had a rifle, when facing the people, he would still raise the red flag. Only such a force would endure to the very end. And for such a force, forget about Wang San helping to exchange 20,000 silver dollars for grain. Even if it meant trading for guns and ammunition, he would find a way to make it happen. Hearing Wang San's answer, Chen Huaifang was so moved he couldn't find words. Honestly, Brother San, when Erzwang and Taozi were both there, after you finished speaking, I was at a loss for words. As the two elders reached this point in their conversation, Chen Huaifang felt a wave of emotion wash over him once more. He even wondered, if he hadn't met Brother San back then, would he have perished in those mountain ravines? If the third brother he met hadn't been this third brother, would he and his comrades have starved and frozen to death later? It could be said that Wang San's generosity didn't just save Chen Huaifang, it saved all 800 people on Black Duck Mountain. Wang San smiled upon hearing this, lifting his head slightly. He murmured, yes, yes. But Erzwang died so terribly. He looked at Chen Huaifang, his gaze complex. If it weren't for delivering grain to Black Duck Mountain, Erzwang would never have died. 123, crueler than the Japanese devils. The landlords are the ones who bully the common folk even more. Hearing these words, Chen Huaifang's expression changed instantly. Throughout his life, he had done right by many and wronged many, but the one person whose pain gnawed him most was Erzwang. Erzwang. He had a face that promised good fortune, round cheeks, big ears, and an innate, endearingly simple-minded charm. His temper wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't particularly bad either. He possessed a kind of blind loyalty. If Wang San told him to go west, he'd never go east. If Wang San told him to say one, he'd never say two in his entire life. Why? Because when this lad first started eating at Wang San's table, he'd been caught by the Japanese once over some trouble. If not for Wang San, he would have lost his life there. So he devoted himself entirely to following Wang San's orders. In other words, even if Erzwang himself sensed that trouble was bound to happen on Black Duck Mountain that day, since Wang San ordered him to go, he would have gone even if he knew it meant certain death. As he put it himself, this life was given to me by Brother San. Today, he just took it back. Seeing Chen Huaifang didn't respond, Wang San smiled. At the end of the day, Erzwang's death is my fault. If I hadn't insisted he take that riverside path, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Chen Huaifang immediately retorted, no, it's my fault. I shouldn't have pushed so hard. It was just a matter of a day or two. It wasn't worth it for Erzwang to lose his life over it. Wang San fell silent upon hearing this. Though 80 years had passed since the incident, neither of them could accept it even now. If only they'd been a little more careful. It could have been avoided. Even a moment's delay or an earlier start would have sufficed. But fate had intervened. And just like that, Erzwang was gone. In the livestream, nearly 400,000 people were watching. They were all wondering what exactly had happened to Erzwang. Yet they hesitated to directly reopen the elderly couple's wounds, choosing instead to wait silently. They waited for the two to speak up on their own. Sure enough, after a brief silence, Erzwang's story began to unfold. But clearly, with Wang San starting the narrative, this story would be a longer one. How had he and Erzwang met? It was 1939, back in Qin territory. Back then, many people followed Wang San, but few were truly trustworthy. To be blunt, everyone except Taozi was after Wang San's money. In those times, people either had money or power. Otherwise, they weren't considered human, or at least, not fully human. Erzwang was one such man. He was born into a tenant farmer family, people who eked out a meager living by working the land for the big landlords. But that was in the earlier years. By the time Erzwang came of age, war and turmoil forced even the landlords to cut expenses just to survive. They began selling land or consolidating parcels to reduce the number of tenant farmers. Gradually, the landowner Erzwang's family had depended on for generations kicked them out. Deprived of their most basic and only source of income, Erzwang took up work as a wheat reaper to feed his family. Wheat harvesters, as they were called, were a group of people in Qin territory and throughout the Guangdong and Central Plains regions who earned their living by harvesting wheat for landlords. They supported themselves with other odd jobs during the off-season, but when harvest time came, they would strap on their sickles and rely on sheer physical strength to work for the landlords. If they were lucky enough to find a decent landlord, they would be provided with food and lodging, and paid well in both money and grain. But if they were unlucky and encountered heartless landlords, they might still get food and lodging, but the food was poor, they slept in cattle sheds, and in the end, they received nothing but a meager amount of grain. The year Wang San and Erzwang met, Erzwang fell into the hands of such a heartless landlord. After working for nearly half a month, not to mention Erzwang's large frame and his usual hunger, the landlord ultimately gave him only 30 pounds of grain. And much of it was mixed with chaff. That wasn't food for people. It was pig feed. Upon seeing the sack of filth he'd been given, Erzwang confronted the landlord. I'm a human being, a living person, not an animal. Even if you're going to mix in husks, shouldn't you at least not mix in so many? But how did the landlord respond?
The landlord said, "Does a scoundrel like Erzhuang even deserve to be called a human being? Your life's worth less than dirt. What difference does it make if you get grain mixed with husks, or even just husks alone? What's the difference between you and an animal? At least an animal can be slaughtered for meat. If the master kills you, he'll get ing sued. Here's a sack of grain, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, return it. I won't even feed it to the animals." How could Erzhuang not be furious after being cursed like that? He grabbed the 30-pound sack of grain from the ground and hurled it at the landlord. But a landlord's power didn't come solely from deeds, it came from his household guards. Otherwise, his land would have been snatched away long ago. After one of the servants intercepted the sack, 3 or 4 others swarmed Erzhuang, knocking him to the ground. They swung their fists wildly, beating him senseless. Though Erzhuang was no small man, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. A lone tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. After a few punches and kicks, he was overwhelmed. Surrounded by the servants, he was beaten mercilessly. Finally, perhaps they grew tired, or perhaps the landlord feared a lawsuit if they truly killed him. He ordered the servants to drag Erzhuang like a dead dog and dump him on a field ridge. Erzhuang lay there on the ridge, his entire body throbbing with unrelenting pain. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Death? Or to recover his strength, only to seek out the next landlord, become the next harvest laborer, and grab another sack of grain mixed with chaff? Both. Because he felt like his bones had been shattered, and he didn't know if he could endure it. But if he did survive, he'd have no choice but to seek out the next landlord, become the next gleaner, and take another sack of grain mixed with chaff. There was no other way. In that era, in that place, as the child of tenant farmers oppressed and exploited for generations, this was Erzhuang's fate. What other choice did he have but to accept his fate? There was. There really was. Just as Erzhuang thought he would sleep out on the field ridge like this if he woke up, it would mean heaven had spared his life. If not, it would be his time to die. Wang San suddenly appeared from nowhere and crouched down, appearing before his eyes. The words that came out of his mouth were strikingly similar to what he had said when he first met Chen Huaifang. Or rather, the words he had spoken upon first meeting Chen Huaifang bore an uncanny resemblance to what he said now to Erzhuang. He said, "Well, Taoji, you were right. It really is a human, not an animal." Tao stood beside him, a bundle strapped to her back, looking rather pleased. "I told you he was human. See? I was right, wasn't I?" Erzhuang, lying on the ground, was startled by the sudden appearance of the man and woman. His eyes widened as he grabbed a handful of dirt, preparing to throw it and make a run for it. Taozi saw his movement and immediately drew a pistol from her bosom. This woman had never been a pushover. Back when Wang San paid to buy her out, he knew she wasn't someone to mess with. She could drink, she could fight, she didn't bat an eye at killing people, and she could shoot accurately too. Kid, Tower isn't some pretty face. Think carefully. Seeing Taozi's move, Wang San wasted no words. After his warning, he got straight to the point. "Looking at you, you don't seem like a bandit fighting over loot. You look more like a pitiful soul. Honestly, were you robbed by bandits, or did the authorities get the better of you?" Lying on the ground, Erzhuang couldn't tell whether the 2 men before him were friends or foes. He had no idea how to answer this question. Then he heard Taozi tell him to speak the truth. Thinking he had nothing to lose, his life was already ruined, and he might not even survive the night. Erzhuang steeled himself and poured out everything that had happened. After listening, Wang San squatted down and nodded. Back in those days, it wasn't just the Japanese devils, those dog warlords, and bandits who bullied ordinary folk. There were also the big landlords. To them, ordinary people weren't human, they were just livestock. In other words, sometimes they were even worse than the Japanese. Because at worst, the Japanese would just take your life, but they wouldn't. They didn't just take your life. They stripped your skin, ate your flesh, drank your blood. They wanted to extract every last drop of marrow from your bones. They squeezed every last penny from every part of a living person, then burned the remains to ashes. A profession that has oppressed ordinary people for thousands of years, even more terrifying than those devilish Japanese devils. By the time Wang San finished speaking, he was seething with rage. After all, if it hadn't been for a wealthy landowner bullying his parents out of Qin territory, his family would never have gone to Shanghai. Had they not gone to Shanghai, the Wang family would never have suddenly risen to prominence. Without that rise, Wang San would never have had the chance to return to Qin. So then what? Yeah, then what? Grandpa Wang, did you take Erzhuang to seek revenge? The live chat was filled with impatient prompts. 124, Erzhuang, who gets bullied yet still defends the landlords. Seeing the impatient comments, Wang San suddenly smiled. He looked at the screen and countered, then he answered his own question. Then, I gave Erzhuang 2 choices. Either I take him to the nearest town, where life and death are in fate's hands. Or, he could join me. 2 choices. Wang San didn't pressure Erzhuang. Even after speaking, he didn't rush him for an answer. He simply stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Taozi as they watched Erzhuang on the ground, waiting for his answer. After a moment, Erzhuang hesitantly asked, what exactly would I be doing with Wang San? He wasn't stupid. He could tell Wang San wasn't an ordinary person.
And with Taozi standing beside him, holding a gun, it was even less likely he was. Fear crept into his heart, fear that Wang San and his crew were bandits or some other kind of unscrupulous gang who made their fortune through dirty deeds. After all, he was the son of honest tenant farmers. Even after being bullied by the landlord to this extent, he never considered raising his weapon to fight back. Wang San's answer was simple and direct. 2 words. Killing. What? Good grief, Grandpa Wang, that's way too blunt. Seriously, now I know what they mean by the gap between people. If anyone else said kill, I'd just think they were joking. But when Grandpa Wang said those 2 words, the killing intent in his eyes was pure. Over 400,000 viewers in the livestream were stunned by this revelation. They weren't shocked that Wang San had killed someone after all. In his youth, murder wasn't exactly rare. In fact, one could even say that in those days, anyone who rose to Wang San's level of success, someone who could hand over 20,000 silver dollars without batting an eye, would be abnormal if they hadn't gotten their hands dirty with a few, or even dozens, of lives. What shocked them was that Wang San would use the words killing people as his answer to Erzwang. Who was Erzwang? He was an ordinary man oppressed his entire life by the wealthy landlords. Killing? For Erzwang, even entertaining such a thought would have been a tremendous leap of courage. In his world, their entire purpose in life was to work diligently for the landlord. After saving up a meager sum, they'd marry a girl who also worked for the landlord, and then have children destined to continue that same life of labor. This cycle repeated itself, generation after generation. Would you call them pitiful? Pitiful. Not just their own lives, but tracing back to their fathers, mothers, grandparents, great-grandparents, and all the way up to their ancestors, all lived the same way, treated like beasts their entire lives. But are they not also hateful? Yes, they are. And damn well hateful. Even after being bullied like this, even after Wang San had already placed the knife of resistance into Erzwang's hands, his response was to throw the knife away and then turn around to defend the landlord, afraid that Wang San might kill the landlord. Yes, that's right. Erzwang's response wasn't to join Wang San in rebellion. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Just take me to town. I'll handle my own life and death." He even claimed this beating was his own fault. If he hadn't struck the landlord first, they wouldn't have called people to beat him senseless and confiscate the 30 pounds of grain mixed with chaff that was meant for him. Had he kept his cool, he could have brought home those 30 caddies of grain mixed with chaff. I never expected that answer. Guess some people just deserve their suffering. Don't put it that way, bro. With so many bosses pushing 996 or even 007 schedules these days, you don't see many people daring to fight back. Exactly. Oppression gets passed down generation after generation. People don't just suddenly start resisting. Remember when the teacher first shouted that "serve the people" slogan? Didn't a whole bunch of folks just roll their eyes? In the livestream chat, reactions to Erzwang ran the gamut. Some expressed confusion, others anger, and still others understanding. But for Wang San at that moment, all he felt was pity. Pity his misfortune, rage at his passivity. That's exactly what this situation embodies. Still, he said no more. He simply motioned for the laborers standing at a distance to come forward. They lifted Erzwang onto a cart and pulled him toward the nearest town. They dumped him at the entrance of some random shop, whether it was a clinic or some other establishment, who knows, just left him there. And that was that. After that day, I didn't see Erzwang for quite some time. After all, we were strangers back then. It was true that I pitied his misfortune, and it was also true that I resented his lack of fight. I couldn't let someone like him hold me back from my own affairs. So during that period, Tower, the other workers, and I kept busy with our tasks while also searching for a group of people. Wang San paused here, then pulled a pouch of tobacco and a roll of cigarette paper from his pocket. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He wanted a smoke. He deftly poured out the tobacco, rolled a cigarette, and lit it right there in the livestream. The 2 old men didn't know about the rule against smoking in livestreams. Chen Huaifang even asked Wang San for a cigarette too. After lighting up, the 2 of them puffed away in the room. Smoke filled the air. The over 400,000 viewers in the livestream were taken aback. Wow, cigarettes that would get you banned instantly if shown in other livestreams. Yet in Chen Huaifang's stream, not only was it allowed, but 2 people could hold them, puff away, and billow smoke without issue. But then again, it made sense. What kind of livestream is this? This wasn't one of those streams where you make money by wiggling your hips and flashing your thighs, constantly spouting crude jokes. And who are these 2 old men smoking? They're genuine heroes of the war of resistance. Forget smoking, they could smoke people and it wouldn't matter. And so, Wang San and Chen Huaifang kept smoking and telling their story. Wang San had 2 tasks to accomplish in Qin territory. First, to trace his ancestral roots. After all, he was a man of the Northwest. Though born in Shanghai, he was still a son of the Northwest. He had to find his roots. Second, he needed to continue searching for armed forces willing to resist the Japanese invasion groups that genuinely sought to fight the Japanese. Along the way, he had encountered numerous such units, but most were either led by Bald or depended on him. However, due to the incident involving Cheng Jinyun at the Sifang warehouse, Wang San no longer trusted the bald-headed men. He'd rather trust bandits than those bald-headed thugs. And during this period of tracing his ancestral roots, as luck would have it, he encountered a heartless landlord. Even more coincidentally, at that landlord's house, he unexpectedly saw Erzwang again. Erzwang, who had mostly recovered from his injuries by then, was working as a harvest laborer at the landlord's place, dragging his still unhealed body through the work. He still didn't get enough to eat, still had to rise before dawn to cut wheat, and was still treated like an animal, no better than cattle or horses. But back then, Erzwang hadn't recognized Wang San at all. Wang San had transformed his appearance, now clad in luxurious silk robes. By his side, Taozi wore an expensive silk qipao, and together they resembled a master and mistress stepped straight out of a painting. Wang San got straight to the point with the landlord. He wanted something. Initially, the landlord assumed they were wealthy outsiders and planned to entertain them lavishly, even preparing a banquet. But Wang San refused it all. He only wanted one thing. What was it? That was the landlord's question. Wang San's answer consisted of just 2 words. The spirit tablet. Yes. That's right. This landowner was the very one who had oppressed Wang San's parents all those years ago. He was the descendant of that very landlord who had seized all the ancestral tablets the Wang family had revered, then broken Wang San's father's leg before tossing him out like a dead dog. Wang San came here seeking only one thing. The ancestral tablets from back then. Hearing Wang San's demand, the landlord fell silent. He recognized the man before him as the son of the farmer he had driven away years ago. Yet Wang San's current attire made it clear this was no man he could afford to provoke. He immediately begged for mercy, promising he would find the long-lost tablet. But in truth, he had already begun plotting his escape. A spirit tablet. A damn broken tablet? Where the hell was he supposed to find it after over 30 years? So the landlord ordered Erzwang to take Wang San to search for it. If they found it, fine. If not, he'd have Erzwang kill Wang San first, then wait for Wang San's spirit to come claim his life. But the moment Wang San and Erzwang left, the landlord began packing his things to flee. Wang San never left at all. He and Erzwang were just crouching right outside the landlord's door. He said to Erzwang, "See? All landlords in this world are the same. You want to live an honest life, be their dog, wag your tail and beg for scraps. Do you think they'll give you a drop of soup? But in their eyes, you're not even worth a dog. You're just a talking millstone used and discarded, thrown away when someone else wants you. You don't believe me? You know what? If we turn around right now, he'd probably be packing his bags ready to run. And do you believe that if it were someone else seeking revenge, and he got away, you'd be the first one to die?" Erzwang fell silent at the question. Then Wang San stood up, signaling the men crouched by the wall to act. A cacophony of screams and crashing sounds erupted. The landlord had indeed packed a full bundle of gold, silver, and valuables, ready to flee. 125. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're about to die. Wang San pushed open the door, and together with Erzwang, they saw the landlord preparing to flee with his bundle. He was crouched on the floor with his wife, several concubines, and a few servants. Shaking like a sieve, he desperately begged for mercy. Wang San had navigated the underworld for years, relying not just on money, but also on his thunderous methods and the uncompromising heart that fueled them. He looked down from above at the squatting landlord. Even after the man sensed his gaze and knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor like a pestle pounding garlic in desperate pleas for mercy, he still felt not a shred of pity. He extended a hand toward Taozi. Tao handed him a loaded pistol. The landlord immediately wet himself in terror. His head was practically buried in the dirt, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. "Oh, Father Wang, no, Grandfather Wang. I beg you to spare me. I was blind back then, looking down on people like a dog, not recognizing Mount Tai when I saw it. Please spare me. Take all the gold and silver in my house. Take it all." To save his life, he'd do anything. What were a few trinkets worth? What good is all that money if you lose your life? Put another way, what good is all that money if you're dead? Yet watching him prostrate himself in supplication, Wang San felt not a shred of satisfaction. Over the years, he had fantasized countless times about the ecstatic joy he would feel when his long-held grudge was finally avenged. He'd even considered not seeking vengeance at all, but instead using gold and silver to properly thank this landlord. To thoroughly mock him, to give him a good scare. But ever since he'd laid eyes on Erzwang, the pitiful yet despicable creature, those thoughts had vanished. Not a trace of joy flickered across his face. He only asked abruptly, "Do you know you're wrong?" The landlord hastily replied, "I know my mistake. I know my mistake." He pressed, "What exactly did you do wrong?" The landlord hesitated, then blurted out, I was wrong for not recognizing a mountain when I saw one. Not recognizing a mountain when I saw one. Bull. Wang San dismissed the landlord's answer with a single word, then pressed on, "If you truly knew you were wrong, would you still keep squeezing these common folk dry?" Wang San tapped Erzwang's stiff chest with the back of his hand. Leaning down, he grabbed the landlord by the collar and yanked him upright. "You never truly knew you were wrong. You only knew you were about to die." The word sent the landowner sprawling on the ground, utterly petrified. Then Wang San waved the gun in his hand in front of Erzwang. "Know how to use this?"
Zhuang shook his head. Wang San took the gun and fired a shot into the air. Zhuang shuddered violently. Wang San asked again, now do you know how? Zhuang nodded. Wang San shoved the gun into Zhuang's hands and pointed at the landlord on the ground. Go on, shoot him dead. Zhuang immediately returned the gun to Wang San. He still couldn't bring himself to do it. Even with Wang San shoving the gun into his hands, he still couldn't bring himself to do it, not even pull the trigger once. What's there to be afraid of? After all the abuse this landlord dished out, he's still such a coward. So this is the hardship of those days. Fun fact, back when land was first distributed, some peasants finally got plots of their own, but the moment a landlord sneezed or coughed, they'd hand their land right back. Even today, aren't there still people who complain about 996 while happily working overtime, even volunteering for extra shifts? In the livestream chat, some were confused, some were furious, and some offered explanations. But ultimately, none of them had lived through it. Chen Huaifang saw the comments in the live chat. He raised his hand to interrupt Wang San and added briefly, kids, some rules aren't as simple as you think. For thousands of years under China's feudal dynasties, many common folk grew accustomed to this high wall, even dependent on it. Even knowing breaking it would bring greater ease, they dared not, nor wished to, shatter it. Yes, they didn't dare, nor did they want to break it. As Zhuang later put it himself. So what if I killed one landlord? How many landlords are there in Qin, the Northwest, or even all of China? 1,000? 10,000? Or 10,000? 100,000? Did I kill them all? Could I possibly kill them all? And if they were killed, how many more people would die because of the landlord's deaths, leading to arable land being seized by other landlords? Wouldn't that ultimately leave people without land to cultivate? But that's all beside the point now. That year, that month, that day, Wang San snatched the pistol back from Zhuang's hands and fired a single shot at the landlord lying on the ground. Bang! The gun went off. But the man didn't die. Instead, a foul stench of piss wafted out. Wang San looked down at the landlord, who had shat himself in fear, and sneered coldly, since this little bastard is such a coward, I'll spare your life today. But starting today, if you don't change your ways, you should know the consequences. The landlord, stunned he'd survived, immediately began tearfully thanking Wang San, calling him Your Honor and praising Zhuang as Buddha-hearted. Wang San didn't want to say another word. He turned and started walking out. Ha? He actually spared him? What? Ah? Grandpa Wang, you must be joking. You're letting him off? In the livestream chat, viewers reacted with disbelief upon hearing this. Zhuang remained put, hoping to ask the landlord for a few more pounds of grain. But whether clouded by greed or thinking Zhuang would be easier to manipulate now that Wang San was gone, the landlord's wife reverted to her previous demeanor. A few extra pounds of grain? Oh my goodness. We've already given you all the grain, what are we supposed to eat? What do you think we eat and where? Do you really believe all this silk on my body just fell from the sky? Then she blew the landlord's head off with a single shot. Tao stood at the doorway, holding the gun. She asked Zhuang, did you see that? Third brother was right, they never truly knew they were wrong. They only knew they were about to die. And if you don't truly kill them, they'll turn around and keep bullying you, or your brothers and sisters. Zhuang looked at Taozi thoughtfully. He glanced back at the landowner's wife, half her face covered in scalding blood, her eyes wide and vacant, as lifeless as wood. Then he turned and ran toward Wang San. And just like that, Zhuang started fighting Wang San. Good. I knew it. So satisfying. I knew Grandpa Wan wasn't the indecisive type. That dog of a landlord deserves to be torn to shreds. Shooting him dead would be too good for him. Exactly. My Thai boss deserves the same, hang him from a streetlight and let him choke to death. In the livestream chat, viewers unanimously applauded Wang San's decision back then. Landlords who bully common folk like this deserve to be shot dead on the spot. But honestly, execution alone isn't enough. Later, Wang San specifically asked around about what happened after that landlord died. The tenants didn't suddenly gain land and live happily ever after. Local landlords swiftly absorbed those plots, further consolidating their power and continuing to oppress the tenant farmers. But that's another story. After collecting the second installment of taxes, Wang San swiftly departed Qin territory. His sole purpose in returning to Qin had been to exact revenge. With vengeance achieved, there was no reason for him to linger. And it was precisely on the road as he left Qin territory and headed toward the capital, with Taozi and Zhuang by his side, that they encountered bandits. These were genuine bandits, not domesticated men mistaken for outlaws like Chen Huaifang. This happened while traveling from western Shanxi to northern Hebei. Long before leaving Qin territory, Wang San had dismissed the dozen or so other men traveling with him. He disliked having too many people around, the expense didn't bother him, but managing a large group was simply too much trouble. At that time, only two men remained by his side, Zhuang and Taozi. Counting himself, there were three of them in total. The journey from Qin to western Shanxi, then onward to northern Hebei, revealed increasing chaos along the way. After all, the further east they went, the closer they got to the war zone. And the closer they got to the war zone, the more chaotic it became. Chaos meant death, and death meant more chaos, a vicious cycle that repeated itself endlessly. That day, as the three of them were driving their wagon toward northern Ji, they were ambushed by bandits. The bandits were highly professional. First, they fired shots to startle the horses, then swiftly seized the animals. Immediately after, a booming voice bellowed, "We only take money, not women, and we won't harm anyone." Having crisscrossed Shanghai for years, Wang San was no stranger to bandits. He smoothly switched to slang, striking up a conversation with them. He thrust his hands high through the carriage curtain and called out, "What's up?" 126, Farewell to Qin Province. Did Wang San actually befriend bandits? Oh? Underworld slang? Grandpa Wang actually knows this? What's so surprising about that? Grandpa Wang traveled the underworld, knowing a few slang terms is no big deal. Clearly, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were quite intrigued by Wang San's tales from his days in the underworld. After all, Wang San's tales were far more lighthearted and cheerful than Chen Huaifang's stories, from beginning to end. Though there was also the incident with Cheng Jinyun of the Sifan warehouse earlier. But that shot that took down the landlord was still incredibly satisfying. This time, Wang San saw the comments in the livestream. He smiled and replied, "Back in the day, traveling all over the country, you had to know a bit of local dialects and underworld slang. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten anywhere." Wang San's days on the road were nothing like today. Cars are nearby, trains and high-speed rail are a bit farther, and planes take you even farther. Arriving in unfamiliar places, you could pull out your phone anytime for navigation. Even abroad, translation apps enabled seamless communication. Back in his day, language barriers were real. Mandarin was the official language, but most common folk never left their hometowns, speaking thick regional dialects. Often, you'd listen to a whole speech and still have no clue what they meant. If you encountered bandits or robbers, even if their accent was light enough to understand, their mouths were full of underworld slang you couldn't help but be clueless about. Especially their slang. Often, bandits weren't as unreasonable as people imagined. Bandits, what exactly are bandits? Bandits who seize mountains as their strongholds, survive by plundering people's wealth, and disrupt public order and morality? Yes, that's what bandits are. But before becoming bandits, most were ordinary people, or rather, ordinary people driven to desperation by the harshness of the times, forced to take to the hills as outlaws. Remember? After Chen Huaifang escaped from the warlords, he even considered becoming an outlaw. So some bandits, some possess a basic sense of conscience. They aren't utterly depraved scoundrels, they simply had no other way to survive and had to rely on means outside the established order. They were certainly despicable, but even despicable people had their pitiable aspects. Now, the band of bandits Wang San encountered belonged precisely to this category. They were all from northern Hebei, some even from the capital or further east. Their region first faced warlords, then Japanese invaders. The constant chaos and warfare left them no way to survive. Some among them shared a story strikingly similar to Chen Huaifang's. Their villages were ravaged by the Japanese invaders. Barely escaping with their lives, they sought to enlist in the army to fight the enemy and serve their country. Instead, they encountered unscrupulous warlords who cared only about lining their own pockets. After finally escaping, they found themselves in unfamiliar territory, unable to secure stable work to survive. Taking to the hills as bandits became their only option. These bandits could be reasoned with. But you had to use code words, because they were bandits after all. Bandits inherently fear the imperial troops, who genuinely hunt them down. That's why code talk is essential, it builds the most basic trust. A few words of code were exchanged, and the other party clearly caught Wang San's interest. He reined in his horse and approached, saying plainly, "Hands up." Wang San stepped out of the carriage, hands spread open at his sides, equally unguarded, no guns. Simply put, these phrases meant, no guns, no violence. At this very moment, as Wang San slowly recounted how he conversed with that band of bandits and how they became friends. Outside this small courtyard. Not far down the street, inside that pitch-black van. Luo Nan and Chu Tong savored a rare moment of tranquility. Though their mission to escort Chen Huaifang and ensure his safety appeared straightforward, it was anything but easy. Not only did they have to coordinate with local authorities in every area they passed through, but they also had to constantly drive while maintaining a safe distance. Getting too far behind risked losing track of him, while getting too close could spark unnecessary online speculation. Most of the time, they had to keep their nerves on high alert. Only at moments like this, when Chen Huaifang had found a place to rest, could they finally relax for a bit. At that moment, Chu Tong lay on the reclined passenger seat, eyes closed, resting. Luo Nan sat in the driver's seat, his phone on the center console streaming Chen Huaifang's livestream. He too leaned back in his seat, a rare look of languor on his face. Suddenly, he jolted awake. He whipped his head toward the window just in time to see a greasy middle-aged man wearing a small helmet and riding a mismatched bicycle pull up beside the car. Before the man could even come to a complete stop, let alone raise his hand to knock on the window, Luo Nan rolled down his window first. "Hello." The greasy middle-aged man was clearly startled by Luo Nan inside the car. He hurriedly explained, hello. I was wondering, is this Hongsuan? Luonan looked at the man's small, pea-sized eyes and nodded.
The greasy middle-aged man chuckled, pressed his palms together in thanks, and pedaled away on his bicycle. Luonan watched the receding figure, his brow furrowing slightly.
Xiutong noticed his reaction and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Luonan shook his head slightly. "I don't know. I don't know." He truly didn't know. He didn't know what was wrong either. This man looked perfectly normal. His appearance and demeanor were fine.
Though there was a hint of sleaziness in his eyes, they didn't reveal much malice. Yet, this greasy middle-aged man gave Luonan an extremely uncomfortable feeling, a profoundly unpleasant one.
It was an inexplicable, visceral loathing.
It even felt dangerous. But clearly, Xiutong, who hadn't seen the man's appearance, didn't share this feeling. She simply thought Luonan was being overly cautious as usual and tried to reassure him, "Don't be so tense. There are plenty of bad people these days, but they don't show up this often."
Luonan didn't respond.
After a long silence, he emitted a drawn-out hum from the back of his throat. Meanwhile, far away, the greasy middle-aged man on the bicycle vanished from Luonan's sight as he rounded a corner, letting out a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. He spoke into the microphone tucked into his collar. "Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me.
Mr. Akutagawa, you'll never guess who I just saw." Mr. Akutagawa's voice came through the invisible Bluetooth earpiece in his ear. "Who could scare you that badly? Aren't you the tough guy who claims to watch The Grudge while eating hot pot? Did you see Kayako?" Fujimoto Yasuke shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. He hurriedly explained, "Mr. Akutagawa, you know me. Even Kayako would be a beauty in my eyes. But what I just saw was a real-deal demon, Mr. Akutagawa." On the other end, Mr. Akutagawa's patience was clearly wearing thin. "Spit it out. You didn't see that Ronin guy, did you?" Fujimoto Yasuke swallowed hard, unable to answer. Mr. Akutagawa's tone grew noticeably cautious. "Are you sure?" Fujimoto Yasuke hurriedly replied, "Yes." Mr. Akutagawa closed his eyes tightly. "Damn it! Will you use that pig brain of yours?" "Ronin? Who the hell is Ronin?" "He's a bodyguard who protects China's top-tier VIPs. How could he possibly be in a place like that? Is your brain broken? Or is it stuffed full of Kayako's AI face-swapped photos?" Clearly, Mr. Akutagawa refused to believe Ronin would ever show up in a backwater like Hongsuan. Who was Ronin? Internally, he was the leader of the second operations team within Bureau 113 and one of Old Man Ma's personal security detail, ranking just below the Bureau's deputy director. But externally, before passing Bureau 113's recruitment assessments and training, Ronin had served in a secret, unpublicized unit of Huaxia. For 8 years, he participated in nearly every unacknowledged bloody conflict on this planet. The number of people who died by his hand was at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Particularly memorable was an operation against the Foot Basin. He moved through it with the ease of a man entering an empty field. Overnight, he nearly wiped out the entire Yamabuki group, an organization Mr. Akutagawa had painstakingly cultivated for 15 years. The sole survivor, rescued from the brink, was left utterly traumatized. When questioned by Mr. Akutagawa, he could only repeat 2 words, "Devil. Devil." Clearly, such a demon could never have been sent to this place by China. "Mr. Akutagawa, I swear I didn't mistake him. I swear I didn't." Fujimoto Yasuke swallowed hard and explained, "Ever since we unearthed that blurry photo of Ronin back then, his face has been etched into my memory. I couldn't possibly be mistaken." Mr. Akutagawa snapped impatiently, "You cowardly fool. So what if it really was him? Do you think our Yamabuki group are vegetarians? Besides, he's not the same man he was back then. Without his weapons, he's like a tiger stripped of its fangs. Listen, you must follow the plan. Otherwise, the consequences, you know what they'll be." After being berated by Mr. Akutagawa, Fujimoto Yasuke gazed helplessly at the setting sun in the distance. His expression was more miserable than if he'd eaten. 127, for the sake of eternal peace. Kill the bandits. Save the nation. Children, what do you think bandits should be like? The sun had already set, and Wang San's story had reached the part where he had negotiated with the bandits and planned to meet them on the mountain. He posed the question, and nearly 400,000 viewers in the livestream instantly offered their answers. Of course, they'd be drinking from big bowls and eating meat in huge bites. Let me go first. Back then, bandits could live well by raiding homes and plundering, but it wasn't like the TV dramas with big bowls of wine and huge chunks of meat. Exactly, then what happened? Then I don't know. Laughs. In reality, bandits back then lived no better than ordinary folk. Bandits were bandits, a threat to social stability. Even if local governments turned a blind eye, they'd still send troops to hunt them down for profit. Even if it was a half-hearted effort, it was still a crackdown. So back and forth, bandits not only faced government crackdowns but also risked their lives raiding villages down in the lowlands. Life wasn't miserable, but it certainly wasn't good either. It must be said. As Chen Huaifang's livestream gained more viewers and grew increasingly popular, the crowd in his chat room became more and more diverse. Initially, most were ordinary netizens who tuned in during breaks or while goofing off at work to kill time.
But now, aside from the official personnel stationed in the livestream room under the coordination of the 113 Bureau, there were also all sorts of civilian experts and even university professors specializing in historical research. Their analyses were thorough and well-reasoned. Watching the responses in the chat, Wang San nodded with both surprise and satisfaction. "You're right, kids.
You're absolutely right. The bandits back then weren't anything like the ones portrayed in today's TV dramas, well-fed, warmly dressed, feasting on rich meats at every meal. Li Xiangwei's gang? Forget about feasting on delicacies. When I joined them in the mountains, I even doubted they were real bandits."
The bandits who elicited such a response from Wang San must have truly lived in hardship.
Wang San was never one to exaggerate.
Back then, he'd gone up the mountains with Taozi and Erzwang, following Li Xiangwei, the leader of that bandit gang.
Truthfully, Wang San hadn't known how much trust Li Xiangwei placed in him back then.
He hadn't even been sure if he'd make it back alive after joining them in the mountains. But he knew this: if he, Taozi, and Erzwang ever clashed with Li Xiangwei's men, all three of them would surely meet their end right there. Better safe than sorry up the mountain it was.
And so, blindfolded with a black cloth, Wang San was led up the mountain by Li Xiangwei. Taozi and Erzwang, meanwhile, were first taken to an abandoned, dilapidated courtyard. Let's start with the beginning.
Wang San naturally recounted his own story first.
Bandits are like foxes, cunning creatures.
As the saying goes, a clever hare has three burrows. Li Xiangwei and his crew wouldn't just reveal their mountain hideout so easily. That's why they blindfolded me, circled around on horseback a few times, and only then headed up the mountain. As Wang San spoke, Chen Huaifang chimed in with a teasing remark: "No wonder you spotted I wasn't a bandit right away. Come to think of it, when I took you to the base back then, I should have blindfolded you with a black cloth and spun you around on the horse a few times too."
Ha 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 ha. Wang San chuckled in agreement before composing himself and continuing. Who was Li Xiangwei?
That was the first question that sprang to Wang San's mind after the black cloth was torn from his head. For in that so-called loyalty and righteousness hall, neither spacious nor well lit, the first thing that caught Wang San's eye wasn't a tiger skin or a golden eagle, but a long yellowed scroll. Inscribed upon it were the 4 sentences of Hanku, a famous passage by the northern Song scholar Zhang Zai, now quoted in countless literary works. Establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, continue the lost teachings of the sages of old, and open an era of peace for all generations.
Today, these words might be considered common knowledge across the internet.
But back then, in an era where perhaps not even 1 in 100 could read, those who knew these words could be counted on one hand. Especially in a bandit's lair like this, it was even rarer. When the viewers in the livestream heard these words, they were stunned.
Holy crap! Is this Li Xiangwei some kind of time traveler? Don't get carried away. Is he literally from that novel, Reborn in 1940, starting as a bandit to fight the Japanese and save the nation?
It'd be more believable to say Li Xiangwei was the last imperial scholar of the Qing dynasty.
Whoa, could he really be the last imperial scholar of the Qing dynasty? Reading the comments and questions flooding the chat, Wang San couldn't help but burst out laughing. The last imperial scholar? Ha ha, that's impossible.
Li Xiangwei was barely 30 back then. Even if he could speak and write from birth, he wouldn't have been eligible for the top scholar title.
Wang San roared with laughter as he revealed the truth.
Though Li Xiangwei wasn't the top scholar of the late Qing dynasty, his family did have some connection to the top scholar. Li Xiangwei's father had passed the provincial examination during the final imperial examination of the Qing dynasty, making Li Xiangwei a scion of a scholarly family. From childhood, his father raised him to become a scholar. His father even harbored fantasies of a Qing dynasty restoration, envisioning his son inheriting his scholarly legacy, passing the imperial examinations as top scholar, and entering government service. But clearly, none of this is possible. The Qing dynasty could never be restored. The vast land of China entered a chaotic era under the wheels of history. Li Xiangwei's father, a former official who had briefly held office in northern Hebei, ultimately perished in the warlord conflicts. In 1929, at the age of 15, Li Xiangwei began his journey alone in the world. There was no place for scholars or literati in this harsh environment. Li Xiangwei had no choice but to harden himself. He became a bandit and took lives. But he put it bluntly, every damn soul I've killed deserved it. Corrupt Qing dynasty officials, traitorous warlord lackeys, and those bastards who bullied the common folk, they all deserved to die, so die they did. Wang San wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. He too was blunt: at least you're a real man. You wouldn't shoot ordinary folks. Li Xiangwei clearly bought Wang San's logic hook, line, and sinker. He roared with laughter, you're right. I did spend a few years studying the classics. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hung this saying here. But alas, establishing a heart for heaven and earth? That's beyond me now. Establishing destiny for the people? I have no time to spare for that either. Continuing the lost teachings of the sages? Well, I certainly don't have time to keep reading those sacred texts anymore. But you could establish lasting peace for all generations. Wang San cut Li Xiangwei off abruptly. This was a taboo in bandit circles. How dare an outsider interrupt the leader's words? Do you truly believe these merciless bandits regard you as a friend?
Even if they did, you still couldn't just casually interrupt their leader. So immediately, bandits raised their guns, aiming them at Wang San's head. But Wang San wasn't afraid. Or rather, this man who had traveled the underworld for years, seen countless people across the land, had already discerned and tasted what kind of person Wang San truly was. He was a man who had willingly chosen to sink into depravity. Willingly degenerate? Isn't being a bandit the very definition of self-destruction? That doesn't make sense. If he truly embraced a life of self-destruction, why would he hang the 4 sentences of Henku? True. If Li Xiangwei truly embraced self-destruction, why would he display the 4 sentences of Henku? No, precisely because he was consciously choosing to sink into depravity, fully aware of his own decline, he would hang the 4 sentences of Hengju. What's that saying again? Wang San stared at his aged face on the screen, unable to forget the one thing he'd done in his life that he was most proud of. He sighed deeply. A true man should carry a 3-foot sword and harbor ambitions beyond compare. Didn't Li Xiangwei also aspire to be a great man? But for him, he had witnessed his father's struggles and helplessness in the bureaucracy, seen the chaos and ruthlessness of the warlords, and personally witnessed the oppression of the common people during his life in exile. Yet, that was all he had ever seen. He was not like me, who witnessed the desperate resistance of people like Cheng Jinyun and heard their tragic, heroic cries before dying for their country. Nor was he like Huaifang. Or rather, he was another version of Huaifang. If Huaifang had never encountered Gusun, never met Huang Qingjie, and instead taken to banditry, wouldn't that Huaifang be another Li Xiangwei? As Wang San explained this, the over 400,000 viewers in the livestream suddenly understood. Right. Li Xiangwei, isn't he just Chen Huaifang who never met Old Master Gusun or Huang Qingjie? In other words, wasn't Chen Huaifang just Li Xiangwei who encountered Old Master Gusun and Huang Qingjie? Both men harbored grand ambitions, one simply encountered a benefactor, while the other did not. No, that's not right. Li Xiangwei did meet one. Wang San was his benefactor. That day, beneath the scroll of Henku's 4 sentences, Li Xiangwei calmly posed a question to Wang San: how does one usher in lasting peace for all generations? Wang San calmly gave him an answer. Slay the bandits, save the nation. 128. It's time to do something that will go down in history. The phrase bring lasting peace to all generations is rather grand. Throughout history, countless heroes and great men have strived for this, yet few have ever achieved it. But now, at this very moment, if we wish to usher in peace for all generations, there is only one path: slay the traitors. Wang San told the story, completely immersing himself in that chaotic era. Seated on his family's heated bed, he watched the stream of comments flash by in the live chat, though he no longer saw them. He felt as though he had returned to that tumultuous era. Peace. What is peace? Peace meant no wars across the land. Peace means men tilling the fields and women weaving cloth, with everyone having enough to eat. Peace. Peace is peace. There's no fancy way to put it. But peace, at the very least, means sending those damn Japanese devils who've been burning, killing, and pillaging across the land of China back to their own damn homelands to suckle at their mothers' breasts. That was Wang San's answer. And these 4 words made Li Xiangwei's heart, which had long ceased to stir since he became an outlaw, suddenly leap with life. Yes. What kind of hero is a man of 7 feet tall who cowers on a hilltop as a bandit, robbing the rich to feed the poor? It was no different from the Liangshan Marsh in the end, they'd just be branded as bandits. Loyalty and righteousness, loyalty to what? Righteousness to what? Truth be told, if one spends their entire life cowering on a mountain as a bandit, the only loyalty is to oneself, and the only righteousness is for oneself. You'll never amount to a real man. Li Xiangwei's pent-up anger, choking him for half his life, erupted in a thunderous roar. He shouted, "Good! Damn good! I've finally met someone who gets it. You're something else. Come on, tell me, which bandits should we kill? The Japanese pirates. The devils. How do we kill them?" With this, Wang San and Li Xiangwei showed not a shred of hesitation. The other bandits, however, looked troubled, especially the one-eyed third leader. He immediately spoke up: "Leader, we can't do that. The devils aren't foes we can provoke. They have far too many guns. We have only a dozen or so rifles among the dozens of brothers on the mountain. What do we have to fight the devils with?" Hearing this, Li Xiangwei abruptly turned his head. He cracked his neck but said nothing. Wang San countered bluntly: "Why can't we fight? Third brother must not have witnessed it during the Battle of Shanghai. Didn't 750,000 of our Chinese sons charge bravely to their deaths? And you've certainly never witnessed the final days of that battle, when at Sifang Warehouse, martyr Chang Jinyun led fewer than 300 men to hold off an entire Japanese division for 48 hours? Have you seen how they fought to the death?" Wang San's barrage of questions left the third leader speechless. Who was the third leader? He was just a good-for-nothing street thug who built a reputation through brutality, then joined the bandits in the mountains seeking a better life. He couldn't tell a single character from a double-barred one if it fell on his head, and his mind was filled only with immediate gains. As for eternal peace? The Chinese nation? Integrity? In his eyes, as long as he could live a life of luxury and indulgence before dying, who cared about what happened afterward? That was the mindset of most people. But sometimes, things get done by the few. On that mountain, among those dozens of bandits, Li Xiangwei was the one who truly held sway. His words fell like a hammer to the ground. After 11 years of murder and arson, today I finally know who I truly am. It's time to do something worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Before sunset tonight, those willing to stay and follow me to slay bandits and serve the nation stay. Those unwilling, I won't hold you back. Those who should leave, leave. Those who should run, run. Li Xiangwei truly a name that lives up to its grandeur. If someone wished to leave, he would not force them to stay. He felt little joy at those who stayed behind. Deep down, he simply felt compelled to accomplish something truly monumental, something worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Great! Holy crap! I actually guessed right. I knew these bandits weren't bad guys. I knew it. I knew it. Our Li family are all good people. Bandits joining the war effort wasn't exactly rare during the resistance. Take the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army alone, there are plenty of records of bandits being incorporated or voluntarily joining the fight. Over 400,000 viewers couldn't help but applaud Li Xiangwei upon hearing this. After all, as the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. It's easy for good people to turn bad, but hard for bad people to turn good. At this point, Chen Huaifang suddenly interrupted Wang San. Brother San, he asked, why haven't I heard you mention this before? Wang San paused briefly, sighed, and said, because it wasn't exactly a good thing. Li Xiangwei, in the end, never managed to pull it off. I guess I was just too ambitious back then. Ah. He let out a long sigh, momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know how to continue. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat suddenly felt a sense of unease. Li Xiangwei couldn't have. When Grandpa Wang sighs like that, it usually means someone's about to die in the story. No way? Li Xiangwei can't really be dead, right? Meanwhile, outside the small courtyard, the sun had set. Some cats and dogs, well fed and content, still lay sprawled in the yard, resting comfortably. Others had either left the yard or scattered around its perimeter. Among them, the orange cat that had once climbed onto the windowsill to watch Chen Huaifang and Wang San tell stories and bask in the sun from outside the window now strode haughtily along the wall. Suddenly, it turned its head, gazing down at the alley outside the courtyard at its feet. That greasy middle-aged man, Fujimoto Yasuke, was cautiously making his way through it, afraid of stepping on something and making a sound. Suddenly, he looked up and locked eyes with the orange cat. Oh Meow-san. Startled by the orange cat, Fujimoto Yasuke quickly raised both hands. Perched on the wall, the orange cat tilted its head slightly, observing the shady-looking fellow in the alley. It yawned widely, then began licking its paw. Fujimoto Yasuke breathed a sigh of relief and slowly made his way down the alley toward the back of the courtyard. Just as Mr. Akutagawa had said on the phone, the calmer Fujimoto Yasuke now found himself thinking that Huaxia would never send a monster like Luonan to such a remote mountain village. What would a monster like that be doing in a place like this? Surely not to protect those two old men in the house? How could that be possible? Fujimoto admitted that while the veterans of the War of Resistance deserved China's respect, surely not this level of attention? A few tokens of appreciation and gifts during festivals would suffice. It was unthinkable that Luonan would be sent personally for their protection. Absolutely impossible. Reassuring himself with this thought, Fujimoto Yasuke skirted the alley beside the small courtyard and rounded to the rear of the house. There lay an open cornfield, its sprouted stalks glowing emerald green beneath the sky, still not quite dark. It was an incredibly beautiful, indescribably soothing sight. But Fujimoto Yasuke had neither the time nor the heart to appreciate it now. He crept cautiously along the wall toward the house's window, even crawling on all fours like a dog to reach the windowsill. There, he carefully installed the pinhole camera he'd prepared beforehand into one corner of the window. Alright, done. With his task accomplished, Fujimoto Yasuke crouched beneath the window and gave himself a pat on the back. Then, he saw a large yellow dog standing at the entrance of the alley, staring intently at him. He swallowed hard. Dog. Dog-san. Don't get excited, don't get excited. But this yellow dog wasn't like the orange cat. Sensing the scent of a thief on Fujimoto Yasuke, the dog didn't hesitate. It was a stray that roamed the village, and Wang San kindly left leftover food and dog-cat food in his yard. Loyal to its master, the dog hesitated only briefly before lunging straight for Fujimoto Yasuke's rear end. Crunch! Unable to reveal his identity, Fujimoto Yasuke gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled away. Meanwhile, Luonan, sitting in the car, suddenly sat up straight, then pushed open the door and got out. Shu Tong decisively pushed her door open and followed, calling out, "What's wrong?" Luonan answered as he walked toward Wang San's courtyard. Something's off. 129, bandits attacking headquarters? 113 in Foot Basin at war? By the time Luonan reached the rear of the small courtyard, Fujimoto Yasuke had already vanished without a trace. After all, he was a sleeper agent meticulously cultivated by the Foot Basin for years. Though sleazy and comical in nature, he possessed genuine operational skills. Even Luonan couldn't spot any obvious clues. He simply moved silently to the window, running 2 fingers along the dust-covered sill. Even in the emergency of being bitten on the butt by the big yellow dog, Fujimoto Yasuke hadn't forgotten to reapply a layer of dust to the windowsill. This demonstrated his meticulous attention to detail. Yet it was precisely this thick layer of dust that deepened Luonan's suspicions. Passing by the courtyard gate, he deliberately glanced inside. Though the courtyard contained many items, it was not cluttered. Chaotic yet orderly. Even the bowls for stray cats and dogs were spotless, proving Wang San himself was not untidy, perhaps even fastidious. A person like that might let dust accumulate on their windows, but never in such a thick layer. Luonan rubbed the dust from his fingertips, glancing once more into the house. Then he turned and left. Back in the car, Xu Tong immediately asked, "Did you notice something off?" Luonan shook his head, then nodded. "Someone went to the back of that room and did something on the windowsill, but I haven't found it yet." Xu Tong narrowed her eyes, pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Once the elders are settled for the night, I'll go with you to take a look." Luonan rummaged through the glove compartment, pushed open the door, and stepped out. "No need. I'll handle it myself." Sitting in the passenger seat, Xu Tong sighed with a sense of helplessness. Watching Luonan's departing figure, she felt nothing but exasperation toward this colleague of hers. She admitted that while Luonan might not outshine everyone in the 113 Bureau, he certainly outshone over 90% of them. But his temperament was utterly peculiar. As Old Ma put it, Luonan's previous work environment had been exceptionally unique, fostering a reluctance to interact with outsiders, or rather, an inability to do so effectively. The problem was that Bureau 113 was a massive operation requiring seamless coordination across multiple departments. If communication broke down, it could lead to major chaos. With this in mind, Xu Tong silently pulled out her Bluetooth earpiece and hooked it into her ear before opening the task force communication channel. Bao Ting, run a check on all foreign nationals who have entered or exited Shandong province within the last 7 days. Then filter through all non-local personnel who have entered the vicinity of Hongsuan within the last 48 hours. Report any suspicious cases to me immediately. Moments later, Bao Ting's surprised voice crackled through the earpiece. "Sis, all of them?" "Yes. Sis, I gotta warn you, several top-tier and super-tier celebrities have been holding concerts and performances in Shandong these past few days. Filtering by your criteria won't just yield tens of thousands, it'll be at least several thousand. Can you handle that alone?" On the other end, Bao Ting kept talking while her hands already started working. Xu Tong closed her eyes. Of course she knew this, but with the task at hand, she had no choice. Hurry up and get it done. "I need it by midnight tonight." "Got it." The call ended abruptly. Xu Tong searched through the workgroup again, selected several names, and promptly created a chat group. She cleared her throat. "All right, everyone here?" "Present." "Here. Here. What's up?" Xu Tong looked up at Wang San's doorplate and stated plainly, "Number 16, Group 3, Hong Village, Baiyu County, Shiping District, Dongchang City, Shandong Province. This location is now designated as a priority area. Starting immediately, all access routes leading to this location will be subject to strict inspection." "What level?" "Level 2. Check identity, occupation, and personal belongings. Anyone flagged as suspicious will be taken away immediately." "Understood." Then she continued. "So far, we haven't intercepted any valuable information, but Code 004 has been communicating with us quite frequently these past few days." 004? Xu Tong furrowed her brow slightly. "You mean that Akutagawa Ryuichi?" "Yep. That old codger's a die-hard leftist, always dreaming of going head-to-head with us someday." "Ah. Now I understand why Luonan's been so jumpy." Xu Tong closed her eyes, pondering for a moment. "All right. Since that shameless bureau is stirring up trouble again, we'll see this through to the end. We'll meet their attacks head-on. You guys keep working. I'll go find old Gung to submit a request." After speaking, Xu Tong opened another workgroup, located a specific person, and initiated a private call request. After about 30 seconds, the call connected. A steady male voice answered. "Speak. Old Gung, the foot basin is stirring up trouble again. Go on." "That shameless guy from the ministry, Akutagawa Ryuichi, seems to be targeting old Chen, who's under old Ma's special protection." "Of course, maybe I'm overthinking it. But what you're trying to say is that Luonan discovered the problem first, not you. And Luonan has had direct contact with that Akutagawa Ryuichi, so he's very familiar with his style. So you think you're being overly sensitive and worried now, right?" "Right. This isn't excessive sensitivity." On the other end of the line, the man Xu Tong referred to as Old Gung was seated directly across from Old Ma. He stated bluntly, "Old Ma is sitting right in front of me. I can be clear with you, next year marks the 80th anniversary of China's victory in the War of Resistance. The Japanese have always had their sights set on these significant anniversaries, always looking to stir up trouble. This time, they're planning something too. I'll let Old Ma speak with you." After that, the voice on the line switched to Old Ma himself.
His voice sounded aged yet profoundly resonant. Little Chu, it's me.
Mr. Ma, please speak. Uncle Chen. Chen Huaifang is no longer just a founding hero. He's become a major online sensation, wielding significant influence over our younger generation.
Therefore, you must protect his safety at all costs. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will represent us at next year's September 3rd military parade in China, delivering a speech to boost morale. We must avenge our blood feud, but if they dare cause trouble now, we'll strike with thunderous force.
Understood.
On this end, Chu Tong's eyes flickered slightly. She looked up and saw Luo Nan, who had just walked away, had somehow returned to the car. He was unbuttoning his jacket, then carefully removing the uniform issued by Bureau 113. He folded it neatly and placed it on the hood. He extended both hands toward Chu Tong in the passenger seat. The message was clear, he would return within 10 hours.
Ma Lao's words at all costs still echoed in Chu Tong's ears as she nodded to Luo Nan. Then, the blade drew from its sheath. With a clang, the blade was drawn. Children, can you imagine that scene? An entire village of innocent people. They were dragged to the village entrance by a group of Japanese soldiers. Men, women, old, and young, all of them were forced to kneel before a long dry riverbed. Then one by one, their heads rolled down. An entire village, 204 souls, all slaughtered by the Japanese, just because they failed to deliver one sack of grain. Inside the room, Wang San, who had been telling the story non-stop, wasn't just talking himself hoarse, he was getting more and more worked up. From the moment he and Li Xiangwei swore brotherhood, vowing to accomplish something that would go down in history. To the days when he and Li Xiangwei, alongside their brothers from the mountains, Taozi and Erzwang, slaughtered countless Japanese devils in northern Hebei. Though back then, Wang San could never bring himself to kill. The sight of blood always made him nauseous and dizzy. He truly knew, that they were forging a legacy that would echo through the ages. Killing bandits, serving the nation. But, the enemies were endless. Instead, those deranged Japanese devils, driven mad by the deeds of Wang San and Li Xiangwei, grew ever more frenzied and vicious in their rampage across northern Hebei. They tore off their hypocritical masks entirely and began a savage slaughter. If they failed to conscript one man from a village, they would execute every man, woman, and child within it. They would even chop off the head of the next Chinese person they saw simply because one of their soldiers had sprained his ankle. This was intimidation, a display of power. They sought to instill terror in the Chinese people, to make them cower in fear and never look them in the eye again. But the Japanese clearly did not understand. How could the people of this remote island possibly comprehend a nation that, thousands of years ago, could proclaim, "The old heaven has perished, the new heaven shall rise"? The Chinese people are unstoppable. Wang San and Li Xiangwei would certainly not halt their actions because of the Japanese invaders' increasingly brutal massacres. On the contrary, they were about to undertake a truly grand endeavor, not the petty skirmishes of capturing 1 or 2, or even 3 or 5 Japanese soldiers. They were going to take down the Japanese command headquarters in this county town. 130, the cowardly third leader, actually went to inform on us to the Japs? Attack the headquarters? With just our little group, attack the headquarters? When Li Xiangwei learned Wang San's next target was actually the Japanese command post in the county seat. Though he'd long braced himself for a big job sooner or later, he still felt a jolt of surprise. The enemy headquarters was no place for their few dozen men and dozen rifles to challenge. Though Li Xiangwei harbored lofty ambitions, he wasn't an unrealistic dreamer. To accomplish anything, to kill the enemy, one must first weigh their own strength and limitations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called fighting the enemy, nor would it be heroic. It would be like pitting an egg against a stone, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a recipe for self-destruction. Didn't Wang San understand this truth as well? So he countered Li Xiangwei, "How many Japanese are in the garrison headquarters at the county seat?" Li Xiangwei paused briefly, then held up 3 fingers, "At least 300. Wang San pressed further, "And how many men do we have?" Li Xiangwei spread his arms wide, scanning the group around him. "Can't you see? Counting Erzwang and Tayer, plus you and me, we're 38 in total. 38 men against 300 Japanese soldiers. It truly was like pitting an egg against a stone." Wang San pondered for a moment before asking, "Then where are we?" Li Xiangwei was taken aback by the question. He replied in confusion, "Where are we? Of course we're on the mountain." Wang San nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. "Then where are the Japanese?" Just then, the third leader, who had always been critical of the mission to kill the Japanese, spoke up. "Hold on, could you stop spouting nonsense? Where are the devils? They're in their own damn homeland. Where else would they be? Surely not in my house." Li Xiangwei shot a glare at the third leader, silencing him instantly. He then stated, "The Japanese are in the county seat, at the headquarters." Then, as if suddenly understanding, he looked at Wang San. "So you mean the enemy is out in the open while we operate in the shadows?" Wang San finally chuckled. He loved talking to sharp minds like this. "Exactly. The enemy is out in the open, while we're hidden." During the Li Tang dynasty, Emperor Taizong staged the Xuanwu Gate incident with just 800 men and seized the throne. We have 38 men and 22 rifles now. Why can't we take down the Japanese's little headquarters?
There was no denying that Wang San's reference to history carried real weight.
But how many in this room had even read books? And how many even knew who this Emperor Taizong of the Li Tang dynasty was?
In this room, aside from Li Xiangwei and Wang San himself, only Taozi, who had studied for a few years, could grasp the meaning of his words. So after I finished speaking, hardly anyone in the room truly grasped what I meant. Wang San chuckled helplessly at this point, then stated plainly, most of the principles behind it, they couldn't grasp.
But even if they couldn't grasp the principles, they could see the reality.
Kids, over 200 of our brothers had their heads chopped off by the Japanese right before your eyes.
Could you stand by and do nothing? Wang San didn't even need to ask.
The audience in the livestream, about to break the 500,000 mark, couldn't hold back any longer.
Those bastards don't even see us as human.
I understand the saying, preserve the green mountains and you'll never run out of firewood, but if I saw that scene, I wouldn't be able to hold back from charging in to fight. Back then, the invaders' policy toward us was kill, burn, and loot. They clearly aimed to annihilate our nation and race.
That wolfish ambition hasn't died out to this day. Wang San didn't even need to glance at the comments.
He could guess these responses even without reading them.
He continued, suddenly turning to Chen Huaifang. Huaifang, if this happened to you, what would you do? Me? Chen Huaifang pointed at himself, then let his gaze drift into the distance.
His voice was calm.
Third brother, haven't I told you how I went from being a regimental political commissar to being demoted to a battalion commander?
Wang San shook his head.
Chen Huaifang cut straight to the point, it's much like your situation.
Wang San murmured in puzzlement.
They'd been brothers for decades, yet there were still things he didn't know.
Come to think of it, though, in all these years, he had never once asked Chen Huaifang why he'd been demoted from regimental political commissar to battalion commander. The story of how Chen Huaifang had been stripped of his political command position and demoted from regimental political commissar to battalion commander would come later. But Wang San was here to discuss his own business. Ever since they'd decided to take out the Japanese command post in the county seat, he and Li Xiangwei had been scouting the location, preparing to pull off this major operation with a surprise attack. During these reconnaissance missions, Wang San had also discovered the crucial element that could make the entire operation possible.
That was the ammunition depot of the Japanese command headquarters.
It was a veritable bomb in itself. The entire Japanese headquarters housed over 300 men, 300 rifles, thousands of rounds of ammunition, plus howitzers and shells enough to fill that sizable warehouse to the brim. To prevent theft or raids by anti-Japanese forces, the Japanese had built the depot in the innermost corner of the headquarters, adjacent to the earthen city wall of the county town. It appeared to be a position easy to defend but difficult to attack. Yes, only in appearance. Wang San had inspected that earthen wall. It was built so long ago, no one could recall when.
During the corrupt Qing dynasty, the county lacked funds for repairs.
And in earlier years, repeated rounds of warfare and artillery bombardments had left it crumbling and unstable. When the Japanese invaded, they simply exploited what was already there, never considering investing resources to reinforce it. This left the earthen wall appearing solid yet hollow within, easily breached with minimal effort.
But digging through wasn't enough.
While the earthen walls were thin, the Japanese warehouses had thick walls. But thickness wasn't the problem.
Wang San had a solution. What was his solution? Fire oil. Kerosene? Li Xiangwei frowned.
Wang San nodded at him. Kerosene, it catches fire instantly and seeps into every crack. All we need to do is chisel a hole in that earthen wall and pour the kerosene in all at once.
If even a drop touches the enemy's explosives, it'll send at least half their command post skyward.
After Wang San finished, Li Xiangwei nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed a viable plan.
But the problem was how to get it inside. Fire oil was tricky to obtain, yet not impossible. It just required more time and money. Coincidentally, Li Xiangwei's band of bandits had no shortage of time, while Wang San had no shortage of money.
But getting it inside was the hardest part.
The Japanese weren't fools. Though they hadn't unleashed a massacre in the county town, they had the surrounding transportation routes tightly under their control.
With the warehouse right there, they would never allow any Chinese to get close. So the only option was to sneak in.
How to sneak it in? Deliver it under cover of night. No way. Too dangerous. The Japanese always work in 2 shifts. We can't bypass them at night either.
Li Xiangwei immediately rejected Wang San's plan.
Wang San shook his head. No, this is the only way. Li Xiangwei shook his head. Impossible. We'll definitely be discovered, and once we are, it's certain death. Wang San explained, who said we'd deliver it directly to the earthen ramparts?
First, sneak the fire oil in and hide it somewhere. Then, when night falls, send a few men in light gear to retrieve it. Besides, kerosene is flammable, but it's not exactly dangerous.
Even if the Japanese inspect us, they won't find anything.
After this explanation, Li Xiangwei seemed to accept Wang San's plan. But the specifics, how to execute it, who would carry it out, and who would bear the risk, still needed discussion. Yet while Li Xiangwei and Wang San debated these details outside the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall, the third leader who had always urged Li Xiangwei to strike against the Japanese rather than continue their so-called robbing the rich to aid the poor could no longer sit still. He hadn't been to school and cared little about who truly ruled this world. He could only see what was right before his eyes. He had followed Li Xiangwei into banditry, taking to the mountains to become outlaws, for the sake of filling his belly, even indulging in fine food and drink. Though he had previously obeyed Li Xiangwei's orders to rob the rich and aid the poor, he always managed to pocket some spoils to fill his own belly afterward. But these recent skirmishes with the Japanese? Besides risking his neck every time, what had he gained? Money? None. Guns? They had to be shared out. Even his brothers. From over 60 at the start, they'd dwindled to just over 30 now. Nearly half of them were dead. Third brother felt his turn was coming soon. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. But now, everyone else on the mountain except him is consumed by thoughts of their compatriots brutally slaughtered by the Japanese invaders. Everyone was consumed by thoughts of revenge except him. He only wanted to survive. What did the lives of others matter to him? No, that won't do. He had to find a way to survive. With this thought, third brother descended the mountain as if driven by some unseen force. 131. What if the road ahead is a death march? Face death with composure. By the time we realized third brother had betrayed us to the Japanese, it was already too late. He volunteered to find kerosene, that is, lamp oil, and took 8 or 9 brothers with him. He slipped into the county town during the kerosene run to inform on us. What deal he struck remains unknown to this day. But after he returned and we began our operation as planned, he vanished shortly afterward. Whether the Japanese used him and then discarded him or if he simply took the money and fled remains unknown. Wang San recounted third brother's betrayal with such calmness it sounded like he was describing something entirely unrelated to him. But in reality, during this betrayal by their own comrades, the entire mountain stronghold was wiped out, every last man except for a handful of brothers. In truth, had it not been for Li Xiangwei and the others sacrificing their lives, even Wang San and his 2 companions would have perished there. That traitor deserves to die. Hope the bastards betrayed him in turn, otherwise I'll never swallow this humiliation. Ha? Li Xiangwei is dead? After 11 years of murder and arson, today I finally know who I truly am. Back then, Li Xiangwei's words just sounded like bragging, but now I can't shake the feeling he somehow foresaw his own end. Before dying, he wanted to accomplish a few deeds worthy of the history books. In the livestream chat, most voices condemned the third leader, though many also expressed sorrow for Li Xiangwei and the others. But this incident, after all, had happened many years ago. Wang San, who had witnessed Cheng Jin-yun and the others fighting to the death, had long anticipated this outcome. In his view, during that chaotic era, sacrificing oneself to kill bandits and save the nation was simply the nature of the struggle. Thus, his emotions remained largely unruffled. Unlike Chen Huaifang, who was overly sentimental, he was an extremely rational man. In fact, one could say that had he not possessed such rationality, even if Li Xiangwei and the brothers had adopted a stance of trading their lives for victory, he would still have remained in that remote mountain valley. Wang San paused, then sighed deeply before continuing. Let me start from the beginning. That day, our plan was for Erzwang to carry the kerosene. That day, the sky hung heavy and gray. The parched land of northern Hebei seemed poised for a downpour. This was not a good sign. Once the rain fell, the kerosene wouldn't be dampened and would still ignite. But no one could guarantee that water wouldn't pool between the earthen ramparts and the Japanese command post's ammunition depot. If water accumulated, the kerosene wouldn't flow in, and all their efforts would be for naught. So we had to race against time, desperately racing against time. Originally, nearly 2 cartloads of kerosene were needed, but to speed things up, they had to pile it all onto a single wagon. The already cramped cart could only fit 1 person. Li Xiangwei initially intended to personally escort the load, but Wang San refused, arguing that Li was needed to lead the other brothers on the mountain. Later, several brothers volunteered, but Li rejected them all. His reasoning was simple: should any unexpected incident occur, those who could fire a gun were genuine combat assets. The difference between 1 more or 1 less was significant. Thus, in the end, the man entrusted with escorting the entire cartload of fire oil alone was Erzwang. Although Erzwang had followed Wang San since Qin territory and learned to shoot along the journey to northern Ji, his aim was still unreliable. Hitting 4 or 5 out of 10 shots was already a miracle, and that was only when targeting stationary objects. Against living targets? He might not even land 1 hit out of 10 shots. Before departure, Wang San sought out Erzwang alone. He crouched on the ground, saying nothing. Erzwang also crouched on the ground, equally silent. The 2 men faced the road down the mountain, their heads beneath a gray, overcast sky, with that truckload of kerosene behind them. They both knew they were about to undertake a monumental task, one that could earn them a place in the annals of history. How many people throughout history have truly made their mark? But what about the cost? Erzwang suddenly asked, "Third brother, what if the Japanese won't let us pass?" Wang San shook his head. "I don't know." Erzwang fell silent. He hadn't been to school and knew nothing of military strategy. After being severely bullied by the landlord, he started eating with Wang San after meeting him. He knew following third brother was the right choice, it meant a full stomach.
But he wasn't stupid. He'd seen the Japanese kill without blinking. Even if third brother and Li Xiangwei had rehearsed their cover story with him just parroted back when the time came, what if something went wrong? If the Japanese wouldn't let them through, he'd most likely die there. Death. Afraid of death? Wang San suddenly asked him, afraid of death? Zhuang nodded. Wang San wasn't surprised by the answer after all, who in this world wasn't afraid of death? Wang San told him that if he feared death, he didn't have to go. Someone else could take his place, Tower could go instead. Zhuang shook his head. That won't do, Brother San. I'm afraid of dying, but I'm even more afraid that after I'm gone, my mother will still be waiting at home. Wang San cut him off. He was easily moved, especially by talk of filial piety, and couldn't bear to hear what Zhuang was about to say. But Zhuang insisted on speaking. He had 4 brothers. The eldest and second brothers had left years ago to find work, but hadn't returned for 4 or 5 years straight. The fourth and fifth were now 14 or 15, still just boys. Though they could work, they were ultimately still children. As the middle child, he was now the eldest man in the household. Yes, Zhuang's father had long since passed away. How did he die? He was beaten to death by the landlord. Beaten to death. He'd just taken 2 eggs from the landlord's house to cook for Zhuang's mother, who'd just given birth to their 5th child, to help her recover. Back then, a human life wasn't worth as much as 2 eggs. He changed the subject again, saying the Japanese oppressed people far worse than the landlords ever did. He said third brother was so proud when Sister Tao beat the landlord to death. He insisted the Japanese must be driven out, and the landlords would one day all be killed. He said, third brother, being able to do this great thing with you today makes it all worthwhile. Even if he died, he begged third brother to delay sending word of his death back home. Wang San asked him, when? Zhuang fell silent for a moment before replying, wait until the day all the landlords are killed. Then send word home that I died fighting the Japanese. That would be worth it. A perilous journey ahead? Then he stood up. Without waiting for Wang San to speak, he plopped down on the cart, whipped the horses, and drove down the mountain. He was going to his death with calm acceptance. Wang San remained crouched on the ground, watching the cart laden with kerosene slowly move forward. He rose to his feet and turned to Li Xiangwei, who had emerged from nowhere. Get ready. We've got another brutal fight ahead tonight. Li Xiangwei grunted in acknowledgement, then suddenly said, third brother is missing. Wang San turned his head, frowning. Third brother? The third leader? Li Xiangwei nodded. Wang San pushed past Li Xiangwei and entered the loyalty hall. He scanned the room. Besides a few familiar brothers, there were many unfamiliar faces. Yet, he couldn't find the third leader with the large black mole on his face. He took a deep breath. He shouted, Tower. Moments later, Taoji emerged from the inner chamber of the loyalty hall. She had begun preparing early for the night's fierce battle, her braid only halfway secured, the other half hanging loose. Wang San asked, when was the last time you saw the third leader? Taoji answered immediately, this morning. Wang San closed his eyes. A terrible foreboding settled over him. After living together for so many days, he had come to understand third in command's character. The man was greedy and lustful. When they first met, he had pestered Taozi daily, making lewd remarks openly and covertly, even suggesting that Wang San sell her to him. But Taozi wasn't some woman Wang San had bought. Or rather, in some ways, Taozi was far more formidable than Wang San. So ever since then, third brother had been finding excuses to grope Taozi daily. They'd seen each other this morning. But now it was nearly noon. And I haven't seen him again. When Li Xiangwei mentioned the third leader was missing, Wang San instantly realized something. He turned to face Li Xiangwei. How reliable do you think this third in command is? Li Xiangwei stared at him, silent for a few seconds. If you want him to kill or burn down a place, he's 100% reliable. But if you ask him to handle something major, especially what we're doing today, well, that's another story. Wang San asked, what kind of thing? Li Xiangwei replied, a thankless task. What do you mean, no reward for the effort? It's when you risk your life doing something, yet don't get a single penny in return. What about going down in history? What a load of crap. What good is a name? When you're dead, what good is fame? That's what third brother muttered as he slipped away with his bundle. Fame? What good is a name? What a bunch of fools. They ignored the juicy, ripe targets right in front of them and went after the tough Japanese soldiers instead. That's just plain stupid. And it wasn't just over 300 Japanese devils. 600 of them. 600 Japanese soldiers, yet there are fewer than 40 men on the mountain. What are we supposed to fight them with? 132, Luonan intercepts Fujimoto Yasuke. Coming to kill Zhuang. That third leader really deserves to die. Exactly. If he didn't want to fight, he could have just run away. Why did he have to snitch? Why? For the money, of course. He's just a bandit, not the leader. Greedy and lustful, naturally unwilling to suffer. Now that he's fleeing, how else would he get out without cashing in?
The Japanese may be brutal, but they'll pay to win loyalty, and this third in command clearly saw the money in that deal. Wang San read the words on the screen and nodded. The third leader deserved to die, but that wasn't the time to go after him. Besides, back then, we only knew he'd fled. We had no idea he'd betrayed us to the Japanese. So, sigh. Wang San sighed deeply as he spoke. He was indeed an extremely rational man. So rational it bordered on cold-heartedness, yet even he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow at this point. If only we'd set out sooner, perhaps Li Shangwei and the others wouldn't have died. Wang San sighed, unable to continue for the moment. He needed a moment to compose himself, to catch his breath. Chen Huaifang watched him, raising a hand to gently pat his old friend's back, producing a muffled thud. In the livestream chat, comments flooded in urging Wang San to rest. From just after noon until now, the two men combined age over 200 had been talking for 5 or 6 hours. Young people would be exhausted and parched by now, let alone Wang San and Chen Huaifang? Taking a break was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Bureau 113, now fully mobilized, had woven an invisible net. It enveloped Lu Province, Dongchang, and Hongsu, and not even a fly could escape. Yet still, no one knew where Luo Nan had gone. Even Chu Tong didn't know, but given Luo Nan's consistent nature, if he said he'd be back before midnight, he would definitely be back before midnight. If he didn't return, it could only mean one thing. He was dead. At this very moment, Luo Nan, having shed his neat coat, was walking along a field ridge, a path bulging in the middle, sunken on both sides, yet devoid of any vegetation. Between his fingertips, he held two things: soil scraped from the windowsill and dog hair found at the back alley entrance of Wang San's small courtyard. Dog shedding hair was perfectly normal. But they don't shed in clumps like this. Unless it had been forcibly torn out. What kind of force could that be? Ah, it must have been the person who smeared that soil on Wang San's windowsill. Luo Nan walked forward. Clear footprints were visible on the field ridge before him. He didn't know whose footprints these were, but he could make an educated guess. The person was roughly 168-171 centimeters tall, weighing 75-78 kilograms. They pushed off with their toes, moving quickly and erratically, indicating they weren't walking normally. Perhaps they were being chased by that dog, or maybe they'd already been caught, explaining the distinct dog paw prints on both sides of the ridge. Moreover, this individual must have undergone some form of training. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight off the dog while simultaneously moving swiftly along the raised ridge. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to move forward. Just avoiding being dragged into the fields on either side by that dog would be quite an accomplishment. Interesting, Luo Nan remarked briefly. Throughout his life thus far, he had crossed paths with many formidable opponents. Not just shadowy assassins or hitmen, but elite soldiers who'd competed on the international stage, even professional combat athletes. Within different rule sets, Luo Nan's skills had continuously refined. Yet it was undeniable that his unarmed combat abilities were poor, so poor that athletes with professional training and top-tier competitive experience could subdue him. Yet this did not prevent him from becoming a fearsome one-man force, a devil whose name struck terror into the hearts of East Asia and all of Asia. Yet he still cherished the memory of those dozen or so individuals he encountered during his missions in the Foot Basin. He truly missed them. Just then, as Luo Nan reached the end of the field ridge, he heard a jarring cry. Ah, Baka! Damn dog! Die! Die already! Baka! Found it! Luo Nan swiftly and silently followed the sound, appearing behind Fujimoto Yasuke. Completely unaware of Luonan's presence, Fujimoto Yasuke sat sprawled on the ground, legs splayed. His right hand clutched a stone tightly, while his left hand gripped the large yellow dog's neck, pinning it to the ground. The stone was covered in blood and brain matter, and the dog's head bore a massive indentation. He couldn't be exposed near Wang San's house, couldn't be exposed in Hong Village, and certainly couldn't be exposed in front of Luonan. So he gritted his teeth against the pain of the dog's bite on his buttocks and ran to this spot, then smashed the dog to death with the stone. This breed of dog, native to China. Now it lay motionless on the ground, utterly lifeless. Tengbin Yasuke gasped for breath, rubbing his butt as he scrambled to his feet. Spitting at the dog's corpse, he spat, "Damn it! Chinese dog, you bastard! How dare it bite my ass? Do you think you have the right to bite my ass? Who do you think you are? Even if you were that Ronin, you wouldn't dare bite my ass." After venting his fury, Fujimoto Yasuke sucked in a sharp breath, intending to turn and inspect his own backside. Then he saw the sight he never wanted to see in his entire life. Luonan stared at him expressionlessly before explaining, "Actually, I have no interest in your ass." Holy! Fujimoto Yasuke leaped backward like a startled flea, nearly wetting himself. Ronin remained expressionless, Foot Basin man? Fujimoto Yasuke finally snapped out of it. He wasn't one of those Yamabuki group members who'd clashed swords with Ronin back in the day, nor was he any kind of spy or agent. He was just a Japanese guy living and working in China. Just an ordinary Japanese person. Realizing this, Fujimoto Yasuke hurriedly explained, You scared the hell out of me. I'm a Japanese expat. I came to China from Tokyo 12 years ago and have lived here ever since. I was just here sightseeing today, but this big yellow dog wouldn't leave me alone.
Luo Nan nodded upon hearing Fujimoto Yasuke's explanation. The answer made sense. Logically consistent, well organized. Luo Nan studied Fujimoto Yasuke's face and asked, "Have we met before?" Fujimoto Yasuke instinctively shook his head. "How could that be? You must be mistaken." Luo Nan shook his head. He wouldn't be mistaken. He had seen Fujimoto Yasuke before.
That greasy middle-aged man on a bicycle who tried to break the window, speaking Mandarin Chinese without a trace of accent.
He spoke up, "No, I have seen you." Fujimoto Yasuke swallowed hard. How could he not know he'd just seen Luo Nan?
He'd just spoken out of fear, saying the wrong thing.
But he could still salvage it. "Oh yeah. I've seen you before. You're the Chinese guy sitting in the car. I asked you for directions." Luo Nan shook his head.
No, it wasn't directions.
Fujimoto Yasuke frowned. How could it not be about directions? Hadn't he just arrived in Hongsuan intending to confirm his location with a random passerby for work documentation, only to encounter Luo Nan? Where else had these two met? Seeing his confusion, Luo Nan prompted, "Let me remind you, 4 years ago, Tokyo, Kabukicho district." Fujimoto Yasuke swallowed hard. 4 years ago. Tokyo. Kabukicho Street. It was one of the rare occasions Fujimoto Yasuke had returned to his homeland as an operative since beginning his undercover mission in China. But, he couldn't admit it. What Kabukicho Street?
Ronan hummed, tilting his head slightly. "You Japanese call it one of the 100 places a man must visit in his lifetime, Asia's largest red light district."
"Oh right, the last time I saw you, you weren't looking so rough."
"You were wearing a suit and tie, and your hair was a bit brighter than it is now."
"Too much debauchery?"
"Your hair's lost its luster."
"But that doesn't matter now. I recall your name is Fujimoto Yasuke, Japanese."
"No records indicate you're a spy or agent, but you did make contact with a key Japanese figure in Kabukicho's red light district, Akutagawa Ryuichi."
"Right?" Fujimoto Yasuke's eyes widened with terror. He knew he might not escape death.
Meanwhile, in the live stream room,
Wang San began his narration.
It was 85 years ago, just before a spring thunderstorm. Under a gray, overcast sky, a small horse-drawn carriage came to a slow halt. A man with a rather fortunate appearance stepped out.
What do you want?"
Heir Zhuang, guarding a cart full of kerosene, struggled to keep his composure. He jumped down from the cart and looked at the 2 Japanese soldiers blocking his path.
The 2 Japanese soldiers, rifles at the ready, looked at the harmless-looking Zhuang and sneered viciously, "Who the hell are you working for?"
Heir Zhuang swallowed hard and answered word for word as Wang San had instructed.
This would have likely fooled ordinary Japanese soldiers. But these 2 were no ordinary Japanese soldiers.
They were here on orders, specifically to intercept and kill Zhuang.
One of them sneered, "Bastard. You're lying. You were planning to ambush us, weren't you?" 133, spanning 85 years, the entanglement between the Chinese and the Japanese. Was Zhuang afraid when intercepted by the Japanese soldiers? Yes. Of course he was. How could he not be?
Those weren't humans, they were beasts worse than beasts, demons who killed without blinking.
Yet for some reason, as Zhuang stared into the eyes of those 2 Japanese soldiers, a surge of fury welled up within him. "Who's lying here? I was just transporting goods into the city. Do you little devils even know what's fair?" The Japanese soldier gripped his rifle, finding Zhuang utterly laughable. "How amusing. Still trying to talk your way out of it? Don't you know your own people already spread the word?"
The Japanese soldier gripped his rifle, his playful mood rising. He circled behind the wagon and tapped the wooden barrel on it. "Bastard. I told you were lying, and you were lying.
Speak up. Where are your accomplices?" Another Japanese soldier, seemingly in a playful mood too, tried to bribe Zhuang. "You're a good citizen.
There's an old saying in your China, he who recognizes the times is a hero. Tell me the truth now, and I'll let you off easy." Though Zhuang hadn't been to school, he'd spent so much time with his 3rd brother that he'd learned to read people's expressions. He could tell these 2 devils were clearly toying with him. There was absolutely no chance these 2 would let him go.
They didn't need him to say anything.
Heir Zhuang didn't know where this realization came from, but suddenly it dawned on him, he'd been betrayed.
Who could it be? Was it 3rd brother? It couldn't be 3rd brother. Was it Li Xiangwei? Couldn't be Li Xiangwei either. But I've definitely been betrayed. Ah. So this is what it feels like to be betrayed? I never imagined I'd be betrayed. 3rd brother, you never told me what to do when betrayed. Guess I'll have to figure it out myself. Well, 3rd brother, since I got betrayed, you can't blame me for not finishing the job, right?
In those 3 or 5 seconds, Heir Zhuang thought a lot. He glanced at the Japanese soldier in front of him, then at the gun in the soldier's hand, and mustered all his strength.
Bang! A dull thud echoed as Zhuang kicked over a barrel of kerosene on the truck. The fuel spilled out in a torrent.
In the next instant, Zhuang grabbed one Japanese soldier by the waist and slammed him to the ground. Before he could make another move, the other Japanese soldier kicked him down.
The 2 Japanese soldiers dared not fire.
With a truck full of kerosene right beside them, they feared an accidental discharge might ignite the fuel.
A thunderous explosion would mean certain death for all. Zhuang realized this too. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet only to be knocked down again by another kick. After all, he was just a farmer with above-average strength. He'd spent his entire life tilling the land and cutting wheat stalks. Before joining Wang San, he'd never once been in a fight. How could he possibly know how to fight? But those two Japanese soldiers were different. Those two devils had received professional training. They'd been fighting their way west from the east since 1937. The atrocities they'd committed on this land numbered at least 80, if not 100. They knew exactly how to deal with the Chinese. Two swift kicks landed squarely on Zhuang's head, instantly splattering his face with blood. The hard soles easily punctured his ears, blood gushing out. The world spun wildly, and Zhuang couldn't even crawl to his feet. Seeing no other Chinese coming to help and their reinforcements lying in ambush nearby, the two Japanese soldiers grew reckless with glee. One Japanese soldier handed his rifle to the other and rolled up his sleeves. He wasn't told the reason the Japanese were also called Woku Japanese pirates was precisely because of their short stature, sometimes not even reaching the height of the guns they held. But Zhuang was tall. Though his family was poor, he was naturally large, even taller than Wang San and Chen Huaifang. The Japanese soldier with rolled-up sleeves bent slightly at the waist, speaking with contempt, "Come on, stand up, Chinese. Let me see how tough you really are." Ha! Ha 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 ha. Is that all the backbone you've got? You're not even as good as that old man from the other day. Zhuang, who had struggled to his feet with a forceful blink, suddenly recalled that old man. That was the day they witnessed an entire village slaughtered by the Japanese. That man, at least 60 years old, had swung his hoe at the Japanese soldier's head to protect his daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law from humiliation. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to strike. Before he could even raise the hoe, the Japanese soldier shot him dead. The bullet entered his chest and exited his back. With a thud, he was dead. "Come on. Get up." The Japanese soldier's taunts rang out incessantly. "Is this all you Chinese men can do? Come on, get up. Kill me then. Ha 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 ha." He kept humiliating Zhuang. Zhuang wasn't unwilling to fight him, nor had he failed to strike back, but he truly couldn't overpower him. Though he was big, his head had taken several kicks, leaving him seeing stars and dizzy. A punch swung in from the right, but the Japanese soldier dodged it effortlessly. Immediately after, Zhuang felt a kick to his stomach and vomited up everything he'd eaten that morning, cakes and soup, with a loud retching sound. "Ah, so this is all the Chinese are capable of? What a bunch of trash, sickly weaklings. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I've had my fun. Want to play?" The Japanese soldier rolled down his sleeves, gazing down at Zhuang on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a sneer of utter contempt on his face. Another Japanese soldier handed him back his rifle, then roared with laughter, "Ha ha ha, my turn. My turn. I want to play too." With that, he detached the bayonet from his rifle, intent on ripping open more wounds on Zhuang's body. Zhuang lay on the ground. Only now did he realize that what he had just vomited wasn't the morning's pancakes and soup, it was blood. The world before his eyes grew slightly clearer as he stared at the Japanese soldier holding the bayonet. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the rustling of wheat stalks swaying in the wind. It was a sound he had cherished dearly since his youth. He murmured, "Ah. Third brother, in the end, I still haven't done what you asked me to do. Third brother, you must see to the task I entrusted to you. Only when there are no more landlords left should you tell our mother that I'm dead. So what if I know Mr. Akutagawa? You can't slander me as a spy or agent just because I know him. I'm innocent. I'm a citizen who supports friendly relations with China. You can't subject me to vigilante justice." Fujimoto Yasuke, whose identity was nearly exposed, made a last-ditch effort to resist. He even pulled out his Japanese passport, invoking international law to protect himself. Ronin nodded. "Right. I never called you a spy or an agent. I'm just curious, why are you here?" Only then did Fujimoto Yasuke realize he'd truly overreacted. Right. He was just an ordinary citizen of Japan. He was just a Japanese person living and working in China. He wasn't a criminal wanted by China, nor was he a spy pointing a camera at the airport. Why should he fear Luo Nan? Why did the sight of Luo Nan leave him trembling with fear? He straightened up sternly. You dare question me? What gives you the right to interrogate me? Who do you think you are? Do you know I'm protected by international law? You should apologize to me. And you should take me to the nearest hospital. Didn't you see I was bitten by a dog? Ronin stared expressionlessly at Fujimoto Yasuke, who had suddenly turned into a shameless bully. I saw it. You saw it, so why aren't you rushing me to the hospital? Fujimoto Yasuke, clinging to his civilian status, began to act high and mighty. Truthfully, if this had been anyone else, they might have rushed Fujimoto Yasuke to the hospital first. Even Chu Tong would have compromised, lacking proof that Fujimoto Yasuke was a spy. But the problem was, Luo Nan was neither of those people. He didn't even possess Chinese citizenship. Or rather, years ago, to facilitate missions, China had destroyed his identity records. He was now a phantom, non-existent on this planet. He spoke calmly, "Answer my question first. What are you doing here?" Fujimoto Yasuke remained imperious, even erupting into curses, "Bastard! You have no right to question me. I demand you take me to the hospital now." Luo Nan remained expressionless, showing no emotional fluctuation. "Answer me. What is your purpose here?" Fujimoto Yasuke let out a shrieking aya and lunged toward Luo Nan, but his raised hand was halted by both reason and sheer terror. He finally admitted, "I came here to go cycling. But I got bitten by this damn Huaxia dog along the way. You Chinese dogs just love biting people. I was just passing by, and it latched onto my ass and wouldn't let go." Luonan hummed in acknowledgement, then suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Fujimoto Yasuke's raised hand. He examined Fujimoto Yashu's hand, analyzing it carefully. Dirt on the fingertips, likely from wrestling with the dog. Mud between the fingers, but nothing unusual. Calluses at the base of his thumb and index finger. "You're not here to cycle. Tell me your purpose." Ronin stared at Fujimoto Yasuke. He didn't actually need Fujimoto Yasuke to answer him, because he was already certain that Fujimoto Yasuke was the one who had appeared behind Wang San's house. He was merely toying with Fujimoto Yasuke, or rather, playing games with him. He wanted Fujimoto Yasuke to admit it himself. 134, brothers, the time has come to make history. You, what do you mean by this? 85 years later. How the hell am I not here to ride? The tables had turned. Fujimoto Yasuke's eyes widened. He refused to believe it without evidence today. Could Ronin really turn white into black? Ronin remained impassively calm. "I said you're not here for a bike ride, so you're not here for a bike ride. Tell the truth now, it's in your best interest." Fujimoto Yasuke's wrist was gripped tightly by Ronin, leaving him immobilized. He could only vent his frustration verbally. "Let me give you some advice, you'd better let go of me. Otherwise, I'll report this to the Japanese embassy. This is a diplomatic incident." No. This isn't a diplomatic incident. This is just a personal dispute between you and me." Ronin shook his head, stating bluntly, "Besides, there are no cameras here and no witnesses. And I happen to know a thing or two about counter-surveillance and leaving no trace. I'm sure you're well aware of my capabilities. Fujimoto Yasuke, I could keep you here forever. Barring any accidents, it'd likely take over a decade, maybe even two, before your body was discovered. And even if it is discovered, no one will be able to trace it back to me. Do you believe me?" Fujimoto Yasuke believed it, of course. He knew exactly who Luonan was. He just had to pretend he didn't know who Ronin really was. He could only keep up the tough act. You're threatening me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of your threats. Go ahead and kill me. Our Japanese embassy won't forget me. You and your people, you'll pay the price." Ronin gave a nonchalant "oh," completely dismissing Fujimoto Yasuke's threats. Did he care? Not in the slightest. What difference did Fujimoto Yasuke's threats make compared to that hoe raised high 85 years ago? There was. A hoe could still come crashing down. But Fujimoto Yasuke's threats? Not a single shred of possibility they'd ever materialize. Even Fujimoto Yasuke himself knew his identity was exposed. Even if Ronin truly killed him today, the Japanese embassy would immediately distance itself from him, and all of Japan would disown him. After all, in today's Japan, no one wants to see China's Type 055 destroyers or Type 002 aircraft carriers entering the Miyako Strait. Except for Akutagawa Ryuichi. After all, Akutagawa Ryuichi still had to provide for his wife and daughter. Ronin offered one final warning. "Fujimoto Yasuke, I advise you to tell the truth." Fujimoto Yasuke knew stubbornness would get him nowhere. He looked at Ronin. He was calculating his odds. Infinitely close to zero. But, damn it. I'll fight. Bang. A gunshot rang out. A gaping hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the Japanese soldier who had raised his bayonet, intending to slit Erzwang's throat. Then his entire body fell backward uncontrollably. Before the other Japanese soldier beside him could react, another bullet pierced his skull with pinpoint accuracy. Erzwang hadn't even processed what had happened. His eyes widened in bewilderment as he stared at the two Japanese soldiers who had been so arrogant just a second ago, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. Then he heard Wang San's voice. "Stop staring. Grab your gun." All he could see was Wang San riding a horse in the distance, a thin line against the gray sky. The shooter was Taozi, this woman tougher than any man, her thighs clamped tight around the horse's flank. Even galloping at full speed, she could still fire both pistols with deadly accuracy. A vast wilderness. Li Xiangwei and the others followed closely behind, all on horseback. Erzwang still remembered what third brother had said. Horses were rare things, especially ones that didn't flinch at the sound of gunfire. Those were few and far between. On ordinary days, opportunities to ride horses were few and far between. Days when they could ride out to kill Japanese soldiers were even rarer. Even though Li Xiangwei's mountain stronghold had over 20 horses, they usually only took a few out at a time. Sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes 4 or 5, but never more than 5. Third brother said horses were rare and hard to come by. They could never take all of them out on a mission because they never knew if they might get injured. A man getting hurt wasn't the end of the world, but a horse couldn't speak. It would endure the pain until it was beyond saving, then it would be rendered useless. That was just how horses were. So leaving some behind wasn't just about not needing them all, it was also to ensure that if any got injured, there would still be horses available for the next trip. But today, Wang San brought every horse from the mountain. Over 20 horses, 30 men charging forward. Zhuang scrambled to his feet, snatched the Japanese rifle from the ground, and was about to speak when Japanese voices echoed behind them. The enemy had received word long ago and prepared their ambush. Bang! 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 Zhuang watched as one horse plunged headfirst into the ground. The 2 men atop it were flung off, perhaps their necks snapped, or their spines shattered, and after crashing into the earth, they never rose again. Behind them, the Japanese soldiers bellowed in fury. They had waited a long time. That damn Chinese man hadn't lied to them. Today, a large group of Chinese really was coming to ambush them. Their long wait here had not been in vain. They brought out the machine guns. With over 20 horses and more than 30 men, they were as fragile as paper under the machine gun fire. What had begun as a plan to ambush the Japanese command post in the county town with kerosene had now turned into Li Xiangwei and Wang San leading these 30-odd men to their deaths. How many men were in the Japanese command post? Several hundred. How many men did we have? A few dozen. The disparity wasn't just in numbers, but also in equipment. The best gear Li Xiangwei and Wang San had were those few box mag pistols and the Type 38 rifles they captured from the Japanese, nothing more. Even grenades were rare commodities. But what did the Japanese have? Machine guns. Wang San recalled a Han's man telling him back in Shanghai, from the day humans first wielded stones as tools, they dominated this planet. From that day onward, no creature on this planet could withstand human killing power. Then, from the moment humans learned to ride horses, cavalry ruled the battlefields for millennia. But the moment the Maxim machine gun appeared, cavalry, that branch of the military that had dominated the battlefield for millennia, became extinct on the battlefield. Faced with the Japanese invaders' overwhelming strength, neither Wang San nor Li Xiangwei, nor the 30-odd brothers riding their 20-odd horses, had any chance to fight back. Attack? They were indeed attacking. But this charge was indistinguishable from suicide. The Japanese commander seemed intent on toying with Li Xiangwei and his men. They even ceased machine gun fire, switching instead to rifles and pistols. To mock Wang San, the Japanese deliberately abandoned their overwhelming machine gun advantage. Perched on high ground, they looked down upon Li Xiangwei and Wang San, whose forces had been whittled down to just 16 horses and 19 men by the machine gun fire. They continued firing intermittently, yet not a single bullet landed on anyone. The Japanese were toying with us. Wang San reined in his horse and halted. He glanced at the Japanese soldiers on the distant hillside, then at Zhuang and the others who had already galloped over and were now sharing a horse with Taozi. He stated the situation plainly. Li Xiangwei looked at the Japanese soldiers on the distant hillside and asked, "You mean those Japanese are toying with us?" Wang San nodded. "Exactly. They're toying with us. Like a cat. After catching its prey, a cat doesn't rush to kill it. Instead, it gives the prey a chance to escape. But that so-called chance is an illusion. The prey never gets far before the cat catches it. They repeat this cycle until the prey stops resisting and the cat loses interest, only then ceasing. Then what? Then comes death. So you think we're all going to die here today?" "That's right. No, I don't think so." Li Xiangwei pulled back the bolt of his rifle, chambered around, then spurred his horse forward. Raising his weapon, he took aim at the Japanese soldiers on the distant hillside. Bang! This time, when the Japanese saw Wang San and the others weren't fleeing but raising their guns instead, they stopped firing blanks as a game. Instead, a bullet struck Li Xiangwei's left shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, tearing through his back and leaving a gaping wound. Yet Li Xiangwei seemed unaffected, nearly tossing his rifle to the ground. "See," he said. "Even the Japanese are afraid I'll shoot them." "Of course they are. So, come on then. Let's see who can kill more before we fall from our horses." Wang San took a deep breath. He avoided looking at Li Xiangwei because he was faint at the sight of blood. A single glance would send him straight into unconsciousness. Li Xiangwei roared with laughter. "Forget it. You're too soft-hearted. You faint at the sight of injuries, let alone dead bodies. Tower, you're pretty good. Don't let him die." With that, Li Xiangwei drew the cavalry sword he'd captured long ago. Then, with unwavering resolve, he spurred his horse toward the Japanese soldiers on the hillside. He shouted, "Brothers, the time has come to make our mark in history. 135, Father, your son failed to make history. Baka. You can't kill me.
In the blink of an eye, Fujimoto Yasuke, both wrists already broken, staggered backward, stumbled on a rock, and plopped down onto the ground. Ronin walked forward steadily, kicking aside the Glock pistol that had only fired once. He asked calmly, "Did I kill you?" He looked at Fujimoto Yasuke's hands, now twisted beyond recognition, and emphasized, "I've only crippled your hands to prevent further resistance. As far as I know, a broken wrist is hardly a fatal injury." Knowing full well he couldn't reason with Luonan, Fujimoto Yasuke sat on the ground, unable to utter a word. Trying to reason with Ronin? What a joke. If he hadn't fired the gun, maybe there could have been some room for reason. But after firing a gun? Reason? Don't even dream about it. He sat on the ground, staring into Luonan's eyes. You can't kill me." All he wanted now was to hammer this point home. No matter the reason, Luonan couldn't kill him. He still had value, great value. Whether it was Bureau 113, China's State Security Bureau, or any other department that could make Luonan toe the line. "I'm worth far more alive than dead. If you kill me, your superiors won't let you off easy." This was Fujimoto Yasuke's last desperate attempt to save his life. He even began fantasizing, imagining that once Akutagawa Ryuichi learned he'd been captured alive, he'd stop at nothing to secure his extradition back to Japan through diplomatic channels, all to prevent the secrets of the Eradication Bureau from leaking out. He would sacrifice everything just to stay alive. Hearing this, Ronin merely stared at him calmly. "To me, you alive or dead makes no difference. You're not Akutagawa Ryuichi's lapdog. I've crossed paths with that Yamabuki group. They have some skill, but it's limited to that. As for you, you're nothing but Akutagawa Ryuichi's dog, a dog summoned at his beck and call, dismissed at his whim. What value could you possibly hold?" Luonan's logic might be straightforward, but that didn't mean he was reckless. On the contrary, surviving 8 years of life and death struggles had honed his mind to be sharper than both of Fujimoto Yasuke's put together. A mere dog of Akutagawa Ryuichi, what value could he possibly hold? Fujimoto Yasuke, stumped by Ronin's barrage of questions, opened and closed his mouth, unable to find words. Seeing this, Ronin calmly continued, "Your value is only what you perceive it to be. You believe your service to Akutagawa Ryuichi shapes history, yet in truth, including Akutagawa himself, everything your entire Japanese clique does is futile. Do you truly believe your soft cultural infiltration can change how a nation, a people, views you? You're being far too simplistic. The hatred between our nation and yours wasn't born overnight, nor can it be buried by 1 or 2 lives. 14 years of war, over 30 million lives lost, 6 million square kilometers reduced to scorched earth. This blood feud runs deep. It's not something you alone can erase, nor is it something your individual worth can resolve. The greatest contribution you can make is to die quietly. And the foot basin behind you. What flavor does hatred have? It is indescribable, like a thorn wrapped in something soft and yielding. It doesn't pierce deeply enough to cause great pain, and one might even forget it exists. But when you see where it grows, it suddenly begins to sprout, take root, grow, and bud. It pierces through that softest of objects, spreading countless branches that stab the entire body until it bleeds profusely, piercing through every line of skin. As Li Xiangwei drew his cavalry saber and spurred his horse toward the Japanese soldiers charging up the hillside, that thorn growing within his chest began to grow wildly. What is hatred? Hatred is this: during those years on the mountain, Li Xiangwei had nearly forgotten the resolute leap his father made from the city wall. He had forgotten the raging inferno and the shells exploding one after another across this land. He raised his head toward the gray sky above the hillside, feeling distinctly a bullet pierce his shoulder, tearing through flesh and shattering bone. Does it hurt? Of course it hurt. Those who've never been shot can't comprehend that agony. It felt like being punched hard, then a pain that pierced to the bone and tore at the heart. But compared to the agony of blades piercing through your very guts, it was nothing. He still raised his sword, still spurred his horse onward. He continued his charge. He still shouted, "Brothers, the moment to make history is upon us." He didn't want to embellish his death with words like killing the enemy or saving the nation. To put it another way, he charged toward the Japanese invaders with a clear sense of self-interest. He never believed people were without self-interest. Put another way, he was seeking vengeance. He would slaughter every Japanese soldier before him, not just those visible, but every unseen one too. Those tilling fields, cooking meals, giving birth, nursing infants, men and women, young and old alike. Even a newborn bawling for milk, he'd drive this cavalry dagger through its throat, impale it, hold it upright before his eyes, and watch it slide down the blade. To hell with morality. To hell with sparing the old and young. This is vengeance. This is what earns a place in history, not eternal infamy. As he spoke, the rage in Wang San's eyes seemed ready to erupt. Even after all these years. Even today, he couldn't bring himself to wield a knife. Even though he still fainted at the sight of blood, unable to bear watching even the slaughter of chickens or pigs during festivals. But he still carried that unforgettable, bone-chilling hatred. And his words sparked a massive reaction in the livestream chat. Regardless of age or gender, isn't that a bit cruel? Cruel? What a load of crap. The Japanese were far more brutal than what Grandpa Wang described. Exactly. Forget the massacres, just their 3 alls policy back then.
Kill all, burn all, loot all. You think they shouted that for fun? Let me tell you, it was real. Whether it was a village, a town, or even an entire county or city. Inside and out, they slaughtered every living soul. They only play the innocent card when facing judgment. When they were committing atrocities, when they were pulling the trigger, that's when they were truly guilty. Even with irrefutable evidence, those war criminals would still invent countless excuses and weave endless lies. If one day we truly get our revenge, it won't stop at women, children, and the elderly. We won't rest until we dig up earthworms and slice them upright, until we shake every egg until its yolk spills out. Murder may be a crime, but killing Japanese devils, that's something to be remembered in the annals of history. Clearly, the hatred born of near-national annihilation has not faded to this day. Clearly, whether it was Wang San or Chen Huaifang, their sacrifices had not been in vain. Watching the live stream comments, Wang San sighed deeply. Ah, such agony. My children, it's agonizing. Can you comprehend that agony? To watch your brothers in arms, those who shared life and death with you, march resolutely toward their deaths. Not watching him charge, but watching him die. Everyone knew Li Xianwei and the others would die the moment they charged forward. Whether it's going down in history or killing enemies to serve the nation, these words are just fancy ways of dressing up death. Chen Huaifang raised his hand and gently patted Wang San, slightly trembling back. He spoke, Brother San. Their sacrifices, and those of my old comrades, were worth it. He didn't know why he'd blurted out such an absurd statement. But he had said it. Wang San gave a soft cough twice before stating plainly, yes, it was worth it, it was worth it. Wang San still couldn't forget the final scene of that day. It was beneath a gray, endless sky. When the Japanese saw Li Xianwei and his men abandon their rifles for a cavalry charge, they shamelessly continued firing, but only one shot at a time. Bullet after bullet struck their torsos. Blood poured, agony was unbearable. Some of the brothers charging alongside Li Xianwei died from the pain, others bled to death. After 4 waves of charges, only Li Xianwei remained on the hillside. One arm had been torn off, and he had lost sight in one eye. His remaining arm trembled as that eye scanned the rear. He could see Wang San, Taozi, and Erzwang running in the opposite direction. Run, run fast. When the Japanese invaders are all wiped out, just remember to burn some paper money for me. But I can't run anymore. Li Xianwei spat out all the blood in his throat. He looked up at the Japanese soldiers on the hillside. Ah, my eyesight's failing me now. I can't see anymore. He gripped the reins, clenched his military sword, and bellowed, Brothers! The moment to etch our names in history has come. He still remembered the words his father had uttered when forced to leap from the city wall by the Japanese. When the Japanese invaders are utterly vanquished, my son shall return home. Father, the Japanese invaders were not exterminated. Father, your son has not made his mark in history. 136. When the Japanese invaders are vanquished, my son shall return home. Why was Li Xianwei so obsessed with leaving his name in the annals of history? In truth, it was not the annals of history he was obsessed with. Rather, he was obsessed with himself. He was haunted by his own past cowardice and aimless existence. Born into a scholarly family, his father was a Jiren of the Qing dynasty. From a young age, he studied the classics, the 4 books and 5 classics. Naturally, he grasped profound truths, whether cultivating oneself, harmonizing the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world, or the 4 sentences of Henku that promised opening an era of universal peace for all generations. He understood it all. He had heard them all. But sometimes, certain principles weren't enough to merely learn and recite. At least, that was true for Li Xianwei. He certainly understood the principle of slaying bandits to serve the nation, but sometimes, doing what one believes is right was not something one could simply choose to do. At the very least, in the moment his father died, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. In China, the father-son relationship is a complex one to evaluate. Compared to mother-son bonds, father-son relationships often felt more like enmity than friendship. There seemed to be no possibility of communication between them, no room for compromise. It was as if 2 adversaries had been locked in a struggle since the day they first met, continuing until one was utterly drained of strength, lying on a sickbed with only their last breath remaining before finally reaching a truce. Just like Li Xianwei and his father. Every book he read was for his father. His father demanded he study, pass the imperial examinations, make his mark in history, and achieve greatness in this world. He was to become a great man, wielding a 3-foot sword to pursue unparalleled ambitions, to be peerless in the world. But he felt his father pushed him too hard, driving him to resent his father and despise the notion of leaving a mark in history. He only wanted to live his own life, within his own small world. His father forbade him from having any contact with the Japanese. Even though at that time, the Japanese still wore a mask of hypocrisy. That was before 1931. To defy his father, Li Xianwei deliberately sought out the Japanese invaders, using the pretext of exchange as a means to battle his father. His father beat him mercilessly more than once, even locking him indoors for days, sometimes weeks, without seeing sunlight, providing only the bare minimum of food. Yet the harsher his father's punishment, the more resolute Li Xianwei became in refusing to yield. Whenever he got the chance, he'd sneak out to mingle with the Japanese. What did it mean to be a traitor? What did it mean to betray one's country? To the young Li Xiangwei, such labels held no weight. He only wanted his father to admit defeat before him. But a father is always a father. He would never bow his head except when one of them lay dying on a sickbed, clinging to their last breath. That scene would haunt Li Xiangwei for the rest of his life. It happened during one of his escapades with the Japanese. A maid or servant from his household suddenly rushed over, grabbed him, and despite his fists swinging wildly, managed to tell him his father had been arrested. At that moment, Li Xiangwei's first reaction wasn't shock, but joy. He even had the presence of mind to pull the servant, whether maid or footman, close and demand, "Who arrested him?" By the Japanese. Only then did Li Xiangwei grasp the full meaning. He glanced at the Japanese soldier beside him, who had been smiling just a second ago but now wore a blank expression. He asked in bewilderment, "Aren't you here to be friends with us Chinese? Aren't we friends?" The Japanese soldier nodded with a smile. "Yes, we are friends. But your father doesn't want us to be friends, so we had no choice but to tie him up." Who was Li Xiangwei's father? A former imperial scholar of the Qing dynasty. A highly respected elder in the county town. A man of his word, a true man of honor. A man destined to be remembered in history, a true hero whose deeds would stir the soul. From the day the Japanese invaders set foot on Chinese soil, he saw through their wolfish ambitions. The so-called co-prosperity sphere, the so-called friendly relations with the Chinese people, and all these chambers of commerce and alliances, they were nothing but illusions. He was an educated man. He knew the Chinese had been resisting Japanese aggression since the Ming dynasty. The Japanese pirates' lust for Chinese territory also began in the Ming dynasty. Their wolfish ambitions deserved extermination long ago. From the very first day, he had consistently opposed the Japanese invaders' actions on Chinese soil. No matter how well they wore their masks of hypocrisy, he opposed them. Thus, the Japanese began their infiltration through Li Xiangwei, molding him into a traitor and portraying the Li family as collaborators with the invaders. Since Li Xiangwei's father prided himself on his integrity, refusing to associate with the Japanese invaders, well, that was no problem. They could simply shift their tactics. That's why so many Japanese collaborators surrounded Li Xiangwei. So many friendly Japanese soldiers who wanted to be his friends. True friendship was impossible. But to destroy Li Xiangwei's father's reputation, to make the entire city despise him, the Japanese were willing to befriend Li Xiangwei. They were even more willing to accompany him everywhere, arm in arm, even sealing their pact with blood. For the devils, wasn't this also a form of sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall? Until one day, the Japanese felt the time was ripe. They moved against Li Xiangwei's father. They bound him directly to the city tower. They knew Li Xiangwei's father would never yield easily. That's precisely why they deliberately let the maid or servant-like figure escape to deliver the news to Li Xiangwei. Would Li Xiangwei come? Of course he would. The father-son relationship in China is akin to that between sovereign and subject. When the sovereign is in peril, how could the subject remain absent? Thus, Li Xiangwei scrambled and crawled, even resorting to using his hands and feet, to reach the base of the city tower where his father was bound. He shouted at the Japanese major on the ramparts, the same man who had once smiled and praised the friendship between China and Japan, screaming, "Ikeda! What the hell are you doing?" Ikeda smiled warmly at him and shouted back, "Mr. Li, you know me well. I've always wanted to be friends with you and your people, but your father has consistently refused to acknowledge our friendship, so I had no choice but to take this action. Go persuade your father. If you can convince him to agree to what we're about to do, I'll let him go." Ikeda's tone was conciliatory, yet every word carried a threat. At that moment, with his father lying on the sickbed, perhaps with only his last breath remaining, Li Xiangwei finally yielded. He looked at his father and shouted, "Father, I beg you, just agree to the Japanese's demands for now. Otherwise, something truly terrible will happen." Below the city walls, both inside and outside the ramparts, countless citizens heard the words of this great traitor, Li Xiangwei. Their verbal condemnation alone could have drowned Li Xiangwei. Only out of respect for his father's integrity had they held back until now. But at this moment, the torrent of curses came crashing down. "You little bastard! You've brought shame upon your father. Spit! Li Xiangwei, do you even deserve the name Xiangwei? Do you even deserve to bear the Li surname? Old Master Li, how unjust! Why did you bear such a son in this lifetime?" A torrent of curses and accusations crashed down like a raging storm. Standing atop the city gate, his father's expression remained unchanged, or rather, it was more than unchanged. A faint, almost imperceptible smile spread across his face. He laughed heartily, gazing down at Li Xiangwei below the tower. "Xiangwei, my son, you've finally come. Your deeds, father has witnessed them all. The matters you sought to prove, father knows them all. But your mistake was associating with these treacherous wolves. Who are they? Japanese pirates. The very pirates who coveted our sacred land of China centuries ago, committing every conceivable atrocity, burning, killing, plundering. Their treacherous ambitions are as clear as day to heaven and earth. Friendship? Mutual prosperity? Bull. Ikeda. Do you dare face me? Do you dare repeat your lofty rhetoric in front of all the people gathered on this city wall? Li Xiangwei's father had never imagined he'd survive this confrontation. That overwhelming aura of righteous indignation left Ikeda speechless. In these times, the Japanese invaders still dared to slaughter indiscriminately, yet they still feared uprisings among the common people. Therefore, at this moment, Ikeda could only pressure Li Xiangwei below the tower. Mr. Li, if you don't speak up now, I'll have to get serious. You wouldn't want to see that kind of scene, would you? Li Xiangwei understood exactly what Ikeda meant. Yet he could think of no way to persuade his father. But his father could. His father looked at him and laughed heartily. My son, Xiangwei, it's never too late to turn back from the brink. The Japanese pirates may be here today and here tomorrow, but they won't be here the day after tomorrow. People of Wancheng, look. Look at the faces of these Japanese pirates. Do you see? They couldn't humiliate me, so they insulted my son. Xiangwei. His father shoved Ikeda aside. He declared in a resonant voice, never forget what your father says today. Slay the bandits, save the nation. The Japanese pirates' treacherous ambition to destroy our China must be crushed by your hand. Should this be accomplished, your name shall be enshrined in the annals of history. Once the Japanese invaders are vanquished, my son shall return home. With that, father leapt from the city ramparts. 137. Killing the Japanese devils was Luo Nan's favorite thing. Wind. A mighty wind. Mighty and vast, its origin unknown, its destination unseen. Father, was this what you saw from the city wall all those years ago? Li Xiangwei gripped the reins as he galloped his horse down the slope. Beneath the boundless gray sky stretched endless yellow earth to the horizon. Flanking him were brothers in arms who had shared life and death. Through thick and thin. Suddenly, he felt a bit confused, unable to grasp how many years he had actually lived. How many years? He couldn't remember. By the calendar, he was now 39. But if he counted from the day his father leapt from the city wall, it had been only 11 years. 11 years. Li Xiangwei still gripped the reins tightly as he reined in his steed. He gazed out at the vast wilderness. The others reined in their horses alongside him, including Wang San, a man he'd only recently met, yet felt strangely familiar with. He suddenly asked, do you fear death? No one answered him. Everyone knew that just 5 more miles ahead, just 5 miles, lay the narrow path leading to the county town. What awaited them head-on, barring any surprises, would be Japanese soldiers armed to the teeth. The third leader who had betrayed them had still not been captured. All they could do now was wait here for an outcome that remained uncertain. Was Zhuang succeeding? Had the Japanese set an ambush? If we go, how many of us will make it back alive? Probably none. He turned to Wang San and asked, when did you start resisting the Japanese? Wang San looked at him, 1937. He muttered to himself, I started resisting the Japanese in 1928. No, that's not right. I didn't start resisting the Japanese in 1928. How could he have started resisting the Japanese in 1928? It was his father who had started resisting the Japanese in 1928. No. Father didn't start resisting the Japanese in 1928 either. Father began resisting the Japanese invasion in the 21st year of the Guangxu reign of the Qing dynasty. That year, the corrupt Qing government ceded the island to the Japanese devils. That year, father joined the anti-Japanese forces on the island. He was shot 3 times. Yet he lived day and night alongside the Japanese devils. Li Xiangwei lived in vain for 39 years. Father. Perhaps I understand you now. Li Xiangwei murmured as he spurred his horse forward. Since his father's death, he could no longer bear to live in the county town. He bid farewell to his mother and journeyed alone to northern Hebei. He had no idea what would happen to his hometown, nor had he ever truly confronted his father's death. He had been running away all along. For back then, he still couldn't understand his father, or rather, his ridiculous pride held him back, refusing to admit his father was right. Yet he knew he was wrong. He just refused to admit it. It was a shackling, unbearable consequence born of foolish mistakes, a truth Li Xiangwei would spend his entire life avoiding. It wasn't until this moment's thunderous arrival that he finally confronted this unspeakable shame. Yet even now, Li Xiangwei hadn't come to confront it willingly, he'd been forced into it. Why adorn it with the glory of historical fame? That was the crux of the matter. He drew his blade, and in the charge, he completed his own redemption. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose here? I just came here to ride. Alright, since you're a citizen of the foot basin here to cycle, why are you carrying a restricted firearm? Don't you know that violates Chinese law? Bull. Why should I respect your laws? Oh? Luonan looked at Fujimoto Yasuke, who was still forcefully questioning him. This was beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated Fujimoto Yasuke defending himself as an ordinary citizen of the foot basin while simultaneously adopting the contemptuous posture of an invader flouting Chinese law. This contradictory spectacle left him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Seeing this, Fujimoto Yasuke knew escape was impossible today. He simply gave up and started acting out. What? Got nothing to say? Go ahead and keep putting on that face of yours, ready to pin any crime on us. For all these years, you Chinese have been trying to pin all sorts of baseless crimes on us, massacres here, massacres there, gas attacks, human experiments. I say you committed them yourselves, yet you insist on forcing the blame onto us. As your ancient saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. Since you're determined to keep slandering me, bring it on. Fujimoto Yasuke isn't afraid. Ronin never imagined Fujimoto Yasuke's impassioned speech would actually twist the truth. He was being portrayed as the victim? A crime they want to pin on someone? Where's the crime to pin on me?
This man, loyal to Akutagawa Ryuichi, had devoted himself to erasing the hall's legacy. He'd racked his brains to absolve the descendants of those who'd committed crimes. And now, facing death, he still dared to talk tough. Ronin could even guess what Fujimoto Yasuke had done behind Wang Sanjia's house. He looked at Fujimoto Yasuke, his eyes filled with a like-called indifference. He spoke, very well. I admire your spirit of facing death without fear. Since you're prepared to die, I'll grant you your wish. With that, Luonan glanced at a pebble at his feet, slightly smaller than an egg. It was a fragment from the rock Fujimoto Yasuke had just used to kill the big yellow dog, sharp-edged and hard as steel. Fujimoto Yasuke glared at him with deathly intensity, fully prepared to meet his end. Come on. Kill me. Execute me. If you kill me now, my death will become the sharpest sword in Mr. Akutagawa's hands. 93 years ago, our great Foot Basin Empire launched a brutal conquest of China over the disappearance of 2 soldiers. Then 93 years later, our great Foot Basin Empire can just as easily plunge China into a whirlpool of public opinion over the death of me, Fujimoto Yasuke. At this thought, Fujimoto Yasuke found strength he didn't know he possessed and struggled to his feet. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Ronin. Come on. Kill me. Use your most treacherous, most venomous schemes and methods. Kill this Foot Basin citizen who dies for justice and peace. Mr. Akutagawa won't let my death be in vain. He will make you pay the price. Long live the big Foot Basin Empire. Watching Fujimoto Yasuke's frenzied performance, a rare expression flickered across Ronin's face. He laughed. You finally admitted your connection to Akutagawa Ryuichi. His gaze swept past Fujimoto Yasuke, landing behind him on the field path he had walked along. On the path, Chu Tong was striding swiftly toward them. The news had arrived. Although Chu Tong had requested the screening be completed by midnight tonight, it was a coincidence that when Bao Ting's team began screening the population, the system quickly detected a major criminal already marked as high risk by China during the active screening process. According to entry-exit records, this red-noticed fugitive had entered Shandong province 37 hours prior and was highly likely already in Dongchang. Clearly, this was a premeditated operation by the Foot Basin. The target was Chen Huaifang. Chu Tong could now assert with certainty that the masterminds behind this assassination attempt were the shameless authorities of the Foot Basin and that long red-listed criminal, Akutagawa Ryuichi. Their motive? Chen Huaifang's overwhelming influence across the internet. At this very moment, the 578,000 viewers watching Chen Huaifang's livestream might be all Chinese, but the over 100 million views across the entire network certainly weren't all from China. Many came from overseas. Moreover, numerous individuals had already translated Chen Huaifang's livestream into multiple languages and uploaded it to YouTube, allowing over 3 million foreigners to learn that right now in China, there was an elderly man who had personally witnessed, experienced, and resisted the atrocities committed by the Japanese imperialists. This move was tantamount to shattering the carefully cultivated victim and innocent personas the Japanese had painstakingly built over the years. Akutagawa Ryuichi had long since been cornered like a cornered dog. Fujimoto Yasuke was stunned upon seeing Chu Tong arrive. He didn't recognize her, but he could tell from Luonan's reaction that Chu Tong must be an even tougher opponent than Luonan. Who are you? Facing the interrogation, Chu Tong replied calmly, you have no right to know who I am. But believe me, that Akutagawa fellow you mentioned, and the entire remnant group of Japanese bastards attempting to rewrite history, all of you will be held accountable for that very sentence you just uttered. With that, Chu Tong pulled a pistol and a card from his backpack and tossed them to Luonan. That red-noticed criminal, she added, is identified by the system as a member of the Yamabuki second generation cultivated by Akutagawa Ryuichi. No need to dispose of the body. We've already coordinated with local police, but try not to make too much noise. Luonan caught the pistol, glanced at Chu Tong, and smiled faintly. Killing Japanese devils was his favorite pastime. 138, Chen Huaifang's fault. Erzwang, dead in the snow. Sigh. Li Xiangwei. I suppose this counts as finding his way back? A man who spent his entire life at odds with himself. I hope he found peace with himself before dying. Hard to imagine what crossed his mind during that final charge and whether he forgave that unrepentant version of himself. A line suddenly comes to mind. The land galloped over is the years beneath one's feet, the rivers of the past. The wind brushing past the years is the sharpest blade in heaven and earth, severing the chains binding the body, setting the sinner's soul free from guilt. I imagine that when Li Xiangwei charged toward the enemy on horseback, the wind swirling around him and beneath his feet was precisely such a wind. Wang San grew tired of speaking.
The nearly 600,000 viewers in the livestream heard it too. Li Xianwei must have died. He died amidst the lifelong guilt he felt toward his father and the mistakes he had committed. Perhaps for him, out of his entire 39 years of life, only that final day was truly lived. As he himself had said, after 11 years of murder and arson, today I finally know who I truly am. Moved to this point, Wang San, already parched, rose from the Kong and poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. Waving his hand, he said, I can't go on. My voice is giving out. My throat feels like it's on fire. Seeing this, Chen Huaifang beckoned, all right, I'll continue. Wang San looked at him, his expression complex. Must we talk about Erzwang? Chen Huaifang looked back at him, his own expression equally complex. Hesitant, he took a deep breath. He nodded. Third brother, after all these years, just let me talk about it. If it weren't for me, Erzwang might not have died. Wang San stared at him, his hand gripping the water cup trembling slightly. He murmured something indistinctly, then sat down at a crooked spot in front of the screen. Swoosh! A match was struck. A faint, flickering light danced in the long darkened room. He raised his hand and flicked on the light. As the light flooded the room, Chen Huaifang's face finally came into clear view on the livestream. Only then did hundreds of thousands of viewers notice his eyes were already reddened, his mouth turned down in a forced frown. Chen Huaifang had done many things in his life, both good and bad. Killing Japanese invaders and saving China, those were the good deeds. While wrongfully accusing Yang Siyu, for instance, counted as the bad. When he searched his conscience, Chen Huaifang always felt that the good deeds he had done in his long life outweighed the bad. Yet for him, those few misdeeds he had committed in his life had become thorns deeply embedded in his bones. 80 years? The pain still lingers. You youngsters won't believe this. I watched Brother Erzwang bleed to death, drop by drop. After a long silence, Chen Huaifang forced his jaw open wide, expelling a torrent of stale breath. The thorn embedded in his marrow for decades began to be grasped by an invisible hand, twisted, pried open. Time rewound to early 1944. After repeated negotiations, Wang San exchanged part of the 20,000 silver dollars he borrowed from Chen Huaifang for 5,000 caddies of grain and several livestock. 2,000 caddies of grain had already been delivered to the mountain in multiple batches. For the soldiers of the reorganized battalion who had endured hunger and starvation on Black Duck Mountain for 3 months, this was nothing short of a lifeline. After filling their stomachs, the soldiers on Black Duck Mountain began spontaneously descending to assist with transporting grain. Over time, Chen Huaifang realized this could save Wang San money on hiring labor, so he decided to have them handle the grain transport altogether. With Wang San's enthusiastic approval, the remaining 3,000 jin of grain were transported up Black Duck Mountain in batches. In addition, a considerable number of livestock were also brought up the mountain. Finally, only a few sacks of grain remained. Not much, as Wang San put it, these sacks wouldn't be sent up the mountain for now. Heavy snow had fallen these past days, and the Japanese near the county seat hadn't stopped stirring trouble. Pausing for a few days wouldn't matter. Erzwang, however, insisted that since there were only a few sacks left, he would personally carry them all up the mountain tomorrow in one go. Wang San said it wasn't necessary, but Erzwang insisted on doing it. So Wang San asked him, why must you deliver it? Erzwang scratched his head awkwardly. He explained that he hadn't known Chen Huaifang was with the anti-Japanese League, much less that he was a communist fighting the Japanese invaders. That's why he'd been harsh when Chen asked to borrow money. He only realized it now. He hadn't been to school, but he'd followed Wang San and Li Xianwei in fighting the Japanese for a while and had seen their atrocities with his own eyes. In his view, the world was indeed full of good and bad people, and it wasn't always easy to tell them apart. But anyone who fought the Japanese invaders was a good person. Good people deserved his help, and he meant to see it through. He'd see it all the way to the end. With just a few sacks of grain, he'd ride out alone tomorrow to deliver them. Wang San watched Erzwang insist on going. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded. He too thought it unlikely to cause trouble. The Japanese were like grasshoppers after autumn, they wouldn't be jumping around for much longer. Japanese forces were retreating across all corners of China, especially here in the northeast. The combined forces of the anti-Japanese United Army, local bandits who had spontaneously joined the resistance, and the bald-headed army had long since beaten the Japanese into a sorry state. Erzwang was merely transporting a few sacks of grain, nothing could go wrong. And so, Erzwang set off. This time, he didn't dwell on it. He didn't sit on that hillside, nor did he utter those words that made people feel uneasy. Because no one believed Erzwang would never return from this journey. Not even Chen Huaifang. In fact, Chen Huaifang didn't even know Erzwang had made this trip. Back at the mountain base, while taking inventory of the grain, he simply chalked up the missing 100 pounds or so to losses during transport. He had no idea Erzwang was even on the road. No one knew what exactly Erzwang had encountered that day. No one knew. Erzwang always considered himself a man blessed with good fortune. Though his family was poor, his parents weren't harsh. Even after encountering those rotten to the core landlords, he eventually met third brother.
Traveling the world with third brother, he may not have lived in luxury, but at least he never went hungry again.
He always believed he'd met many good people and that fortune favored him. Even that time when the Japanese soldiers cornered them.
Better not dwell on those painful memories. But today's snowfall was truly heavy. In less than half a day, it piled up high enough to cover our ankles. Such heavy snowfall was rare back in our hometown. Well, they say the Northeast is a harsh, frigid land. A good snowfall suits it well.
What will Sister Tao cook for us tonight? Probably just potatoes and eggplant again, right? But no matter what, Sister Tao really is a great cook.
If you ask me, third brother should just marry her already. But I get the feeling Sister Tao doesn't really like third brother, yet I also sense she does like him. Sigh. Third brother always says that the emotions between men and women are harder to understand than the world's most disgusting dish. I've never tasted the world's worst dish. But I do feel like the hardest thing in the world might just be the situation between him and Sister Tao. When will I ever get a wife? I'm not saying she has to be as beautiful as Sister Tao, or as kind-hearted, or cook delicious meals, or be as able to fight the Japanese, sew clothes, sing songs, read and write, speak softly and sweetly, and be so understanding.
What am I even thinking? How could Sister Tao ever notice me? I never even thought about being with Sister Tao in that way.
I was just saying that it would be nice to find a wife like Sister Tao.
Sigh. But a woman like Sister Tao, how could she be so easy to find? I'd better stop thinking about these things. Come to think of it, how long has it been since I left home?
For years, 5 years, counting the years before I followed third brother, it's been 8 or 9 years now.
I wonder if it's snowing back home. It must be snowing there too, right? After all, I miss home so much.
Mother said the snow falling from the sky is the longing of children far from home. When that longing grows strong enough, it turns into snow.
Snow must be falling back home too. But with this much snow here, does that mean many people have left the Northeast? Probably, right? I don't know, and I can't figure it out. It's freezing.
I'll have to eat extra tonight when I get back, then drag third brother out for a drink.
Anyway, after delivering this batch of grain, there won't be much work left. Isn't it almost New Year's?
This year, I'll have Sister Tao make some dumplings with pickled cabbage filling.
I actually really like pickled cabbage. I wonder how long this grain will last for the people up in the mountains. It should last them quite a while, right? After all, they're fighting the Japanese devils. Even if it runs out, third brother can always ask me to get them more.
Eat up, eat up. Fill yourselves up, you need strength to fight the Japanese devils. You'd better drive those devils out quickly. I'm waiting to go home and eat the flatbread my mother made for me. Back when I had them, I never cared much for steamed buns.
But now that I haven't had them in so long, I really miss them.
Mom, your son misses you.
No, I mustn't think about it.
If I dwell on it too much, the snow will pile higher and higher, and the house back home might collapse under the weight. Mother's health is fragile, she mustn't catch cold.
Mother. My stomach hurts a little. When did my clothes turn red?
Third brother, I remember I didn't wear red clothes when I went out.
Plop.
When Chen Huaifang arrived with his men, only a horse stood in the vast expanse of white snow. Steam rose from its nostrils, its mane stained with blood. A small wooden cart, laden with several sacks of grain, was tethered to its saddle straps. Zhuang lay there in the snow, his eyes still open.
Mother, I'm home. 139, resisting Japan isn't just for soldiers. It's for ordinary people too. By the time I arrived.
Chen Huaifang glanced at the silent Wang San, hesitating before saying, by the time we arrived, Zhuang was already beyond saving. In the livestream chat, viewers gasped in shock at the sudden, devastating news.
What? How did he just die? I'm still reeling. Give me a minute. This is way too sudden.
He was clearly looking forward to a better life ahead, with just 1 year left before the Japanese surrendered. Soon he could return home, get his share of land, and live the peaceful life he'd always dreamed of. But how could he just suddenly die? Zhuang's departure was an unexpected turn no one saw coming. Yet it was also inevitable.
Chen Huaifang stated bluntly, we really should have seen this coming. We really should have seen it.
Back then, the scattered Japanese troops were wandering aimlessly everywhere, often grabbing isolated civilians or patrolling soldiers.
Around the Spring Festival of 1944. It marked the beginning of the Japanese invaders' total collapse.
That year, a comprehensive counteroffensive unfolded across the vast lands of China. That year, the Japanese, constrained by their narrow territory and scarce resources, found themselves overwhelmed on multiple fronts. They were forced to retreat again and again, yet the more they retreated, the harder they were struck. Victory was within reach.
Yet Zhuang was forever lost in that snowy field. He wasn't as fortunate as Chen Huaifang, who encountered a life-saving benefactor.
No, let me rephrase that.
He had already met that life-saving benefactor. Wang Zhong cleared his throat with a deep cough. This isn't anyone's fault, or it's all of ours. Yes, Zhuang's death could be blamed on no one. But it could also be blamed on everyone. Exactly.
Wang's death can't be blamed on anyone, but it can be blamed on all of us. Chen Huaifang countered with a question, then nodded in agreement. Yet in the livestream chat, confusion reigned.
How can you blame others for this? Yeah, it might sound harsh, but Wang's death, in a way, wasn't it because he insisted on transporting the grain?
No, you're missing Grandpa's point.
Oh? You do? I wouldn't say I understand, but
Grandpa probably meant that Wang's death, on a small scale, was just one man dying to transport grain. But on a larger scale, it represents all the ordinary people living in our country at that time.
Do you really think only generals and soldiers fought in the war?
Countless ordinary people were also there.
You can look it up online. During the War of Resistance, over 34 million people sacrificed their lives.
More than 4 million were military personnel, but the rest were all ordinary civilians.
Isn't that right? Exactly.
In those turbulent years when our nation lay shattered and battered by storms, soldiers heeded their generals' commands, shedding blood and sacrificing lives on the battlefield, swearing never to return until the enemy was crushed. But the grain that fed those soldiers didn't magically appear in the mess hall's cauldrons. The rifles in their hands didn't assemble themselves and run into their grasp. The bullets in those rifles, the gunpowder within them, even the uniforms on the soldiers' backs and the soldiers themselves. None of these things materialized out of thin air. They were sifted out grain by grain, kernel by kernel, by the calloused hands of countless ordinary people, perhaps illiterate old Zhang or speechless old Wang, who would rather go hungry themselves than withhold these supplies from the front lines. They were forged by one nameless hero after another, through countless days of bitter cold or scorching heat, in factories thick with the smell of oil. Even if it meant choking on fumes, coughing until tears or even blood streamed from their eyes. They insisted on delivering every rifle and every bullet into the hands of the soldiers. They were the son of old Li next door, the father of my friend son Erden. They are sons to their mothers, husbands to their wives, pillars of their families, and the unfilial sons whom elderly parents never saw return, even as they neared their final breaths. They are countless ordinary people whose names were never recorded. No heroic anthems, no grand finales, not even a name to remember. Ergu, Taidan, Zhuzi, Dashan, Sanner, and Wang. They died at the hands of the Japanese invaders. Their sacrifice cannot be blamed on anyone. Yet their sacrifice should be blamed on everyone. If China in 1895 had been just a little stronger, if on the Jinyuan warship, Admiral Deng had shouted "Sink the Yoshino," instead of "Ram the Yoshino." If in 1919, before the great powers, General Gu had not merely countered with words, but instead declared with unshakable conviction, "You have no right to speak. Negotiate with China from a position of strength." If in 1937, when facing the Japanese invaders, a million young men, a million armies would not have surrendered Manchuria without firing a single shot. If. But there are no ifs. That wind that swept across China for 14 years carried away the names of over 30 million people. They left no echo on this land, like a handful of yellow earth. From the earth they came, and to the earth they returned, silently, without a trace. No. How could they not have left a trace? Their voices have always echoed across this land. The voices of over 30 million heroic souls swirl in the skies above this land, coalescing into a mighty dragon, roaring. Never forget the national humiliation. Children, don't think men like Wang are so distant from us. You may not have seen them, or even heard of them. That year, crossing the river, the bridge was blown apart. But the warplanes couldn't wait, and the weapons couldn't get wet. How to cross? In the season of drifting snowflakes, hundreds upon hundreds of ordinary people stood shoulder to shoulder in the bone-chilling river, their shoulders bearing planks to form a bridge. Over half of them were women. Women in their teens, 20s, and 30s stood there in the freezing river, letting us carrying rifles and cannons cross by stepping on their shoulders. That year, when we attacked the river city, the Japanese devils barricaded themselves inside, refusing to come out. They held the lives of 800,000 civilians hostage, demanding we withdraw our troops. They even threatened that for every day we didn't retreat, they would slaughter 100 civilians. If we didn't retreat within 10 days, the city walls would be hung with the heads of the people. If we never retreated, they would slaughter every last person in the city. Just as we hesitated, the citizens inside the city sent their message out on kites. What did they say? They said, heads may be severed, blood may be spilled, the city may fall, people may perish, but China must never perish. They said, people must die eventually, whether from illness or old age. So what if we die by the hands of the Japanese devils? They said that while bodies can be killed, will cannot be destroyed. Others declared, a head lost leaves only a bowl-sized scar, strike freely. Or that the last grain of rice will become military rations, the last scrap of cotton will become uniforms. My son has already sacrificed his life, now it is my turn as a father. Our victory back then relied on more than just our armies. It was also these ordinary people, who feared neither death nor dismemberment. What is the boundless ocean of people's war? This is the vast ocean of people's war. It's not just us in uniform who should be remembered, it's the ordinary people too.
Chen Huaifang choked up several times as he spoke. He couldn't compare to Wang San. Whenever he thought of Heir Zhuang, he imagined him cheerfully looking forward to delivering this grain so he could finally get some rest. Whenever he thought of Heir Zhuang's carefree ease before setting out, clearly looking forward to eating more that night. Whenever he thought of how Erzwang needn't have died at all, he couldn't control his guilt. At that very moment, the over 500,000 viewers who had their hearts pierced by this revelation burst into tears as well. Oh my! How did I not see this before? Erzwang's sacrifice truly embodies the spirit of countless predecessors. Yes. Resisting the invaders, fighting the enemy, saving the nation, these were never the exclusive domain of soldiers, but of the far greater masses of ordinary people. Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. I can't take it anymore. I always thought that having watched so many live streams and heard so many stories of heroes and martyrs would make me resilient, but Li Xiangwei and Erzwang, they were just ordinary people like you and me. They had flaws, conflicts, desires, black and white, good and bad. 140, the story. The war of resistance continues. Luonan versus Huamei. The story has ended. Is it over? Not yet. But clearly, both storytellers in the room were now too exhausted to continue. Wang San had spoken all afternoon, his throat parched and his strength spent. He needed to rest. Chen Huaifang had spoken half the night. Though her throat wasn't parched, the mere thought of Erzwang's cold, lifeless eyes, his stiff corpse, and those blood-stained sacks of grain in the cart drained her of all strength to continue. He was overcome with immense sorrow and ended the livestream. In the livestream room, over 500,000, nearly 600,000 viewers gradually calmed their emotions amid their tears. Resisting Japanese aggression has never been the exclusive domain of the military. Each and every one of us is a vital force in the fight against Japanese aggression. The souls of 35 million fallen ancestors still await us to avenge their deaths. The wolfish ambitions of those who seek to destroy our Chinese nation remain undying. Many viewers who watched the livestream spontaneously posted messages or videos. One person posting, 2 people posting, perhaps it makes little difference. 10 or 100 people posting wouldn't make much of a difference either. But what if it were 10,000, 100,000, or even a million? In less than 30 minutes, the words spoken in Chen Huaifang's livestream ignited a massive online backlash. With tens of millions of followers and nearly 600,000 live viewers, the livestream's popularity surged past 100 million views per minute. In under an hour, it shot to the top 3 trending topics on Douyin. The title was concise and powerful. Kill the enemy, serve the nation. The war of resistance never ceases. A trending topic might seem ordinary, but to the enemy across the strait, to the enemy's erasure chamber, to the eyes of Akutagawa Ryuichi within that chamber, it was like a ticking time bomb ready to detonate at any moment. And once this bomb detonates, the entire mainland will pay a devastating price. The damage could even surpass that of the 2 atomic bombs dropped by the Eagle back in the day. At this very moment, deep within the Erase Bureau's office, Akutagawa Ryuichi stared at the report, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! This old man is simply too troublesome. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his phone and contacted Fujimoto Yasuke. But Fujimoto Yasuke was sitting on a metal bench at the Hongsuan police station, looking utterly devastated, his face ashen. Being caught by the police wasn't the issue. The problem was that the police were only investigating the incident where he had beaten a dog to death. Outside the room were state security agents and the 113 emergency response team. These 2 forces were the real reason Fujimoto Yasuke knew he had no chance of survival. Meanwhile, Ryuichi Akutagawa, unable to reach Fujimoto Yasuke, was panicking. He suddenly recalled the last words Fujimoto Yasuke had spoken to him before going missing. Ronin! That devil had been dispatched by China's high command to protect Chen Huaifang. He knew Fujimoto Yasuke's capabilities well. Though the man was sleazy, twisted, and not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was still capable. Ordinary Chinese police and agents simply couldn't apprehend him. Many could apprehend him, but now, as Akutagawa Ryuichi pondered, only one name came to mind, Ronin. Even so, Akutagawa Ryuichi refused to believe it was true. He refused to believe it. Because just half an hour ago, after confirming through that pinhole camera that the 2 elderly people in the house were indeed Chen Huaifang and Wang San, he had already ordered Bush Warbler from the newly formed Yamabuki unit to carry out the assassination. If Ronin was truly protecting Chen Huaifang, then there was no doubt Bush Warbler's operation would almost certainly fail. And failure would be interpreted by Bureau 113 as a provocation and act of defiance by the Japanese against China. Akutagawa Ryuichi dared not imagine the nature of China's retaliatory measures. It would likely shatter him to pieces, leaving him with no place to bury his remains. The thought made Akutagawa Ryuichi swallow hard. His hands clenched around the phone as he tried to contact Huamei. But the line was dead. Your phone's ringing. Aren't you going to answer it? Under the moonlight, Luonan glanced at the waistband of the man before him and offered the reminder. Wearing glasses and standing about 5 feet 7 inches, Huamei was on the slender side. He adjusted his glasses and gave Luonan a faint smile. No need. Probably just someone urging me to hurry up. Luo Nan returned the smile. Then you can report the mission as a failure. Huamei shook his head. Failure? I don't think so. As he spoke, he crouched down, removed the backpack from his back, and set it on the ground. He took out a leather briefcase and opened it under the moonlight. Adjusting the contents inside, he remarked, Luo Nan, I've heard of you, the former instructor of that something or other unit in China, the Within Reach Force. You've operated in our territory before. I recall you've taken many lives. Luo Nan, radiating absolute confidence, watched Huamei work with a casual nod. That's correct. Huamei remained crouched, gripping a roughly 15 centimeters rubber handle as he assembled it onto a 2-foot-long iron pipe. You actually admit it. I thought you wouldn't admit it. After all, you Huaxia people never admit to killing our people. Even if they were just ordinary people, my seniors, who had bright futures ahead of them, you killed them all. Luo Nan found it absurd. Ordinary people? Ordinary people like you? Traveling thousands of miles from your little corner of the world to China, with the singular purpose of killing our founding heroes? That's what you call an ordinary person? Huamei nodded. Of course. He stood up, the peculiar weapon in his hand fully assembled. Holding it in his left hand at a 45-degree angle, he declared, after all, he was the tool you used to smear the motherland I love. You're so full of righteous indignation fabricating so-called evidence while creating tools like this, trying to twist our Great Foot Basin prosperity plan from last century into a series of massacres and wars. But in reality, aren't you the ones in the wrong? It was you who rejected our goodwill. Not only that, but you struck back at us. Luo Nan could no longer bear to listen. He glanced at the peculiar weapon in Huamei's hand and asked, Are you ready? Huamei glanced at the peculiar weapon in her hand and shook her head. Not yet. With that, he lifted his hand, removed the glasses perched on his nose, and tossed them to the ground. His right hand opened, held out flat, and he smiled faintly. Now I'm ready. Then you can accept my goodwill. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Luo Nan vanished entirely. The next instant, a fist launched like a cannonball appeared beside Huamei's right side. Luo Nan, who struck with a lethal blow from the start, had never intended to honor his promise to take him alive. To him, death was mercy for a Japanese like Huamei, one whose mind had been corrupted by Akutagawa Ryuichi. But clearly, Huamei chosen by Akutagawa Ryuichi for this mission was no pushover. His reflexes were lightning fast. He bent his elbow to block, and the punch slammed into his arm with a thunderous crack, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Huamei snarled, flicking up that bizarre weapon from below. Its rounded arc now bared sharp barbs. Is this your kindness? What sets you apart from your foolish ancestors? Difference? Luo Nan was faster still. Planting one foot firmly, he twisted his stance to evade the barbs, then drove his fist straight into Huamei's chest. The difference is, unlike those helpless predecessors who faced slaughter, I can now smash you to death with every unrestrained punch. Slammed sideways through the air, Huamei twisted mid-flight, driving his weapon into the ground to absorb the impact, plowing a 5-meter-long trench. Mid-air, Huamei swiftly raised his right hand, palm out, to block Luo Nan's punch head-on. Instantly, he bent his legs and lunged forward, twisting toward Luo Nan. He sneered savagely, massacre? It's clearly the inferior people preying upon the superior. 100 years ago, our superior Yamato race voluntarily came to rule over you inferior Chinese rabble. Yet what did you do? Instead of taking pride in it, you treated it as a disgrace. If I recall correctly, over 300,000 of you gathered to resist our rule. You injured hundreds of us and killed dozens. Yet you twisted this into a massacre perpetrated by us against you? How shameless. Luo Nan's face twisted into a savage grimace. He didn't flinch at Huamei's chokehold, instead meeting it head-on with a straight punch smashing down. Gotcha. Huamei abruptly changed his technique. That peculiar weapon had appeared on his calf at some point, its sharp barbs now thrusting straight toward Luo Nan's armpit. Alas, Luo Nan was faster. The short blade that had once slaughtered all but one member of the previous Yamabuki group sliced through the barbs under the night sky, sending blinding sparks flying. Gotcha? Luo Nan switched hands, gripping the blade as he pressed forward along the curve beneath the barbs, aiming straight for Huamei's left hand. His eyes nearly blazed with fury. You're not worthy of speaking anymore. You only deserve death. 141. Furious slaughter of Huamei. Invited to tour the modern Chinese army. A vast, open field. Moonlit night. Luo Nan stood with his foot planted on Huamei's chest, towering over him. In a mere 7 minutes, he had utterly crushed Huamei, leaving her utterly defeated and unable to rise. Bastard. Huamei, his chest pinned down, struggled to lift his head slightly. A mouthful of blood spilled out uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he spat, Damn it. Hua, you Chinese, you will reap what you sow. You criminals who dare to alter history, erase history. You will reap what you sow. His mind, long since warped by Akutagawa Ryuichi's brainwashing, still clung stubbornly to the delusion that he was the righteous one. Even though countless pieces of evidence had long been thrown in the face of the foot basin. Even as the entire world, countless people, brought forth the irrefutable evidence of the foot basin's heinous crimes, they still refused to acknowledge the crimes committed upon this land. Ronan looked at him, equally unwilling to waste any more emotion. Reaping what you sow. I like that expression. Because you are reaping what you have sown. With that, Luonan wiped the blood from his short knife and sheathed it. He bent slightly. Time, 1:12 a.m., July 4, 2024. Location, Western Hong Village, Dongcheng City, Shandong Province, China. Situation report, Bureau 113 Agent Luonan detected a Japanese agent armed with lethal weapons who attacked me. Acting under the principle of self-defense, I was compelled to neutralize the threat. Huamei stared at Luonan, eyes wide, then felt as if her head had been struck by a car. Another one. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. The next day, the sun rose above the horizon. After a night of restful sleep, Chen Huaifang opened his eyes almost simultaneously with Wang San. Both men, well over 100 years old, had long since grown accustomed to days without sleep. As dawn broke, the two elders silently and in perfect harmony gathered their bedding, rose, and performed a simple ablution. Standing in the empty courtyard, Wang San gazed at the distant, hazy dawn and murmured, "It's been so many years, truly, so many years." Chen Huaifang looked at him, their thoughts meeting. Yes, it really has been so many years. Wang San turned to him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Yes. It's been so many years since we've had days this peaceful. Chen Huaifang nodded. Back on Black Duck Mountain, I used to dream of days this peaceful. But now, after decades of this, I find myself actually missing those turbulent days. Wang San sighed. What? You actually miss killing the Japanese devils? Chen Huaifang pursed his lips, then nodded. Then he shook his head. Miss it? Those days of fighting the Japanese? No, not at all. Those days were just too bitter. We won, yes, but the cost of defeating the Japanese was simply too great. We lacked proper equipment. Not everyone even had a rifle, with some wielding captured Type 38 Arisaka rifles while others carried Hanyang-type rifles that might have been older than they were. Nor did we have adequate logistics support. The Japanese ate canned food, steamed buns, rice, and white flour. While we subsisted on rice mixed with bran, hardened, blackened cornbread, and soup devoid of any trace of oil. Our victory came from the human tide of peoples war woven by tens of millions of ordinary citizens like Er Zhuan who sacrificed their lives. 14 years of resistance. 35 million military and civilian casualties. With the most primitive weapons, the most dilapidated fortifications, and living in conditions beyond comprehension to outsiders, we killed nearly 700,000 enemy soldiers. Yes, you read that correctly, and I did not miswrite it. According to incomplete statistics, fewer than 700,000 Japanese invaders perished on the battlefields of China during the 14-year war. This figure includes approximately 200,000 armed civilians, militia members, not regular Japanese soldiers. The number of genuine Japanese military personnel was only about 460,000. Yet these very 460,000 Japanese soldiers killed over 30 million Chinese civilians. 30 million? How many people were there in all of China at that time? As Mr. Gu once said, if someone tried to steal the entire Shandong province in front of the whole world, the 400 million Chinese people would never stand for it. At that time, our nation numbered but 400 million. How many women and children were among them? How many elderly and young? How many able-bodied men could truly take the battlefield? Each name, each face, each vibrant life cries out against the brutal crimes of those 14 years. If there truly were spirits of the dead, those 35 million souls would have long since razed the Japanese invaders to the ground. Yet today, the Japanese are actually questioning it. Questioning whether these 35 million victims were real or not. They brazenly deny massacre after massacre, twisting each horrifying plan into lies. To this day, the Japanese dare to brazenly demand that China pay them war reparations. To this day, the Japanese still stand there, claiming their actions back then were just. And what's even more tragic is that even now, many in our nation still believe the Japanese are right. They call themselves enlightened, believing they've seen through the world's true nature, possessing that arrogant delusion of being the only sober one amidst a drunken crowd. After consuming a few trashy novels and viral videos, they believe themselves shrouded in conspiracy theories. Having wasted their formative years skipping school for idle pursuits, they now cower in cramped rental apartments. They suddenly awaken to their self-realization, shouting, if only the foot basin had won back then. Is this not a profound tragedy? Is this not an insult to the 35 million souls who perished? Chen Huaifang and Wang San, they've both grown old. Over 100 years old, humans eat the earth for a lifetime, and the earth consumes humans once. How long their lives should last, neither of them knows. But if that day ever comes, and I mean if on that day, all who witnessed that war have passed away, turn to dust, becoming one of those 35 million souls facing the foot basin, would we still feel that bone-deep hatred? You're too pessimistic, Huaifang. After Chen Huaifang finished speaking, Wang San exhaled deeply and patted his shoulder gently. I saw those children yesterday too.
Their feelings toward the basin are no less intense than yours or mine. The foot basin's heinous crimes, too numerous to list, cannot be erased by mere words or a few individuals. One day, our entire Chinese nation will exact vengeance, repaying every drop of blood debt accumulated over decades, even centuries. Yes. We will avenge our grievances. He murmured. Back then, our equipment was so inferior. Even when we won, it felt like a hollow victory. Third brother, do you know? When we received word of the enemy's surrender and orders forbade us from firing on their retreating troops, how agonizing that was. So many soldiers gave their lives, so many civilians shed their blood just so we could gain the upper hand, finally break through the enemy's defenses, and raise our blades for vengeance. They just tossed their guns aside and told me they surrendered. No more fighting. No more vengeance. At this point, Chen Huaifang's emotions momentarily overwhelmed him. He still couldn't forget that scene. The scene that led to his demotion and dismissal. Just then, a few crisp knocks sounded at the small courtyard gate. A young woman neither of the elderly men recognized, dressed in military uniform, spoke up. Hello, is this the home of Mr. Wang San, the elderly Mr. Wang? Wang San looked up at the unfamiliar young woman and nodded. Over the years, many unfamiliar young people had visited his home. Poverty alleviation workers, village committee members, and representatives from various senior support programs. In short, throughout China's development, numerous care policies had been implemented for elderly individuals like him. Compared to the days when the old adage "old but not dead" as a thief applied to seniors like him, things had improved immeasurably. But someone in military uniform? That was a first. He asked, Young lady, who are you? What brings you here? The girl smiled, stepped into the courtyard, and looked at Chen Huaifang before speaking. Then you two must be the elderly gentleman Wang San and Chen Huaifang, correct? Chen Huaifang nodded. He had a premonition that this girl before him was likely the same as those he had encountered before. Whether it was Director Li or Miss Chu, they were likely both officials of the current Huaxia government. And sure enough, once their identities were confirmed, the young woman smiled faintly. Immediately, a crowd poured in from outside. Some wore administrative jackets, others were in plain clothes, and there were police officers, soldiers, and a large crowd of onlookers. The young woman took the lead and said, Hello, elders. I am an officer in the publicity department of the Shandong military district. My surname is also Chen. Yesterday, during your live stream, you shared many stories about the hardships and difficulties our predecessors faced during the War of Resistance against Japan. Therefore, on behalf of our superiors, we would like to invite you both to tour the modern Chinese military. What do you think? 142, this equipment? Too outdated to show off. Tour the modern Chinese military? Chen Huaifang and Wang San exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. What kind of place is the military? Chen Huaifang certainly had the authority to speak on this. As a founding lieutenant general who rose from the ranks of enlisted soldiers, spent years in the thick of battle, and fought his way from the snowy mountains and black waters to the ends of the earth, he knew the military inside out. The military was an extremely serious place. Although she had unexpectedly met his grandson, Zhao Gongnan, when visiting Zhao Shuedong earlier, and was even invited and live-streamed into the military compound. But what was that situation? It was merely the square within the military compound, and the soldiers summoned were all fresh recruits just assigned to their units. There were no classified facilities, nor were any advanced weapons or equipment on display. But this time? Seeing the two elders hesitating, Xiao Chen smiled and asked, Is there anything holding you back, old folks? Wang San, ever straightforward, replied candidly, Young lady, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Sure, there are plenty of people here, but touring a military base? That's hardly something for two old geezers like us, is it? As he spoke, the live streams connected to the numerous cameras following Xiao Chen were flooded with viewers. This was a special live broadcast organized by the Shandong Provincial Party Committee, supervised by Bureau 113 in Old Ma. The broadcast was hosted not only on Douyin but also on at least 15 other online platforms, including official channels like Shandong Television. Conservative estimates put the combined viewership across all major platforms at a minimum of 1 million people watching the livestream at that very moment. And among those 1 million viewers, many had watched Chen Huaifang's livestream before. Holy crap! I recognize this old man. He's the one who did that military-based tour livestream. Recognizing him is nothing. I'm already a longtime fan of Grandpa Chen. I watched his entire livestream last night. Pfft, watching one full livestream doesn't make you a true fan. I've been following him since day one, the day he went to pay respects to martyr Jin Wanhu. I've watched every single one of his streams. Martyrs Jin Wanhu and Yang Siyu, plus Grandpas Zhao Shuedong, Gusin, Deng Mingjue. I can recite their stories by heart now. I knew it. Why would the official livestream pick just any ordinary old man? Turns out this grandpa is actually a founding hero? We're not sure about the founding hero part yet, but Grandpa Chen is definitely a veteran who fought in the War of Resistance. Holy cow! If he fought in the War of Resistance, that means he must be over 90, maybe even 100 years old?
Grandpa Chen himself said he's 104 years old and joined the army in 1937. A genuine veteran who fought the Japanese invaders. A true hero. The live chat exploded with comments. Especially those who watched last night's livestream. After hearing Li Xiangwei and Zhuang's stories yesterday, and after witnessing and hearing Chen Huaifang and Wang San recount the hardships of the War of Resistance during those difficult times, they had wondered, what if the modern Chinese military could return to that era? Would the outcome be different? It's not a question of whether. It would definitely be different. Our current military is world-class. Globally top tier. Facing Wang San's confusion, Xiao Chen calmly explained, second in command, rest assured. We've made preparations in advance. As long as you two are physically able and willing, we can depart for the tour immediately. Our Northern Theater Command has already prepared a unit for your inspection. We welcome your inspection at any time. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang still found it hard to believe and asked, an entire unit for us to inspect? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. For you two to personally inspect. Too many years have passed since our most arduous times. We know that while you two were sacrificing your lives for the nation and the people, our China had fallen into such dire poverty and weakness that it was beyond repair. In your era, a single rifle or bullet was priceless. Facing enemy aircraft, tanks, and artillery, our martyrs had to sacrifice their lives to see the glimmer of victory. The prosperity and strength China enjoys today were earned with the lives of you and our martyrs. Therefore, as the architects of this era of prosperity, a mere military unit can certainly undergo inspection for you both. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the major live stream rooms erupted in agreement. Absolutely. Our nation's prosperity today rests entirely on the heroic sacrifices of our martyrs. Without their sacrifices, our happy lives today would never exist. Without the rice and rifles of that era, we wouldn't have the planes and cannons we have now. Many of you probably haven't watched Grandpa Chen's livestream, right? Let me briefly recount yesterday's livestream. Li Xiangwei, a bandit leader with dozens of men and over a dozen guns, was originally a local bully who robbed and plundered. But when the Japanese invaded China, they too raised their banners and fought wholeheartedly against the invaders. Then there's Wang, not his real name, but a friend of Grandpa Wang beside him. He was just one of countless ordinary people back then, yet he too gave his life for the resistance. The character limit here is too strict, I can't possibly tell their full stories. But there's no doubt, in that era, they all wrote heroic chapters of resistance with their very lives. Ordinary in appearance, but extraordinary in spirit. After a brief silence, Chen Huaifang looked at Wang San, brother San, since little Chen has invited us, wouldn't it be a bit awkward if the two of us didn't go? Wang San met his gaze and nodded. Alright, shall we go? Chen Huaifang nodded. He looked at Xiao Chen, alright, I've been wanting to see for myself after all these years, what has become of our Huaxia military. Receiving their affirmation, Xiao Chen smiled faintly before turning to invite the two elders into the vehicle. Once seated, Xiao Chen aimed the GoPro camera hanging at his chest level at the two men. The live streams across major platforms simultaneously switched to this feed. Today's livestream wasn't merely an invitation for the two elders to tour the modernized People's Army. It was also a live broadcast to boost the fighting spirit of the entire military and the entire nation. Xiao Chen first unscrewed 2 bottles of mineral water for them and handed over some breakfast he'd bought earlier. Elders, have something to eat first. The drive will be a bit long. They both hummed in acknowledgement and accepted the items. Chen Huaifang held the water in his left hand while his right hand touched the car door. He couldn't shake the feeling that this vehicle was different from any other he'd ridden in. Noticing his curiosity, Xiao Chen whispered, Old Chen, this is a riot control vehicle we modified. While it looks much like a regular civilian car on the outside, we added special materials inside. Simply put, this panel you're touching here can withstand a direct hit from a World War II-era mortar shell without damage. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang's eyes widened. Just this thin car door could actually withstand artillery fire? Are you kidding me? How could that be possible? Back then, in that very battle where he was relieved of duty, a single Japanese field gun had slaughtered countless soldiers. To crack the tough nut, Chen Huaifang had tried every conceivable method using anything he could think of for protection, even digging a tunnel buried a meter underground. Yet the shockwave from exploding shells still shook him to his core. And now they tell him this flimsy car door can block it? How could that be possible? He stared at Xiao Chen, his voice thick with disbelief. Young lady, don't try to pull a fast one on this old man just because I'm getting on in years. How could such a flimsy car door possibly withstand artillery fire? Seeing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Old Chen, how could I ever deceive you? In your era, the enemy's artillery was indeed advanced, but compared to our current military industry, that era's enemy artillery simply doesn't measure up. You might not believe it now, but I think once you see our nation's current equipment with your own eyes, you'll understand. Chen Huaifang looked into Xiao Chen's eyes. His experience was enough to tell whether Xiao Chen was lying or just bragging. At this moment, Chen's gaze revealed not a trace of deception. After swallowing 2 buns, Wang San suddenly grew cautious. Well, Xiao Chun, if we're talking about such advanced equipment being shown to us two old geezers and all these kids watching the live stream, wouldn't that be a security breach? At the word leak, Chen Huaifang immediately grew alert. Yeah, Xiao Chun, I've heard the Japanese are really active these days. What if this gets leaked? Far from alarming little Chen, the elder's caution and vigilance only drew a knowing smile from her. She reassured them, rest easy, old folks. All the equipment showcased today by the heavy armored composite brigade may be world class. But our nation has always followed a pattern. One generation is displayed, one generation is concealed, one generation is tested, one generation is developed, and one generation is designed. In other words, our current equipment truly leads the world. But for ourselves, it's too outdated to show. 143, back then, starting from nothing, we had no choice but to accept our disadvantages. Too outdated? Yet we can display it? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but feel skeptical. How many years have passed since the founding of the People's Republic? A mere 75 years. And within those 75 years, how many twists and turns had there been? The turbulent war years Chen Huaifang personally endured alone spanned 5 years. That leaves 70 years. Breaking down those 70 years into days and nights leaves only 35 years. To transform from a backward nation with nothing to its name into a world-class powerhouse within just 35 years was already beyond Chen Huaifang's comprehension. Now, young Chen was telling him that the weapons and equipment China now proudly displayed as world-leading were, in fact, already outdated, even excessively so for China itself? He couldn't believe it. He simply dared not believe it. Xiao Chen, don't you dare lie to me. Chen Huaifang stared into Xiao Chen's eyes, his gaze unapologetically conveying skepticism and disdain. He wasn't questioning China's pace of development or its capacity for rise. Over the years, through the trials and tribulations, he had witnessed the hardships and exhaustion endured by those intellectuals. But whether in personal conduct or national governance, one must learn humility, otherwise, one would reap the bitter consequences. Chen Huaifang lectured bluntly, Xiao Chen, your generation was born under the red flag and raised in the warm spring breeze. You've never known hunger or cold. From birth, you've lived in the sheltered environment of peaceful times. The storms of life were either shielded from you by your parents or only touched you symbolically. In life, one must be humble and never make empty boasts. Boasting comes at a price. How much did China sacrifice to rise from utter poverty to where it stands today? Back when we resisted the hawks and aided the panda, the eagle sauce president dangled an atomic bomb over our heads before the whole world, threatening to perform surgery on us. What could we do? Back then, we were backward and impoverished, all we had were grenades to fight against atomic bombs. Now that we've finally built our own planes, tanks, and warships, we mustn't let pride get the better of us. Fighting an atomic bomb with grenades. Sigh, hearing Grandpa say that breaks my heart. How could it not be heartbreaking? Grandpa lived through the anti-American, aid to Vietnam era. He knows better than us what it meant to fight planes, tanks, and artillery with millet and rifles. But didn't all those predecessors pour their hearts and souls into this struggle for so many years, precisely so we could walk tall today and take pride in being Chinese? Exactly. Our forebears spent decades covering ground that Western nations traversed in 3 centuries. One generation endured 3 lifetimes of hardship. Wasn't he at all for this? While this old gentleman's contributions are undeniably significant, hasn't he fallen a bit too far behind the times? Over 100 years old, his understanding is already outdated, yet he still insists on lecturing others. I just can't wrap my head around it. Across major live streaming platforms, many viewers encountering Chen Huaifang for the first time joined in the criticism. But as the person directly being lectured, little Chen showed no sign of emotion. She calmly stated, Mr. Chen, I understand your feelings. Modesty is indeed a traditional virtue of our Chinese culture. But when we should be proud, we shouldn't be overly humble either. After all, isn't excessive humility just another form of arrogance? Xiao Chen's response was neither servile nor arrogant. Hearing this, Wang San chuckled. He patted Chen Huaifang on the shoulder and teased, that's right, Huaifang. Sometimes, excessive modesty is just another form of arrogance. Chen Huaifang pursed his lips, shot Wang San a glance, then turned back to Xiao Chen and nodded. Yes. Exactly. Excessive modesty is arrogance. But he really couldn't accept it. Too backward to showcase? He pursed his lips and asked, so when you say outdated enough to be displayed, just how outdated are we talking about? Xiao Chen paused briefly before explaining, please don't misunderstand. When I say excessively outdated yet worth showcasing, I'm not implying that this parade unit's weapons and equipment are antiquated and far behind the times. On the contrary, the weapons and equipment of this heavily armed composite brigade correspond to the current world-class standard. World-class? Chen Huaifang shook his head in disbelief. He understood what Xiao Chen meant. These weapons and equipment were indeed world-class. But within China itself, they were already outdated relics, having been superseded by the latest equipment still under wraps. He didn't believe it. At the very least, he wouldn't believe it until he saw the actual items. This old man is truly stubborn. Grandpa Chen isn't being stubborn, he just can't bring himself to believe it. Exactly. If I'd lived through that era, I wouldn't believe it either. How could we be world leading after just a few decades? What kind of hardship did Grandpa endure back then? We can't even begin to imagine. The comments in the bullet chat aren't exaggerating. Those who haven't personally lived through and truly experienced the hardships of that era can't possibly fathom the helplessness Chen Huaifang felt. When Chen Huaifang, rifle in hand, peered over the hillside and saw the Japanese tanks rumbling and roaring down the road. When Chen Huaifang and his troops finally recaptured the position, only to watch the Japanese swiftly deploy their artillery and reduce the fortifications to dust with a single pull. When Chen Huaifang delivered a passionate speech to his troops yesterday, only to learn the next day that American planes had nearly wiped out that entire unit. That sense of helplessness stemming from the generational gap in weaponry was a weight no one else could comprehend. After a brief silence, Chen Huaifang finally spoke. What weapons and equipment can I see today? He wanted to know what he would see today. Aircraft? Artillery? Tanks? Or just soldiers in uniform? What would the rifles they carried look like? Would they still have wooden grips? How many bullets could they hold? 10 rounds? 20 rounds? Or would they be like that captured wild turkey neck, capable of rattling off dozens or even hundreds of rounds? Speaking of that wild turkey neck, when Chen Huaifang first encountered a machine gun, he was utterly stunned. Before that, he'd never imagined a gun could fire so many rounds without stopping. But times were tough back then. Even with a wild turkey neck in hand, he dared not fire recklessly. Why? Because there were no bullets. What else could it be? But what about now? The modern Chinese military surely wouldn't be short on ammunition, right? No, you should use definitely. We will never run out of bullets. Grenades, bombs, shells, those might run out. But bullets? Never. As Chen Huaifang hesitated, her eyes filled with anticipation, even a hint of excitement and longing, Xiaochen gave a slight smile. But she kept the secret. You'll see when you get there, she said. She added, rest assured, apart from the warships that can't reach land and a few aircraft that simply couldn't be deployed in time, you'll see everything else. She then turned the question back to Chen Huaifang. Old Chen, neither I nor the viewers in the livestream have ever lived through your era. We may learn from books and films how you and other veterans, during our nation's era of poverty and weakness, defeated enemy tanks and aircraft with an iron will. But that's ultimately second-hand knowledge from books and films. Nothing compares to your first-hand experience. Would you be willing to share? Share your personal experiences from back then? Chen Huaifang looked at Xiaochen. Then he glanced at the thin, flimsy door beside him, so light it seemed a knife could slice through it with little effort. Yet Xiaochen insisted it could withstand the blast from that captured Italian cannon back in the day. He paused for a moment. Then he said, my personal experiences back then. I've actually recounted them many times. Back then, Xiao Huzi sacrificed his life to blow up a Japanese tank. Siyu also gave his life to buy us time for communications. Back then, our inferior weapons forced us to endure unimaginable suffering and humiliation. The Japanese looked down on us, and even after their defeat, they still despised us. At the war tribunal, they refused to acknowledge that we had defeated them. Instead, they claimed it was the American atom bomb that defeated them. Without the atomic bomb, they could have kept fighting us and would have won. The Americans looked down on us too. Back in North Korea, their planes flew as if they were free, and their tanks and trucks seemed to outnumber the people. And what about that aircraft carrier? I hear it's already in our waters, loaded with atomic bombs to blow us up. What can we do? There's nothing we can do. No way. 4 words, spoken with force. Deafeningly clear. 144. Now that our nation is prosperous and our people strong, we are the advantage itself. There's no way. These 4 words are utterly fitting. Because there truly is no way. What can millet and rifles do against tanks and planes? Isn't that exactly the point? There's no way? The nickname King of Land Warfare for tanks wasn't just some boastful claim made up by tank designers. It's a truth proven time and again through countless wars. Bullets can't pierce it, grenades can't destroy it unless you charge under it with your life, that is. Some say, isn't that the solution? That's bull. The real solution is to counter with tanks or anti-tank guns. What kind of solution is trading lives for it? This is a solution born of desperation. After hearing Chen Huaifang's words, millions of viewers in the livestream chat agreed. Yeah, back then, facing the enemy's advanced equipment, our predecessors really had no choice. I think I understand why the old man was so overly cautious. Back then, our predecessors must have felt utterly hopeless? It was utterly hopeless. Try to imagine it, friends. When you believe the gun in your hands is all you have on the battlefield, and suddenly the enemy rolls out an indestructible steel monster that bullets can't pierce, wouldn't you feel utterly hopeless? Yeah, no wonder the old man is so, how should I put it? Humble? Amidst the fermenting bullet comments, Chen Huaifang didn't pause. He continued, that's why I say we absolutely must not become arrogant.
We fought hard for our victory, we fought hard for our peace, and we fought hard to build the prosperity and strength we have today. But we can't let a few achievements make us think we're invincible, so full of ourselves we're floating on air, looking down on the entire world. That comes at a price. A very heavy price. Chen Huaifang didn't utter these words without reason. In those years, the years after he retired, we truly endured those tragedies. Only Chen Huaifang didn't know. Back in the Vietnam War, we thought our artillery would make short work of the enemy. Yet the Vietnamese guerrillas, lurking in the jungles and tunnels, used treacherous tactics that claimed the lives of countless men. Back in the South China Sea, we finally acquired our own warships, thinking we could finally protect our waters. Yet our warships, our submarines, our hard-earned assets were utterly helpless against a single fleet of the Eagle. Even back then, when the eagle-eyed nation brazenly interfered with China's sovereignty. Our feeble navy was even forced to haul tanks and field artillery onto the decks to fight. Back then, the martyr Wang Wei of 81,192. What state of mind could he have been in when he uttered his final words? I cannot return. Continue onward. We carry forward the unfinished missions of countless predecessors. Behind us, our past constantly reminds us of the humiliation we once endured. Those were hardships we can never forget. Even in that year so close at hand. In 2016, while others sat at home watching TV shows about two bears and a bald guy outwitting each other. In the South China Sea, China's three major fleets deployed their elite forces, yet they faced only 2 aircraft carrier strike groups from the Eagle-winged nation. So how many carrier strike groups does the Eagle have? 11. You heard that right. 11. We've committed our entire elite force, yet we're facing only 1/5 of the Eagle's naval strength. That year, the Type 055 was still in its infancy, not yet born. That year, the J-20 was still in development, not yet in service. That year, our only dignity lay in nuclear weapons, and we faced the Eagle with the nearly obsolete H-6 bombers. And that year it was only 8 years ago. Chen Huaifang may be old, but that doesn't mean he's completely out of touch with the times. He watches television and listens to the radio. He knows about major events unfolding in the world today. Who could have known what terrifying waves of terror that crisis would unleash in the heart of this war-hardened old man? During those days and nights, countless images from the past replayed in his mind. Surely we won't have to sacrifice soldiers' lives to fight enemy tanks again? Would we still use our rifles to shoot down enemy planes flying overhead? Surely we won't have to haul tanks and artillery onto warships, mounting land guns aboard vessels to defend our national dignity? Surely not? Surely not? After hearing Chen Huaifang's words, the livestream fell silent. Xiao Chen, too, fell silent. Chen Huaifang murmured, surely not? Surely not? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and declared firmly, absolutely not. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the car came to a stop. We're here. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Huaifang, composed herself, adjusted the camera, and invited, Mr. Chen, we're here. The hardships you endured back then, the injustices you suffered. Today, you should finally be able to hold your head high. With that, she opened the car door and invited the 2 elderly passengers to step out. Outside the vehicle stood representatives from the media and various government agencies. They had prepared everything in advance. The moment she stepped out, Chen Huaifang spotted a soldier in uniform. He was young, appearing to be just over 40, dressed in a crisp, new uniform, his bearing commanding and dignified. On his shoulders were 2 bars and 4 stars. He was the commander of the heavily armed Combined Arms Brigade undergoing inspection today, holding the rank of colonel and a deputy division-level position. He was also a representative of the younger generation of military officers in China today, much like the equally young Chen Huaifang back in the day. He extended his hand toward Chen Huaifang, his excitement palpable. Senior Comrade Chen, hello. Chen Huaifang extended his hand in return. Hello. And you are? He replied, my name is Zhang Hongzhen. You can call me Zhang. I'm the commander of the troops being reviewed today. Chen Huaifang nodded. Wang San also stepped out of the vehicle at this moment, but his gaze did not linger here. Instead, his gaze was fixed elsewhere. In the distance stood the heavily armed Combined Arms Brigade. His eyesight was nowhere near what it had been in his youth. He could only make out a vague outline. Whoa, is that our army? What are those boxy, angular things? Tanks? How many are there? 5? 10? No, be bold. 50. That should be about right? Back in Shanghai during the Battle of Shanghai, the Japanese didn't have that many tanks either. A tank regiment only had 40-60 tanks. Now, for our brigade, let's be bold. 50 tanks should be achievable, right? And those beside the tanks must be artillery, right? Those artillery pieces look pretty intimidating now. At a glance, there seem to be quite a few. At least several dozen pieces, a bit sparse, perhaps, but a single volley would give the enemy a taste of their own medicine. Just as Wang San was pondering the combat strength of this heavily armored composite brigade, Zhang Hongzhen approached from the side, already accompanied by Chen Huaifang. Spotting Wang San, Chen Huaifang called out, Brother San, come this way. Wang San grunted in acknowledgement, his feet moving forward while his gaze remained fixed.
In the livestream chat, viewers couldn't help but tease him upon seeing his expression. Ha, looks like the old man's feet are glued to the ground now. He must have spotted that unit. After all, didn't they just say the inspection site was nearby? I bet. Honestly, if I saw that, I'd probably be stuck too. Ha ha ha. Amidst the banter, Wang San couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Zhang, how many people showed up today?"
Zhang Hongjin turned back and replied, "Mr. Wang, our entire brigade is present today. It's a combined arms unit, so the numbers are a bit larger, but I can't disclose the exact figures."
Wang San nodded. Classified info, he understood. But he still couldn't help asking, I saw those things from afar earlier, were those tanks?
Zhang Hongjin glanced over and nodded.
Yes, tanks.
Don't worry, they'll follow the infantry fighting vehicles and be the first to arrive.
Wang San asked bluntly, how many?
Zhang Hongjin was equally blunt, 112.
112?
It wasn't just Wang San who was shocked. Chen Huaifang, who'd been holding back her emotions, was stunned too.
How many? How many tanks are in a brigade? 112? Are you kidding me? Back in the day, how many tanks did a Japanese division even have? Just over 100, right?
Most of them were light tanks anyway. Poor defense, weak firepower.
Good for bullying infantry, but against other tanks? They were just moving targets, easy to hit. Now a single brigade has 112 tanks? How much worse could it get?
Chen Huaifang had heard about these modern sniper rifles, things that could pierce steel plates.
Surely those 112 tanks in service couldn't even withstand a sniper rifle?
Wang San hesitated before speaking.
Young Zhang, sigh.
Seeing him sigh, Zhang Hongjin quickly asked, "Old Wang, why the sigh?" Chen Huaifang answered for him, "Young Zhang, I served in the military for over 20 years and understand unit organization.
A brigade fielding 112 tanks is a bit excessive.
As the saying goes, too many cooks spoil the broth.
We can't just chase quantity and forget about quality."
Hearing this, Zhang Hongjin froze for a second before bursting into laughter. He replied frankly, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Wang, you can rest assured.
The 112 tanks we're deploying are all main battle tanks. Designated Type 99A world class. It's safe to say the Type 99A embodies the very strength of our ground forces. 145, we are the rebirth of our forebears." What? Chen Huaifang's eyes widened in disbelief.
He wondered if Zhang Hongjin had misspoken, or if he had misheard. A brigade-level formation, even if it was labeled heavily armored or combined arms, was still just a brigade in Chen Huaifang's eyes. Back when he was still in the military, a brigade would never be equipped with 112 tanks. And not some light tanks like the Japanese used. These were proper main battle tanks. How could that be possible? Chen Huaifang stated bluntly, "Zhang, don't try to fool us old men. 112 main battle tanks? For just one brigade? Even if our nation were wealthy, we wouldn't be that extravagant, would we?" In his view, or rather, in the view of officers from his era, a brigade, commanding one armored unit and supported by 2 logistics supply units, was already the absolute limit. Tanks required maintenance, and maintenance required manpower. More personnel meant higher military expenditures. Back in the days when screws had to be tightened by hand and a single barrel of gasoline was stretched by adding alcohol to make it last twice as long, the budget for an armored unit could barely sustain 10-20 main battle tanks and 20-30 light tanks. But in the blink of an eye, over 60 years later, Zhang Hongjin's brigade boasts 112 main battle tanks alone? He couldn't believe it. Facing skepticism, Zhang Hongjin knew empty words wouldn't suffice. The 2 elderly men before him were battle-hardened veterans who had weathered the war years tough as nails. Trying to win their trust with a few so-called sweet-talking words would be like expecting Sun Wukong to willingly become the stablemaster. So instead of explaining, he led the 2 elders onto the review platform in full view of the live stream cameras. As the camera shifted, over 1 million viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel stirred. Holy crap! I was just trying to kill time at work and I stumbled upon the heavy armored brigade parade? Bro, you're not just watching a parade. See that spry old gentleman in the frame? He's a genuine founding hero of the nation. And that other old man with the cigarette? He's a veteran hero who witnessed the Battle of Shanghai firsthand and fought against the Japanese for 8 solid years. What? Aren't both of those gentlemen in their 90s or over 100? Grandpa Chen on the left is 104, and Grandpa Wang on the right should be 114. The comment stream buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming parade, as well as curiosity about the identities of Chen Huaifang and Wang San. And they weren't the only ones curious. The same curiosity was shared by the very troops about to be reviewed. They received an urgent notice last night: all personnel must assemble immediately. Those on leave had their leave terminated, training sessions were halted. The entire combined brigade, over 6,000 personnel, assembled without exception. They even thought it was the eagle-clawed bastards attacking. They were even prepared to fight the eagle to the death. But now, instead of rushing to the battlefield, they stood here awaiting orders.
A military parade? Today isn't any special occasion. Why a parade? The party's founding was 3 days past, and the army's founding was nearly a month away.
Whether it's the 9th of March or the 11th of October, neither has anything remotely to do with today.
Who's this parade for today? Just as they were curiously peering toward the reviewing stand, the loudspeaker suddenly blared. Hoo! Comrades, good day.
I am Zhang Hongjin, commander-in-chief of this parade.
Today's parade was assembled urgently and conducted with urgency.
Therefore, there will be no formal uniforms, no honor guards, and no goose-stepping.
Advance in combat formation. Hold your rifles steady and shoulder your cannons.
Zhang Hongjin's voice was steady and powerful.
After these brief instructions, he suddenly asked, Comrades, do you know who will be reviewing your ranks today?
Despite the considerable distance between the reviewing stand and the assembled troops, the unified response from over 6,000 voices still rang clear to Chen Huaifang and Wang San on the reviewing stand, as well as to the 1.26 million viewers watching the live broadcast.
We know. Bull. Zhang Hongjin blurted out without hesitation.
This only reinforced the soldiers' certainty that today's parade was vastly different from any previous one. Had such words been uttered during any previous parade, it wouldn't have been an incident, it would have been a disaster. But today, those words were spoken. And it came without any warning or softening. Immediately after his outburst, Zhang Hongjin added, let me tell you the answer. Today, the two ordinary elderly gentlemen reviewing our troops are. Some younger comrades might be whispering among themselves, saying these two old men must be anything but ordinary, otherwise, why would they halt our training? But you're completely wrong. These two elders are just ordinary old people now. Their hair is white, their faces are wrinkled, and they even gasped for breath climbing the stairs to the reviewing stand.
But once upon a time, long before any of you were born. I wasn't born yet. Not even your grandparents here today had been born yet.
Zhang Hongjin took a deep breath, paused, and spoke with perfect enunciation. These two elders. They too once donned military uniforms, fighting invaders with iron horses and golden spears in desperate battles. They traveled far and wide, pouring their hearts and souls into serving the nation. That's right, you heard correctly, and I did not misstate it. These two elders are veteran heroes who have journeyed from the War of Resistance era to the present day.
Come on, comrades, let's give them a round of applause.
As the words fell, over 6,000 soldiers erupted in thunderous applause. Soldiers in the front rows strained to see the figures on the reviewing stand.
Veterans of the War of Resistance? You're not kidding, right? The old heroes who fought the Japanese back then? Standing right there on the reviewing stand? Before they could process their shock, Chen Huaifang took the microphone. Hello, children. My surname is Chen, I'll skip my given name for now. I'm getting old, and my eyes aren't what they used to be, I can't quite make out your faces. But I can imagine what they look like after all, I was young once too. Chen Huaifang gripped the microphone, gazing at the dark mass of people in the distance, suddenly lost in thought. He continued, you must all be tall and proud, standing tall and straight. His gaze shifted from the distance to the immediate vicinity, meeting Wang San's eyes briefly before settling back on his own chest. He murmured, kids, back in the day, this old codger beside me and I really did fight the Japanese devils and contribute to the resistance, just like your brigade commander said. But our times were nothing like yours now. We were poorly clothed, poorly fed, and our guns were either captured or ancient relics. How could it compare to your situation now?
Back then, forget about having 112 tanks per brigade like you do now.
Tanks were rare commodities back then.
Usually, they were driven by the Japanese. We could only trade our soldiers' lives for enemy tanks. At this point, Chen Huaifang suddenly felt he'd said too much and was growing weary of the topic.
This old man, he's at it again.
Sigh, the limitations of his era.
Times have changed, but the old man just can't keep up. Everyone, please be understanding. Grandpa, times have changed. We no longer have to trade our lives for enemy tanks. We no longer have to be like Jin Wanhu, hugging explosive charges to burrow under enemy tanks. We no longer suffer from hunger or poor nutrition. Even in the midst of battle, our cooks can whip up caramelized sauces. We now have our own tanks, aircraft, and world-leading long-range artillery. Times have changed. The era when we faced the enemy's steel monsters with iron will is gone forever. Yes. Just as the millions of viewers in the livestream born into this new era have said without exception. Times have changed. China is no longer the impoverished and backward nation it was a century ago. The People's Liberation Army is no longer that impoverished, under-equipped, mud-legged army that couldn't even provide a gun for every soldier. And precisely these points were what Chen Huaifang intended to address. He suddenly shifted his tone. But, children, you are different from us. Back in our day, we had no tanks, no planes, and barely any artillery. My brothers who remain forever in that bygone era were about your age back then. Children, let me see you. Let me see what my fallen comrades would have looked like, born in the new China. They were your age when they left. Once, they were you. Now, you are their rebirth. 146. Now, no one can speak to us aloud. 100 years ago. It was 1924. That year, China lay in ruins. I remember at the Paris Peace Conference, though China was a victorious nation, we had to watch helplessly as the great powers handed Shandong province to Japan. That year, countless young men took up arms, building a great wall with their flesh and blood to resist the invasion. I remember Shanghai in 1919, where countless youths raised the banner of patriotism, willing to shed their last drop of blood for the nation. That year, the Western powers viewed China as lambs led to slaughter. We were but fish on the chopping block. In the years that followed, over 35 million vibrant and passionate lives were forever lost to this land, transforming into crimson nourishment that sustained the rebirth of China. In the years that followed, our forebears used their very lives to deliver a resounding cry across the 9,600,000 square kilometers of our land. China shall never perish. Told their story. Chen Huaifang still remembers Jin Wanhu's final gaze as he sacrificed himself. He still remembered the last words Zhao Xuedong spoke to him before he went to his death with noble resolve. He still remembered Gusan's deathbed cry, roaring from the depths of his soul, "Resist Japan! Resist Japan!" He also remembered Deng Mingjue, in that season of endless rain, finally donning a long robe and facing death with unflinching resolve. They are the past long departed in the river of time, names echoing in the winds of valleys and wilderness. They are the past versions of ourselves. A century later, today, our lives burn with equal fervor. As Zhang Hongjin issued the command, the entire heavy armored combined brigade entered combat readiness. Just as Zhang Hongjin had said. No military band, no honor guards, no ceremonial units. No goose-stepping, no changing into dress uniforms, no ceremonial salutes, and no flower-bedecked floats. They advanced toward the reviewing stand from afar, like a force about to march into battle. Chen Huaifang stood on the reviewing stand. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His eyes began to blur. In his ears, he heard not only the wind, but also the indistinct shout sweeping in from a century ago. "Captain, are those our own tanks?" His body trembled as he strained to locate the source of the voice, but found it impossible. All he could do was gaze at the distant formation of 99 main battle tanks advancing in perfect order. Holy! The Type 99 leading the charge? Hold on, let me count. This doesn't seem like just a partial display, it looks like the entire composite brigade is rolling out. Scratch the seems like 8 tanks per group, 14 groups total, making 112 Type 99 main battle tanks. Forget other combat units, just for the armored division's tanks, these 112 99s must be the entire force. I know the Type 99A is awesome, but who can tell me just how awesome it really is? In the livestream chat, the audience's emotions ran deeper than Chen Huaifang's. They were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Their questions mirrored exactly what Chen Huaifang wanted to ask. And of course, there was someone prepared to answer. Mr. Chen, look, the lead group now is our People's Liberation Army's newly deployed next-generation main battle tank. Codenamed 99A, it features a 125mm main gun firing fin stabilized discarding sabot armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating 700mm of equivalent armor at 2,000 meters. Xiao Chen stood nearby, serving as the parade's commentator. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Huaifang couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He understood the main gun caliber. Though he wasn't entirely familiar with the specifics of that armor-piercing round, he could make some educated guesses. But what did it mean to penetrate 700mm of equivalent armor at a distance of 2,000 meters? He understood the terms 2,000 meters, 700mm, equivalent thickness, armor, or at least grasped their general meaning. But how did they all fit together? That part he couldn't grasp. How far could the Japanese tanks fire back then? Back then, just being able to punch through a piece of sheet metal as thin as a palm from a few hundred meters away was considered impressive. Back then, if they could capture a tank like this, they'd be so excited they couldn't sleep for days. It would save countless soldiers from bloodshed and sacrifice. He asked incredulously, "Xiao Chen, you're not joking, right? At a distance of 2,000 meters, it could penetrate 700mm, that's 70 centimeters of armor? Could this armor possibly be made of wood?" Facing the question, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Of course not. The 125mm AP rounds fired from the Type 99A main battle tank's main gun inflict devastating damage upon impact. If it were wooden armor, 700mm wouldn't even be the limit." Hearing this, Chen Huaifang looked at Wang San in disbelief. Wang San looked back at him and shook his head. "Don't look at me, I can't believe it either." Both elderly men found it impossible to believe this could be true. Both men found it impossible to believe that a single tank among the 112 deployed in a brigade of the Chinese army could now deliver performance far surpassing that of the Japanese main battle tanks of the past by several times, or even tenfold. If this were back then. Back when Chen Huaifang led a suicide squad to break through enemy lines in the old revolutionary base areas. If they had had just one of these tanks, shooting down the Japanese tanks would have been like swatting flies. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. Gene one who wouldn't have had to cling to his explosive charge, risking his life to crawl under the enemy tank. Chen Huaifang watched the 99A slowly approach and couldn't help asking, but can it withstand attacks? Xiao Chen joined him in watching the approaching Type 99A. She replied, of course. Old Chen, you might not know this, but our Type 99A currently has the nickname Wall of Size on the internet. This nickname roughly means that when enemies see the Type 99A on the battlefield, their conventional weapons including artillery, tanks, and bombs are rendered helpless against its reactive armor, leaving them with nothing but regret. Can only sigh in frustration? Wang San's eyes widened at the words. He couldn't help but recall that year in Shanghai. The Battle of Shanghai. Facing the Japanese tank regiments slowly rolling into the city, our troops were just as helpless. Watching our army helpless, he and his comrades could only sigh in frustration. Back then, Wang San had wondered, how on earth do you fight these ironclad monsters? Now, it was time for others to ponder that question. Whoa, so does that mean the Type 99A is both offense and defense, invincible? Not quite. After all, the Type 99A is a ground combat tank. When facing airstrikes, it still needs to call in air defense support sometimes. You don't seriously think enemy forces targeting the Type 99A would lack reinforcements nearby, do you? Of course. The Type 99A isn't invincible. The Wall of Size mentioned earlier mainly describes its frontal reactive armor. With 2,000 millimeters of equivalent armor, it can indeed make all known anti-tank weapons in the world cry out, your servant cannot do it. But when it comes to the 99A's side armor, it's considerably thinner. But the 99A's flank is usually guarded by another 99A. That's right. Just as Chen Huaifang, Wang San, and many viewers in the livestream have feared. What if our current military were also picked off one by the enemy? Then we must address why this unit is called a heavy armored composite brigade. Comrades Chen and Wang, our heavy armored composite brigade has fundamentally diverged from the military of your era. Today's PLA ground force possesses not only the iron will inherited from your generation and other martyrs who fought the Japanese to the death, nor does it merely uphold the title of world's finest light infantry earned by our martyrs on the Korean battlefield. Our modern army pursues high mechanization and informatization. With one point of contact and multi-point coordination, when a tank advances, it is followed by synchronized battlefield intelligence and modular, tracked, long-range fire support units. In the air, integrated armed forces provide seamless aerial support. Beside one Type 99A tank stands another Type 99A. Beside one squadron of Type 99A stands another squadron of Type 99As. Through integrated combat operations, we have achieved combat capabilities that rival any force in the world. As Xiao Chen's words concluded, the 112 Type 99A main battle tanks rolled past beneath the review stand. Following closely behind were the long-range fire support units Chen had just mentioned. This included 8 sets of 122mm self-propelled rocket launchers, 27 Type 07 122mm self-propelled howitzers, and 24 Type 05 armored tracked 120mm self-propelled mortar howitzers. Additionally, to counter enemy air power, there were 20 HQ-17A air defense missile launchers, 20 Type 09 twin 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and Hongjian 10 heavy anti-tank missile launchers, a single shot of which could send the Eagle's M1A2 tank plummeting to its grave. All of this was far beyond the comprehension of Chen Huaifang and Wang San. The gap between warfare in their era and modern warfare was simply too vast. So vast, in fact, that the two men couldn't even grasp the terminology. Sigh. For some reason, seeing the slightly bewildered expressions on the two old men's faces suddenly made me feel a bit sad. Yeah, with all these technical terms and explanations, the two grandpas knew the heavy armored brigade was formidable, but they had no idea just how formidable. Let me put it this way. To put it simply, a single heavily equipped composite brigade could virtually wipe out the entire armed forces of nearly half the countries in the world today. If there were 10 such brigades, then aside from the well-known major powers we all know, no other nation on this planet could withstand them. Let me put it another way. A century ago, the Japanese dared covet our Chinese lands. But now, no one in the world dares speak to us loudly. Not even the eagle. 147, the red flag flies high, our mountains and rivers remain, and the nation enjoys peace and prosperity. Amidst the roar of engines, Chen Huaifang and Wang San found themselves moved to tears. Especially Chen Huaifang. Unlike Wang San. Though Wang San had also fought in the War of Resistance during those years, his duties were mostly confined to logistics and supply work. Whether it was food or weapons, he would find ways to provide them. He would even risk his life to obtain enemy deployment maps for our party and our army. But ultimately, he never set foot on the front lines. He never stood on the front lines like Chen Huaifang, never felt the wind whistling past his ears as bullets flew overhead. Chen Huaifang stood here, his feet on solid concrete, facing the heavily armed composite brigade that China had spent 580 billion yuan to build. Yet before his eyes lay the smoke-filled battlefield of nearly a century ago, that era where countless lives were lost.
The Type 99, a main battle tank, the king of land warfare, the wall of size.
Little tiger, do you see it? See our tanks now?
Little Chen says these tanks can hit targets 2 kilometers away, blowing enemy tanks to smithereens before they even spot us.
PCH-191 box-type rocket launcher, boasting the world's longest strike range. Shuedong, will never have to sacrifice lives to gain ground again.
Where enemy artillery can reach, we can strike. Where enemy artillery cannot reach, we can strike too.
The armored personnel carriers, logistics support units, and soldiers advancing in full combat readiness followed closely behind.
We will never again feel that helplessness in the face of aggression, that sense of starting from nothing.
Tanks or aircraft, we possess them all now.
We no longer need to speak with caution, mindful of others' reactions.
Even the eagle must weigh its cards carefully and keep its mouth shut.
For even they lack the standing to negotiate with China on the basis of strength.
And today, at this very moment, the weapons and equipment Chen Huaifang and Wang San witnessed are merely the tip of the iceberg.
Across the boundless oceans. Across the boundless blue skies.
Today's China possesses even more advanced and formidable new equipment.
We cherish peace, yet we are equally prepared to defend this hard-won peace with decisive force.
I wonder what these two old gentlemen would think upon seeing today's new equipment.
I suspect they'd reflect, if only our nation had possessed the Type 99A tank, the J-20 fighter, and the Type 055 destroyer back then, perhaps so many of our forebears wouldn't have fallen?
It's not might have been, it would have been.
We were simply too backward back then. Here's a little-known fact: while the Empress Dowager Cixi was still alive and traveling by horse-drawn carriage in the late Qing dynasty,
Europe and America were already filled with automobiles.
While our forebears fought the Japanese to the death and ordinary people couldn't even afford food, American kids were already watching Tom and Jerry cartoons at home.
Yes, it's hard to imagine without being told. A century ago in 1924, China was teetering on the brink.
When Mr. Qian Miao was in southwest China, he even feared our nation might be annihilated.
He wrote outline of Chinese history to prevent this civilization with 5,000 years of culture from vanishing into the river of history.
And now, a mere century later, just 100 years, China has transformed from a weak nation vulnerable to the ambitions of even the smallest countries into the world's second largest economy.
Just 100 years. Fellow countrymen, our forebears sacrificed an entire generation to secure peace.
Another generation's sacrifice allowed us to embrace that peace, and finally, yet another generation ensured we could hold steady the rice bowls in our hands and achieve prosperity and strength.
3 generations, 100 years.
We have traversed the path that took Western powers 3 centuries to complete. In the livestream, countless viewers were deeply moved by this scene.
Indeed, we stand now in the gentle spring breeze, witnessing China's prosperity and strength.
But once upon a time, this land was ravaged by famine and cold, steeped in oppression, and scarred beyond recognition.
Just like the nightmare that tormented Chen Huaifang countless times in the dead of night.
The deafening roar of cannons, the incessant cries of agony and wails of despair, and the biting cold wind carrying the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood. Yet today, the mountains and rivers remain, and the nation enjoys peace and prosperity. As the last soldier and the final vehicle of the 6,000-strong inspection force passed by, the soldiers turned to look at Chen Huaifang and Wang San on the platform, their faces already streaked with tears. These veterans, who had journeyed from the war years to the present day, had witnessed China's shattered landscape restored to order, its nation rise from the blockade of countless foreign powers to prosperity and strength. They, too, were deeply moved. Then, someone murmured softly, "Elders, you see it, don't you?
China's mountains and rivers remain intact, and the nation enjoys peace and prosperity. It is our duty to protect it." Then, someone or perhaps several added in a slightly louder voice,
"Elders, rest assured. This land of 9,600,000 square miles, you pieced it together with your lives, and we shall defend its peace with our blood." Immediately, over 6,000 men snapped to attention in unison, turning abruptly. Their gazes fixed upon Chen Huaifang and Wang San on the reviewing stand. Or perhaps, at the countless illusory yet tangible figures standing behind them, the 35 million souls. A roar like a mountain's cry in a sea's surge, seemingly spanning a century's passage, swept over the field. Our forebears, the mountains and rivers remain.
National prosperity and people's peace, we shall safeguard them. The mountains and rivers remain, the nation is at peace, and the people are prosperous. In an instant. In that very instant.
Chen Huaifang, who had just composed herself, broke down in tears once more. He reached out toward the soldiers in the distance, beckoning them with a wave of his hand. He murmured, "Good, very good. Decades have passed, yet the mountains and rivers remain, and the nation enjoys peace and prosperity. The red flag we once fought and bled for is now in your hands." As Chen Huaifang finished speaking, Xiaochen took a deep breath, fighting back tears, and turned the camera toward the distant, fluttering red flag. She tried desperately to steady her trembling voice, but it was futile. In the livestream, her voice was clear yet blurred. "Dear viewers, today, we are both delighted and honored to welcome these 2 elders who fought for our nation and its people during the war years. I believe the strength of our people's army today can be conveyed through the eyes of these two elders to the martyrs and predecessors who could not witness it themselves. Let them know that this red flag, earned through 14 years of resistance and the sacrifice of 35 million lives, still flutters proudly in the wind. The mountains and rivers remain, the nation is at peace, and the people are prosperous. In the livestream chat, viewers who had composed themselves or were even preparing to leave were now breaking down in tears. The red flag, born of 14 years of war and the sacrifice of 35 million lives, how beautiful. Sniff. 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 Now I finally understand why my grandfather, a veteran of the Vietnam War, cried when he saw the flag-raising ceremony during his trip to Beijing. For Grandpa Chen, who lived through those sacrifices and wars, this flag rising isn't just a piece of red cloth. It represents the brothers who fought alongside him day and night, vowing to lay down their arms and return to farming after victory. It represents the people who yearn day and night for the return of their sons, husbands, and fathers. It was the very flag stained crimson by the blood of those who fought to the death on the battlefield. Beneath the mirror like azure sky, that red flag fluttered in the wind. The wind swept through, making it flutter and rustle. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps 200 years from now, China will become the most powerful nation on this planet without a doubt. But please do not forget that we once endured a period of shattered mountains and rivers, a history of turmoil and upheaval. Our most cherished civilization was shattered, pierced, and trampled by the shameless faces of invaders, nearly leading to the extinction of our nation and race. And in that time, a group of young people as youthful and passionate as we are today marched unwaveringly onto the battlefield. They did not know that victory would surely come in 1945, nor that a red flag would rise in 1949. But let us never forget, without their sacrifice, we would not be here today to speak of our own. When the wind ceased its clamor, Chen Huaifang finally composed herself. He took the handkerchief Zhang Hongjin offered and wiped the tears from his eyes. Wang San watched him and laughed heartily. "You old codger, still haven't kicked that crying habit, have you?" Chen Huaifang looked at Wang San. The dried tear stains on his face hadn't even been wiped clean yet. 148, setting out again. An unexpected encounter with the descendant of a criminal? The wind died down. But Chen Huaifang's journey continued. After bidding farewell to Wang San, he climbed back onto his small tricycle. Leaving his old friend behind, Chen Huaifang set off toward his next destination. The distance was immense, so vast that viewers in the livestream couldn't believe it. After his last livestream reviewing the heavy armored composite brigade, Chen Huaifang's account had surged to nearly 20 million followers. Now, whenever he went live, his audience numbers would easily surge past 100,000, even 200,000 was no problem. Unbeknownst to him, he had become one of Douyin's top influencers. Had he not disabled the gift-giving feature, a single stream could likely have generated six-figure earnings. But clearly, Chen Huaifang neither needed nor cared about it. The road ahead was long, and he poured his entire being into cycling. For days on end, he wouldn't even pause to rest during his streams. Until this day. Shandong Province, Qingdao City. Somewhere along the coast, a person with the Idaho road of cycling was live streaming. A cycling enthusiast now 31 years old, he still rides his bicycle daily along the coastal highway both for exercise and to enjoy the scenery. As for streaming, it was merely a way for him to share his life, never intending to profit from it. So naturally, his streams lack any real spectacle. Aside from occasionally stopping to share coastal views, his broadcasts are rather dull and uneventful. In his live stream room, aside from a few old friends occasionally sending a few comments, no one pays him any attention. But today, things seemed different. Hundreds of people suddenly flooded his livestream for some unknown reason. At first, he thought it was just a fluke and didn't think much of it. But as time passed, he gradually realized something was off. Bro, stop writing. Dude, stop writing. Someone needs your help. He stared at the comments flooding his stream, utterly confused. He stopped pedaling and asked, "What do you mean someone needs my help? Are you guys messing with me? I've been riding on this road for so long and haven't seen anyone asking for my help." Hearing his question, the viewers in the livestream immediately responded. Go back a bit. They should be close right behind you. An elderly person's bike tires flat. Yeah, go now. Seeing the comments in the livestream, he grew even more puzzled. But upon seeing the reference to an elderly person in the comments, his sense of justice kicked in, and he decided to turn around and ride back to look for them. Not far away on the coastal highway, Chen Huaifang crouched beside his tricycle, sighing helplessly. "Ah, old buddy, you can't take it anymore either?" After over 10 consecutive days of intense cycling, not only was his own fatigue mounting, but even this trusty tricycle that had accompanied him for years seemed ready to give up? It certainly seemed that way. One of the tricycle's tires had been punctured by a sharp nail, completely deflating. The two people in the black van that had been following behind were equally helpless. This was truly an oversight on Luo Nan and Chu Tong's part. They'd forgotten to bring tire repair tools. So now, they could only help contact a towing company. Due to confidentiality concerns, they didn't appear in the livestream and stayed away from Chen Huaifang.
Old Ma had instructed them to avoid Chen Huaifang's notice unless absolutely necessary.
At that moment, Chen Huaifang, crouched beside the car, glanced at his old companion that had gone on strike.
He smiled, then stood up. Well then, time for a little rest. After all, it was a time of peace now. Even by the roadside, there was no need to worry about danger. Besides, the coastline of Qingdao City, a coastal city, was truly beautiful. Standing beside the coastal highway, Chen Huaifang gazed at the vast, majestic sea in the distance and couldn't help but sigh, "This is the sea. Truly beautiful. This is the sea you longed to see but never could." He gazed at the sea, overcome with emotion. In the past, among his many comrades in arms, there were countless who had only heard of the sea but never seen it. For many of them, catching a glimpse of the sea became an unfulfilled final wish. How many had told him before the war began that they wanted to find a chance to see their motherland's ocean after victory? Yet how many had given their lives after the war began, fighting so that this sea might forever belong to China? The sea was indeed majestic. Truly vast and magnificent. Yet now, only Chen Huaifang remains to witness it. He murmured, completely oblivious to the live chat comments flooding the screen. "Grandpa, they're here. They're here. Grandpa, we called someone to help you fix your tire." Guys, even if that cycling blogger has repair tools, he probably can't fix Grandpa's tricycle. Might as well call a tow truck. As the comments flooded the chat, Cycling Road, who had been riding back nearby, spotted Chen Huaifang by the roadside. He hurried over and asked, "Excuse me, are you Chen Huaifang?" On his way over, several viewers had already briefed him on the situation. They also briefly recounted Chen Huaifang's story. He was stunned. Shocked that in his lifetime, he could actually meet a veteran of the War of Resistance. Even more astonished that this veteran he was meeting was actually a founding hero of the nation. Chen Huaifang turned to look at this unfamiliar young man who had called his name, asking with some surprise, "I am, but who are you?" The cyclist quickly introduced himself, hello. My surname is Zhang. My name is Zhang Yuchen. I was cycling around here, live streaming to share my life. But just now, some viewers in my livestream told me you were having trouble here, so I came." Hearing this, Chen Huaifang murmured thoughtfully, "Oh." He glanced at the phone propped on the tricycle's handlebars and smiled. "Kids, I told you all don't go causing trouble for others. I'm just here enjoying the sea. I'll call the police myself in a bit." Clearly, Chen Huaifang, who knew the temperaments of his livestream audience inside out, had already guessed Zhang Yuchen's background. He'd clearly been summoned by those kids from his livestream. These kids were something else. They managed to track Zhang Yuchen down among countless livestreams. And they could pinpoint his exact location. Netizens are truly formidable. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yuchen pulled out his portable tire repair kit and inspected the tire of the small tricycle. It was clear the nail piercing the tire was quite long, and the gash was substantial. Plus, tricycle tires are inherently much wider and thicker than bicycle tires. The tools Zhang Yuchen carried simply weren't up to the task. He rose helplessly, hands on his hips. "Well now, old chap, looks like I've got nothing here that can fix your tire." Chen Huaifang stood beside him, seemingly unfazed by the setback. "It's no big deal. I've encountered far too many unexpected events in my lifetime. One more today won't make a difference." Then he turned to Zhang Yuchen, "But you, young man, you came to help me without hesitation. Aren't you afraid I might blame you?" Zhang Yuchen glanced at Chen Huaifang. Only then did he snap out of his daze from the sudden surge of viewers flooding into the livestream. He looked at the old man before him. His hair was entirely white, his face deeply lined with wrinkles. Though not exactly decrepit, he looked distinctly aged at first glance. In this day and age, where even helping an elderly person requires pre-recording evidence, his actions were indeed reckless. But then, when he caught sight of the items on the tricycle, his answer came to him. He looked into Chen Huaifang's eyes. "They say you're a veteran who lived through the war. A veteran of the War of Resistance. I believe a hero who once shed blood for his country wouldn't falsely accuse me." Hearing this, Chen Huaifang, who had intended to banter with Zhang Yuchen, suddenly paled. He seemed deeply moved. He smiled, raised his hand, and patted Zhang Yuchen's shoulder without saying a word. Zhang Yuchen's gaze remained fixed on him. He sensed the gap. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, many viewers who had watched since the very first broadcast sensed something too. "Grandpa seems to have remembered something sad again, huh? I'll bet 50 cents it's that every time Grandpa makes that face, he's thinking about something sad." And sure enough, before some viewers could even finish typing their comments, Chen Huaifang suddenly asked Zhang Yuchen a question. "Do you know Zhang Zonghua?" Zhang Yuchen looked at him. "Zhang Zonghua? That is my second grandfather." Hearing this, Chen Huaifang's eyes widened in surprise. "Say that again? What is he to you?" Zhang Yuchen looked at him, suddenly looking troubled. My second grandfather. Old master, I know he did some wrong things back then. But so many years have passed now. Please don't bring those things up again." 149. Zhang Zonghua's crimes are too numerous to list, deserving of the harshest punishment. Holy crap, what a coincidence. The world is vast, so vast I've never stumbled upon my grandfather during a live stream. Yet it's also small, so small that finding any kind soul feels like they must have a story? Hearing Zhang Yuchen's words, the sleepy, work-slacking viewers in the livestream suddenly perked up. Based on past patterns, this would be the moment Chen Huaifang would deny Zhang Yuchen. But this time, Chen Huaifang surprised everyone. He nodded in agreement, confirming Zhang Yuchen's words. Yes, he truly has borne a lot of criticism. Zhang Yuchen immediately wore a look of distress. This was a matter his family had concealed for generations. It was also something no one in the Zhang family, across generations, had ever been willing or dared to speak of. But today, it seemed he could no longer avoid it. He sighed and spoke slowly. Grandfather, I apologize to you on behalf of my second grandfather. His tone was sincere, filled with remorse. Chen Huaifang shook his head. No, there's no need to apologize to me. After speaking, he looked at Zhang Yuchen, then toward the tow truck slowly approaching in the distance. After a brief exchange, the tow truck company personnel loaded Chen Huaifang's tricycle onto the flatbed. But where to take it became the problem. They couldn't just abandon it at some random hotel, could they? So Zhang Yuchen boldly suggested, why not just take the tricycle to our place? He had other tire repair tools at home that could definitely fix Chen Huaifang's tire. But the viewers in the live stream were having none of it. Grandpa can't go. Absolutely not. Yeah, Grandpa. Birds of a feather flock together. That guy's second uncle killed so many people back then, he probably isn't a good person either. Exactly. Birds of a feather flock together. This guy doesn't look like a good person to me. Sunken cheeks, clearly the face of a villain. Though Zhang Yuchen didn't deliberately look at Chen Huaifang's phone screen. But out of the corner of his eye, he still caught glimpses of the comments. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. Because of the mistakes his second grandfather made back then, 3 generations including his grandfather, father, and the entire Zhang family were paying the price. But atoning for sins was never a simple matter. Over 800 households had left their homeland. Thousands were left homeless. How could 3 generations of the Zhang family possibly make amends for such a debt? But to keep dwelling on it like this, isn't that too much to bear? Finally, unable to contain his emotions any longer, he looked at the elderly man before him, one who had likely witnessed the mistakes his second grandfather had made back then. He spoke, Old master, because of the mistakes my second grandfather made, our family, my grandfather, my father, my eldest and second uncles, and my other uncles, 3 generations of the Zhang family have done countless good deeds to atone for the sins. I truly only wish to help you repair your car. It is absolutely not, as some comments suggest, that I harbor any improper intentions. Hearing this, Chen Huaifang looked up at Zhang Yuchen and nodded. Yes, I believe you. He then inquired, so tell me, in your view, what exactly did your second uncle do back then? Zhang Yuchen took a deep breath. What exactly had his second grandfather, Zhang Zonghua, done back then to displace over 800 households? This story traces back to 1936. A tumultuous year. That year, the Japanese invaders planned to launch a full-scale war. This year, patriots across China united, raising anti-Japanese banners in rebellion. This year, the December 12th incident erupted, and the Kuomintang agreed to a united front against Japan. That year, to hasten their conquest of all China and force scattered, united, large, and small anti-Japanese forces to retreat in the face of overwhelming odds, the Japanese invaders. They did not hesitate to violate the Geneva Conventions. They also spared no effort to earn the scornful labels of devils and beasts. They brazenly expanded their biological warfare units. They deployed various toxic gas shells in actual combat. Among them was the infamously notorious Unit 731. This unit, far more terrifying and despicable than any demon, began mass capturing ordinary Chinese civilians to achieve the most ideal effects of their biological weapons on humans. In their madness, they turned entire villages and counties into ghost towns. Ghost towns. Countless innocent lives were brutally slaughtered by the Japanese invaders. They even used the flesh and blood of Chinese people as research tools. Freezing, extreme heat, burning, electrocution, dissection. Every conceivable and unimaginable form of cruelty was inflicted upon ordinary people. Why did Japanese medical technology advance so rapidly after World War II? A significant part of the reason lies in these very live experiments. Damn it! It was the bacterial warfare unit. It was Unit 731. Zhang Zonghua, you didn't hand over all those 800 households to the Japanese for live experiments, did you? The crimes he committed are truly beyond what generations of the Zhang family could ever atone for. The moment the live stream audience heard this, they erupted in thunderous fury. Why? Because during the 14-year War of Resistance. If today's Chinese people still grind their teeth in rage whenever they recall those days of invasion and war, yearning to trample cherry blossoms to vent their fury, then there are other things that, whenever recalled, don't just make one's teeth itch with rage, but are simply unwilling and unable to be thought of at all. Because they were simply too brutal. Too terrifying. Too inhuman. The live experiments conducted by the biological warfare units stand as one such example. This act was so utterly inhuman that some visitors to the bacteriological warfare unit's ruins feel suffocated by the scenes and descriptions inside. And if Zhang Zonghua truly handed over 800 families to the Japanese bacterial warfare unit for live experiments, that's not something simple acts of kindness could ever atone for. Zhang Zonghua must be crushed to dust and scattered to the winds. Seeing the reactions in the livestream chat, Zhang Yuchen hesitated to continue. Because the truth was exactly as the viewers in the livestream had suspected. Back then, his second grandfather had betrayed that small mountain village hidden in the hollow, having evaded Japanese sweeps multiple times just to save his own life. He betrayed the 840 families living there, people who had been self-sufficient and content with their peaceful lives. All to save his own skin. 840 households. Thousands of people. All because of Zhang Zonghua's cowardice. They were captured by the Japanese and subjected to the most inhumane treatment imaginable. Damn it! How could such a man have descendants? Ha ha! Not only does he have descendants, but judging by that cycling gear he's wearing, he's living pretty comfortably. Thousands lost their lives, over 800 families were wiped out, yet your family, Zhang Zonghua, still has descendants alive? And you actually think you can get away with it by doing a few good deeds? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I've recorded this. I oppose cyberbullying, but today I will cyberbully you. In an instant, almost the very moment Zhang Yuchen admitted it, the livestream audience erupted in an instant. They simply couldn't accept it. A traitor who clung to life by betraying his own people and selling out his country for personal gain, and he still has descendants? And he was actually living quite well. In that instant, Zhang Yuchen, once considered a handsome and capable man, was transformed in their eyes into a sinister villain. Even the tow truck driver, who had remained silent throughout, couldn't help but stop the vehicle. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Yuchen bluntly. "Get out." Zhang Yuchen stared back, his face frozen in disbelief. "On what grounds?" The driver sneered coldly. "Why? Because you're the descendant of a traitor. You share blood with a traitor. Let me tell you, it's only this rule of law society that's saving you now. If this were 60 or 70 years ago, I'd be the first to beat you to death." Exactly. The driver's words ignited the viewers' passion in the livestream chat. Back in the 60s or 70s, a traitor's descendant like Zhang Yuchen would have been beaten to death in the wilderness long ago. Countless viewers in the livestream chat supported the driver's actions. Way to go. Driver, kick him out of the car now. Damn it, we saved him in peacetime. Otherwise, a traitor's offspring like him would have been dead long ago. Exactly. Otherwise, how about we crowdfund to let the driver beat him up?